Xie Yu, get yourself ready. The team might need you on the court tonight. Coach Jiang Xingquan's voice echoed relentlessly in Xie Yu's mind. This was the finals after all. Can I really do it? At that very moment, Xie Yu was reborn. In his previous timeline, he was climbing over the Great Firewall to get on Twitter and furiously curse out Harrison over Doncic's transfer. He had not even been a fan of Doncic. He simply thought the Mavericks front office was unbelievably foolish. Then without the slightest warning, Xie Yu was reborn as the water boy for the Xinjiang basketball team. In an instant, Xie Yu's memories from 2 lifetimes fused into one. The original owner of this body was a bona fide second-generation rich kid. He could have, like his father, worn flip-flops in Yangcheng while driving a Ferrari to sell fruit, or he could have relied on his mother and become a crown prince of the entertainment industry. Yet just like Bronny, he loved to toss himself into challenges and loved sports even more. With his family's full backing, Xie Yu trained in soccer from a young age, dreaming of becoming the great Tsubasa of Huaxia. However, as he grew taller and his wingspan lengthened, he had no choice but to switch to basketball in order to fully cash in on his physical gifts. Height 197 centimeters. Weight 82 kilograms. Wingspan 213 centimeters. Standing reach 266 centimeters. Vertical jump, no run-up, 81 centimeters. Running vertical jump, 95 centimeters. With such outstanding physical attributes coupled with steadily refined skills under the guidance of top-tier coaches, he rose to fame at a young age and earned a place on the Xinjiang youth team. Just as he was about to be exceptionally promoted to the first team thanks to his stellar performances, he suffered a devastating leg fracture during an inter-squad practice. During the more than 1 year he spent recuperating, he fell from being the center of attention to being completely ignored. His contract was about to expire, and the team had no intention of renewing it. At 18 years and 6 months old, his professional future was shrouded in darkness. Yet tonight, after riding the bench in his comeback for nearly a month, he was finally being activated by Coach Jiang. In the CBA Finals with the Xinjiang team trailing 13 in the series and having no road of retreat left, head coach Jiang Xingquan decided to gamble and take a risk on the Guangdong-born player Xie Yu. The reason was simple: Xie Yu was from Guangdong and knew their style of play inside out. One could also call it a desperate attempt to revive a dead horse. But at this moment, Xie Yu had no mental space left to think about going onto the court. Ding! Congratulations to the host for returning to the year 2010. The system will grant you top-tier talent. Ding! Detected that the host possesses 10 million Huaxia yuan. You have earned a single-choice question. Jordan's layup package or Jabbar's skyhook. Please make your choice. The system's voice echoed inside his mind. I don't have 10 million. Dad's Ferrari, Mom's Lamborghini, Grandpa's watch. Turns out I actually do. Wait, shouldn't I be focusing on the system instead? Can I have them all? Negative. You can only pick. Jabbar's skyhook has practically vanished from the game. If I obtain it, I'll be its sole successor. But the other option is my idol, the god of basketball, Michael Jordan. Besides, layups seem more practical than hook shots. I choose Jordan's layup package. Ding. Choice completed. Xie Yu felt his blood boiling as every single cell in his body underwent transformation. Kind reminder: for every 10 million Huaxia yuan accumulated, you will gain another chance to choose. There are also hidden unknown events that can grant special choices, for example, winning the heart of a certain top beauty. Xie Yu. Talent S, granted by the system. Short range shooting C. Mid-range shooting C. 3-point shooting C, not that terrible, right? Free throws C. Passing A, the system's recognition of me. Layups S, thanks his airness. Dunks B, benefiting from that layup package. Rebounding C. Blocks C. Steals C. Ball handling C. Dad did send me to Iverson's training camp. Speed B, a nod to my years in soccer. Vertical leap B. Interior defense C. Perimeter defense C, too low. I'm a defensive stopper. Physical strength C, 1 collision and my form falls apart. With these ratings, what tier of player am I supposed to be? The game had begun. In the second game between the two sides, a notorious fake bomb injury incident had erupted. Both Du Feng, who had earned his rebirth after 45 minutes of unconsciousness, and the swinging fist Charles had suited up for battle, setting the tone for how fierce this contest would be. The score was 26-20, with their team temporarily leading Xinjiang. By halftime, it was 49-45, the gap razor thin. Xie Yu did not even step onto the court. Coach Jiang had not spared him so much as a single glance. With a 21-point deficit entering the fourth quarter, the Xinjiang team was powerless to turn the tide. In the last 1 minute and 50 seconds, Coach Jiang recalled Xie Yu as he conceded defeat. Upon entering the game, Xie Yu looked up at the score 98-83. Even McGrady would likely have no chance. In order to see his contract expire smoothly, Xie Yu diligently contributed 2 turnovers, helping the Guangdong team secure the championship without any surprises. After the season concluded, it was no surprise that Xie Yu was released by the Xinjiang team. In the capital city, he said, "Mom, I've become unemployed. It's time to come back and inherit the family business. Just give me a little share." Ding. The system has detected an addition of 100 million Huaxia coins for the host, granting 10 choices. 3-point shooting or confrontation ability. Since Curry hasn't started his day yet, and the small ball era is still far off, there's no rush to choose 3-point shooting. I should upgrade my confrontation ability. I choose confrontation ability. Congratulations, your confrontation ability has been upgraded to C. It turns out that a single choice can raise it by a level. Still, the skill package is better. It goes straight to S. Ball control or passing. My passing is already a, it wouldn't be worth it to choose the skill package later, so I might as well level it up to S one step at a time. As for ball control, I'll leave that to the star skill package. After all, C and C feel quite similar. I choose passing, speed, or jumping. This is like the dilemma between Fan Yi and Lin Jiling. How can you expect me to choose? In martial arts, speed is the only truth. I choose speed. Interior defense or exterior defense? This must be the trouble of happiness. Exterior defense. I want to take down Kobe. Blocking or stealing? Hand over the ball, I want to go home. Stealing. I want to steal from Durant. Free throw or rebound? If I stay active, I should be able to grab some rebounds. I choose free throw. Close shot or mid-range shot? He'll leave the difficult mid-range shots for the skill package to max out directly. I choose dribbling three-pointer or open three-pointer. There are even distinctions within three-pointers. Open three-pointer. Congratulations, your three-point shooting has been upgraded to C. From C directly to C, I actually jumped 2 levels. If you had chosen dribbling three-pointer, then your three-point shooting, is it because I'm pragmatic? Ding. The host has accumulated the 10th choice, triggering the star skill package selection. Iverson's dribbling or Rose's explosive breakthrough. My God, I really like both. Who can tell me how to choose? Iverson's dribbling is bound to maximize ball control, while Rose's rapid breakthroughs should enhance both ball handling and speed. It's a tough choice. After half an hour of indecision, Xie Yu finally made a decision. I love Rose, but I choose Iverson. Congratulations, ball control has risen to S. What if I choose Rose? Ball control, a speed S. It seems like I've lost a bit. Rebound or frontcourt rebound? If I can grab frontcourt rebounds, how could I not grab backcourt ones? Frontcourt rebound. Congratulations, rebounding. Looks like I made the right choice. I've leveled up twice. If I had chosen backcourt rebounds, would I only rise to C? Very clever. Yang City. Dad, I've lost my job. From today on, I want to be a landlord like you. Collecting rent is slow, Dad. We'll just transfer you $2 million to spend. My mom gave me shares worth nearly $100 million, and she said she's been single for many years. Now that I'm grown up, she's a bit lonely. Recently, someone has been pursuing her and is asking for my opinion. Son, don't say that Dad will transfer the building's ownership to you and your mom's side will. Dad, you can trust me to handle it. If you give me one more building, I can make your remarriage just around the corner. Remarriage is unnecessary. I will transfer the Tianhe building to you tomorrow. Ding. The system detected that the host has acquired 110 million Huaxia coins, gaining 11 choices. No. System, did you have a bug? Why was there no superstar skill pack on the 20th draw? Combat ability 5, perimeter defense 3, a rebounding 2, stealing 1. This 11 choices all lean towards enhancing Xie Yu's defensive abilities. Xie Yu. Talent S. Close shot CB. Mid-range shot C. Free-point shot CC. Free throw CC. Pass A. Layup S. Dunk B. Rebound CCB. Block C. Steal CCB. Ball control CS. Speed BB. Jump B. Interior defense C. Perimeter defense CCB. Combat ability CCA. Wow, how many player tiers are there now? Sigh. Without money, I really can't play professionally. Shocking. A former Xinjiang player secretly goes to America for the draft. The once strongest high school player will participate in this year's draft. What will his prospects be? After the leg injury, it seems that Xie Yu's chances of being drafted have become slim. Xie Yu goes to America for trial training, causing only a small stir in Huaxia, as no one has high hopes for him. Aside from Yao Mingde Wang or Yi Jinlian, none of them have made a stunning impression in the NBA, and their playing time is limited. Who would sit in front of the television just to watch those few minutes except for true diehard fans? As for Xie Yu, in people's eyes, he is just a brave and ignorant dream chaser. The eve of the draft. Xie Yu's scouting report. Advantages: his ball handling is reminiscent of Iverson with outstanding passing vision, and he is expected to become a primary ball handler. Exceptional finishing ability, strong combat ability. Good defense, excellent physical condition, and outstanding talent. Disadvantages: shooting form resembles Kevin Martin, but lacks his accuracy. Shooting release point is low, off the dribble shooting is unstable, and dribble shooting ability is poor. Has suffered serious injuries, and his playing style is taxing on his body, making him fragile. Has not proven himself on the professional stage, severely lacking in experience. Template: Rajon Rondo, Tony Allen. Prospect prediction: likely to be selected at the end of the first round or the beginning of the second round. Houston Rockets. Should we use the 14th pick to draft Xie Yu from Huaxia? No. His performance during our trial was abysmal. Agreed, his attitude was extremely lackadaisical, and it seemed like he didn't like us at all. Most importantly, if he can't perform, his commercial value will be quite ordinary, making it not worth our while to use the 14th. Chicago Bulls. Is Xie Yu worth us using the 17th pick to select him? This guy performed exceptionally well in trials. I believe his talent surpasses that of the top prospect, John Wall. Coach Thibodeau, what do you think? I like this kid. His defense is among the best of this year's rookies, but I'm worried he won't be available at the 17th pick. I propose we use the 30th pick to select Xie Yu from Huaxia. The backcourt he forms with John Wall would be a picturesque duo. That's not suitable, right? This should be the most solid backcourt combination in the league. Shooting can be practiced, but their blazing speed is just Boston Celtics. Avery Bradley or Xie Yu. Bradley has better shooting, decent defense, and visibly more durable. Unanimously voted to select Bradley. Indiana Pacers. Gordon Hayward, Paul George, Xavier Henry, and Eric Bledsoe are all better than Xie Yu. But in the joint trials, their performances were not as good as Xie Yu's. So what? It's just a trial game after all. The draft is about the future. If Xie Yu stays healthy, his future will undoubtedly be the brightest among this year's rookies. So I propose we use the 10th pick to select Xie Yu. Let's take a gamble. I disagree. We need results right now. We can't have Xie Yu come here to practice shooting. I also disagree. We can't afford to take that risk, even though I really liked Xie Yu's performance in the trials. It has been confirmed that multiple teams are interested in him. Xie Yu attends the draft with his father Xie Tianqian and mother Li Wan. This is also the first time Xie Yu's parents have appeared together since their divorce. Son, are you nervous? I'm okay, just a bit excited. I don't know which team he'll go to. Do you think my son is as cowardly as you? Li Wan, today is our son's important day. I don't want to argue with you. Alright, do you know how I've been living these years? Spending double the pocket money is really exhausting, you know. So I'm asking you to act like a loving couple for the cameras today. Good boy, Dad will listen to you. Alright, Xie Tianqian, just for today? First pick, John Wall Wizards. Second pick, Evan Turner 76ers. Third pick, Derek Favors Nets. Fourth pick, Wesley Johnson Timberwolves. Fifth pick, DeMarcus Cousins Kings. Eighth pick, Aminu Clippers. Ninth pick, Gordon Hayward Jazz. 10th pick, Paul George Pacers. 14th pick, Patrick Patterson Rockets. Xie Tianqian angrily shouted, bastards. Impoverished family. Is the Rockets management foolish? Li Wan rarely agreed. It's okay, son. We don't care. Xie Yu smiled and said nothing. He never intended to go to the Rockets and even purposely messed up his trial there. With the 17th pick, the Chicago Bulls select Xie Yu from Huaxia. As David Stern's voice fell, the audience erupted in applause and gasps. Surprising. Both those present and those far away in Huaxia felt an immense shock. After hugging Li Wan and Xie Tianqian, Xie Yu put on the Bulls hat and walked onto the stage. At the same time, in the Chicago Bulls head coach office, Thibodeau exclaimed, "We've struck gold." In the recently concluded 09-10 season, the Chicago Bulls finished with a regular season record of 41 wins and 41 losses, losing 14 in the first round of the playoffs against the Cavaliers, primarily focusing on training their young roster. The 1011 season marked Derrick Rose's MVP year. The interior featured Joakim Noah, Carlos Boozer signed from free agency, and backup center Omer Asik. On the perimeter, there were elite 3D player Luol Deng and three-point shooter Kyle Korver. Xie Yu felt extremely excited about joining the Chicago Bulls. Isn't it better than teaming up with the Sun Toritire Yao Ming on the Rockets? The rookie contract generally lasts for 4 years, with the first 2 years fully guaranteed and the last 2 being team options. The salary determination method: the salaries of rookies drafted from 11th to 30th positions are uniformly set by the league according to the bonus pool, with specific amounts needing to satisfy 2 conditions: 1, not exceeding the salary of the previous position; 2, not being lower than the salary of the subsequent position. Larry Sanders drafted 16th by the Bucks, 4 years, $5.8 million, with approximately $1.3 million in the first year, increasing annually. Eric Bledsoe drafted 18th by the Thunder, 4 years, $5.3 million, with approximately $1 million in the first year, increasing annually. The Chicago Bulls and Xie Yu reached a contract agreement of 4 years and $5.6 million, with details as follows: first year $1.2 million guaranteed, second year $1.3 million guaranteed, third year $1.4 million team option, fourth year $1.7 million team option. Frankly, Xie Yu was quite disappointed with the rookie contract, feeling it would be better to go home and cry about being poor. Moreover, the system also considers one's wealth value. It seems that dominating the league in the first year is basically hopeless, Xie Yu said calmly. After arriving in Chicago, Xie Tianqian was responsible for buying a house, while Li Wan bought a car and hired a Chinese driver and bodyguard. By accident, this added another choice for Xie Yu. Ding. The system detected that the host gained 10 million Huaxia coins, granting one choice: dunk or free throw. I can skip the dunk since my layup is already at S. Free throws are crucial for me. Right now I can't shoot, and my offense relies on driving to the basket. I choose free throw. Congratulations, your free throw skill has risen to B. With his parents back in the country, Xie Yu devoted himself entirely to training. The Chicago Bulls did not allow Xie Yu to participate in the summer league. At the Bulls training facility, Xie Yu, as the only rookie on the team, carried a pink children's backpack to buy donuts for the entire team. Just as he returned, Ronnie Brewer said to him, "Kid, we are all shooting guards. Let's practice unknown. It's a rite of passage." The crowd burst into laughter. Every team indeed has many tricks aimed at rookies, which helps newcomers integrate into the team. For example, Yao Ming tied the shoelaces of the then starting center Kevin Cato when he first joined the Rockets. However, Yao later remarked, "I only served for a year, after which Cato served me for many years." There were also comedic prop performances rated by veteran players, with the lowest scorer required to clean the training ground. Fortunately, this year the Bulls only had Xie Yu as a rookie, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped either. Moreover, Kobe advised Sun Yu to arrive at the training facility earlier than I did, leading Sun to arrive at 3 in the morning. "How do we play?" Xie Yu was eager to try. "Switching possession, the first to 11 points wins, and you can only dribble 3 times, Brewer explained. "Let's go, rookie, you defend first." Brewer wore a smug expression. His confidence ignited Xie Yu's competitive spirit. Brewer executed a triple threat, faked a shot, and drove left, attempting a left-hand layup, while using his right shoulder to bump Xie Yu. Having undergone a summer of training, Xie Yu's practical experience had vastly improved. He didn't rush to jump, but focused on physical contact, seizing a favorable position before leaping to complete a block effortlessly. Good defense. Xie Yu's successful defense earned him a round of applause. Transitioning to offense, Xie Yu executed a crossover, pulling ahead of Brewer by half a body, seeking physical contact, and easily scoring with a layup. With his exceptional ability to withstand contact and his versatile layups, Xie Yu left Brewer utterly defenseless. Xie Yu scored 6 layups, finishing the game 12-3. It's not that Xie Yu is unaware of social intricacies. He knew Thibodeau was watching from the sidelines, and he needed to perform well enough. Understanding Thibodeau, while he realized that if the coach favored him, he would be utilized heavily, while if he didn't, he might find himself stuck on the bench, especially if he was a poor defender. Therefore, Xie Yu was very clear about his goal, striving to earn a starting position as soon as possible. Before training the next day, Xie Yu cut off his stylish side-parted hairstyle, opting for a buzz cut, which could be seen as a declaration of his determination. His current relationship with basketball resembled a child who had just received their first remote-controlled car, unable to part with it, even needing to hug it while sleeping. He woke up earlier than the Roosters and trained until the latest hours at the gym. This greatly pleased Thibodeau, who lived at the gym. It seems this kid and I are cut from the same cloth. Thibodeau was 52 and still single. On the third day of training, as he became more familiar with his teammates, Xie Yu began to seek help. He practiced driving and shooting with Rose, practiced spot-up threes with Korver, honed his defensive skills with Luol Deng, who learned back-to-the-basket techniques with Boozer, and studied free throw posture with Noah. A month later. Do you want to go unknown with me? Derek, is that okay? Of course you've been practicing with other teammates these days, but you haven't sought me out, and that makes me unhappy. Unhappy? Then come and blow me away. Rose was particularly reserved, unable to have a proper conversation. Recognized as the unknown king of the team with verifiable records versus the team's top star. Everyone put down what they were doing and gathered around to watch. Rookie defends first. Any objections? I have, but Rose drove left, leaped from the left to the right, and finished with a layup. Playing against you is as easy as drinking water. The crowd erupted. Derek, are you feeling cocky? I'm afraid you might give me a hard time, so let me score one. Xie Yu played smartly, driving right, then pivoting left to seek physical contact, pushing past Rose for a left-hand layup. 10-11, Xie Yu lost. Rose hit a three-pointer on his final shot, sealing the game. While unsure how strong peak Rose was, the Rose at this moment was truly absurdly strong, utterly unguardable. His drives were completely unreasonable, and his shooting was severely underestimated, especially his step-back mid-range shots in unknown situations, which were as steady as a rock. This is the prowess of the youngest MVP in history. Since fate brought him to the Chicago Bulls, Xie Yu felt it necessary to help Rose avoid major injuries, as much as possible at the very least, to help relieve some pressure and tell him that he didn't need to make every move without losing speed. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. He looked forward to forming the strongest backcourt duo in the league with Rose. I want to climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to quietly gaze at its face. A small sky has a great dream. A heavy shell wraps around a light gaze. I want to climb step by step, flying forward on a leaf at the highest point. The small sky flows with tears and sweat. One day I will have my own sky. Turning off the alarm, Xie Yu got out of bed, full of energy. This song Snail has been waking him up at 4 o'clock in the morning for 3 consecutive months. At 4:30, Xie Yu was still the first to arrive at the training hall. Shooting practice. Thibodeau woke up after less than 2 hours of sleep, his hair thinning more and more, but he looked completely. Good morning, Xie Yu. Sorry, coach, did I disturb your rest? No, keep practicing, let's chat while we practice. Alright. The preseason went well. Tonight is the last game, and I plan to start you. Thank you for your trust, coach. I will definitely. Xie Yu played for 24 minutes, shooting 6 out of 7, hitting 4 out of 5 free throws, scoring 16 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, and making 6 assists with no turnovers. On the opposing team, Paul George played for 36 minutes, shooting 2 out of 14, missing all 6 3-pointers, hitting 2 out of 2 free throws, scoring 6 points, grabbing 10 rebounds, and making 4 assists. Xie's performance made Thibodeau and the team management very satisfied. In 7 preseason games, Xie Yu averaged 23.1 minutes per game, scoring 15, 4 points, 3, 2 rebounds, and 5.3 assists with a shooting percentage close to an astonishing 70. However, Xie Yu did not attempt any 3-pointers. All his points came from driving to the basket and free throws, which is also the reason for his high shooting percentage. The intensity of defense in the preseason is not high. Once the regular season starts, will Xie Yu still have the opportunity to drive to the basket easily? This is not only a headache for Thibodeau, but also a question in the minds of many fans paying attention to Xie Yu. On October 27th, the 2010-11 NBA season opener began. Boston Celtics vs. Miami Heat. This summer, the Heat's Big Three made their regular season debut. 88-88, the Celtics did not give them a chance for a good start. After watching this game, Xie Yu felt that compared to the small ball era, this kind of low-scoring game was really exciting. The Lakers won 112-110 against the Rockets, with Kobe and Gasol combining for 56 points, while Kevin Martin scored 25 points. The more Xie Yu watched, the more he felt that his shooting form was very similar to Kevin Martin's. He silently thought to himself, I must take the opportunity to discuss shooting techniques with him. The next day, the Chicago Bulls welcomed their first game of the season, facing the Thunder away. In the locker room, Thibodeau verbally announced the starting lineup. Center Joakim Noah. Power forward Taj Gibson. Small forward Luol Deng. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Derrick Rose. Without any prior announcement, Xie Yu was directly promoted to the starting lineup, and he hadn't even caught it. Bogans, who was pushed out of the starting lineup, came over to hug him, saying congratulations. Play well. I believe in you. After joining the team, Xie Yu's performance in training and the preseason was evident, and no one thought he was unworthy of the starting position. Thunder's starting lineup. Center Kendrick Perkins. Power forward Jeff Green. Small forward Kevin Durant. Shooting guard Thabo Cephalosha. Point guard Russell Westbrook. The referee tossed the ball, and Noah managed to tip it into. Rose organized the play. Facing the incredibly talented Thunder team in the first regular season game, especially with a defensive specialist matching up against him, Xie Yu felt immense pressure, but he couldn't control his excitement. Doing the dirty work and enjoying it. 6-7. Bulls on offense. As soon as Rose crossed half court, Noah held the ball, signaling Xie Yu to come and receive it. Handoff. Xie Yu suddenly shouted, then feigned approaching Noah. Suddenly backroom Noah understood and made a bounce pass to find the cutting Xie Yu. Accelerating Xie Yu fearlessly collided with the recovering Jeff Green and found the backboard to score effortlessly. The Thunder's offense Cephalosha actively ran to get the ball, looking to respond. However, Xie Yu's defense was quite seasoned, always staying in front of Cephalosha. Although he failed to block, he successfully interfered with his layup. Cephalosha angrily missed a shot. The rebound was collected by Xie Yu, pushing for a fast break. This was the authority Thibodeau granted him, as no one could waste Allen Iverson's playmaking ability. While dribbling the ball forward, Xie Yu kept Cephalosha behind him. Don't touch me, touching me is a foul. Paul's repeatedly successful move proved to be effective. Outside the three-point line, Xie Yu faced Durant. His double hesitation dribble almost shook him off his feet. A fan in the stands just took off his glasses to rub his eyes. Seeing this scene, he excitedly shouted to his companion, "I think." Xie Yu drove to the basket, attracting the defense, and with a slight flick of his hand, Gibson caught the ball and dunked it with both hands. 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Xie Yu's stats skyrocketed. 100 to 106, the Bulls lost. Durant shot 9 out of 24, hitting 11 out of 13 free throws, scoring 30 points, grabbing 7 rebounds, and making 3 assists. Westbrook shot 8 out of 15, hitting 12 out of 13 free throws, scoring 28 points, grabbing 10 rebounds, and making 6 assists. Jeff Green shot 7 out of 17, scoring 21 points. It wasn't that the opponents were too strong, but that the Bulls were too off target, and also because of the free throw disparity, 47 to 22. Rose shot 12 out of 31 with 0 out of 4 from 3, hitting 4 out of 4 free throws, scoring 28 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, and making 6 assists. Gibson shot 8 out of 12, scoring 16 points. Notably, all 8 of his baskets were assisted by Xie Yu. Xie Yu played for 29 minutes, shooting 6 out of 7, hitting 2 out of 2 free throws, scoring 14 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, and making 11 assists with 5 fouls and no turnovers. All 5 fouls were used in helping defend against Westbrook, and Durant 1 touch was a foul. Xie Yu was quite angry, feeling that the referees were bullying him, but he had no evidence. After the game, Thibodeau stated in an interview Xie Yu should not play more than 30 minutes because he had a serious injury previously, and the scout report stated he has glass attributes. The team needs to protect him. It's hard to believe that Thibodeau would have such a day. Xie Yu was indeed worried about getting injured, as his playstyle was a bit too similar to Simmons. Every point required physical confrontation. On the same day, the Heat won back-to-back against the Philadelphia 76ers, with Wade scoring 30 points. The Golden State Warriors defeated the Houston Rockets 132 to 128, a score that left Xie Yu in a daze. Curry shot 6 out of 10, scoring 25 points. Monta Ellis shot 17 out of 22, scoring a staggering 46 points, grabbing 3 rebounds, and providing 2 assists, being named player of the day. This is what a shooting guard should be. Xie Yu emphasized the word scoring particularly strongly. On the Rockets side, Scola shot 14 out of 24, scoring 36 points. Kevin Martin shot 4 out of 10, scoring 28 points, hitting 17 out of 17 free throws. My brother is really amazing. Xie Yu, filled with regret, decided to follow Harden's path, leaving him with no way out. Hello, do you have the Chicago Bulls jersey number 22 of Xie Yu for sale? I'm sorry, but we don't have it at the moment. Boss, we need to restock quickly. Many people have come to ask for Xie Yu's jersey today. I want to as well, but there are lines waiting. Everyone, I heard that there are Xie Yu jerseys for sale at Xinjiang Plaza. Let's hurry. Driver to Xinjiang. Despite the Bulls losing their first game, Xie Yu still gained popularity by being selected for the top 10 plays of the day 3 times. In the 7th best play, Xie Yu received a pass from Rose, jumped directly, dodged in midair, and scored with a layup. In the 3rd best play, during a fast break, Xie Yu used an in-and-out dribble to swiftly bypass Cephalosha, and as he faced the oncoming Ibaka and Durant's block, he soared from left to right effortlessly, making a reverse layup. In the 1st best play, Xie Yu faced off Onyeon, performing double crossovers, transforming into an ankle breaker, leaving Cephalosha behind, and scoring with a layup. Xie Yu's stylish playing style attracted countless fans, and many netizens began discussing on social media. Does Xie Yu's dribbling remind you of someone familiar? Like the answer. I feel the same way. If we ignore the skin color, just looking at the moves, doesn't Xie Yu resemble that man a lot? You can't say that you really can't. I watched Xie Yu's highlights again. Whether it's his technical movements or his form, he is completely like Michael Jordan without the tongue out. Agreed. The Bulls returned to their home ground to face the Pistons. Before the game, Thibodeau found Xie Yu for a private talk. Thibodeau frowned. Aren't you born to love shooting? Xie Yu shook his head vigorously. Coach, don't joke with me, I'm scared. I've seen your training. You've practiced with Korver for a while. You have 3-point shooting ability. I'm sure of it. Thibodeau paused, his gaze fixed on Xie Yu's face, as if trying to see through something. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Thibodeau continued, why don't you shoot? Xie Yu answered firmly, don't worry, if I get an open shot, I will definitely take it. Thibodeau nodded. The team needs you to hit long-range shots to better spread the floor. Bulls starting 5. Center Joakim Noah. Power forward Taj Gibson. Small forward Luol Deng. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Derrick Rose. Pistons starting 5. Center Ben Wallace. Power forward Austin Day. Small forward Tayshaun Prince. Shooting guard Richard Hamilton. Point guard Rodney Stuckey. The defensive coach specifically reminded Xie Yu Richard is very good at using movement to create shooting space, and he never tires. Xie Yu had a deep impression of the masked man. His father was a long-distance runner and his mother was a sprinter. He was also Of course, the most impressive was the showdown between him and Kobe in the 2004 finals, which made the proud Kobe say, "I never want to face him again in this lifetime," showing that he truly ran like a dog and vomited from exhaustion. The system had never recorded the stamina value, leaving Xie Yu uncertain and afraid that he would end up exhausted like a dog while chasing the masked man. Fortunately, the Pistons' overall strength wasn't strong, coupled with Rose's MVP-level performance. He shot 13 out of 27, made 10 out of 13 free throws, hit 3 out of 7 three-pointers, scoring 39.6 rebounds and 9 assists, leading the Bulls to a comfortable 109-91 victory over the Pistons. Xie Yu also performed excellently, playing for 28 minutes, making all 5 shots, all layups, hitting 7 out of 8 free throws, scoring 17 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 turnovers with a plus-minus of 23. What pleased Thibodeau most was Xie Yu's defense. Hamilton shot 2 for 10 against his defense, 0 for 4 from three-point range, and made 1 out of 2 free throws, scoring only 5 points. Throughout the game, Xie Yu's defense was tireless, following Hamilton like a dog. Fortunately, there was a limit on playing time, otherwise he would definitely have been like Hamilton's dog. After the game, Hamilton stated in an interview, "I finally understand how Kobe felt defending me back then. I don't want to meet Xie Yu again. He doesn't look that imposing, but I didn't expect his bones to be so tough. There was a moment when he collided with me, and I felt the breath of death." Xie Yu laughed out loud at this interview. Hamilton's teammates set screens for him, naturally colliding with Xie Yu, and Xie Yu could only vent his frustrations on Hamilton. As he pushed through the screen, Xie Yu also pushed back, making physical contact and resisting. Using strengths to avoid weaknesses and attacking the opponent's vulnerabilities is the way to victory. This is also the advantage of a reborn person. Xie Yu understood their playing styles even better than they did. As November rolled around, Xie Yu had been in the U.S. The weather began to cool down. This month was the buffer period before winter in Chicago. At 4:10 a.m. the temperature dropped to 0 degrees, and Xie Yu rushed from home to the training hall like a gust of wind. He suddenly wondered if he should also get a dog. On November 2nd, at 7:45 a.m. Beijing time, the highly anticipated Sports Channel 5 broadcast of the Bulls versus the Trailblazers finally commenced. This broadcast was not carried out as originally planned, but was a last-minute adjustment. The reason behind this change was simple. Although Xie Yu hadn't scored high in previous games and didn't achieve a triple-double, his flashy playing style was truly pleasing to the eye. More importantly, Xie Yu was a citizen of the Huaxia Nation, and the domestic fans paid him great attention and had high expectations. The enthusiasm of the fans ultimately forced Sports Channel 5 to align with public opinion and urgently modify the broadcast plan. Zhang Heli and Yu Jia served as commentators for this match. Director Zhang, have you watched Xie Yu's recent games? Yes, including his preseason games. I looked for the video replay to watch again. What do you think of his performance? Very good, quite Xie Yu, he doesn't play like a young player. He doesn't throw the ball around. Every shot is a layup, and he has great passing skills. Do you think he can fill the gaps in the national team's backcourt? Let's not talk about the long term, just based on breaking through a full-court double team with Xie Yu's ball handling skills. I think 2 or 3 people can't stop him. His dribbling is very much like Iverson's, unpredictable. Starting lineup for the Trailblazers: center Marcus Camby, power forward LaMarcus Aldridge, small forward Nicholas Batum, shooting guard Brandon Roy, point guard Andre Miller. Starting lineup for the Bulls: center Joakim Noah, power forward Taj Gibson, small forward Lal Deng, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Derrick Rose. Xie Yu felt very excited to face Roy today. Brandon Roy is a tragic figure and a player that Xie Yu admired greatly in his past life. Roy Rose-Royce. A perpetual regret in the sports world. Before Roy's career ended, he was among the top 3 shooting guards in the West, a point that is not widely disputed. His nickname, the Yellow Mamba, indicates that he is a highly formidable opponent, which poses a significant challenge for Xie Yu. After the game started, Xie Yu played diligently, without demanding the ball, focusing on defense. 4-5. The Trailblazers are on the offensive. Roy received the ball at the top of the arc facing Xie Yu. Aldridge's screen caused Xie Yu to lag slightly. Roy executed a clean and swift mid-range jumper, scoring without hesitation. 4-7. The offensive rhythm and shooting speed are both top-notch. Xie Yu thought to himself, if the system offers Roy's shooting package, I would definitely choose it without hesitation. Rose dribbled past half-court, signaling Xie Yu to come receive the ball. Xie Yu and Gibson executed a pick-and-roll. Xie Yu moved leisurely into the paint, delivering a shot that looked like a pass, but was actually a soft floater. With a swish, the ball went through the net. 6-7. Rose exclaimed, "Great shot. That's how you do it." Xie Yu replied, "It's because you taught me well." Roy came back for another play, this time opting for a low-post isolation. He tried to overpower Xie Yu, but Xie Yu held his ground completely. Roy, using his strength, spun around for a fadeaway jumper. Xie Yu was well positioned for the block, but the ball still went in. 6-9. A superstar play. This shot showcased Roy's exceptional ability to break through. Xie Yu fired up, demanded the ball. Although surprised, Rose quickly passed it to him. Gibson set 2 screens, but failed to connect, prompting Xie Yu to wave his hand, signaling Gibson to stop screening. Everyone spread out. Xie Yu faced Roy unknown. Xie Yu's dribbling speed was so fast it became a blur, executing an in-and-out dribble that left defenders guessing. Roy felt a prickling sensation on his scalp as Xie Yu managed to mislead him with multiple sudden direction changes in an instant. He was easily outmaneuvered. Even the Yellow Mamba was no exception. Camby protected the rim, leaping high to set up for the block. Xie Yu was charging in too quickly, but with no other choice, he had to go for it. He soared. Xie Yu took off with a step, slowing down midair to evade Camby's outstretched hand, executing a 360-degree spin and scoring with a layup. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the entire United Center was in a frenzy. Zhang Heli remarked, "Hey, nice job, take him down." Yu Jia exclaimed, "W. Unbelievable. That shot is definitely the highlight of the day." As the game time ticked away, the Bulls easily defeated the Trailblazers 110-98. Xie Yu didn't pay any attention to his stats. While on the court, he was fully engaged, enjoying the game. During breaks, he focused on the players on the court, analyzing and learning from the game. It wasn't until he returned to the locker room that he took out his phone to check the stats on Hoopu Sports. Luol Deng 14 of 19, 40 points. Rose 6 of 11 is 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists. Xie Yu 5 of 9, free throws 9 of 13, totaling 19 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 5 turnovers. Roy 4 of 12 of free throws, 9 of 11, with 17 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 7 turnovers. The good news was he missed 1 point to reach 20 and successfully limited Roy. The bad news was he had too many turnovers. As expected, Thibodeau exploded in the locker room, punishing Xie Yu to stay behind for extra practice. With the accompaniment of an assistant coach, Xie Yu was sweating profusely on the court. Rose came back without saying a word, silently accompanying Xie Yu for extra practice. 2 hours later. "Don't blame the coach, he's a good person. Trust me, those who are tough on you don't necessarily dislike you." "I understand, Derek, thank you. Actually, you played very well. You completely outperformed Roy, who is an all-star Yellow Mamba. But I forced 5 turnovers against him, and I can feel that you all are helping me with the defense. I can't handle him alone. You are just a rookie. There's no need to be too hard on yourself, right? And what about you? At the start of the season you said, why can't I be MVP? Aren't you pushing yourself too? Then let's not say anything to each other and work hard together. They'll get Rookie of the Year, and you get MVP. Then well, aim for the championship together. It's a deal." 2 days later, the New York Knicks, playing away, suffered a crushing defeat against the Chicago Bulls 93. Xie Yu exploded with energy, playing for 30 minutes, shooting 7 of 11, free throws 7 of 10, achieving a triple-double with 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists, surpassing Rose's 24 points and 14 assists to claim the title of the best player on the court. Ding! Congratulations on achieving your first career triple-double. You have been granted one choice opportunity. 3-point shot or free throw. Xie Yu felt both excited and frustrated. One was the 3-point shot he dreamed of enhancing, while the other was his primary scoring method. Thibodeau had publicly criticized Xie Yu's free throw inconsistency more than once. "Love or bread? System, why don't you just choose for me? I never want to do your single-choice questions again in my life." "I can't do it, my lady." Xie Yu nearly spat blood, "My lady. I choose bread. No, I choose free throws." Congratulations, free throws upgraded to B. The Bulls' away game against the Celtics was seen as a highlight set to be broadcast nationwide. This was also Xie Yu's first nationwide broadcast. "Who is Xie Yu? He actually started. You upstairs, you're outdated. Xie Yu just got a triple-double last game. Even I, a casual fan, know him. He's a rookie player from Huaxia. He has a notable title alongside Rose." "What is it?" "Same question. 99-99, the flat-top duo." Celtics starting lineup: center Jermaine O'Neal, power forward Kevin Garnett, small forward Paul Pierce, shooting guard Ray Allen, point guard Rajon Rondo. Bulls starting lineup: center Joakim Noah, power forward Taj Gibson, small forward Luol Deng, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Derrick Rose. Pre-game warm-up. At that moment, Ray Allen and Rondo walked shoulder to shoulder to the center of the court, and Rondo shouted, "Hey, Xie, come over and chat." Xie Yu hurried over. "Hello, do you need something from me?" Ray Allen said, "I heard you've played over a dozen games without attempting a three-pointer." Xie Yu replied, "Probably." "Right?" Ray Allen, noticing Xie Yu's nonchalant demeanor, responded, somewhat displeased. "Why? Do you just not like?" Rondo added, "We've been observing you for a while. You shot three-pointers pretty accurately during warm-ups." Xie Yu thought to himself, Ben Simmons shot three-pointers like a champ in the offseason too. "I have a nuclear weapon, but that doesn't mean I have to use it," Xie Yu replied calmly, leaving them with his back turned. Ray Allen remarked, "So he has the three-pointer, but doesn't shoot right." Rondo added, "Who can't talk big?" Thibodeau said, "Get ready, tonight will be a hard battle, and some of you will need to play for over 40 minutes. Xie Yu glanced at Rose Noah and Luol Deng with great interest. At that moment, Thibodeau glared at Xie Yu and shouted, "The team doctor has lifted your playing time restriction. Do you understand what?" Xie Yu quickly replied, "It means I am feeling very healthy right now." Laughter erupted in the locker room. The game began 3-1-1. With a sluggish opening offense, Thibodeau was forced to call a timeout. "This is a national broadcast. I don't want to embarrass myself. Xie Yu, be more proactive. It's been 3 minutes, and you haven't taken a shot. If you don't want to play, then sit down." Xie Yu felt distressed, but chose not to say anything. After the timeout, Rose had the ball at the front, and Xie Yu suddenly set a high screen. This left Thibodeau bewildered. "I don't have this play in our strategy." Seeing this, Rose wasted no time and drove past the screen. Ray Allen was successfully drawn away, and Rondo was unable to switch in time to guard Xie Yu's cut. Rose made a bounce pass, successfully finding Xie Yu. The defending Shaquille O'Neal's eyes widened in disbelief, as if to say, "How did you get in there?" Xie Yu tossed the ball into the air. Noah caught the gift, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. After scoring, Noah ran back to the court with an excited grin. His face twisted with extreme joy, especially revealed a few missing teeth when he grinned broadly. The gap in his teeth stood out like a flash of lightning in the night, particularly eye-catching. Xie Yu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was voted the ugliest player in the NBA by fans. However, it must be said that Noah is indeed very loyal. Whenever there is a conflict on the court, he is always the first. In the second quarter, the Celtics bench mob began to make their move, surging ahead under the leadership of Nate Robinson and Glenn. 49-40, the Celtics led by 9 points as they entered the second half. The Bulls launch an offensive. Xie Yu stands 3 meters beyond the arc with no one in front of him. Ray Allen, after probing in the first half, has already determined that Xie Yu poses no threat from the three-point range. Rose drives and passes to the open Xie Yu. From the right side, at a 45-degree angle, Xie Yu shoots a three-pointer, his hand slicing through the air. 49-43. Come on. After training with three-point sharpshooter Korver for a few months, I've seen my fair share of the game. Besides, I have a three. I'm on par with Zhu Fengyu. On the bench, Korver excitedly stands up waving a towel. Well done, Xie Yu. Shoot them down. Ray Allen and Rondo exchange glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. 5-5-4-8. Xie Yu handles the ball at the top of the arc, while Ray Allen steps back to defend. Without hesitation, Xie Yu attempts another three-pointer, sealing the deal. 5-5-5-1. My goodness. Turns out Xie Yu can shoot threes. Then why didn't he shoot before? Probably because the coach didn't allow it. Tibbs. 5-9-5-6. Rose breaks through and passes to the corner where Xie Yu is. Ray Allen had already collapsed into the paint for help defense. Xie Yu stands before the basket all alone. He shoots a three. With a swish, it goes right through the net. 5-9-5-9. Ding. Your actual three-point ability has surpassed the system rating upgrading for you. Ding. Congratulations, your three-point rating has risen to B. The system is at its most perfect when I don't have to do multiple choice questions. 9-6-9-5. With just 9.3 seconds left, the Bulls have possession and Tibbs calls for a timeout. Noah stands high ready to set a screen at any moment. Korver and Xie Yu are positioned in the front court, providing mutual cover. Rose is in his own backcourt, giving himself enough running space. Luol Deng inbounds the ball. The Celtics' big four plus Glenn Davis are on the court. Rose rushes to the front court and successfully receives the ball. Time is running out. Ray Allen moves in for a double team. Rondo keeps harassing. Rose finds his path, blocked, leaps, and passes to Xie Yu. Xie Yu moves up to receive the ball, constantly signaling to Rose. Understanding his intentions, Rose passes without hesitation, quickly charging inside. Xie Yu sends the ball inside without stopping, giving a bold lead. Rose floors the accelerator. The ball and the player arrive simultaneously, soaring for a layup. 9-6-9-7. Only 1.3 seconds left. The Celtics call for a timeout. Rose and Xie Yu celebrate with a chest bump. Tibbs, the game isn't over yet. Don't celebrate too early. The opponents are all seasoned veterans. Defend this possession and absolutely do not foul. Remember, timeout is over and the game continues. Rondo seizes a fleeting opportunity, passing to Pierce, who has found space. Xie Yu reacts quickly, decisively abandoning. Rondo seizes a fleeting opportunity, passing to Pierce, who has found space. Xie Yu reacts quickly, decisively abandoning his chase of Ray Allen to double-team Pierce. With Xie Yu's block looming, Pierce attempts a long two. Clang. It bounces off the backboard and misses. Time has expired. The Bulls win. After winning this tough match, the Bulls enter a honeymoon period. They consecutively defeat the Denver Nuggets, Golden State Warriors, and Washington Wizards by large margins, achieving a 7-game winning streak to top the league. Rookie rankings 1. Xie Yu 18. 8 points 4. 5 rebounds 6. 9 assists 2. Wall 17. 9 points 4. 7 rebounds 8. 5 assists 3. Cousins 14. 8 points 8. 7 rebounds 2. 6 assists. Rose and Durant are named players of the week in their respective conferences. To celebrate, Rose treats the entire team to a feast. The next day, the team flies to Houston to prepare for the upcoming away game against the Rockets. Just after landing, to the shock of the entire team, Xie Yu got into Kevin Martin's Lamborghini. Noah, when did Xie Yu get to know? This guy spends all his time in the gym either training or playing games. How does he have time to make friends? Boozer, could they be relatives? Just like Carter and McGrady. Korver, come on, Xie Yu is from Huaxia. Rose, don't you guys know? Everyone shakes their heads. Rose, Xie Yu said that his shooting form resembles Kevin Martin's, so he contacted Kevin on social media to seek advice. I just didn't expect their relationship to be this close. Let's drop off my luggage at my place first and take a break. No way, let's go straight to the gym. You can drop me off at the hotel later, or our head coach will explode. You're really a madman, but I like it. At the Rockets training facility, 2 sharpshooters practicing shots attract a lot of it. 3 hours later. Xie, you want to go onion on? No, we'll face off directly tomorrow. See you on the court. Scared? You picked me up today and shared shooting tips. Oh, I can't bear to dominate you. All right, let's have a fierce battle tomorrow. I want to score 40 on your head. Who's stronger, you or Roy? He is him, I am me. All right, you're absolutely correct. Brother Yao, it's finally great to meet you in person. Xie Yu greeted while embracing Yao Ming. Yao Ming came to the event despite his injury, primarily to witness Xie Yu's match. Hello, Xie Yu. I'm delighted to see you here. You played wonderfully. Many of my friends in the sports community back home have talked about you, and they all admire you greatly. Thank you, Brother Yao. I still have a long way to go. Being overly modest is just a form of pride. Honestly, your talent surpasses mine, and your future achievements will undoubtedly exceed my own. But what's up with your shooting? Didn't you have a coach in your childhood? I can't use other shooting forms. I just can't make it, so I resort to throwing shots. Should I recommend a shooting coach for you? No need, I already have one. Your teammate, Kevin Martin. Yao Ming's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, these two throwing shot styles are mixed together. It seems Xie Yu will never change. If you had Kevin's accuracy, you could dominate even with that style. You should know he averaged nearly 25 points in the 08-09 season. Make sure to learn well from him. I'll also talk to him later, so you can practice together during the off-season. Alright, thank you, Brother Yao. No need for thanks, the national team will rely on you in the future. After finishing the conversation with Yao Ming, Xie Yu returned to his pre-match warm-up. Xie Yu knew that Yao Ming would announce his retirement next year, but there was nothing he could do to change that, he could only go with the flow. As for teaming up with Yao Ming to defeat the USA Dream Team and win the Olympic Championship, Xie Yu had never thought about it. Although he had a system, he knew he couldn't become a superstar who could control the outcome in a short time. After the game began, Xie Yu encountered significant troubles. He was no longer an unnoticed rookie player. The Rockets implemented targeted defense against him, allowing him to take shots, but keeping it within controllable limits. Whenever Xie Yu broke through, the Rockets decisively collapsed their defense surrounding him like dumplings to prevent him from scoring. At the end of the first half, the Bulls led the Rockets 49-43, thanks to the outstanding performances of Rose and Luol Deng. Xie Yu had 0 for 3, shooting 2 for 2 at the free throw line, with 2 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. In the end, Rose hit a crucial three-pointer, leading the Bulls to a 97-94 victory over the Rockets. After the game, a very frustrated Xie Yu still warmly embraced the opposing players. Kevin Martin, your defense is quite good, don't be discouraged. Practice your shooting and keep pushing yourself. Xie Yu, I will. Next time we meet, I will make you take notice. Yao Ming, in the past you played well because you weren't targeted. Today our team treated you like an all-star and pushed you hard. Go back and watch the game footage to improve your skills. There's still a long way to go. Xie Yu, thank you for your guidance, Brother Yao. Coach, did you want to see me? Have a seat, let's talk. Alright. Do you know why I called you here so late? Because of today's game, right? Yes, I don't like to let problems linger overnight. I want to resolve them quickly. How do you think you performed in today's game? It was awful. I messed up the game. 1 out of 5 shooting, 6.6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 turnovers, plus/minus 16. That's your stat line. The Rockets defenders constantly collapsed on the ball handler or shrunk the paint, making our offense much more difficult. And what about you? How did you respond? Hesitating with the ball when a good opportunity arises isn't the way to go. You are no longer an unknown rookie. You are leading the rookie rankings now, and opponents will definitely study you. Do you think opponents will allow you to shoot from 3 meters away like the Celtics did? Xie Yu, your shot selection is a major issue. At times like this, you need to be decisive and punish the opponent's defensive strategy, otherwise you'll drag the team's offense down. I didn't use you in the fourth quarter, and the team turned it around to win. If I had used you, it would have been difficult to overcome our... Thibodeau earnestly spoke for nearly an hour before allowing Xie Yu to return to his room to rest. Xie Yu finally understood one principle: sometimes the harm of not daring to shoot is far greater than missing shots. Returning to Chicago, the Bulls' 8-game winning streak was abruptly ended by the Spurs. Rose scored 33 points, but couldn't save the day as the Spurs dominated the game. Although Xie Yu wasn't targeted as severely as in the previous game against the Rockets, he couldn't gain any advantage against the shooting 5 out of 10, hitting 1 out of 3 from three-point range, and making all 4 free throws resulted in 15 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 turnovers. That night, Xie Yu couldn't sleep. It's not that having a system allows one to easily dominate a game. Parker scored 21 points, Ginobili 20 points, and Duncan 16 points, with the GDP trio effortlessly controlling the game's pace and winning comfortably. They don't seem to have any particularly strong aspects, yet upon closer inspection, every area has its strengths. The outcome of a game is never determined by system ratings. It does having an S rating and 3-point shooting guarantee a win against the Spurs. In other words, if I don't have a stable outside shot, does that mean I can't influence the game's outcome? On November 20th, Saturday, many fans from Huaxia set their alarms to wake up early to watch the Bulls' home game against the Lakers. Sleeping in on a day off. Isn't watching Xie Yu face Kobe more important? Oh right, I missed the live broadcast when Xie Yu had a triple-double last time, and I regretted it for a long time. A wonderful weekend starts with watching the Lakers game. Go Kobe. Xie Yu, good luck. Get another triple-double and take down Kobe. I'll consider it a weekend gift for Huaxia fans. Lakers starting lineup: center Gasol, power forward Odom, small forward Arteist, shooting guard Kobe, point guard Fisher. Bulls starting lineup: center Noah, power forward Gibson, small forward Luol Deng, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Rose. Xie Yu stepped onto the court, his figure as upright as a pine tree, exuding an indomitable spirit that declared victory. His sharply defined face with a high nose and elegantly shaped thin lips wore an extremely serious expression that could not hinder the female fans' infatuation with his looks. I declare Xie Yu is the most handsome in the NBA. I heard Xie Yu's mother is a big investor in the entertainment industry. Can we have him act in a movie? I'm drooling. Isn't it okay to drool while watching his game live? There are too many people, by the time you lick ITLL, have changed to someone else. That's really scary. Luo Deng, you look different today. Very energetic and full of fighting spirit. Xie Yu, really? Luo Deng, yes. Are you really not going to switch with me? Kobe is really tough to handle. Xie Yu, you don't trust me. Can you beat me in a onion? Luo Deng, alright, but don't expect me to cover for you later. Xie Yu, don't meddle. Oh, just leave Kobe to me. Luo Deng, don't cry. I actually hope Kobe makes you cry. Xie Yu. The game begins. 8-6. Both sides started attacking from the inside with Kobe playing the role of 1-4-7. The Lakers' offense stalled as Kobe activated attack mode, demanding the ball in the low post. Xie Yu did not maneuver around, but chose to confront Kobe from behind, raising the intensity. He created space, and Kobe struck twice, turning and shooting a fadeaway. Xie Yu managed to block his face, but with a swish the ball still went in. 1-4-9. Kobe, kid, you almost stopped me. Rose also knew Xie Yu's temper. Whenever he got scored on, he always wanted to retaliate. Rose passed to Xie Yu and executed a pick to switch Fischer onto Xie Yu. Kobe, if you have the guts, come at me, don't be a coward. Xie Yu turned a deaf ear, effortlessly crossing over Fischer and finishing with a reverse layup against Odom. 169. Kobe held the ball facing forward, signaling his teammates to spread out. Xie Yu lifted his foot to check his shoe sole, readying himself for a duel with Kobe. Coach Zhang, the show was about to start. This isn't reasonable, Kobe. Kobe faked left and drove right, while Xie Yu shadowed him, not lagging behind in speed. Seeing that he couldn't shake his defender, Kobe began to use his body, actively seeking contact to create shooting space. However, Xie Yu stood like an iron wall, impervious. Kobe never expected Xie Yu to be so tough, so he had to resort to plan B. He dribbled left, spun shoulder to create space, fade away, jump shot, and it goes in. 1611. Xie Yu shook his head. He had completely blocked Kobe's path to attack, and Kobe was left with no choice but to attempt a difficult fadeaway, which ultimately went unanswered. As Kobe retreated, he smiled at Xie Yu while muttering something. However, the voice was too low and the distance too great for Xie Yu, yet this did not affect his determination to retaliate. Xie Yu quickly positioned himself at the right 45-degree angle, signaling his teammates to clear out his side. Rose dribbled over, exchanging glances with Xie Yu. Suddenly, Xie Yu took a step back, then quickly sprinted toward the back. Smack! Rose delivered a bounce pass, the ball zooming between Fischer and Kobe, landing in Xie Yu's hands. Gasol, guarding the basket, couldn't react in time and could only watch Xie Yu dunk. With a powerful two-handed dunk, Xie Yu unleashed his emotions. The rookie wall had frustrated him, but after coming to terms with it, he was exhilarated. 1811. Kobe tried his usual tricks, but this time his difficult shot missed. Xie Yu had done everything perfectly except for the final block. Rose and Noah executed a pick and roll, going left and passing to Xie Yu at the right 45-degree angle. Xie Yu feigned a shot, faking out Kobe completely. Xie Yu dribbled back 2 steps, retreating to advance, continuously cooking. Kobe remained unfazed, even in Xie Yu's system. Rating his perimeter defense was undeniably an S. Iverson's dribbling versus Kobe's perimeter defense. Xie Yu performed his signature in-and-out fake, driving left, gaining a half-step advantage on Kobe, and forcing his way to the basket for a layup. If it were someone else, Kobe might have passed to a teammate, but for some reason, he couldn't just sit back and watch Xie Yu. With Gasol's human wall in front and Kobe's flying block behind, Xie Yu threw himself into the air, holding the ball, with both hands continuously faking left and right. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Before Xie Yu landed, he tossed the ball up. Scored. 21. The United Center erupted. Under the blockade of Kobe and Gasol, Xie Yu not only scored, but also drew a foul from Kobe. Kobe, kid, you got lucky. If this shot will give you something to brag about for a lifetime. As the third quarter began, Xie Yu made a remarkable three-pointer, providing significant support to the Bulls' offense. With a score of 75-74, the Bulls led by 1 point as they entered the fourth quarter. Thibodeau remarked, "Our team is still young and inexperienced. We must win tough games to grow faster and develop a winning culture. Therefore, you all must play the entire fourth quarter." Thibodeau's no-substitution strategy proved successful as the Bulls ultimately triumphed over the formidable Lakers with a score of 99-91, thanks to a surge in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. Kobe had 8 of 18 shooting, scoring 20 points with 5 assists. Rose shot 11 of 23 for 30 points and 8 assists. Xie Yu went 9 of 13, hit 1 of 1 from three-point range, made 7 of 7 free throws, totaling 26 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists, earning the title of the game's most valuable player. Kobe said, "Feel free to reach out if you need anything. I know you have a way to get my phone number." Xie Yu replied, "I will find you. I'm very excited to match up with you. It's my honor." To Xie Yu, being reborn felt like winning the lottery. However, upon seeing Kobe, he realized that Rebirth was much more. Once they became more familiar with each other, he would definitely help Kobe sell his airplane. After defeating the Lakers, the Bulls' morale soared, winning consecutive games against the Mavericks, Suns, Nuggets, and Kings, achieving a 5-game winning streak and standing tall with a record of 13 wins and 2 losses in the entire league. During the 5-game winning streak, Xie Yu averaged 28.7 rebounds and 9 assists. His outstanding performance ignited the basketball scene in Huaxiao, with the most immediate change being the noticeable increase in the number of people on the basketball courts. Xie Yu's moves today were so impressive. "After school this afternoon, let's go play basketball. Oh, I want to use that move to get past all of you." That's Xie Yu. Can you compare to him? Are you capable? Of course I can. He is of Asian descent, and so am I. Plus, his in-and-out move doesn't seem that difficult. It seems so. Let's play ball after school. I will be the first to master Xie Yu's in-and-out move. Nonsense. I will be the one. Son, happy December. Thank you, my world's most beautiful mother. Happy December to you too, and may you make a fortune. Why are you so sweet-tongued? Quickly tell me, have you gotten a girlfriend? Mom, let me tell you, foreign women may look good, tall, and strong, but they definitely can't match our Chinese women when it comes to living together. What are you talking about, Mom? Every day I'm either competing or training. I don't even have a female friend, let alone a... That won't do either. You're under so much pressure. Having a relationship would help relieve it. Mom, Dad just called. I'll talk to you later. Dad, your call came at just the right moment. What's wrong? Is your mom bothering you again? How did you know? You didn't install some kind of listening device on my mom's phone, did you? Son, stop watching so many Hong Kong movies. It's not a spy. As long as that's not the case, then why are you calling me? You little brat. Can't I just call you to chat? Hurry up and tell me I have... Is your money enough? If not, your dad can transfer some rent to you. Dad, I'm making more money than you now. Really? Aren't your salaries annual? Did they pay you before you completed a full year? Not exactly. Payments are made every 2 weeks, and they'll finish before the season ends. Probably around 24 payments in total. As long as it's enough. Someone's coming to buy watermelons, I'll talk to you later. Beep, beep, beep. On December 2nd, the Bulls faced the Celtics at home, marking their second encounter. In contrast to their last intense matchup, this game saw the bald duo showcase an unprecedented impact as Garnett and Shaquille O'Neal were overwhelmed, both getting into foul trouble, leaving the Celtics' interior defense exposed, allowing Rose and Xie Yu to score at will. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed with a score of 105-96, continuing their winning streak. Rose shot 8 out of 17, made 1 out of 5 from three-point range, and hit all 9 free throws, tallying 26 points and 8 assists. Xie Yu hit 6 out of 9, made 12 out of 13 free throws, contributing 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. In Xinjiang at the Jing family house. Tian, how long are you going to stay in America this time? And when I haven't decided yet. If the auditions go well, I might just stay there for a few days and treat it as a vacation. How about you visit Chicago for a few days? Your brother is there, I can have him be your tour guide. Xie Yu is too busy to play around. How can I watch the game if he's not playing? Brother Jing, this is where you're mistaken. Our generation has such a good relationship. Look, Tian and Xie Yu haven't seen each other in so long. After all, they did sleep in the same bed when they were young. Everyone burst into laughter. Jing Tian blushed deeply, but she still forced herself to remain calm, and said, Antoine, please give me Xie Yu's contact information. I promise I'll visit him when I have time, and I also want to watch a game live since I haven't seen one yet. Auntie is very happy. I'll have my bodyguard who speaks excellent English accompany you, and he can also bring something for my son. My daughter said she would go if she has time, not that she will definitely go. What if she doesn't go? How will she bring you something? It's not that I'm criticizing you, you could just send it over directly to avoid bothering the 2 kids. Dad, it's fine. If I don't have time to go, I'll just have Antoine's bodyguard deliver it, it's not a problem. Exactly, look how sensible Tian is, beautiful and kind-hearted, just like my sister-in-law. Li Wan looked at Jing Tian with a motherly smile. On December 4th, the Bulls visited Orlando to challenge the Magic, led by Howard. Magic's starting lineup: center Howard, power forward Lewis, small forward Richardson, shooting guard Vince Carter, point guard Jameer Nelson. Bulls starting lineup: center Noah, power forward Boozer, small forward Lal Deng, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Rose. Upon learning he would be matched up against Carter, Xie Yu was puzzled. When did Vince Carter join the Orlando Magic? He had even teamed up with Howard. As a 20-year-old basketball fan, Xie Yu was very curious. He initially thought it was a butterfly effect from his rebirth in the NBA, but after extensive research he confirmed that Vince Carter indeed played for the Magic. It turned out that Carter was traded from the New Jersey Nets to Orlando in 2009. During warm-ups, Xie Yu and Carter were engaged in lighthearted banter. I'm your biggest fan. I would call your dunks the best in history. How do they compare to Michael Jordan? I can tell you're not really my fan just by your layup style. Xie Yu had a sudden idea. If the system posed a multiple-choice question, Jordan's dunk package or Carter's dunk package, which would he choose? In his past life, many of Xie Yu's friends believed that Vince Carter's dunks were the best in history, while they all regarded Michael Jordan as the GOAT. In the first quarter, the Bulls intentionally sought to help Boozer, who had just returned from injury, find his rhythm. However, the long absence from games left Boozer struggling as he ended up 0 for 6, and the Bulls trailed the Magic by 10 points, 18-28. In the second quarter, the ball duo struggled to make an impact, repeatedly being blocked by Howard, and Xie Yu received his first technical foul for complaining to the refs. With a quarter score of 3-3-1-5, the Magic nearly sealed the game. In the second half, trailing by 28 points, the Bulls attempted a desperate comeback, but Nelson and Carter took charge, scoring from both inside and outside, blowing the game wide open. In the end, the Magic defeated the league-leading Bulls by 20 points with a score of 107-87. After the game, Xie Yu sought out the referee, who called his technical foul, to discuss the call. He argued his case, recounting Howard's foul situation at the time. The referee listened intently, but Howard suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interrupted, saying, "What's wrong, rookie? Can't you handle a loss? Haven't you ever won? Winning once makes you special. I can handle losing. Ooh, I won't whine like you do when I lose. I'll be damned. You're the one who can't stop whining." Without a second thought, Howard was ready to argue back. Xie Yu stood his ground, defiantly bumping heads with him. The referee quickly separated the two, yet several photographers captured the moment. As Xie Yu left the court, numerous reporters pursued him, asking what had just happened. Xie Yu boldly responded, "In the next showdown, I will thoroughly defeat Dwight Howard. Moreover, I swear if our two teams meet in the playoffs, I will sweep him right back home." After the match, Xie Yu returned home exhausted. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jing Tian wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping wet. Their eyes met, and Xie Yu, bewildered, instinctively asked, "What are you doing here?" Jing Tian hurriedly explained the situation, and only then did Xie Yu understand what was going on. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "What about your assistant and bodyguard?" Jing Tian felt a bit embarrassed, and said, "I had them stay at a hotel. I just arrived in America and felt a bit unwell, so I used your bathroom to take a shower. Please don't mind it." Xie Yu chuckled lightly, clearly amused. "What are you saying? Our families have known each other for generations." He then gestured welcomingly, saying, "Welcome to Chicago." Jing Tian instinctively reached out and shook his hand. Just as their hands met, her towel fell off. Xie Yu felt his nose bleed, yet he couldn't help but steal a few glances. What a joke this is to Tian we're talking about. Who can resist? No matter how much the haters criticize, I've never heard anyone say that Tian or Mimi are small. After all, that's an undeniable fact. With With a gasp, Jing Tiantian frantically grabbed a towel, trying to cover her key areas. Oh no, she realized the towel was a bit small. If she covered the top, the bottom would be exposed. If she covered the bottom, those two spheres seemed ready to bounce out. You're still looking, Jing Tiantian shouted, and quickly retreated into the bathroom. After hesitating for a while, Xie Yu found a white shirt and handed it to Jing Tiantian. In the living room, both of them felt extremely awkward. I just finished training, and I'm going to take a shower first, he said. As Xie Yu went in, Jing Tiantian suddenly remembered her clothes were still in the bathroom. At that moment, Xie Yu also noticed a pile of clothes on the sink. Because of her large bust, her habit was to take off her bra last, so the underwear should be underneath. Xie Yu, you pervert. Jing Tiantian was both shy and angry. She stormed out of the bathroom, called her assistant for a pickup, and began packing her things to leave. She tolerated it for the sake of Aunt Wan, but she simply couldn't stay under the same roof as Xie Yu. It was only when the bodyguard and assistant arrived that Xie Yu learned Jing Tiantian was going to stay at a hotel. Hearing from Jing Tiantian's assistant about her feeling unwell and her experience of having her bag snatched, and seeing her unfriendly expression, Xie Yu began to speculate. That night, Xie Yu sought help from Ross Mafia brother and retrieved Jing Tiantian's bag in less than 2 hours. The next morning, he made some kanji and specially delivered it to her hotel. The heartwarming kanji and the recovered bag made Jing Tiantian feel a bit better, but just a bit. The thought of Xie Yu handling her underwear made her grit her teeth in anger. How could someone who looked so decent be so disgusting? Alas, a slip in vigilance. My lifelong reputation is ruined. As Xie Yu drove his Ferrari with one hand, he raged. Tiantian remembered to record more videos of the Thunder Team's number 0 playing. He's Dad's favorite player. Okay, I'll try my best. Oh right, ask Xie Yu to get a signed jersey for Dad. He wants to frame it. Dad, it's not polite to trouble others, isn't that the great truth you've taught me since I was little, eh? It's fine, Xiao Yu is not just anyone who I've watched this kid grow up. Under the dazzling lights of the United Center, Jing Tiantian sat elegantly in the front row, dressed in a simple yet stylish white short-sleeve top and black high-waisted skirt. Her white short-sleeve shirt made of silk hugged her form, outlining the smooth curve from her shoulders to her waist, while the flowing black skirt extended from her waist to her ankles, occasionally revealing the shimmering silver stiletto heels as she crossed her legs. This black and white ensemble not only highlighted her porcelain-like skin, but also showcased her enviable waist-to-hip ratio, through its minimalist cut resembling a beauty emerging from an Eastern ink painting. For the third time, she bit down on the straw of her freshly squeezed orange juice, her manicured nails creating crescent-shaped folds on the armrest. Xie Yu executed a windmill dunk, eliciting screams from the audience. Jing Tiantian let out a cold laugh, her pearl earrings swaying at her temples. She forced herself to look away, only to find that her lipstick had left a half-broken heart mark on the straw. As Xie Yu warmed up for his dunk, he glanced over at the left side of the audience for the 5th time. Click! The heel of Jing Tiantian's high-heeled shoes echoed against the floor. When that burning gaze swept over her again, she suddenly looked up. 10 meters away, Xie Yu hastily shifted his gaze and completed a routine dunk. As he landed and picked up the ball, he caught a glimpse of Jing Tiantian tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky finger, her pearl earrings glimmering softly against her cheek. This motion stirred something within him, and he delivered a thunderous dunk that earned him a round of applause. After the warm-up, Xie Yu walked straight towards the audience. Jing Tiantian's fingers suddenly clenched the diamond-studded nail tips, reflecting a glimmering light under the illumination. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps. When the scent of hormones emanated from Xie Yu, her heartbeat raced uncontrollably. You came to watch the game. My dad wants a signed jersey from Westbrook, so I need you to figure it out. Alright, what about you? Do you want one? Yours? Oh, that's not out of the question. You scoundrel. Hey, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Misunderstanding? You know what you've done? I don't know. You better clarify things with me. Ooh, I don't want to suffer for someone else's mistakes, or I won't have any friends left. You? The villain cries first, huh? Fine. I'll say it. You touched my underwear that I left in the bathroom. I touched your underwear. Hey, Jing Tiantian, do you have a persecution complex? Am I Xie Yu in such a poor condition? Am I lacking women? Why would I bother with your underwear? Besides, do you have any evidence? Yes. I always take off my bra last. That day after you went in to shower, I found my bra was no longer on top. So it must have been. How do you explain this? Xie Yu never expected the flaw to appear here, but without catching him in the act, he should deny it. As far as I know, you were feeling unwell that day. Your condition was poor. Is it possible that you misremembered? Or had a hallucination? Anyway, I didn't touch it, I swear. Alright, if you swear, I'll believe you. I swear if I touched your underwear, my good brother Dwight Howard will get hit by a car the moment he steps out, and he will never be reborn. Is that sufficient? Why don't you swear on yourself? Are you afraid? In America, swearing on oneself brings bad luck. Swearing on my best brother is just as good. The intense match between the Bulls and the Thunder raged on, and Xie Yu, seemingly aided by the gods, frequently showcased incredible scoring feats, earning thunderous applause. With the athlete's filter and Xie Yu's undeniable good looks, Jing Tiantian found herself unknowingly captivated. The thought that he might have romantic feelings for her only intensified her affections. As the saying goes, bad men are not loved by women. Being fantasized about by an ugly man is simply disgusting, while being fantasized about by a handsome man feels like one possesses charm. Ding. The system detected that you have captured the heart of a top beauty, granting you a star selection right. Jordan's fadeaway jumper or Peyton's steal. W. The divine weapon. I choose Jordan. Ding. Congratulations, your close-range shot has risen to A, mid-range shot to B, and 3-point shot to B. Jordan's fadeaway jumper is an attacking technique, not like his layup package which directly elevates layups to S. Instead, it enriched Xie Yu's shooting style, leading to limited improvements in close-range, mid-range, and three-point shots. If he had chosen Peyton's steal, Xie Yu's steal would undoubtedly have risen to S, but he still felt he had made the right choice. By the way, which top beauty fell for me? Xie Yu looked around and spotted Princess N in the front row. A top beauty, who else could it be but Princess N? Even with her boyfriend sitting next to her, Xie Yu felt that she was the one who had fallen for him. The system can't be wrong. Believe in yourself. Believe in the system. Xie Yu continuously gave himself psychological affirmations from which he drew boundless motivation. Xie Yu shot 15 out of 21, scoring 33 points, grabbing 12 rebounds, and making 10 assists, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Thunder by 18 points. After the game, fans were amazed not by Xie Yu's triple-double, but by his fadeaway jumper. Jordan himself took notice of Xie Yu across all platforms and posted in the league, "Xie Yu resembles me the most." With Jordan's fadeaway jumper, Xie Yu didn't become as formidable as he had imagined, rather he became less efficient. His issues often lay in shot selection and timing, as well as the decision-making between passing, shooting, and driving to the basket. In the next 10 games, the Bulls recorded 7 wins and 3 losses, while Xie Yu averaged 36 minutes on the court, with 15 attempts, 19, 2 points, 5, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 5, 1 turnovers, and a shooting percentage below 40. As the team's second option in a rookie season, it could still be considered commendable. Rose showcased MVP-level performances, leading the Chicago Bulls to a steady position at the top of the league. Time flew, and soon it was February 2011. When the All-Star lineup was announced, Xie Yu fell behind Wade and Rose on the ballot, ranking 3rd among Eastern backcourt players. And for the selection of substitutes, Xie Yu, averaging 20.56, was once again left out. Just when he thought about dropping out of the rookie game and the dunk contest, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Challenge triggered. Winning the All-Star dunk contest will grant you a star dunk package selection. Xie Yu quickly retracted his tense demeanor. Los Angeles. Xie Yu finally completed a date with Princess N, whom he had been chatting with for 2 months. Knowing she liked him, Xie Yu's pursuit became fervent, and the two quickly found themselves engaged in lively conversation. As time passed, their feelings gradually warmed. After dinner, the two tacitly went to the hotel. "Darling, I've brought up breaking up many times, but he disagrees and insists on asking me for a reason. Didn't you say you broke up last time?" "He didn't agree. Does breaking up require consent? Then should I make our relation? After all, he will find out eventually." During the rookie game, Xie Yu performed mediocrely, mostly conserving energy for tomorrow's dunk contest. Although he had many dunk ideas from later generations in his mind, all of them required ample physical strength to execute. The next day, Xie Yu narrowly defeated Griffin, McGee, and DeRozan to win the dunk contest. Fortunately, Wade was still participating in the All-Star game and wasn't judging, if otherwise Xie Yu might not have won. Whether it was a free throw line windmill or a mascot-seated dunk, Xie Yu's dunks exploded across the internet post-competition. The flying man of Huaxia. Xie Yu proved to the world that yellow-skinned people can also soar. "This is the most exciting dunk contest I've ever seen. Xie Yu's dunks defy imagination. Amazing. I look forward to Xie Yu contributing more exciting dunks in actual games. In the future, when Xie Yu makes a fast break no one is allowed to defend, let him dunk freely." Ding. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have earned a star selection right. Carter's dunk package or LeBron's dunk. Sorry, LeBron, your in-game dunks may be the best in history, but I love Carter. Carter's dunk package. Ding. Dunk skill has risen to S. The All-Star East-West showdown was in full swing while Xie Yu and Princess N strolled hand in hand, exuding sweetness. Soon an unexpected twist occurred. The two were photographed and quickly made headlines. To the outside world, Adam was seen as Princess N's boyfriend, prompting various reporters to dig deeper. During the All-Star weekend, Xie Yu and Princess N have been staying at the same hotel. Xie Yu and Princess N are in a romantic relationship. An 11-year age gap. 18-year-old Xie Yu is in love with 29-year-old Princess N. Initially, the public's attention was primarily focused on Xie Yu and Princess N, but then another key figure emerged. Adam stated, "Xie Yu is the third party. Princess N and I are still in a relationship." He then shared a jewelry necklace he had designed for Princess N a week prior, in which she looked genuinely happy. Suddenly, the internet erupted. "My God, Xie Yu is brazenly stealing someone's partner. How arrogant. Athletes are not only brainless, but also lack culture, bringing shame to our Huaxia people. And they aren't even married, so why fear? If he was sleeping with your girlfriend, would you say the same?" "Exactly. I suggest the men's basketball team expel Xie Yu." Princess N was whisked away from Los Angeles by her agent, while Xie Yu was inundated with calls in the hotel from teams and media alike, causing him much annoyance. In a fit of anger, he turned off his phone. After all, what was the big deal about having slept with an unmarried star? Isn't that how stories in Rebirth novels go? What's the big deal? Furious, Adam continued to escalate the situation, hiring someone to forcibly crack Princess N's social media password, revealing some of her chat records with Xie Yu, confirming that it was Xie Yu who approached Annie first. The online outrage continued to escalate, and despite Princess N's objections, her management company shifted all the blame onto Xie Yu. The statement highlighted Xie Yu's enthusiasm and initiative while embellishing his image as young, handsome, and fit, claiming that Princess N was in a cold war with her boyfriend, which led her to stray and make the common mistake of a heartbroken woman. Surprisingly, Sherman cooperated and admitted that he was indeed at fault for not resolving things with Princess and allowing Xie Yu an opportunity, expressing a desire to mend his ways and hoping for Annie's return. In the end, Adam declared he would never forgive Xie Yu for being the third party in his relationship and called for a collective boycott again. Thus, the online Green Alliance grew stronger, with many netizens deeply identifying with the situation, loathing Xie Yu transitioning from online outrage to real-world actions. In Chicago, a large group of so-called protesting fans suddenly gathered outside the United Center clamoring for the Bulls. The mastermind behind all this was Adam Sherman. Xie Yu had slept with his beloved woman, enraging him, and he vowed to make Xie Yu pay the most painful price. Not only did this guy incite offline disruptions, but he also initiated small moves online, hiring a large number of internet trolls to pressure the Chicago Bulls. He saw Xie Yu as a newcomer and inexperienced Huaxiao rookie, easy to bully. Rumors began to spread wildly online. Those unethical media outlets driven by financial gain began fabricating stories accusing Xie Yu of being lecherous and even spreading rumors about him soliciting prostitutes, presenting these fabrications as truth. Behind all this, Adam Sherman was secretly pushing the narrative. Bulls general manager Gar Forman was furious upon hearing about the situation. At this moment, however, Xie Yu seemed to have vanished into thin air, making him impossible to contact. Gar Forman, at his wits' end, issued an ultimatum: if Xie Yu did not show up, the team would not forgive him and would impose severe punishment. Finally, Xie Yu returned to Chicago, and as soon as he landed, he was taken directly to Gar Forman's office. Gar Forman wasted no time and stated directly, "You need to issue a public apology, admit to being the third party in someone else's relationship, and accept a one-game suspension from the team." Xie Yu exploded at this, arguing that he had never done anything inappropriate, princess, and had already broken up with him. Did that mean that if he disagreed with the breakup, they were bound together for life? Xie Yu hurriedly explained, "Everything online is the work of Adam. I cannot apologize. Apologizing would mean admitting to being the third party, which is not the case, so I cannot agree to that." Gar Forman, however, did not relent. "What the truth is doesn't matter. We need to quell the fans' anger. You must apologize." Xie Yu's attitude was equally firm. "Apologize? Not a chance. What a joke. It's like confessing to a crime." Gar Forman felt his authority was trampled by Xie Yu, shouting angrily, "If you don't apologize, then you might as well request it. The Chicago Bulls don't want disobedient players." Xie Yu was equally furious. "Fine. If I get in trouble, you won't help me. Not only do you refuse to clarify the situation, but you also pressure me to apologize and punish me. We have different views and can't work together. If this place doesn't want me, there are others that will." With that, Xie Yu slammed the door and stormed out. His actions left Gar Forman utterly humiliated. In a fit of rage, Gar swept everything off his desk and shouted, Get as far away as you can. I will sell you to a terrible team." However, Gar Forman never anticipated that this move would slowly push him toward becoming a historical villain in Chicago. News about Xie Yu being put on the trading block spread quickly, and teams responded eagerly, especially since Xie Yu had impressive stats of 20.56 in his rookie season, making him worth the gamble despite the current controversy. The most proactive team was the Cleveland Cavaliers, desperate for a rebuild after LeBron's departure. David Griffin, who had just joined the Cavaliers from the Suns and wasn't fully responsible for basketball operations, was determined to acquire Xie Yu. He persuaded general manager Chris Grant to do whatever it took to bring Xie Yu on board. The Cavaliers' offer was straightforward: any player on the roster, old or young, could be selected, but there were no draft picks. For the Bulls, who sought immediate talent and had ample salary cap space, the Cavaliers were undoubtedly an excellent trading partner. In the end, a three-team trade was finalized, with the Cavaliers sending out two All-Stars, Anton Jamison and Mo Williams, to acquire Xie Yu and a first-round pick from the Bulls in 2011, along with several other players to match salaries, who were then traded for additional draft picks. One daring to buy, the other daring to sell. Xie Yu, once the beloved star, swiftly became a pariah. If not for David Griffin's strong recommendation and persuasion of the team owner and general manager, this trade would never have gone through. It must be noted that offers from other teams were far lower than that of the Cavaliers. Shocked by the trading news, Xie Yu vowed to make the Chicago Bulls regret their decision and ensure Gar Forman pays for it. Upon leaving Chicago, he did not meet anyone, but still replied to a text. "Rose, bro, I'm sorry I can't change the team's decision. I wish you all the best. We will always be the best brothers. Xie Yu, love you, bro. Take care of your knees, and remember, slowing down at times is for a more explosive offense. Noah, bro, you always say you look too handsome to be safe, and now I believe it. I'm feeling balanced now. Cheer up, and I wish you all the best in Cleveland. Forever, brothers. Xie Yu, see you later, brother. I will miss you. Gibson, I cried. I'm so sad. Who will make me pancakes now that you are gone? Gibson, there are no endless banquets in this world, nor pancakes that never run out. I will definitely play with you again when the opportunity arises. Xie Yu, all right, brother. Goodbye. Chaomingda, you are quite the troublemaker." From the top of the league to the bottom, Xie Yu arrived in Cleveland. General manager Chris Grant, praised by many as a crouching dragon, hidden phoenix, and vice president David Griffin arrived together to welcome him, providing Xie Yu with an impressive reception despite the unwillingness of the Cleveland fans. Gar Forman, the Bulls' general manager who had been lauded, held a press conference to welcome the two new recruits, never imagining that at this moment Xie Yu could still yield two affordable all-star players. "I thank Xie Yu for his contributions to the team, and I wish him all the best in the future. As for his off-court news, no comment." Gar Forman concluded the press conference. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers only released official photos from the event without inviting any reporters. The Cavaliers management had already taken preventive measures. As long as Xie Yu hadn't committed any crimes, they would overlook the past and not bring it up again, let alone respond to the media. Upon arriving in Cleveland, Xie Yu passed his physical examination smoothly, and everything was going well. He gradually relaxed and his mood improved. The next day, Xie Tianxian and Li Wan arrived in Cleveland to buy Xie Yu a house and a car without mentioning anything about Xie Yu. Ding. A new 10 million Huaxiao coins detected for the host, granting one selection opportunity. Three-point shot or mid-range shot? As the leader in the Cavaliers, where would there be an opportunity for a three-pointer? I choose the mid-range shot. Congratulations, mid-range shot upgraded to a. With his parents by his side, Xie Yu finally saw the clouds disperse and the sun shine. Hi Xie Yu, welcome to the Qishir family. I am head coach Maikobu Lang. I have long heard of you. I am very pleased and eager to play under your guidance. Come on, I will take you to meet everyone. Training had just wound down when Bai Luan Dai Wei Si, ever familiar and brazen, sidled up to Xie Yu and leered, so how does Annie smell? You really have some nerve. She's my goddess. Would you drink her bathwater? Xie Yu retorted without even looking up. What did you say, kid? Show some respect. Respect is mutual. You talk about respect. Do you respect you, damn? You slept with someone else's woman, you're a bastard. What are you getting so worked up about? I didn't sleep with your woman. What did you say? You still want to sleep with my woman? Damn you. Thud. A right hook from Xie Yu sent Bai Luan Dai Wei Si flying. The entire arena was stunned. No one reacted in time to separate them. As Bai Luan Dai Wei Si scrambled to his feet to retaliate, Xie Yu kicked him again, sending him sprawling. Maikobu Lang exclaimed Huaxia Kung Fu. After the management of Qishir learned the full story that night, they shipped Bai Luan Dai Wei Si out, acquiring 2 second-round draft picks in return. Do Wei Go Leaf and sought out Xie Yu for a heart-to-heart. Xie Yu, I've put everything into you. I see you as a cornerstone for this team. You must repay me with your performance. Boss, we're dead last in the league. All the capable players are gone. How am I supposed to perform? No, you misunderstand. This season we must strategically tank to secure the top pick. Even games we could win you must lose for me. Top pick. Xie Yu thought carefully, wasn't the 2011 top pick, Xinjiang. In an instant the Qishir team became far more appealing. Wait, if I were the one choosing, assembling a young squad capable of contending for a title wouldn't be difficult. After all, who succeeds and who fails is clear to a reborn man like me. Boss, rest assured. I will help the team secure the top pick. We will prepare for next season. That resolve is what I want. Don't be so impulsive in future. Go back and prepare well for the next game. Countless eyes are watching. If you can win, we will lift our heads high. All right, I will give my all. Good, just win one game. On February 24th, 2011, Xie Yu made his Qishir debut. Jian routed Qishir 1-2-9-9-0, a 39-point drubbing. Kai Wen Ma Ding. Xie Yu, hone your craft. I look forward to a stronger you. Xie Yu, give my regards to my Yao Ji. Do Wei Go Leaf, and weren't you supposed to give your all? Xie Yu, boss, I want to. I won't even comment on my teammates' abilities. The key is they don't pass me the ball and won't cooperate. How am I supposed to play this way? Do Wei Go Leaf, inside you single-handedly took away 3 all-star players, and with your personal life issues their resentment is inevitable. Take it one step at a time. Xie Yu. They suffered heavy defeats to Nyo Yu Nikisi and Fei Ching 76 Rin, closing out February. He had hoped March would be a fresh beginning. A 10-game losing streak. Xie Yu's Qishir record 0 wins 13 losses. On March 23rd, Xie Yu spared no expense and hosted a lavish banquet for the whole team. After nearly a month together and 13 shared defeats, Xie Yu's relationships with his teammates had softened considerably, especially with JJ Shi Kusun and Alongs Wiji. Saishin Si. Xie Yu, there must be a reason you're treating us to this feast, right? JJ Shi Kusun, don't you guys know? Everyone shook their heads. Wallai Chiao, don't make us wait. Say it. JJ Shi Kusun, Alongs Wiji, I know you know. Tell them for Xie Yu. Alongs Wiji, tomorrow we face the Orlando Mashu. Xie Yu has history with the Huai Tehuahuada. Saishin Si, so Xie Yu is treating because he wants us to beat the Mashu team tomorrow. JJ Shi Kusun, exactly. That's it, right, Xie Yu? Xie Yu, yes. No matter what, I will win that game tomorrow. Saishin Si, but that's the Mashu team. 4th in the East with a winning percentage well above 50. How are we supposed to win? Xie Yu, the mountain man, has his stratagem. All of you gather around. Mashu starting 5. Center de Huai Tehuahuada. Power forward Basi. Small forward Te Kugolu. Shooting guard Jia Sunli Chada's son. Point guard Jiami Ernie Air's son. Qishir starting 5. Center Wallai Chiao. Power forward JJ Shi Kusun. Small forward Alongs Wiji. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Saishin Si. Pre-game. Da Huai Tehuahuada. Xie Yu, you said you'd sweep me in the playoffs. Ooh, I almost believed it. After all, Gongyo team really is strong. But now you've been sold by Gongyo, and it seems you'll never make the playoffs. Xie Yu, don't act like an idiot. Have you heard that a gentleman's revenge is not delayed for 10 years? This year we're strategically conceding. Next year we'll reach the playoffs. Then we'll leave you utterly defeated. Da Huai Tehuahuada. Thanos snaps his fingers, and the world is destroyed, yet your mouth keeps going. Xie Yu, you blue-collar player, shut up. If you've got the nerve, let's see who scores more tonight. Da Huai Tehuahuada, bring it on. I just don't chase points, but if I wanted, a dropping 50 on your team would be effortless. Xie Yu, come on, coward. Da Huai Tehuahuada. The game began. Da Huai Tehuahuada won the tip. The Mashu team took the first possession. Da Huai Tehuahuada demanded the ball down low, back down while Lai Chiao spun and thundered a dunk in one fluid motion. 20. Da Huai Tehuahuada. Xie Yu, did you see that? There isn't a single player on your team who can perform. Xie Yu handled the ball, ran a pick and roll with JJ Shi Kusun, drove into the paint, stopped on a dime, and rose using rhythm to create a chance at the rim. Da Huai Tehuahuada came fearlessly to protect the rim. Xie Yu suddenly exploded into speed, unleashed unparalleled force, and delivered a one-armed slam. He posterized Da Huai Tehuahuada and drew a foul on the shot block attempt, and won. Xie Yu shouted then spat at Da Huai Tehuahuada, "You're a coward. Posterizing you is as easy as drinking water." No sooner had he finished speaking than they were jawing again. The referees called technicals on both Xie Yu and Da Huai Tehuahuada. Each received a technical foul. The score was 12-12. Da Huai Tehuahuada again called for the ball inside. Hua Lai Qiao timed a backward fall and brought the beast down with him. The two lay tangled on the floor while Lai Qiao clung to Da Huai Tehuahuada with an aggressive intimacy that left him no room to escape. Unable to tolerate it, Da Huai Tehuahuada delivered a kick and a brief scuffle erupted between the teams. After reviewing the replay, the referees assessed another technical on both Hua Lai Qiao and Da Huai Tehuahuada. With his second technical, Da Huai Tehuahuada was ejected from the game. "Hey big lug, bye-bye to you." Without Howard, the Magic seemed to have lost their memory, suddenly unable to play basketball at all. With no rim protection, no interior scoring, and no gravitational pull from Howard in the paint, they lacked clean three-point opportunities and repeatedly missed shots. In contrast, the Cavaliers led by Xie Yu played with poise and precision, truly embodying the identity of an Eastern Conference fourth-place team. Final score, 99,108. Xie Yu secured his first victory as a Cavalier. 28 field goals attempted, 12 made, 5 three-pointers attempted, 2 made, 17 free throws attempted, 15 made, 41 points, 12 rebounds, 16 assists. He recorded a triple-double, while both his points and assists set new career highs, crowning him undisputed player of the game. David Griffin and Chris Grant embraced tightly. Though Xie Yu had won only a single regular season game, they glimpsed a radiant future for the franchise. Offensively, Xie Yu possessed unparalleled penetration ability, reliable mid-range shooting, and a credible three-point threat. Most crucially, he possessed exceptional playmaking vision, the rare capacity to unify and elevate an entire team. In this game, J. Hickson shot a perfect 9 for 9 from the field and 4 for 7 from the free throw line, finishing with 22 points and 14 rebounds. Notably, aside from 2 putbacks, all 7 of his other field goals came directly from Xie Yu's assists. Defensively, Xie Yu could guard positions 1 through 4, a versatility that already signaled elite potential for all defensive team honors. How could David Griffin and Chris Grant not be electrified? To be frank, Xie Yu's playing style is truly exceptional. You're just realizing that. He's widely regarded as the most aesthetically compelling young player of his generation. Another stylist I deeply admire is his former teammate, Derrick Rose. I'm a Bulls fan. I openly and proudly miss the flat-top duo. I'm not a Cavaliers fan, yet I love watching their games, even during their streak of 14 consecutive losses. Are you a Xie Yu fan? If you love him, say it aloud. On March 26th, the Cavaliers stunned the Eastern Conference powerhouse Atlanta Hawks, and Xie Yu delivered another triple-double. He shot 16 for 25 from the field, 3 for 6 from beyond the arc, and 11 for 12 from the free throw line, scoring 46 points, grabbing 11 rebounds, and dishing out 12 assists. Yet shortly thereafter, the team suffered 3 straight defeats, and Xie Yu reverted to his usual struggles with shot efficiency. Entering April, the Cavaliers, already mathematically eliminated from playoff contention, had only 8 games remaining. To secure last place in the league standings, management quietly planned to lose all 8. Yet Xie Yu, carried away by the rhythm of the game, would often erupt into unstoppable scoring bursts, bringing victory within reach. At such moments, coach Mike Brown, abandoning all pretense, would unceremoniously bench Xie Yu and halt the momentum. On April 14th, the final game of the regular season, the league-leading Bulls faced the cellar-dwelling Cavaliers. Anticipated as a dramatic homecoming and personal reckoning for Xie Yu against his former team, the matchup instead featured widespread rest for star players on both sides. Xie Yu did not play. The Cavaliers fell to the Bulls 83-92, bringing the 2010-11 season to a quiet close. Xie Yu claimed Rookie of the Year honors, averaging 25, 1.6, 1 rebounds and 7.3 assists per game, and earned unanimous selection to the All-Rookie First Team. Derrick Rose fulfilled his promise, edging out LeBron James to win the MVP award, and became the youngest MVP in NBA history. Yet in the playoffs, Rose's Bulls were eliminated in a hard-fought series by the Miami Heat. The newly formed Big Three, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, advanced to the NBA Finals, ultimately falling to the Dallas Mavericks in 6 games. Dirk Nowitzki was named Finals MVP, thus concluding the 2010-11 season. During the postseason, Xie Yu remained far from idle. He hired a private training staff and pursued an elegant balance of travel and rigorous practice, mastering the art of harmonizing work and leisure. Meanwhile, a friend of Adam's leaked news that Adam had attempted suicide over heartbreak, though he was fortunately rescued. As a result, Princess and returned to his side, while Xie Yu found himself permanently affixed to the pillar of shame. Xie Yu was certain it had been Adam's self-staged drama, after all, who attempts suicide and fails so spectacularly. What Xie Yu never anticipated was that his silence, his refusal to publicly respond, would later earn him millions of devoted female fans and the ardent admiration of countless actresses, cementing his global reputation as the ultimate paragon of devoted romance. After spending a week in Britain, Xie Yu met Xie Yu, a Chinese international student. Fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful, with long, graceful legs, she drove a crimson Porsche 718, effortlessly cool and commanding. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is but a thin veil away. Under Xie Yu's relentless charm and advances, Xie Yu surrendered completely. His itinerary was swiftly revised. The entire team extended its stay in London. But the idyll proved fleeting. This seemingly affluent heiress soon overwhelmed Xie Yu with her expectations. She ordered fried rice priced at over 1,000 Chinese yuan per bite, demanded gifts from Xie Yu at every meeting and insisted, without hesitation, on luxury clothing and handbags, always the most expensive. One night, after an intense and passionate encounter, Xie Yu nestled against Xie Yu's chest and whispered softly, "Darling, do you think I could become a star? Perhaps, if you tone it down just a bit, you'd be perfectly cast as AI Li." AI Li? Which AI Li? Xie Yu instantly sat upright, eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The one from The Temptation to Go Home, which aired earlier this year. The AI Li who wore pin ruse pajamas and waged a fiery battle with her husband. You say I need to tone it down. That AI Li was utterly shameless. Am I really that bold? Explain yourself. Another storm of passion followed. Darling, I've heard your mother wields tremendous influence in the entertainment industry. Could she help with what? Xie Yu gazed at her intrigued. Xie Yu hesitated. Then, recalling how she had accommodated Xie Yu's insatiable appetite, her body still tender from their recent intimacy, she summoned her courage, pouted, and declared, "Help me rise to stardom. I want to be a major celebrity." Predictably, Xie Yu ended the relationship. Furious, Xie Yu confided in her best friend He Tianjin, recounting every intimate detail of her time with Xie Yu. Encouraged by He Tianjin, Xie Yu leaked intimate photographs of them together. Xie Yu lay bare-chested and sound asleep, while Xie Yu leaned in close to his face, puckering her lips for a kiss, capturing the moment in a provocative selfie. The photo ignited an online firestorm. 2 days later, under her friend's strategic guidance, Xie Yu granted an exclusive interview to a tabloid outlet. In the interview, she confirmed Xie Yu's reputed voracious libido. At his peak, he took me 7 times in a single day, only stopping when I couldn't even rise from bed. Her friend, acting behind Xie Yu's back, further told the press that he was stingy and selfish, refusing to spend money on her and unwilling to leverage his connections to advance her career. Finally, she claimed he ended the relationship simply because he had grown bored, labeling him a thoroughly despicable cad. And thus, with her friend's meticulous orchestration, Xie Yu's carefully curated public persona bloomed overnight. And Xie Yu, merely a fool. In this world, how many true cases of love at first sight truly exist? Even granting the possibility, aren't they vastly outnumbered by calculated, premeditated designs? You know, Xie Yu's taste is quite good. Xie Yu is a real gem. Xie Yu, aged 21, a student studying in the UK, stands at 173 centimeters with a D cup. Assessment completed. She is a beauty beyond compare. The star princess and the high achiever Xie Yu truly has great luck. 7 times a day. Xie Yu is to the one upstairs. If you can't do it yourself, could you not drag us into this? If I were to drive with Xie Yu, I could go 14 times without stopping. With such a beautiful girlfriend, how can he not cherish her? Is this Xie Yu really a fake rich second generation? The richer he is, the stingier he becomes. Xie Yu is truly something else. Xie Yu looked at the comments from social media users, feeling speechless. What is this all about? He then opened his private message page. Xie Yu, I don't want money. I just want 7 times a remember to reply to me. Hello, I am adult website. Would you be interested in chatting? I am an international student standing at 169 centimeters, 36D. Due to my father's gambling debts and my mother's serious illness, my younger brother is still a child. My profile has my real photos. Contact me, and I won't let you down. Xie Yu Gidge. Hello, Xie Yu, I am your loyal fan. I wouldn't dare to joke. I am not capable in that area, and wish to ask you how to achieve 7 times in one night. With that, Xie Yu sighed, deeply wondering why his rebirth was so different from others. Xie Yu's negative news completely disqualified him from the Asian Championships. The Basketball Association did not contact him directly, but relayed messages through Yao Ming. In short, the door to the national team is not completely closed, or if he wants to enter, he must improve himself. If he fails to do so, the door will be shut completely. Having determined that he would not be going to the national team, Xie Yu began his specialized training early. He first returned to America to train with Iverson. After a week of high-intensity training, Xie Yu greatly benefited. The system only provided a skill package but did not guarantee that Xie Yu could unleash its full power. How much he could harness depended on himself. He might even be stronger than Iverson, as Xie Yu's physical attributes were far superior. Of course, it is also possible that he could only unleash 1 or 2 tenths. In Xie Yu's eyes, he had only managed to tap into 30% of his potential. It's akin to playing an unknown match in 2K24. You choose LeBron James with an overall rating of 99, while your opponent picks Kobe Bryant with a rating of 90. However, you are a novice while your opponent is a master. Do you think you can win? During the season, Xie Yu realized this, so he contacted Iverson, Jordan, and Carter early on, seeking guidance over the summer. Iverson said, "Our styles are different. You cannot copy everything. You should take the essence and discard the dross." Through several days of training, Xie Yu summarized Iverson's strengths in breaking through. 1. The killer crossover. Low center of gravity change, misleading the defensive focus through exaggerated shoulder fakes and head movements, then instantly lowering his body for a change of direction. Deceptive rhythm, creating breakthrough space through a slow-fast sudden stop change of pace, such as the classic double change of direction, the famous scene of faking out Jordan in 1997. Asymmetrical dribbling, proficient in left-hand dribbling, but more adept at using the right hand for lethal changes of direction, forming a unique right-leaning attack mode. 2. Extreme speed and explosiveness. Historically top-tier first-step explosiveness, paired with ultra-low dribbling, almost hugging the ground, that allows acceleration in under 0.5 seconds. nonlinear breakthrough paths creating defensive misalignment through sudden lateral drifts like hesitation steps followed by directional changes. 3. The fusion of street basketball and real combat. Killer crossover and ankle breaker. These signature moves are imbued with a strong street flavor, yet they discard flashy actions in favor of simplicity and efficiency. He excels at suddenly stopping for a jump shot during high-speed dribbling, forming a breakthrough's top two-part attack. 4. Psychological warfare and resilience in confrontation. Regardless of who the opponent is, Iverson dares to initiate physical contact utilizing the technique of borrowing strength to counter strength to finish plays. Even when fatigued or double-teamed, his dribbling rhythm always poses a breakthrough threat. After spending another 2 weeks, Xie Yu merged his own characteristics with Iverson's dribbling and breakthrough technique. Compared to Iverson, Xie Yu did not have the innate disadvantage of height restrictions. He focused on enhancing his physical confrontation during breakthroughs, no longer relying solely on explosiveness. This change left Iverson in awe, exclaiming, "Your breakthrough moves are already at the pinnacle. I am not as good as you." Moreover, Xie Yu discussed his own playing style with Iverson and gained significant insights. He combined dribbling with pick-and-roll strategies, no longer merely pursuing extreme unknown breakthroughs, but becoming more practical and harder to defend against. He also enhanced the shooting threat after dribbling, like Sam Gold's step back, making it difficult for defenders to predict. These 3 weeks of dribbling training transformed Xie Yu. Bidding farewell to Iverson, Xie Yu arrived at Jordan's home. The two felt a bond upon meeting, and that evening Xie Yu openly shared all he had learned from Iverson. Compared to Iverson, Jordan's breakthroughs relied more on strength and aerial confrontation. His dribbling changes were smaller, but more precise, like the drop step, the triple threat in an active ball state, while Iverson excelled in speed and ground-level changes. Xie Yu's evolved dribbling and breakthrough techniques resembled a fusion of Jordan and Iverson precise, yet Jordan also provided Xie Yu with much guidance on dribbling. 3 days later, they officially began instruction on layups and fadeaway shots. This lesson was far from simple. Xie Yu spent a month without truly mastering it, often struggling with the timing of his shots. He practiced 4 times a day, fully committed to refining his fadeaway jumper. Jordan said, "Bro, you are a madman. Ooh, I see my younger self in you." Xie Yu replied, "Brother, can I stay at your place of—" "What do you mean?" "Of course. We are like brothers, even if not by blood. A Charlotte welcomes you." Xie Yu said, "Just do your thing. You come over to guide me. When you have time, I'm off to train." "You little rascal, always running off when serious matters come up. Keep your feet shoulder-width apart, bend your knees, and lean your upper body forward to build momentum for a quick backward lean. Release the ball when your body has leaned back to its peak, using your forearm and fingers to flick the ball primarily with your index and middle fingers, maintaining a straight release while using your other hand to stabilize the ball. Remember, the core lies in the combination of body balance, core strength, and precise touch. I'm not missing shots anymore. Ooh, I feel unstoppable, though I'm too reliant on my touch. Take your time. Honestly, I'm amazed at how quickly you've adapted to the new shooting style and how accurate you are. Really. You've been isolated for a month, just like your training in Huaxia. You've improved significantly. Go tell your coach, hey, I've changed." "They will go crazy." "Haha, that sounds great. I'll call them right now." "David Griffin, Chris, we have a problem." "Chris Grant, what happened, David?" After hearing David Griffin's words, the two rushed to the airport. On the plane, Chris Grant, "Two crazy guys. Michael Jordan is so old and still doesn't know to be steady. Changing a shooting form isn't something you can achieve overnight. David Griffin, although Xie Yu's awkward form is ugly, it's too risky. How many people in the world can learn Michael Jordan's fadeaway jumper, and how many actually succeed?" Chris Grant, "Too much talking brings tears. You are a great revival. Good shot. Beautiful. Michael, you taught him well. It looks amazing. That fadeaway jumper." Watching Xie Yu's shooting practice, David Griffin and Chris Grant could hardly contain their smiles. He's simply the white Jordan. The four enjoyed dinner together very happily. "Xie Yu, by the way, how are the new recruits doing?" David Griffin, "They look pretty good so far." Jordan, "What? Your team actually let Xie Yu select players? That's absurd." Chris Grant, "No, we just considered his opinions. Oh, we had them picked out too." Jordan, "Really? Who are they? Tell me." Chris Grant enumerated: first round first pick Kyrie Irving, first round fourth pick Tristan Thompson, first round 15th pick Kawhi Leonard. This was achieved by trading the excellent performance of Sessions from last season. It was Xie Yu's idea, and also the insistence of David Griffin, though I remain skeptical. Jordan, "Courageous. First round 30th pick Jimmy Butler, second round second pick Chandler Parsons. I initially wasn't optimistic about this, but currently it looks quite good. He has defense and a decent three-point shot. Xie Yu thought before he gets paid he's quite good. Second round 24th pick Etuan Moore." Jordan, "All chosen by Xie Yu." Chris Grant, "Definitely not. For instance, the 24th pick in the second round, Xie Yu insisted on selecting Isaiah Thomas, which I firmly opposed. He's too short and can't possibly stand out in the NBA, where tall players abound." Xie Yu, "Thank you." After dinner, everyone was happy. After confirming the time for the team's early practice, Xie Yu bid farewell to David Griffin and Chris Grant and continued to practice diligently. August. Your aerial adjustment skills are still lacking. You need to adjust your shooting angle calmly, even when defenders are trying to block you. It's too obvious. Add more shoulder movement. Don't be shy. You go ahead and use eye deception boldly. You need to learn to use fakes to force defenders out of position. The fadeaway jumper is not just a technical move, but a psychological. September. Xie Tianxian and Li Wan went to America together and spent a fortune to buy the villa next to Jordan, making Xie Yu Jordan's neighbor, moving out of Jordan's house. "Son, what do you think? You stayed at Jordan's house for a few months. How could you do that?" "Mom, it's fine. He's my half-brother." Ding. The system has detected an addition of 30 million Huaxia coins, granting you 3 selection rights. Jump, speed, jump or speed, speed, jump or speed, jump. Congratulations, speed upgraded to A, jump upgraded to B. October. Offensive choices are based on defensive pressure positional advantages and the stage of the game. When facing help defense or opponents with height advantages, a fadeaway jumper can avoid the risk of being blocked. During a decline in physical stamina or later stages of a career, mid-range jumpers are the most efficient scoring method. In the final moments of a game, leaning towards jump shots reduces the chances of being intercepted or blocked. As for layup choices, I've seen your previous games. You have your style, but the only thing to improve is to be more decisive once you have a mismatch advantage. A week later. Timing is crucial. You need to put more effort into reading the game, predicting defenses, and building defensive positioning analysis, shooting or layups, and quick reactions to double teams. Rhythm control, slow fast, sudden stop, connecting fakes. There's a lot to learn here, requiring constant exploration during games. Game phase considerations, probing at the start, establishing touch through jump shots while observing defensive strategies. In the final quarter, I prefer challenging jump shots or aggressive drives to psychologically pressure opponents. November. You've graduated, and I have nothing left to teach you. Go out and play in real matches. Thank you, brother. I'll bow to you. Get lost. Alright. Watching Xie Yu's departing figure, Jordan felt mixed emotions and softly said, if I'm closer to a demon than an angel, then the future Xie Yu will undoubtedly become a true demon. Who dares to defy? Accept any form of an unknown challenge. Newbies must step up. There is no room for negotiation. Owen thought to himself, I am the top scholar, not here to assist you. He'll go first. My name is Kyrie Owen, nice to meet you. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge? Xie Yu scanned the room, declaring his dominance as the team's leader with a defiant attitude. At this moment, Xie Xinjiang lacked the courage to bet against Kobe, as he had just been severely punished by Xie Yu, losing 12-0, with no face-saving grace left. Jimmy, trailing 12-2, lacked the commanding presence he would later show in the Timberwolves, as he could hardly defend against. Leonard faced the same issue. Their defensive prowess crumbled under Xie Yu. He could shoot whenever he wanted, drive to the basket at will, taking what he pleased, and leaving the rookies powerless. After establishing his authority, Xie Yu treated the entire team to dinners for 3 consecutive days post-training, helping the newcomers integrate more quickly. In the free agency market, the Cavaliers were quite active. David Griffin and Chris Grant surprisingly had the same idea. They both aimed to sign veterans still with something left in the tank to help the rookies develop more effectively. Xie Yu had different thoughts. This season, he aimed to achieve results, stating that the playoffs would be the best training camp for newcomers, urging management to sign all-stars. However, his voice carried little weight, even though he visibly improved his game. David West signed a 2-year, $20 million contract with the Cavaliers. Mike Bibby will sign with the Cavaliers. Vince Carter was traded to the Suns, and then waived, becoming a free agent. Xie Yu only practiced with Carter for 1 day during the summer, but they developed a good relationship. Carter praised the extent of Xie Yu's dunks. Persuaded by Xie Yu, Carter turned down the Dallas Mavericks and signed a 3-year, $10 million contract with the Cavaliers. In December, the NBA preseason was about to commence. Cavaliers roster. Center Varajo, Ryan Hollins, Semi Urton. Power forward David West, J.J. Hickson, Tristan Thompson. Small forward Alonzo G. Caspi, Leonard Parsons. Shooting guard Xie Yu, Jimmy Butler, Vince Carter. Point guard Daniel Gibson, Owen Moore, Mike Bibby. The Cavaliers conducted their official team photo shoot. Cavaliers Media Day. Reporter, Xie Yu, this summer, aside from being in a relationship, there hasn't been any other news. Are you content with the status quo? Xie Yu disliked self-promotion and struggled to find words to respond, blurting out, next question. Reporter was slightly taken aback and somewhat displeased, pressing on. You were not called up by the Chinese men's national basketball team while they won the Asian championship, but what are your thoughts on that? Have they excluded you? Xie Yu did not lift his head, replying, next question. You won the Rookie of the Year and had a historically great rookie season, yet your shoe contract hasn't been settled. Oh, do you feel? Next question. The public believes Kyrie Owen is more suitable to be the cornerstone of the team. What do you think? Princess Ellen and Adam have reconciled. Did you know? Bye. This segment of the interview went viral, with Xie Yu's cold demeanor and the reporter's sharp questions becoming topics of discussion among fans before the season began. Due to the lockout, there were only 2 preseason games. The Cavaliers swept the Pistons in both games, with Xie Yu playing 20 minutes each time, scoring 22 and 26 points respectively. In just 2 games, Xie Yu had already won over the Cleveland fans. With pent-up energy, he unleashed his full power, becoming especially that picturesque fadeaway jumper, which delighted the fans. Who said Xie Yu only knew about dating this summer? Step forward, I guarantee I won't kill him. Xie Yu actually changed his shooting form. It's a sight to behold. Anyone who has practiced basketball as a child knows how hard it is to change a habitual shooting form. Xie Yu is amazing. Doesn't anyone think Xie Yu's shooting form resembles Michael Jordan's? You are not alone. The day before Christmas, David West's new home. The Cavaliers all gathered joyfully to celebrate the holiday in advance. On Christmas Day, Xie Yu specially rushed to celebrate with his parents. Mom and Dad, why do you always come to America together? Your mom invited me. Then I'll come by myself next time. Dad, do you know what a steel straight man is? Hey. Haha, son, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. My mom is trying to remarry you. What? Is that true? Li Wan looked at Xie Yu in a daze, and at that moment Xie Yu nodded at Xie Tianqian. Xie Tianqian knelt on one knee, pulling out the ring he had prepared long ago, proposing. Wan, I ask you to marry me again. This time I will only part from you when mountains crumble and seas dry. Li Wan's eyes filled with tears. She turned her head and said cliché. Seeing that Xie Tianxian had no intention of getting up, she asked sternly, "Are you still selling fruit? Have you thought it through?" Xie Tianxian replied seriously, "I have thought it through. For you and our son, I will stop selling fruit. I will go back to find the old man and work hard to make you happy." Xie Yu glared at him, and Xie Tianxian quickly added, "Also for our son to become a second-generation rich kid." Xie Yu had thought it through. Relying on his own earnings, it would take forever to become a face of the league, and it was better to resolve his parents' issues and let them earn for him, which would be a win-win. Li Wan was overjoyed and accepted Xie Tianxian's ring with remarriage imminent. Xie Yu also fulfilled his promise to two strong-willed individuals often need a third party to intervene and bridge communication. On December 26th, the Christmas showdown also marked the first game day of the season. Anthony scored 37 points, leading the Knicks to a 106-104 victory over the Celtics. LeBron also scored 37 points, defeating the reigning champion Dallas Mavericks. Rose hit the decisive shot, and the Bulls narrowly defeated the Lakers 88-87, with Kobe scoring 28 points. Durant scored 30 points as the Thunder easily triumphed over the Magic, with Howard contributing 11 points and 15 rebounds. Paul's strong addition officially launched the Lob City era with a resounding 105-86 win over the Golden State Warriors. The TV at home was constantly on, and the family of three watched all 5 games. "Son, how many years do you think it will take to become a superstar like Kobe and LeBron?" "Don't ask nonsense, so why put so much pressure on our son?" Xie Yu wanted to say actually how long it takes depends on how much money you can. He had tried. Money obtained through irregular means could not be recognized by the system. For instance, transferring all their assets to his name would not work. It had to be legal to count. As for what constitutes legal, all explanatory rights belong to the system. On December 27th, the Cavaliers faced the Toronto Raptors in the season opener. Raptors starting lineup: center Bargnani, power forward Amir Johnson, small forward Rasul Butler, shooting guard DeRozan, point guard Calderon. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Caspi, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Owen. "Kylie, are you nervous?" "No. I remember what you said. The court is our stage. I'm excited. Just feed me the ball more. Come on. You're the point guard and the shooting guard. It's your job to get me the ball." No. The coach is biased. He designed entire offensive sets for you while I'm stuck lurking beyond the three-point line. Careful. He'll hear you and make your life difficult. If he hears it, it'll definitely be because you snitched. Xie Yu, you wouldn't do that, would you? Jimmy, stop grinning like a fool. Go tell him, and the starting shooting guard spot is yours. No. Jimmy Butler doesn't stoop to such underhanded tactics, unless it's for the starting shooting guard position. Kawhi, you're actually smiling. Are you that thrilled Jimmy wants to take my spot? Pre-game warm-up. DeRozan, Xie Yu, I watched your highlights from the last 2 games. Michael's way too biased. He spent the entire summer grooming you. I'm jealous. Xie Yu, he is my elder brother. Of course he'd favor me. DeRozan, heh. See you on the court. Xie Yu, bring it on. The game begins. Valancic wins the tip-off. The first offensive possession falls to Xie Yu. One dribble past DeRozan, step back fadeaway jumper, swish. 20-74. Irving and West execute a pick and roll. The ball swings out to West on the perimeter. Xie Yu feints upward toward the ball on the weak side, then cuts sharply backdoor to the rim. West reads his movement instantly and delivers a perfect pass. Xie Yu catches, gathers, leaps, and soars over Bargnani for a thunderous one-handed dunk. Whistle blows, basket counts, and 1. Yu, this play is guaranteed to top today's top 10 plays. Zhang Heli, absolutely breathtaking. Bargnani should have stepped aside. He's facing Xie Yu, the reigning dunk king. Dodging was the only rational choice, otherwise it's a foul and a free throw. Yu, but Coach Zhang, isn't dodging unsportsmanlike in competitive basketball? Zhang Heli, why? People must learn to accept reality. Could Bargnani possibly stop Xie Yu midair? Obviously not. That would be like an ant trying to halt a charging rhinoceros. If he must foul, he should commit hard, deny the and one. But even that's perilous. A flagrant foul could easily follow. So yes, dodging is the most rational choice. The Cavaliers win game 1-1-0-9-9-6. Xie Yu plays 29 minutes, 9 of 13 FG, 1 of 1 from 3, 7 of 7 FT, 26 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 0 turnovers. West 7 of 9 FG, 18 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. Irving 3 of 10 FG, 8 points, 7 assists. Jimmy 3 of 5 FG, 10 points, 7 rebounds. Leonard 2 of 3 FG, 5 points, 5 rebounds, 3 steals. Post-game, Jordan posts on social media Xie Yu, 100 points. He later confirms Xie Yu trained with him all summer. Iverson echoes the sentiment, publicly praising Xie Yu's performance. Yet Toronto isn't considered a traditional powerhouse. Beating them proves little. Even with endorsements from Jordan and Iverson, fans remain unconvinced, and many continue to criticize Xie Yu. Criticism intensifies when Song Siyu's new drama premieres. As the third female lead, she portrays a glamorous movie star, radiant, magnetic, evoking memories of the iconic. Song Siyu's sudden rise owes much to Xie Yu, but he remains genuinely surprised. In his past life, she never existed in the entertainment industry. She bears a resemblance to Zhang Yuxi, but he is no Wang Sikong. After breezy victories over the Pistons and Pacers, the Cavaliers secure a 3-game winning streak. Xie Yu scores 29 and 33 points respectively, undisputed engine of their success. General Manager's office. David Griffin and Mike Brown sit upright, deep in thought, both ruminating on a question just posed by GM Chris Grant. Should we pursue trades to further strengthen the roster? 3 effortless wins, and Xie Yu's anchoring presence have rekindled Cleveland's playoff hopes. If full-scale tanking is off the table, why not seize the moment? Letting these young players gain postseason experience will undoubtedly accelerate their growth. Mike Brown, if our core philosophy is developing youth and making a legitimate playoff push, then no trade is necessary. We already have sufficient depth. David Griffin, I concur with the head coach. Should we successfully develop this young core this season, we'll accumulate abundant assets. Next year, we can target a marquee free agent. Pair one elite superstar with our current nucleus and a championship run becomes entirely plausible. Clearly convinced, Chris Grant abandons his trade plans. New Year's Eve. At a mutual friend's party, Xie Yu meets Taylor Swift. Their connection isn't classic love at first sight. It's raw mutual physical magnetism. At just 22, Swift has had 3 public relationships, Xie Yu too, neither particularly flattering. Disregarding onlookers, Swift leans almost flush against him, conversation blazing. Are all Chinese men this handsome? Yes, especially my fans. Every one is dashing, elegant, and effortless. How can you lie so convincingly, with such a straight face? How is it that you're not only stunning and sculpted, but also sing with such transcendent artistry? How can you be this handsome and play basketball at this level? Why did I fall for you the moment I saw you? Why did I want to kiss you? They kiss, unself-conscious, unapologetic, securing tomorrow's tabloid headlines. That night they retreat to a hotel, deepen their bond, and officially begin their relationship. Xie Yu, do you know why I insisted on 8 times? No, why? Because your ex demanded 7. One more proves I mean more to you than she ever did. Oof, I'd collapse if you'd had more exes. What do you mean? You want to break up right after sleeping together? Break up after sex. Then I'll keep letting you, so you'll never finish. That makes sense. The Cavaliers' first January game, a home matchup against the Nets. Swift attends, seated boldly in the front row, radiating the giddy aura of a girl watching her boyfriend shine. During warm-ups, Xie Yu approaches her openly and kisses her. Their relationship is now official. Final score 10,893. A commanding win, Cleveland's 4th straight. Xie Yu 7 of 10 FG, 20 points, 10 assists. Irving 7 of 15 FG, 3 of 4 from 3, 22 points, his first career 20 game. Due to Xie Yu's recent strong performance, whether in personal statistics or team results, he was beyond reproach, which made it difficult for Xie, who had no choice but to delve into his romantic life. As Xie Yu and Mei Mei's romance intensified, Princess and Song Siu were once again thrust into the spotlight. To spare her boyfriend Adam's feelings, Princess and remained very low-key, rarely making public appearances for fear of being dragged into trending topics. In contrast, Song Siu had no such concerns, as she was reaping the benefits of Xie Yu's relationship, taking on numerous variety shows and new dramas, which made many struggling young stars envious and resentful. On January 4, 2012, the Cavaliers easily defeated the Charlotte Bobcats 115-101. After the game, Xie Yu and Mei Mei hosted a dinner for the Jordan couple. On January 4, 2012, the Cavaliers easily defeated the Charlotte Bobcats 115-101. After the game, Xie Yu and Mei Mei hosted a dinner for the Jordan couple. This was the first time Xie Yu felt he was no longer alone. Oh, finally someone had truly entered his life. With a back-to-back win over the Raptors, the Cavaliers topped the league standings with a 6-game winning streak, becoming the only. Xie Yu averaged 27, 7 points, 5, 8 rebounds and 7.1 assists, earning the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week. On January 7, at 9:00 a.m. Beijing time, a highlight match awaited, Bulls vs. Cavaliers. Xie Yu returned to the United Center to face his former team, a game that would be broadcast live across America. Legends like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen were in attendance, and Mei Mei came to cheer for her boyfriend. Bulls starters: center Noah, power forward Boozer, small forward Jamison, shooting guard Luol Deng, point guard Rose. Cavaliers starters: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Leonard, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. During warm-ups, Xie Yu exchanged hugs with his former Bulls teammates. Noah, congrats, you have a new girlfriend. Can you have Mei Mei introduce me to someone? Xie Yu, next time for sure. Boozer, I saw you very dazzling. Xie Yu, thanks, I missed the times you taught me back to the basket moves. Luol Deng, last time you tried to find me in the UK, I wasn't there. I was training hard in the US. Xie Yu, alright, you've explained that plenty of times. Don't think that just because you say it I won't blow you out on the court. Luol Deng, bring it on. Xie Yu, Derek, congrats on winning the MVP. Rose, didn't you already send me a congratulatory text? Xie Yu, can I congratulate you verbally again? Is winning the MVP such a big deal? Rose, yeah, if you have the ability you win one too, and I'm the youngest MVP in history. Xie Yu, show off. If I win one this year, you'll be the second youngest in history. Rose, we'll see when you get yours. 97-83. The Cavaliers won through defense. The entire team came together as one, building an impenetrable wall, helping Xie Yu fulfill his wish against his former team. Xie Yu was on fire, scoring inside and outside, hitting 15 of 23 shots, making 1 of 3 from three-point range, and going 9 of 9 from the free throw line, totaling 40 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Post-game interview. Reporter, Luol, it's unfortunate you lost the game. You were assigned to guard Xie Yu. Can you talk about his changes from last season? Luol Deng, wow, I was overwhelmed by him. He seemed like a different person. Not only had his shooting form changed, but his gameplay and attention to detail were significantly different. It's undeniable that he has become stronger, whether it was his fadeaway jumper or driving to the basket. I couldn't contain him, which made me both sad and happy. He is a great person. Reporter, what do you think of your former disciple? Thibodeau, as Lowell said, he has gotten much stronger, and I am happy. Last month, he even gave me a secret formula that supposedly could help me grow hair. I tried it, almost burning my scalp, but I'm not mad at him. I know he meant well and wasn't trying to mess with me. Reporter, Derek, do you have any fun stories about Xie Yu to share? Rose, he dunked on me today, so we'll share one. Actually, the reason he cut his hair was that he thought I looked handsome. He was trying to copy me. He's just an annoying little learner. Returning to Cleveland, Xie Yu and Mei Mei hosted a dinner for the entire team and their families, celebrating with great enthusiasm. The next day, they lost to the Trailblazers 78-98, suffering their first defeat of the season. Xie Yu faced double teams for most of the game, hitting 9 of 17 shots, going 0 for 3 from three-point range, and 7 of 7 from the free throw line, scoring 25 points with 6 turnovers. The Cavaliers set off for Salt Lake City to challenge the Utah Jazz. The day before the game, during an interview, Raja Bell stated, "I will guard Xie Yu like I did with Kobe. No need for double teaming. He's not good enough for that." Xie Yu happened to see this interview post and retweeted it with a comment, "See you on the court. I will make you realize how foolish." Soon the clingy Mei Mei came across Xie Yu's retweet and asked in confusion, "Why did you respond? Don't you dislike?" Xie Yu looked at her with interest and replied calmly, "Competitive sports often need something to ignite the match, and I need that. Wow, you were so handsome just now." Mei Mei looked like a little fan, which left Xie Yu both amused and bewildered. Wasn't Mei Mei supposed to be different from this? Jazz starters. Center Al Jefferson. Power forward Paul Millsap. Small forward Gordon Hayward. Shooting guard Raja Bell. Point guard Devin Harris. Cavaliers starters. Center Varejao. Power forward West. Small forward Caspi. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Irving. The game begins. The jump ball at center court was won by Varejao, who successfully tipped the ball to his own backcourt, and Irving advanced with the ball. Xie Yu received the ball in the low post, backing down Raja Bell. Raja Bell immediately applied pressure, playing tight defense on Xie Yu. Xie Yu retreated to advance, shifting to a unknown confrontation, using his dribble to respond to the defense. Raja Bell misjudged, and Xie Yu changed direction to shake off the defense, hitting a mid-range jumper smoothly. 2-0. Millsap's backing play against West missed, and Varejao grabbed the rebound and looked for Xie Yu. In a fast break transition, Xie Yu pushed the ball without slowing down, using a left-hand change of direction to mislead Raja Bell, then executed a soaring dunk. 4-0. After 3 quarters, Xie Yu scored a career-high 49 points, helping the team lead the Jazz by 17 points with a score of 93-76. In the fourth quarter, the rotation lineup of Irving, Jimmy, Alonzo G. Leonard, and Tristan Thompson stormed in like a track and field team, directly overwhelming the Jazz's proud defense. In the end, the Cavaliers won decisively 120-88, defeating the Jazz by 32 points. Xie Yu really is going to drive perfectionists crazy. He didn't play in the fourth quarter, and his 50 just slipped away like that. Why didn't Mike Brown put Xie Yu in the fourth quarter? That was his first 50. The critics have a day off today, and everyone 22 of 18, 4 of 3 from 3, 10 of 10 from the line, 49 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Tell me how to criticize this. How can you not criticize? Too few turnovers, there are 0. The Jazz's journey is just the beginning for the Cavaliers in the West as they arrive in Phoenix for their second stop, with their next game set to challenge the powerful Lakers in Los Angeles. Taylor Swift travels with the team, sticking to Xie Yu like glue. The contrast is striking. Are you really okay not working? What do you mean? Am I not working right now? Is dating me your job? Darling, are you being a bit too self-absorbed? You're already beautiful enough, so don't be too conceited. Xie Yu's face flushed, and Taylor chuckled, explaining, I'm out with you to seek inspiration. This is work. Of course, there's a bit of personal interest too, just to talk about love with you. After officially announcing their relationship, Xie Yu's fame skyrocketed, followed by an increase in his commercial value, and people began to affectionately refer to him as Taylor Swift's boyfriend. From a commercial standpoint, this is beneficial in every way. However, Xie Yu has a bit of a macho attitude. He doesn't like being labeled as Taylor Swift's boyfriend, as it makes him feel uncomfortable. Suns starting lineup: center Gortat, power forward Channing Frye, small forward Grant Hill, shooting guard Dudley, point guard Nash. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Caspi, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Although Xie Yu is yet to be selected as an all-star, he is already treated like one, especially considering the Cavaliers' strong momentum. Nash and Dudley clearly cannot defend against Xie Yu, so the Suns coach assigns the more physically advantageous Grant Hill to go. Xie Yu has been using games to practice and digest the shooting timing choices that Jordan spoke about. Once the game started, he felt the defensive pressure brought by Grant Hill. Before his major injury, Grant Hill must have been a terrifying presence, tall, with long arms, quick on his feet, and possessing strong defensive awareness, virtually flawless. At halftime, the score was tied at 51. Back in the locker room, Xie Yu glanced at his stats: 3 of 9 shooting, 2 of 2 from the free throw line, 8 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 turnovers, and a 9 rating. He vividly remembers that all 3 of his made baskets were scored from driving to the hoop with his teammates' screens, while facing Grant Hill, not one of his fadeaway jumpers went in. Xie Yu approached Vince Carter feeling quite aggrieved, and said, I clearly created shooting space, but whenever I choose to shoot, Grant Hill always seems to interfere. Why is that? Carter, as the locker room leader of this young Cavaliers team, was more than willing to play that role. He looked at Xie Yu nodding in satisfaction and smiled. It's not easy to realize this at such a young age, and many people just push the problem onto others. Is it possible that Grant Hill is just too good at defending? Ultimately, the problem certainly doesn't lie with oneself. Seeing Xie Yu's seemingly confused expression, Carter continued to explain, Grant Hill is an exceptional player. I believe that when the coach told him, you are responsible for guarding Xie Yu today, he certainly did his homework. That's how we old school players operate. He understands you and knows your moves. He might even give you misleading signals through exaggerated facial expressions to signal, oops, I lost my position. However, when you mistakenly trust him and choose to shoot, he quickly returns to the most crucial defensive position, throwing off your aim. Xie Yu nodded vigorously, recalling what Carter had said vividly. Carter stated, you haven't yet evolved to the point of ignoring any defense. There are some exceptionally gifted freaks in the league, and even superstars find it hard to defeat them on your own. Grant Hill is definitely one of them. However, they also have their weaknesses. This requires you to devise a game plan and understand them in advance. From what I know, you don't have that habit, do you? Xie Yu non-committally nodded. He indeed lacked experience in this area and had never thought about understanding the defensive habits of opposing players. Wow. Grant Hill averaged 25, 8.6, 6 rebounds and 5.2 assists in the 1999-2000 season. What a tragic waste of talent. A tribute to the brutal scholar who defies fate. The second half of the game begins. Xie Yu received the ball in the low post, cleared one side, actively sought physical contact, and after bumping Grant Hill, he stepped back for a fadeaway jumper that went in smoothly. 5-3-5-1. Xie Yu's ability to contend rendered Grant Hill helpless. With just a touch, he lost his defensive position, and combined with the step back and fadeaway, it was truly unsolvable. In the first half, he shot 3 of 9 for 8 points. In the second half, he shot 9 of 13 for 22 points. Xie Yu scored 30 points to lead his team to victory. Post-game, Grant Hill, remember, don't overly rely on physical talent. Xie Yu, I learned a lot, thank you. To be honest, Xie Yu isn't sure if he would get injured with the system because it hasn't happened yet. However, he is certain that he will get hurt. Currently, he feels just like MVP season Yao Ming with both arms in bad shape. That night, the entire team headed to Los Angeles. The team checked into their hotel. Come on, go out with me, and my sisters are waiting. No way, we have a game tomorrow, and I'm exhausted. Come on, the game isn't until tomorrow night. You can rest well during the day. Can't we meet after the game tomorrow? No, they'll all disperse after the game tomorrow. Well, that's perfect. We can just meet at the arena tomorrow. I won't go tonight. You don't love me at all. This makes me feel very embarrassed. Stop being unreasonable, okay? I'm here to compete, not to play with you. Fine. Then I'm leaving. I won't delay you, big star. Xie Yu's game. Hey, are you really leaving? Taylor left, and Xie Yu didn't chase after her. His entire mind was focused on wanting to fiercely take down Kobe the next night. He had no mood to deal with Taylor's friends. Moreover, he really doesn't like that kind of scene, and he is genuinely tired after just finishing a tough match and rushing to catch a flight. On the other side, Taylor cried her heart out carrying her luggage to her good friend Selena's house. He only cares about basketball. He doesn't care about me at all. How could that be? Didn't you say he treats you well? Woo. I didn't say he's bad, but he cares more about basketball than... So you're jealous of basketball? Not at all. I just wanted him to accompany me to meet some friends. Is that too much to ask? He has back-to-back games, so it's understandable. Ultimately, basketball is more important than me. If he doesn't come to find me tonight, I'll break up with him. The chime signals the return home, evoking a sense of nostalgia in his life. The significance of his dark skin is a lifelong dedication, a struggle amidst the battle of skin colors. Can we break the boundaries of skin color? May this land know no distinction of status between you and me. The beauty revealed by the myriad colors is due to the absence of division among them. Time transforms possession into loss. Weary eyes carry hope. Today, only the remnants of a shell remain, welcoming the glorious years, embracing freedom amidst the storm. A lifetime of wandering struggles gives way to self-confidence that can change the future. Who can achieve this? As sweat trickled down his cheek, a sudden commotion erupted from the audience. Taylor Swift in 10-centimeter red high heels entered the front row hand in hand with Selena. The sweeping hem of her crimson backless satin dress brushed past the gaps in the seats, while the diamonds of her necklace reflected light that pierced into the blind spot of Xie Yu's vision. He didn't even turn his head. Taylor scoffed, her diamond-studded nails almost digging into Selena's forearm. Selena winced. Ouch, that hurts. Can you not pinch yourself? In the piercing screech of sneakers on the floor, Xie Yu hit his 8th consecutive fadeaway jumper. Taylor's gaze fixated on the hem of his sweat-soaked training tank, recalling his indifferent profile during their argument last night, her throat suddenly feeling parched. He always acted this way, like a precisely functioning machine. Even during arguments, he had to stick to the game schedule. The Lakers' tactical analysis report took precedence over her tears. You've got lipstick on your teeth. Selena suddenly leaned in, and Taylor instinctively pressed her lips together, the glossy lip lacquer smeared out of bounds. How ridiculous. She had specially curled her hair into Hollywood waves today, wearing the blue diamond earrings he had once complimented, yet at this moment, she felt like a comically decorative item pinned to the front row seats. Xie Yu finally took off his headphones, tilting his head to drink water, his Adam's apple bobbing as a trail of sweat slid down his jaw into his collar. Taylor instinctively leaned forward, freezing when she caught sight of the new bandage wrapped around his right hand. Is he hurt? Fragments of their argument last night suddenly pieced together into a new image. As she slammed the door, Xie Yu had attempted to grab her, and her forceful wave might have accidentally injured him. Amidst the eruption of cheers from the audience, Xie Yu suddenly turned to face her direction, spinning the basketball on his fingertip. That was his habitual gesture, and Taylor felt her heart gripped by an invisible hand until she realized he was actually staring at a fervent fan in the stands. Suddenly, a reporter in the back row thrust the camera toward her. Taylor reflexively raised a professional smile, yet the strap of her red dress slipped down half an inch as she lifted her arm. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xie Yu's shot finally hitting the rim. She instinctively trembled at her fingertips. He discarded the basketball, tore off his towel to wipe sweat, and swiftly passed by her, hurrying back to the locker room. He completely ignored me. Taylor felt her heart bleeding, wondering if she had truly gone too far. Xie Yu, does he really not? Selena gazed at Xie Yu's departing figure, her heart filled with admiration. He is so tall, handsome, and radiant. She suddenly leaned close to Taylor's ear, whispering, "Taylor, if you really break up with Xie Yu, you wouldn't mind if I pursued him, right?" Taylor scoffed again, retorting, "Do you like him?" Selena nodded without hesitation, stating, "Young, handsome, with an amazing physique, he gives me a refreshing feeling, as if walking with him makes the air fragrant." The longing in one's eyes is hard to conceal. Taylor's gaze made Selena quickly shut her mouth and force a smile, saying, "I was just joking. Who was it that said they would break up with him if he didn't pursue you last night?" Taylor replied seriously, "I never said that. You better keep that to yourself. Oh, if he finds out, I won't let you off the hook." That was just anger talking last night, as she certainly didn't want to break up with Xie Yu. Now that they weren't broken up, yet she was already filled with regret. Lakers starting lineup: center Bynum, power forward Gasol, small forward Matt Barnes, shooting guard Kobe, point guard Fisher. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Leonard, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown promoted Leonard to the starting lineup to defend Kobe, while Xie Yu was to play a more crucial role on the offensive end. The Lakers had a similar strategy, placing the defensive responsibility for Xie Yu on Barnes' shoulders. This high-profile battle was undoubtedly broadcast nationwide, featuring Jordan's successor Xie Yu versus the #1 shooting guard Kobe, providing plenty of excitement. Three-time Oscar winner Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Denzel Washington, Beckham, Stallone, and Asian superstar Jay Chou appeared at the scene. Adding to that were family members Taylor and Selena. The total worth of the audience by the sidelines had already surpassed that of the stars on the court. This is the allure of staples. "Kobe, I heard you trained with Michael for a few months over the summer, and now everyone calls you Jordan's successor." "Xie Yu, in any case, I have no problem playing against you now." "Kobe, oh, quite the bravado." "Selena, come over for..." "Xie Yu, sure, but this won't buy you any favors. I won't give you any leeway." "Kobe, he'll play until your mom doesn't recognize you, you little brat." "Xie Yu, bring it on, old man." The game begins. Bynum wins the jump ball, and Kobe faces Leonard, hitting his signature fadeaway jumper to score first, earning applause. 0-2. Xie Yu faced Barnes, skillfully faking him out before hitting a steady fadeaway jumper. Answer ball. 2-2. The game started at 11:40 a.m. Beijing time. In school, since it wasn't yet time for class to end, many basketball-loving students didn't want to miss the opening phase of the game and sneak to the cafeteria under the pretense of going to the restroom to watch. "What's going on with you all today?" "A collective stomach issue." The righteous class monitor replied. "Report, teacher, they went to the cafeteria to watch the NBA." "What game? Is it that exciting?" A devoted fan of Xie Yu who wanted to go but was too timid responded, "Teacher, it's the Lakers against the Cavaliers, Kobe versus Xie Yu." The teacher nodded, suppressing his own excitement. How could he have forgotten this must-see game? He left with a remark. "You can self-study for the remaining time." The teacher left the classroom without looking back. "Do you support the Knights or the Lakers?" "You might as well ask if I support Xie Yu or Kobe." "I definitely support Kobe. Because anyone who understands the game will choose Kobe." "Why, oi? Xie Yu is just a pretty face. He looks good and can attract female stars. Can he lead the team to win a championship?" "So what? Xie Yu is Chinese, why shouldn't I support him?" "Then you just don't understand the game, do you? 2-against-1. Say that again. Do you believe he'll beat you up?" The same scene unfolded at the Staples Center. Xie Yu was tripped by Barnes during his breakthrough, leading to a heated argument between the two. Barnes shouted, "You're such a coward. If you can't defend, resort to dirty tricks. I genuinely look down on people like you." Xie Yu, filled with rage, finally understood why Giannis would be so furious with Paul. It was a matter of livelihood. Although Giannis himself had engaged in such actions numerous times. Kid, acting as the elder brother, stepped in to push Xie Yu away, calming him down. "Stay calm. This is his defensive strategy. He wants to provoke you and make you irrational. Don't fall into his trap. When you don't want to like someone, you desperately focus on their flaws and magnify them endlessly. For instance, if that girl dislikes cilantro, you'd think about how if you were with her, you would never get to eat cilantro again. That would be a lifetime. In comparison, she seems trivial next to a lifetime." Similarly, to avoid getting angry at Matt Barnes, Xie Yu thought of how his teammate Fisher had married his ex-wife and became his child's stepfather. With that thought, Xie Yu not only stopped being angry at Barnes, but even felt a bit of sympathy for him. It must be exhausting to carry such a heavy burden on his head. This little incident made the game even more intense. At halftime, the score was 52-59, with the Lakers leading by 7 points. During halftime, reporters approached Taylor Swift and asked directly, "Miss Swift, who do you think will win this game?" Without hesitation, Swift exclaimed, "The Cavaliers." Although her voice was melodious, it couldn't stop the Lakers fans from booing. On paper, the Lakers were significantly stronger than the Cavaliers. In terms of performance, the Lakers were leading into the second half, with Kobe scoring the highest of the game at 22 points. How could the Lakers lose this? The second half began. Xie Yu quickly broke through attracting defenders and passed the ball to Leonard, who had been lurking in the corner. He took a three-point shot and scored. 55-59. 57-63. Xie Yu faked a shot to bait Barnes, sidestepped and pretended to shoot. Fisher rushed over to help defend. Xie Yu made a quick pass to the completely open Irving. Catching the ball, aiming, he shot. Swish. Irving scored a three-pointer. 60-63. At the end of the third quarter, it was tied at 79-79. With Xie Yu orchestrating the plays, the Cavaliers equalized the score, bringing both teams back to the same starting line. In the fourth quarter, both teams fought evenly, with the score fluctuating, thrilling the fans. With 1 minute and 28 seconds left, the score stood at 96-97, the Lakers leading by 1 point with the Cavaliers in possession. The broadcast displayed a comparison of stats between Kobe and Xie Yu. Kobe, with 15 of 30 shots, 4 of 7 from three-point range, 8 of 10 free throws, totaling 42 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. Xie Yu with 9 of 16 shots, 1 of 2 from three-point range, 7 of 8 free throws, totaling 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 13 assists. Zhang Li said, "In scoring, Kobe has the edge, but in facilitating teammates, scoring, Xie Yu excels." But Yu Jia remarked, "Kobe has taken 14 more shots than Xie Yu." Zhang Li replied, "Whoever wins is right." Carter threw the sideline ball to Xie Yu. In the final moments, Kobe actively requested to defend Xie Yu. On face-off, Xie Yu executed a crossover, drove right, and completed a layup despite Bynum's block and Kobe's pursuit. The layup went in. 98-97. Xie Yu flew out of bounds and landed heavily on a photographer, bumping his head against the camera. She covered her mouth, feeling a pang of concern, her gaze fixed on the fallen Xie Yu. Meanwhile, the Lakers quickly initiated a baseline throw and taking advantage of the 5-on-4 situation, with Gasol easily scoring under the basket. 98-99. Irving replicated the move with a swift throw-in, and unguarded Xie Yu caught the ball and scored. 100-99. 51. 3 seconds remaining. Kobe held the ball at the logo, assessing the defense. Xie Yu also actively sought to defend Kobe, lowering his center of gravity and preparing for the challenge. Kobe scanned the court and his teammates failed to create space. Even if they did, he wouldn't pass. Kobe decided to take it himself, isolating for a onion. The entire arena stood up. Countless eyes around the world were fixed on the two. Kobe dribbled in his pocket, shaking his head, raising his eyebrows, using every muscle to fake a move. Xie Yu took a step back, and Kobe seized the fleeting opportunity, pulling the ball close, bending his knees, pretending to take a step. Others might have fallen for it, but for Xie Yu, who grew up watching Kobe play, it was clear he was just faking. As expected, Kobe didn't shoot. Seeing Xie Yu wasn't fooled, he made another move. At that moment, Xie Yu lunged forward, arms raised high, his body language clearly saying, "I won't jump, you shoot. If it goes in, I'll accept it." Kobe forced a fadeaway jumper, but it missed. 39 seconds left. Xie Yu advanced with the ball, taking his time and managing the clock. Only 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Valanciunas, having completed eye contact with Xie Yu, hurriedly set a screen to block Kobe. Kobe cursed in his heart, "Xie Yu, you're breaking the rules of the game. I was going onion against you, and you called for a screen." Bynum was too slow to move and didn't expect Valanciunas to set a screen, giving Xie Yu the space to shoot. Xie Yu didn't hesitate, quickly dribbling past the screen, launching a three-pointer, and the shot was clean. 103-99. The Lakers called for a timeout. After scoring, Xie Yu revealed a charming smile, unabashedly fixing his gaze on Taylor Swift at the sidelines, blowing her. The Staples Center was instantly filled with romantic vibes, the air thick with the scent of love. Swift couldn't suppress her smile, laughing joyfully. In that moment, all thoughts of breakups, arguments, or bad moods vanished. She even felt that Xie Yu's smile could heal everything. Xie Yu approached her like her destined prince, charming, smiling, and gazing at her with adoration. Swift stood up and jumped into Xie Yu's arms, saying, "I'm sorry, it was my fault, Yu. I shouldn't have been willful." Xie Yu set her down and wiped her tears, saying, "All right, little crybaby, the game isn't over yet, and everyone is watching." Time expired. Thanks to Xie Yu's crucial three-pointer, the Cavaliers claimed victory on the road. Beijing. After watching the entire game, Jing Tiantian felt a dull ache in her heart, as she didn't know what was wrong, as if she could never be happy again. Ding. The system has detected that you have achieved a milestone of 10 million loyal fans, granting you a selection of a Mamba mentality, an extreme desire to win, and the ability to thrive in adversity, ignoring physical limits. Team leader, a broad perspective and control over the pace of the game. When performing a cohesive offense and defense, you can uplift the team and enhance your teammates' abilities. The system is infuriating. Ignoring physical limits. Enhancing teammates' abilities. System, can we negotiate and let me choose all of them at once? I truly like both of these. Mamba mentality. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the Mamba mentality. Xie Yu felt every cell in his body igniting, his blood boiling. This was a transformation of his mental qualities. In Kobe's home, Vanessa and Taylor Swift were whispering to each other hand in hand. In the living room, Kobe sat on the sofa fuming. He ultimately couldn't hold back and loudly questioned, "What's wrong with you? How could you call that a screen at the last moment?" His loud voice startled Vanessa and Taylor Swift, thinking the two were about to. Having just acquired the Mamba mentality, Xie Yu began to understand Kobe's anger. But he was not Kobe. He explained, "What I want is victory in the game, not personal heroism. With teammate screens, I have a better chance to break through defenses and hit crucial shots, so why should I reject a more efficient offensive approach?" Kobe's eyes were fierce as he retorted, "That's twisted reasoning, lacking martial ethics. You are Michael's successor, the future banner of shooting guards. You must go solo, only then will people respect you." If you rely on your teammates' help even if you win the game others won't give you enough respect, they will still pick at you. Do you understand? Xie Yu countered, let me give you an example. If I didn't win a championship with the Cavaliers and later I joined the Lakers, and we won a championship, would I then receive the respect I deserve? Or do I have to stay with the Cavaliers to win a championship to be respected? Kobe shifted his tone and asked, are you coming to the Lakers? Xie Yu was not fooled and continued to press, answer me. Kobe stated firmly, there are 30 teams in the league, and every year there are about 8 teams with the strength to contend for the championship. However, there is only one champion, and how many years do we have left in our prime? Every year there are exceptionally talented players entering the league, gifted individuals who grow step by step into superstars, but how many can continue this path to win a championship? I was fortunate, I had Shaq, I had Pau Gasol, and of course I worked hard myself. If the Cavaliers had built the team around you, and then you won the championship, even a three-peat, then you would have truly taken up Michael Jordan's mantle and could even challenge his historical standing. If you come to Los Angeles and we join forces regardless of who the top dog is, it will be difficult for you to surpass Michael Jordan even if you achieve a three-peat or exceed him in total championship rings. The eyes of the public are sharp, do you understand? Of course there is only one Michael Jordan. You could also go with the flow like LeBron, taking your talent to form a super trio elsewhere. No one would criticize you for that. After all, they can't apply Michael Jordan standards to you. As for why I am saying this to you, it's not that I can't handle losing, but I believe since you are Jordan's successor, you must hold yourself to high standards, otherwise you will regress to a point where you can never reach Michael Jordan's heights, because I once was like that. Leaving Kobe's home, Xie Yu kept pondering the words he had just said. Should he strive to be that GOAT, or merely aim to win a championship? Taylor, do you think it's more impressive for me to win a championship with the Cavaliers, or with the Lakers? Of course it's the Lakers. Los Angeles and Cleveland are not comparable, and Los Angeles has a huge market with many unimaginable benefits. You'll earn much more money. Michael Jordan was able to push the NBA from zero to a global scale. I can break the barriers between big and small cities. It's different. Big cities will always be better than small cities, especially in the NBA, this commercial league. Or to put it another way, scoring 40 points with the Cavaliers versus scoring 30 points with the Lakers. After the game, the attention will always be on the Lakers' 30 points. Your point is somewhat valid, but it does not apply to me. Why not? Because I am Chinese and I have 13 billion compatriots who will support me regardless of whether I'm in Cleveland or Los Angeles. I can also turn a small market into a big one. Oh, I want to be that kind of player. After winning a tough match against the Lakers, the Cavaliers soared to 4th place in the power rankings. However, they encountered a 3-game losing streak, losing at home to the Warriors, away to the Hawks, and at home to the Nets. At Carter's suggestion, a players' meeting was called. Carter, in the last 3 games, Xie Yu faced double teams and our offense stagnated. The purpose of this meeting is for everyone to speak freely. I admit my ability to deal with double teams is terrible and may not be resolved in the short term. West, I played poorly as well. I didn't fulfill the responsibilities of a veteran. I also played poorly. Oh, I take responsibility. Verajayo, this is not an apology conference. Oh, let's find a way to solve. After nearly 4 hours of discussion, the final conclusions were drawn. 1. Increase Irving's ball handling ratio. 2. Reduce Xie Yu's ball handling offense, increasing West's facilitation ratio. 3. The whole team should increase off-ball movement, and everyone must enhance their screen awareness. 4. Strengthen defensive communication and collaboration, starting from defense. When Mike Brown was informed, he was completely stunned. Is this still a youth team? Then he reported up the chain. Oh, David Griffin and Chris Grant were also quite surprised. When they learned that Carter was the initiator of this meeting, David Griffin internally praised Xie Yu's insight. Signing Carter was indeed a very wise decision. Having an elder in the house is like having a treasure. The Cavaliers, on a 3-game losing streak, visited Boston to challenge the Celtics, who were on a 5-game winning streak. With Rondo absent, Bradley took his place and was tasked with defending Xie Yu. The Celtics management had high hopes for Bradley from the beginning. Even if the Bulls had not selected Xie Yu, they would have steadfastly chosen. In this context, it was clear that Rivers would not double-team Xie Yu. He could not afford to embarrass the management. Ultimately, the Cavaliers decisively defeated the Celtics 112-98. Without being double-teamed, Xie Yu played like a wild stallion, unstoppable. Shooting 14 out of 23, with 8 out of 8 free throws, he scored 36 points, grabbed 7 rebounds, and dished out 7 assists, becoming the undisputed best player of the game. Irving also performed excellently, hitting 8 out of 16, making 4 out of 8 three-pointers with 25 points and 11 assists. After witnessing the power of 2 engines, Mike Brown finally stopped treating Irving as just a secondary offensive player lurking behind the three-point line. The Cavaliers easily defeated the Bobcats, and then the Pistons, welcoming a 3-game winning streak, reclaiming the top spot in the Eastern Conference. On January 30th, the Cavaliers arrived in Miami, preparing to face the Heat, led by the trio of superstars. The following regular training time had long since passed, yet the entire Cavaliers team was tirelessly continuing their practice. After 2 hours, they finally reached the final segment of the training, unknown competitions. Alonzo G was the first to go up against Moore. Kawhi, Jimmy, Xie Yu, and Irving sat side by side from left to right. Suddenly, Jimmy asked, "How good do you think I need to be to replace Xie Yu as a starter?" Irving laughed and said, "You need to transform into your dad, Michael Jordan, at his peak." Kawhi chimed in, "Until Xie Yu can't play." Xie Yu quickly responded, "Why do you have to replace me?" The current 1 big 4 small lineup was still not very common, let alone completely abandoning a center. Xie Yu had actually considered whether the Cavaliers could succeed without a center in a 1 big 4 small setup, especially if Irving, Jimmy, and Kawhi were all at their peak. Xie Yu had always thought they needed time and games to develop, but did he have enough time to wait for them to grow? He had fallen into a misunderstanding, thinking he should help them as much as possible, accompany them in practice, and give them time and games to mature. But what if he changed his approach, using the advantage of his rebirth to tell them how to play at their peak? Would this help them avoid detours and grow faster? Thinking it, he did it. This was Xie Yu's usual style. Jimmy, do you trust me? Of course, bro, you have been completely sincere with us, we all know that. Alright then, let me analyze it for you. Xie Yu laid out all the strengths of peak Jimmy Butler. You have the potential for two-way play. You can be the core of the system on both ends, becoming a safety net player. You need to establish a tough guy spirit, infect your teammates with your dedication to victory, and enhance team cohesion with your strict training attitude. In critical moments, you must dare to step up. On offense, emphasize your strengths and minimize weaknesses, reduce three-point attempts, and focus on mid-range jumpers, low post mismatches, and driving to create fouls, especially your step-back jumper and rhythm-changing drives, which are exceptional. Increase physical confrontation in games, constantly honing your ability to draw fouls. In summary, compensate for talent gaps with hard skills. You need to pursue details to the extreme and develop a resilient mindset. During training, focus on both technical refinement and mental fortitude, while also embracing a team-first mentality. Acknowledge your shortcomings, strengthen your strengths, and you will eventually become an undeniable superstar. Jimmy was stunned. Aside from precise three-point shooting, wasn't this the ideal version of himself? Hearing your words is better than reading 10 years of books. From today on, you are my boss, Jimmy. Did you understand? To be honest, I've always had a vague goal in my mind, but I often feel lost. There are times I practice three-pointers obsessively, and other times I abandon three-point training to focus on refining my inside game. But now, after hearing your description of Jimmy Butler, I've realized what I truly want. Thank you, boss. He is truly teachable. Irving said, what about me? Kawhi added, what about me? Jimmy said, hold on, one at a time. Big brother, can you tell me how to train quickly? I can't wait to become the person you described. Also, can you tell me this every day? It gives me so much confidence. Honestly, I've never been this confident in my life. This feeling is so wonderful, it feels almost real. Of course it's real, otherwise how would I know what you'd become? Xie Yu would naturally never reveal the secret of his rebirth. After a moment of thought, he quickly devised a training plan. In training, simulate high-intensity defensive scenarios to maintain stable shooting after confrontations. Focus on practicing step-back jumpers and back-to-basket plays, and study the fakes of Jordan, Kobe, and mine to better confuse defenders. Strengthen core strength, enhance practices for changing speed, dribbling, and cross-step drives, and master the techniques of pausing and accelerating. In terms of defense, prepare thoroughly before game, study opponents' habitual moves, and enhance lateral quickness and anticipation skills to become a glue defender, excelling in help defense steals and passing interference. All of these rely heavily on physical fitness. Your fitness is good now, but it's still not enough. You need to undergo explosive strength and endurance training, such as short sprints and full-court shuttle runs. Of course, you also need to analyze game footage to enhance your decision-making ability and improve your overall vision. This way, you will better observe defensive gaps and choose the best moments to attack. I firmly believe you can achieve these. Jimmy nodded, greatly admiring Xie Yu, saying, big brother, I bow to you. Keep it up, Jimmy. I'm waiting for you to start alongside me. Jimmy said, all right. I'm not doing onions anymore. I'm going to practice more and come back to dominate you. Irving exclaimed, get lost. Kawhi asked, what about me? Xie Yu scratched his head. Kawhi wasn't even struggling in games, so why was he having issues now? You seem to have a tougher time. How about I talk about Irving first? Kawhi said, almost in tears, but he mechanically nodded. Owen, do you think I can become a superstar, leading the team to victory? Xie Yu, you can win the championship with me and become a superstar. Owen, go ahead, if it makes sense I will listen. Xie Yu, then let's start with your shortcomings. Your lateral movement speed and defensive capabilities are lacking, making you an easy target on defense. Your three-point shooting percentage fluctuates greatly. You rely heavily on rhythm rather than fixed tactical support, which leads to instability from the perimeter. You are overly self-centered, which affects the team's cohesion. You need better scientific management of your physical condition. Currently, your fitness is poor and the risk of injury is high. Oh, and that's somewhat fair. Xie Yu, let's get straight to what I expect you to achieve. Become a historic point guard, tearing apart your opponent's defense. Continue to enhance your finishing ability, combining both ball handling and off-ball threats. Keep up your simulated pressure training and meditation to adjust your mental state. I look forward to your clutch performances in critical moments. Your game reading ability is already top-notch. However, I believe you can do even better. You can become the commander on the... Owen, that's great. I will strive in that direction. Thank you. Xie Yu, I need you. I believe we will become the best backcourt duo in history. Owen, you need to work hard too, otherwise I won't mind being the boss and having you as my assistant. Xie Yu, so you mean you are my assistant now? Owen, I didn't say that. Kawhi, what about me? Xie Yu, you are introverted, lacking leadership skills. Limited creativity, average passing vision. You need to manage your body more scientifically and pay attention to injury risks. Kawhi, I want to hear about the Kawhi Leonard you envision like Jimmy. Xie Yu, all right. On defense, utilize your long arms, anticipation, and footwork to become the DPOY Defensive Player of the Year. On offense, focus on mid-range shots and post-ups, adept at using rhythm changes to create shooting space, becoming an efficient scorer. Slow and steady, fast and agile. Continue to strengthen your signature turnaround jumper, turning it into your killer move. Avoid reckless shots, maintain a low turnover rate, and be adept at reading defenses to choose the best defensive approach. An efficient two-way player, how does that sound? Kawhi, perfect. I won't play unknown anymore. I'll focus on targeted practice. Owen. Alright, I'll practice my dribbling too. After all, I am a historic level ball handler. TT, what about me? You might need the evolved version of Cola to help you train. The Heat vs. Cavaliers game starts at 4:40 a.m., but this cannot dampen the enthusiasm of the fans in China. They set alarms to witness Xie Yu battle against the big. Now Xie Yu's reputation has improved, though very few haters dare to openly criticize him in China. What Xie Yu doesn't know is that this is largely due to his motherly one working behind the scenes. In the entertainment industry, it is inevitable to use internet bots to control public opinion. Of course, it also relates to Xie Yu's openly generous relationship with Taylor Swift. The two have seemingly become a golden couple appearing together everywhere, and the media can't keep up with the coverage, naturally forgetting about Princess and Song Xie incident. Heat starters, center Joel Anthony, power forward Bosch, small forward James, shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. Cavaliers starters, center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Leonard, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Owen. No one expected this to be a playoff-level game. The game was intense, with every play being a physical confrontation. In the second quarter, the Heat played with more strategy, employing a lot of pick-and-rolls to create mismatches targeting Varejao and Owen, while James dominated with 16 points on 6 of 9 shooting in the quarter. At halftime, the Heat led the Cavaliers by 6 points, 45-39. In the Cavaliers' locker room, Owen said, "The physical contact has distorted my shooting form, and it's hard for me to hit three-pointers. Varejao, I've lost my composure. It's either a foul or they're scoring. West, each of them is setting screens, and our defensive formation has collapsed." Everyone is actively sharing their opinions, which was a requirement raised in the players' meeting. Mike Brown felt overwhelmed, though at times like this he often listened to Xie Yu's opinions, seeing him as the smart one. "What do you think, Xie Yu?" Mike Brown asked solemnly. Xie Yu stood up, holding the technical conditions from the first half, and said loudly, "In the first half I shot 3 of 10, a very low percentage, but the 3 shots I made were quite memorable. One was a poster dunk over Joel Anthony, definitely a top play. The other 2 were layups, after which I flew out of bounds and fell hard so much so that I wanted my mom. Guys, the Heat are bringing the intensity. Why should we be timid? We are younger than them. What's there to fear in physical confrontation?" I completely agree with what Owen said. If our shooting accuracy is gone, then don't shoot. Let's drive in and draw fouls. If we get hurt, we'll rest for 2 days, but we absolutely cannot back down on the court. Finally, I have an immature suggestion, I want to clarify that I am not targeting anyone specifically, just addressing this game. I believe we should switch to a small ball lineup, whether it's a center or a second center, just one will do. I personally prefer to put in a power forward, making our lineup more mobile and flexible, even implementing an onion for defense or unlimited switching. Everyone has witnessed how outstanding LeBron's performance was in the first half. Owen and Varejao were like ATMs in front. Varejao, Owen, Mike Brown, everyone's opinions are very good. Take a quick break, and in the second half, let's keep pushing and fight for this tough game. I'm giving you a break. Xie Yu approached Jimmy, put his arm around his neck, and whispered, "Jimmy, you'll get a lot of playing time in the second half." Jimmy looked skeptical. "Do you really think the coach will listen to you?" "I don't believe it." Before he finished speaking, Mike Brown announced loudly, "Varejao has tightness in his hip and is exiting the game. Jimmy, you will start in his place, and we will switch to a small lineup with unlimited switching." "Jimmy, boss, I really can't believe it." Mike Brown once again heeded Xie Yu's advice, assigning Jimmy to guard James, Kawhi to take on Wade, while he himself matched up against Joel Anthony. The second half of the game began. James looked bewildered, wondering who this kid resembling Michael Jordan was daring to guard him. "Do you have a connection with Michael? Why do you look so much like him?" James asked Jimmy earnestly. Jimmy, highly focused, replied calmly, "Xie Yu mentioned that Michael indeed has an illegitimate son out there, but I can assure you, that's good. Otherwise I might hold back out of respect for Michael and feel reluctant to dominate you." "Haha," Xie Yu said, "as long as you don't take an extra step, I can stop you." "I take an extra step? Well, what if I do?" "What will you do then?" He didn't say. James slipped and nearly fell. Chalmers found James in the low post, clearing one side. Jimmy had been battered in unknown training matches after daily practices, and he had long since adapted. He continuously reminded himself in his mind, "I am the versatile tough guy Jimmy. I possess an unparalleled spirit of toughness." James made 2 swift moves, but his turnaround jumper missed. Not only did Jimmy successfully defend, but he also grabbed the rebound. He passed the ball quickly to Kawhi. Kawhi charged to the basket, faced Wade, hesitated briefly, then turned and made a smooth shot. 4-5-4-1. The Cavaliers' constant switches greatly limited the Heat's offense. Especially Xie Yu guarding the center, his exceptional physicality held its own, playing a crucial role in the pick-and-roll switch. On the defensive end, he was a free agent filling gaps, and importantly, all this was based on not allowing the opposing center. On offense, the Cavaliers relied more on Xie Yu and Irving's breakthroughs and assists, plus West's high-position playmaking. Without three-pointers, they fought hard in the paint to stay close in the score. 8-7-8-6. With just 5.1 seconds left, the Cavaliers had possession. Mike Brown called a final timeout. After playing 44 minutes, Xie Yu turned the tide in the last 3 minutes, scoring 7 points in a row to take the game. With a Mamba mentality, he was invincible. Mike Brown said, "Xie Yu, you brought this game back. It's your turn to finish it." After the timeout, the game resumed. Xie Yu sprinted back to receive the ball, successfully facing Wade. He floored the accelerator. Going left, he dashed like the wind, unstoppable. Wade chased from behind, Bosch blocked ahead, and James was lurking ready to complete a chase-down block. Xie Yu flew from the left side of the rim to the right, pretending to go for a reverse layup. The Heat's big three all swarmed towards Xie Yu's right hand. At that moment, Xie Yu executed a left-hand layup. The ball went in and the lights lit up. The referee reviewed the footage and saw that with only 0.2 seconds left, the ball had already left his hand, and it counted. The Cavaliers won 88-87, defeating the Heat by a single point. Xie Yu shot 9 for 25, 0 for 3 from three-point range, and 9 for 13 from the free throw line, finishing with 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. West had 13 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Irving shot 4 for 13, 6 for 7 from the free throw line, totaling 14 points and 11 assists. Kawhi had 16 points and 8 rebounds. Jimmy scored 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. For the Heat, James scored 37 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists, becoming the leader of the empty stat squad. Xie Yu hit the game-winning shot under the tight defense of the Big Three, causing their mentality to explode. After the game, they didn't embrace or acknowledge each other, heading straight to the locker room. On-site reporters found Xie Yu for an interview and asked Xie Yu, first of all, congratulations on winning this tough game and hitting a great layup. Xie Yu politely nodded and said thank you. The reporter continued, we saw you make a call me gesture towards the camera after that game-winning shot. Can you reveal who that was for? Do you plan to develop any new celebration moves? Xie Yu laughed. This was thought up by Mei Mei. We're currently in a long-distance relationship, and she asked me to call her more often, hence the celebration move. As for new celebration moves, I need to discuss that with her when I get back. The reporter exclaimed, damn, caught off guard by a wave of dog food. Today when you dunked over Joel Anthony, the camera caught you saying something in the air, and lip readers have started deciphering it online. Will you actively decode it? Xie Yu replied, I was complimenting him, calling him a cute little guy. The reporter asked, since this game started in the early hours of the morning in Huaxia, can you say a few words in Huaxia language to the fans who woke up early to watch the live stream? Xie Yu said, wishing you all a happy new year. May the new year bring you good fortune, dreams come true, wealth flows in, and happiness every day. Don't be like me, unable to go home for the spring festival. In the Cavaliers locker room, Xie Yu, my assist number is higher than yours. You're a point guard, and you only have 1 more assist than me. How can you say that? I recorded a triple-double. I don't care, it's just higher than yours. Why don't you all compete? Carter suddenly interjected. How do we compete? Irving asked. For example, if Xie Yu wins an assist, then Kyrie has to treat the whole team to burgers. I agree, Xie Yu, what about you? Do you dare to come? Seeing others enjoying the drama, Xie Yu suddenly had an idea and said, if I lose, I'll treat the whole team to herring can pizza. The others hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet, and Xie Yu had already rushed in to take a shower. My hair. He just said herring can pizza. This guy really knows how to avoid losses. Even if he loses, the punishment will fall on us. At that moment, Xie Yu suddenly poked his head out and shouted, I've passed you so many balls, and you couldn't make the shots, causing my assist numbers to lose to Lone Wolf Kyrie. Shouldn't you be punished? The others were at a loss for words, and no one knew who shouted first, get him. Xie Yu was scared and hid in the shower. On February 1st, the Cavaliers won 113-92 against the Pacers at home. Jimmy set a new career high, shooting 7 for 15, with 7 for 7 from the free throw line, scoring 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Kawhi shot 7 for 10, scoring 18 points. The two future stars are gradually showing signs of fulfilling their potential. Handsome Parsons also delivered an efficient performance in garbage time, shooting 4 for 5, with 3 for 3 from three-point range, totaling 11 points. The most surprising were the Cavaliers' management and Mike Brown, as these were all players picked based on Xie Yu's suggestions. David Griffin and Mike Brown came to Chris Grant's office. While the secretary served them tea, the big meatballs that were about to emerge didn't catch the attention of these two men. Their minds were entirely focused on, why is Xie Yu's vision so sharp? Mike Brown said, how about we try the style of play that Xie Yu suggested? Xie Yu, did you cheat on your trip this time? For the sake of heaven, don't frame an innocent person. All right then, that means you don't love me anymore. What are you talking about? Come here, give me a hug. Then why is it just once? Tell me, do you not love me anymore? Are you tired? I'm on vacation today, I'll return what I owe you with interest. Just as Xie Yu and Mei Mei were being affectionate on the sofa, the phone rang. On the other end of the line was Mike Brown's voice. Xie Yu, what are you doing? Nothing, my esteemed coach, isn't today a day off? Why did you call me? Come over, I'm waiting for you in the office. No. What did you say? I said I'm not going. Let me tell you, during my vacation in our Huaxia, answering your call is already very generous of me. People like me who work are rare these days. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll hang up to accompany my girlfriend. Mei Mei immediately gave a thumbs up, feeling that this was not enough to express her excitement, and without further ado, delivered the highest French courtesy. On the other end of the line, Mike Brown was so angry that his face turned green. Normally, this would be fine, as he and Xie Yu had always chatted like this. But now the vice president and the general manager were right beside him, and he didn't dare to lose his temper at Xie Yu. Taking several deep breaths, he finally spoke slowly. The general manager and vice president need to speak with you. Hello? Are you still listening? Xie Yu. Xie Yu had finally managed to break free from Mei Mei's sweet assault. Of course, if Mei Mei hadn't shown mercy, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm listening, go ahead. What do they want from me? Just say it over the phone, I don't have time to come over. Hiss. Mike Brown, being an old hand, instantly realized what Xie Yu was doing on the other end of the line. But there was no choice. David Griffin and Chris Grant were already on the verge of anger. He quickly summarized, they want to hear about your XJBD system. They might adopt it and make a deal to upgrade the roster. Wait for me. They'll come over as soon as I can. Hang up. In a bit. The three exchanged glances. Mei, are you trying to make me handle these while I'm on the phone? 2 hours later, Xie Yu arrived at Mike Brown's office, dragging his exhausted body. Coach, don't say anything, just get me a bottle of ice water first. After clearing up the situation, Xie Yu immediately became serious. Coach, I need to borrow your tactical board. You all come over, get a little closer to listen. The three hurriedly moved over, not daring to breathe. The scene was quite comical. This system of mine is called XJBED. David Griffin frowned. Wait, what is XJBED? It means quick changes in Huaxiao language derived from the first letters of the pinyin. Quick changes. I don't feel that way. Don't fool us, this is a big deal. You can count on it, esteemed Vice President. Let me explain it to you. The XJBD tactic is a dynamic strategy for quick response, a type of unstructured tactic that achieves its purpose through rapid trial and error and flexible adjustments in a highly uncertain environment, namely our games. Its core lies in breaking through traditional frameworks. Xie Yu pretended to pause. In reality, he couldn't continue, so he revealed that it was just a haphazard tactic. Continue. David Griffin and Chris Grant almost said in unison, clearly very curious about Xie Yu's the infinite space dynamic offense and defense system. Its core concept, based on infinite switches combined with a new space basketball and traditional playmaking system, achieves all-position indiscriminate suppression through dynamic offense and flexible defense. The three shook their heads in confusion. They'll start with defense. The defensive structure consists of infinite switches and zone help defense. The infinite switch requires all 5 players on the court to possess the ability to defend more than 3 positions with the lateral movement speed and help defense awareness of forwards being the most critical. In our team, Kawhi and Jimmy all completely meet this requirement. This value lies in facing strong teams like the Heat and Celtics, where we can eliminate mismatches through switches, forcing opponents into inefficient unknowns. The three nodded in agreement and did not interrupt Xie Yu's speech, becoming the chosen listeners. Zone help defense traps. When the opponent breaks through the first line of defense, inside players quickly collapse into a 3-second zone encirclement, while weak side players rotate to cover the perimeter. If done well, it can limit the opponent's shooting percentage in the paint to 55 and 3-point shooting percentage to 34. Chris Grant finally couldn't hold back and asked, isn't this difficult? It requires very excellent interior players, right? Xie Yu raised his hand to stop his speech, smiling. Let's not discuss the reinforcement issue for now, we've covered defense. In special cases, there's also box 1 partial double teaming, leaving non-shooters open, and depth 5, but those will leave for the coaching staff to study. Next, we'll talk about offense. The most ideal configuration is 5 players spaced out. As the name suggests, all 5 players on the court have 3-point shooting threats, and then through a lot of off-ball movement to create space, ghost screens, twin towers, playmaking, and so on. Strongly emphasize dynamic transition offense, utilizing fast breaks and semi-transitions, requiring the entire team to participate in fast breaks. Set targets, average fast break points 18 points from turnovers 20. Abandon fixed screen combinations, create mismatches through random screens across multiple positions to weave a net of random screens. Constant mismatched isolation plays, targeting the opponent's defensive weaknesses, attracting double teams, and passing to the perimeter for open 3-pointers. David Griffin hit the nail on the head. Sounds great, but it requires an upgraded roster, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them turned to look at Chris Grant. What are you looking at me for? Chris Grant first avoided eye contact, then boldly looked at Xie Yu and continued, what you said about the XJBD tactic really resonates with me. Let's do it. What kind of help do you need? List them all. Coach, go help me prepare a list of the entire league. Here the list. Xie Yu handed over the paper he had written to Chris Grant. He looked at it and instantly froze. Xie Yu, are you serious? Xie Yu felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. This is a matter concerning the team. I wouldn't joke about it. It's absolutely true. Chris Grant was still staring at Xie Yu, and David Griffin snatched the list away. Is this it? Hassan Whiteside. I just looked up this young man's profile. Selected 33rd overall in the second round of the 2010 NBA draft by the Sacramento Kings. Height 213 centimeters, a wingspan 231 centimeters, a weight 120 kilograms. His static physical attributes are impressive. Yet to date, he has appeared in only one NBA game. On October 28, 2010, against the Minnesota Timberwolves, logging just 1 minute and committing 2 personal fouls. All other statistical categories remain blank. Why him? Xie Yu felt like spitting blood. His decision had been rash. He never imagined that Whiteside, nicknamed Big White, had been so underutilized. 2 full seasons in the league, yet only 1 minute of playing time. He was left utterly speechless. I chose him precisely for his elite static athleticism, and because he's had so little NBA experience. That makes him ideal for molding into a vital pillar of our system. Xie Yu insisted, feigning confidence. The 3 others nodded in unison, fully convinced by his reasoning. Though outwardly unruffled, Xie Yu inwardly wrestled with deep remorse. In truth, Whiteside was never his first choice. Selecting him stemmed purely from his status as an undervalued castoff. Acquiring and developing him promised near certain return on investment. Xie Yu had weighed numerous alternatives. For instance, Brook Lopez, though not yet the elite floors pacer he'd later become with the Milwaukee Bucks, he already possessed rare shooting range among centers. Yet chronic injuries plagued him and his price tag was exorbitant. The Brooklyn Nets considered him untouchable. In this era, coaches still believed fervently, he who controls the boards controls the game, he who dominates the paint commands the league. A truly elite center was a once-in-a-generation treasure, once acquired non-negotiable. With elite centers scarce across the league, finding one both suitable and affordable proved nearly impossible. Xie Yu even consulted last season's media-voted top 10 centers list. 1. Dwight Howard. 2. Andrew Bynum. 3. Tyson Chandler. 4. Joakim Noah. 5. Marc Gasol. 6. Al Horford. 7. Al Jefferson. 8. Roy Hibbert. 9. Nene. 10. Andris Biedrins. Dwight Howard would have fit the XJBD defensive system perfectly, but the Cleveland Cavaliers couldn't acquire him, nor would Howard ever consider joining given his bitter, irreconcilable rift with Xie Yu. Al Horford, too, remained the Atlanta Hawks' irreplaceable system cornerstone, their absolute non-trade asset. At this stage, Roy Hibbert, yet to be mockingly dubbed Gao Yuan by fans, was actually Xie Yu's top preference. Yet the chilling prospect of Hibbert delivering 0 points and 0 rebounds in a clutch game was simply unbearable. Moreover, Hibbert was effectively half-owned by the Indiana Pacers, his asking price astronomical, demanding Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler combined, and even then likely refused. After surveying every option, Xie Yu reluctantly inscribed Whiteside's name, the highest value acquisition available. Yet turning it over in his mind, he sensed the XJBD system might yet succeed. Few centers across the league possessed explosive offensive talent. Thus pairing Varejao with Whiteside, a duo whose defensive prowess far outstripped their scoring, would suffice. In crunch time, they could deploy the death 5 small lineup, shifting Kawhi Leonard to center, an audacious but viable strategy. The quartet continued discussing until dinner ended, then dispersed. Xie Yu returned home to comfort Taylor Swift, while the other three faced far heavier burdens. David Griffin and Chris Grant immediately began negotiating trades, not only for Whiteside but also for elite floor-spacing sharpshooters. Mike Brown, clearly the busiest of all, convened the entire coaching staff to implement and meticulously refine the XJBD system. Returning from a single day off, players were informed of a complete tactical overhaul, forced to master an entirely new system. Even Vince Carter, a veteran who'd weathered every storm, found it astonishing. Within 2 days, guided by tactical instruction and relentless sweat on the practice court, they grasped the fundamentals of the new framework. As seasoned professionals, they absorbed concepts instantly. Only live game execution remained. Most unexpectedly of all, Xie Yu spotted Big White reporting to the facility. After 3 days of rest, the Cavaliers entered a brutal stretch: 6 consecutive games against the Boston Celtics, Dallas Mavericks, San Antonio Spurs, Miami Heat, Philadelphia 76ers, and Los Angeles Clippers. Players approached the new system with mixed emotions, coaches brimmed with confidence, management watched poised, and at home against the Celtics, vaunted big for the fledgling XJBD system, crumbled beneath Boston's veteran guile. Cleveland fell 93,108. Chris Grant remarked, "This is perfectly normal, just the first game. Besides, the Celtics are no pushovers." Indeed, David Griffin affirmed, "We've already seen several dazzling offensive sequences. The XJBD system is absolutely viable." On the road against the defending champions, the Dallas Mavericks, Cleveland lost again, 99,111, suffering its second straight defeat. David Griffin, "Losing is understandable. We're facing last season's title holders, a powerhouse roster." Chris Grant, "Exactly. Our offense was fluid and aesthetically pleasing, and our total assists outnumbered theirs. Our perimeter shooting simply went cold." Cleveland narrowly fell to the Spurs, 101,106, extending their losing streak to 3. Chris Grant, "Xie Yu scored 28 points with 11 assists. Kyrie Irving added 22 points and 8 assists. Paul Westhead contributed 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. Jimmy Butler tallied 15, and Kawhi Leonard posted 13 points and 10 rebounds. We played exceptionally well. Our opponent was simply stronger. It's our front office's failure," David Griffin admitted. "We must do more to upgrade the roster." Cleveland dropped another close one to the Heat, 9,194, suffering its 4th consecutive loss. David Griffin murmured, "Is the XJBD system all flash and no substance?" "Not at all." Chris Grant countered. "I see boundless potential in this system. It's our roster depth that's lacking." On the road against the Philadelphia 76ers, both teams waged a ferocious, high-intensity defensive battle. With seconds remaining, Cleveland trailed 8,384. Xie Yu drew a double-team dish to Kyrie Irving for a buzzer-beating attempt, missed. Defeat extended their skid to 5. David Griffin, "What now? 5 straight losses. Should we speak with Xie Yu?" Chris Grant, "Let's give him more time." Mike Brown, ever the pragmatic executor, maintained identical training intensity regardless of wins or losses. Even after formal sessions ended, players stayed late to drill, enduring exhausting off-ball movement and rapid transition sprints that pushed their stamina to the brink. Tristan Thompson grumbled, "We've lost 5 straight since switching systems. I don't get what the coaches are thinking. Why overhaul everything when things were fine?" Jimmy Butler replied, "Does the new system make you uncomfortable? Your minutes have increased, haven't they?" Thompson, "Yeah, I feel better, but we're not winning." "Same goes for you, Jimmy. You're getting significantly more court time." Jimmy, "Our losses reflect our own shortcomings, not flaws in the coaching system." Jimmy's right, Kyrie Irving affirmed. "This system is extraordinary. I'm certain with time we'll shake the entire league." "I agree," Kawhi Leonard added. "Yes, I sometimes guard bigger opponents, but basketball demands versatility. The capable should bear greater responsibility." Xie Yu, "What's your take on the coaching system?" All eyes turned towards Xie Yu, casually snacking on watermelon. He confessed plainly, "Actually, I designed this system for the coaches. It's called XJBD." Silence. Ding. "The system has detected that you have added 10 million Huaxia coins, granting you one choice right." The long-range shot should improve both three-point and mid-range shooting, while defense will enhance both perimeter and interior defense. Let's go with long-range shots. The Cavaliers are currently lacking in three-pointers. Ding. There will be no next time. Xie Yu said. System, you are quite mischievous. I won't nag anymore. Tomorrow's away game against the Clippers and Taylor Swift has also arrived in Los Angeles. You are ranked 3rd in the Eastern Conference backcourt. You won't be starting in the All-Star game. So what? It's not a disgrace to lose to Rose and Wade. One is the youngest MVP in history, and the other is the legendary Flash. Their playing styles are extremely entertaining, and it's perfectly normal for fans to vote for them over me. You always lack ambition. You've lost 5 games in a row, and you must win tomorrow's match. Many prominent figures will be watching all there to see you. Do you understand? Why should they come to see me? Because you always perform exceptionally at the Staples Center, and of course, because you are my boyfriend. Oh, Xie Yu actually felt quite uncomfortable with his girlfriend being more assertive than him. Could it be a sign of his own inadequacy? How could a reborn person like him be outdone by her? If he hadn't tried systems that didn't recognize income from gambling, financial investments, and endorsements, Xie Yu would have soared to great heights long ago. Aside from not being restricted by the system regarding living off his family's wealth, everything else was prohibited. He could only rely on his hard work, playing basketball to earn money. At that moment, Taylor Swift's words, spoken in a state of hysteria, awakened Xie Yu. I'm more popular than you, I earn more than you, and it's not my fault that others refer to you as my boyfriend. Right, living off my parents is fine, but what about living off you? Xie Yu feigned anger. If you're so capable, then why don't— Taylor's pupils narrowed slightly. What are you saying? Xie Yu took a step back and said, you little miser, you keep saying you earn more than me, but when I ask you to support me, you refuse. Taylor waved her hand majestically. How much do you want? Just name a number, and I'll support you. Xie Yu held up one finger. Hiss. What a bold statement. Oh, I'm impressed. Ding. The system has detected that you have added 60 million Huaxia coins, granting you 6 choice rights. Xie Yu almost dropped his jaw. He asked Taylor Swift for 10 million Huaxia coins and unexpectedly received $10 million. The most astonishing part was that the system actually recognized it. Later on, Xie Yu returned the money and tried several times for different reasons, but the system no longer recognized them. Only years later did Xie Yu realize that initially Taylor genuinely thought he needed money, and she sincerely intended to give him that 10 million, which was why the system recognized it. He speculated that the subsequent failures were because Taylor felt he wasn't really in need, thus she didn't offer, sincerely leading to the system's lack of recognition. Another possibility was that the system had developed an immunity to Taylor. This time the choices were all related to shooting, and Xie Yu grinned through tears, elevating both mid-range and three-point shooting to S. Reaching S does not mean invincibility or hitting every shot. It is merely an assessment of ability. Take the 2K game as an example. If your three-point rating is C and you play nearly perfectly, even hitting the green release won't guarantee a basket. This is because the game determines that your rating is too low. Even if you hit the green release, you might only score 1 out of 3 attempts. However, if your three-point rating is S, hitting the green release guarantees a basket provided there is no defensive interference. In a match, many factors come into play, such as today's physical condition, timing of the shot, whether the form is altered, and interference from opponents, etc. Kaui's three-point skill set is undoubtedly S, but even with 2 to 3 decades of muscle memory, he cannot guarantee hitting every shot. Xie Yu's three-point S rating is definitely not on par with Curry, but if Xie Yu's shooting choices in a game are perfect, he might surpass Kaui's three-point ability. The Clippers' starting lineup: center DeAndre Jordan, power forward Blake Griffin, small forward Karen Butler, shooting guard Jamal Crawford, point guard Chris Paul. Cavaliers' starting lineup: center Anderson Varejao, power forward Delonte West, small forward Kawhi Leonard, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Kyrie Irving. Under the dazzling lights of the Staples Center in Los Angeles, a highly anticipated game is about to commence. Lob City Clippers vs. the Cavaliers, who have recently displayed an exciting style of play with sharp passing and cutting. The audience for this match is also star-studded, turning the venue into a cross-industry gala. When Taylor Swift appeared in the front row wearing a silver sequin mini dress and a fringed jacket, she instantly became the center. Her makeup was exquisite and dramatic. Her signature red lips and confident stride seemed to carry their own spotlight, overshadowing even the championship banners and giant advertisements hanging in the arena. Her appearance ignited a frenzy in the audience, and the casually styled golden hair she wore added a touch of lazy. On social media, fans frantically shared her live photos. The mini dress paired with knee-high boots perfectly accentuated her tall figure, stealing attention with just one glance. The real MVP at Staples tonight is Taylor Swift. Before the game began, Xie Yu glanced at Taylor, who was also looking at. Despite the crowd of stars and countless beauties in the arena, Taylor's presence undoubtedly redefined the term outshining the rest. Not just in appearance, but in the absolute aura of a superstar, as if this event's prelude had become her personal stage. There was also an indescribable feeling as if she were the true hostess here, while the entire audience had come to watch her man play, seeing Xie Yu as the king capable of dominating the game. Taylor received Xie Yu's loving gaze and blew him a kiss, her fiery red lips instantly multiplying his number of rivals in love. It was just like at school, where boys who brought their girlfriends to play basketball never had a good game. After the match began, the Clippers' defense against Xie Yu was undeniably stringent. West held the ball high, orchestrating plays, while Kawhi and Xie Yu executed off-ball screens on one side. At the same time, Irving and Varejao were also setting off-ball screens. Xie Yu slipped to the basket, and West's pass was perfect. Even though he couldn't prevent Xie Yu from dunking into an open basket, Foy did not give up on defense, landing a solid slap on the back of Xie Yu's head. This 21 could not quell Xie Yu's fury. If a fight was initiated, he would let his actions speak with the ball. After the flagrant foul, Xie Yu remained terrifyingly calm. Every off-ball run and screen he executed was done with utmost effort, leading by example, and he capitalized on every. Even though he finished the first half with 9 out of 10 field goals, scoring 25 points, he did not force shots in the second half to chase personal scoring. Xie Yu caught the ball and faked a move against Fu Yi, charging into the paint with great strides to execute a powerful dunk over Little Jordan. The ball went in, and the whistle blew. 21. Lock in today's top 10 plays. Having consistently dunked on others in the alley-oop city, Xie Yu also tasted the bitterness of being dunked on. He said to Fu Yi without any emotion, "Don't provoke me. The consequences are beyond your bearing." If it were the opening stages, Fu Yi would definitely have retaliated, but now he dared not utter a word. Xie Yu was simply on fire, hitting 12 out of 13 shots. What's wrong with bringing a girl? If you have the ability, bring one too. Why take your anger out on me? Of course, if Griffin dared to bring Kendall to Cleveland, Xie Yu would make him suffer the humiliation of being dunked on. Everyone has double standards. Oh, what more can be said when one is oneself and the other is a completely unrelated person? Under Xie Yu's leadership, the Cavaliers fought valiantly, with 7 players scoring in double figures, defeating the Clippers with an astonishing score of 127-103, halting their losing streak. Xie Yu shot 13 out of 18, hitting 4 out of 5 from three-point range, and made 10 out of 11 free throws, racking up 40 points. Westbrook achieved a triple-double with 12 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3 blocks, with a plus-minus of 33. Irving went 7 for 15 with 18 points and 11 assists. Kawhi scored 15 points with 9 rebounds. Jimmy had 11 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Parsons played 11 minutes, hitting 4 out of 7 from three-point range for 14 points. Varejao scored 10 points with 2 blocks. Whiteside played for 10 minutes, scoring 2 points with 3 rebounds, 1 block, and 4 fouls. Inside the Cavaliers' locker room, after winning a big victory and finally stopping a 5-game losing streak, the whole team cheered until Xie Yu fulfilled his bet and treated the entire team to herring pizza. A strange smell wafted through the locker room, and Xie Yu slipped away without accepting any interviews. As soon as he got into the car, Taylor Swift gave him a big kiss and said, "Baby, you looked so handsome today. Is it because I was there that you felt particularly powerful?" Xie Yu replied with annoyance, "Because you were there, I faced double the defensive pressure today. Everyone wanted to suppress me and diminish. Why is that? They want to put me in a tough spot in front of you to make themselves look powerful. Men love this sort of thing. Are you like that?" Xie Yu already thought of the Kardashian family. The changes in strategy over these past 6 games made Xie Yu understand one truth: basketball games require heroes. The XJBD tactical system is ahead of the other 29 teams, but the game is played by people and the effectiveness depends on the player's performance. And Xie Yu aims to be that hero to provide support for the team. No matter how well you perform, as long as I am here, this team can reach a certain level and won't lose to weak teams. When teammates perform well, his own performance determines the team's ceiling. He must find his position, clarify his goals, and approach the game with a light heart. 33 points, clocking out after 3 quarters, thoroughly defeating the Pistons. 36 points, a big win against the Kings on the road. 38 points, defeating the Hornets, ending the last game before the All-Star weekend with a 4-game winning streak. Xie Yu with an average of 27, 1 points, 4, 8 rebounds, and 7, 3 assists was selected as an All-Star reserve. Many people in the country felt it was unfair, as many voted for him daily, yet he still lost out to Rose and Wade. Such near MVP-level statistics combined with his Chinese nationality made it seem unreasonable not to be the top vote-getter. However, whether it was a conspiracy or not, Xie Yu was ultimately left off the list. This even caused frequent discussions on trending topics, with some fans blasting Weibo, believing that the voting channel on Weibo did not count the total votes, which led to Xie Yu's exclusion from the starters. Xie Yu had no comments on this, and also declined to participate in the individual contests. He originally wanted to try his long-range shooting in the three-point contest, but then thought, if everyone knows I'm the three-point king, they definitely won't let me shoot from the perimeter, so he decisively dismissed the idea. In the rookie game, Xie Yu scored 30 points and 13 assists on 12 of 12 shooting, winning the MVP without break. In the individual contest, Xie Yu didn't show up, instead enjoying a date with Taylor Swift in Orlando, which reminded him of Annie. He heard she got married and wondered if she would still occasionally think of him. The more unattainable something is, the more it stirs restlessness. In the All-Star East-West showdown, the league's top players gathered, which also served as recognition for the players who performed excellently that season. The Cavaliers management had already informed Xie Yu to maintain good contact with these potential big fish privately and to socialize appropriately, as the Cavaliers would definitely seek reinforcements next year, and which big fish they signed would greatly relate to Xie Yu since they would be joining him. But Xie Yu thought differently. Since they were going to team up with me, why don't you all come to establish connections with me? So he completely ignored the management's task, focusing instead on catching up with Rose and Luol Deng, discussing how to scientifically exert force to avoid injuries. Rose was very surprised. "Bro, your injury prevention knowledge is already at a master level. That's impressive. Derek, don't underestimate this. For players like us who rely on explosive power, once injured, the consequences can be unpredictable. We might fall into obscurity, or we could be reborn from the ashes, but the latter is definitely rare, like Grant Hill, a scholar who fought against the cruelty of fate. I know what you're saying, but I really don't know much about this area. Alright, after the game, come back to Cleveland with me, and Luol Deng too. Just for 3 days I'll teach you everything I know to help you avoid injuries and stay healthy. Seeing Rose hesitate, Xie Yu pretended to be angry. Some people just don't know what's good for them. I'm not trying to cling to you. Luol Deng thought it was about him since he really didn't want to go. Who wouldn't want to spend their rare vacation with their girlfriend? But since Xie Yu said that, he figured refusing again might ruin their brotherhood. Imin. The two exclaimed almost in unison. Rose is a source of regret for many. Reborn, let's try to make up for it as much as possible. Flowers may bloom again, but youth will never return. Eastern Conference starters: center Howard, power forward James, small forward Anthony, shooting guard Wade, point guard Rose. Western Conference starters: center Bynum, power forward Griffin, small forward Durant, shooting guard Kobe, point guard Paul. Before the game began, Xie Yu innocently faced the camera as a sideline reporter approached the bench and asked Xie Yu, I heard you had another failed negotiation with Nike and Adidas. Thinks your asking price is too high. When will you finally have your own signature sneakers? It was Li Wan who failed the negotiations. However, both she and her son agreed that profit sharing was a must. No profit sharing, no signing. Moreover, Xie Yu wanted $100 million a year, which everyone, including Li Wan, thought was excessive. Only he knew, because he had the system, becoming the face of the league was merely a matter of time. If not for his financial troubles, he wouldn't have settled for a mere $100 million. He would have demanded a lifetime contract worth $1 billion, like Jordan, plus profit sharing. Initially, Xie Yu was willing to compromise because getting money quickly meant he could enhance his abilities. However, after he desperately took endorsements and shot ads, finally gathering $10 million, the system showed no response. He naively thought it was an issue with the exchange rate and exchanged U.S. dollars for Chinese yuan, but there was still no even after reaching $20 million, there was still no response. Xie Yu realized that no matter how large his sneaker contract was, the system would not recognize it unless he established his own brand and earned money with his own hands. After he proposed this idea, Li Wan arranged for a plan that required an initial investment of 100 to 200 million yuan, along with RD costs, which made Xie Yu abandon the thought. Xie Yu's eyes flashed with determination as he looked at the camera and replied, I will not sign with any brand. I want to create my own brand and design my exclusive sneakers. Having been reborn, it would seem a waste not to undertake a challenging endeavor. Nike, Adidas, you think you can? Then I'll show you. Across the ocean, Li Wan and Xie Tianxin were baffled upon seeing the news. When did this happen? Why weren't we informed? Little did they know their devoted son had already made decisions for them. Investors: Xie Tianxin, Li Wan. Reporter: your parents truly support your career wholeheartedly. Wishing you swift success and the early launch of your signature sneakers. Xie Yu proudly nodded and replied, thank you. My parents definitely won't disagree. Right? Anyway, the boast has been made. If they disagree, the embarrassment falls on them, not on me, their devoted son. Once I soar to great heights, they will be billionaires. Finally, it was Xie Yu's turn to play. The All-Star game was perfect for showcasing Xie Yu's talents. Love dunks, huh? I'll dunk. Love long shots, huh? I'll shoot. With almost no defense, Xie Yu scored effortlessly, playing 14 minutes in the first half, even longer than the starting rows. Continuing his invincible touch from the rookie game, he made 3 three-pointers and 3 dunks, securing 15 points. Halftime. In the Eastern Conference locker room, Howard, with 18 points and 10 rebounds on 9 of 10 shooting, joked with everyone except Xie Yu. It seemed that once he finished talking, his teammates would give him face and do their best to win the game, so he could secure MVP. Brothers, tonight, I'm treating you all. Let's hit the most expensive nightclub in Orlando. Xie Yu snickered. Do I get treated even if we lose? Howard swallowed hard, smiling as he replied, of course. How could he not treat? Xie Yu was just joking. The older brother wasn't a stingy person. Everyone quickly egged on, making the atmosphere in the locker room much lighter. Who didn't know about the feud between Xie Yu and Howard? Although it wasn't a big deal, it was an open secret that the two disliked each other. As the All-Star vote leader, Howard was a personal favorite who wouldn't choose him as their center. He had the arrogance to not indulge anyone he disliked. And what about Xie Yu? The future of Chinese basketball, armed with such a powerful system, it was only a matter of time before he fulfilled his potential. Coming from a distinguished family, he was definitely a rich second generation, and having a superstar girlfriend like Taylor Swift, why should he indulge Howard? Years later, if the beast fell from grace and signed a veteran minimum with Xie Yu's team, the two would simply need to smile to bury their grudges. That's how men are. They might fight in the afternoon, but drink together at night. However, neither side backed down. Who are you? The second half of the game began, and Xie Yu was still on the bench. Sitting on the bench, he wasn't idle. He was venting in his mind. Rose is really pathetic, afraid to shoot threes, not even attempting dunks, just feeding the ball to others. Wait, if you're injured, don't play. You're looking ancient at your prime. James, wait until I get in. He'll show you a couple of air hostesses. Anthony, do you think this is a blacksmith shop? Howard, a brush. He's willing to sacrifice his face for MVP. After venting, Xie Yu silently vowed, I will never be a substitute in this life again. The East was now trailing by 13 points. Durant and Griffin were both stepping up, while the Eastern Conference clearly struggled. The coach recalled Xie Yu. With Nash and Parker forming a dual backcourt in the West, Xie Yu's eyes lit up. This would be a map. He scored 30 points throughout the game, leading the Eastern All-Stars to take a 1-point lead. Both sides returned to their starting lineup for the final showdown. We want Xie Yu. It was unclear who started the chant, but the crowd began to echo this sentiment. Coach Thibodeau waved his hand, substituting his trusted player Rose for his former favorite Xie Yu. In the last 3 minutes, Kobe and Paul transformed into mad dogs, engaging in a fierce battle. James suddenly realized, only by handing the ball to Xie Yu could they easily win. Xie Yu positioned himself low, overpowering Paul with his height advantage, making a fadeaway jumper that left Paul speechless. Durant entered death mode, scoring 36 points and hitting key shots, 150 to 151. The West led by 1 point with just 18 seconds remaining. The Eastern All-Stars called a timeout. Thibodeau said, "Guys, I'm on strike, just pretend I don't exist." Who should? Thibodeau certainly didn't want to wade into this murky water, as they might have to work together in the future. Howard said, "LeBron set a screen for me and throw me a high lob for the alley-oop." Howard had already scored 26 points and grabbed 18 rebounds. If he made the winning shot, the MVP would be a sure thing. Wade said, "He'll inbound the ball, LeBron initiate this attack." Anthony replied, "I agree, he'll be in position ready to shoot when I receive the ball." James responded, "Okay." As for Xie Yu, who cared about his opinion? When you're with the Cavaliers, you're the cornerstone of the team, and you have a voice. The management caters to you. But in the All-Star game, you have no historical status. You have no honors. Why should anyone listen to you? Strength is paramount. Xie Yu deeply realized this fact, which infuriated him. He vowed again next year at the All-Star game, "I want authority. I want to be the boss." James held the ball, reading the defense with a series of flashy moves, eventually passing to the open Anthony, whose three-pointer. The East was defeated and Durant was named MVP. In the final moments, Xie Yu frantically moved around, but Paul refused to give an inch. However, it seemed that James had no intention of passing to him, as he hadn't even glanced his way. Losing was always disheartening, especially when the crucial plays did not involve you. Xie Yu regarded this as the greatest disgrace of his basketball career. Am I the most failed reborn individual? In childhood, I thought the phrase "time flies" was an exaggeration, but growing up I realized it is a form of documentary literature, like arrows being shot in rapid succession. The latter half of the game has concluded with the Cavaliers securing 41 wins and 25 losses, entering the playoffs as the third seed in the East. After the final game of the regular season, Chris Grant stood in the center of the locker room, beaming with pride. His gaze swept over every player in the room. "Guys, brothers, place your right hands on your left chests. Feel it. What beats inside isn't just a heart, it's the pulse of the entire city of Cleveland." Chris Grant paused momentarily, and the locker room fell silent. At this time last year, the media called us the bottom feeders of the rebuilding phase. 3 months ago, they said we only deserve to be ninth, and now what do we have? His voice suddenly rose. The assistant general manager promptly illuminated the big screen behind him, displaying the third seed ranking in the East. "We have trampled over the Celtics, the Magic, and those self-righteous veteran teams, tearing the entire league's script into shreds." He approached the tactical board and struck it vigorously. "Do you know what our opponents fear about us right now? They've dissected the game tapes, but can't find our playbook, because we damn well don't have one. Your passion, agility, and relentless sprinting for 48 minutes are our most lethal weapons." The assistant general manager led the team in stomping their feet, shaking the floor. "Xie Yu, they say you're too selfish. But when you single-handedly pierced through the Heat's defense, the Miami players couldn't even see your tail. Kyrie, some say you're frail. Yet you've shown the world with every heart-stopping three-pointer that the guards of Cleveland have the icy waters of the Ohio River flowing through their veins. Look at the brothers around you. West endures every elbow from Howard with his ribs. Kawhi covers the entire half-court like a spider, and Jimmy dives for loose balls as if he's leaping onto a grenade. This is why I say experience. To hell with experience. We will ignite the North Coast Harbor with our speed, shatter Madison Square Garden with our muscle, and etch the word youth into the nightmares of every opponent with our audacity." He suddenly turned and pulled open the locker room door, and the shouts of the fans outside surged like a tidal wave. "Do you hear that? This city, mocked as the city of curses, has straightened its spine for the first time. Now lift your swords and shields, and remember, when the whole world is waiting to see the genius fall, what we must do is make the entire NBA remember." In the spring of 2012, a pack of hungry wolves and Cavaliers gnawed the throne into pieces. Everyone stood up, and Grant tore open his suit to reveal a Wynard Cavaliers t-shirt underneath. "Now tell me who commands this battlefield." Everyone erupted in a roar. Cleveland in 4. Some climbed onto chairs, others onto tables, and the entire team's morale. Xie Yu thought to himself, this old trickster is definitely a master of salesmanship. If this had been before, after hearing such words, Xie Yu would have surely fought for him. But how could a poor boy have the chance to hear an NBA general manager's sales pitch? In his previous life, Xie Yu wouldn't even have been able to drink the bathwater of Taylor Swift. After his rebirth, he could even command Taylor Swift. Xie Yu couldn't help but feel disdain for her social circle, especially after learning she was attending an event on an island. Xie Yu's stance was clear: if she went, it would mean a breakup with no room for negotiation. Taylor felt very wronged, as she was already part of the circle, and if she didn't go along with the mainstream, she wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, she couldn't understand why Xie Yu felt so averse. "In the UK? Do you think he doesn't like me anymore, so he's deliberately finding a reason to argue with me to propose a breakup? That possibility can't be ruled out. But truthfully, I don't like those island events either. If the boy I like would care about it, I definitely wouldn't go." "Is it that you don't love him enough?" "No, I really love him, which is why I feel insecure. I always feel like he doesn't love me enough, that his heart only belongs to basketball. It's not wrong for a man to be busy with his career. Perhaps you should find a rich boy who does nothing all day and only knows how to accompany you in love." "If I don't want that." Taylor moped as she chatted with her best friend. Jing Yuanshan hurriedly took a few bites of his meal, as if he had some urgent matter to attend to, and quickly stood up to excuse himself. His movements were swift and resolute, leaving no time for others to react. In the living room, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat serious. Li Wan sat on the sofa, her face darkened, clearly displeased with Xie Yu. She bit her lip tightly, remaining silent and quietly seething with anger. Xie Tianqian noticed the change in Li Wan's mood. He glanced at Xie Yu and then subtly gestured, seemingly hinting that he should say something to ease the tension. However, Xie Yu seemed completely oblivious to Xie Tianqian's hint, continuing to sit there engrossed, indifferent to the tense atmosphere in the living room. On April 29th, the first game of the series between the Cavaliers and the Magic kicked off. Howard had already been confirmed to miss the season, but many still believed that the young Cavaliers would struggle against the Magic. Magic's starting lineup: center Glenn Davis, power forward Ryan Anderson, small forward Hito Turkoglu, shooting guard Richardson, point guard Jameer Nelson. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejo, power forward West, small forward Little Ka, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. This was the first playoff journey for many on the Cavaliers, including Xie Yu. But they showed no signs of stage fright, and with Howard absent, the Magic's strength was limited. When Jimmy came on the court, the Cavaliers began to reveal their fangs. With unlimited switches and zone defense, Magic players always felt as if they were being double-teamed. They easily punched out after three quarters. 105-87, 7 Cavaliers scored in double figures, securing victory in the first game. Xie Yu played for 29 minutes, shooting 9 of 15, making 1 of 2 three-pointers and 6 of 6 free throws, scoring 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. The Magic could not solve the Cavaliers' offense, especially when Irving, Xie Yu, and Little Ka were all on fire from they expanded the space, leaving the inside vulnerable. Everyone could penetrate, especially Xie Yu and Jimmy, charging in like they were carrying explosives, leading either to free throws or easy two-pointers. A 40 sweep. The Magic did not score over 100 points in any game. This left Howard, who attended in formal attire, feeling quite uncomfortable, as he could only sit on the bench and watch his enemies flaunt their prowess. In this series, Xie Yu did not score over 30 points in any game, averaging only 22 points, which was lower. Rose's injury did not occur. Under Rose's leadership, the Chicago Bulls swept the Philadelphia 76ers 40, preventing the miraculous 8th seed from happening again. Their next opponent in the round is the Celtics, who defeated the Hawks 42. LeBron continued his MVP-level performance, and the Heat with their big three easily eliminated the Knicks, led by Anthony, with a score of 41. They will face the Cavaliers in the next round. In the West, the Thunder swept the defending champion Mavericks 40. The Spurs also swept the Utah Jazz 40. The Los Angeles rivals both fought through 7 games, narrowly eliminating the Nuggets and the Grizzlies. The Lakers will face the Thunder, while the Clippers will take on the Spurs. Why are you here? Aunt One asked me to come for dinner. Why didn't your parents come? They went back. Then why didn't you go back? I want to watch the game. What games? Cleveland's playoffs. Jing Tianqian's silly sweet look is genuinely beautiful when she smiles. Oh, seeing the goddess team up with a bronze player, my expression package system crashed on the spot, urgently needing to call the Canyon Patrol team. Before embarking on their journey to Miami, Xie Yu hosted a banquet for the entire team. The host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Xie Yu's card payment failed. At that moment, the teammates began to leave one by one. Just as Xie Yu was about to retrieve his card, he was informed that the balance was insufficient, causing him to feel utterly dismayed. Although Xie's father had invested a significant amount into his business, it shouldn't have left him so broke that he couldn't afford a meal right. To his surprise, the situation was far worse than he had imagined. This meal cost nearly $50,000. With less than $30,000 left on his card, he had no choice but to call his mother for help. It was not just the purchase that made news. Now the whole world knew that Xie Yu couldn't afford to pay the bill. When he saw the news, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. No way. I didn't expect even celebrities could have such awkward moments. Absolutely true. Xie Yu waited half an hour for his mother, and in the end it was her who settled the bill. Although Xie Yu is on a rookie contract, he should still be earning nearly $2 million. How could he not afford to pay the bill? It is said that he started a sports brand company to produce his own sneakers, leading to financial strain. Xie Yu initially thought he would be ridiculed by the masses, yet the focus of the netizens was why he was broke rather than the embarrassing fact that he couldn't pay the bill. By a twist of fate, this incident ended up giving Ian for some free advertising, as everyone eagerly anticipated what kind of sneakers Xie Yu, having spent all his savings, would create. Moreover, Xie Yu received numerous caring messages from friends along with large transfers into his bank account. As for how they managed to obtain his card number, he had no idea. Osha Xian sent $1 million. TT sent $500,000. JJ and Alonzo both sent $300,000. Jimmy, Kawhi, and Parsons each transferred $200,000. Varejo sent $1 million. West sent $3 million. What surprised Xie Yu the most was that David Griffin, Chris Grant, and Mike Brown all transferred $50,000 each. Shortly after, Xie Yu received a call from team owner Dan Gilbert. On the other end, Gilbert's voice sounded somewhat displeased. Why didn't you contact me right away if you were in trouble? After briefly explaining the situation, Gilbert burst into laughter. Xie Yu, I know you wouldn't want to take the money directly from me, and it wouldn't be appropriate either. It would just create a bunch of problems. But it seems you've forgotten what I do. Do you know Quicken Loans? It's one of the largest online lending institutions in America. Xie Yu still refused Gilbert's offer of a $10 million interest-free loan. The debt of gratitude was daunting, and after agreeing, he feared he would be bound to the Cavaliers with a contract, making it hard to leave. Xie Yu then went to the bank to repay his teammates individually and called to thank them. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Seeing so many people willing to help unconditionally during his difficult time was such a beautiful thing. However, the richest one offered no indication of support, not even a text message to check in, which made Xie Yu's heart feel as if it were entangled with thorns. Ding! The system has detected an additional 30 million Huaxia coins, granting you 3 choices. Wait, is this what? I returned everything. Isn't it bad manners to take advantage of others? Interior defense 3. The exterior defense is already at a B, barely sufficient, but the interior defense is only a C, so Xie Yu chose interior defense for all 3 options. Ding! Congratulations. Interior defense has risen to B. In the playoffs, defense is particularly crucial, especially when facing a team like the Heat with more than one superstar. Good morning to all our viewers. In the second round of the East, the first game of the series between the Heat and the Cavaliers will be summarized by me and Coach Zhang. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Heili. In the regular season matchups, the Heat hold a decisive advantage with 3 wins and 1 loss. The only game the Cavaliers won was solely thanks to Xie Yu's decisive drive and basket against the Big Three, hitting the crucial game winner. As for whether it was truly due to hip tightness, that's open to interpretation. Kawhi and Jimmy played well, each performing. The Heat starting lineup: center Haslam, power forward Bosch, small forward James, shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Kawhi, power forward West, small forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Coach Zhang, do you think Kawhi can defend Haslam at center? Yu Jiao, why don't you ask me if Haslam can defend against Kawhi? That actually stumped me. Kawhi's official height is 201 centimeters, a wingspan 221 centimeters, standing reach 269 centimeters, while the qualifying height for a center is 270 centimeters. Therefore, it's no problem for Kawhi to temporarily play center, and in the final stage of the regular season, he often played center for the Cavaliers in small lineups. In fact, Haslam on the other side isn't tall either, standing at 203 centimeters, and his wingspan can't compare to Kawhi's. His standing reach is also lower than Kawhi's. Strictly speaking, he isn't a center, but a power forward. As Zhang Heili had predicted after the tip-off, the Heat focused on how to exploit Kawhi's play at center, yet they frequently faltered on the defensive end. Kawhi transformed into a relentless screen machine, creating space for his teammates, making Haslam struggle to keep up, leading to a defense that was full of gaps. After establishing a lead, the Cavaliers began to rotate players, alternating between Varejao and Whiteside, making substitutions every 3 minutes. The Heat committed many turnovers during the game, and the Cavaliers seized every transition opportunity. Aside from Varejao and Whiteside, the others charged forward with the ball. With an all-out offensive and defensive strategy, they defeated the Heat 108-99. On the road, clinched. All 5 Cavaliers scored in double digits with 11 players in the rotation. Except for Alonzo, who didn't score, everyone else. Xie Yu shot 7 for 10, scoring 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists. West shot 7 for 13, making 8 of 8 free throws for 22.6 rebounds and 6 assists, earning the title of best player of the game. Irving performed poorly, scoring only 2 out of 11 attempts for 6 points and 9 assists. Jimmy shot 5 for 7, totaling 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Kawhi shot 6 for 12, scoring 14 points and grabbing 7 rebounds. Carter made 4 out of 7 three-pointers, totaling 14 points. Post-match comments from various parties. Zhang Heili: the Cavaliers triumphed unexpectedly while the Heat were unprepared, and the coach was slow to adapt on the spot. Xie Yu led by example, starting from defense to inspire his teammates. He showed no mercy on offense and praised Mike Brown for managing player minutes well. Yu Jiao: the Heat will make a comeback. Losing one game is not the end of the world. Jordan: I have the utmost confidence in the Cavaliers to win the championship. Xie Yu still has many weapons. Barkley: although the Cavaliers are leading 10, I firmly believe the Heat will be the ones advancing in the end. Xie Yu is still too inexperienced. O'Neal: neither team is the ultimate champion. They are not the rivals of the Chicago Bulls. 2 days later, the Cavaliers suffered a significant loss in Game 2. Losing the first game drove the Heat's Big Three into a frenzy. They unleashed their firepower right from the start of the second game, scoring an astonishing 82 points throughout the match. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, Irving continued to struggle offensively and defensively. He was a cash machine. Xie Yu was too aggressive on defense, accumulating 5 fouls and falling into foul trouble, and his outside shooting was off, making only 1 out of 7 three-pointers. Although he scored a team-high 26 points, it could not change the course of the game. Returning to Cleveland with a 11 score. The online sentiment was overwhelmingly pessimistic, and several young players clearly showed signs of being affected. Amid internal and external troubles, the Cavaliers players lost their usual cheerful demeanor. In the head coach's office, Mike Brown invited Xie Yu in for a onion on. Xie Yu: I told you that you are a rare talent. You should have noticed the problems within the team, right? Coach, are you testing me? Sort of. Entering the playoffs, our team is indeed too young, lacking playoff experience, and underperforming, including myself, which has led to our offensive firepower being outmatched by the opponent. On defense, even though we tried hard, those damn referees still destroyed us. We lost a lot of points at the free throw line. What you said is exactly what I observed. So how do you think we should resolve this? Coach, you are making it difficult for me. I'm overwhelmed as it is. You know how Wade plays against me. He's built like a bull, incredibly fast and experienced. I'm too busy figuring out how to deal with him to think about anything else. Your problem isn't Wade. I believe you shouldn't invest too much in defense. You should take on the offensive responsibility and leave the defense to others. Are you serious, coach? Yes. Before you came, I had already made up my mind. Irving will be a substitute, Carter will start as shooting guard, and you will be the starting point guard. This way you will only have to face Chalmers on defense, which will reduce a lot of pressure, and on offense Carter can create better spacing. And Irving and Jimmy can ensure the output firepower of our second unit. This is good for everyone. What do you think? Coach, you're the professional, he'll follow your lead. In fact, Xie Yu knew that the Heat loved to exploit mismatches. Irving was too thin now and always needed help defense, which gave the Heat shooter space for three-pointers. The best way to solve this problem was indeed to take on the role of a temporary point guard. So he chose to obey the coach's arrangement, but he was still worried that Irving would falter. After all, he was very important to the... Hello, what made you think of calling me? Brother, help. Haha, it's only 11, right? Let's aim to win the next 2 home games. I can't balance defense and offense. Once I put too much energy into defense, my offense turns to crap. Then you're just too weak, not capable enough. What is there to say? You're my half-brother. Can you help me out, your little brother? A person should handle what they can manage. The greater the ability, the greater the task they can undertake. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Carter, point guard Xie Yu. Heat starting lineup: center Haslam, power forward Bosch, small forward James, shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. After the first 2 games, there were almost no secrets between the 2 teams. The game began with a fierce battle. Although Xie Yu was the point guard, the Heat still targeted him. James set a screen to switch and attack Xie Yu. In an unknown confrontation, Xie Yu retreated, allowing a half-step shot. James, enduring the boos of the entire crowd, hit a three-pointer. 6-9. After the basket, James shook his head like a rattler. Xie Yu, do you dare let me shoot? He then shouted at the Cavaliers bench coach. Mike Brown, quickly switch someone to defend me, or this game will lose its suspense. His arrogant demeanor appeared incredibly powerful to James fans, but to Xie Yu it felt like a lump in his throat. Kawhi called for a screen, breaking through and passing to Xie Yu. On the right side at a 45-degree angle, Xie Yu caught the ball and shot, ignoring Wade's block, releasing it effortlessly. 9-9. The Heat's offense failed. Xie Yu pushed the ball forward and Carter immediately came over to set a screen, switching Chalmers on Xie Yu. With a series of crossovers, Xie Yu found an opportunity, decisively sidestepping for a step-back three-pointer. With a swish, the three-pointer went in. 1-9. At halftime, thanks to Xie Yu's extraordinary performance, the Cavaliers led the Heat by 7 points with a score of 56-49. In the Heat's locker room, James, what are you all doing? How could you let Xie Yu score 33 points in the first half? This is if you don't want to play, get off. Wade, the Cavaliers have too many screens. Everyone needs to be aware of switching defenses. Today, Xie Yu's shooting is too good to ignore. Spoelstra, if the third quarter doesn't go well, he'll implement double teaming. In the third quarter, Xie Yu continued to dominate offensively. Whether against Wade or Chalmers, his indiscriminate isolations always worked. However, James also began to step up, scoring at will both inside and outside, while assisting teammates as Bosch and Battier hit consecutive three-pointers to take the lead. Xie Yu fiercely charged past Wade, driving into the paint, drawing the defense before passing to the right corner. Carter received the ball and shot, sinking a reliable three-pointer. This is Carter's second three-pointer in the fourth quarter, the previous one also assisted by Xie Yu. 9-7-9-5. LeBron imitated the move, assisting Battier to hit a cold-blooded three. 9-7-9-8. Last 45 seconds. After the timeout, Xie Yu continued to drive with the ball, weaving past 2 defenders, challenging LeBron and Bosch with a forceful layup. Missed. Xie Yu protested that there was a foul on the arm, but the referee turned a blind eye. LeBron organized the play, managing the clock, forcing a foul from Little K and stepping to the free throw line. LeBron made the first free throw with ease. 9-7-9-9. The second shot was short. Westbrook grabbed. LeBron made the first free throw with ease. 9-7-9-9. The second shot was short. Westbrook grabbed the rebound and called the final timeout. Xie Yu successfully received the sideline ball with only 15 seconds left in the game. LeBron and Wade advanced to double team. Xie Yu passed the ball out, then called for it back. Irving couldn't get it to him. Time ticked away and the Heat's defense was extremely tight. Irving drove to the basket, found no opportunity, and quickly passed it out. Carter didn't shoot, looking for Xie Yu for support. The Heat's rotation was quick. With little time left on the shot clock, Xie Yu received the ball and took a three-pointer. Clang. Time was up and the Heat secured victory in G3 on the road. Xie Yu lifted his jersey to cover his head, feeling utterly dejected. In a full-effort game, Xie Yu recorded a near triple-double with 48 points, 8 rebounds, and 13 assists. If it weren't for the Heat's double-team strategy in the fourth quarter, scoring over 60 points would have been possible. What a pity. Trailing 1-2, the next game will be a door-die battle. Xie Yu missed 3 shots. The Cavaliers couldn't defeat the Heat. Cavaliers versus Heat. After the game, fans engaged in intense discussions, keeping the topic trending. Xie Yu was fouled with no call, while James got 2 free throws for a slight touch. Is the NBA scripted, or what? Xie Yu should return to the CBA. Our referees will definitely help you like they helped James in the NBA. This is so fake. The referee should be sentenced. It's hard to believe this is the Cavaliers' home court. Even without home court advantage, they managed to find a one-eyed referee who can't see anything favoring the home team. Meanwhile, during the heated discussions, another trending topic related to Xie Yu surged. Xie Yu lost the game and Taylor Swift is on the island partying with her male friends. It turned out that tonight Taylor Swift was throwing shade while chatting with Xiao KK. Taylor, he won't let me go to the island with those Americans, so you can find a bunch of handsome Europeans to accompany me on the island. Then they went out and were spotted. Missing the game-winning shot already made Xie Yu very upset, and upon returning home, he stumbled upon the trending topic. Taylor Swift surrounded by several male models behaving intimately. In a fit of rage, Xie Yu smashed his phone. Damn it. Get lost all of you. The loud noise startled Xie Tianqian and Li Wan, who didn't dare to comfort him. System, come out and talk. System, I want to become stronger. System, damn you, say something. Before the G4 game, a group of reporters surrounded Xie Yu for an interview, asking Xie Yu, have you broken up with? She hasn't attended a game in a long time, and she was caught seemingly cheating. What are your thoughts on this? The words cheating felt like a thorn piercing Xie Yu's heart. He did not trust Taylor. He just suddenly didn't like her anymore. From now on, she is her, and I am me. We have no relationship anymore. After finishing his response with the help of staff, Xie Yu quickly entered the locker room. In no time, news of Xie Yu and Taylor Swift's breakup topped various trending topics online. Taylor also saw Xie Yu's interview video and immediately called him. Beep, beep, beep. It was completely unreachable, too. She had been blocked long before Xie Yu smashed his phone. You bastard, did I agree to the breakup? I'm so mad. I want to go back to America. In the G4 game, Irving continued to come off the bench. 4-4. James charged through carrying 3 defenders to the basket. Kawhi made the block and the referee didn't. James was very dissatisfied. The Cavaliers seized a fast break opportunity and Xie Yu completed a gliding dunk. James charged again, wanting to draw a foul, but the referee remained silent. A passing error occurred. In a semi-transition, West found Xie Yu on the outside, and he confidently hit a three-pointer. 9-4. The Cavaliers, fighting for survival with the help of home court calls, unleashed incredible energy, resolutely pushing for fast breaks from the defensive end. In the end, they won 118-99. The Cavaliers achieved a significant victory in G4, leveling the series at 22. Xie Yu continued his stable performance with 38.6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 3 turnovers. Irving showed signs of improvement, scoring 13 points with 7 assists on 4 of 9 shooting, including 3 of 7 from three-point range. West continued his impressive performance, especially with his mid-range shots, hitting 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 7 assists, nearing a triple-double. Before heading to Miami, Xie Yu and Taylor Swift met in Cleveland. When did I agree to break up? You need to clarify this for me. You've been unhappy with me. Oh, let's part on good terms. I won't listen. I don't agree to the breakup. When you're hanging out with those guys, we were destined not to have a future. I won't love you again. But I listened to you and didn't go to the island with those people. The ones photographed were Xiao KK's friends. They are Europeans. You never said I couldn't go to the island with them. Are you that childish? Don't you just dislike listening to me? You intentionally go against me because you think it's embarrassing to listen to me. You've always felt that I should be beneath you. You're the big star, and I'm just a small player, right? But I didn't do anything wrong, so why are you forcing me, forbidding me from doing this or that? Am I a criminal? I need freedom. Now you're free. Oh, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. On the flight from Cleveland to Miami, Xie Yu wanted to dedicate a song to himself, but at this moment, Yu Wanwen was probably still playing in the mud. They broke up. Initially, he and Taylor Swift were just physically attracted, but gradually fell in love. However, ultimately, there were indeed many incompatible aspects between the two. Taylor loved to have fun, while Xie Yu did not. Taylor had a higher profile, earned more money, and had a wider social circle, while Xie Yu disliked women who were more assertive than himself. There were also cultural differences. Every time Xie Yu went out with her and her friends, he returned unhappy. Alas, next time I'll find someone domestic, but not too popular or too wealthy. Miami. The battle at the Mount of Kings. There were no secrets. Both sides used all their means. The Heat employed a zone defense and a box-one strategy against Xie Yu, not allowing him to score. In the end, the Cavaliers' shooting went cold, and they lost significantly to the Heat. Xie Yu frantically attacked the double team, constantly falling to draw fouls, exhausted with 7 of 12 shooting, 1 of 3 from three-point range, and 15 of 18 from the free throw line, totaling 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists. Xie Yu had not yet reached the true superstar level. His ability to break through double teams was lacking. The double team in the regular season was completely different from that in the playoffs, and his teammates' shooting stability was worlds apart. Especially in a series, opponents would study you thoroughly. For instance, when you face a double team on the left, they would have a tendency for where you pass, as well as in the center, and on the right. The defensive coach would inform every one of these details. In such circumstances, Xie Yu could only rely on his teammates to step up and punish the opponents with open shots. If they couldn't hit, then it would be hopeless, and he would be trapped in the opponent's defensive trap. G5 presented this issue. The Cavaliers' three-point shooting percentage had dropped below 30. Returning to Cleveland down 23-0, fans still passionately came to the airport to welcome them. One banner read in Chinese, Xie Yu, go for it. Win together and celebrate, lose together and bear it. On the team bus, Xie Yu suddenly stood in the center and began to shout, brothers, we are still young, we can afford to lose. Now you all feel tense when stepping onto the court. You shouldn't be unhappy. Basketball should be our good friend. Let's put down our burdens, lighten our load, and enjoy basketball. Win together and celebrate, lose together and bear it. Cleveland in 4. Cleveland in 4. Cleveland in 4. Cleveland. The G6 battle begins. In the opening attack, Xie Yu faces a double team, jumps to pass to West, who then finds Kawhi in the corner. A three-pointer, nothing but net. 3-0. 159. After passing, Xie Yu cuts inside, and Irving delivers a high lob pass. Xie Yu leaps high, catching the ball to complete a slam dunk. An aerial relay. 179. As the first half ends, the Cavaliers lead the Heat by 10 points, 58-48. The second half sees a dramatic shift as the Heat showcase their veteran savvy, frequently attacking the Cavaliers' weak spots and slowing down the game, consistently cutting the deficit at the free throw line. The Cavaliers find themselves in a passive position, but someone always steps up to hit crucial shots, preventing the score from being with 7. For seconds remaining, James breaks through and passes to Wade, who drives in for a layup, making it 98-99, and the Heat finally take the lead. The Quicken Loans arena falls into silence. Wade's layup is like a silencer for the visiting crowd. Having led the entire game, the Cavaliers fans' hearts sink as they are overtaken at the last moment. Management has even started preparing for summer trades. No one at this moment believes the Cavaliers will emerge victorious. On the Cavaliers bench, Mike Brown hurriedly strategizes during the timeout, the core tactic being to give the ball to Xie Yu. On the Heat side, James volunteers. "He'll guard Xie Yu, no need for a double team. You all just watch the others and make sure no one is left open." Spoelstra has no objections, nor does anyone else. James has already scored 37 points with 13 rebounds and 12 assists, making him the biggest contributor to the Heat's comeback. Who would dare to object? Before heading back onto the court, Wade pats James. "It's all on you, bro." James replies coolly, "It's a sure thing, he's just a kid who hasn't grown up yet." In the eyes of the fans, Xie Yu has put up superstar numbers already comparable to a superstar. However, in the eyes of superstars, Xie Yu has nothing but stats. He's just a stat patter and doesn't warrant their attention. Xie Yu had tried communicating with the system, hoping for a guaranteed skill since he truly didn't want to lose, but the system remained. Relying on oneself is a lesson Xie Yu learned during his parents' divorce. He has tried asking others for help, but even his biological mother would refuse him. What meaning is there in seeking help from others? Then it's time to rely on himself. Upon entering the game, he feels James' disdainful gaze, as if saying, "I'm guarding you, don't even think about it." The Mamba mentality strikes. For a moment, Xie Yu feels every cell in his body bursting with pride. His stamina is fully restored and even increasing. He becomes incredibly confident, knowing that as soon as he takes a shot, the ball will obediently fly into the hoop. Xie Yu responds with a sneer, "LeBron, you can't guard me. I will hit the game winner from the free throw line." Pausing for a moment, Xie Yu continues, "In your face." James looks at Xie Yu as if he's a fool, wondering what wine is. "Come on, let me see what you've got," James replies without a hint of fear. Xie Yu quickly moves to the center circle to receive the ball. The worldwide challenge does not occur for the Cavaliers. Xie Yu waves his hand, signaling all teammates to spread out. 5 seconds. Xie Yu accelerates to his right, moving quickly. James shadows him closely, his defensive movements clear and unyielding, avoiding any fouls. At the right corner, Xie Yu faces a double team. He abruptly stops and pivots to the left, fading away for a jump shot. The basketball traces a beautiful parabolic arc. Everyone watches as it goes through the net. Even when seeing the light flash in the air, they dare not blink. With a swish, 10099. It's both the first 100 points and a game-winning shot. Xie Yu hits a buzzer beater, and the Cavaliers secure victory in G6, tying the series at 33. Both teams will now head to a decisive Game 7. Xie Yu is surrounded by teammates when suddenly a ding echoes in his ding. You have hit the game winner that changes your destiny, and the system will reward you with a fate choice question. Clutch player or shooter's link? Clutch player increases clutch shooting percentage by 10. Shooter's link increases teammates' outside shooting percentage by 10 after receiving a pass. I struck gold. I hit the jackpot. Choose shooter's link. This is like a pillow being delivered right when I was sleepy. Congratulations, you have obtained shooter's link, elevating your passing ability to S. If I never hit a game winner that changes the fate of the team in my life, will there be no fate choice questions? That is natural if such opportunities are rare. One must be strong to avoid missing. Xie Yu, you are truly impressive. On the flight from Cleveland to Miami. Xie Yu, I hate Miami. Oh, I don't even want to come back to this city. Irving, who can blame you? I feel like even if I get fouled here, the referees would only give me a technical foul, not call a defensive foul on the opponent. Everyone bursts into laughter, and Xie Yu laughs so hard he nearly falls over. Hitting the game winner and receiving an S-level pass finally allows Xie Yu to emerge from the shadow of his heartbreak. Even if they lose the upcoming G7, it won't be a loss. After all, for this rookie team, winning the championship is truly too difficult. Michael Jordan entered the league in 1984, and it wasn't until his 7th season, the 1990-91 season, that he won his first championship. And me? I just need to be earlier than Michael Jordan. The pre-game press conference for G7. Reporter, Xie Yu, a lip reader, interpreted that before you hit the stunning shot in G6, you told LeBron you'd be shooting from the free throw line. Is that true? Reporter, was the interpretation correct? Why did you tell LeBron in advance? Xie Yu, it's true, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. As for why I told him, it was just for fun. The room erupts in laughter. The reporter, suppressing a smile, continues, aren't you afraid he might prepare for it? He's a perennial defensive first-team player. Xie Yu, unfazed, replies, sorry, I'm playing against the elite. I'm outsmarting him. Xie Yu is really good at acting cool. A model for our generation. When I burn incense and pray to my ancestors during the new year, I will definitely wish to be as good at acting cool as Xie Yu. Pride goes before a fall. The Cavaliers are doomed to lose G7. A team that forgets themselves after one win is trash. The Cavaliers are going home in G7 as Xie Yu will never have a championship ring in his life. James fans leave. The Game 7 showdown is the most suspenseful format in the NBA, where victory or defeat directly determines advancement or elimination, placing immense pressure on both players and teams. Compared to the young Cavaliers, the pressure on the Heat, led by the Big Three, is even greater. Last season, they lost to the Mavericks in the finals, becoming the biggest losers, the runners-up. This season, they were dragged into a Game 7 in the second round by the Cavaliers, marking a poor start. Amidst this backdrop, the Heat players are even more anxious. In contrast, the Cavaliers, a group of young men with big hearts, seem carefree and full of laughter. Jimmy, what do you think will be said about us if we send the Heat home? TT, the most loyal sycophant of Xie Yu, quickly replied, do we even need to ask? It will definitely be filled with praise for Xie Yu. Everyone responded in unison, including Xie Yu himself with a scoff. Xie Yu thought to himself, could this guy really be dating Khloe Kardashian? Perhaps it was the impact of hitting the game winner over James in the last match that affected his mentality. His expression before the game seemed off, as if he had lost the dominance he once had. Hey, LeBron, one of us will be leaving in tears today. Kid, the future is yours, but not right now. Someone must have told you this before, and I secretly tell you he still wants to keep deceiving you. Regardless, you represent Cleveland, so give it your all. I won't easily lose. What a coincidence, neither will I. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Carter, point guard Xie Yu. Heat starting lineup: center Haslam, power forward Bosch, small forward James, as shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. Jump ball at midcourt. Varejao was the first to tap the ball to the backcourt, and Xie Yu organized the offense with the ball in hand. Wade was closely guarding him, giving Xie Yu no opportunity to shoot. Having just received the sharpshooter's bond, Xie Yu practiced shooting with Jimmy during training yesterday, coaxing him to practice three-pointers, and Jimmy shot like clay. On the court, Xie Yu felt like he had just finished a ride on the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, eager to find a track to test its power. He performed 2 consecutive behind-the-back dribbles and changes of direction. Although Wade did not lose his position, allowing Xie Yu to drive in would surely lead to a layup. True superstars cannot be contained by single defense. Bosch had no choice but to step in for help. Smack. A bounce pass found West, who was open. A long two-pointer. It went in smoothly. 2-0. David West truly lives up to his name as a 17-foot assassin. He never misses. No. Bosch attempted a three-pointer, but missed. Xie Yu grabbed the rebound and pushed it himself, finding Carter. Three-pointer attempt. It's in again. 5-0. Carter's three-point shooting percentage in this series has reached 40, and with the boost from the sharpshooter's bond, it's an astonishing 50. A switch from a bird gun to a cannon with immense power. James passed out, and Bosch tried again from outside. Still missed. Xie Yu organized from the arc, executing a 15 pick and roll with Varejao. Going right-handed, taking 3 steps, jumping to throw a pass to the small forward Kawhi outside. With the defense coming at him, he decisively shot a three-pointer, and swish, it went straight through the net. 8-0. They directly called a timeout for the Heat. Kawhi spread his arms wide, looking incredulously at his massive hands, as if saying, how am I so accurate? The first half ended with the Cavaliers leading the Heat by 19 points, 67-48. In the Heat locker room, James, damn it, their outside shooting is just too on point today. Wade F. Lady Luck is on their side, but it doesn't matter. Their shooting will definitely drop in the second half. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can turn this around and win. Coach, should we change our defensive strategy against Xie Yu? SBO, what do you think? James, has he even taken a shot in the first half? Do we still need to expend so many resources to watch him? If we keep going like this, I'm afraid we'll lose control, especially since they were so accurate in the first half. I understand. Let's defend normally in the second half. D.W. I'm leaving Xie Yu entirely to you. 6953. Xie's passing became hypnotic, and the Heat suddenly changed their defensive strategy against him, relaxing their defense. Xie Yu organized from the front, called for a pick, faked past the screen, and got around Wade. The middle opened wide, and no one dared to stop the speeding Xie Yu. With a powerful dunk. 7153. Coach Zhang. This is actually Xie's first field goal of the game. Indeed. He had 0 attempts in the first half, scoring 5 points from free throws with 5 rebounds and 14 assists. Xie Yu faced off against Wade, hitting a turnaround jumper. 7553. A 3-hit combo. Once again, they called a timeout for the Heat. SPO was at his wits' end, completely unable to handle the Cavaliers. If they double-team Xie Yu, others score. If they don't, Xie Yu scores. SPO seemed to be wearing a mask of pain, his expression resembling a meme. The Heat's big 3 also looked utterly lost. James DW, let's switch defenses, ill guard Xie Yu. Wade, alright. The game is over. The Cavaliers won 121-95, triumphing over the Heat to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. Xie Yu performed magnificently, achieving a triple-double with a terrifying stat line of 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 24 assists. His plus-minus rating for this game reached an astonishing 35. He is undoubtedly the MVP of this match. Some rejoice while others lament, as this season's MVP James officially bids farewell to this season. Falling at the feet of his former team, what thoughts must he have now? If he hadn't left, what kind of scene would it be today, teaming up with Xie Yu? The reporters finally managed to catch Xie Yu rushing over for an interview. Congratulations, Xie Yu. You miraculously advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, and today, you put up an unbelievable super triple-double. You look full of energy, even suggesting you came onto the court with resentment. Is this related to your breakup with Taylor Swift? Or is there some other story? Xie Yu awkwardly yet politely shot a glare at the reporter, as if to say, I'm in a good mood, so I won't hold it against you. It's not related to Swift. As for coming onto the court with resentment, that's probably an exaggeration. I have no grudges with the big 3 of the Heat. The only unpleasantness might be from the All-Star East-West showdown, when they excluded me from the critical plays, which left me feeling uneasy. I just wanted to show them who the real clutch player is. Let me emphasize again, I am not a vengeful person unless provoked. The reporter was left confused. What does it mean to not be vengeful unless provoked? Are you speaking in riddles? Just as the reporter was taken aback, Xie Yu hastily returned to the locker room. What awaited him was an avalanche of champagne, the shouts igniting the locker room, and exuberant embraces. The healthy Rose led the Bulls to a 42 victory over the Celtics, setting up a showdown with the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Thunder easily defeated Kobe's Lakers 41, while their opponents are the Spurs, who swept the Clippers. Cleveland. Son, Taylor Swift came to our house yesterday. She was very enthusiastic, took your dad and me out for a stroll, and bought us gifts, insisting we couldn't refuse them. With CMOS words echoing in his mind, Xie Yu arrived at the karaoke room that Taylor had previously brought him to. After clearing everyone out, he picked up the guitar, marking the first time he did something that Xie Yu wouldn't do after being reborn. He strummed a few chords, searching for the right feel. Strangely, the seconds past love and fulfillment cannot reconcile. I want to speak, but hesitate, letting my heartbeat quietly stir. Unfortunately, you don't know that when I turn my back to you, I'm also moist at the corners of my eyes. It has become an all-out facade, the final courtesy. Luckily, you once gave me a warm embrace. The regret is wanting what cannot be had. How to compare the beginning and the end, which one is more careless? I cannot forget either way. How your kindness dissipates in the crowd the moment I let go. You make me feel so heartbroken that even my tears feel like they're burning. Thankfully, we haven't been lucky enough to grow old together, and there's no need to suffer too much. How my kindness vanishes the moment I let go, making me appear so ridiculous that even my reluctance seems like begging. The final fulfillment is saying goodbye without disturbing each other. After finishing the song, just like the lyrics, he felt the moisture at the corners of his eyes. People are complex. In specific situations, one can love many people or not love anyone at all. Xie Yu, who had died once, was more selfish than anyone else. He couldn't trust others because he could never reveal the secret. He regarded Xie Tianxin and Li Wan as his biological parents, but what if he told them, I am not actually Xie Yu, your son is dead and his body has been occupied by my rebirth? Imagine how they would react. How would they treat him? Can it really be as if nothing happened? The answer is certainly negative. If he were in their shoes, he would hate the bastard who robbed him of his son's body to the core, perhaps even killing him to resolve everything. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. What are you thinking about? Xie Yu looked up and saw it was none other than Taylor. That look in your eyes, you aren't planning to kill someone, are you? Taylor was genuinely frightened by Xie Yu, as if she saw him committing murder. Xie Yu, I increasingly feel like I don't know you at all. You've hidden it so well. Oh, I never knew you could play the guitar so well after being with you for so long. Xie Yu quickly regained his composure. Being discovered to play the guitar was not a big deal. He could easily brush it off. What are you doing here? I haven't left Cleveland. I thought I would come here to sit for a while since I had nothing to do tonight. But why is there no one here? Because I don't want anyone to know I can play the guitar. Why not? You wouldn't want too many people pursuing me, right? That's true. Seeing you play made my heart race. How about we get back together? I know I was wrong. Neither of us is wrong, but it's just the time, place, and that we aren't good enough yet. Let's take some time apart. Once I become stronger than you, and can have everyone call you Xie, yes, girlfriend, if you still want to be with me, we can get back together then. That won't do, that's too long. I will miss you. I can occasionally help you with your physical needs, but publicly, we must both remain single. Also, you cannot have any contact with them. You need to be a positive person. Then you should come back to the hotel with me now. You little seductress. If one day I lose interest in your body, then I definitely won't like you anymore. Oh, I have heavy competition tasks, so don't be too interested. Got it. But my dad is a fan of the Chicago Bulls. If you dare to eliminate them, he definitely won't let you marry me. Haha, how can you lie? I am going home. Don't. The little ones are also very cute. Go away. I have to go home. My parents are at home, and I can't stay out all night. Don't. Aren't you here to bring glory to the... It's mainly because the team has regulations. Then come over tomorrow night. I'll buy a Bulls jersey. Do you want number 23 or number 1? Little demon ruined my Dow heart. Here, this card has the previous 10 million, and the password is your birthday. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just rich. By the way, your parents are currently staying at your house. It won't be convenient for me to go there. I'm planning to buy a villa in Cleveland tomorrow. Taylor's money system has already become immune, and it cannot be recognized again, but a house. Darling, why don't you take the money back to buy a bigger house? After all, we will have many, many children in the future. You just need to add my name to the property deed. I like the way you eat soft rice hard. Cleveland. Just landed, the system's voice echoed in Xie Yu's mind. Ding. The system has detected an addition of 60 million Huaxia coins, granting you 6 choices. Speed 2, jump 1 BA of confrontation 2, AA of free, throw 1 BB. This trick really works. Taylor is truly the best woman in the world. Eastern Conference Finals Game 1. Oh, before the match. Gar Foreman, long time no see, Xie Yu. I really didn't expect you to grow so fast. Xie Yu, hello, esteemed general manager, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't packaged me and sent me to the Cavaliers, I wouldn't be where I am today. Gar Foreman, haha, great gratitude does not require thanks. I also need to thank you for bringing us 2 ready-to-play players. Xie Yu, with a snap of Thanos' fingers, the world is destroyed, leaving only your mouth. Gar Foreman, you. The Bulls starting lineup: center Noah, power forward Boozer, small forward Jameson, shooting guard Luol Deng, point guard Rose. The Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Gar Foreman, harbor animosity towards your opponents, play fiercely, and avoid any friendly scenes. Be as ruthless as necessary. Tibor, I don't want to see the other side have any easy layups or dunks. If they do, pull them down with a foul. The Chicago Bulls are renowned for their ironclad defensive reputation that is well-earned even among former teammates with close ties. Xie Yu, using a screen, swiftly attacked the basket, and just as he was about to score an easy layup, Luol Deng came over and slammed him down from the air, leaving behind the words, "It's part of the duty." He didn't even spare a glance at Xie Yu. "Xie Yu, all right, I'll treat you guys." He was genuinely angry. It's normal to not allow a 21 on a foul, but at least there should be some basic protective action. As Asik rushed to grab the rebound in the front court, Whiteside leaped high, pushing Asik aside, and domineeringly secured. Asik landed and lost his balance, slightly, his elbow striking Xie Yu's face. Xie Yu felt a darkness in front of him, followed by an intense pain and a mouthful of blood. His first reaction was that he wouldn't be able to French kiss T-Swift for a while. The team doctor gave him a simple treatment, and Xie Yu wiped the sweat with a towel before continuing the game. Who isn't tough? The referee didn't even call a normal foul on Asik. This infuriated Xie Yu. In the subsequent game, he forced his way through with personal attacks and drew fouls, but the Bulls were simply too adept at this style of play. The odds of winning in a defensive battle against them were extremely low. At halftime, the score was 38-39. Both teams had produced a remarkably low score, and even with Xie Yu as the shooter connector, he couldn't uplift his teammates. The Bulls restricted outside shooting exceptionally well, and the interference had brought the shooting percentage to a new low. Even with an additional 10, it was still low unless one could create absolute open shots. The Bulls knew Xie Yu too well, especially Luol Deng, who stayed right in front of Xie Yu. If Xie Yu tried to force his way through, he would pass to a teammate for support, but attempting to take him down alone was impossible. Deng's height and reach greatly interfered with Xie Yu's shots. At halftime, he had 5 of 11 shooting, 6 of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 16.6 rebounds and 3 assists. Xie Yu was extremely exhausted. If one were to mention his most feared opponent in the league, it would undoubtedly be this iron-willed Bulls team. On the offensive end, his old teammates on the Bulls knew him very well, and their defensive system had been crafted by Thibodeau over many years, renowned for its impenetrable strength. Any team facing them typically scored 10 points less than their average. On the defensive side, he was also struggling greatly. Every Bulls player would give him a hit. Defending against Rose was highly taxing, as his rapid breakthroughs in unknown situations were nearly impossible to defend. While defending Deng, he was slightly undersized and couldn't afford to overcommit. Deng was currently the best 3D player in the league with excellent three-point accuracy. As the second half began, Thibodeau's defensive strategy continued to succeed. Noah made it very difficult for West, and Irving couldn't gain an advantage against Rose, while only Kawhi managed to perform decently. The Bulls maintained the lead throughout the game, still ahead by 5 points with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. As the Cavaliers got the ball, Xie Yu dribbled over and without hesitation launched a three-pointer from behind. It hit the backboard and went in. 8-3-8-5. Deng exclaimed, "Damn it." He was so angry because he had just contested Xie Yu's shot, and it was obvious that Xie Yu had altered his action. That bank shot was clearly a lucky shot. Xie Yu retorted, "We call that a divine shot in our Huaxia country." Rose drove hard against Irving, and after a confrontation stepped back to make a shot. 8-5-8-7. 53 seconds. Xie Yu faced off unknown against Deng, executing a pocket dribble into a crossover, swiftly evading the defense, and charging into the paint, drawing a double team before assisting TT for an alley-oop dunk. 8-5-8-7. This was the reason why Mike Brown chose to use TT instead of Varejao in the final moments. Rose came again, using a screen to penetrate and smoothly hitting a floater. 8-5-8-9. With 18.9 seconds left, Mike Brown called a timeout. Derrick Rose is practically killing the game. This is the flair of the youngest MVP in history, the Windy City Rose. I read an article written by a local Chicago sports reporter detailing how Xie Yu sought advice from Bulls teammates, including Rose's floater technique. Oh really? No wonder I said Xie Yu's floater reminded me of Rose's. What a pity. If it weren't for that incident, Xie Yu wouldn't have left Chicago. Upon returning from the timeout, the game continued. Xie Yu received the ball and was immediately double-teamed by Deng and Rose at the high post. He passed to Irving, who faced Noah's flying defense, but Irving's three-pointer missed. The Bulls seized Game 1, defending their home advantage. In Game 2, the Bulls won against the Cavaliers with a score of 93-81, leading the series 20. Xie Yu stood alone, shooting 11 of 25 for 33 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists. West shot 2 of 11 for 7 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists, completely locked down by Noah. Irving shot 6 of 15 with 2 of 4 from 3, totaling 14 points and 5 assists. Kawhi had 8 points and 10 rebounds, while Jimmy scored 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. On the Bulls side, Rose was nearly unstoppable, shooting 10 of 24, with 12 free throws, made totaling 33 points, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists. Whether it was the Cavaliers' management or coaching staff, they had no better solution. They simply couldn't match up. Their defense was not as good as the Bulls, and their offense seemed comparable as Xie Yu and Rose were equally matched. Cavaliers player meeting. West said, "Joakim Noah is a monster. He's taller, faster, has longer wingspan, and boundless energy. He even urged me during the game to run faster and not slack off." The structure of the Bulls roster is exceptional. Aside from Rose, everyone is over 2 meters tall, and both Jamison and Deng can defend 4 positions. Their ability to switch defensively is even better than ours. I can't defend against Derrick. He's too fast and stronger than me. My defense feels like it's made of paper against him. The Bulls team defense is excellent. They operate like a high-speed machine, never giving us open shot opportunities. We must break through their defense to have a chance to win. I did my best. Once I break through their first line of defense, they will send help, and as soon as I pass, they return to their defensive positions. They only give me one attacking route driving to the basket where the rim protector is waiting for me inside. I want to shoot, but dang behind me won't give me that chance. It's very tricky. Jimmy suggested, why don't we switch to a smaller... G3 arrived at the home court of the Cavaliers, and amidst the cheers of the home fans, Xie Yu led the charge attacking the basket time, and again evoking deep emotions each time he dove low out of bounds. The Yu family, if the Cavaliers truly fall in the Eastern Conference Finals, it is not Xie Yu's fault. He can leave this arena with his head held high. Zhang Heli, I completely agree. Xie Yu is a true warrior. He charges towards the enemy like our ancestors, carrying explosives and deserving of our respect and admiration. With the advantage of playing at home, the Cavaliers dragged the game to the very last moment. With 35.6 seconds left, it was 8,787. The Bulls had possession. Rose received the ball and immediately launched an attack, trying to seize the possession. He changed direction without slowing down, driving hard against Irving. Xie Yu made a preemptive judgment, blocking his path and forcing him to attempt a difficult layup. TT jumped vertically, trying to interfere with Rose's shot without committing a foul. Rose sidestepped and launched himself, throwing the ball over 3 defenders and scoring. 8-7-8-9. However, upon landing, Rose stepped on TT's foot. The poor quality of Adidas shoes caused Rose to fall in pain. The scene entered a timeout. Xie Yu's pupils constricted. He was very worried about Rose. Is injury truly unavoidable? Is this Rose's fate? The team doctor conducted a brief examination and confirmed that Rose could not continue, immediately taking him off the court, carried back to the locker room by 2 tall players. Xie Yu silently prayed for Rose. Please let it not be a torn ACL. The game continued. 31.1 seconds. Rose's injury cast a shadow over the Bulls players' hearts, but it also strengthened their resolve to win the game for their brother. Xie Yu successfully received the ball and, facing a double team, leaped to pass directly to Irving, who was lurking at the opposite corner. It was a very risky over-the-ocean pass. With great skill comes great courage. Irving caught the ball and shot a three-pointer. With a swish, it went in cleanly. 9-0-8-9. A magnificent assist. A great three-pointer. Irving truly is a clutch player. He never hesitates in critical moments. The Bulls executed an out-off-bounds play looking for the sharpshooter Korver. Xie Yu knew their strategy inside out, arriving at the defensive position in advance and denying Korver's three-pointer with a big block. With a decisive block, the victory was sealed. 1-2, the Cavaliers defended their home court. After the game, it was confirmed that Rose had a torn ankle ligament and would be out for at least a month, effectively ending his season. Without Rose, the Bulls were easily defeated by the Philadelphia 76ers. Their defensive intensity had not decreased much, but their offensive performance was drastically different. Xie Yu did not hold back, averaging over 35 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists, winning 3 straight games against the Bulls and advancing to the finals. At the Eastern Conference Championship award ceremony, the young Cavaliers players still could not believe they had truly won the Eastern Championship and reached the finals. Alonzo G. Xie Yu slapped me. Xie Yu. The question mark on his face did not affect his shooting speed. With a smack, Alonzo G. was nearly in tears. This is not a dream. We are the Eastern champions. But damn, that hurt. Xie Yu, are you a dog? That was way too hard. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, the Thunder and Spurs were locked in a fierce battle, entering a decisive Game 7. Xie Yu took leave to fly to Chicago. At Rose's home, Rose's mother was so moved she cried. Many people had called to check on Rose during these days, but Xie Yu, who was about to play in the finals, had specifically flown over to see Rose. This brotherly bond truly touched Rose's family deeply. Rose's gang leader even stated, Xie Yu, brother, if you ever need anything, just say the word, ooh, I will go through fire and water for you. Xie Yu found this line somewhat familiar. Isn't it from The Brother Must Arrive? In the garden of Rose's villa, Xie Yu and Rose sat together gazing at the sky. Bro, congratulations on reaching the finals, but honestly, I didn't expect you to come. You are my best brother. I had to come. To be honest, I am very touched, but I won't cry because I actually really dislike you right now for beating us. Stop joking around. Stay healthy. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Derek, I came to tell you a story. Go ahead, I'm listening. In a remote mountain village in Huaxiao, there was a little boy named Xie Yu who loved to play soccer immensely. Later, he was noticed by a scout who wanted to send him to a professional football academy, but his parents disagreed. His father was a gambling addict, and his mother was an oppressed housewife from the countryside. Eventually, Xie Yu could no longer play soccer because his parents deemed it a waste of money, as he was constantly wearing out shoes. Since then, Xie Yu became withdrawn, no longer speaking or smiling. One day, he saw an all-star game on television where a basketball player won an award but did not smile. He gradually became interested and began searching for information about him online. In a parallel world, he was also named Rose and played for the Bulls, but not in the way you do. He was much more handsome. He was also more impressive, capable of achieving the impossible, winning the MVP at a younger age. Xie Yu watched every game without missing a single one. One day, Xie Yu's father gambled away the tuition money prepared for his schooling. Upon discovering this, Xie Yu's mother went to the mahjong house to retrieve the money, but after getting it back, she was violently beaten. Xie Yu tried to protect her and got hurt as well. In a fit of anger, his mother left home. With his mother gone and his father being the root of the problem, Xie Yu dropped out of school and left without telling anyone. At that time, he was still a minor and relied on odd jobs to get to the big city, and he never contacted his family. During that time, he struggled immensely, contemplating death and wishing to be reborn. You know, such a person would rather not eat than spend money to go to an internet cafe for half an hour to browse any news related to Rose. Whenever he had time, he would watch highlights of Rose's games until his internet time was up. After a long time his situation improved slightly. He started playing basketball, using his good foundation to mimic Rose, and began a new life. However, that Rose's body could no longer withstand the strain and eventually faded into obscurity. In the following years Xie Yu became a superstar, and then my dream ended. The reason I flew all this way to tell you this is that I want you to know that in many corners you are unaware of there are countless people whom you have influenced. You are much more important than you can imagine. I hope you can heed my advice, change your style, and adapt early, sacrifice some things, and don't let yourself become the rose that withers in my dreams, okay? The reason for talking so much with Ross was indeed due to the impact and help his rebirth had on him. Xie Yu also shared the transformed playing style of Ross with him. How much he could absorb was beyond Xie Yu's control. That day Xie Yu returned to Cleveland. Liwan, son Coca-Cola asked if you are free tomorrow for a shoot that will only take 2. Xie Yu, I'm busy, I need to prepare for the battle. Thinking of this made him angry. He had worked hard to earn money for endorsements and advertisements, but the system didn't recognize it at all. Liwan, I guess they just want to capitalize on the excitement of the finals and quickly get you to shoot it. Liwan, I heard many domestic stars have come to America, including Lu Tianxian, who shot an advertisement with you last year, and your good friend Zhou Jiluan, and it seems like Yang Mi, who was very popular recently among many others. Xie Yu, tomorrow afternoon, right? I think I might be free, so we'll go. Liwan turned around and secretly smiled, wondering if it was because of Lu Tianxian or Yang Mi. That evening, the Thunder narrowly defeated the Spurs and advanced to the finals with Game 1 set to take place in 3 days at the Thunder's home court. The next afternoon, Lu Tianxian, long time no see, you've gained weight again. Humph King Xie, you've grown taller again, alright, I was just planning to greet Yang Mi and get to know her. You? It's been so long since we last met, don't you have anything to say to me? I've already said it. What did you say? You have gained weight. Xie Yu, I'm going to kill you. Lu Yifei chased after him, and Xie Yu ran up to Yang Mi. Hello Yang Mi, I'm your diehard fan. Lu Yifei pricked her ears to listen, feeling extremely angry. Everywhere she went she was the most popular one, but in front of Xie Yu she always felt neglected. He never paid attention to her. But often such women are the most petty. The better you are to them, the less they like you, while those who are indifferent to them pique their interest. Hello, I'm your fan. Oh, I know you play for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Do you know what my fans are called? Yang Mi's voice was simply mesmerizing, sending shivers down Xie Yu's spine. He wickedly thought, what would it be like if she called out while lying beneath him? Bees, I've watched your TV series and I can sing that hit song. Alright, I'll let you pass this time. Yang Mi extended her hand, smiling politely. Nice to meet you. I often watch your games. You are very impressive and exciting. I'm your diehard fan. Xie Yu also extended his hand, then glanced at Lu Tianxian, reproaching her. Same as a female celebrity, why is the difference so great? Lu Yifei huffed and stomped her foot, angrily leaving. Goddess, you are so beautiful. How can you not cherish beauty? Beautiful is beautiful, but I prefer girls with big breasts, long legs, fair skin, and a talkative nature. Yang Mi realized Xie Yu was complimenting her face, slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. Xie Yu took 2 minutes to put on makeup, while they took 2 hours. He chatted with Zhou Jiluan for a while before successfully persuading him to endorse Ian 4 and finally began shooting. Xie Yu's part ended in less than 10 minutes, and he took the opportunity to add all the female stars present as friends under the pretext of needing to try on Ian 4. Ian 4's first lightweight casual shoe, similar to Yeezy 350, will be launched this summer. At that time, each star will get a pair to promote on Weibo. With the celebrity effect, it should not result in a loss. As for basketball sneakers, they might not be released until before the next season starts. Remember, shoes from Putian are not inferior in quality to genuine ones. As the host, Xie Yu treated Zhou Jiluan, Lu Tianxian, and Yang Mi to dinner that night. After dinner, the group, still wanting more, followed Xie Yu to a nightclub they often visited. The atmosphere was great, and they all got into the fun. Lu Tianxian suggested playing the popular game Truth or Dare. As they played, the stakes gradually increased. Zhou Jiluan, the one with the richest romantic history, excused himself to take a call and slipped away, sending Xie Yu a text. Brother, good luck. I'm heading back first. I have to say there's a reason why King Zhou is so successful. Lu Tianxian, how many women have you slept with? Xie Yu was stunned. This goddess was really bold. If it were Zhou Jiluan, he'd probably need to use his toes to count. 3. Xie Yu replied without blushing or skipping a beat. He had indeed been with 3, and if counting his past life, he would have to add a 0. Yay, I won. Lu Tianxian, you asked me such a tough question, so I'll ask you back, how many? Lu Tianxian, damn those Korean bastards. Hearing this made Xie Yu even angrier. A goddess from Huaxia letting a Korean bastard take advantage of her, doesn't that mean the handsome guys here don't exist? Should I take Lu Tianxian for all of you dear readers? At the very least, she shouldn't be cheapened for a Korean bastard. Yang Mi, if you could choose a female celebrity in China as your girlfriend, who would it be? Xie Yu, it must be you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxian choked and said, continue. We won't stop drinking until we're drunk tonight. Yang Mi joined in and drank. My goodness. This is foreign liquor, not snowflake beer that you can drink freely. For the beauty, Xie Yu had no choice but to drink along. Damn the finals. Lu Tianxian was already a bit drunk. I won, so I asked why her and not me. What am I lacking? Yang Mi, also very interested, stared at Xie Yu as if she knew he was about to compliment her. I'm rather ordinary, you both are beautiful, but Yang Mi has long legs and big breasts, and she can be flirtatious, which is. Before he could finish, Yang Mi covered his mouth. As her body leaned in closer, she committed a foul, charging foul. Lu Tianxian was so angry she was speechless. What are you doing? If you want to do something, go back, don't do it in front of me. Yang Mi also realized she had been a bit too intimate just now and shyly stole a glance at Xie Yu just as he was secretly looking at her. The two were so flirty that they were just short of exchanging hotel room numbers. I must say Xie Yu's physique is a killer weapon for attracting girls. Tall and handsome, one glance makes it clear he's a wealthy. Xie Yu skillfully escorted them to the top floor of the hotel without letting the bodyguards intervene. That's a joke. If the bodyguards touch the readers, but not the girls, they would have to have their hands chopped off. He first placed the unconscious Lu Tianxian on the bed, then sent the seemingly drunk Yang Mi back to her room. The hotel corridor was dimly lit, and Yang Mi leaned precariously on Xie Yu's shoulder, her black jacket slipping half an inch, revealing the shimmering diamonds nestled in her collarbone. The scent of whiskey mixed with orange blossom perfume wafted from her fingers unconsciously tugging at the second button of Xie Yu's white shirt. Xie Yu watched her with great interest. "I'm dizzy," Yang Mi murmured, rubbing against him like a clingy little kitten. Her body-hugging skirt accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, swaying through his line of sight as she turned. Two voices echoed in Xie Yu's mind. "Beast. Worse than a beast." Xie Yu seemed to be doing a multiple-choice question from the system again. "Beasts are beasts. I won't let that Lu who loves to act in the moonlight off easy." The moment the door swung open, Xie Yu grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the darkness, the metal door falling with a clatter into the entrance drawer. Moonlight seeped through the blinds, casting a silver hue at the corners of Yang Mi's eyes. Her back pressed against the cold wall, the sound of her high heels echoed crisply. Xie Yu's shadow loomed over her, his forearm resting beside her ear, the fabric of his jeans brushing against her knee, wrapped in stockings. Pretending to be drunk. His fingertip traced her burning earlobe, his Adam's apple grazing her bangs. Yang Mi let out a soft laugh, extending her finger to gently tug at his shirt collar, pouting. "Is it that obvious?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was drowned out by a muffled sound of lips meeting. In the darkness, the sound of fabric rubbing grew more frantic, her jacket falling to the ground with a thud, and her white short sleeve wrinkled under his touch, her alluring curves becoming faintly visible in the moonlight. When the morning light brightened the curtains, Yang Mi curled up in his damp embrace. Xie Yu gazed at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, you have captured the heart of a stunning beauty, earning a premium choice question. Interior intimidation or long-range interference." Interior intimidation reduces the target's interior hit rate by 15. Shooting interference reduces the target's shooting hit rate by 5. My hair. The system only appeared after 8 tries. Did I really charm me into submission? What good is a 15 reduction in the interior? Howard's dunk is 99. 99, and even with a 15 reduction, it's still 84. 99. I choose shooting interference. Oh, let's mess with Durant in the finals. Regret it. Yang Mi's fingertip traced Xie Yu's cheek. Xie Yu rolled over, enveloping her in shadow. I regret not blocking you in a darker place when we first met last year. Yang Mi's soft snoring sounded, and Xie Yu went to wash up in the room he had booked for himself last night. Then he brought the carefully prepared breakfast to Lu Yifei's room. Lu Yifei had woken up early but had done nothing, just sitting there in a daze thinking about some fragmented memories of last night. I blacked out. Can you tell me what happened last night? Lu Yifei asked weakly. First come and have breakfast. The morning after drinking, the body is usually dehydrated, the stomach is sensitive, and metabolism is disrupted. Choosing suitable food can alleviate discomfort and speed up recovery. Time is limited. Ooh, I've prepared 2 sets of meals. Take a look at which ones you like. Wow, you're so thoughtful, Xie Wang. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yifei realized something was off. When did Xie Yu become so kind-hearted? Did she say or do something last night? What are you dawdling for? This one is more favored by the Chinese. Rice porridge, cold cucumber, steamed pumpkin, honey water, suitable for those with excess stomach acid and nausea. This is a Western-style light meal set: whole grain toast, avocado mash, unsweetened yogurt, coconut water, suitable for those needing to quickly replenish energy and relieve headaches. And what about this one? This is mine, a convenience store heated rice ball, and a banana with unsweetened soy milk. Nothing special, just convenient. Why is mine so elaborate while yours is so casual? Silly girl, mine is just for comparison to highlight how special you are. Of course I won't tell you that when you ask. You are a fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Xie Yu said seriously, then pretended to casually glance at her, the expression at the corner of his mouth barely restrained. What are you laughing at? Which one are you going to eat? The leftovers are what I have to give to Yang Mi. Xie Yu urged. Lu Yifei pretended to look wrong. Can I have both? Hee, you just don't want Yang Mi to eat. Of course you can. Stuff yourself. Xie Yu revealed a professional smile. Okay, but you have to finish it. Oh, wasting food is not good. It's delicious. Thank you for the breakfast, and for all the knowledge you shared. Next time I drink too much, I'll follow your meal plan. Can't you just not get drunk? This society isn't filled with people like me who are virtuous. You are so beautiful, it's very unsafe. Xie Yu spoke sincerely, his expression captivating. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Aren't you fond of Yang Mi? Alright, the fairy sister is indeed very brave, but this completely doesn't faze the prepared Xie Yu. I said that on purpose. I wanted to see your reaction. Now I know, so I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. As if I didn't ask. Lu Tianxian and Yang Mi are completely different. One is picky while the other is love-struck. It's quite difficult for Xie Yu to succeed. But what can be done? To become stronger, I must strive to be a scoundrel. It turns out that being a scoundrel under the banner of the system is so reassuring. Xie Yu casually found an excuse to take Lu Yifei home to cook. His parents had already returned to their home country, and Mei Mei was busy with her concert, so Xie Yu naturally had no reservations. Lu Yifei upon hearing this immediately agreed, without a second thought leaving Yang Mi behind. In his past life, Xie Yu had heard a little about Lu Yifei's preferences, chatting with her about travel stories while cooking. Xie Yu also knew she liked to read literary books, but he himself was clueless. He also mentioned wanting her to be the spokesperson for IN, for making her very happy. However, the system seemed to be completely unresponsive. It seems that the fairy sister has no interest in me. As the cream of mushroom soup boiled and created a whirlpool in the pot, Lu Yifei board suddenly leaned in to check the doneness. As her hair brushed against Xie Yu's forearm, he clearly saw his own reflection in her pupils. A man holding a wooden spoon frozen, like a statue, his bangs curling messily from the steam, resembling a mortal caught stealing incense from the 9 heavens. It turns out that in the face of something exceedingly beautiful, one really feels shy to expose their mortal self. Do I have something on my face? No. Xie Yu quickly scooped some soup, wanting to taste if it was seasoned enough. Just then Lu Yifei exclaimed, opening her mouth wide. Xie Yu blew on it until it cooled down before feeding it to her. It's so delicious. The flavor is just right. After saying that, she looked at Xie Yu and nodded affirmatively. Her unadorned face resembled mutton fat jade immersed in clear water. A cool white with a hint of blush, the lines of her brow bone and nose bridge outlined like a meticulous painting from the Song dynasty, embodying both the ethereal elegance of ink and wash and a touch of the divine from Buddhist cave paintings. So beautiful it instills fear, as if looking too long would shatter some ancient balance. So the ancient text saying dare not gaze for long is true. After spending a delightful half-day with Lu Tianxian, Xie Yu returned her to the hotel where she had originally stayed, and then headed to Yang Mi's hotel. She was still not fully awake, probably exhausted. Xie Yu was also tired and decided to lie down, estimating that Yang Mi wouldn't even notice he had been out. Being a master of time management is truly not easy. Oklahoma City. The G1 pre-game nights press reporter. Yao Ming has never advanced past the second round, and you don't even have an NBA All-Star teammate, yet here you are on the stage of the finals. When Rose was on the court, you were down 0-2, but when he was absent, you were up 4-0. Now that the Thunder team is fully healthy, do you think you still have hope of winning? Xie Yu. I think this reporter can bet your entire fortune on the Thunder winning the championship. Reporter, Chinese fans say you are a national hero, but American forums are calling you Chinese sentinel, saying you have relied on the referees to get this far. If the referees do not provide special treatment in the finals, are you prepared to face the reality of the skill gap? Xie Yu, you are really unprofessional. Before saying these words, you could check the stats. Oh, my average free throws are less than 9, while those two on the other side are in double digits. Moreover, your words will become a laughingstock after G4. G1 pre-game Thunder press conference. Reporter, you will bear the responsibility of defending Xie Yu. What do you think of him? What kind of player is he? Sephirotia, since my debut, I have always been a defensive specialist. I have guarded scorers of various types like Kobe, Anthony, and Wade. Xie Yu is a very well-rounded player, but I don't think he is among the top scorers yet. He can't be compared to Kobe and others in terms of scoring. Reporter, if you had to rate the difficulty of defending Xie Yu, would you say it's hard, average, or easy? Sephirotia, easy. Let's wait and see. I will win the championship through defense. Reporter, KD, do you agree? Durant, I will provide plenty of firepower on the offensive end. I hope the Cavaliers can match our intensity. Reporter, good luck to you all. The highly anticipated finals are about to begin. After warming up before the game, Xie Yu went to the bench to grab some water, and a clear voice speaking in Chinese, Xie Yu, pierced through the cheers in the arena. Xie Yu's heart tightened, his hand instinctively clenching the water bottle, as if it was the only thing he could hold on to at that moment. He slowly raised his head, his gaze traversing the crowd, finally fixating on the third row of the audience. There a figure shone like the brightest star in the night sky, capturing all his attention. It was Lu Yifei, standing gracefully, her lips curved in a smile reminiscent of spring flowers blooming. She wore her own Cavaliers jersey number 22. The black jersey contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, highlighting her freshness and vitality. Xie Yu couldn't help but think perhaps she is the woman who looks the best in a basketball jersey. Go for it. I want you to win. Lu Yifei almost shouted at the top of her lungs. Xie Yu gazed at her, intently nodding to indicate that he would. Extraordinary block pack or extraordinary steal pack? This extraordinary pack will definitely raise my rating to S. Currently my steal is B and my block is C. Maximizing benefits, I choose the extraordinary block pack. Congratulations, your block has been upgraded to S. Xie Yu felt pain more intense than any previous gene modification, a deep-seated agony. This time, he even felt a teaching video about blocking appear in his mind. The face was unclear, but he knew that this person had executed various astonishing blocks, and those movements were imprinted in his mind, giving him a sense of S. Is this the extraordinary reserved for the fairy sister? Once I have money, I must buy the film rights for the third kind of love. I must not let that Korean guy get close to the fairy sister, even a step. Thunder starting lineup: center Perkins, power forward; Ibaka, small forward; Durant, shooting guard; Sephirotia, point guard; Westbrook. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward; West, small forward; Leonard, shooting guard; Xie Yu, point guard; Irving. Cavaliers locker room. Xie Yu, coach, I will switch with Kyrie. I will take care of Westbrook. Irving, actually it's not necessary. I can handle. Xie Yu, rookies have no say even if you made it to the finals. Irving, coach, I have no objections. Mike Brown, then it's settled. If there are any issues, I will adjust at any time. After the game started, Westbrook's zombie jumper became the first victim of Xie Yu's shooting interference, reducing his shooting percentage by 5, which is not a small impact for outside shooting. Westbrook missed all 5 attempts while the Cavaliers' XJBD tactical system emphasized fast breaks. Xie Yu contributed 3 highlight reel dunks in the first quarter, reminiscent of the half-man, half-god sitting on the bench. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 18-29, with the Cavaliers leading by 11 points. Xie Yu had made all 6 of his shots, scoring 15 points, exceeding half of the team's total. Xie Yu is acting unusually today. After entering the playoffs, he usually starts by facilitating his teammates and rarely launches personal attacks right away. UGA director Xie Yu may not know, before the game Seferocia said Xie Yu is not a top scorer and claimed that defending him is quite simple. Xie, well then that makes sense to just play him then. As a reborn person, his temper must be a bit bigger. Come on, he's been reborn, can he still let you boss him around? Putting winning or losing aside, Xie Yu's goal today is to forget about the shooter bond and have a proper showdown with Seferocia to see if he is indeed a top scorer. After a full first quarter, Xie Yu continued to play in the second quarter, demanding the ball in the low post, relying on one. Facing Seferocia with his back to the basket, he relentlessly attacked, suddenly gathering the ball, faking with a shoulder shimmy. Seferocia's eyes darted back and forth, performing a scene worthy of being included in the North Film Academy's teaching materials titled At a Loss. Xie Yu turned toward the baseline, pretending to turn and jump shoot. Seferocia seemed to grasp a lifeline and immediately leaped to block. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying as Xie Yu held his ground and took a step forward to lay up. 1831. Even in the Thunder's home court, the audience erupted in cheers for this exquisite personal performance. You jumped so high. The air up there must be great. How much did Kobe pay you? You are the worst defensive expert I've ever faced, bar none. Xie Yu's barrage of words made Seferocia unable to endure any longer. The Thunder attacked. Seferocia cut to receive the ball, charging into the paint, poised to dunk. Just awakened the extraordinary block pack from the fairy sister. Xie Yu's defensive instinct became exceptionally sharp. He decisively let Westbrook go and instinctively positioned himself for the best defense, leaping high to reject Seferocia's sure dunk with one hand. The young knight faced off against the young Thunder, expecting a clash of titans, but the reality proved to be a one-sided affair. Xie Yu delivered a transcendent performance, scoring 45 points with 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 blocks on 17 of 28 shooting, leading the Cavaliers to a 114-103 victory over the Thunder. Westbrook also excelled, achieving a versatile triple-double with 25 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals on 11 of 15 shooting. After the game, reporters invited Xie Yu to the center of the court for an interview. Reporter, during the game you had a lot of exchanges with Seferocia. Our lip-reading experts are working hard to decode it. Could you share what interesting things you talked about? You seemed very happy while laughing. Xie Yu, I don't read much, so don't fool me. Do you really have lip-reading experts? The blonde, blue-eyed female reporter blinked her big eyes, and Xie Yu quickly averted his gaze. One Taylor Swift is enough, more would be overwhelming. He always thought that the expression sitting on the ground and absorbing dust was an exaggeration, but now he was certain it was a realistic portrayal. Xie Yu, I asked him how much Kobe gave him, and he said a lot. Kobe goes to great lengths to make everyone think his offense is better than mine, working hard at it. I proved through the game that Seferocia was indeed paid by Kobe, I completely dominated him. By the way, there's also Messi, Ronaldo, and DW, none will escape. My fans will condemn you online. Winning the game made Xie Yu feel remarkably relaxed, and everything he saw was so beautiful. Congratulations on your... In the players' tunnel, Louis Fei approached with a smile and said, can we take a photo together? This is what happiness material... Of course. After saying that, Xie Yu naturally placed his right hand on Louis Fei's shoulder and flashed a 6. Gentlemanly behavior. Not a chance. Why not take advantage if there's a deal? Louis Fei's selfie turned out to be quite poor, and Xie Yu was too tall for her. Being considerate, older men tend to be caring. Xie Yu snatched her phone and snapped a series of photos, saying, remember to send me the pictures. I haven't updated my Weibo in a long time. What? Oh, he actually wants to post our photo on Weibo. While Louis Fei was still in shock, Xie Yu grabbed her hand and said, let's go, I'll show you our locker room. Xie Yu was careless. While he went in to shower, reporters surrounded Louis Fei. Excuse me, are you Xie Yu's new girlfriend? You are very beautiful. What's your name? You must be quite famous in Huaxiao, right? Having seen big scenes, Louis Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. She regretted entering the Cavaliers' locker room. If it weren't for Xie Yu holding her hand, her mind would have gone blank. Xie Yu and I are just partners, not in a romantic relationship. Thank you, but I won't accept an interview. The rumors about Xie Yu and Louis Fei didn't top the Weibo trending list. The top spot was firmly held by Xie Yu, 45 points. Undoubtedly, Xie Yu was the hottest man in Huaxiao at the moment. The G2 match quickly commenced. Both teams maintained the same starting lineup, but the Thunder adjusted their defensive strategy, not only assigning Seferocia to mark closely, but also setting up zone defense specifically for Xie Yu. However, they still didn't realize how advanced the XJBD system was. Xie Yu penetrated deep, with every play disrupting the Thunder's defensive formation before passing the ball out. Cavaliers players comfortably received the ball in open positions, enhancing the role of the shooter's connection. Over 1.8 million spectators at Chesapeake Energy Arena witnessed a deluge of three-pointers. The Thunder were powerless to turn the tide, losing 109-131, falling behind 0-2 in the series, and drifting further from the championship. 8 Cavaliers players scored in double figures, and 11 had points on the board. Xie Yu shot 7 of 12 for 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 22 assists. Westbrook contributed 13 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists. Irving shot 9 of 15, making 5 of 7 from 3 for 23 points. Kawhi scored 19 points on 7 of 11 shooting, including 5 of 8 from 3. Jimmy had 17 points on 7 of 10 shooting. Returning to the Cavaliers' home court, G3 began. The Thunder, fighting for survival, continued to struggle. Sixth man of the year Harden was invisible throughout the game. Westbrook became a bricklayer under Xie Yu's defense, and although Durant played valiantly, he was ultimately unsupported. 110-119. The Thunder lost G3, with the Cavaliers just one win away from the championship. Westbrook was named the MVP of G3, achieving a massive triple-double with 20 points, 16 rebounds, and 12 assists on 9 of 10 shooting. Xie Yu maintained a very stable performance, scoring 25 points with 7 rebounds and 7 assists. After the game, a reporter approached Westbrook for an interview. "You achieved a triple-double today. It's a pity you fell short by 2 assists in the second game. Otherwise, you would have made history with triple-doubles in 3 consecutive finals. But now you've averaged a triple-double in the finals. If you perform normally in the next game, you might very well surpass your teammate Xie Yu for the FMVP. What do you think about that? Have you two discussed it?" Westbrook's expression was quite telling. He was first shocked, then incredulous, and finally shook his head vigorously. No, I'm not the FMVP at all. We only have one MVP on our team, and that's Xie Yu." Westbrook's expression turned serious. Stats are only one aspect. Xie Yu contributes in many ways that don't show up in the stats, such as his defense. Westbrook is a big problem, but Xie Yu effectively limited his impact. For instance, my assists and points come from Xie Yu attracting the defense. I'm simply riding on his coattails. If I end up with the FMVP, my mom won't let me in the house. I'll be too ashamed to teach my children. That would be unethical. The reporter continued, but the public generally sees you as the biggest contributor to the Cavaliers' success. Westbrook interrupted, "That's nonsense. Without Xie Yu, we would have gone home long ago." Are those comments from American fans? Xie Yu isn't a domestic player. They have biases against him, which is very unfair. I'm serious. Xie Yu is a great player. Initially, when we changed our playing style, I struggled immensely. During that time, we faced consecutive losses, and I played terribly. Xie Yu guided me step by step on how to play. Though young, he has a high basketball IQ, and he teaches exceptionally well. My ball handling, passing, assists, and choices in unknown situations all stemmed from him. So stop it. I'm almost brought to tears. If I end up with the FMVP, I will refuse the award. I will never do something that betrays my little brother. I believe the whole team will support me. Everyone listen up. Xie Yu is the FMVP. He is the leader in everyone's home." In the Cavaliers' locker room, Westbrook approached Xie Yu, earnestly discussing what he had just said in the interview. Since Xie Yu only browsed Weibo, he was unaware of the conversations happening in American forums. "I can't believe I'm not the FMVP. Wait, what did you say? You've averaged a triple-double?" Xie Yu asked in shock. Westbrook nodded awkwardly. Whoever was defending him, whether it was Ibaka or Collison, he could score at will. "Why can't you win the FMVP with an average triple-double? Moreover, this is all about merit. If you refuse the award, it'll seem like I pressured you. Am I really that petty? Damn. No way. I need to get a super triple-double in the next game. It would be too embarrassing for the team's leader not to win the FMVP. I don't want to be the next Levine from Golden State." Trailing 0-3 allowed the Thunder to loosen their burden and engage in a fierce offensive battle with the Cavaliers, resulting in an exhilarating display. With Iverson's dribbling and Jordan's layup, the combination of speed and agility destined Xie Yu to be a natural master of chaos. Facing the smaller interior defender, Grison's helped Xie Yu drew back his bow and executed a gliding slam dunk, igniting the Chesapeake Energy Arena. This was his 4th dunk of the game and his 35th point. The Cavaliers' fast break with Irving's flashy assist saw Xie Yu soar for a two-handed dunk, a scene few could believe was happening in the NBA Finals. Durant's three-pointer hit marking his 10th of the game, bringing his total to 51 points. With this crucial three-pointer, the Thunder tied the game at 112. With 9.1 seconds left, the Cavaliers did not call a timeout. Mike Brown noticed Xie Yu's gesture, signaling not to timeout, choosing to trust Xie Yu. Xie Yu brought the ball up from the backcourt with Cephalosha applying full-court pressure. As Westbrook came for the double team, Xie Yu floored the gas pedal, charging forward like a runaway horse, unstoppable. He even slowed down beyond the three-point line to direct his teammates' movements. As Cephalosha returned to his defensive position, he initiated his breakthrough. All Thunder players raised their hands high, having witnessed what it meant to be a master of drawing fouls, especially with Harden. Xie Yu taught him a harsh lesson, ensuring his future endeavors in drawing fouls would be effortless. Xie Yu transformed into a whirlwind, spinning past defenders arriving under the basket ready to take a layup. Ibaka, Cephalosha, Durant, and Westbrook all leapt to block. Utilizing his incredible hang time, Xie Yu created space and swiftly passed to Jimmy under the basket. No matter how tough Jimmy Butler was, he was startled by Xie Yu quickly finishing with a bank shot. 114-112. Xie Yu wouldn't pass the ball for a teammate's long shot to determine the team's fate, nor would he stubbornly attempt to go solo. He chose the most reliable offensive method. Just like this play, if he could score, he would definitely do it himself. If he couldn't, he would help a teammate resolve the defensive trouble, assisting them to score easily. This is the essence of the rational emperor, Xie Yu. At this moment, the timer displayed only 0.2 seconds left. Xie Yu's extreme operation proved he has great potential to become a master of time management. Jimmy jumped into Xie Yu's arms, and Xie Yu shouted, "Get off me, the game isn't over." They didn't call a timeout. Only then did the Cavaliers realize and immediately engaged in defense. Everyone admired Xie Yu even more. Remaining so calm in such moments, he truly deserved the praise from Mike Brown as a talented player. 2 seconds is completely insufficient for a shot. Ibaka's inbounds pass was directly intercepted by Kawhi, and time expired. The Cavaliers secured their first championship in team history. Xie Yu finished with 41 points, 11 rebounds, and 16 assists. Westbrook went 3 for 3 with 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, playing the role of a connector. The FMVP trophy was still lifted by Xie Yu, who wore a Cavaliers championship cap, and his side profile, holding 2 trophies, quickly appeared on numerous websites. Fans worldwide sprang into action, changing their avatars in celebration. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the championship, a single-choice question as a reward. 100 million Huaxia coins, or a sneaker technology blueprint USB drive. What? Just give me money. But I really want to give Nike and Adidas a good slap in the face. I choose the sneaker technology blueprint USB drive. Xie Yu was ambushed by Alonzo G wearing a panda costume on the championship parade float, with the 2 spraying shampoo. Bro, I might leave the team. Chris Grant has been in touch with me. Are you kidding? Why would you want to leave? Isn't it fine here? Xie Yu bombarded him with questions. Alonzo G had the best relationship with him, often playing the role of his diligent practice partner. His exact words were that next season the team would be strengthened, and with Kawhi and the rich and handsome players developing, my playing time might further decrease. For my sake, and also for the team's interests, he wants to trade me. Go to hell, what do you think? Give me a clear answer. I definitely don't want to leave, to be honest. I've never been this happy. Alright brother, I will speak to Chris. I won't let you leave. As for your playing time, trust me, you won't lack it. Your words are enough, my good brother. I would love to play on the same team with you for a lifetime. If I hadn't seen you and your girlfriend battling in the pool, I would really doubt your sexual orientation. My hair. When did you see that? At David West's new underground swimming pool. I was there on the phone with Taylor Swift when suddenly I heard noises. What? Taylor saw it too. Actually, she didn't see it, as she just heard it and complimented your girlfriend's loud voice. In the general manager's office, David Griffin said Ray Allen is in contact with Miami. If possible, I hope you can help. This is not my concern, I can't do this. Besides, if he wants to come, he would come without me saying anything. If he doesn't want to, no amount of persuasion will work. By the way, Mr. Chris, great general manager Alonzo G will be very useful next season. Oh, please, don't let him. I'm going back to my country now, gentlemen. Have a pleasant holiday. After Xie Yu left, Chris Grant was extremely furious. He said to David Griffin, this kid is too arrogant. We asked him to help with recruitment, and not only did he not assist, but now he's also ordering us not to trade Alonzo G. Who is the general manager here? David Griffin thought it was no big deal. Xie Yu as the team leader still had the right to keep a role player. Moreover, he was still on a rookie contract. If he didn't renew, the Cavaliers would have nowhere to cry. Chris, Xie Yu just doesn't like to interact with players. We already knew this from the All-Star game. As for Alonzo G, I think we should listen to him and avoid any unpleasantness, especially since he just helped the team win the championship. No, David, I can't swallow this. I'm determined to sell Alonzo G. You must not act impulsively. Xie Yu hasn't signed a renewal contract with us yet. Haha, is he out of his mind? We will offer him the maximum contract. He won't have any reason to refuse us. Don't worry. David Griffin left the general manager's office with concerns. Before Xie Yu returned to his country, he still took the $10 million Taylor left with him. As a reborn individual in 2012, on not buying Bitcoin would be a sentence to the 18th layer of hell. In Yu City, Xie Yu's group of wealthy friends began discussing a welcome feast for his return. Let's go to the bar owned by Leon Cohen. The atmosphere there is quite good. It'll be fun. That won't do. Young Master Xie is now a big celebrity. It's not suitable for him to expose himself. Exactly, let's keep it low-key. Let's book a farm. Oh, I'll bring some young models and little stars to have fun. Are you kidding? Even Jing Yi and Hu Xiao are doing high-end stuff. Are we really going to a farm to play with chickens? Isn't that embarrassing? In the capital city, Zhang Xiong, has the mobilization letter been signed by the night team? Assistant, in response to the Secretary General, yes, it has been signed, and Xie Yu has also completed the national team commitment letter. Zhang Xiong, when will he report to the national team? Assistant, not confirmed yet. Zhang Xiong, how can things be handled this way? If it's not confirmed, then go confirm it. Don't you understand my rules? Assistant, Secretary General, it's not that I haven't confirmed. I asked, and Xie Yu said he was uncertain. Zhang Xiong, how ridiculous. He's just a young guy throwing a tantrum. Does he really think he's something special just because he won a championship? Zhang Xiong, I don't care. Find a way to have him come to the capital for the team photo as soon as he returns. The assistant felt like he was going to die. The moment Xie Yu heard he was the assistant to Zhang Xiong, the Vice Secretary General of the Basketball Association, he hung up. The relationship between them was so poor that this Vice Secretary General had no idea at all. Last year's Asian Games, it was precisely due to Zhang Xiong's strong opposition that Xie Yu was excluded from the national team amidst the public opinion whirlpool. Now this young man was refusing to take his call, clearly still angry, leaving the assistant at a loss. The content of the sneaker technology blueprint USB drive was extraordinarily powerful. It took Xie Yu 3 days to successfully segment it. Among them, the cushioning technology and chip technology would shock the world. What's even more impressive is that it can use recycled plastics, algal foams, and other eco-friendly materials to achieve sustainability. Originally, he was supposed to go to Europe to find Taylor Swift, but Xie Yu was eager to launch the technological sneakers, so he returned to Huaxia first. Xie Yu was quite low-key, wrapped up so completely that no one recognized him. Huizhou, in the IN4 research and development room, Xie Yu took out 1/7 of the USB drive's content, leaving everyone stunned. CAS sneakers will surely shock the world and benefit the players. May I ask, is this technology a result of our country? Xie Yu raised his hand to stop them. I don't want to hear this. Everyone has signed the confidentiality and non-compete agreements. You should know what can and cannot be said. Xie Yu changed the subject. How long until the first generation is released? Half a year. The head of the RD room answered decisively. Xie Yu looked very displeased. He had already detailed the plan step by step. At the latest, I want the sneakers released in 3 months, doubling the salary and bonuses. If it can be done in 2 months, then double it again, and if in 1 month, triple it. In short, the sooner the better. There is nothing that money can't solve. If there is, then just offer more money. On June 28th, the NBA draft. Anthony Davis officially entered the NBA as the first overall pick. With the second pick, Michael Jordan continued his keen eye selecting the highly rated but underperforming McGee. Bradley Beal was taken 3rd overall by the Washington Wizards. Originally, the 4th pick belonged to the Cavaliers, but due to the butterfly effect caused by Xie Yu, the Pacers ultimately selected waiters. With the 5th pick, the Kings selected Thomas Robinson. With the 6th pick, the 75th great player Coach Lee made a strong entry. With the 7th pick, revival piece Harrison Barnes joined the Warriors. With the 8th pick, Dunk King Terrence Ross descended upon the North. The Cavaliers selected Miles Plumlee at the 26th pick in the first round and Bernard James and Jay Crowder at the 3rd and 4th picks in the second round respectively. This year, Xie Yu, claiming unfamiliarity, did not provide any valuable information to the Cavaliers. Having already won the championship, continuing to disrupt the draft market would be too dull, wouldn't it? You must know that this year's second-round picks are not simple. Second round 5th pick, Draymond Green. Second round 9th pick. Second round 10th pick, General Will Barton. Second round 30th pick, Lakers legend, the famous water cooler manager, Robert Saker. If the Cavaliers had picked Draymond and Middleton, then the future of the league would have been determined by the ones present. On July 1st, Xie Yu finally finished all the necessary work and overdue business activities and returned. He emerged from the airport very low-key, bundled up tightly. However, his rich friends had other ideas. At the arrival hall entrance, dozens of luxury cars lined up, severely disrupting the airport traffic. But because the commotion was too great, no one dared to come forward to disperse them. As soon as Xie Yu appeared, the sharp-eyed Ko Shui-Wei rushed over and leaped into Xie Yu's arms. Hey Xie, you're finally back? I've missed you so much. Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Sang Biao, Liang Kuan, Tortoise, Xiao, Fatty. All were Xie Yu's old friends. Their enthusiasm made Xie Yu feel the true brotherhood, causing him to temporarily forget that he was a reborn person fully immersed in the moment. Xie Yu, Xiaoyi, did you fly out with your buddies? Everyone burst into laughter. Xie Yu declined the convertible sports car and got into Liang Kun's G-class. Liang Kun was the richest and most ambitious among this group. He was also Xie Yu's best friend. I heard your bar is doing really well, right? It's in major cities across the country. That's nothing compared to you. What are you talking about? In the finals, MVP. Has any Huaxiao person achieved my level of success? Alright, I'll keep quiet. I see you're quite pleased. But really, how did you manage to compete with those black guys who are so tall and strong? When you played against the Heat, I thought for sure LeBron would take you down, but unexpectedly you made it through. Then Rose was such a beast, taking you guys 20, and we were already planning your welcome banquet upon your return. I didn't expect him to get injured. I must say you're very lucky. Get lost, you dog. Do you believe he'll go to your bar and consume without paying? Hey ID, welcome that you're a big star now. As soon as I release a message that Xie Yu will be at my bar tonight, do you believe my bar will be swarmed by the police? And we won't even have— Dude, you have no idea how popular you are now. You could wear the same underwear for 10 days without washing, and there would still be plenty of people eager to lick them. You can roll. That's just disgusting. Liang Kun, you've changed. I've entered society. How can I not change? I opened a bar at a young age and didn't go to school, but it's tough, and if I don't act a bit gross, I'll get bullied. Sai, when I was bored in America, I really missed you guys. Hanging out, chasing girls, and boasting. It was so much more relaxed with you. You don't seem to care at all about Zhong Chuxi. Isn't she your goddess? Now that you've become famous and returned, she's gone to the Shanghai Theater Academy and probably will enter the entertainment industry. It fits perfectly. Don't exaggerate, I'm just an ordinary classmate with her, at most a chatty desk mate. Don't kid me, she's on summer break and is currently in Yu City. Initially, I invited her to dinner, but she declined. Later, I casually mentioned you would be around, and guess what? I bet your grandfather. The answer is written all over your face. Liang Kun, you dog, why didn't you assist me back in school when you were so good at helping others? Help you? Back then, all you thought about was how to spend your 2 allowances living off handouts. How would helping you be of any use? Why are you silent? Did mentioning your white moonlight bring back memories? The sound of cicadas pierced through the evening of July in the super VIP room of the Roast Goose Farm. Xie Yu leaned back on the chair, sharing amusing stories from America with everyone, when suddenly the glass door swung open, flooding the room with blinding white light. Zhong Chuxi stepped in her high-heeled sandals, each step producing a crisp sound, as her mint-green spaghetti strap top fluttered around her collarbone and the fringes of her denim shorts brushed against her fair thighs. With one hand hooked onto the canvas bag strap, her hair tips dampened by the pool's humidity, she flicked her hair under the sunlight, scattering sparkling light. Xie Yu, she smiled at me, her toenails painted in this summer's trendiest shattered diamond silver. Long time no see. Her throat clashed against the ice cola bottle, the carbonated bubbles exploding in her chest. What is happening? This is not my white moonlight. Long time no see. Xie Yu glanced at the surrounding guys who instantly made way for her. Please have a seat. Zhang Chuxi nodded with a smile, her strap's neckline opening a curve as she bent down the thin heels of her high-heeled sandals, sinking into the carpet, like a sharp key twisting open some secret lock in the twilight. The meal was enjoyed immensely, especially by Xie Yu and Zhang Chuxi, as if the two had returned to their high school days. The only person Xie Yu ever liked was Zhang Chuxi. They were desk mates, and her every frown and smile in class could make his heart flutter. He once thought they were mutual in their affections. However, once outside the classroom, Zhang Chuxi seemed like a different person, intentionally distancing herself from Xie Yu in crowded places and hardly replying to his QQ messages. Looking back now, everything is crystal clear. She was the most popular school beauty, while Xie Yu was just a slightly handsome big. Classmates often teased him about his height, making him stutter out of embarrassment. Aside from a few friends like Liang Cohen, no one treated Xie Yu as a true friend, not even Zhang Chuxi. In Yu City, being nearly 2 meters tall makes you a monster. Zhang Chuxi actually thought Xie Yu was quite nice. He fit her type, well-built and good-looking, which is why she was willing to talk to him, the silly desk mate in class. However, outside the classroom, the strange looks from others made her feel embarrassed. Liang Cohen, how about we go to my bar for the second half? Xie Yu, I won't go, my dad is still waiting for me at home. Zhang Chuxi, I won't go either, I need to get home early. Then let's all disperse, we can arrange something for tomorrow. Zhang Chuxi, Xie Yu, did you drive? Xie Yu, no, I just got off the plane, and they brought me here. Then how about I drive you home? Xie Yu, no need to trouble yourself, Liang Cohen will take me. Be careful driving yourself. Oh, okay. Going with the flow isn't wrong, and being unhappy is definitely not wrong either. Besides, who doesn't crush the competition when they come out? A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has passed. In the car, Liang Cohen noticed that Xie Yu currently had no interest in Zhang Chuxi. He felt quite emotional about his friend's change, but didn't elaborate. When they reached Xie Yu's home, Liang Cohen also got out of the car, saying, this car is for you, I'll take the keys. No need, that would be too. Xie Yu declined. Liang Cohen had already walked far away, waving at Xie Yu. It's not trouble. Ooh, I just don't want to drive right now. See you tomorrow. Xie Yu grumbled, do you think you're Guixing from Initial D or something? Xie Tianqian had sold everything that could be sold to raise money for Xie Yu's company. Now only an older Camry remained, and Liang Cohen surely knew this. Such small gestures often touch the heart the most. It must be said that Xie Yu is truly fortunate. With endless pocket money and a thoughtful, wealthy brother, how many people could surpass him nationwide? As soon as Xie Yu entered the house, he saw Xie Tianqian chatting with a well-dressed man in the living room. Dad, I'm back. Hey, Xie Yu, come here quickly. This is Mr. Zhang Chen, assistant to the Vice Secretary General of the Basketball Association, who specially flew over from the capital to see you. Hello. Xie Yu politely extended his hand. Hello, finally meeting you in person. You're even more handsome and spirited. It's quite late, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. You kid, Assistant Zhang, don't take him too seriously. It's fine, it's fine. The Basketball Association hopes you can report to the capital as soon as possible. Who's in Beijing and how soon is sooner? Naturally, the sooner the better. How about tomorrow? Without waiting for Zhang Chen to reply, Xie Yu continued, is it the Basketball Association or Vice Secretary General Zhang who wants me to report sooner? Zhang Chen's evasive gaze was clear to Xie Yu. The answer was already quite evident. Both the Basketball Association and Secretary General Zhang hope you can join the team sooner. You can go back now. Oh, if I'm in a good mood, it'll go a bit faster. That might not be appropriate, right? You are just an assistant. Whether it's appropriate or not is not for you to decide. Just relay the words. Xie Yu suddenly raised his voice. Zhang Chen shivered. That was the aura of someone in a superior position, something he often felt from Zhang Xiong, but how could Xie Yu at such a young age be even more intimidating? After Zhang Chen left in a dejected manner, Xie Dad, confused, asked, son, why did you do that? Xie Dad was not a stranger. Xie Yu flopped onto the sofa last year around this time. It was Vice Secretary General Zhang Xiong who wouldn't let me enter the national team for the Asian Games. This year he didn't say a word directly, sending the call-up letter to the team, summoning me at will, and putting me through the ringer. Moreover, I don't even need to report to the capital. The Stand Cup is being held in Yu City on July 6th. They will all come over then. He just wants me to go to the capital to show off his status. Damn it. Such an unreasonable basketball association. Should we just not play anymore? Xie Yu shook his head. Fighting for the men's basketball team is my dream. There's no need to give up for someone unimportant. In the capital, after hearing Zhang Chen's report, Zhang Xiong was furious, but he really had no way to deal with Xie Yu. He had just played in the finals and needed to rest, which he could justify anywhere. Go inform Deng Huada to tell him to stick to his team basketball principles. Absolutely do not change tactical concepts because of individual players. In Yu City, Xie Yu consecutively rejected lucrative contracts from Nike, Adidas, and Li Ning as his own shoes were about to hit the market, and these people only just thought of finding him. In the past you ignored me, now you can't afford me. After drinking morning tea at the Turtle Shop, and then going to Liang Kun's bar to dance, Xie Yu was living quite leisurely. On July 4th, the men's basketball team arrived in Yu City, and Xie Yu ended his vacation to report back. In the conference room, Deng Huada asked, are you playing in the Stand Cup? I'm not playing. Deng Huada asked, have you learned about the national team's playing style? Xie Yu replied, I know a bit. Can you adapt? Xie Yu said, I can, but there's no need. Xie Yu had some understanding of Deng Huada. His tactics could be summarized as attacking from the inside and outside, using height to counter skill and speed to match speed. He combined the dynamic offense of the NBA with European team basketball, emphasizing defense driving offense to create fast break opportunities through high-intensity, rotating defense. Moreover, he deeply intertwined tactical execution with mental motivation, enhancing team cohesion through concepts like fighting for the national flag and pre-game excitement rituals. Before the final of the 2010 Asian Games, he publicly smashed ice cubes and shouted the cold arrows of the Koreans are like these ice cubes, we will melt them with our passion. In the end, they won 77-71, and the men's basketball team claimed victory. Thus, Howard's mental motivation gained fame. He also enjoyed assigning surreal labels to players, referring to Xie Yu as the Chinese magician and Wang Zhizhi as moving Great Wall 2.0. Xie Yu's first training session saw him clash with Deng Huada even before greeting his teammates. Deng Huada shouted in dissatisfaction, Xie Yu, why aren't you wearing wristbands? Xie Yu, confused, retorted, why must I wear wristbands? Deng Huada explained loudly, the whole team must wear wristbands embroidered with the flag of Huaxia. The energy of this flag will permeate through the skin into the muscles. Xie Yu stood speechless with his mouth agape. No wonder old Deng could become the head coach. He was clearly adept at navigating social dynamics. Just wear it. The national flag is on it, and not wearing it would feel disrespectful to the revolutionary martyrs. He wasn't unfamiliar with these national team teammates, as Xie Yu had previously been with the Xinjiang Team. Inside, Wang Zhizhi, Yi Jianlian Zhang, Zhaoshu Ding Jinwei. Forwards, Yi Li Zhu Fang Yu Zhoupeng. Guards, Lu Wei Wang Shipeng Sun, Yue Chun, Jianghua Guailuan. Han Dejuan Zhai Xiaochuan Zhang Bo Su Wei, and Wang Zhilin were all like Xie Yu, not on the Stand Cup competition roster. The next day, with the opening match against Tunisia for the Stand Cup approaching, the training load was not heavy, focusing mainly on practical combat. Assistant coach Li Nan suggested that the excluded players act as sparring partners to challenge the starters, and they indeed wanted to see where Xie Yu stood compared to domestic players. Can you do it? Li Nan asked Xie Yu. A man cannot say he can't. Xie Yu replied, while walking. Chen Jianghua, sitting on the bench, can come over to play point guard. I don't need anyone else. 7 of us against your 11, 20 minutes per half. The losers bark like dogs 3 times. Li Nan, alright, I've agreed for them. Zhu Fangyu secretly thought thanks, but it wasn't your call. After Deng Huada listened to the translation, he added, both sides need a coach. Li Nan, you go over there to lead them. Xie Yu replied directly in English, no need, I am the coach. If I lose, I will bark 6 times. You and Coach Li will join in. Let me see your mental motivation. 11 starting players couldn't beat 7 excluded ones. Deng Huada was unperturbed, no problem, bring it on. 80-35. Woof woof woof. Xie Yu said, the coach is still amazing, even the barking sounds are from our Huaxia. Wang Zhilin asked, don't dogs abroad bark like this? Xie Yu was momentarily at a loss. He didn't know. That night, Zhu Fangyu couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Dapeng, do you believe in light? Wang Shipeng replied, are you sick? I felt terrible about today's loss. If we had lost to Xie Yu, it would be fine. After all, he is the FMVP of the NBA. His level is far higher than ours. But damn it, he didn't score a single point, didn't even take a shot, and refused free throws, yet he still beat us 80-35. How can I sleep? Wang Shipeng responded, it's true, it feels like they were much more accurate with Xie Yu on their team. I guess the reason they were so accurate with Xie Yu is because he has light in his eyes, and they believe in that light. So if I also believe in light, will my shooting percentage be higher with Xie Yu's team? Zhu Fangyu replied, very likely. With 3 consecutive victories, the men's basketball team advanced to the finals of the Stand Cup, defeating Australia 70-51 to win the Stankovic Cup championship for the first time. Xie Yu did not play. Yi Jianlian averaged 14.7 points per game, becoming the key contributor to the victory. With less than 20 days until the Olympic men's basketball competition, the national team began closed training. Deng Huada, Xie Yu picked the players and will compete again. Winning all 4 matches and claiming the Stand Cup championship for the first time made Deng Huada and the main players quite inflated. Deng Huada challenge was also influenced by the encouragement of the main players. Xie Yu, bring it on, to those willing to be on my team come over. With Zhang Bo injured and Zhai Xiaochuan loaned to the national under-23 team, only Wang Zhilin, Han Dejuan, and Su Wei were left as sparring partners, making it impossible to form a starting lineup. Chen Jianghua came over without hesitation. Seeing others remain still, Xie Yu said, that's enough. If anyone gets injured, Coach Li can fill in for us. Li Nan, I'm the coach. I don't want to bark like a dog. Xie Yu, to Wang, just go out and shoot threes. You don't need to come inside to Han. And Xiao Su, you too, just block the paint for me. And when attacking, also block them to prevent them from freelancing. Huazai, just focus on dribbling and shooting threes, catch and shoot the rebounds, or ours, shoot freely. Xie Yu solved problems with his various unguardable mid-range shots, effortlessly scoring 50 points and 16 assists. Additionally, Wang Zhilin hit 5 out of 10 threes, scoring 15 points. Chen Jianghua made 7 out of 10 threes, achieving 25 points and 10 assists. The scoring of the men's basketball starters felt like they were on anesthesia, hardly moving. 100-33. With time still remaining after scoring the 100th point, Xie Yu tossed the ball aside. I'm done. This is just too easy. Ili was almost in tears as Deng Huada had him defend Xie Yu, but being so thin, he was easily shoved aside by Xie Yu. How do you defend against that? Zhou Peng was similarly overwhelmed. As a defensive ace, he was rendered ineffective. Zhu Fangyu asked Dapeng, do you believe in light now? Huazai and Wang were so accurate with their threes, those two are definitely sycophants. Wang Shipeng still didn't believe it. He approached Chen Jianghua and Wang Zhilin. Hey, what's going on with you two? You both shot so decisively and accurately just now. Wang Zhilin replied, I swear. You don't know? When Xie Yu passed me the ball at the start, I hesitated to shoot. He shot me a glare, and I felt like if I didn't shoot the next one, he might kill me. How could I not be decisive? Chen Jianghua added, it's true but strange, but receiving a pass from Xie Yu gives me a sense of confidence like the shot is. Wang Shipeng turned to leave, pondering, is there really such a thing as Ultraman in this world? The men's basketball team returned to the capital ready to begin 2 back-to-back warm-up matches against Poland before the Olympics. At the press conference, a reporter asked head coach Deng Huada the most pressing question on fans' minds. Will Xie Yu appear in the warm-up matches? Everyone is eager to see how this rising NBA superstar can elevate the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team akin to putting a Xiaomi Su-7 Ultra engine in an old Alto. Will it be fast enough for the race? Deng Huada had learned to obey after being trained 6 times. During their time in Yueching, Xie Yu often sneaked out to drink with Liang Kuan and the others. Xie Yu will play. However, there will be a limit on his playing time, as it has been a while since his last game. He is a very important member of our team, and I must prioritize his health. Deng Huada replied, once again demonstrating to the nation the importance of human connections in China. On July 21st, the Wuxang Sports Center was packed with tickets hard to come by. Xie Yu's debut for the men's basketball team was about to unfold, and the broadcast cameras scanned the audience, revealing many celebrities, including Yang Mi. Starting lineup for the men's basketball team. Center Wang Zhizhi. Power forward Yi Jianlian. Small forward Zhu Fengyu. Shooting guard Wang Shipeng. Point guard Xie Yu. Xie Yu played as a point guard, addressing the major issue of the team's full-court press. This was a consensus between Xie Yu and Deng Huada. As the game commenced, Xie Yu showcased what it meant to deliver a dimensionality reduction strike to the world. In a 15 pick-and-roll with Wang Zhizhi, Xie Yu unexpectedly dribbled behind his back, with his left hand ghosting through the defense. The Polish center under the basket was caught off guard, and his face made intimate contact with Xie Yu through 3 layers of fabric. Xie Yu completed a stunning dunk. 4-0. The audience had never witnessed such a scene, and they were so excited that the Wuxang venue seemed ready to erupt. After 20 minutes of play, Xie Yu had an impeccable record of 8 for 8, scoring 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists. That night, when he decided to go out overnight, Deng Huada let him go without any fuss. Zhang Xiong dared not intervene. If he were to confront Xie Yu at this moment, his role as Deputy Secretary General would be over. Who would have thought that a Xiaomi Su-7 Ultra engine could run so fast in an old Alto? In the second game against Poland, Xie Yu changed his approach, becoming a model of efficiency, a mid-range assassin, and a playmaking wizard, ultimately leading the team to a resounding victory of 98-77, wrapping up their warm-up matches before the Olympics. On July 27th, the London Olympics commenced. Xie Yu, as the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation, entered the London Bowl, while proudly holding the 5-star red flag. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a handsome appearance and outstanding presence, Xie Yu's powerful aura visually represented the spirit of Chinese athletes. As Xie Yu was the hottest athlete recently, the broadcast cameras granted him a 10-second close-up. Xie Yu, the most handsome man. How can the Chinese flag bearer be this handsome? Xie Yu glanced at the archetypal male lead of a novel and couldn't help but say, "Is that it?" Official media reposted the video of Xie Yu entering as the flag bearer on Weibo, captioning it, "Chinese flag bearer Xie Yu, clad in battle attire, stands tall with a flag. With strides as powerful as a war drum and eyes like torches lighting up the British sky." Wherever the red flag pointed, victory followed. The vigor of youth showcased the backbone of China. Once the Weibo post was published, numerous celebrities seemed to receive orders, all reposting it. Yang Mi quietly added 2 words to the unified caption, "So handsome." Liu Yifei instantly felt displeased and commented in her own section, "The flag bearer is so handsome, go Chinese athletes." Starting lineup for the Chinese men's basketball team. Center, Yi Jianlian. Power forward, Wang Zhizhi. Small forward, Zhu Fengyu. Shooting guard, Sun Yu. Point guard, Xie Yu. Starting lineup for the Spanish men's basketball team. Center, Marc Gasol. Power forward, Pau Gasol. Small forward, Rudy Fernandez. Shooting guard, Jose Calderon. Point guard, Yui. The game begins. Facing a formidable opponent, Xie Yu adjusted to his best form as soon as he stepped onto the court. Spain won the jump ball, and their first offensive play led to a layup by Gasol, who faked out Yi Jianlian. At that moment, Xie Yu descended like a divine soldier executing a block. Gasol exclaimed, "My God. Referee, call interference." Xie Yu had already vanished from sight. Like a wild horse galloping freely, he rushed to the front court. Before he executed a thunderous dunk, he even glanced at Calderon as if asking, "Are you going to foul?" Calderon was wise. Having suffered enough in the NBA, he didn't want to be like Dragic, who lost his mind trying to block Rose and ended up as a permanent background figure. 2-0. As the clock approached midnight in the capital, it did not dampen the spirits of the Chinese fans cheering wildly. Xie Yu returned and shot a glare at Yi Jianlian. "Don't jump around aimlessly. Just because you can jump high doesn't mean you should." In an instant, the big brother fell silent. This guy was too strong. In the internal team scrimmages, the whole team had learned to obey, and the barking was not in vain. Xie Yu was now the sole leader of the team. On defense, Xie Yu was omnipresent, blocking shots left and right as if he had split himself in 2. On offense, he took charge, ensuring every possession was executed with precision. Even if a shot didn't go in, any discerning observer would see that it was his teammates who missed the opportunity. Xie Yu's passing was impeccable. Kobe, watching the live broadcast of the match in a hotel, exclaimed that Xie Yu was a madman. Such a playing style simply couldn't sustain him throughout the game. Xie Yu realized this himself, and in the second quarter, he focused more on lurking outside the perimeter to create space for his teammates. However, the individual offensive capabilities of the other players on the Chinese men's basketball team were unable to shake the defense of the Spanish team. In despair, Xie Yu continued to play both father and mother repeatedly, using divine weapons to leave Gasol helpless with his hands raised. Ibaka, who came off the bench, fell into a nightmare. In the finals, he was toyed with by Xie Yu in the same way, moving left and right never knowing when Xie would take a shot. Even when he saw him catch the ball, he didn't dare to jump, for jumping would lead to a foul, and if he didn't jump, Xie would score. Even so, the Spanish men's basketball team frequently scored from the perimeter, closing the gap to 50-43 by halftime, with only a 7-point difference remaining. Xie Yu returned to the court after resting for less than 3 minutes. Dribbling the ball, he stepped just outside the three-point line and launched a chase three. With a swish, it hit the mark solidly. 7-1-6-7. The expression on Xie Yu's face, biting his lip with utmost seriousness, is truly moving. Yu Jia, this scene is truly tear-jerking. If only another Xie Yu could come out to assist. Zhang Heli. Xie Yu is charging forward with the Chinese men's basketball team. This is just his first official game with the national team. Fernandez attempted a three-pointer, but Xie Yu leaped up with all his might to block it. Under pressure and surrounded by 2 defenders, he remained calm, suddenly accelerating to the left side of Calderon, drifting 3 points before taking the shot, striking at Calderon's height disadvantage. The basketball sliced through the air, the lights lit up as the ball went in. 7-4-6-7. Yes, family exclaimed thanks to Xie Yu's barrage, the point difference is back to 7. Zhang Heli remarked, Xie Yu is truly remarkable. Spain has worked hard to chase for an entire quarter, but with just 2 three-pointers from him, bang, 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 he's brought the score back. This undoubtedly inflicts a huge psychological blow on the Spanish national team's players. Gasol commented, it's really no fun playing against someone like him. He has no sense of fair play. Ibaka added, you just realized. During the finals, he haunted my dreams. As soon as he sat down, Xie Yu sneezed several times in a row and said, who the hell is cursing me? Can we refrain from casting magical attacks so I can play properly? The final quarter begins. The entire Spanish team received orders from the head coach to do whatever it takes to lock down. Zhu Fengyu executed a baseline throw-in, while Xie Yu, firmly grounded, was body-checked by Navarro. After feeling the pain, he was pushed by a hidden force and flew out of bounds, collapsing in agony. The ball found its way to Navarro, and everyone was stunned, including the referee. There was no whistle. Fernandez reacted swiftly, give me the ball. Navarro made a cross pass, and Fernandez slammed down a powerful dunk. 7-4-6-9. Zhu Fengyu, seeing Xie Yu in pain on the ground, rushed towards Navarro without hesitation to confront him. The boxing champion Zhu Fengyu unleashed his signature combo, the Zhu 8 fists. Ibaka stood like a wall in front of Navarro, and the players tangled in a scuffle, while Deng Huada also joined in pulling and shouting at the referee. After a brief examination, the team doctor suggested going to the locker room to check Xie Yu's injury, but Xie Yu immediately refused. Despite the pain in his tailbone, he insisted on finishing the game, otherwise it would all be for nothing. The game continued. Once Xie Yu crossed half court, he was immediately double-teamed. He stopped to protect the ball, showcasing his agility. Smack! Navarro slapped Xie Yu's face, his fingers even poking into Xie Yu's eye. The referee still didn't blow the whistle. Xie Yu covered one eye with one hand, while furiously slamming the ball onto the floor with the other, clearly avoiding the mistake made by Harden. Finally, the referee blew the whistle. Such a superstar needed some protection. Xie Yu angrily counted with his fingers and shouted at the referee. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, I don't even have enough fingers to count. If you delay the whistle any longer, you'll be sentenced to the 18th layer of hell. For Xie Yu, such brutal fouls were both commonplace and expected. Xie Yu broke through to near the free throw line, using a screen, suddenly stopped, faked a drive, then leaned back for a jump shot. With a swish, the ball went cleanly through the net. 9-1-8-4. Xie Yu sealed the game with his signature fadeaway jumper. You want to mess with me? Come on. Watch me talk with the ball, he shouted at the Spanish bench. Having enjoyed the victory, he felt that while the game could not be changed, he had to get his words in. You all wait for me in the NBA. In the most forgiving one, Xie Yu declared. CCTV's broadcast displayed Xie Yu's stats for the game: 25 attempts, 18, made 3 out of 5 from three-point range, 12 out of 15 from the free throw line, totaling 51 points, 10 rebounds, 14 assists, 5 blocks, 2 steals, 4 turnovers, and 4 fouls. Zhang Heli commented, what a comprehensive set of stats, truly deserving of the title Rational Emperor. All around, Xie Yu broke multiple records in his first official match with the national team, surpassing Australian player Eddie Palyabinska's 48 points against Mexico in the 1976 Montreal Olympics. He now ranks second for the highest single-game scoring record in Olympic men's basketball history, only behind Brazil's Oscar Schmidt's 55 points against Spain in the 1988 Seoul Olympics. Less than 48 hours later, the Chinese men's basketball team was set to face the Russian men's basketball team in their second starting lineup. For the Chinese men's basketball team: center, Yi Jilian power forward, Wang Zhizhi small forward, Zhu Fengyu shooting guard, Sun Yue point guard, Xie Yu. Starting lineup for the Russian men's basketball team: center, Mozgov power forward, Pankrashov small forward, Kirilenko shooting guard, Kalyapa point guard, Shvd. The Russian head coach underestimated Xie Yu and overestimated Kirilenko's unknown defensive ability. Xie Yu first made a strong personal attack, showcasing his indiscriminate unknown skills. Whether it was a sudden stop and fadeaway or a forceful drive to the basket, he left Kirilenko without any response. Seeing this, the Russian head coach decisively ordered others to help defend against Xie Yu with heavy pressure. However, after the cleansing of the NBA playoffs, Xie Yu had evolved. His balance of personal offense and assisting teammates was impeccably perfect. Wang Shipeng and Zhu Fengyu, the two messengers of light, reaped the greatest benefits. Xie Yu's shooter link allowed them to upgrade from bird guns to cannons, significantly improving their shooting stability to unprecedented heights. In the end, the Chinese men's basketball team triumphed over the Russian men's basketball team with a score of 88-74, celebrating their second consecutive victory. Xie Yu shot 11 out of 18, 1 out of 3 from three-point range, and 8 out of 11 from the free throw line, totaling 31 points, 3 rebounds, and 18 assists. Zhu Fangyu hit 6 out of 8 three-pointers for 20 points. Wang Shipeng made 4 out of 7 three-pointers for 12 points. Yi Jianlian scored 4 out of 10 for 10 points and 9 rebounds. Yu Jia asked, Zhang, how should we praise this game? This win was incredibly satisfying. It was a game of great significance. We showed the world that Chinese basketball can also be played in a delightful and breathtaking manner. That night, Mercedes-Benz officially announced Xie Yu became their global ambassador. A 2-year contract worth $10 million, he wouldn't have agreed unless he was short on money. You have to know that just this year Lin Crazy signed with Volvo for $5 million over 2 years. Am I only a bit more expensive than Lin Xiaohao? Of course, Mercedes-Benz also gifted Xie Yu a 45th anniversary edition SLS AMG Roadster that was just. This left Xie Yu in a tough position as it was an in-stock vehicle. He had to decide whether to keep it in Guangdong or take it to Cleveland. I'm so tired of making choices right now. System, should I leave then? Another 48 hours passed, and the third game against Australia was about to start. Starting lineup for the Chinese men's basketball team: center, Yi Jianlian power forward, Ding Jinhui small forward, Zhu Fangyu shooting guard, Sun Yue point guard, Xie Yu. Starting lineup for Australia: center, Baines power forward, Anderson small forward, Ingles shooting guard, Mills point guard, Dellavedova. Bogut's injury significantly weakened Australia's overall strength. Initially, they thought the Chinese team would be the easy target in the group, but Xie Yu's sudden emergence changed everything. If we don't lock down Xie Yu, we will undoubtedly lose. For victory, everyone listen up, bring your utmost defensive attitude to deal with Xie Yu. Dellavedova's defense was severely underestimated, making it extremely tough for Xie Yu. He exerted significant effort just to dribble past half court. The entire Australian team applied full court pressure, and Dellavedova's constant guarding made it very difficult for the Chinese team, completely lacking the elegant offensive play from the first 2 games as both sides fell into a physical battle. At the end of the third quarter, it was 51-51. On the Chinese bench, the broadcast camera focused on Xie Yu. He suddenly took off his shoes, and the broadcast clearly showed that the front of his shoes was worn out. In an attempt to shake off Dellavedova's full court pressure, Xie Yu had made too many direction changes, which ended up ruining his shoes. Damn Nike. Trash, KD7. Coach Lee, send someone to the locker room to bring me my other pair of shoes. Xie Yu shouted. This caused a massive stir. Nike's market value would evaporate by billions. At the same time, the surfing enthusiast Du Xiaoshui laughed. While holding his phone, Kobe, you've hit the top of the trending list. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Kobe replied. Durant said, look at this. Kobe took the phone, opened the video, and was speechless what was going on. Kobe logged into social media using his phone, shared the video, and captioned it, this hole is a badge of honor. I suggest auctioning it off. I've even thought of a title, the world's first pair of KD7s torn by Xie Yu's kinetic energy, with a free pair of my signed socks. Looks like the traction on my shoe's sole isn't enough. Next time I should consider custom titanium alloy shoe heads for you since your footwork has already broken the laws of physics. Xie Yu. As the score remained tight, and the offense was lacking, Xie Yu suggested, old Deng, let's go with 1 big and 4 small. Let Chen Jianghua come into play as the organizing guard. I must say Chen Jianghua's ability to get past the American Dream Team for a layup is quite impressive. Everyone gritted their teeth. Yi Zhu be ready to play the entire final quarter. He didn't even need to mention Xie Yu specifically, as Xie Yu would definitely not leave the court unless he blew the game open. Australia had too many players capable of initiating their own offense, and they had a clear advantage in the fourth quarter, but the Chinese men's basketball team managed to keep the score close thanks to Xie Yu's individual prowess. With just 31.8 seconds left, the score was tied at 65, and Australia had possession of the ball. Ingles organized the play at the top of the arc, while Mills came off the ball screen to receive the pass. The Chinese men's basketball team's tactic was to have Xie Yu defend whoever had the ball. Mills was caught off guard when Xie Yu suddenly sprinted over to defend him right in front of Ingles. Is such an overt switch really polite? Xie Yu knew they would definitely run down the clock, so he was naturally bold enough to switch. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Baines set a high screen. Xie Yu anticipated this move and ghosted around the screen. Mills was completely bottled up by Xie Yu, and Liu Tianxian's extraordinary block was only becoming more valuable. Xie Yu gave Mills the feeling of an accelerating mountain. He could hardly see the basket or find space to shoot. With the shot clock dwindling, Mills had no choice but to lean back and attempt a desperate fadeaway jumper. The basketball seemed to collide with Xie Yu's hand like a cooking pot. Just as the ball was about to go out of bounds, Zhu Fangyu flew in to save it, shouting, Xie Yu, charge. Where to charge? Zhu Fangyu threw the ball forward with abandon, then crashed heavily onto the front row seats. Zhu Ba went all out. Xie Yu launched forward at lightning speed, overtaking the unusually anxious young Ingles, seized the ball, and looked up to see Dellavedova guarding the rim. This kid does run quite fast, but basketball can be so cruel. Xie Yu saw through his intention to draw an offensive foul, not pausing for a moment as he charged toward the basket. Just as Dellavedova prepared to flop to the ground, Xie Yu executed a Euro step and slipped past him. Layup good. 6-7-6-5. With just 4.7 seconds left. After scoring, Xie Yu pointed at Zhu Fangyu, good play. Great pass and an even better save. This is Zhu Ba, the founder of the three-point sharpshooter, who can still shine during beer barbecues. Yi Jianlian, Ili Zhu Fangyu, son, US Xie Yu. The Chinese men's basketball team fielded their strongest defensive lineup, with Xie Yu responsible for rim protection and assistance. Sure enough, Jianlian was drawn out by Baines, and Ingles using the screen forced his way in. Pushing Ely aside, he aimed for the board. At that moment, Xie Yu descended like a divine warrior, delivering a massive block that sent the ball flying off Ingles' head, bouncing out of bounds. The impact was not significant, but it was extremely humiliating. The game is over. Congratulations to the Chinese men's basketball team. Xie Yu has once again demonstrated why he is the FMVP. With Xie Yu's offense and defense, the Chinese men's basketball team narrowly defeated Australia, achieving their third consecutive win at the London Olympics. As Xie Yu walked towards the sidelines to acknowledge the enthusiastic fans, suddenly a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host's body was under extreme strain and is issuing a major injury warning. As Xie Yu raised his arms to accept the cheers, a sudden electric pain shot through his right knee. He stumbled against the advertisement board, cold sweat trickled down his spine, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. A strange numbing sensation coursed through his fingertips, as if someone were pulling the nerves from his bones. The old injury on his left shoulder erupted in a burning sensation, just like the night before he broke his leg 3 years ago. The edges of his vision began to darken, and amidst the ringing in his ears he heard the chattering of his teeth. A wave of intense sourness suddenly surged in his nostrils. He gripped his knee desperately in an attempt to stop the tremors, but felt a strange protrusion beneath his skin, as if countless shards of glass were reconstructing his bones. He suddenly tasted the metallic rust in his throat, as if someone were sanding down his internal organs. The timer illusion flickered on his retina. 0327, the crimson numbers pulsed with his heartbeat. The muscles in his right leg felt like they were being tightened by invisible gears, every tendon crying out in agony as it approached rupture. The cheers from the fans in the stands morphed into a countdown tick, and the net on the hoop twisted into the shape of an 4-bag. No. The sound of his vocal cords being forced out was drowned in hallucinations. His left foot suddenly lost its gravity, as if he were falling from 30 stories high, even though he was clearly still on the court floor. He saw his right hand adorned with a 5-star red flag wristband becoming translucent, the veins beneath his skin transforming into green waveforms of an electrocardiogram. System, save me. Xie Yu had only one thought at that moment: survive. Those who have died once fear death. Even more of those who have been severely injured are even more afraid of being hurt. Xie Yu had experienced death in his past life, and had personally endured the original owner's severe leg injury. He was actually more fragile than anyone else. I worked so hard to be reborn, to obtain the system, to earn everything I have now. I don't want to lose it. The sudden excruciating pain in his lower back made him collapse to the ground. The sound of his knee striking the floor echoing. Countless streams of fluorescent blue data seeped out from his pores, assembling a hologram of his battered skeleton in the void. A crack in his right patella was visibly expanding into a web. In the auditory illusion of an hourglass being turned over, he saw his pupils splitting on the big screen in the arena. His left eye reflected the scene of his leg injury from 3 years ago, while his right eye captured the moment of his death in his past life. He curled up into a fetal position, the sound of gears turning bursting from just below his Adam's apple. His heart was wrapped in some fluorescent green mycelium, each contraction spraying small shards of ice. The lights in the audience transformed into dense pupils reflecting his body, beginning to disintegrate from the fingertips. Zhang Heli and Yu Jia, who were preparing to interview him, were so frightened that they nearly suffocated. The broadcast was immediately cut off, and they dared not air it. Someone come! Someone come! Yu Jia shouted loudly. Zhang Heli, realizing the situation, was so terrified that his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. It's over. Something's happened. Zhu Fengyu and Yi Jianlian, who were being interviewed, turned to look upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Xie Yu curled up on the floor, they both sprinted over. What happened? What happened? Team doctor! Team doctor! Someone come! As the ambulance rushed in to carry the already unconscious Xie Yu to the hospital, everyone realized something was seriously wrong. The foreign student boy who had witnessed everything up close was crying profusely, and said during questioning, I was waving at him and desperately shouting his name. He heard me and even smiled at me, but then he suddenly looked extremely pained. His face went pale, and then he just collapsed. Xie Yu collapsed on the competition field without any confrontation and was urgently sent to the hospital. They say the fewer words in the news, the bigger the incident. Soon after, the entire process of Xie Yu's collapse went viral on social media. Sudden cardiac arrest, exhausted to death, Xie Yu in critical condition. One shocking headline after another stirred up a storm on the internet like heavy bombs. Weibo programmer Xiao Zhang slumped in the corner of the server room, watching helplessly as the 18th backup server also declared a breakdown. While chewing on a rapid-acting heart-saving pill, he typed frantically on the keyboard, yet the discussion volume for Xie Yu cardiac arrest continued to soar at a terrifying speed of 490 posts per second. The same scene was playing out simultaneously in server rooms of social media companies around the globe. At this moment, in a hospital room in London, Xie Yu in great pain faintly heard the buzzing sound of the ECG monitor, as if it was an ominous sound coming from a distant place. You finally woke up. Suddenly, the system's helpless mechanical voice echoed in his mind, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet hospital room. What happened to me? Xie Yu weakly asked, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I said I almost killed you. Do you believe me? I don't believe it, Xie Yu instinctively responded, but a sense of unease surged in his heart. You overworked yourself adhering to the so-called Mamba mentality, and despite your physical exhaustion, you pushed through to the... Then you were startled, triggering your painful memories, and fell into a coma. I had no choice, you asked me for help, so I had to forcibly modify your bones. Who knew that during this process you would go into cardiac arrest, and it was almost too late to save you? I can't be serious. You really almost died at my hands. Xie Yu was both shocked and angry, but had no strength to argue. You could be considered fortunate in misfortune. After the bone reinforcement, your chances of injury will greatly decrease, but you must understand this doesn't mean you won't get injured, and once you do, the recovery time will be double that of ordinary people, or even longer. You should remember, with the way you play in the national team, I might have to consider changing hosts. Having a system doesn't mean you can do as you please. Everything must have limits, understand. In fact, Xie Yu had previously played a small trick. Right before the final moment, he deliberately exhausted his physical stamina, thinking that with the Mamba mentality, he could ignore physical limits at the last moment. However, this is the real world, not a game, and the system doesn't have the magical ability to turn off injuries. He had truly suffered a huge loss this time. So can I still participate in the upcoming Olympic Games? Xie Yu was anxious. This was the competition he had been longing for. I forgot to tell you, the bone modification will take a month. During this month, you will be no different from a powerless infant. A month's rest in exchange for bone upgrades seems not too bad upon reflection, but he just couldn't continue to represent the Chinese men's basketball team at the London Olympics. He had originally hoped to compete against the USA Dream Team. So never mind, after all, health is the most important thing. There will be more chances in the future. In the future, Humph, as long as I have time, I will definitely overturn the Dream Team. Xie Yu's eyelids seemed to be weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Slowly, and with great difficulty, he opened a narrow slit. At first his vision was a blur. After a while his eyes gradually adjusted to the surrounding light, allowing him to see the scene. The system was right. He now looked like a 2-meter-tall giant baby, so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak. The news of Xie Yu being out of danger relieved everyone, but the doctors and experts were filled with confusion and shock. Normally, after such a long cardiac arrest, the chances of survival are almost non-existent. They had almost issued a death notice, thinking that Xie Yu was beyond saving. If it weren't for Xie Yu's special identity, anyone else would have been declared dead long ago. Fortunately, the speed of the system's bone modification was fast enough, otherwise Xie Yu would probably have already been lying in the morgue. This is simply a medical miracle. A doctor couldn't help but exclaim. Director, we must find a way to keep him for a comprehensive examination. There may be unimaginable medical discoveries. Another doctor said eagerly. Although Xie Yu was too weak to speak, his hearing was clear. He felt an ominous premonition in his heart, fearing he was about to get into big trouble. Damn it, they wouldn't really want to perform brain surgery on me for research, would they? Whether the doctors would really do that was uncertain, but the Sanmei team rushing to London probably couldn't wait to open his skull. The official announcement states that Xie Yu is no longer in life-threatening danger. Xie Yu led the Chinese men's basketball team to an impressive 3 victories, and his personal statistics were almost perfect. In this situation, he missed the remaining matches due to injury, prompting fans to express their concern and send blessings with very few negative comments online. Many public figures also took to social media to send their well wishes. Jay Cho, Xie Yu, when you return to full health, I will bring my new album to the court to cheer for you. Michael Jordan, a true champion, is not someone who never falls, but someone who stands taller every time they do. I will fly to London to see my little brother Xie Yu. Fans, if you have any messages for me to deliver, please leave a comment. Image, a candid shot of Jordan and Xie Yu talking on the training ground. Kobe, pain is your boat's way of reminding you to become stronger. Xie Yu, the Mamba spirit will never fade. When you jump back up, the whole world will cheer for you. Cristiano Ronaldo, muscle memory never betrays. Xie Yu, I bet you will return 2 weeks earlier than the doctors expect. The wager. He'll teach you my exclusive workout. Many former teammates from the Bulls and the entire Cavaliers team also posted messages. In the hospital room, the doctors were puzzled, completely unaware of Xie Yu's condition. All his indicators were better than anyone else's, yet he had no strength at all. Especially his mental state was remarkably good. He kept smiling and making faces, yet he couldn't speak. After waking up, Xie Yu found Mei Mei sitting quietly by his bedside watching him. Awake. How do you feel? You scare me to death, you know. Xie Yu nodded vigorously and smiled, reassuring Mei Mei that he was fine. Just then Lu Yifei pushed the door open. Yabi was already in a panic. Before Lu Yifei could say anything, Yang Mi hurried into the room, panting heavily. As Xie Yu froze. Why is this chaotic scene happening so soon? Mei Mei, did you all come specifically to see Xie Yu? Lu Yifei, well, not really, I just happened to be in London. Yang Mi, same here. What about you? Didn't you break up? Mei Mei, we did break up, but our relationship is better now than when we were a couple. Xie Yu's smile froze. What do I do? Who will save me? System, won't you save me one more time? Mei Mei sat on Xie Yu's left, Yang Mi on his right, and Lu Yifei at the foot of the bed. The 3 of them fell silent, but the exchange of glances among the 4 never ceased. Xie Yu's smile became stiff. No matter who shot him a glare, he responded with a smile. Only Mom is good in this world. Dad is alright too. Li Wan and Xie Tianchen arrived, and Xie Yu let out a sigh of relief. Reinforcements have arrived. The words that were about to come out of their mouths were swallowed back forcefully. Even though Li Wan regularly interacted with celebrities, she had never seen 3 top beauties in a small room. Xie Tianchen was even more shocked, thinking to himself, no wonder he's my son. There is nothing a father can be prouder of than that. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei both knew Li Wan, and it was easy to guess that Xie Tianchen was Xie Yu's father when they saw Mei Mei's flower-like smile. Hello, Annie, hello, uncle. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei said in unison. Li Wan thought to herself, one by one, weren't they all calling me Sister Wan before? Now they call me auntie. Truly deserving of being my good son Ping, by Wu Gu raised my status. Hello, you are so thoughtful, even faster. Li Wan smiled. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei exchanged awkward glances before quickly looking away. Yang Mi thought, what kind of trouble is Lu Yifei stirring up? Can she handle such a powerful man as Xie Yu? Lu Yifei also thought in her heart, how silly. Xie Yu is just trying to make you jealous. He has always liked me. Mei Mei kept moving chairs and pouring water, casting a glance at the two oblivious ones, thinking, is this all? And they dare to compete with me for a man. Even if you two team up, you are no match for me. Xie Yu was frantically signaling to his father, who was utterly oblivious. Son, or is something else bothering you? Li Wan almost fainted in anger. How could such a clueless brain produce such a flirtatious and capable son? Upon entering, Li Wan immediately sensed the awkward atmosphere in the room and could tell the three women had feelings for her son. However, her son asking Xie Tianqian for help displeased her. Seeing her husband being so oblivious, Xie Yu could only seek help from his mother. Li Wan smiled knowingly. Xiao Yu wants to go to the bathroom. Let's go out and find something to eat. Just let his dad stay. After they left, Xie Tianqian really thought Xie Yu needed to use the restroom and was about to help him. In reality, Xie Yu had no such needs. He discovered that during his body upgrade, he had lost all 5 senses and didn't require metabolism or bodily functions. But to avoid suspicion, he insisted on going to the bathroom. Xie Tianqian angrily said, you are a celebrity. You are an idol to many in China. You should hold yourself to a higher standard. You can't do these unethical things. This injury was inexplicable and the doctors couldn't figure it out. Xiao Yu, what you do is being watched. After saying this, Xie Tianqian stepped out of the restroom. Meanwhile, Li Wan made sure to take care of all 3 girls. I sent all 3 girls back to the hotel. Xie Yu's eyes widened. Don't worry, they are on different floors. Xie Yu smiled broadly as if to say, there's no one like a mother in this world. Hee, if I weren't here today, let's see how you'd cope. Xie Yu grinned. You really are something. Even Qin Shi Huang would rise and exclaim, brother, your life is my dream. Xie Yu's face flushed. Oh, was this still my biological mother? What kind of flirtatious talk was this? Do you know? A great beauty fainted upon hearing about your incident. Xie Yu shook his head, unable to think of anyone else. Surely it can't be Song Xiyu. Quickly, Xie Yu dismissed this option. His mother hated her to the core. If it weren't for Xie Yu's connection to sleeping with, she would undoubtedly struggle in the entertainment industry. Men should be magnanimous towards women they've slept with. It's always the right thing to do. Take note, this question will be on the test. Besides, wasn't she just tarnishing her own image? Wasn't that a compliment? Goodness, 7 times a night. How could he not walk sideways? But who could it be? Li Wan saw Xie Yu lost and thought, seemingly unable to come up with anyone else. She confirmed that her son currently had only these 3. However, for some reason, she was certain that this was only the case for now. In the future, Jing Tiantian must have a crush on Xie Yu, otherwise he would surely be able to guess. Li Wan's heart raced. If Xie Yu mistreated Jing Tiantian, what would Jing Yuanshan do? He only had one daughter, treating her like a treasure. Alright, I'm just trying to get you to talk. What kind of great beauty would be foolish enough to faint for you? I just wanted to see if you have any other girls. Xie Yu's mother could hardly contain her fury as she spat the last 4 words. Jing Tiantian, am I not worthy of? Xie Yu struggled to give a thumbs up. Truly, she was the Iron Lady of the entertainment industry, and he admired her cunning. If Xie Yu had thought of a certain female star right away, it would undoubtedly be that kind of relationship. The next day, under the cover of their parents, the 3 girls got along quite harmoniously, and the large VIP ward finally felt less like a small room. Lao Erdang was the first to arrive. If it weren't for the competition, he would have come earlier. What Xie Yu didn't know was that many of the arrangements at the hospital were made by Lao Erdang through his family. As the host, he felt he had to do this, or he would have no face to see Xie Yu again. The second to arrive was Ross, who hugged Xie Yu and burst into tears. The scene of a tough man weeping brought everyone in the room. Xie Yu cried too. He hadn't shed a tear when he nearly died, but instead this brooding man made him cry. Ross, bro, upon hearing your heart stopped, I came to see you for the last time. No matter what I have to send you off of my heart, it's so good to see you alive again. I love you, bro. Damn, sand got in my eyes. What kind of place is London with sand flying around everywhere and no one managing it? This kind of Ross, how could he bear the karma of changing his fate? Next, the entire American team arrived at the hospital. Kobe, kid, get better soon, or I want to have a real match with you. Exactly. I still haven't taken my revenge. Durant, me too. Westbrook, same here. I'm practicing every day just to crush you. Xie Yu remained silent, nodding repeatedly. No way. No way. You guys don't think he'll fall from grace after getting hurt? Xie Yu secretly delighted. What would this bunch of Avengers think if they knew I was upgrading my physique? Following that, all NBA players in London without competition tasks or who had finished their games came to visit. Putting himself in their shoes, if a player suffered such a cardiac arrest, Xie Yu would definitely visit them in the hospital. After a busy half-day, Jordan finally arrived. Jordan, my dear brother, you scared the hell out of me. Boo-hoo. What kind of place is London with sand flying around everywhere? Boo-hoo. Jordan was in tears, causing Xie Yu's 5 family members to cry along. However, this time Xie Yu did not cry. He even found it somewhat amusing because he remembered the classic meme of Jordan crying. Jordan finally calmed down. The few months he trained with Xie Yu were the happiest days after his retirement. He genuinely liked Xie Yu as those moves resembled his own. Watching him play was like looking at a younger self. Who understands that feeling of looking in the mirror? Do you need to be transferred? I have connections in the States. Make sure to give my dear brother the best medical care. Jordan's words were very domineering. Xie Yu shook his head. He really didn't want to go through that hassle and was also very afraid of exposure. Not using the bathroom at all. How terrifying would that be if it got out? This dog system is sometimes really quite silly. How can one not allow someone to use the restroom? Watch your words. Alright, fine, then let me think about why my endorsement fees aren't detectable by the system. Can you give me an explanation? Are the endorsements genuinely given willingly to you? You are just reaping the benefits of the system, so it doesn't count. That's it. Stop thinking about it, you stubborn brain. Everything I own comes from the benefits of the system. Without the system, it's a wonder anyone would care about me. Let the system muddle through this mess. Anyway, I won't lose out. After bidding farewell to a crowd of relatives and friends, Yang Mi also returned to the country to shoot a film, while Mei Li also went back to the States to prepare for a concert. Only Lu Yifei remained. Li Wan, Fei, aren't you busy? Not filming. Lu Yifei, Auntie, I'm not filming anymore. Li Wan. This guy, what kind of love potion did he give this Lu Tianxian? Xie Yu was well aware of what Lu Yifei was thinking. Mei Li, just a suspected cheating ex-girlfriend who shamelessly clings on. Yang Mi, just a tool for Xie Yu to... Only I, Lu Yifei, am Xie Yu's best choice. Creamy mushroom soup is the best proof. In the following days, Xie Yu lived comfortably like a celestial being. Because he listened to the celestial sister read literature to sleep every night. Xie Dad returned to supervise IN4, which was said to be nearing release. Xie Mom was responsible for bringing food. When she wasn't around, Xie Yu would coax her for a kiss. He even shamelessly forced Xie Mom to say, kissing is beneficial for recovery. The most outrageous thing was that Lu Tianxian actually went to ask the doctor. Doctor, Mr. Xie's condition is quite rare. However, on a matter-of-fact basis, moving the mouth and tongue does indeed help in regaining speech, and there is medical evidence to support this. With this, Xie Yu felt relieved. A month finally passed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Physical upgrade complete. Resistance capability raised to S. All minimum ratings elevated to B. Is there such a good thing? She. 3 centimeters. Mom, you're busy with work. Why don't you head back to China first? I'll take the immortal sister to meet some friends. Li Wanua's gaze was piercing as she saw right through her son's playful deception. Take care of yourself. Recover well, she said, her voice rising steadily. Even Lu Yifei grasped the situation at once. Li Wan, ever decisive, boarded the earliest flight home that very day. London, vast and sprawling, suddenly felt as though it held only Xie Yu and Lu Yifei. Dusk draped the south bank of the Thames in the crisp chill of early autumn. Xie Yu's fingertips unconsciously traced the knuckles of Lu Yifei's hand. Less than a month had passed since the Olympic closing ceremony, and fivering stickers still clung to cafe tables along the streets. Your palms are sweating. Lu Yifei halted abruptly. A sycamore leaf spiraled down, settling on the shoulder of her beige trench coat. She lifted their interlaced hands. The setting sun pierced through their fingers, spilling golden light into Xie Yu's eyes. Was it like this during the games? A rhythmic dribble echoed from an open-air basketball court. Xie Yu glanced over to see several black teenagers practicing crossovers. Only when holding your hand. Xie Yu suddenly spun her around and pinned her gently against a red telephone booth, his white sneakers pressing lightly against hers. Shall I teach you how to control the ball with your fingertips? From afar, St. Paul's Cathedral chimed 6 times. A flock of gray pigeons swept across Millennium Bridge. Xie Yu gazed down at the delicate shadow cast by her lashes beneath her eyes, and suddenly remembered that night when she'd been drunk, jealous, and fiercely angry. Deal. He stepped back half a pace just as a double-decker bus glided past the Thames, its surface shimmering like molten gold. On the bus's onboard screen, highlights of Xie Yu's athletic career played on loop. Lu Yifei leaned instinctively into the gentle rise and fall of his shoulder, still faintly scented with the minty coolness of kinesio tape from his physiotherapist. I've begun to wonder, our relationship still unclear, and if we were to part ways, and if we were to let go, and then let that if fade into silence, and grant me time, and tell me more, and of what you've seen and heard lately, and we've walked this path for many years, and what remains unresolved, and what hidden threads still linger, and and without you nothing holds meaning. Non-Li sorrow multiplies in shattering a heart already broken. And don't forget, and if we part, if we let go and let that if vanish forever. And friends say you're restless, near anger swelling to its peak and screaming at the heavens. And I simply lack the space. You know how demanding my work is. And please, don't imagine the worst. And how could I ever leave you? And never would I abandon you. And I won't let your heart ache or your tears fall. And you know how deeply I love you. Xie Yu's Adam's apple trembled softly. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the cuff of his coat. She recalled every moment they'd shared. The brush of his fingertips grazing her earlobe, his warm breath mingling with soft breathy tones slipping beneath her collar. Suddenly a scalding tear struck his wrist. Only then did she realize she'd been biting her lip, weeping silently, until he bent low and kissed her damp lashes. Can you hear them? These heartbeats, they're all your stars. And I love you, Xie Yu. Thank you for your song. It's the most beautiful I've ever, just a verbal thank you. This song was written for you, and really, no wonder I've never heard it before. I'm utterly moved, and so, is a simple thank you enough? And it does feel rather insufficient. What would you like me to do instead? I'll tell you tonight, when we sleep together, and you rogue. I've begun to wonder, and our relationship still unclear, and alright, I promise. But you must promise me too, no more teasing me. Not only will I never tease you, I'll protect you. As long as Xie Yu stands, no one shall harm Lu Yifei. I swear it. Nor will I let anyone hurt you. And by the way, I have something to tell you. Promise you won't get upset. And fine, I'd never dare be angry with the immortal sister. I've accepted a film role, Your ex-girlfriend plays the female lead's rival. In Song Xie Yu, yes. Not at all. But what has she done to deserve sharing the screen with you? I haven't even reached the best part yet. Alright. Go on, tell me. I asked the director to add a scene where I slap her across the face, and he agreed. Praise me already. Sigh. The immortal sister truly treats me so well. I almost can't bring myself to follow through. Beijing Capital International Airport. Xie Tianqian stood beaming at the arrival's gate, his excitement so palpable that Li Wan could barely hold him back. The moment he spotted Xie Yu and Lu Yifei, he lunged forward and embraced Xie Yu. Son, you've done it. Absolutely stunning. Xie Yu steadied his father with one arm while supporting Lu Yifei, whose mobility was still limited, with the other. Dad, are you trying to ruin my career? Lu Yifei gave a cold smile, inwardly muttering, oh please, you called yourself a wild beast last night. That performance. Hardly the act of someone recovering from serious illness. It left me unable to walk. If 5 more dads showed up, you wouldn't even bend at the waist. Sensing her disapproving glare, Xie Yu quickly set his father down and spoke firmly. Let's mind our conduct. This is a public place. Xie Tianqian merely laughed. Xie Yu 1 is finally ready. Launch time. Hearing this, Xie Yu lifted Lu Yifei into a joyful spin. Nike, Adidas, prepare to fall. They refused me a lifetime contract. Now they'll pay the price. Son, how should we promote it? Xie Tianqian asked earnestly. Xie Yu waved his hand grandly. I'll post on social media, invite guests to Beijing for a charity exhibition game, and I'll wear the shoes live. My comeback story after injury should generate plenty of buzz. I'll also invite Jack Ma. He mentioned wanting to visit China last time in London. And grandfather. He's keen to expand into the Chinese market. I'll bring him too. Kobe's easy to provoke. He'll likely come. And Shaquille O'Neal lost a bet to me last time. Let's stage a century-long reconciliation rematch. A small all-star exhibition shouldn't be difficult. Dad, do you think this scale of promotion is enough? Xie Tianqian's mouth hung wide open, speechless. Not enough. Then I'll film a 360-degree spinning alley-oop dunk from the free throw line and hire top global dunkers capable of replicating it to form a touring dunk performance team, wearing my signature Xie Yu 1 sneakers. During the off-season, I'll host an IN4 dunk contest with promising NBA rookies. Dad, how does that sound? Xie Tianqian, Li Wan, and Lu Yifei stared at Xie Yu awestruck. Still not enough. Then I'll invite some international fugitives to attend and ask the police to make arrests on site. Xie Tianqian, truly you are my son. Li Wan, a business prodigy, in Lu Yifei. Xie Yu has officially announced his return. The charity match will ignite the excitement in Beijing on August 10th. We cordially invite NBA stars to join in and spread love through the name of basketball. The proceeds will be directed to support youth basketball development and sports rehabilitation public welfare projects. Xie Yu drove the new luxury car his mother bought him yesterday to take Lu Yifei home. Auntie is really nice to you. She even bought the car in advance. She feels she owes me from her childhood. Now she would do. Oh, why do you ask? Then maybe you shouldn't go back yet with how you look right now. Won't it be obvious? I'm not afraid. I'll just tell my mom you bullied me. Woman, you are being very reckless. Please mind the way you speak to me. Haha, you know what I mean. I'm sorry I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Xie Yu, I actually admire Song Xie Yu a bit now. She actually endured you 7 times. Can she even get out of bed? I'm starting to doubt our relationship. Is it not clear enough? After dropping off Lu Yifei, Xie Yu arrived at Wuxang. Zhai Xiaochuan and the photographer had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Xie Yu, Zhai Xiaochuan enthusiastically embraced him. Bro. It feels so good to see you. Xie Yu returned the hug. Thanks, good brother. After some pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Learning that Xie Yu was going to record a dunk video, Zhai Xiaochuan was very excited. When he heard about the free throw line jump, 360-degree midair spin, and alley-oop, he stammered, Bro, you just recovered from an injury. Won't this be a bit risky? If Xie Yu got injured again, Zhai Xiaochuan would become a historical sinner in Chinese basketball. How could he not panic? Xie Yu took off in a run, shouting throw. Zhai Xiaochuan flicked his wrist, tossing the ball high above the hoop. Xie Yu jumped from the free throw line, elegantly spinning in midair, effortlessly catching the ball and dunking it in. Upon landing, he faced the camera and said, if you can complete this dunk like I did, upload the video to any social platform, and me, I will invite you to join my IN4 dunk team with generous rewards. Welcome dunk masters from all over the world to join. Zhai Xiaochuan was utterly shocked. Chuan, these shoes are for you, the second pair in the world. Xie Yu handed the prepared Xie Yu 1 sneakers to Zhai Xiaochuan. Happiness came too suddenly. Plus they were exactly his size. Feeling Xie Yu's sincerity and thoughtfulness, and recalling the scene of Xie Yu's cardiac arrest, Zhai Xiaochuan burst into tears. Xie Yu quickly stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Remember to come number 10. There aren't many chances to play seriously with those. Crying harder, Zhai Xiaochuan. The video was released across all platforms, including the IN4 official website announcing a recruitment of Dunk Kings. Additionally, Xie Yu instructed his father to hire online commenters so that many netizens could be seen asking about the shoes Xie Yu was wearing under every video. Due to the explosive nature of Xie Yu's dunk, no one initially noticed the shoes. It wasn't until the commenters ramped up their efforts that the topic of the shoes skyrocketed on trending searches. Xie Yu then made a very pretentious unified response. These are the first-generation battle shoes that have yet to be released. Next, Xie Yu sent the shoes to star friends all over the world. Everyone consciously posted unboxing videos on social platforms. Jie Chou, Liu Yifei, and Yang Mi received secret instructions from Xie Yu to run and share their sports data, including step frequency, jump height, landing pressure, etc. Ultimately, they also shared the rationality of their movements analyzed by the chip. Jie Chou, as long as you take the chip data to IN4 customer service, you can obtain a training plan optimized based on the data. Basketball enthusiasts can also use real-time data to optimize tactics. Xie Xiaochuan, sorry mine, is the globally second pair personally selected by Brother Yu. Picture 9 photos of him playing in Xie Yu's first generation shoes. Why 9 photos? Because at that time Weibo only supported a maximum of 9 photos while he himself had taken over 900. The comments section was filled with complaints. Zhu Fangyu, why? Wang Shipong, let me have a look, I promise not to dirty it. Yi Jinlian, alright, I'll treat you to La Fight. Sun Yue, did you introduce your sister to Brother Yu? Sun Yue, Lu has many model friends, do you want them? Xie Yu, the Xie Yu 1 topped the trending searches for 3 whole days. Various sneaker reveals, celebrity unboxing videos. Netizens commented, whether you are popular or not depends on whether you receive the Xie Yu 1 shoes he sent. When Nike and Adidas got their hands on the Xie Yu 1, the RD department was shaken. This cushioning technology is not an exaggeration to say it surpasses theirs by decades, and the chip technology is simply astonishing, not something this era should possess. Nike, damn. Adidas, GG. Can we cooperate for mutual benefit? Can we surrender and give half? On August 8th, at the VIP lounge of Beijing, the rooftop platform overlooks the entire Forbidden City with golden glazed tiles and royal architecture in full view, known as the Royal Scenic Platform. Xie Yu introduced to David Stern and Michael Jordan. After some casual conversation and a hearty meal, the elder began to get to the main topic. Xie Yu, I want you to become the flag bearer of the league. Seeing Xie Yu's bewildered expression, Jordan explained, it means making the games more interesting and visually appealing. For example, when playing against the Bobcats, the game originally had no suspense, so naturally few people would watch. However, you can make the game more suspenseful, leaving the outcome in the final moments, then hitting the heroic shot. What the elder means is, make you the hero who scores the critical points, the face of the team. Xie Yu actually understood in his heart, but pretended to question, why me? Jordan, oblivious, said, Kobe is getting old, he no longer has that dominance. Oh, LeBron's shooting has always been his shortcoming, but he is very versatile and is playing a different kind of basketball that doesn't suit what we're talking about. No one else is as suitable as you. You are a shooting guard and the league needs the legacy of that position, which is also my legacy. David Stern agreed, the league's ratings have been declining, we need another Michael Jordan. Stern was originally worried that Xie Yu would not be able to return to his peak after the injury, but when he saw Xie Yu's exaggerated dunk video, all doubts disappeared. Coupled with the recent heat of his first-generation shoes, Stern was even more convinced that Xie Yu was the only choice. No one can compare. Xie Yu felt that if every match reached the final moments, it would be quite beneficial for his own abilities. However, he still pretended to be reluctant and asked, so what benefits do I get? Jordan crossed his legs and said, you're a privileged player. With the 2 of us around, you can walk sideways in the NBA. David Stern robustly agreed. Though the words may be rough, the logic is sound. Xie Yu weakly asked, if I were to beat up Howard, would you protect me from being suspended? Jordan looked at the old man while David Stern pondered. You could be suspended for 1 or 2 games during the regular season, but no one can suspend you during the playoffs, not even the next president. Xie Yu laughed loudly, let's do it. Jordan looked at Xie Yu like he was a fool. Do you really think you can take on Howard? The league wanted to cultivate him into a 25-year SGA. Xie Yu continued to ask, but I'm Chinese, will the American public accept me as the face of the league? David Stern smiled. We conducted a nationwide survey and over 50 support you as the face, while the second place has less than 20. Xie Yu, you may not yet realize how outstanding you are. Michael Jordan took 7 years to lead the Chicago Bulls to a championship, while you elevated the league's worst team, the Cavaliers, to glory in just a year and a half. With both strength and flair, who truly loves basketball would not adore someone like you? Jordan's face reddened, though it was true it was embarrassing to say it in front of him. Don't I have any pride? Xie Yu and the old man ignored Jordan's complaints. Xie Yu stated, I can do it, but I have one condition, no privileges for me. I don't want the referees to be biased. That would be an insult to basketball. Of course, the privilege of not being suspended for fighting can remain. The hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. The old man and Jordan were sent back to the hotel by Xie Yu's mother's arranged car, while Xie Yu got into Yang Mi's car. Did that seductive fox Liu Tianxian not help you out in London for so long? No, I kept it clean with her. I don't believe it. I swear if I had anything with her, my brother Howard would be dead. Which Howard are you talking about? Have you seen the hospital in London? Yeah, the one where she cried her heart out. August 9th, the day before Xie Yu's charity match. The entire Cavaliers team arrived except for Alonzo G. J.J. Hickson handed over the phone. Alonzo G has something to say to you. On the other end of the line, Alonzo G's choked voice came through. Bro, I'm sorry, I couldn't come see you in London. Don't worry about it. I heard from JJ that your mom is sick and you couldn't leave. I understand. Is the medical bill covered? I bought a house in Cleveland a while ago because of my mom, but what's wrong? Just say it, we are brothers. That bastard Chris Grant is already preparing to trade me, even though I've told him I've bought a house in Cleveland. I clearly told him not to trade you. It's useless, bro. This is a business league. I called to apologize for not visiting you in London. I regret not going. Also, please don't go to management about this. I don't want to drag you into my issues. My mom may not last long, and after she's gone, I don't care where I go. Just don't let my situation cause conflicts with management. Got it. After hanging up, Xie Yu called David Griffin. It's me, Xie Yu. I've already told Chris about Alonzo G, who I don't want to say it a second time, so you handle it. Beep, beep, beep. David Griffin angrily cursed Chris Grant, you pig. Then he hurried to his boss' house. All of Xie Yu's former teammates from the Bulls arrived. Noah rushed over and hugged Xie Yu, bro, surprised. Xie Yu ugly refusal. Noah pulled over a stunning blonde beauty. What's wrong with me being ugly? As long as my girl, I have to say Noah really knows how to attract girls. The whole Kobe family has arrived. Shaquille O'Neal came with his girlfriend, who is only 149 meters tall. LeBron also showed up. Xie Yu thought he wouldn't want to get on good terms with me, aiming to return to Cleveland later, would he? Hi. LeBron, what brings you here? No hero is true until he climbs the Great Wall. Oh, I just came to support you. Xie Yu. Nash arrived. Dirk Nowitzki arrived. Coach Lee and a group of young rookies arrived, among them Beal, brought along a stunning beauty, quite eye-catching. Damian, what brings you here? Bro, you're famous in the rookie scene. Irving, Kawhi, Jimmy, and others owe their success to you. We want some of that. Alright, everyone go get your sneakers. Wear them when you reach the NBA. Xie Yu thought to himself, there were too many people coming, it would be a shame to only play one match, so let's do it for 3 days. Thus, Xie Yu's charity match changed from a one-day event to a 3-day event. On the first day, Coach Lee took the rookies to play the CBA All-Star game. On the second day, the Cavaliers faced the Bulls. Xie Yu switched teams in both halves. On the third day, a legendary battle ensued with Jordan and O'Neal selecting players for a mixed competition. Once the news was announced, fans worldwide rushed to grab tickets. Some players eager to join the excitement flew overnight to the capital, including Barkley. Xie Yu's fame soared to its peak, unmatched in the moment. Rose, Xie Yu, stop answering calls and come challenge me, unknown. Irving, bro, I can't handle him. Xie Yu, who the hell can help me get rid of my phone? Am I a scalper? Even Spike Lee is calling me for tickets. He wants to. Xie Xiaochuan, bro, just ignore it. I'm about to be bullied by Jimmy to tears. Xie Yu, I can't ignore it. He said he would reserve a leading lady position for me. Anyone can fill in. Xie Xiaochuan, alright brother-in-law, I'll help you get rid of your phone. My sister doesn't need the leading lady position. Xie Yu, go away. Get lost. Cleveland. Dan Gilbert fell into deep thought after listening to what David Griffin had said. After a long while he spoke. Xie Yu is a child with deep thoughts who hates evil, as if it were a personal enemy, and cannot tolerate any flaws. Chris should not challenge his bottom line. David Griffin earnestly said, I heard a small story about Xie Yu from the team. He said if you can't stop liking something, just keep thinking about its flaws and magnify them infinitely, and soon you'll be able to stop liking it. In life, Xie Yu is just that kind of person. I fear that if this matter is not handled well, it will become a catalyst for him to leave. Gilbert nodded slightly. I have heard a bit about his personality. He is unpredictable and hard to grasp. What you say indeed sounds like something he would do. We have already lost LeBron. We cannot lose Xie Yu again. You should invite Chris over. Less than half an hour later, Chris Grant arrived. Gilbert got straight to the point. Last year, when we won the championship, how do you think the credit should be divided? Chris Grant felt secretly pleased. Oh, was the boss going to discuss rewards? Clearing his throat, he replied, without a doubt the players should take the lead, especially Xie Yu, who performed like a superstar. Secondly, I believe it is the management team, as we selected a large number of excellent young players who are ready to go and signed several key players in the free market. Of course, none of this would be possible without your capable leadership, boss. Gilbert replied expressionlessly. Do you and Xie Yu not get along? Chris Grant's heart sank upon hearing this. Boss, I think Xie Yu has become a bit too arrogant after winning the championship. I believe he should just focus on doing his job as a player and not develop the bad habit of casually interfering with management decisions. What do you think? Gilbert continued with an unruffled demeanor. I don't know, but I do know that if I had to choose between you two, I would not hesitate to fire you. Chris, anyone can be a general manager, and they might even do it better than you. However, there is only one king in basketball, and that king of Cleveland is none other than him. Chris Grant's heart raced, feeling as if he had hit a brick wall. He never expected the boss, who usually didn't involve himself in team affairs, would intervene. It's all David Griffin's fault for meddling and informing. Gilbert issued an ultimatum. Go, whether you can continue as the general manager of Cleveland will be decided by Xie Yu. As for how you seek his understanding, that's not my concern. From now on, David, you will take over all of Chris' duties. Chris Grant returned home in despair. He hadn't even approached Alonzo G. Xie Yu was too terrifying. No way I have. The charity match of Xie Yu concluded perfectly, and the Xie Yu generation sneakers were officially launched. For this, Xie Yu emptied his pockets again, putting all the hard-earned endorsement fees into his father's operation of Iron 4. He officially began his summer intensive training, heading to Sanya Beach with his training team to work on his physique. Amidst the hum of the airplane engines, as the lavender scent from the neck pillow began to waft up, a melodious laughter, like a clear spring, suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head, he encountered amber-colored pupils like fragments of sunshine, with chestnut curls cascading over the cream-colored straps of her top. The pearl earrings glimmered in the light streaming through the window as she leaned in. I just watched your charity match. You were simply stunning. She shook the cartoon charm of Xie Yu on her phone case, her porcelain white legs crossed beneath her denim shorts and red strings tied around her ankles peeking out from her sandals. The cartoon charm is so cute. Xie Yu smiled faintly, somewhat hesitant, yet welcoming. Yes, I saw it while shopping and loved it so much that I couldn't move my feet, so I bought it. Actually, I really like you. You really like me. You. I mean, I like watching you play. The two chatted enthusiastically until the flight attendant reminded them to adjust their seatbacks and the silver bracelet on her wrist jingled. You are so humorous I can hardly breathe from laughing. Actually, it depends on the person. You're so sweet. Speaking of which, we've been chatting the entire flight, and I haven't formally introduced myself. My name is... Xie Yu interrupted, I know you, Naja. Do you think I would chat with you for so long if I didn't? At that moment, the young Naja's heart raced. Xie Yu actually knows me. Seeing her innocent expression, Xie Yu felt that being young was truly wonderful. Unlike himself, who had to hide his emotions everywhere, sometimes resembling the young Xie Yu's carefree and reckless spirit, and at other times involuntarily transforming into a cautious time traveler, carefully restraining himself. As the salty sea breeze of Sanya lifted Naja's floral scarf, she looked up at the elongated shadow of Xie Yu cast by the setting sun, her delicate white fingers curling and uncurling. Her toes unconsciously rubbed against the ground in the flat sandals, feeling a dense frustration in her chest. If she had known, she would have worn those 10-centimeter high full Kates. At least, she wouldn't be unable to see the position of the third button on his shirt. Xie Yu decided to be bold for once. Let's have dinner together, just the two of us. His eyes beneath the sunglasses appeared somewhat regardless of past or present, he rarely took the initiative like this. But now Xie Yu thought, wouldn't it be a waste not to be proactive with such a good appearance? Sure. Naja quickly sent a text message to her sister, I'm going to dinner with a friend, you go back first. Naja's sister, who had been waiting at the airport for an hour in advance, thought her sister was being forced and immediately dialed her number. On the other end of the line, Naja stammered and explained a few things before hurriedly hanging up. Her sister thought, what friend? Male or female? No, I have to peek secretly. Soon she saw her sister walking out with a tall and handsome boy followed by a group of foreign men. Even Naja's sister, who didn't watch basketball, recognized that the boy was the recently popular Xie Yu. What girl doesn't? Naja's sister watched her sister and Xie Yu standing together, the atmosphere between them somewhat subtle, and couldn't help but reveal a smile of relief. She turned to leave with peace of mind, while also sending her sister an encouraging text, good luck. You two are really a good match. After receiving her sister's message, Naja felt a bit shy and glanced at Xie Yu before quickly opening her phone to check. However, just as she opened the message, Xie Yu, who had a natural height advantage, easily caught a glimpse of the message content. He couldn't help but smile. Naja, hearing the laughter, felt both shy and angry. She glared at Xie Yu and reproached, my sister just likes to talk nonsense. After saying this, her cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. Xie Yu looked at Naja's fair and rosy face. He reached out a finger and gently brushed against her high nose, smiling, as he said, you both do seem quite compatible. This statement struck Naja's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her heart raced instantly, an unusual feeling surged in her chest, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. Just then they arrived outside the airport. A red 45th Anniversary Edition SLS AMG Roadster was quietly parked there, its gull-wing doors already opened, as if patiently waiting for its owner. This top-tier sports car exuded a captivating glow, and its unique gull-wing door design attracted everyone's attention. Naja's eyes were also firmly drawn to the car. Seeing her astonished expression, Xie Yu could not help but smile again. He walked to the car, casually sat in the driver's seat, and then turned to Naja, saying, get in the car. Naja walked to the car in a daze and awkwardly settled into the passenger seat, thinking to herself, who is this man who seems to have stepped out of a comic? Do you have a girlfriend now? No, a girlfriend would only hinder my sword-drawing speed. What about you? Oh, I don't either. A boyfriend would only slow down my ability to earn money. Then why not find a wealthy one? I don't want that. I want to act well. I want to be a big star. Then why not look for a man who is both wealthy and can help you become a big star? It's not as easy as you say. Besides, how could such a person ever notice someone as inconspicuous as me? Xie Yu suddenly dialed his mother's phone. Mom, are there any leading roles available recently? Leave one for me. Leave one, okay. Let someone come over. Beep, beep, beep. Naja, is this even possible? Seeing Naja's expression, Xie Yu felt a surge of emotional value. So this is what a domineering CEO looks like. My mom was busy with work when she was young, so she divorced my dad. I stayed with my dad, so she feels particularly guilty towards me now, wishing I would ask her for help every day. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. Thank you. Am I dreaming? How is it? This man who won't hinder your ability to earn money and can help you become a big star is not bad, right? Not just not bad. I'm almost willing to give myself to you. This statement from Naja was both a tease and a hint of truth. Xie Yu completely ignored her starting to play music, immersing himself in the power of this top-tier sports car. After barbecuing by the sea, Xie Yu arranged for Naja to stay, having purchased a series of guest houses in the area. This place is relatively remote in Sanya, and the prices are not expensive, failing to reach the amount recognized by the system. At night, Xie Yu ran shirtless on the beach. After taking a shower, Naja changed into a cooler tank top and skirt, watching. After a long while, Xie Yu walked over, sat down, and gasped for breath. You have been running for 2 hours. Under the moonlight, Xie Yu, drenched in sweat, still could not hide his sun-like handsomeness. Naja smiled and asked, you are already so successful, why do you still work so hard? I'm not that successful. Ooh, I can still be even more successful. If I were to fall from grace, my fans would suffer insults and mockery when I fall, and I will not allow that day to happen. I want them to be the happiest fans in the world, each one praised for their good taste, because they like me. You treat your fans so well, of being your girlfriend must be very happy, right? Xie Yu shook his head. To let you be my girlfriend, to follow me to America, to a place where you are unfamiliar, leaving behind family, career, friends, and the best homeland in the world, you wouldn't be happy. Xie Yu looked up at the sky, pretending to be profound. Why must we bind ourselves to a romantic relationship? Isn't mutual? Just like now, we can be together for a while, and when it's time to be busy, you film your movie, and I play my ball. Isn't that better than being in a romantic relationship? Naja retorted, how can you make such a terrible statement sound so reasonable? Xie Yu grasped her hand, slowly leaned closer, and lightly brushed against her. Be my woman, and I will give you everything you want. Is this a transaction? Naja asked, her eyes glistening with tears. No, it all originates from my liking you, and coincidentally, you like me a little too, that's all. Besides transaction, do I see you need that? In America, how many blonde and blue-eyed beauties throw themselves at me, and I haven't even glanced at them. Naja, I just don't want you, this beautiful flower, to be planted in someone else's cow dung. I want you to be mine. Naja dully nodded at him, as if Xie Yu had received some kind of signal. Over the months, Xie Yu ran on the beach during the day, trained strength in the afternoon, practiced shooting at night, and had late night. Xie Yu greedily looked at himself in the mirror. This bronze skin was the purpose of his special training in Sanya. When he first entered the league, he weighed 82 kilograms, and now he had reached 98 kilograms. Naja had changed drastically as well. She walked over, nestled in Xie Yu's arms, looking adorable. I can't bear to leave you. My mom's drama is about to start filming. A homely daughter-in-law will eventually meet her in-laws. Then after I finish filming, I'll go to America to find you, okay? You are always welcome to come. Remember to eat more, but it's painful. Stop it, remember to think of me. Cleveland. Xie Yu and Chris Grant arrived together. The two had reconciled, and Chris Grant decided to follow Xie Yu. General manager, I won't play in the preseason. Please help me find a top-notch shooting training team. I'll stay in Cleveland during this. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The regained position of general manager finally allowed Chris Grant to see the reality. He originally thought winning the championship could not be done without his strategic planning. Trading for Xie Yu, signing West Carter, and drafting picks. Although it couldn't be said that he was the main contributor, every single achievement should have his credit as general manager, right? However, with the owner's words, I will fire you, and Xie Yu's dominance, he finally recognized the reality. This Cavaliers team, aside from the owner and Xie Yu, everyone else could be exchanged. The preseason ended, and Xie Yu's devilish shooting training also concluded. He had to adapt early to the upcoming small ball era and become a leader in it. His refinement of dribbling and long-range shooting techniques had reached an extraordinary level, astonishing the training team that had trained countless stars. He remarkably managed to shoot three-pointers with a perfect record, even under the full defense of two players. Although there was an element of luck, it sufficiently demonstrated the solidity of Xie Yu's shooting skills. Los Angeles. Today, the Staples Center was filled with stars. On August 10th of the past year, the four-way trade shook the league. The Lakers sent Bynum and acquired Howard, forming the F for Kobe, Howard, Nash, Gasol. Against this backdrop, their opening game against the defending champions, the Cavaliers, undoubtedly became the most discussed highlight, dubbed the Spring Festival Gala by fans in China. Lakers starting lineup: center Howard, power forward Gasol, small forward Artest, shooting guard Kobe, point guard Nash. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Shumpert, point guard Irving. This game is full of highlights. Kobe versus Shumpert versus Howard. Zhang Heli. This summer, Shumpert privately told me that he would definitely dunk on Howard and wouldn't rest until he succeeded. Let's see if he can fulfill his grand ambition in this game. Taylor Swift still sat in the front row, staring intently at Shumpert, seemingly unable to get enough. Howard selling shoes: our roster is too strong, winning against you feels a bit dull. Shumpert sneered: a bunch of old demers who can't get any older, not to be feared. Howard: haha, with Kobe and me we are invincible. Kobe: if you lose, don't blame the shoes for not fitting. Shumpert: I hope your performance on the court is as tough as your words. After selecting the death entanglement skill, Xie Yu's perimeter defense rose to an S rating, while his interior defense and steals both reached an A. It can be said that he is now the top dual threat player in the league. Faced with the provocations of Kobe and Howard, he was truly unafraid. Brothers, let me see your progress this summer. Xie Yu exuded a dominant presence. This is my team, Xie Yu, who dares to defy? Even though Xie Yu did not participate in the preseason games, no one would dare to challenge his tactical core position in the season opener. After the game began, the Lakers intentionally slowed down the pace as their twin towers had a significant advantage in the paint. However, to be honest, this Lakers team was quite underwhelming. The F4 would definitely be less than 4. In the first round, after organizing for a long time, they still failed to break through the Cavaliers' defense. In the end, Artest's three-point shot missed. Varejao grabbed the rebound and threw it directly to Xie Yu for a fast break. The bronze-skinned Xie Yu was still a bit hard to adapt to. In the past, his teammates could easily spot his position, but now they had to. Facing the double team from Nash and Kobe, Xie Yu charged forward like a walking bomb, casually throwing up a high shot that went in. It was a mix of Iverson's footwork and Rose's floater. How to defend? 2-0. One must accept their age, Steve. I heard you chose the Lakers over the Cavaliers. This will be the worst decision of your life. Xie Yu's arrogant demeanor made his fans ecstatic. The confident Xie Yu was back. But to his detractors, he was just showing off. Nash thought to himself, you're trying to recruit me. Kobe has already persuaded me. What about you? I even voluntarily participated in your charity game, and you still don't understand my intentions, yet now you blame me. Kobe initiated the play, and Nash suddenly blocked Varejao with his small frame. Howard cut towards the basket, pointing to the sky. Let's chat, let's play some flight attendants. Kobe observed the court from all angles and tossed the ball into the air. Xie Yu had just made it back, but Howard was clearly faster and in a better position, so he let it go and watched Howard complete the alley-oop dunk. Howard exclaimed, you sell shoes, why don't you come up here and fight? Scared? Remember, I'm on the 3rd floor, you're at most on the 2nd. Why is this guy talking so much since joining the Lakers? Did Liang Jingru give him the courage? Irving organized the play, and Xie Yu suddenly sped up, running back. Irving quickly sent a beautiful pass. Xie Yu caught the ball, took a step, and went head-to-head with Howard. After his physical upgrade, this was his first full-force attack. The true power of maxed-out confrontation was still unknown. Howard gasped as he felt darkness envelop him, flying out of bounds. Damn, how is this possible? Xie Yu took off in response and unleashed a beastly dunk. He wreaked havoc on the rim. 4-2. Kobe shouted, "Ref, that's an offensive foul." The referee shook his head in silence. It was perfectly reasonable shoulder-to-shoulder contact, and he was in the right zone. Gasol and Arteist quickly pulled Howard up. Meanwhile, Xie Yu maintained a death stare, not retreating. "Dwight, you're just a softy, a big idiot who's all show and no substance." After saying that, he left with the back of his jersey number 22, infuriating Howard. "I came to the Lakers just to destroy you." In the following game, both teams played evenly. Xie Yu intentionally created offensive opportunities for his teammates. With 4 minutes and 28 seconds left in the first quarter, Xie Yu, with an impressive 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists, took a break. In the second quarter, Xie Yu continued to rest. The regular season XJBD tactical system required everyone to play no more than 32 minutes, and Mike Brown had set Xie Yu's minutes as the first 8 minutes of the first and third quarters and the last 8 minutes of the second and fourth quarters. The Lakers' second unit was completely overwhelmed by the Cavaliers, though under Jimmy's leadership the Cavaliers took a 10-point lead. Xie Yu glanced at the lineup on the court. The Cavaliers truly had an abundance of talent. Second unit's main attack: Irving. All-around player: Jimmy Butler. The rich and handsome Chandler Parsons. Dominating the 8 kings of Kohler, Kardashian, TT. Future block: King Whiteside. Sitting below were also J.J. Hickson, Alonzo G. Caspi, Mike Bibby, and more. It's no wonder Chris Grant wanted to sell players. There simply wasn't enough playing time. Xie Yu thought to himself, while the price is high, I need to get money earned, fear of trouble out first. This guy seriously affected my cool image. Without comparison, there would be no harm. When Xie Yu took the court, the score was 43-32, with the Cavaliers leading by 11 points. Point guard: shooter Caspi. True organizer: Xie Yu. All-around player: Kawhi. Interior core: West. Key development: Whiteside. It was clear that Mike Brown was not idle during the summer. At least he reviewed the XJBD tactics 1,000 times. Kobe held the ball, and Xie Yu defended him, heat in unleashing the death entanglement. This guy had indeed improved significantly. His physical confrontation had progressed by leaps and bounds. Kobe had never been defended so tightly in his life. Zhang Heli exclaimed, "Kobe actually passed the ball. He can't handle Xie Yu." Yu Jia commented, "I've never seen anything like this." Just as he finished speaking, Kobe suddenly started going out to receive the ball, and Nash made a direct pass back. With little time left on the shot clock, Kobe had to shoot as soon as he caught the ball. Xie Yu's focus was at an all-time high. His extraordinary block was itching to be unleashed. This blocking scene flowed through his veins. Smack! Kobe's fadeaway jumper was ruthlessly swatted to the front court by Xie Yu, who then quickly caught up, spreading his wings like a great eagle and gliding for a dunk. Upon landing, he performed a bowing gesture. Zhang Heli remarked, "Oh wow, this dramatic bowing move is really cool." Yu Jia added, "It suits him. I just don't know if this bow was his own idea or if someone helped him think of it." The answer is that Na Jia helped him. Xie Yu takes a. After the timeout, the Lakers slightly narrowed the gap with their inside scoring. However, the good times were short-lived. When the Cavaliers swapped back to the starting lineup, the gap was widened again. In the last attack of the first half, Xie Yu took charge. Facing Arteist, Xie Yu did not lower his center of gravity, but instead executed a step-back three-pointer with a drop step and lateral movement. Arteist felt he was very close to Xie Yu, but only until Xie Yu completed the shot did he realize he hadn't interfered with Xie. Swish. A perfect shot. 5-5-4-0. The Cavaliers led by 15 points at halftime. Inside the Lakers' locker room, Arteist asked, "Can I see the replay? That three-pointer from Xie Yu was too strange. I couldn't interfere with it at all." Kobe was still frustrated about being behind, but was very curious about what Arteist said. Did this kid develop some new moves with Michael over the summer? Indeed, love can be transferable. Oh, Danzy, don't leave. You used to say your greatest love was me. The defensive coach watched the video replay, analyzing Xie Yu's footwork. Both Arteist and Kobe had been selected for the all-defensive team, yet the three of them couldn't figure it out. The defensive coach suggested, "Unless we know in advance whether he will move left or right, we can only intercept if we anticipate his move. This tactic might just work." Kobe scoffed, "This is Michael's drop step. It's an unpredictable move. How can you know in advance?" Arteist replied, "They say he's a handsome genius. His IQ is too high. I can't handle someone like him." "Kobe, how about you defend him in the second half?" The second half of the game begins. Irving displays his skills, and after his championship rookie season, his progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Like a butterfly darting through flowers, he penetrates the paint. Faced with Howard's defense, he could have forced a layup. Whether it would succeed is uncertain, but he definitely wouldn't get blocked. However, out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of a bronze figure cutting to the basket at lightning speed. Such a backdoor cut is nearly impossible to defend against. Kobe can only watch, and he doesn't believe Irving will pass. If he drives to the basket and has space for a layup, he certainly won't pass. No LK pass. Irving's behind-the-back bounce pass accurately finds Xie Yu. Howard turns around and says, "Oh sh!" A thunderous dunk. Xie Yu slams down a battle axe dunk over the beast. Zhang Heli exclaims, "Xie Yu has done it. He really dunked on Howard." Yu Jia comments, "Actions speak louder than words." Waxi is Xie Yu. Fortunately, Howard was prepared, putting both hands up to avoid a close encounter with the young player. What a backdrop. It's still Xie Yu, the one he hates the most in the entire league. Softy. Dunking on you is just like dunking on an elementary school student. As soon as he finishes speaking, the referee calls a technical foul on Xie Yu. The referee warns you can't use the term softy. Furious Howard tries to channel his anger into strength, but he gets hacked. Verajao can't hold back and directly tackles him, preventing Howard from scoring. Missing all his free throws, Howard's mentality implodes. Damn Xie Yu, he's ruining his perfect Lakers debut. The Cavaliers, buoyed by momentum, see Xie Yu enthusiastically going against Kobe, testing the fruits of his summer training. First, he showcases a running three-pointer, scoring and drawing a cylinder foul on Gasol, completing a 31. Then against Kobe, he mirrors Meta World Peace's move, executing a step-back three-pointer that swishes through. Although Kobe manages to defend, Xie Yu remains steady. Training under the high temperatures of Sanya following strength training, he engages in high-intensity shooting practice. Can he afford to be unstable after all this effort? No one's success comes easily. Even though Xie Yu has a system, he has put in efforts 100-fold more than others. It's like saving money. Those who are broke and in debt lack motivation, while those with hundreds of thousands have the drive to aim. In a reverse current, if one doesn't advance, they will retreat. Xie Yu's hard summer training has paid off. The Cavaliers win decisively against the Lakers 119-93. Xie Yu scored 33 points with 12 of 17 shooting, 4 of 5 from 3, 5 of 5 on free throws, along with 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 blocks, 2 steals, and 0 turnovers. After the game, Zhou Lingen, dressed in a professional suit and wearing high heels, catches up with Xie Yu, saying, "Hello, I'm Zhou Lingen from Sina NBA. May I interview you?" Not knowing how to appreciate Meng Chao when he was young, mistaking Lingen for a treasure, Xie Yu politely nods, though he prefers Meng Chao at this moment. Zhou Lingen hasn't been overexploited and is still quite decent. Zhou Lingen, we noticed you received a technical foul today, seemingly for saying something to the beast Howard. Can you reveal the detail? Xie Yu, that guy Howard is not decent. He told me his nickname, and my English isn't great, so I didn't know that word was not allowed by the league, so I shouted it out and got caught by the referee. Now I can't say it or he'll get fined, but I can secretly tell you. Zhou Lingen nods curiously, clearly eager to know what English nickname could possibly be banned by the league. Xie Yu bends down and whispers in her ear, "You have a great figure." Zhou Lingen hasn't reacted yet when Xie Yu turns to the camera and says goodbye. "I've already told her, if you want to know, go ask her." Winning makes one feel good, and Xie Yu is feeling playful. Zhou Lingen thinks to herself, as expected, men love to play. Back in Cleveland, they will face the Wizards and Bulls in a back-to-back home game in 2 days. During training day, Xie Yu's new move leaves several second-year players drooling. Irving learns the fastest, but his stability in practice is extremely low. If it weren't for Xie Yu having the system rating as a safety net, he wouldn't even attempt such high-difficulty moves. Pocket dribble, push right, shift body, step back, jump shot. Swish. Xie Yu demonstrates again, and both Kawhi and Jimmy give up. Only Irving shoots decently, but when Xie Yu defends, he misses all 10 shots. Didn't expect this, did you? I have shooting interference. Xie Yu is not intentionally teasing Irving. He genuinely wants to test how much a 5 drop in shooting percentage affects performance. The results are quite significant. It seems this shooting interference is indeed very practical. Wizards starters: center Okafor, power forward Trevor Booker, small forward Ariza, shooting guard Beal, point guard Wall. Cavaliers starters: center Verajao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. After the game starts, the Wizards backcourt duo plays aggressively, especially Wall, who charges through and surprisingly forces Irving into 2 fouls, sending him to the bench. Mike Brown calls out, "Jimmy, go lock down Wall." Beal asks, "Why don't you defend?" Why is Jimmy going to defend? Xie Yu, who cares? Rookie, if you can score over me, I'll tell you. Xie Yu loves this feeling. Oi, players he used to look up to now. Beal, I'll make it happen. Oh, one day I'll explode you and become the strongest shooting guard in the league. Xie Yu, then you better break up with your girlfriend. She will lock you down. After taunting Beal, Xie Yu toys with him, using a Euro step. In the second quarter, Irving, bogged down by foul trouble, doesn't return to full strength as expected and keeps missing shots. On the bench, Xie Yu laughs. Kyrie must have been busy with his new girlfriend last night. Alonzo G, you're a genius. Yesterday was his girlfriend's birthday. Xie Yu. With 7 minutes and 55 seconds left in the second quarter, Xie Yu enters the game. Beal, you only have 8 points. I already have 11. That smug little look. Xie Yu is not as excited as he was when he won the championship. Xie Yu, have you ever heard of the tortoise and the hare? Beal, I've heard of it. Oh, what about it? Xie Yu, you're the tortoise, also known as a slowpoke. Angered Beal reacts sharply to Xie Yu's jab, and Xie Yu leans and flicks his wrist and scores off the glass. A difficult 21. He sinks the free throw confidently. Xie Yu, Bradley, I already have 11 points. Next possession, I'm hitting a 3 on your head. Beal, no way. I'll lock you down. Okafor misses a hook shot, and Xie Yu yells, Hassan, pass me the ball. You want to be the face of the league? I'll provide you with plenty of material to boast about. Xie Yu signals his teammates to spread out, going onion against Beal. He feints, accelerates, and just as Beal retreats, Xie Yu steps back to the three-point line. Initially thinking Beal would lag behind, he is unexpectedly left in the dust. The crowd at the Quicken Loans Arena erupts with cheers. Xie Yu shrugs and confidently shoots the 3. Swish. The shot is clean, securing a spot in today's top place. Beal's expression stiffens. He wishes he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in, feeling utterly defeated. Why provoke him? Xie Yu, Bradley, no pooping here. Beal? Bill's girlfriend Camilla gasped in disbelief. This moment was captured by the on-site photographer, becoming a classic scene. 4-3-3-8. With Xie Yu's consecutive strikes, the Cavaliers regained the lead. Bill, tell my mom I'm not a coward. I am this year's 3rd pick. I have a model girlfriend. I am the star of my university. I am the strongest high school student in America. I am the pride of heaven. Bill faced off onion against Xie Yu with the ball. With a shoulder dip to create space for a shot, however, Xie Yu remained completely unyielding, the difference in strength causing Bill to lose his balance, and in a hasty attempt his mid-range shot was swatted away by Xie Yu. Is that all you've got? After saying this, Xie Yu chased after Bill, making a wide change of direction, shaking Bill off, and amidst the gasps of the audience, Xie Yu smoothly sank a jumper. 4-5-3-8. I have 16 points, how about you? I have 22 points, how about you? Before the end of the first half, Bill found a chance to break his scoring drought. Wall's drive created a wide opening, and Bill seized the opportunity, receiving Wall's brilliant pass, soaring like a great eagle, hoping to express his pent-up frustration with a soaring dunk. Xie Yu, determined to teach Bill a lesson, would not let him succeed easily. Bill took off, his movements incredibly fluid. Meanwhile, a slightly delayed Xie Yu seized the moment, appearing just under the rim with one hand. Bill, bro, were you blocking my... That was my lifelong confidence. After completing a breathtaking rejection, Bill lay on the ground staring at the ceiling of the lone arena as the first half came to an end. Halftime. Xie Yu, coach, as long as that third pick is on the court, I am too. If he rests, I rest too. Alonzo G, is that really necessary, bro? He's just a rookie. Xie Yu, I'm not targeting him, I want a story that people enjoy. Bill, so it has to be me. The second half began, and Bill realized that Xie Yu didn't even need to use screens to dominate him. One after another, his fadeaway jumpers went in, drawing gasps of amazement from the audience, making Bill feel like he might cry. Bradley, I scored 44 points, and you still have 11 points. Xie Yu shook his head, the look of arrogance deeply etched in Bill's mind. I'm taking a break, I won't play with you anymore. Remember to let your model girlfriend comfort your wounded little heart tonight. Just then, Bill was about to say something when he saw Xie Yu come back. Oh, by the way, the formula isn't finished. Xie Yu glanced at the camera and smiled. Welcome to the NBA. A brutal psychological attack. After the game, a disheveled Bill accepted an interview with ESPN. The reporter asked, Kid, what happened? Why do you look so down? Lift your head, hold your chest out. Remember, losing in Xie Yu's rookie season is nothing unusual. Bill thought to himself, dude, can we not mention that name? Bill exhaled deeply. I played pretty well in my NBA debut. This is my second game. I thought I could score over 20 points like last time. I had 11 points early in the second quarter, and I was very proud. I thought this game was mine, and then I taunted Xie Yu, I have 11 points, and you only have 8. The reporter instinctively followed up, and then what? Bill shook his head vigorously. Nothing more, man. He completely annihilated me. He scored 44 points over me while I was still stuck at 11. Bill continued. He told me, welcome to the NBA. After saying this, the young Bill shed tears in front of the ESPN. Xie Yu made this year's third pick. Bill cry. Welcome to the NBA. Basketball media outlets eagerly wrote article after article about Bill's experience. David Stern called Xie Yu, and the cheerful laughter of the old man came from the other end. You really are something. In the supermodel's dressing room. Wow. Recently, Xie Yu is super popular. If I date him, I could become the hottest supermodel and walk the runway in the season's most fashionable clothes, reaching the peak of my career. He is so handsome and rich. I heard financial experts say that his Iron 4 technology is far ahead and will soon surpass Nike and Adidas, becoming a super brand in the sports world. Who doesn't know that? But the question is, does he want to date you? I've heard he doesn't really like Western women. It seems so. He has been in that big melting pot of the NBA for almost 3 years, and the only woman was Taylor Swift. On the side, Taylor's friend KK listened intently, pondering whether she should ride Xie Yu's coattails to compete. But would using Taylor's name be effective? Meanwhile, Princess N was slapped by Adam. After we got back together, you never let me touch you again. Do you still have feelings for that? Princess N wiped the blood from her mouth with a grimace and shook her head. Adam, you're just a pathetic worm. If it weren't for your parents begging me on their knees to act with you and stop you from committing suicide, I wouldn't even glance at you. That Chinese kid. His name is Xie Yu, a man 100 times better than you. I love him. My heart is filled with him. But I wasn't brave enough. When he was in trouble, I didn't stand up for him in time. I was wrong, and I still feel regret. I can't forgive myself for the hurt I caused him. Today, either you kill me or let me go. I will never deal with your family again. China Hongdian. Director, let's change the cast. There are fans of Xie Yu protesting at the door. We really can't use Song Xie Yu anymore. Exactly, we can't let one rotten apple spoil the whole barrel. This woman is really foolish. Why provoke Xie Yu? Isn't that like poking a hornet's nest? Evil will meet its end. Those who commit many wrongs will surely perish. She should have thought of today when she used Xie Yu to rise to fame. Director, notify her to terminate her contract. Before the game between the Cavaliers and the Bulls, Xie Yu stood in the center of the locker room. 2 consecutive wins are nothing to boast about. Back-to-back games are not a problem. Last year we won the championship, but we lost 2 games to the Bulls, with Rose leading outsiders to say our championship lacks value. Today we must defeat this Bulls team to vindicate ourselves and test the results of our individual efforts over the summer, showing the world we are much stronger than when we won the championship last year. Xie Yu shouted loudly, defend the land. The Cavaliers all echoed, defend the land. In the Bulls locker room, Rose took charge, saying more and taking on the leadership role. Last year, I went down, we led 20 and were reversed by Cleveland. Today we will show them with our actions that we deserve the championship more than they do. Rose shouted loudly, Bulls go to battle, no grass left behind. The Bulls all echoed, Bulls go to battle, no grass left behind. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The Bulls starting lineup: center Noah, power forward Boozer, small forward Jamison, shooting guard Lowell, Deng, point guard Rose. The Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Kyrie, point guard Irving. During warm-ups, Irving suddenly approached the practicing Tai Chi player Xie Yu and said, bro, can I take charge of this game? Xie Yu glanced at him and continued his Tai Chi practice. Give me a reason. Irving replied earnestly, I need space to grow and you're too much in the spotlight. Many times you solve problems before I even have to step in, so I need you to delegate some authority to me. Xie Yu disagreed. Kyrie, you've fallen into a misunderstanding. How you play doesn't actually have much to do with me. You can shine in the rotation, and when you partnered with me in the backcourt you nailed your three-pointers. Who would dare underestimate you then? Seeing Irving's troubled expression, Xie Yu softened his tone. All right then, let's do it your way this time. You organize the plays, you handle the ball, and you can even take the lead. We'll see how it goes after the game. Irving nodded. Bro, I sincerely thank you. I will do my best not to mess it up. He turned and asked, what style of boxing are you practicing? Xie Yu answered with interest, this is called Tai Chi. It can increase joint mobility by an average of 19.2 and reduce the incidence of muscle strains by 37. After 8 weeks, single leg balance performance can improve by 41, which correlates with shooting accuracy. Moreover, Tai Chi perfectly couples breathing with footwork, reducing energy expenditure by 12 when running. Most importantly, it alleviates anxiety and regulates mood, allowing me to be in the best state before a game. Irving asked in confusion, is it really that amazing? Chinese martial arts. Xie Yu replied, honestly, I don't know. I encountered an old Taoist who forced me to buy it for 20 bucks. Irving's eyes widened. Bro, you got scammed for just 20 bucks. Xie Yu grumbled, get lost, don't ruin my mood. Xia and the training team had mentioned more than once that he had been scammed, but he insisted on not believing it. After all, things like reincarnation and systems had happened to him. Meeting an old immortal was nothing extraordinary. And the data was so precise. Oh, what if it were true? 20 bucks, you don't lose anything, just practice. Besides, he had just completed 8 weeks yesterday. Even if I got scammed, I won't panic. Xie Yu comforted himself. Anyway, the next game is in New York, and I've already arranged to meet Sister Zhiling. Recently, they've been chatting hotly on social media, and Xie Yu is confident he can get the system's reward multiple choice question from Sister Zhiling. Before the game, Rose asked, how does the sneaker competition feel? Last year, Rose signed a 13-year, $185 million deal with Adidas, and his shoes had launched and were selling extremely well. Xie Yu replied, it's just okay, but it's 1,000 times better than Adidas shoes. Rose teased, would you die if you didn't brag? Xie Yu retorted, haven't you worn them? Don't you know how good they are? The game began. The Bulls' pace was maddeningly slow, and both Irving and Xie Yu tried multiple times to speed things up with dribbling, only to be fouled. For minutes into the game, the Bulls had already committed all their fouls. The broadcast cut to Thibodeau's grim face, then to Bulls general manager Gar Forman, who was the orchestrator behind Xie Yu's trade. Gilbert, who was watching the game live, stood up to applaud Gar Forman when he saw him on the big screen, thanking him for sending Xie Yu. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, while Gar Forman wished he could find a hole to hide in. Yes, family remarked, what a comedic person he is. Zhang Heli commented, without him, Xie Yu might not even have a championship ring, so existence is indeed reasonable. Gar Forman, you are the center of Chicago. Last night, Annie posted a lengthy article revealing the truth. Xie Yu was not the third party at all. It was Adam who clung desperately and refused to break up. Princess and Xie Yu were in a normal relationship, and the so-called evidence of social media chat records was all pieced together by Adam through illegal means. Return Xie Yu to us. I'm sorry, Xie Yu, we wronged you. Gar Forman must die. Both Adam and Gar Forman deserve to die. Return Xie Yu to us. Thanks to the Bulls' old friend for sending the FMVP. Xie Yu has endured so much injustice, but never spoke ill of Princess and the most affectionate man in the world. Xie Yu is so handsome. To protect Princess, and he endured insults, online explosions, and even being traded. What kind of good man is being talked about? In the one talking. Xie Yu is my husband. The woman upstairs, please stay away from my husband. Just after making both free throws, Xie Yu was completely unaware that Annie had posted a lengthy article, and even more unaware that he would gain millions of female fans because of it. Am I really the good man? Xie Yu would never want this persona, the world's most affectionate. By then I wouldn't even know how I died. The first quarter ended with the Bulls committing fouls left and right. The score was 21-18, and the Cavaliers temporarily led by 3 points. Rose executed a smooth layup, and on the other end, Irving responded using a screen to face Gibson, scoring with a low-handed layup. The teams were evenly matched until Xie Yu entered the game. Luo Erdang, you thought you were familiar with my playing style, right? Then I'll play a little differently. Xie Yu took over the offensive duties, dribbling to the left side at a 45-degree angle, hitting a James Harden-style step-back three-pointer. The referee was dumbfounded, wondering how that didn't look like a travel. The audience, witnessing such a flashy move for the first time, clapped enthusiastically, reveling in the spectacle. A man in the audience even started to imitate it, stepping back to a stunning blonde with a 36D figure, thus commencing a story, having the time of his life. Luo Erdang angrily exclaimed, are you also pulling off LeBron's sneaky steps? Xie Yu rolled his eyes, unwilling to respond to such a foolish question. The referee didn't call it, which means it was a good play. Didn't your coach ever tell you that when you were kids? In the next round, Luo Erdang was already on guard, but Xie Yu executed a pocket dribble and went straight in. Facing Gibson's help defense, Xie Yu went hard at him, executing a powerful dunk in one smooth motion. So this is how exhilarating it is to play like James. Xie Yu said, Ty, I still need to practice more. Gibson responded, what have you been doing this summer? This level of physicality is completely unlike you. Thibodeau's expression grew darker as he realized that his prideful defensive system seemed ineffective against his former in-your-face. Xie Yu hit a three-pointer over Luo Erdang, making it 3-9-3-0. This directly caused the Bulls to call a timeout. Xie Yu said, Kyrie, this is what we call scoring explosiveness, take notes. Kyrie replied, bro, that Tai Chi. Can you teach me? I'm willing to offer 2-0-0-0-0. Upon resuming, Thibodeau immediately took action. Rose stepped off for a rest, and Hinrich partnered with Bellinelli in the Bulls' backcourt, but it was Noah Deng who matched up against Xie Yu. Xie Yu faced a double team. Bellinelli was crafty, and Noah Deng covered a large area, yet Xie Yu still opted not to pass, instead forcing a step-back three-pointer. Bang! With a slight alteration in his movement, he naturally missed. Xie Yu realized that he felt somewhat like a robot. If one part malfunctioned, his shooting percentage would plummet. Noah stepped up, orchestrating plays and scoring effectively, helping the Bulls gradually close the gap. His progress this summer had been remarkable. Xie Yu changed his approach, going low to attack forcefully. Noah Deng was surprised to find that he was at a disadvantage in strength due. Just as he wanted to exert himself, Xie Yu jumped back for a shot. Xie Yu scored consecutively, and the Bulls' double team came again. This time, Xie Yu chose not to force the issue, instead passing inside to assist Whiteside for a powerful dunk, then finding Irving for a three-pointer. As the first half ended, the score was 51-43, with the Cavaliers leading by 8 points. In the Bulls' locker room, everyone was discussing Xie Yu. Gibson exclaimed, "Damn, who knows how that guy practices his toughness. He almost knocked me down." Noah Deng replied, "I feel the same, he's so tough that it hurts after he bumps into me." Rose added, "Just look at his skin color, we saw him in Huaxia, and he was still pale. This guy is harsh on himself, as if his body doesn't belong to him." Noah replied, "His body probably doesn't belong to him." Everyone else responded, "Huh." Noah continued, "I heard he's now a national treasure of Huaxia, so his body belongs to the nation, not to him." "Cut it out." Thibodeau interrupted. "Everyone quiet down. Get ready to play the entire second half. Oh, we must win. This Cavaliers team is our best sharpening stone." In the Cavaliers locker room, Xie Yu stated, "The second half will definitely be a fierce battle, especially for the bench players. You will face the Bulls' starting lineup in the second unit." "Why?" Alonzo G asked. Xie Yu explained, "Thibodeau will certainly keep some starters on the floor for the entire second half. He doesn't want to lose this game, he values it highly and believes that playing against us will significantly benefit them." As the second half began, the Cavaliers' backcourt duo of Xie Yu and Irving unleashed their strength, showing signs of widening the score gap. Yet the Bulls quietly clawed their way back point by point. Until the rotation battle began, the Cavaliers maintained a normal rotation, while the Bulls had Rose and Noah play the entire time. Originally, Noah Deng was supposed to rest, but Thibodeau wanted him to defend Xie Yu, so he let him take a break. Alonzo G remarked, "As expected of you, your predictions are spot on, and no wonder the coach keeps emphasizing that you're a talent." Xie Yu smirked. "Kissing up to the coach is your forte. Hurry up and get on the court to defend Rose, the coach is calling you." In less than 2 minutes, Alonzo G came off. Xie Yu said, "Are you a pig? Does Rose have a basket? He points at you, and you jump." Alonzo G replied, "I haven't played in a long time, I haven't played in a long time." Xie Yu retorted, "After the game, let's practice onion and play 100 shots." Alonzo G seemed to wear a mask of pain. It was better not to mention the past. Now he truly didn't want to face Xie Yu, and onion being bumped by him would hurt for several days, and it would ruin his performance in the game, creating a vicious cycle. Alonzo G, "It's not Irving's fault. Rose is truly difficult to defend. If you two were still on the same team now, TSK, that would be a nightmare for all the perimeter defenders in the league." Xie Yu, "It's also a nightmare for interior players. I would ruthlessly dunk on them." Alonzo G, "You've changed, you weren't so showy before." Xie Yu, "I couldn't afford a Ferrari before, now I can." Alonzo G. The Bulls continued their high-pressure defense, while Mike Brown remained calm and collected. After Xie Yu collapsed in London, the Cavaliers established an unwritten rule: players must not play more than 32 minutes, excluding overtime. Because the XJBD tactical system requires full attack and defense, it is very physically demanding. Irving used a screen switch to defend. Bellinelli performed a drop step while shifting sideways and took a step-back three-pointer. Bellinelli dove in for a foul. With a swish, the whistle blew and the ball went in. 31. After getting up, Irving pointed to Xie Yu on the bench, indicating that this was your move, your credit. Xie Yu smiled knowingly. Irving is indeed Irving. He always manages to make those miraculous shots. Alonzo G, "Boss, it's time for the Harvest competition." JJ, "Boss, it's time for the Dominion competition." TT, "Boss, it's time to rule the competition." Hearing this, Xie Yu smiled and shook his head. The ways of human relationships are not unique to Huaxia. Jimmy charged into the paint, causing chaos, and Xie Yu understood, moving to the weak side corner. As soon as the ball reached him, Xie Yu shot a perfect three-pointer. 8-5-8-2. These open three-pointers come as easily as picking fruit. Xie Yu Luo Air, "I am no longer that inexperienced Huaxia kid with no skills when I first joined the Bulls. Now my accuracy is astonishingly high." Xie Yu, "You shouldn't have let me shoot. You're going to get scolded by Thibodeau again, poor kid." Luo Air Deng, "Fuck, can you be quiet? Isn't it better to play quietly like before?" Xie Yu, "I was a rookie back then, so it was quiet. Now I'm terrifyingly strong. Why should I be quiet?" Swish. Xie Yu faked Luo Air Deng and hit a turnaround jumper. Luo Air used to love to jump. Was the air up there? Noah initiated the play, and Boozer came in without hesitation to take Xie Yu down. Noah passed the ball to the open Luo Air Deng. The three-pointer went in smoothly, 91-88. Xie Yu got up from the ground. "Damn it, playing dirty, huh?" Luo Air Deng was fully motivated, making a bowing gesture towards Xie Yu in celebration. All right. Xie Yu was furious. "Referee, aren't you going to call that moving screen?" In the main attraction, didn't the referee remained deaf to his pleas. The old man had indeed spoken, but what he wanted was a more exciting game. "If you were behind, I could help you, but you're leading now. If Xie Yu knew the referee's inner thoughts, he might have been so furious he would spit blood. Oh, let whoever wants to be the main attraction take that role. So you want a bell, huh? Xie Yu asked for the ball from Irving going unknown against Luo Air Deng. Jameson came to double team, and Xie Yu quickly passed back to Irving. Jameson quickly returned to position. Curry. Here. Xie Yu made a reception gesture, and Irving immediately passed back. Xie Yu pretended to shoot, and Luo Air Deng jumped without thinking, extending his long arm. Not a chance. Fake. Luo Air Deng shouted, help me with the defense. Xie Yu charged forward facing Noah, and Boozer completing a midair layup with a switch. This time he stuck out his tongue. Michael. Garforman, you really ought to be ashamed. Give me back Xie Yu. After Xie Yu's tribute to Jordan layup, Bulls fans lost their minds. Damn it, who knows what we've lost. Jerry Reinsdorf, the Bulls owner watching the game at home, angrily smashed his cup. I gave the management full trust and autonomy, and this is how you repay me. He called his assistant, get Garforman to pack his bags and calm the crowd. Additionally, no matter the cost, find a way to bring Xie Yu back to Chicago. This is the top priority for the new general manager. Beep, beep, beep. I was wise all my life, but foolish for a moment. I have been wise all my life, yet foolish for a moment. Jerry Reinsdorf sighed. Without his nod, Xie Yu would not be traded. If Xie Yu were American, even if he broke the rules, he would not be sold. The root of this issue lies in Jerry Reinsdorf not having a high opinion of Xie Yu, nor would he have imagined that this young man from Huaxia possessed talent that could rival Jordan. Gail Furman was the explanation he presented to Bulls fans. He could not afford to lose his image as an elite owner. Both teams are fiercely defending, and even someone as strong as Xie Yu finds it difficult to gain an advantage against the Bulls' ironclad defense. Especially now as his style of play is conservative, he is extremely afraid of getting injured, for the system has indicated that after upgrading his physique, any injury would at least double the recovery time. If it's a battle of defense, then so be it. Xie Yu is not afraid at all. He is also fulfilling his promise to the old man, letting the game go on until the very last moment before sealing it himself. Rose has indeed changed. He did not use his body for aggressive attacks, but instead chose a smoother mid-range shot. Trivia: Rose's mid-range shooting percentage is quite impressive. With 38 seconds left, the score is 9-9-9-7, and Rose is set to take 2 free throws. He makes the first, but the second bounces off the backboard. 9-9-9-8. Mike Brown calls a timeout. Xie Yu, let Kyrie take it. Actions speak louder than words. Xie Yu, having promised him, he must keep his word. At this moment, Xie Yu appears incredibly noble in Irving's eyes. The others also have great confidence in Xie Yu's character. 12 out of 16 from the field, 5 out of 7 from three-point range, 7 out of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 36 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists. In such a hot state, Xie Yu willingly gives up the crucial moment that could determine the game's outcome just because he promised Irving before the game, leaving everyone thinking this person is worth befriending. Sincere, yet not ostentatious, warm, yet with boundaries, able to weather storms together while also enduring the mundane. Irving holds the ball on the left while Xie Yu pretends to engage on the right, with TT attracting the defense and creating space for Irving. Westbrook sets a screen for Irving, who stops abruptly after the screen and hits a mid-range jumper. A timeout for the Bulls. Irving rushes towards Xie Yu, his face filled with excitement. I knew I could do it. Important things must be said 3 times. Irving sounds like a recording machine, clearly overjoyed. Xie Yu tenderly ruffles his hair, saying, well done. The Bulls have the ball, and Rose immediately takes a step back for a three-pointer. It hits the backboard. 1-0-1-1-0-1. The crowd falls silent. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse is silenced by Rose's unbelievable three-pointer. Only 7 seconds left. Mike Brown uses the last timeout. On the bench, Irving looks at Xie Yu as if asking, shall I take the lead? Kyrie, you hold the ball. I'll set the screen, and the others spread out to wait for action. Xie Yu grabs the clipboard and continues. I could have taken the ball myself, but I didn't. I hope we can use this regular season to train and become a better and more outstanding team. Remember, we are a team. Xie Yu's words are resonant and impactful. No one disagrees. Mike Brown seems somewhat redundant on the side, so he starts clapping. Let's go, let's go. The game continues. The audience rises to applaud. Irving holds the ball near the center, counting down the clock, and at 10 seconds, he initiates. Xie Yu sets a high screen, delivering a solid hit to Rose. Rose yells, F, my back's gone. Irving has already picked up speed. Rose falls, and Luol Deng has to switch to defense. With that, Xie Yu is left open. Irving, bold and artistic, passes the ball behind him to find the cutting Xie Yu. Xie Yu catches the ball near the free throw line, feeling a déjà vu of Draymond Green. Noah, responsible for rim protection, steps up to defend. Xie Yu tosses the ball into the air, and Noah realizes something is off. Defend the rim. TT takes off easily, completing an alley-oop dunk. Xie Yu angrily shouts at Noah, are you kidding me? You were supposed to protect the rim. How can you leave someone else to clean up your mess? You scared me. With only 8 seconds left. The Bulls have no timeouts left. Mike Brown finally comes up with a way to assert his presence, shouting from the sidelines, they have no timeouts left, watch the defense. Rose receives the ball in the backcourt with Xie Yu and Irving double-teaming, chasing him down. Time runs out. Rose has no chance to shoot, and the ball is snatched away by Xie Yu. Rose, playing against you is just no fun. Xie Yu, if you're bad, just practice more. Luol Deng and the other former Bulls teammates come over to hug Xie Yu. Luol Deng, next game we will definitely win. Xie Yu, you said that last time too. Rose, I sacrificed my back for you, and your play is just dirty. Xie Yu, get lost. Carlos did the same to me, and this move was taught by him. Boozer, I can't argue with you, but I can outplay you. After saying that, the former teammates rush to beat up Xie Yu, and Noah sneakily pours water on Xie Yu's head. After the playful scuffle, Xie Yu embraces each of them. These people were his mentors when he first entered the league, except for Noah, since he didn't learn free throws from him. Alonzo G was unable to escape, having been backed down by Xie Yu 100 times, returning home with bruises. Meanwhile, TT, who scored the game winner, took 3 strippers home. Do you always indulge the difference in elevation like this? She smiled with her eyes slightly upturned, her hair brushing against his arm as he rolled up his sleeves while the wind from the Hudson River carried the sweet scent of black forest cake. Tongzi, why didn't you choose the bag? Are you deliberately suppressing my battle power? Damn it, I was just taken advantage of. Xie Yu leaned against the wall as he walked out of the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel where the team was staying, he immediately took a leave of absence. Alonzo kept saying to everyone, boss has met a formidable opponent, this time definitely a tough one. You all need to step up tonight and don't expect him to see. Xie Yu woke up naturally, becoming increasingly furious as he thought. Tongzi, come out, we need to talk. Does she really not like me? Is it possible that your assessment was wrong? Absolutely impossible, I'm an expert in this field. Then let me ask you, why hasn't Mei shown any interest? At first I thought it was because she didn't like me, but later, as you saw, even after breaking up, she couldn't be shaken off. Isn't that genuine affection? She isn't under my supervision. Ew, as for the hearts of girls, I'm just an authority in Asia. You should have said so earlier. I thought she didn't like me and broke up with her. You didn't ask me either? You're right, your whole family is right. As soon as Xie Yu stepped out, JJ came to report. Alonzo said you met a tough opponent, your condition tonight will definitely not be good. Upon entering the restaurant, TT exclaimed, which country is this person from so fierce? After silently finishing his meal, Xie Yu went to Alonzo's room and beat him up, tearing apart his sheets and blankets, watching him put them back together before finally finishing. Alonzo exclaimed, boss, what's wrong? Is it necessary to be that angry? Xie Yu replied, I have a friend who acted as a devoted suitor for half a year, caring for her daily, occasionally bringing gifts to win her heart. When the day finally came to meet, he discovered that the girl was actually a boy. Alonzo retorted, tell your friend not to be too rigid about gender. Xie Yu continued his onslaught. On the bus to the garden, the entire team, including the coaching staff, knew that Xie Yu had been a devoted suitor for half a year. JJ said, Alonzo, you're in trouble this time. The boss is really angry. That look in his eyes was terrifying. Alonzo, unfazed, said, JJ, you don't need to worry about this. After the game against the Bulls, he made me shoot 100 shots. That evening, my girlfriend took 2 hours to dress my wounds. Alonzo purposely raised his voice. Then he leaned over to JJ's ear and said, I did it on purpose to make him angry, so his performance tonight won't be affected. Who knows, he might score high. Scoring high at the garden is quite a scene. JJ gave him a thumbs up. Best flatterer, it's you. Madison Square Garden. Spike Lee embraced Xie Yu and said, bro, the script is being created. Wait for a year or so. Xie Yu replied, turns out this is how a blank check is made. Starting lineup for the Knicks: center Chandler, power forward Anthony, small forward Ronnie Brewer, shooting guard Felton, point guard Kid. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. During warm-up, Spike Lee eagerly chatted with Xie Yu. In the last game, Kobe scored 48 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, shooting 16 out of 28. Xie Yu engaged in a casual conversation, still brooding over the incident with the female lead before. Spike Lee evidently noticed this, laughing. As long as you score over Kobe's 48 points tonight, I have a friend whose movie lead actress got into trouble and needs a replacement. That role is yours to arrange a big production. Xie Yu remained unmoved, and Spike Lee continued, this is a rare opportunity. Many famous stars are vying for it. Becoming an instant sensation is the least you can expect. Xie Yu countered, aren't you a diehard Knicks fan? What good does it do you if I score high? Spike Lee angrily retorted, this can't be blamed on me. I blame them for not performing well and letting that annoying Kobe score so many points. He mocks me. Only if you overshadow him can I strike back. Xie Yu reconsidered that the lead actress in this big production might be quite useful for picking up girls. Perhaps it could earn him an extraordinary multiple-choice question deal. Xie Yu reconsidered that the lead actress in this big production might be quite useful for picking up girls. Perhaps it could earn him an extraordinary multiple. Xie Yu replied while retreating, I haven't forgotten, and I also remember how loudly you laughed when I asked you to carry a pink children's backpack. Ronnie, a game lasts 48 minutes. Just bear with it. I'm not someone who holds grudges. Ronnie Brewer could tell that Xie Yu wasn't joking. Immediately, he received a pass from a teammate. As soon as he got the ball, Xie Yu's palm slapped it away, taking the ball along with it. The referee showed no reaction. Xie Yu took the ball for a fast break. Facing the chasing Ronnie Brewer, he spun like a whirlwind, switching to the other side. When Ronnie Brewer turned around, little Xie Yu was charging at him. A successful dunk and an additional free throw. Xie Yu stood at the free throw line as sparse MVP chants echoed in the garden, making Anthony feel anxious. J.R. Smith replaced Ronnie Brewer. Xie Yu shouted at the Knicks bench, another ATM has come on. Silence. No one objected. Knicks head coach Mike Woodson dared not express his anger, truly having no one available. Felton and Kidd couldn't match up in height. Anthony moved to power forward, leaving J.R. Smith to defend. In reality, J.R. Smith's defense was quite good, but it was no match for today's Xie Yu. By halftime, Xie Yu had already scored 28 points, and just 3 minutes into the third quarter, he had already added 9 more points. To secure benefits for the movie star, Xie Yu was serious, even though he still didn't know who the lucky girl was. J.R. Smith approached aggressively and confronted Xie Yu. So you think him an ATM, huh? His fadeaway jumper was directly swatted into the stands by Xie Yu. J.R. Smith instantly gave up, interrupted. Anthony hit a three-pointer to stop the bleeding, but the point difference still remained. Xie Yu posted up J.R. Smith, bulldozing his way inside like a tank, and executed a fierce dunk. J.R. Smith didn't even have time to jump, he was pushed aside. Xie Yu's transition between contact and takeoff was just... Woodson signaled for a double team, but Xie Yu demanded the ball in the low post. Not only was it difficult to double team, but often it resulted in ineffective defense. Because Xie Yu received the ball and immediately turned around for a fadeaway jumper. With 3 minutes and 51 seconds left in the third quarter, Xie Yu took a break. He looked up at the stats: 17 of 23 shooting, 4 of 4 from 3, 12 of 13 from the free throw line, 50 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. 50 points are indeed not that easy to come by. When these words reached Spike Lee's ears, he was furious. 50 points in 3 quarters, and he still says it's not easy to achieve. Don't you care about your face? Zhou Lingyan appeared before Xie Yu once again, saying, the most affectionate person in China come for an interview. Xie Yu was taken aback, asking, why do you call me that? Before Zhou Lingyan could even begin to address the camera, she bluntly remarked, your ex-girlfriend, the stunning beauty Annie Hazeway, has already clarified the matter for you. Xie Yu interrupted, saying, is that so? How come I didn't know about it? Zhou Lingyan, with you being a super basketball star from China, how do you think we can produce a super football player who can achieve success in the top 5 European leagues? Xie Yu replied, in games, or perhaps in novels. After the interview in the players' tunnel, Xie Yu ran into Anthony, saying, Messi and Ronaldo, I was wrong, don't be impulsive. I must say Ronaldo really does have the aura of a mafia boss, and Xie Yu genuinely thought he was there to pick a fight. Anthony responded, don't be nervous, bro. In a while we will go have some fun, me, you, and James Harden. Xie Yu asked, where to? Play basketball. Anthony replied, just in a nightclub. Xie Yu exclaimed, let's go. Xie Yu got into Anthony's Bentley, asking, why is Harden here? Anthony replied, we're playing against the Rockets back-to-back tomorrow night. This guy has been pestering me to take him to the nightclub. There's a supermodel party tonight, so I thought I'd bring you along to broaden your horizons. I promised Michael I would take good care of you. Xie Yu asked, does Michael know how you're taking care of me? Anthony said, relax, it's all about work-life balance. There will be hundreds of supermodels and female stars tonight. After some twists and turns, the three finally managed to meet up. Not far away, a massive outdoor swimming pool shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a blue ocean. Entering the pool party, the three felt as if they had stepped into a world filled with beautiful women. The women were either in bikinis or sexy dresses, swimming in the pool or chatting merrily on the lawn. Harden's eyes were glued to the scene, while Xie Yu remained completely unfazed, primarily because he was truly exhausted. Xie Yu's arrival sparked cheers. After all, he was the hottest sensation. Ladies, hurry and take photos. Just post them on social media and you'll gain at least hundreds of thousands of followers. Xie Yu actually knew very little about Western celebrities, let alone many of the lesser-known models present. He glanced around and recognized only Bang Chun and Taylor Swift's friend Little KK. It was not until Yoon Air appeared that the calm surface of Xie Yu's heart was stirred into ripples. If there was any female star who would still act despite knowing there were no rewards from the system, it would undoubtedly be her. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tide. Regardless of how people mocked her aweshooked legs or spread other false rumors, her status as the white moonlight in Xie Yu's heart remained unshakable. The aura of Dawn was undeniably authoritative. At this moment, Xie Yu was clearly the center of attention. As he rarely appeared in such social circles, many were curious and eager to meet this top star. In stark contrast to Xie Yu, Yoon Air seemed somewhat out of place, quietly standing in a corner. Xie Yu's gaze often inadvertently fell upon Yoon Air, her black evening gown perfectly accentuating her graceful figure, making her appear like a fairy descended from the heavens. Unable to suppress his inner stirrings, Xie Yu made his way through the crowd and approached Yoon Air. Is she of Huaxia descent? No, she's Korean. I heard she turned down 3 gigs to be a wallflower. Do they know each other? Why is he walking towards her? White Lotus. That pitiful look is truly nauseating. The distance Xie Yu covered was not long, but Yoon Air could clearly see the expressions of the women behind him, who seemed eager to devour her whole. Hello, Xie Yu. May I have a drink with you? Sorry, I don't drink alcohol. Water is fine. Feeling embarrassed, Xie Yu watched as Yoon Air left, seemingly driven away by his own pressure. Extremely frustrated, Xie Yu entered an empty karaoke room in the villa to drink alone. Soon after, Little KK walked in. Why are you drinking alone? Little KK sat beside Xie Yu and asked, do you have something on your mind? Xie Yu replied impatiently, we don't seem to know each other. Little KK leaned in closer, her gaze entrancing, we can get to know each other quickly. Xie Yu was bewildered. What does this doesn't she have a wealthy boyfriend? Have they not started dating yet? Little KK straightforwardly stated, I want to become a phenomenon-level supermodel, but I haven't even signed with Victoria's Secret yet. Can you help me? Xie Yu asked with interest, why should I help you? He couldn't believe how greasy he sounded. He must have drunk fake alcohol. Little KK might have drunk even more fake alcohol. Take me to the magazine cover, help me shoot a photo collection, do everything that can raise my profile. That will cost you another price. In New York, Los Angeles, I can be at your beck and call, but elsewhere is off the table. Just Cleveland, you don't have the right to bargain with me. Xie Yu stood up to leave, a small model, and yet you've got the nerve to act like that. Little KK was furious. How could this married woman still meddle so much? Bang Chen stomped away, sighing women. Xie Yu was very irritated after being turned down by Yoon Air. He never thought about it until it was too late. After being rejected, he found it hard to sleep. Humans are really foolish. Unbeknownst to Xie Yu, his display of enthusiasm toward Yun Air made her suffer greatly. She was isolated at the brand fashion show and lost the endorsement that was almost hers. I clearly tried to avoid him. Why do you still have to find fault with me? If it weren't for you, he would have probably already climbed into my... We were chatting enthusiastically until you showed up. It's all your fault. The undeserved disaster made Yun Air, who had already returned to Korea, still resentful. What was the point of coming over to say hello? So what if we are both Asians? Do you like me or something? You've ruined my life. I'm so angry. She logged into a secondary account and began to leave comments on Xie Yu's Instagram, cursing him. Immediately she was stunned as Xie Yu's fans rallied against her. Soon she realized her mistake. The internet sleuths managed to deduce from the clues of her secondary account that she was Yun Air. Xie Yu also found out and sent her a DM on her main account. Is there some misunderstanding between us? After a long silence without a reply, Xie Yu, in a fit of rage, found little KK's Instagram and messaged her, I want to see you. Having suffered somewhere else, he couldn't bottle it up, otherwise he would explode, so little KK had to be the one to take the brunt. I can let it slide, but dare to speak ill of Hua Xiaomin. Is that tolerable? Go get me something to eat today, you are my maid. That night at the Quick Loan Arena, as Xie Yu warmed up, he clearly felt weak and wobbly, missing 3 consecutive three-point shots. Alonzo G said, boss lost again. TT asked, boss, what country is this player from? JJ chimed in, boss, are we going to have a retaliatory scoring spree again tonight? The Spurs starting lineup. Center Dial. Power forward Duncan. Small forward Gay. Shooting guard Danny Green. Point guard Parker. The Cavaliers starting lineup. Center Varejao. Power forward West. Small forward Kawhi. Shooting guard Shumpert. Point guard Irving. The Spurs replaced Kawhi with Rudy Gay, which is quite a solid reinforcement. Less than a minute into the game, Kawhi grabbed a rebound and landed on Gay's foot, injuring himself and leaving the court. Shumpert felt a chill run down his spine, wondering if this had anything to do with him. Caspi came in to take Kawhi's position. The Spurs seemed to have a bit of an edge over the Cavaliers. Both Shumpert and Irving found it extremely difficult to break through. Alonzo G, boss, did you really lose the match? I can see your legs are trembling beneath you. Xie Yu, shut up. It was a miscalculation. I shouldn't have let the presence of others affect the game. TT, I always need to have 1 or 2 shots before playing, otherwise the game feels dull. Xie Yu. No wonder he could handle Kohler. After Xie Yu made his entrance, he quickly committed fouls to earn free throws, narrowing the point gap. However, the stone Budo was simply unfathomable. Both Varejao and West were restrained by him on both ends of the court. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 44-50, with the Spurs maintaining their lead. Xie Yu realized that this game would go down to the wire, and during the halftime break, he practiced Tai Chi in the locker room. Irving, bro, how about $4 to sell me? With a probing step, he transformed into a mid-range sharpshooter, consistently successful. Yet the Spurs flourished with multiple scorers maintaining a slight lead. It was time for Xie Yu's break, and at this moment the Cavaliers had closed the gap to just 1 point. Xie Yu had made all 7 of his mid-range shots in the quarter. Irving exclaimed, the Tai Chi truly works wonders. Ginobili executed a serpentine drive powering through Whiteside to score 2 points, ending the third quarter at 73-77. Kawhi's injury granted Alonzo G and Parsons more playing time, and they became the unexpected heroes at the start of the... Parsons hit a three-pointer, then Alonzo G stole the ball from Gary Neal and completed a fast break layup. They took the lead, 78-77. Popovich, furious, immediately called a timeout. The game continued with both teams exchanging leads, unable to pull away from... Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yu had already scored the game-high 30 points. With just 1 minute and 30 seconds left, the score was 103-104. The Cavaliers had possession, and Xie Yu unreservedly took on the role of the primary scorer. In a unknown against Danny Green, Xie Yu executed a step-back jumper, sinking along to 105-104. Xie Yu declared, you can't guard me, it's too easy to score against you. Turning around, Parker drove towards the basket, but to Xie Yu's surprise, Parker passed the ball to Danny Green, who was waiting at the three-point line, and he sank the open three-pointer. 105-107. Danny Green remarked, strong body, simple mind. Xie Yu was furious. 53 seconds. Xie Yu took the initiative, but Danny Green defended him closely, giving him no room to shoot. Without a shot opportunity, Xie Yu boldly drove straight to the basket. The demon blade was unsheathed. Ginobili anticipated the move appearing right in Xie Yu's path, causing him to commit a charging foul. Mike Brown's complaint was in vain, and the game continued. Xie Yu declared, I'll rectify my own mistakes. Parker dribbled up, with Irving providing full-court pressure as the Cavaliers suddenly intensified their defense. The small ball lineup significantly enhanced the Cavaliers' mobility, with Jimmy and Caspi cutting off Parker's passing lanes, while Xie Yu's double-team made it difficult for Parker to move. Just a hair's breadth away, Xie Yu nearly made the steal when the referee's whistle blew, calling an 8-second violation. 45 seconds. Xie Yu received the ball, ignoring Danny Green, and executed his signature fadeaway jumper. Tying the score. Popovich threw up his hands in frustration. His instruction was for Danny Green to guard Xie Yu's shot, while others were to help defend against his drives. The tactic was sound, but Xie Yu's fadeaway jumper was an indiscriminate attack, but Danny Green couldn't even contest it. All he could do was hope that Xie Yu would miss. 38 seconds. Returning from the timeout, Parker pushed the pace, initiating his drive after 8 seconds. Irving remained in front of him, yet Parker suddenly executed his signature spin move, shaking off Irving. Xie Yu and Caspi acted swiftly, cornering Parker, leaving him with no escape. However, in a moment of temptation, Caspi could not resist attempting to steal the ball from Parker. Parker seized the opportunity, causing Caspi to commit a reach and foul. Xie Yu was enraged, thinking, what is he thinking? The shot clock was about to expire. Seeing Caspi still arguing with the referee, Xie Yu was left speechless. Amidst the home crowd's interference, Parker missed his first free throw. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted with energy as everyone made noise trying to further disrupt Parker's free throw. On the second attempt, it hit the front rim. Parker failed to make both crucial free throws. Mike Brown called for the last short timeout. With little confidence against the Spurs, the task of organizing the final attack returned to Mike Brown. Core strategy: give the ball to Xie Yu and let everyone else spread out. The sideline inbounds was taken by Caspi with West Jimmy Irving and Xie Yu on the court. Xie Yu faced a double team, and Caspi passed the ball to Irving, who was at the three-point line on the opposite side. Seeing Xie Yu moving to receive the ball, Irving passed it back to Caspi in the middle, aiming to transition the play. However, something unexpected happened. Caspi glanced at Xie Yu, who was running to receive the ball, then faked a pass, changed direction, and charged towards the basket. Ginobili was indeed caught off guard. Yet the waiting Duncan leapt vertically, cleanly blocking Caspi's layup. Time expired. Overtime. Xie Yu fumed, why the hell didn't you pass me the ball? Caspi replied, I had a better opportunity. Xie Yu asked, did I give too much of a smile? On the Cavaliers bench, his face was so grim that no one dared approach. Even Alonzo G refrained from joking, offering a shoulder massage instead. Suddenly, Caspi dropped his little tantrum with Mike Brown and walked over to Xie Yu, saying, when I threw the sideline ball, it was you who didn't follow the coach's instructions to create space. I passed the ball to Kyrie. He was meant to be the second option for scoring. Yet you were desperately calling for the ball on the other side, which was incorrect. Caspi became increasingly animated as he spoke, leaving everyone stunned. He continued, Kyrie passed the ball to me, intending for me to transition it to you. It was obvious to everyone. You still hadn't created space, and Danny Green was glued to you like a leech. Passing to you was risky. However, I could easily fake out the defender and finish at the rim. I just missed the shot. If it went in, would you still have that sour face? Didn't you say we're a team? Why can't I take the last shot? I need a chance to prove myself too. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Passing to me is risky, but you missing the layup is risk-free. If you can't even make a pass right, maybe you shouldn't be playing. In overtime, Mike Brown benched Caspi, and Xie Yu unleashed his fury on the court, scoring 15 points in 5 minutes, single-handedly toppling the Spurs. After the game, Xie Yu declined an interview with Joe Lingen, while Caspi shockingly described Xie Yu as extremely selfish in an ESPN interview. That night, Cavaliers owner Gilbert ordered the sale of Caspi right in front of Xie Yu. Gilbert stated Caspi has been harboring resentment for a long time. Ever since you arrived, his playing time has dwindled and his tactical position has declined. Of course you have significant issues too. Xie Yu replied, I don't understand, what issues do I have? If you were Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, would Caspi treat them the same way he does you now? Do you recognize what it truly means to be the leader of a team? Do you truly understand what it means to be the undisputed leader of a team? Your playing style mirrors your very character. Simple, efficient, and rational. Every action deliberate, every move purposeful. If something offers no immediate benefit to you, you dismiss it outright. Socializing, for instance. You only think to organize a charity exhibition game when your signature sneakers are about to launch, to generate buzz and publicity. Am I right? Gilbert spoke with warmth and kindness. Xie Yu listened humbly, but remained unconvinced, yet I don't see anything wrong with that. Gilbert rose to fetch wine. Shall we have a drink tonight, brother? Xie Yu was slightly taken aback and quickly accepted the glass. Thank you. After one glass, Gilbert launched into an impassioned monologue, its essence being that Xie Yu did not strike him as a young man brimming with unbridled charisma, even though he had carefully cultivated the image of youthful recklessness. Xie Yu could not deny it. After all, his true age was far from 20. Gilbert took a long swig of wine. Little brother, tell me honestly, what fraction of your true ability have you shown this season? Xie Yu, slightly intoxicated and deeply moved by Gilbert's candor, a billionaire opening his heart so freely, felt it would be rude not to reciprocate with honesty. Less than 30%, I'd say. Gilbert spat out his wine in astonishment. Wow, what? Ha ha ha. I believe you. You're even more extraordinary. Xie Yu was telling the truth. If he ever unleashed his full perimeter firepower, the ripple effects would be staggering: explosive drives, elite defensive attention, drawing, seamless playmaking, akin to a transcendent fusion of Stephen Curry and Michael Jordan, three-point champion, scoring champion, and dunk king rolled into one. On defense, block champion, steal champion, shot contest master. Who could possibly stand against him? Curious, Gilbert asked. Watching your games, I sense a deep inner tension. You overthink everything. You strive for perfection in every detail. Doesn't that exhaust you? Back home, Xie Yu spent the entire night awake, retracing every turn of his psychological journey thus far. When he first entered the NBA, he walked on eggshells, refusing to attempt a single three-pointer from beyond the arc. Was it because he couldn't make them, or because his coach forbade it? Neither. It was pure perfectionism. He believed attacking the rim was his safest offensive weapon, next breaking down defenses to create opportunities for teammates, only then, third in priority, did he consider launching threes. Was that wrong? He didn't think so, yet he now recognized Gilbert's point. He was overly rigid, obsessively pursuing flawlessness, a trait bordering on idealism. Later, when the incident involving Princess and led to his trade, was he afraid? No. He simply deemed the matter irrelevant, the very thing Gilbert had called out. It posed no conflict of interest. Speaking up or defending himself offered zero tangible benefit, not a shred of strength, not an iota of growth. So he chose silence. This wasn't resentment, not cowardice either. He genuinely believed he was already the ultimate victor. He'd received the system's reward through Princessin, and that alone sufficed. As for the trade, who cared? So long as he reigned supreme, location meant nothing. If this place won't keep me, another surely will. Let us see who regrets it most. Later with the Cavaliers during their tanking season, Xie Yu enjoyed unlimited offensive freedom, launching shot after shot, honing his craft with unbridled joy. This served his growth, so he pursued it with singular focus. The same held true for the draft and for mentoring rookies. He trained them deliberately, intending them to become pillars supporting his championship quest. Once the title was secured, however, he abandoned the draft entirely. It no longer served his purpose. Viewed this way, he truly was a pragmatist, self-interested, calculating. This season, he'd grown even more inwardly conflicted, deferring shots, reducing attempts, refusing to stay on court after scoring 50 points in 3 quarters. What if the system awarded prizes for MVP or scoring champion? Would he still act the same? Xie Yu dialed Xie Tianqian. Hey Dad. His father's voice crackled with alarm across the line. Son, what's wrong? Isn't it 3:30 a.m.? Xie Yu was astonished. His father remembered Cleveland time down to the minute, and yet a warm current surged within him. Nothing's wrong. I just missed you. Hee. Dad misses you too. Dad, are you happy about joining IN4? Huh. Why ask that? Dad, maybe you should go back to what you love, running your fruit shop. Let someone else manage. What's really going on with you? I realize I've been selfish, forcing you to abandon your passion, working yourself ragged for me. I feel deeply guilty. Life's like that, isn't it? Don't worry, I'm proud of it. Just last week, Grandpa called urging me to return to the family business, and even offering to invest in IN4. I didn't even deign to reply. This time I finally earned my dignity, so yes, Dad is thrilled to do it. Don't overthink it. After hanging up, Xie Yu felt lighter, his heart eased. What is family? Those who share hardship with you and rejoice in your ease. Xie Yu treated both parents equally. He called his mother next. Within 2 sentences, she sensed his emotional unrest and immediately booked a flight to Cleveland. He nearly wept. I've made my decision. I'm done being conflicted. If I can dunk, I won't lay it in. If I can score 50, I won't settle for 49. I won't let petty criticism from nameless detractors or silence from loyal readers cloud my resolve. After all, this is simply how the world works. If I take 30 shots, my fans will delight in witnessing my dazzling offense, while haters will still blast me for volume even as I win the game. Life offers no perfect balance. Be true to yourself and let others speak as they will. The first victim arrived. The Pacers traveled to Cleveland to face the Cavaliers. Due to a butterfly effect, Dwayne Wade's former teammate Dion Waiters had been drafted by Indiana and now formed a lethal backcourt duo with Paul George. Last season, Xie Yu's presence had also disrupted Indiana's near-certain acquisition of David West. All things considered, the Pacers now stood a strong chance of challenging LeBron James for the title of most unfortunate team. Dion Waiters, coach, I volunteer to guard Xie Yu. Paul George, coach, let me take him. I'll handle it. Paul George and Xie Yu were classmates, and both shooting guards, so competitive fire burned fiercely between them. Waiters, supremely confident, saw himself as Kobe Bryant's heir apparent. Didn't Xie Yu deliver a welcome to the NBA moment to Bradley Beal? So, how about giving me one too? Yet no fan on earth anticipated how explosively dominant Xie Yu would be that night. Any eager newcomers left to test their mettle? If not, I'll ask again later. The starting lineup for the Trail Blazers: center Roy Hibbert, power forward Hansbrough, small forward Granger, shooting guard Waiters, point guard Paul George. The starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Jimmy, shooting guard Shai, point guard Irving. Waiters, number 22, do you want to be a little better than Michael Jordan? I took the initiative to guard you. Can you give me a welcoming ceremony? In Shai's eyes, Waiters was nothing but a clown at that moment. Exchanging a glance with Varejao, Shai came around the screen to catch the ball beyond the three-point line. Just as Varejao was about to continue his screen, Shai suddenly shot without warning. That was just a step outside the three-point line. Swish. 3-0. Shai, where are you? Did you go buy donuts? Don't get too cocky. West, Shai threatened directly and made another three-pointer. After scoring, Shai looked at Waiters with a smile, his gaze filled with disdain. Later on, as Shai lifted his hand, West had to move forward, step sideways, and made another three-pointer. Shai, since we can't stop the small ball era, then let me initiate it. Reggie Miller commented, this guy's three-point shooting level is quite high. I estimate he will surpass me sooner or later. Due to Shai's precision from beyond the arc, breaking through became increasingly simple for him. He made a quick move inside, forcing his way to the hoop against Gao Yuanyuan for a layup. The score on the court stood at 3,515. Xie Yu had made 9 of 11 field goals, 5 of 7 three-pointers, and all 3 free throws, amassing 26 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Gilbert, watching from home, murmured in awe, I was far too conservative. He's already transcended comprehension. When Xie Yu entered the game in the second quarter, Pacers head coach Walker shouted, Paul George, you guard Xie Yu. Waits remained unconvinced, but he had a plan. Wait for the right moment to double team. Granger missed a three-pointer. Xie Yu snatched the long rebound and instantly launched a fast break. Paul George and Waits converged, front and back, trapping him tightly. As Xie Yu approached inside the opponent's three-point line and prepared to gather the ball, it rolled forward and struck Paul George's heel. The ball bounced backward, and almost instinctively, like a world-class footballer, Xie Yu flicked it with his heel. The basketball obediently arced over Paul George and landed softly into Xie Yu's hands beneath the rim, where he slammed it home with ease. Yu Jia exclaimed, rainbow crossover. Zhang Heli laughed, huh? The referee didn't call a kicking violation, letting it slide. What exists for a reason. Paul George and Waits immediately protested to the officials, while Xie Yu simply smiled and retreated on defense. A stroke of fortune so potent it defied resistance. Facing Paul George's defense, Xie Yu felt marginally more pressure, but only marginally. He sliced through the defense like a knife through melon, driving, shooting, scoring at will. By the end of the third quarter, he'd clocked out, finishing with 52 points, the highest of his career. He didn't play in the fourth not for lack of desire, but because the lead was simply too commanding to justify it. Post-game interview. Reporter, you sank 9 three-pointers tonight. Do you plan to one day break the NBA's single game? Xie Yu, I believe I will. Reporter, fans eagerly await the sequel to your welcome to the NBA debut. During halftime, we interviewed Waits. He said you claimed he wasn't worthy. So who's next? Xie Yu, that might be discouraging for newcomers. This segment truly belongs to Bradley alone. Beal, let me say thank you for warming every season because of you. December. The NBA officially announced its Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Month for November. Eastern Conference Player of the Month, Xie Yu, Cleveland Cavaliers, averaging 41, 0 points, 5, 9 rebounds and 6, 5 assists. His team undefeated at 140. Western Conference Player of the Month, Kevin Durant, Oklahoma City Thunder, averaging 26, 5 points, 8 rebounds and 4 assists, with a 134 team record. MVP rankings 1, Xie Yu 2, LeBron James 3, Kevin Durant. Team Power rankings 1, Cleveland Cavaliers 2, Miami Heat 3, Oklahoma City Thunder. Xiao KK, congratulations to you, and to me. Today I officially signed with Victoria's Secret. Xie Yu, that's great. Is that magazine really that special? I seem to have declined their offers several times last year. Xiao KK, the magazine commands solid traffic, but you are the true top-tier celebrity. You have no idea how envious they are that I'll appear on the cover with you. Xie Yu, alright then, our deal is sealed. You're free. Xiao KK, what? Are you going to walk away just because you've zipped up your pants? Xie Yu, what? Planning to make me your long-term? Absolutely not. Taylor Swift is arriving in Cleveland shortly for an extended stay. Xiao KK, then how about a breakup? Xie Yu, no, I'm toxic-free tonight. I'm hosting the Thunder, then playing back-to-back on the road against the Heat tomorrow. I'm observing strict abstinence. Xiao KK, fine. But can I reach out to you again later? Xie Yu, I may contact you, but you must never initiate contact. As Xiao KK departed Princess and arrived holding a tray. These are all your favorite Cantonese dishes. I tasted them myself, and they're quite good. She now lived as Xie Yu's neighbor, having paused her acting career entirely to spend her days mastering Cantonese cuisine and cooking for him. Xie Yu accepted the tray. Truly, there's no need for this. You bear no guilt in my eyes. She merely smiled, refusing to listen. So Xie Yu confessed plainly, you saw the girl who just left, didn't you? She's merely one among many. Back in Huaxia, I have several others. And though Taylor and I are nominally broken up, we've never truly parted ways. She'll be moving in here very soon. Princess and showed no surprise. Calmly she replied, you know, if you wish it, I can be the most obedient of them all. Is he truly that extraordinary? Is it not simply youth, striking handsomeness, peak physicality, over 1 billion fans and assets worth billions? Fine then, come in and be the most obedient. Xie Yu surrendered entirely, not caring whether one more made a difference. Why settle for less when he could have it all? Cavaliers vs. Thunder pre-game press conference. Kevin Durant ending Cleveland's winning streak means more to me than earning Player of the Month for November. Russell Westbrook, before the season began, I marked our game against Cleveland in red. I can lose to anyone, but I absolutely refuse to lose to Xie Yu. Xie Yu, this is just another regular season contest, but I'll dominate the Thunder's twin stars as ruthlessly as I do. In the Speed Loan Center gym, Xie Yu, while warming up, spotted 2 old friends from a distance. Excitedly shouted, Coach Zhang, Coach Yu, how could you not let me know you were coming? They both smiled without speaking, and Xie Yu pretended to be angry, saying, I'll blacklist you too on my green bubble chat. Yu Jia replied, come on, it's arranged by our unit. It's not appropriate to find you. Xie Yu's eyes widened. What do you mean? What do you mean? You are my lifesaver, Xie Yu. And Coach Zhang, you were scared and stayed in the hospital for several days, and now you come to commentate on this charity game for free. Shouldn't I treat you well? Do you still consider me a friend? Zhang, he stepped in to ease the tension, saying, oh, it's a small matter. Since you feel so bad about it, let's schedule a time for an exclusive interview. Old fox. Xie Yu gave Zhang he a big hug and laughed, just so we're clear, no gossip allowed. Zhang, he chuckled widely, who would want to listen to your gossipy stories? We want you to give a class to the kids in Huaxia, teaching them the basics. Basics? I'm a system player. How could I know the basics? Isn't that just making things difficult for me? Xie Yu shivered, recalling how effective Irving's fundamentals were. I'll agree, and I'll find a few helpers to support you. That's great. Zhang He and Yu Jia laughed, as if it were the new year. Xie Yu asked, by the way, what are you two doing here in America? Yu Jia replied, isn't this the NBA Spring Festival? The station sent us over. Xie Yu wondered, what Spring Festival? Why didn't I know about it? Yu Jia laughed, it's when you guys play back-to-back against the Thunder and Heat. It's called the Spring Festival back in the country. Xie Yu exclaimed, while the American Spring Festival is held for 2 nights. They engaged in cheerful conversation. Thunder starting lineup: center Perkins, power forward; Ibaka, small forward; Durant, shooting guard; Cephalosha, point guard; Westbrook. Cavaliers starting lineup: center TT, power forward; West, small forward; Kawhi, shooting guard; Xie Yu, point guard; Jimmy. Irving is out due to injury. Varejao is out for the regular season. Xie Yu said, Kawhi, Jimmy, take it easy tonight. Those two are coming in strong, clearly looking for revenge. Kawhi replied, we'll face the challenge heat in. Jimmy said, don't get too cocky. We swept them in the finals, oh, we can still beat them. The Spring Festival began. Westbrook struck first, breaking free from Jimmy to score with a layup. 0-2. Westbrook taunted, you can't guard me. Ooh, let's Xie Yu come at me. Jimmy replied, don't celebrate too early. Jimmy drove hard, passing the ball to Xie Yu outside the three-point line, but Cephalosha was already prepared, denying Xie Yu a shot. Xie Yu mimicked 2G Kawhi, hesitating slightly and deliberately exposing the ball. As Cephalosha reached for it, Xie Yu swiftly raised his hand. Beep. 3-point foul. Cephalosha realized this was all a setup by Xie Yu, feeling frustrated, as if he had eaten bitter gourd without being able to complain. Fuming, he turned his back and shouted MVP. All 3 free throws were made. 3-2. Xie Yu said, Russell, he can't guard me, you come defend me. Westbrook retorted, damn it. Who asked for your opinion? Durant used a screen to stop and hit a jumper steadily. 3-4. West executed a high screen. TT set a screen without the ball, and Jimmy found an opportunity under the basket, with West delivering a quick pass, all in one fluid motion. 5-4. Durant came over and made a three-pointer right in Kawhi's face. 5-7. With 4 minutes and 13 seconds left in the first quarter, the score was 2-8-3-7, with the Cavaliers trailing by 9 points. Both teams were fiercely competitive, delivering an exciting offensive battle. Xie Yu refused to leave the game. Who cares about 32 minutes? A match this exciting is being broadcast live all over America. How could I possibly lose? Although Mike Brown was surprised, he understood, substituting JJ for Westbrook, Alonzo G for Jimmy, and Crowder for Kawhi. Except for rookie Crowder, the 4 buddies finally played together. Xie Yu declared, whoever underperforms owes me 100. Hearing this, the 3 of them shivered. Even strong as the 8 virtuous kings, they feared Xie Yu's toughness, and that system upgrade thing was simply outrageous. Xie Yu took over the game, targeting his brother Kevin Martin, who was traded to the Thunder from the Rockets in the Harden trade. Xie Yu pretended to shoot, but then drove in, nudging Martin with his shoulder, sending him flying 3 meters away. Wide open, he nailed a three-pointer. 3-1-3-7. Martin broke through, drawing a foul from Alonzo G, and Xie Yu was about to curse again, saying, can't you explain the defensive actions a bit clearer? Alonzo G responded, he grabbed me. I didn't do anything. He lifted my hand, then hit his hand. Xie Yu scolded, shut up, listen to what you were saying. Hey, when I'm about to come out, just throw it to me directly. Alonzo G replied, got it, boss, I'll make it happen. Martin made both free throws. TT inbound the ball, and Alonzo G shouted, TT, give it to me. TT understood his intent, instantly passing over Alonzo G with a precise throw to the front court. Xie Yu successfully received the ball. Cephalosha anticipated his move, choosing to defend the basket because he was the only one who had returned from the backcourt. If he stood too far out and Xie Yu chose to drive, he would either be sent to the free throw line or allow an easy score. Xie Yu also anticipated, knowing Cephalosha wouldn't dare to come out, and directly shot a three-pointer. A single arrow piercing through the clouds, thousands of troops arriving to meet. 3-4-3-9. Xie Yu first used a screen to hit a three-pointer, and then in the final attack he hit a three-pointer to tie the game at 4-1-4-1. The two teams delivered a jaw-dropping score in the first quarter. Durant scored 13 points, Westbrook 15 points, and Xie Yu played the entire first quarter, shooting 11 out of 15, hitting 5 out of 7 three-pointers, and making 5 out of 5 free throws, totaling 32 points, 5 rebounds, and 0 assists, setting a new career high for points in a single quarter. Yes, family, Cleveland, the divine descends. Zhang Heli. Xie Yu had an excellent first quarter, but without Irving, their offensive firepower is insufficient. It's uncertain whether they can withstand today's incredibly hot Thunder. As expected, during the second quarter, Xie Yu took a break, and the Cavaliers completely fell behind. Durant and Westbrook joined forces, pulling the lead to 10 points at one point. Veterans Mike Bibby and Carter stepped up. Bibby first assisted West to score easily under the basket, then cleverly passed to Carter for a three-pointer. Until Xie Yu returned to the game, the score was 5-2-5-7, and the two veterans retired gracefully. Carter, it's over to you now. The younger generation doesn't play fair. Westbrook had just overpowered Carter with his speed, leaving him feeling down. Mike Bibby, save your strength, today is a tough battle. Just crush them. There is no doubt that this game is no longer an ordinary regular season match. At the very least, it has playoff level depth. With Xie Yu scoring so many points and in such great form, he certainly does not want to lose. Similarly, with the Thunder's big three playing at their best and their desire for revenge, they are even more unwilling to lose. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting regular season game. It's worthy of the Spring Festival Gala. Xie Yu, you must win. I doubt it. If Jimmy and Kawhi don't step up to score, the Cavaliers are in serious trouble. We can't expect Xie Yu to score 32 points every quarter, can we? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chow on me. After Xie Yu made his entrance, as he anticipated, the Thunder team intensified their defense against him. He did not conserve his energy. After upgrading his physique, it was still manageable for him to give his all in a game. With a behind-the-back dribble amidst the gasps of the audience, he left Cephalosha bewildered, driving into the paint, and with a flick of his wrist, Jimmy successfully snuck in a basket. Facing the defensive support, Xie Yu remained composed, even pulling off some fancy moves, dribbling through his own legs to get past Westbrook and Cephalosha. He charged to the left, Naluk pass. He passed to Alonzo G on the right. Alonzo G exclaimed, is it finally my turn to make the top plays? He made a cutting dunk, wreaking havoc on the rim. However, after a long absence from the court, he missed the rim and fell. The team doctor rushed onto the court to assist, forcing a pause in the game. On the sidelines, Xie Yu discussed tactics with Mike Brown, while JJ waited at the scene to help carry Alonzo G. As he left the court, Alonzo G didn't see Xie Yu and pulled JJ aside, saying, tell the boss I'm not a coward. JJ replied, it seems I'm still far behind. This guy got injured, but is still trying to flatter. The fall Alonzo G took was indeed quite shocking. This incident did not slow down the pace of the offensive exchanges. By the end of the second quarter, the score was 70-73, with the Thunder leading by 3 points. At halftime, Xie Yu had 40.7 rebounds and 7 assists. This reminded him of the London Olympics. It seemed the Cavaliers still needed to strengthen their team, or this year's playoffs would be dire. The Heat Bulls and the 5 All-Stars from the Nets were formidable opponents. With 40-77 at halftime, what kind of miraculous stats is Xie Yu going to put up today? Look, the reasonable emperor has gone mad. Isn't it unfair that KD and Westbrook combined for 57 points in the first half? The Cavaliers will win. The Thunder have succeeded in their revenge. The second half began and Durant remained frighteningly accurate. Xie Yu pondered, wasn't Kawhi's defense against Durant supposed to be effective? What's going on today? Westbrook nearly overwhelmed Butler. His zombie jump shot seemed divinely assisted. Xie Yu had done his best to let Seferlosha go past for help defense, but both stars had become savvy, ensuring Seferlosha cleared out before their offensive plays. The Cavaliers were not without counterattack capabilities, and as long as the Thunder missed their shots, they would capitalize on the opportunity. Xie Yu delivered several impressive solo breakthroughs. 1-0-0-1-0-7. Westbrook, Jimmy, you are utterly weak. Your defense is as flimsy as paper in my eyes. Go find your big brother to help you. Jimmy silently walked towards the bench. He had scored 11 points, grabbed 10 rebounds, and made 8 assists in this game, performing quite well, but he failed to contain Westbrook's personal offense. Kawhi was also quiet, scoring 20 points and grabbing 10 rebounds, yet he couldn't stop Durant. Xie Yu was already gasping for breath, constantly assisting on defense and pushing for fast breaks. Even an Iron Man would struggle to keep up. Yu Jia, 51 points, 11 rebounds, 13 assists. The score is still very close. I can't imagine what kind of stats Xie Yu will end up with. Zhang Heli, it's already a super triple-double. I actually fear that he might push too hard and get injured. 1-0-0-1-1-1. Xie Yu was fidgeting on the bench watching the score widen. He stood up and walked towards the technical table. Coach, let me in. Jimmy and Kawhi had also played the entire third quarter. It wasn't that Mike Brown couldn't manage the lineup, it was mainly because the 2 stars on the opposing team also played the whole third quarter. Not only that, but both of them had no intention of coming off the court in the fourth quarter. Now Xie Yu was determined not to rest, and Kawhi and Jimmy followed him to the technical table. If they didn't get back, and they'd be left far behind. Xie Yu, Jimmy, you guard Martin, I leave Westbrook to me. Jimmy, okay. Jimmy was at a disadvantage in terms of explosiveness. At this moment, Westbrook was too extraordinary, with physical attributes that ranked among the best in the league. Westbrook, you finally made it. Xie Yu, I'm here, you're finished, understand. Westbrook, you're still so full of yourself. Xie Yu, defeated opponent, do you know what my shoes are called? In 4. Sweeping victory. Westbrook, gun. Westbrook drove and passed. Xie Yu had no way to stop him. Durant swung his scythe of death, hitting a three-pointer. 1-0-0-1-1-4. Mike Brown called for a timeout. Mike Brown, forget the score, let's play our own game. Losing one game is not unacceptable. Xie Yu, no way. This game is exceptionally tough. If we don't have the determination to win, it's impossible to keep the score. When the timeout ended, Xie Yu treated Martin like an ATM, forcing his way into the paint, drawing a foul, and hitting a miraculous shot to complete a 21. Xie Yu tightly marked Martin for several possessions, scoring consecutively and closing the score gap. Thunder head coach Brooks could no longer hold back, called a timeout, pulled Martin, and brought in Seferlosha. 1-1-5-1-1. With 1 minute and 0.1 seconds left, the Thunder had possession, and the Cavaliers trailed by 6 points, hanging by a thread. Westbrook held the ball, wasting time. Xie Yu seized the opportunity, leaping to intercept the ball. It succeeded. However, the ball seemed about to go out of bounds. If it did, it would undoubtedly still be Thunder's ball. Jimmy, seemingly reckless, flew to save the ball, miraculously retrieving it. Kawhi passed the ball to Xie Yu, who took a three-pointer, and with a swoosh it pierced through the heart. 1-1-8-1-1. The Thunder called for a timeout. Yu Jia, Xie Yu is so accurate, every opportunity he gets he scores. That's his 61st point of the game, once again breaking his career single-game scoring record. Zhang Heli, the Thunder are still not safe. I think the Cavaliers might not lose. 52 seconds left. Westbrook passed the ball to Durant. Xie Yu actively switched defenses with Kawhi. At this critical moment, interfering with the shot is crucial. Xie Yu stayed close. For a scorer like Durant, the best way for Xie Yu was to stick tight and force him to dribble and drive. As long as he put the ball on the ground, the advantage would be with Xie Yu. If he allowed Durant to shoot high, Xie Yu really had no good way to restrict him. Under Xie Yu's intense defensive pressure, Durant still chose to dribble and drive. Xie Yu forced Durant into a turnover, the dribble hitting his foot and going out of bounds. Durant was frustrated, and his Xie Yu, fool, you think you can dribble past me? Is that possible? Durant, stop the nonsense, you guys are trailing. If you have the ability, catch up with the score first. 35. 3 seconds. Xie Yu dribbled over, engaging in a high screen with TT, using the pick to break free, keeping an eye on Seferlosha behind him, and at the right moment, he created a trailing three-pointer shot. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Xie Yu, regardless of being knocked down, kept his eyes fixed on the basketball in the air. The ball bounced off the backboard and then fell into the hoop. 31. 1-1-1-1. The Suda Center gym erupted in excitement. Yes, family. It's truly unbelievable. Is Xie Yu even human? Zhang Heli, hee with that free throw we take the lead. Xie Yu stepped up to the free throw line. KD, what did you just say? KD, intrigued, responded, what are you talking about? You don't think you've won yet, do you? Xie Yu, what? Are you all talk? Xie Yu, take the lead. Xie Yu, who got swept last season? Durant, you shoot it, or don't. Durant's plan failed as Xie Yu held his ground and sank the free throw. 1-2-1-1. Xie Yu, When I say we take the lead, we take the lead. Remember my name, the Oracle. Durant, don't celebrate too soon, the outcome is still uncertain. Xie Yu, bring it on. They'll give it my all regardless of the outcome. Xie Yu thoroughly enjoyed the banter on the court, as such exchanges often ignited their potential, leading to more spectacular confrontations that fans would relish discussing. For instance, Rodman mocked O'Neal for not having a championship, to which O'Neal retorted, "My grandma could win a championship playing against Jordan." A classic trash talk. Another example is the king of show-offs, Larry Bird, asking, "Are you here to compete for second place?" Of course, Xie Yu's favorite moment was during the 1996 finals, when Peyton taunted Jordan only to be scored on consecutively. Jordan smiled and responded, "You almost had me there." The master of psychological warfare. With only 17.1 seconds left, the Thunder had no timeouts remaining. Westbrook slowly brought the ball up, assessing the defense. Xie Yu defended Westbrook, lowering his center of gravity. Durant set a screen as Xie Yu skillfully navigated around it, but Westbrook clearly had an easier time accelerating away, and Leonard decisively chose to assist. With little time remaining, Westbrook forced a layup. He shrugged off Leonard, but Xie Yu was closing in for the block. Westbrook hurriedly attempted the layup, barely avoiding Xie Yu's rejection. However, he exerted too much force and ended up overshooting. Xie Yu reacted swiftly, preparing to leap again to protect the rebound, but he was still a beat too slow. Durant descended from the heavens. He tipped the ball, and just before it hit the ground, the basket lit up, and the time expired perfectly. 1-2-1-2-3. Durant's follow-up layup sealed the game against the Cavaliers, ending their 14-game winning streak. Xie Yu was filled with rage. He had nearly secured the rebound or completed the block. That game-winning layup just barely slipped past his fingertips, losing out simply because his reach wasn't as long as Durant's. How could he not be furious? Durant and Westbrook embraced passionately, while Xie Yu walked dejectedly back to the locker room. Westbrook waved, "Hey, you empty stats club leader. Bye, Xie Yu. I told you not to get too cocky, believe it now." Durant chuckled, "I've got material for my little account now." To the victor go the spoils, while loss is still a loss. Is there really such a thing as an undefeated general in this world? Thinking back to my rookie season, how many ways of success have come and gone? Losing isn't the end, it's the starting point for the next victory. Losing is another way to gather data. Basketball is round, next time the ball will roll my way. Don't be angry, I'm not angry. In the players' tunnel, Xie Yu quietly reassured himself all the way. In the locker room, Xie Yu still accepted an interview with Yes Family and Zhang Heli. Yes Family, which is more meaningful, high scoring or winning? Xie Yu, if you can't win, high scores are worthless. I'm still so angry that I couldn't win the game. Zhang Heli, I think you've performed flawlessly, but it's just that Lady Luck wasn't on your side. Xie Yu, a loss is a loss, there's no such thing as Lady Luck. If ID jumped 0.5 seconds earlier, or if my wingspan were a bit longer, I could have blocked Durant's layup. Alas, I'm just not strong enough. I didn't do well enough. Feeling incredibly frustrated, Xie Yu returned home, where Annie was already waiting at his doorstep. Why aren't you inside the house? Why are you waiting at the door? Waiting for you. Besides, if the homeowner isn't around, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go in. What if there are other women inside? Right. Xie Yu paid no mind to the implications directed at Princess, and murmuring to himself, the homeowner, yes. The owner. Princess An's eyes widened. Had Xie Yu gone mad? Why do you keep calling me owner? Come and let's talk. Xie Yu stared intently at Princess and seriously asking, I can't give you any status, are you sure you still want to like me? Princess encountered, I don't want a title, can I have a child? I want to have a baby with you. That wouldn't be impossible. Then I'll take that as a yes. I'm quite certain I don't want to get married. Then how much money do you have? Money. My money. Yes, the money you can use now. I should have around 6 to 7 million. I just bought the house next door, spent quite a bit. Then can you use that money to buy another house with both our names on it? Are you serious? Hey fairy sister, want to buy a house. One with both our names on it, otherwise I won't feel secure in this long-distance relationship. And also you pay first, and when I have money later. Louis Fei, sure. Just right, I was worried about not having anywhere to spend my money. Hey Mimi. Young me buy. If you say buy, then we buy. Hey Mimi. Mimi still buying a house. Buying more houses is like having a football team, they would never run out of space. Hey then. What? You don't have money. Alright then, just act well, and earn money for me. Hey, old bean, is there still usable funds in the company? All spent, go buy a villa in the Shanghai market for me. Hey mom, I suddenly remembered that we don't have a proper courtyard in the capital, how about? Mainly I don't have a place to stay, but I need to have one. Make sure it's under my name. Xie Yu thought to himself, I will make a comeback. Losing rebounds, He'll dominate the boards next time and see how I lose. On the flight to Miami, Alonzo Key said, boss, with Kawhi absent tonight, he'll start as the small forward. Xie Yu replied, are you okay with Kawhi's injury? Alonzo Key responded, David isn't playing today either. JJ and TT are partnering in the paint, and with the three of you on the court, I naturally can't rest. Xie Yu nearly choked on his own saliva, saying, what the hell? The Lakers are called F4, at least they have reached their peak, and all made it to the All-Star game. What do you three have in common with my F4? Alonzo Key shot back, if you're going to talk like that, the three of us might have to get physical. Xie Yu then asked, how did Casp? Alonzo Key was left speechless. Xie Yu added, think about it yourself, don't bother me anymore. I want to take a nap. The thought of starting alongside you three trash players against the Heat is exhausting. Alonzo Key dared not make a sound, but the expression on his face was full of frustration. Xie Yu wearing an eye mask suddenly said, "Are you talking? It feels like someone is cursing at me." Alonzo Key, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "No, I'm almost asleep here." Mike Brown approached Xie Yu and asked, "How about loosening your glutes?" In the past, Xie Yu might have agreed, but now he wanted to enjoy the game. He wanted to be challenged and win tough matches. "Coach, thank you for your concern. I feel great, and I'll give my all in this game." Starting lineup for the Heat: center Bosch, power forward Lewis, small forward James, shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center JJ Hickson, power forward Tristan Thompson, small forward Alonzo Key, shooting guard Jimmy, point guard Xie Yu. Yu Jia asked, "Coach Zhang, what are your thoughts on this game?" Zhang Heli replied, "On paper, there's no doubt that the Miami Heat have the absolute advantage. This season, their recruitment of Lewis is a very good addition. On the other hand, the Cleveland Cavaliers are plagued by injuries, relying solely on Xie Yu to hold up, achieving a remarkable record of 14 wins and 1 loss, and the only loss was a last-second defeat to the Thunder. In summary, the Cavaliers are also at a disadvantage in terms of stamina, and things look grim." Sure enough, after the game started, the Cavaliers were beaten badly. The Heat's defensive strategy was quite clear: double-team Xie Yu while leaving the others alone. Facing Wade's tight defense was already hard enough, and with James, Lewis, and Chalmers occasionally coming over to disrupt and assist, even if Xie Yu had great skills, he couldn't handle so many defenders all day. After 3 quarters, he managed to scrape together a mere 666. The score was 60-80, with the Cavaliers trailing the Heat by 20 points. Fans on Hoopu found the game too boring, so they began to showcase their humor, which they usually wouldn't dare to display in front of girls. In good times, running a car; in adversity, a Buddhist; in dire straits, a demon knife, slashing chaos. Whether Cleveland can make it or not all depends on whether Xie Yu can perform. After 3 quarters, the photographer still hadn't managed to capture a single solo shot of Xie Yu on the court. "Hey JR, upstairs, you're even more impressive than Xie Yu." Xie Yu had 6.6 rebounds and 6 assists in 3 quarters, a legendary level of statistical management. On the Cavaliers bench, Xie Yu and Miami fans began to exchange barbs. "Hey Xie Yu, you've played like crap today. Did you go clubbing last night?" "You're right, Miami's nightclubs have a much better defense than the Miami Heat. Your team is down by 20 points and you're still in the mood to chat with me. Hurry up and get on the court to catch up. Being down by 20 points isn't a big deal. TCH, why have you been shooting so many threes this season? Is it because you realized you can't drive in anymore?" "Because there are no 4-point shots available." On the court, Jimmy the Rich Guy and Alonzo Key combined for a beautiful defensive performance, sinking consecutive transition threes and narrowing the score to 71-83, prompting a timeout from the Heat. Alonzo Key said, "Boss, we've closed the gap in the score. The rest is up to you." Xie Yu stumbled, thinking to himself, "You call being down by 12 points closing the gap?" Xie Yu smiled and said to Wade, "DW, I'm about to transform." Wade replied, "This is my house. Your words don't count, mine do." The Knights successfully defended once more. Xie Yu counterattacked, crashing through Wade and James, clearing his path with his arms. Beep. James committed a foul. Since Xie Yu had made a continuous motion with his 3 steps, he directly stood at the free throw line. James protested, spreading his hands. "He pushed me. I didn't even move." The referee momentarily had no good response, so he simply fell silent. Xie Yu, undeterred, was the designated star player appointed by the old man, aiming to narrow the score gap and make the game more exciting. Xie Yu made both free throws, breaking the awkward 666. Wade exclaimed, "Is that it?" The Flash laughed with Xie Yu's transformation, just about drawing fouls. However, he soon found himself unable to laugh. Logo shot. Setting up Wade a slam dunk over Bosch. Unknown against James, a turnaround jump shot hits, spreading his hands in homage to Jordan. In the last 1 minute and 28 seconds, the Cavaliers were trailing the Heat by 3 points with a score of 92-95. LeBron James dribbled forward, trying to waste time, while Jimmy was tasked with defending him. The Cavaliers' chance of turning the game around largely depended on Jimmy's effective limitation of James. LeBron, using a screen, drove hard to the basket, making a close-range bank shot with confidence. 92-97. LeBron declared, "Victory belongs to Miami. No one can change that." Facing a double team, Xie Yu anticipated the situation, driving towards the basket. With no chance there, he looped around and came back out beyond the 3-point line. Suddenly, with a creative behind-the-back bounce pass, he found JJ under the basket. The latter made an easy dunk, securing a spot in today's top 10 place. 94-97. Some Cavaliers fans in the stands even made gestures of worship. Xie Yu's brilliant assist left global fans in awe as they watched from their TVs. 41 seconds left. LeBron continued to waste time, initiating his move with 8 seconds left. The veteran pushed through with strength, with Jimmy TT and the unfortunate Alonzo G on board, driving aggressively to score. 94-99. The Cavaliers called for a timeout. Alonzo G crawled up from a pile of baseline photographers, complaining, "Referee, he elbowed me." Seeing him so agitated, Xie Yu feared he might be called for a technical foul and immediately pulled him back. "Calm down, he was just using his elbow to measure the distance to the basket." Alonzo G exclaimed, "You have to avenge me. I feel like I was just about to bowl." Xie Yu interrupted, "You're that ball." 18-1 seconds. The Cavaliers need a 3-pointer. Jimmy inbound the ball while TT and JJ formed an elevator door near the free throw line. Xie Yu zipped through and Jimmy's pass met the ball perfectly. Swish. 97-99. The Heat did not call a timeout, and Lewis quickly inbound to Wade, while Xie Yu unleashed a deathly entanglement. Alonzo G pounced like a hungry tiger. The well-rehearsed G buddy trap caught Wade, who felt the pressure of being double-teamed. He tightened up and leapt to pass to LeBron. Jimmy successfully anticipated the pass, intercepting in midair and completing the steal. The Heat were in chaos with a sense of urgency. Ignoring the empty paint, Jimmy's focus was solely on Xie Yu. TTJJ and Alonzo G stood tall, ready to set a pick, as if saying, choose your path. Xie Yu first charged inside, drawing Wade's defense, then made a backdoor cut, skillfully weaving past TT. Jimmy immediately delivered the pass, even controlling the spin of the basketball, allowing Xie Yu to catch and shoot comfortably without needing to adjust. Xie Yu lived up to the expectations. His three-pointer was like the flames of hell extinguishing the heat. The lights flashed as the ball went in. 10099. Xie Yu's buzzer-beater three-pointer eliminated the Heat, instantly soaring to the top of the trending charts across the United States. Soon it became the #1 trend worldwide. Jimmy 21 points, 12 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 blocks, 4 steals, 4 fouls, 0 turnovers, 9. Zhang Heli finally caught up with Jimmy for an interview. Hello Jimmy, I am a basketball commentator from Huaxiao. My name is Zhang Heli. It's a pleasure to interview you. Can you say hello to the Huaxiao fans in front of the television? They all like you very much. Jimmy waved his hand and smiled as he awkwardly spoke in broken Huaxiao language. Hello, I am very tough Juba. Thank you. Zhang Heli's hand, holding the microphone, trembled a bit, wondering if this could be broadcasted. All right, Jimmy, during the last attack you had a chance to score an easy 2 points, but you didn't. You were looking for the outside shot with Xie Yu. Why did you choose that? Jimmy answered seriously, you can always trust Xie Yu. Hearing this, Zhang Heli staggered a bit. It's your excessive trust in him that caused a live broadcast mishap. Those who know me are aware that I am very grateful to Xie Yu. He has taught me a lot and has been very good to me. Since we are both shooting guards, we often train together and play onion on. Honestly, I have never beaten him, but I believe that one day I will. He once told me, Jimmy, stop pretending. Occasional persistence is not persistence, but rather your own self-sentiment. Since then, I have not gone a day without training. I trust him regardless of whether he makes the game-winning shot. Even if I could start over, I would still choose to pass the ball to him. Jimmy said sincerely. In the Cavaliers' locker room, as soon as Xie Yu walked in, Alonzo came over and said, Boss, you haven't been to the Miami nightclub, right? We'll take you there. JJ has agreed to treat us, and today is payday. Xie Yu asked in confusion, aren't we taking a flight back to Cleveland soon? Where's the time for that? Alonzo looked at him with a disappointed expression. Boss, if you ask for leave for us, the coach won't disagree. Screw F4. Xie Yu cursed as he walked away to ask for leave. Honestly, he really wanted to go out and have some fun at the Miami nightclub. In a large group, it's impossible for everyone to move in unison. Even if the relationships are good, like between Jimmy and Xie Yu, they seldom hang out off the court, including Kyrie and Kawhi, who all have their own circles except for those three guys. Neon lights burst in the night, and when the golden door of the LIV nightclub was pushed open, the deafening electronic sound waves wrapped in champagne mist rushed towards them. This nightclub, Kingdom, hidden deep within the Fontainebleau Hotel, was pushing the revelry to its peak. The glass dance floor suspended over the pool reflected laser lights, while girls in bikinis splashed tequila on the DJ stage in 10-centimeter high heels. Meanwhile, a wealthy man wearing diamond cufflinks casually opened 3 bottles of Ace of Spades with golden liquid flowing down an ice sculpture to form a miniature waterfall. The Cavaliers' F4 caused quite a stir as soon as they entered. They were too tall and eye-catching, and with Xie Yu's Huaxiao face, who has recently become extremely popular, he is a well-known figure in America, especially in the nightclub scene dominated by the youth. Hey, the passionate ball king, a hot girl smiled and waved. Hey, Xie Yu, MVP, shouted an already Immediately the nightclub music came to a halt, and the DJ shouted MVP, MVP. With the DJ's encouragement, the nightclub began to chant in unison MVP. This was naturally orchestrated by the nightclub owner, giving him an advantage in future competition. Xie Yu had been there. Xie Yu leaned against the open-air bar, the sea breeze stirring the sounds of the waves from the distant beach. The bartender pushed over a glass of deep blue Miami sunrise with salt crystals on the rim, mingling with droplets of sweat reminiscent of the tear that fell just before Yunair departed. Xie Yu, what's so good about those delicate pretty boys? Why doesn't she like me? TT my hair. Boss, are you a simp? Are you kidding me? The last part of the English was almost shouted out word by word. Alan Zoji, wrong. The boss is not a simp. He's just a super player who indulges in nightlife every night, but plays the role of a tender lover by day. You all should learn from this. Be able to adapt to both tenderness and frivolity. TT and JJ gave a thumbs up, indicating that Alan Zoja's summary was very on point. Even Xie Yu couldn't help but laugh in anger and kicked him. At that moment, Bang Chun and Xiao KK walked over. Xiao KK, I'm late. What a pity. I missed a heroic rescue of a beauty. Bang Chun, I know his family. I can help smooth things over, but the premise is you have to drink with me today. How about it? Alan Zoji quickly livened up the atmosphere, binding the 2 women who were eyeing Xie Yu with him. He, along with TT and JJ, formed a team where the losing side would drink. At 2 in the morning, Xie Yu was about done, and the 2 supermodels were starting to feel dizzy. Seeing this, Alan Zoji signaled to the waiter to help the girls. He told TT and JJ to wait downstairs while he helped Xie Yu upstairs. The 2 girls shared a room, while Xie Yu had another room. After the waiter left, Alan Zoji carried Xie Yu and tossed him into another room. No brotherhood among later brothers harmony achieved. The Los Angeles of 4 in the morning was unseen, but Miami at 4 in the morning was a sight to behold. Damn it. TT and JJ shouldn't be that conspicuous. It must be Alan Zoji. That bastard. Xie Yu cursed as he headed to another hotel. The incident of Xie Yu hitting someone was not only smoothed over, but the pig-headed man also apologized to Yunair. Since then, no one in the crew dared to bully Yun Air anymore. No one dared to mention what exactly happened, only that a super big shot had spoken and Yun Air was her extraordinarily cherished friend. Bullying Yun Air was equivalent to bullying her. Time shot another arrow, still firing repeatedly. In Houston, Zhang Heli and the Yu family were moved to tears. Xie Yu not only remembered his promise to them, but he also followed through directly. In the video, Irving was the first to appear. Irving: hello friends from Huaxia, I am Kyrie Irving, and I am glad to share basketball insights with you. First, I want to talk about developing a feel for the ball, which I call finger magic. Practicing single-hand or double-hand fingertip ball spins and dribbling in an 8-figure pattern on the ground can better cultivate hand-eye coordination. You can also do as I do, using a plastic bag around the basketball to increase friction. This helps improve ball control strength. Secondly, the rhythm of dribbling is crucial for breakthroughs. In this regard, your national treasure is even stronger. However, he asked me to help, and I am very happy to share my rhythm training method with you. Set up cone obstacles and combine slow, fast, quick stops with 3-step rhythm variations. These are the basics. For dribbling, the weak hand is very important, so I want to strengthen the weak hand. For 1 week, brush your teeth and eat with your non-dominant hand, while simultaneously doing weak hand dribbling back and forth runs. Next, let's talk about footwork details. My ballet-style balance involves first practicing single-leg jumps plus lateral shuffles in slow motion, then combining hip rotation training, emphasizing the continuity of movements. Finally, for shooting touch, when I was young, I practiced shooting with a 500 milliliters mineral water bottle, using one hand to push the ball, feeling the fingertips flick the ball. This corrects any mistakes in arm strength. Lastly, and most importantly, kids, don't be afraid to turn the court into a laboratory. Missed a dribble. That's just you discovering the 100th way that doesn't work. Remember, great ball handlers aren't born with fast hands. Their minds are faster than their hands. I'm done speaking, and a flash of the camera and Kobe appeared. At the request of my little brother Xie Yu, I will record my teaching video for the young basketball enthusiasts in Huaxia. Curry, I am honored that Xie Yu allowed me to participate in the recording of this video. I will introduce my shooting and dribbling training methods. Westbrook: physical conditioning training methods. Durant: my isolation moves. LeBron: want to become an all-around player like me. Please learn from me. Rose: I was threatened. Xie Yu, only let me talk about shooting training. Paul: Rondo, Garnett, Ray Allen, GDP. Xie Yu almost asked the opposing stars for video recording help in every match. At first, they were not very willing, but once word spread, receiving a please from Xie Yu undoubtedly proved you were at the top of your field, while those who didn't receive such requests felt awkward and even began to actively record videos for Xie Yu. For instance, Paul Pierce, Garnett, Ray Allen, and Rondo all recorded, but he didn't. Where could he put his face? Zhang Heli and the Yu family were moved to tears, having received so much. You need to teach these to the youth coaches. First, let them feel it, then combine it with the characteristics of our Huaxia youth players to create the best plans for them. Ding. Upgrade completed. Tongzi, do you know how I spent these 3 months? During the last house buying incident, after maxing out the rebounding and jumping, the system crashed directly. To compensate for the inconvenience caused by the system crash and reward you for becoming the All-Star voting king and reaching 100 million fans milestone, the system will grant you 2 extraordinary choice questions. Shouldn't it be 3? Forget it, contentment brings happiness. Besides, the extraordinary packages are amazing, and there's a tutorial too. Extraordinary close range package or extraordinary 3-point package. Xie Yu, I got an S for 3-pointers. Oh, what's the use of choosing the extraordinary 3-point package? Extraordinary. Damn, I currently have an A for close range shots. If I choose the extraordinary close range package, it will max out to S, but that's an extraordinary 3-point tutorial. How should I choose? Xie Yu's current 3-point rating is S, yet he believes his overall 3-point ability still pales in comparison to the peak version of Stephen Curry. However, when it comes to the ability to shoot 3-pointers in unknown situations, Xie Yu feels he can compete with Curry. The reason is simple: he is taller, has better jumping ability, excels at fadeaway shots, and his dribbling skills are on par with Kai's. Furthermore, leveraging the advantages of being a reborn individual, he has learned many skills from 3-point shooting experts, effectively combining the strengths of various styles. For instance, his adaptation of James Harden's sidestep back shot could be said to surpass the original. Moreover, Xie Yu is now recognized as the top 3-point shooter in the league, with Reggie Miller even praising him as potentially the greatest 3-point shooter in history. Curry and Harden frequently call to consult Xie Yu about the timing of 3-point shots and shooting choices. In this context, Xie Yu feels he no longer needs a tutorial on extraordinary 3-pointers. Instead, the art of close-range shooting is too easily overlooked. What is close-range shooting? Any shot taken within the 3-second area is considered close range. Does a layup count as a shot? The answer is affirmative. Not only does a layup count, but so does a hook shot. So with the extraordinary close-range shooting package, does that not make up for the regret of not picking the sky hook initially? In fact, he could even improve the technique, making the hook shot more stylish and combining it with drives, making it harder to defend, much like Kyrie's left-hand hook shot that sealed the game against the Nuggets. Both difficult to defend and stylish. I choose the extraordinary close-range shooting package. Xie Yu exclaimed. Ding. Congratulations, your close-range shooting has risen to S. In an instant, Xie Yu entered a state of genetic modification, his cells bubbling with energy as countless images flashed in his mind. In that moment, it felt as if he had lived for centuries, constantly practicing various close-range shots, left and right-handed layups, hook shots, and exaggerated putback moves, even fingertip shots. Master, thank you. I feel incredibly powerful now. I reckon I could take on 3 peak Jordans, 5 peak LeBrons, 7 peak Kobes, and 58 peak Pauls. Extraordinary teammate token or extraordinary opponent token. Extraordinary teammate token. Before each game, you can designate one teammate to increase their overall rating by 5. Extraordinary opponent token. Before each game, you can designate one opponent player to decrease their overall rating by 5. Xie Yu burst into laughter. This happiness came too suddenly, right? No. I need to find a few more wealthy women to continue buying houses. As always, let's analyze the situation first. Increasing a teammate's overall rating by 5. If it's Alonzo G, then a 5 boost might just make him a top tier. If the system gives him an overall rating of 80, then 5 is 4. Wow, that makes it 84. A qualified what if I give it to Kyrie? If his rating is 90, then it becomes 94. 5. A transformation from all-star to superstar. What about the opponent? The peak LeBron receives a rating of around 98 in 2K, taking away 5 results in 93. 1 turning LeBron into old James. Deeply concerning. If I choose both, does that mean Kyrie will surpass LeBron directly? Master, if I choose, or will I get both? Are you sure? To be honest, I'm not sure. He hesitated. What if I get both? Then it would be a win-win situation. What if I get neither? A 1-star review. Too harsh. This foolish author. Ha ha ha, this foolish author really believes in my choice of or. People are generally selfish, reluctant to share the spotlight with teammates while keen on overshadowing the opposing star. Therefore, I choose the extraordinary opponent token. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the extraordinary opponent token. Usage before the game starts. Shout 3 times in your mind. Waha player name. Wahaha LeBron James. For a normal person, achieving success on the court while failing in romance is the norm. However, Xie Yu is clearly not a normal person. Just after laughing Waha 7 times for LeBron James in his mind, he received a green message that made his heart race. I'm in Houston. Want to grab a cup of coffee? Xie Yu rubbed his eyes hard, repeatedly confirming whether this was really her green message. He feared it might be some jerk like Alonzo G playing a prank on him. After confirming it was indeed her, he stepped out with an uncontrollable smile on his face. At the same time, Zhang Heli had arranged an exclusive interview with Mike Brown. As the head coach of the Eastern Conference's top team, the Cavaliers, Mike Brown would serve as the head coach for the Eastern Conference. Zhang Heli's ability to secure this interview was naturally linked to Xie Yu. Zhang Heli, in high spirits after finishing pleasantries, got straight to the point. Coach Mike Brown, your team's tactical system is quite unique and is now leading the basketball world. Your championship victory is the best proof of that. Can we discuss this further? From what I know, this is your first time publicly discussing your tactical system. Mike Brown politely nodded. The tactical system can be considered an open secret as long as it's used. Someone will figure it out thoroughly. Discussing it is harmless. Moreover, this season the Cavaliers have added many outside 3-point attempts, making it unpredictable. Even if the tactics are dissected, it doesn't matter. Mike Brown sat up straight and stated, our tactical system is called the XJBD strategy. Zhang Heli fell off his chair, landing face first. To put it in Xie Yu's words, he crashed. The interview ended prematurely. Zhang Heli is out. After sending Zhang Heli to the hospital, Mike Brown called Xie Yu to explain the situation. Xie Yu had already spotted the woman who occupied his dreams. Coach, let's talk later. I'm quite busy right now. Beep, beep, beep. Mike Brown, didn't you say that Zhang is a senior you respect greatly? He's injured and in the hospital, and you're still busy chasing girls. Are you even human? Mike Brown understood Xie Yu too well. His life revolved around basketball and women. Being at the Houston All-Star weekend, he was certainly not busy training, so it must be women. Of course, he could only speak this way after hanging up the phone. It's a joke. Chris Grant and Caspus lessons are still fresh in his mind. Now Xie Yu cannot be said to be just below anyone. He should be considered on equal footing with the owner. On the championship night, he declared, Cleveland, this is for you. Xie Yu became the city's only darling, the son of owner Dan Gilbert. He once told the media, if it weren't for my daughter being married, he would definitely have her marry Xie Yu. At this moment, even if Mike Brown scolded Xie Yu in front of him, he wouldn't care, for he was admiring a woman as beautiful as the difference between you and the stars is that the stars are in the sky while you are in my heart. Ding. Detected that you have won the heart of a stunning beauty, granting you an extraordinary choice opportunity. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Xie Yu was utterly shocked, feeling as if he were a puppet with its bones removed, collapsing there, his mouth agape, as if ready to catch falling pies from the sky, his eyes filled with confusion over what exactly is happening. Ding. A supreme affection has been detected, granting one extraordinary choice. Absolute domain or vacuum snipe. System, you're truly putting me on the spot, Pongo. How am I supposed to choose? Absolute domain. Ignores 30 of all defensive interference. Undeniably ideal for Xie Yu, who constantly faces tight man-to-man defense and frequent double teams. Vacuum snipe. Increases accuracy by 10 when unguarded. What does that even mean? If I shake off my defender and shoot immediately, does that count as an unguarded situation? I choose absolute domain. I love it in your face. And congratulations, host. You have acquired the permanent skill absolute domain. System, let me ask again. Has she truly fallen for me? And of course, this system is the ultimate authority on affection. Its judgment is infallible. But you've detected so many affections. What if they change their minds? Will you revoke my skills? Rest assured, they will never waver. These skills are forged from their sincere, unwavering devotion in this lifetime. No matter what I do, they'll never change their hearts, and naturally. Do you doubt this system's authority? And they read truly pitiful. So then, does that mean I can keep courting them endlessly? And Are you daydreaming? Yun waved her fair hand before Xie Yu's eyes teasingly chiding. You've been lost in thought since entering. Haven't said a word. She inwardly grumbled, why won't he ask why my Mandarin is so fluent? It's driving me mad. And gentle music flowed through the air, warm amber light bathed every corner. She wore a delicate vintage-style blue dress evoking the Republican era, her hair loosely coiled, radiant as a figure stepped from an ink painting. Xie Yu suddenly met her gaze. The air between them thickened with quiet electric tension. It's not lust. I merely admire beauty in full bloom. To ignore it would be the height of insensitivity. Xie Yu broke the silence first. You're breathtaking tonight. No celestial maiden descending to earth could rival you. What exactly is a celestial maiden descending to earth? She asked, feigning confusion, while gently swirling her coffee, her eyes glinting with quiet amusement. My Mandarin isn't very good. And snap. Xie Yu felt as though dawn had broken. She'd loved him all along. That was why her Mandarin had grown so fluent. And yet he'd failed to see it. A surge of elation flooded his heart, though he kept his voice calm. In China, there's a festival called Qixi, the Chinese Valentine's Day. Legend says that on this night the cowherd and the weaver girl reunite across the Milky Way. The weaver girl is the celestial maiden I mentioned, and I am. He paused, deliberately winking playfully, waiting for her to finish the sentence. And suppressing a smile, Yun teased. I doubt you're any coward. I hear everyone calls you 7 times in one night. Xie Yu flushed crimson. What a calamity. All because of Xie Yu. Otherwise no one would know his idol was Zhao Zilong. And then again, Xie Yu's rebirth had indeed reshaped countless destinies. The Adam family, father, mother, and son, were all incarcerated at Xie Yu's behest. It began when Adam stormed into Princess and Cleveland's home, only to find the F were already assembled at Xie Yu's residence, where he was promptly restrained. With Xie Yu's influence today, toppling an actor without deep roots was effortless. As for Xie Yu, after being boycotted by Xie Yu's fans, she landed no further roles. Producers demanded breach of contract penalties, and having borrowed heavily to fund her image overhaul, on her best friend's advice, she drained her family's savings and taken on massive debt. When disaster struck, she was left ruined and drowning in liabilities, whereupon her so-called best friend proposed an audacious scheme auctioning off Xie Yu's kindred spirits. Indeed, several newly minted tycoons eagerly flew in clamoring to pay, then boasted afterward, I'm practically Xie Yu's brother-in-arms. We've shared the same room. They even lavished praise upon Xie Yu. Thus, Xie Yu's selection gradually rose to prominence. Li Wan soon caught wind of the rumors, and furious secretly moved against them under the banner of ridding society of scum, arresting them outright, and ensuring their full board and lodging. Whore, I've tolerated you long enough. Li Wan snarled, teeth clenched. And to protect her son's reputation, she chose discretion, ensuring the scandal never escalated. Xie Yu only learned of it much later. Upon hearing kindred spirits, he laughed bitterly. Xie Yu's life too had been irrevocably altered by him. Yet he felt no pity. Self-inflicted ruin admits no blame upon others. And when he discovered her so-called best friend remained untouched, he orchestrated a trap, with Liang Quan and others, and had her arrested as well. Though publicly unknown, many behind the scenes, including Liu Yifei, knew of Xie Yu's maneuvers. Witnessing this young wolf's iron grip, they quietly advised their suitors to turn back before it was too late. Yang Mi confronted Lu Kaiwei directly, my man is Xie Yu. When he refused to believe her, she phoned Xie Yu on the spot. His single line, do you want me to erase your Lu family from Hong Kong? Sent Lu Kaiwei fleeing in terror. Why are you spacing out again? Yun pouted, clearly displeased. I've wrapped filming. I'm returning to Korea. And go ahead then. Wasn't it you who declared you hated me last time? Why bother telling me now? Xie Yu replied with exaggerated aloofness. Yun seethed, cheeks blazing, and burst into Korean. I'm losing my mind. My intestines are knotted. She stood abruptly and strode out of the cafe, fast determined. Xie Yu closed the distance in 3 swift strides, sweeping her into a princess carry. Listen, I know everything. You've worked tirelessly to master Mandarin, for me. You love me. Their eyes locked. 3 seconds shattered all pretense. Mutual longing surged, and their first kiss sealed their hearts forever. In the very air outside the cafe grew honey-sweet, tender, intoxicating warmth bloomed between them. Dusk-stained Houston and indigo neon flickered to life along the streets as Xie Yu and Yun-Er's shadows stretched into twin lines. He tilted slightly, like a snow-laden pine bending toward her, while she stood on 10-centimeter satin platform heels, their crisp tap-tap echoing alongside distant jazz saxophone syncing perfectly with a heartbeat's rhythm. As he lowered his head, his jaw nearly brushed the soft whirl atop her crown. Yet she lifted her face, just then her dangling earrings catching his unfinished words midair. The 17-centimeter height difference turned their gaze into slow motion. The subtle shadow of his moving larynx, the tremulous silhouette of her lashes cast upon his shirt, all gilded in amber light by the street lamp. At the cafe's corner, a white-haired grandmother adjusted her spectacles and murmured to her husband, look at those Asian lovers. Reminds me of our first kiss on the bridge in Paris. A passing young couple instinctively tightened their grip on each other's hands, as if a contagious sweetness were spreading on. Blimey, wasn't that guy just like Xie Yu? And you're obsessed. Can't you stop thinking about him while we're on a date? Then go to him. Xie Yu, delay your return to Korea by a few days. I'll present you with a trophy. Appa, that depends on which trophy. I'm quite selective. Insufficient weight won't cut it. Xie Yu interrupted. How about the All-Star Game MVP trophy? Their footsteps faded beneath the vast star field of Space City, two silhouettes merging now into a single piano key, now stretching like swans' necks entwined. After tonight, Houston's moon may bear a new gentle mark, not measuring height, but the quiet courage of looking up. Appa, I met you late, but I'll walk beside you for a lifetime. Your past was beyond my reach, your future I vow to honor until my last breath, not out of stubbornness, but because you are worthy. I love you, to the end of existence. As Chris Grant rushed into the penthouse suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, the twilight outside the floor-to-ceiling windows deepened, and the glass curtain wall reflected the damp collar, soaked in his sweat. The general manager of the Cavaliers abruptly halted in his polished shoes on the Persian carpet, the words Xie Yu, they are asking for a lion's share barely escaping his throat, melting away on his tongue, like crushed ice meeting warm sunlight. In the halo of the crystal chandelier, the girl curled up on the linen sofa tucked her long hair behind her ear. The faint light reflecting from the mother-of-pearl hairpin grazed her swan-like neck, and Chris momentarily saw the princess escaping in Roman holiday. It was only when the porcelain-white face turned towards him that he realized he had been holding his breath. Xie Yu, am I? The general manager's cane tapped sharply against the brass doorknob, creating a crisp sound. Did I interrupt something? Private. Xie Yu's copy of Slam slipped half an inch from her knee, her bare feet, slightly curling beneath the cashmere blanket. When she lifted her gaze, Xie Yu saw the delicate mist of spring over the Han River reflected in her pupils, a clarity that made men willingly drown in it. One of us. Xie Yu's tone carried a hint of laughter, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the quilted patterns on the as he stood up. A whiff of cedar wafted in, connecting the man and woman in the twilight into a triangular composition. This is Mr. Chris Grant, the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and this. The air suddenly thickened, almost honey-like. My muse, Uner. He uttered the title that had lingered on his tongue for quite some time, watching with satisfaction as the blush spread from the girl's ear to her collarbone. Chris Grant swore he heard the sound of cherry blossoms blooming. God is my witness, I have seen hundreds of Miss Universes at Madison Square Garden. Chris Grant removed his fedora and pressed it against his chest, but what stands before me now makes 23 Grammy trophies pale in comparison. Xie Yu's introduction left Uner feeling both shy and angry. What is this about being the #1 beauty in Korea? However, the ever-manipulative Chris Grant further elevated her. Little did he know this was just the beginning for Chris Grant. He would say such things 18 more times. The Minnesota Lions are asking for a lion's share. They were demanding an exorbitant price for Kevin Love, with the first proposal clearly stating the necessity of Kyrie Irving, while the second involved a four-for-one trade centered around Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler. The management in Portland isn't any better. They've severely overestimated LaMarcus Aldridge's market value. Kyrie, Kawhi, and Jimmy. They even want two of them. I was so enraged I cursed them out. Atlanta and San Antonio aren't any better either. They treat Josh Smith and Rudy Gay like treasures. Chris Grant vented his frustrations to Xie Yu, and at that moment to Uner, this was not a conversation between a general manager. It was clearly a scene of a boss and an assistant, with the boss evidently seated on the sofa listening to the report from Xie Yu. Xie Yu frowned deeply. This was frustrating. It wasn't that they didn't want to improve, but was it logical to trade a young star like Kawhi and Jimmy for Kevin Love? Xie Yu's ideal reinforcement player was the Italian striker, Gallinari, but he had already signed a 4-year $42 million contract with the Nuggets last year. Though not untouchable, his price was still sky high. Xie Yu exhaled a deep breath and asked, what about Kyle Korver? Chris Grant's face darkened, instantly fearing Xie Yu might think he was incompetent and suggest getting a new general manager. He wore a mournful expression. Chicago was looking to sell Kyle Korver, but once they heard we wanted to buy, they immediately changed their minds and said they wouldn't sell at any price. Xie Yu keenly noticed Uner's slight frown and naturally replied, that makes sense. We are potential playoff rivals, archenemies with the Chicago Bulls, so it's understandable they wouldn't sell to us. It would be a grave offense on the battlefield, supporting the enemy. Uner smiled knowingly, her eyes shimmering. A sudden wave of romance made even Chris Grant, who had recently been overwhelmed by trade worries and couldn't muster the energy, feel an impulse to go home and seek warmth with his wife. Leaving behind the words, "They'll continue to follow up, you take a good rest." Chris Grant exited Xie Yu's hotel room. Uner curiously looked at Xie Yu and asked, why do I feel like he is very afraid of you? On the first day of the All-Star weekend during the rookie game, Xie Yu arrived at the scene to support his younger teammates and encountered Zhang Heli, who glared at him from afar, filled with resentment. Nose fracture. Xie Yu looked at his injured nose with interest and chuckled, "I'm familiar with this. Thanks to you, I'm fine. The doctor said I just need to take it easy so you don't need to worry about me." Zhang Heli waved his hand. It's not that he resented Xie Yu, but he was genuinely angry. One incident with Jimmy Butler could be brushed off as a joke between teammates, but can such a major tactical issue be treated lightly? A highly anticipated interview by the station started with an ex-JBD who could withstand this. In the three-point contest, Xie Yu recreated Bird's iconic moment, shouting into the host's microphone before the game, "Are you all here to compete for second place?" Larry Bird laughed uproariously. Ultimately, he won the three-point king with an impressive score of 29 points. Irving remarked, "Old Xie, if you keep this up, you will have no friends." Rose sat next to Xie Yu and chimed in, "Kyrie only scored 18 points for second place. What is your 29 points?" A nearby elementary school student expressed his disinterest, saying, "Xie Yu, let's fight again next year." Paul George looked blankly, thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? 10 points in the three-point contest, dunk contest. Eastern Team Terrence Ross Raptors, Gerald Green Pacers, James White Knicks, Western Team Jeremy Evans Jazz, Eric Bledsoe Clippers, Kenneth Farid Nuggets. This year's contest rules underwent significant changes, with preliminary rounds pitting the East against the West, each team having 3 players competing in 2 rounds with the team scoring the highest advancing. The first to take the stage, Little Rose immediately paid tribute to Xie Yu with a foul line jump, a 360-degree spin, and an alley-oop dunk. And Xie Yu himself passed him the ball. Though he stepped over the foul line slightly, and his aerial movements weren't graceful enough, imperfections didn't overshadow the brilliance, as Little Rose still scored 50 points. Xie Yu was very happy. This was indirectly promoting his dunk team, which had sold him quite a few shoes. Sitting on the sidelines, Derrick Rose was filled with envy. Has Xie Yu already become a legend? Has he already started receiving tributes in the dunk contest? He wondered if he should participate in the dunk contest next year, preferably teaming up with Xie Yu and then defeating him. This year's slam dunk contest featured a showdown between the highest scoring players from the Eastern and Western teams, decided by fan voting. Little Rose benefited from the tribute to Xie Yu bonus, winning with 81 of the fan votes and becoming the champion of the slam dunk contest. He came over and hugged Xie Yu tightly. Boss, thank you for allowing me to use your creative slam dunk, and thanks to your fans. I know they must have voted for me because of you. Xie Yu patted his shoulder, earnestly advising, in our huaxiao, the most important thing is understanding human relationships, and reciprocity is the most basic principle. I see you've got some sense, so today it'll teach you something valuable. If you learn it well, it will benefit you for a lifetime. If you fail to learn it, then you will be at a loss. Little Rose nodded, listening attentively. Jokingly, he thought Michael Jordan taught Xie Yu personally, and Xie Yu became the finals MVP. Now Xie Yu is teaching me. However, Xie Yu ruthlessly pulled him back to reality. Go buy my Iron 4 sneakers, the ones you're wearing. Do some giveaways on social media to thank the fans. Just do as much as you can. Little Rose nodded, realizing it wasn't about teaching basketball. He had indeed participated in Xie Yu's fan giveaway event a while ago, where Xie Yu was voted the All-Star Ticket King, giving away 100 pairs of sneakers on every social platform, causing his fan count to skyrocket. Little Rose sighed in admiration. Boss, you deserve your success. He'll go handle it right away. Meanwhile, the almost invisible dunk contest judge, future chairman Yao Ming, smiled knowingly and nodded. You really know how to handle people. The 100 pairs of Xie Yu first generation you sent me are just enough for me to give away. Xie Yu gave Big Yao a big hug, saying, why are we even discussing this? Does it even matter? As long as I release new styles, I'll send you 100 pairs. If that's not enough, I'll send 200. Yao Ming waved his hand. 200 sounds too harsh, like an insult. Let's make it 188 pairs. It's more pleasant and auspicious. Xie Yu nearly spat out blood. Goodness, if I call you fat, are you going to breathe harder? Yao Ming remained silent, just smiling. Oh, both understood each other well. In the end, Yao Ming conceded. It's settled. Moving forward, N4 will be the only brand sponsor for the men's basketball team, and CBA will follow suit, estimating no major issues. Xie Yu was overjoyed. He, being inconvenient in the U.S., sent Yao Ming 100 pairs of shoes and proposed bringing him on board to help with sponsorship. Yao Ming didn't agree to join, but he handled everything for him. This touched Xie Yu deeply. Brother, 188 is such a good deal. Then how about adding one more? Can you get MVP for me in Houston tomorrow? That would fulfill the dream of the Houston fans. Of course I'll get it, but it's definitely not for you and not for the Houston fans who I have no emotional ties to Houston. You said you were a diehard Rockets fan when we first met, didn't you? Haha, was I really a fan of the Rockets? Clearly, I was a fan of the moving Great Wall, the international legend forged by patriotism, my beloved forever older brother Yao Ming. Alright, you pass. Let's go. I'll take you to have some fun, so you won't waste that flattering praise you just gave me. Huh. Big Yao, you go clubbing too. Does your wife agree? Oh, I never go to clubs. Hey, race the thing. I've arranged for a local Cantonese dim sum restaurant in Houston to open tonight, just waiting for your grand arrival. You call having dim sum as having fun. You really are something. Xie Yu thought to himself, no wonder you are called Chairman Yao. When Yun Air arrived, Big Yao's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. You really can do it. Playing basketball and juggling women, brother. Xie Yu jokingly asked Big Yao, do you watch the Three Kingdoms? Who do you like the most in it? Yao Ming was about to answer when Xie Yu interrupted. Don't say that, old scoundrel. Chow him on. If you dare to say him, I'll leave with my Yun Air. Having studied huaxiao for several months, Yun Air clearly knew about the history of the Three Kingdoms, understood Chow Chow, and often heard Xie Yu mention Meng Des quirk. She couldn't help but laugh and waved at Xie Yu. So annoying. Upon hearing annoying, Xie Yu got angry, saying she found some huaxiao language teacher who told her that to like someone you must say you hate them every day. I hate you. I'm speechless. Yao Ming burst out laughing. Our youth is truly wonderful. I'm so envious of you, Xie Yu. Keep playing. Win more rings, and lend one to me each year, so I can look at it every day. That way I can also say I'm someone with championship rings. At this moment, Xie Yu was deeply moved. After a while, they circled back to the topic of the Three Kingdoms. Yao Ming seriously replied, red face with long beard, Qing Long, Yinhua, breaking through 10,000 armies, loyalty that shakes the mountains and rivers. Xie Yu nodded in agreement and countered, then do you know who my idol from the Three Kingdoms is? Yun Air couldn't help but laugh again, leaving Big Yao confused, wondering who is it. Why did Yun Air laugh? Soon Big Yao imitated Xie Yu and answered, you wouldn't be trying to say Liu Bei to force me to call you bro. Xie Yu was left speechless. Indeed, there was a generational gap between him and Big Yao. Xie Yu stood up, striking a military pose. I am Xie Zilong from Yangqing, with a silver saddle, on a white horse galloping like a meteor. With a heart of loyalty to pacify the chaotic world, my long spear will stabilize the realm. Yao Ming was stunned. Bro, what are you doing here? Yin said with annoyance, why don't you mention your specialty? Going in and out 7 times. Xie Yu instantly lost his composure, and Yao Ming finally recalled the infamous one night 7 times incident of Xie Yu bursting into laughter again. Yao Ming then asked, by the way, why is Guangdong called Yangsheng? Xie Yu teased, when asking questions, greeting or communicating we use Mia, which means what even opponents on the basketball court would ask you, cool guy, what are you doing? With various Mia, what else would Guangzhou be called if not Yangsheng? Yao Ming burst into laughter, while Yin was left confused. Xie Yu really knew why it was called Yangsheng, but he didn't say it. The hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. Yao Ming said, finally, I wish Xie Zilong from Yangsheng wins the MVP tomorrow. 2013 NBA All-Star Game Roster. Eastern Conference All-Stars. Head coach Mike Brown, Cleveland Cavaliers. Starting lineup. Guard Rose, Chicago Bulls. Guard Xie Yu, Cleveland Cavaliers. Forward James, Miami Heat. Forward Anthony, New York Knicks. Forward Garnett, Boston Celtics. Bench. Guard Wade, Miami Heat. Drew Holiday, Philadelphia 76ers. Irving, Cleveland Cavaliers. Forward David West, Cleveland Cavaliers. Bosch, Miami Heat. Tyson Chandler, New York Knicks. Noah, Chicago Bulls. Western Conference All-Stars. Head coach Greg Popovich, San Antonio Spurs. Starting lineup. Guard Paul, Los Angeles Clippers. Guard Kobe, Los Angeles Lakers. Forward Durant, Oklahoma City Thunder. Forward Griffin, Los Angeles Clippers. Forward Howard, Los Angeles Lakers. Bench. Guard Parker, San Antonio Spurs. Westbrook, Oklahoma City Thunder. Harden, Houston Rockets. Forward Duncan, San Antonio Spurs. Randolph, Memphis Grizzlies. Aldridge, Portland Trail Blazers. David Lee. During the pre-game interview, Xie Yu stood surrounded by the most reporters, a testament to his immense popularity. Chinese fans voted for you to become the ticket king on Weibo. How do you evaluate the support from international fans for your career? In my eyes, fans have no nationality. I am grateful to everyone who has given me positive feedback. They are the best people in the world. Your Mamba mentality has inspired countless young people. But some criticize this mentality for overly emphasizing individual heroism. How do you respond? I am also young, you should ask Kobe. He is a little weaker than me and might be able to answer that question. I am too strong to even know what individual heroism is. To me, it's just that those who can do more should do more. The crowd erupted in laughter while Howard seethed with frustration, standing in front of only a handful of reporters compared to Xie Yu's throng. I was also the ticket king last year. This year's All-Star voting has eliminated the center position, changing to front court backcourt classification. Do you think this reform is fairer? Does it affect your campaign strategy? It's very fair. Oh, I like this change. I have always said that basketball is evolving and progressing. Our Cavaliers require everyone to be able to defend 4 positions, and on offense, it's 3 positions. Even point guards must be able to play shooting guard and hit threes from the small forward position, or they will be eliminated. In our culture, we have a saying: the younger generation pushes the older generation forward, while the older generation perishes on the beach. For example, Dwight Howard, who previously had to be selected as a center, thrived in a league where centers were scarce and became the ticket king, achieving a level that does not match his actual abilities. Now that the system has changed, he can no longer compete. Such players are bound to be eliminated by the times. Trust me, future big men will continuously hit long-range shots, and playmaking and assists will be their primary responsibilities. Poor free throw shooting will no longer be an excuse for centers. Are your comments directed at Dwight Howard? No bro, he should be looking up to me now. I've long since stopped considering him a contender. I am merely expressing my humble views on the future of basketball. Last question, what goals do you have for the upcoming All-Star game? What new skills do you wish to showcase? I promised Big Yao that I would win the All-Star MVP. Showcasing skills. I have no skills, I am merely a synthesis of all techniques. This interview with Xie Yu quickly shot to the top of trending topics, giving many haters an outlet for their frustration. Very impressive talk. May I ask if you won the MVP? Did you really think winning a championship by luck makes you a basketball god? If it weren't for the large number of Chinese fans, could you even be the ticket king? Just give a little sunshine, and you shine bright. What a piece of trash. I am an Eastern fan, but I dislike Xie Yu and do not want him to win the MVP. The Western All-Star team should take him down hard. If I were a team executive, I would build my team around Howard, not Xie Yu. Xie Yu winning the MVP. I'll wash my hair upside down. Naja, look at these screenshots, they infuriate me. How can they say such things about you? Can we revoke their Chinese national? Naja sends many green bubbles to Xie Yu every day and often shares screenshots of Weibo posts with him. This time the flood of insults really made him unhappy. Xie Yu, they must be expelled. I have a game coming up and the process isn't finished yet. Naja leg photo 9, Naja leg photo 9, Naja I'll send double. You put in 2 efforts. I want the haters to wash their hair upside down. Xie Yu command received. In the locker room, Xie Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Hey guys, the MVP is mine to take. If anyone is dissatisfied, please bear with it as much as possible. Irving, I will be a historically significant support. Westbrook, I won't even dunk on open layups, I'll pass you the free. Rose, a little. Noah, go for it, well, I've got your back. Anthony, hey, you know what? Tyson Chandler, my only task when I get on the court is to set screens for you without the ball. Drew Holiday, I'm responsible for cheering for you. Garnett, it's time for the young ones to step up, but don't drop the ball, or I'll laugh my head off. James, go for it, I will protect Wade and me. Bosch, count me in too. Mike Brown, East will definitely win. The weakest Reborn, hehe. I see how you will tear apart all scripts. The starting players from both sides are now on the court. Howard marched up to Xie Yu, clearly ready to confront him. I strongly disagree with your comments about centers. To hold the center is to hold the world. Do you even understand that? Xie Yu retorted, are you that person? Did your team hold the world? Howard, gritting his teeth, shot back. We'll see who shines on the court. Do you want a bite? Ha ha, Kevin Durant. Ha ha, Kevin Durant. Ha ha, Kevin Durant. While chatting with Kobe, Durant suddenly felt something was off. What the hell? It feels like bathwater has dripped onto my head. Kobe furrowed his brow, his eyes forming a large question mark. At the jump ball, Howard easily won the tip-off, quickly driving into the paint with his hands raised for the ball, executing a powerful two-handed dunk that ignited the Toyota center. As he retreated on defense, he spat at Xie Yu, saying, "This is the power of a center. Can you do it?" Rose brought the ball up, and Xie Yu used the rarely seen in-and-out dribble to fake and probe. In that instant, Paul saw at least 3 of Xie Yu's fakes. Before he could react defensively, Xie Yu had zipped past him. Charging straight down the middle, Xie Yu accelerated, cutting through the defense as if it were non-existent, heading for the rim. Howard stood like a boss guarding the gate in the paint, waiting for his prey, saying, "You won't get past me." Xie Yu was unafraid, taking a step from the free throw line and launching into the air. A fierce battle axe dunk. Howard, equally charged, bent his knees and jumped, determined not to let Xie Yu succeed, even at the cost of a foul. The two clashed in midair, the absolute domain effect instantly activated, ignoring 30 of the defense. Xie Yu felt as if someone was pushing him from behind, and in a split second, he propelled Howard back. Originally evenly matched, Howard could have easily blocked him with his height advantage. Unexpectedly, Xie Yu suddenly exerted more force, causing Howard's pupils to contract as he flew backward, his mouth appearing to say, "Don't come any closer." BM. Xie Yu scored the dunk. Beneath the trembling rim, he performed a bowing celebration. Rose and Anthony abandoned their defense, coming to Xie Yu's side, waiting for him to complete his bow and take a commemorative photo of this historic moment. "Naja, I knew it. He loves me the most. This bow is definitely for me. Yun Air, to win the MVP trophy for me. Are you really willing to risk injury? Am I worth it? Xie Yu, you are the best man in the world." Lu Tianxian watched Xie Yu on the television broadcast, humming happily. "I'm starting to doubt our relationship isn't clear enough. To be liked by Xie Yu, I truly am the happiest woman in the world. No doubt about it. MVP is definitely not something to be given away." Xie Yu never considered relying on others from the very beginning. He played aggressively, attacking as soon as he got the ball, without any hesitation. James made a cross-court pass to Xie Yu at the top of the arc. Facing Kobe, Xie Yu raised his hands and took the shot. Another three-pointer. This was already his 4th three-pointer of the quarter and his 18th point overall. Kobe shook his head and said, "Your hand is so hot, it's unbelievable." Xie Yu shrugged. When the feel is right, nothing can stop it. Paul threw a high lob to Howard, and Xie Yu took off for the help defense. The limitations of the alley-oop made Howard as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board, and Xie Yu sent down a massive block. Howard was ready to receive, but Xie Yu didn't even glance at him as he sped down the court. Just as he said he no longer considered, Rose pushed the ball in transition and caught a glimpse of Xie Yu trailing behind. He passed the ball through his own legs to Xie Yu. Xie Yu caught the ball, glanced back to signal James, then leaped high for an underthelig assist. James took off, catching the ball in midair and completing a powerful dunk. After the dunk, James excitedly sought out Xie Yu to celebrate, but Xie Yu with a serious face retorted, "Both Derek and I have done underthelig dunks. Why didn't you do one?" James scratched his head and laughed. "Next time for sure." Yu Jia exclaimed, "Does Xie Yu continue the Eastern Conference offense?" Zhang Heli shouted, "James has the ball, pass it to him, give it to Xie Yu." "Yes, that's it, Xie Yu, take him on." Yu Jia shouted, "It's in." That's his 18th three-pointer of the game. Zhang Heli remarked, "The outcome of the game is no longer in doubt. The whole world is watching how many three-pointers Xie Yu will set as a record for a single game." The Toyota Center erupted in cheers as the crowd chanted Xie Yu. Defending Xie Yu, Harden felt miserable. Even his own fans had turned on him. What was he supposed to do? Irving had the ball and directly tossed it to Xie Yu. "Bro, go for it. The sky is your limit." The commentator added, "Will Xie Yu hit his 19th three-pointer?" Xie Yu launched a three-pointer from half-court. Boom. The Toyota Center ignited, and the fans hugged their heads and Irving flew over to Xie Yu and said, "Bro, you're incredible. Ooh, I've fallen for you." Meanwhile, on the Western offense, Westbrook's axe dunk went unnoticed as everyone awaited Xie Yu. As the clock ticked down to the final minute amidst the cheers, Xie Yu slowly dribbled the ball, still at half-court, looking up, aiming, shooting, and confidently turning back. He spread his arms wide. Wow. Swish. Boom. Noah excitedly lifted Xie Yu into the air with Irving, Holiday, and West surrounding them in a frenzied celebration. Zhang Heli declared witness history. Xie Yu's 20th three-pointer in a single game. Harden came over for a dunk, leaving the final shot to Xie Yu while everyone cleared the way for him to take the stage and unleash his talent. The audience continued to chant Xie Yu's name. Xie Yu wanted to end this all-star game with a dunk. He visualized it in his mind and finally determined the dunking action. Xie Yu said, "Kyrie, give me a board assist." As soon as Irving caught the ball, the whole crowd knew what they were about to do, and the cheers were deafening. Even Anthony, sitting on the bench, rushed to the sidelines to record it on his phone. Irving initiated hitting the high board. He didn't know what dunk Xie Yu was planning, and since he hadn't said anything, he decided to play it safe with a high board. Xie Yu thought, "Wow, I didn't say anything, and you didn't ask what kind of pass is this. Now I'm going to be embarrassed." After catching the ball, Xie Yu pondered his life in midair, urgently recalling a compensatory move. He seemed to soar again, half-turning, folding back for the dunk. Wow. The movement in midair was incredibly graceful, and the momentary hesitation only made the dunk more perfect. Time was up. The Eastern Conference won by a large margin. Xie Yu 25 out of 33, 20 out of 28, from three-point range, scored 70 points. Without needing an announcement, the MVP trophy was directly awarded to Xie Yu. Xie Yu accepted the trophy, took the microphone, adjusted his sweat-drenched number 22 jersey, and as the flashlights exploded around him, he said, "Friends, did you see my three-point firepower? The era of the center king should be buried. From now on, even 210 centimeters giants must be able to shoot low. The court space will be torn apart by speed." Xie Yu surveyed the crowd, his pupils ablaze with fire. This is not a performance, it's a basketball revolution. When the rain of three-pointers floods the paint, when shorter players dominate the air, remember, in the one who ignited the fuse. Online, the criticisms poured in. Xie Yu is just an incredibly arrogant person. Who does he think he is talking about? A basketball revolution? So what if he hit 23-pointers when his hand was hot? What's so great about it? A revolution? Who do you think you are? An ignorant little guy from Huaxiao. This is the NBA. You have no right to speak. On February 20th, the first game after the All-Star weekend, the number 1 draft pick Anthony Davis visited Cleveland, anticipating a welcome to the NBA moment. This game was labeled a marquee matchup and would be broadcast nationwide. Hornets starters: center Robin Lopez, power forward Anthony Davis, small forward Aminu, shooting guard Austin Rivers, point guard Vasquez. Cavaliers starters: forward David West, forward Kawhi, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Mike Brown changed the starting lineup template to remove the center position, opting for 3 forwards and 2 guards to support Xie Yu. Austin Rivers said, "Xie Yu, I admit you are strong, but aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Why do you think you can lead a basketball revolution? Put away your self-righteousness." Xie Yu replied, "Your dad wouldn't even dare to talk to me like that. Great, you've successfully angered me." By halftime, Xie Yu had exploded in the NBA with 10 out of 13 three-pointers. As the first half ended, fans rushed to spread the word, all gathering to watch. In the Hornets locker room, Austin Rivers held his head in disbelief at this fact. As the second half began, Xie Yu faced double teams, but still scored it well. The Hornets, as the bottom team, simply couldn't compete, especially since Xie Yu possessed all the skills. Facing Davis, Xie Yu hit a buzzer-beater three-pointer after a series of crossovers, marking his 15th three-pointer. The third quarter ended 110-81. New record. The long-standing personal single-game three-point record has been broken by Xie Yu with 15 three-pointers. Is this the basketball god? Xie Yu, please accept my knee. Xie Yu, you are my god. In the fourth quarter, Xie Yu refused to take the court, choosing to watch from the sidelines. These records were already in his pocket. There was no need to pad them during garbage time, as it would be quite beneath him. After the game, Austin Rivers approached Xie Yu for a hug, saying, "I apologize for my earlier comments. I was ignorant of my own." After defeating the Bucks, slaying the Magic, and cleaning up the Pistons. After the All-Star break, the Cavaliers achieved 10 consecutive victories, during which Xie Yu averaged hitting 7 three-pointers per game, shocking the basketball world. Pre-game press conference for Clippers vs. Cavaliers. Paul stated, "Tomorrow, I will take on the task of defending Xie Yu. This is not the All-Star game. I won't let him run wild. Xie Yu, Chris Paul. He thinks he can defend me. Unless he has Yao Ming's height, Durant's wingspan, O'Neal's strength, Rose's speed, and Michael Jordan's tenacity." Xie Yu continued, "Well, he has none of those. If he comes to defend me, I won't do anything extra. I'll just score direct. Let's wait and see." Mike Brown. First we play against the Clippers, and then the Lakers. Due to injury management, David and Kyrie can only play one of the games. Which one do you both prefer to play? West. He'll take the Lakers. Their interior defense is tougher to crack. Irving. Then he'll go with the Clippers. Xie Yu, you should also take the Lakers. Tomorrow we can test our new lineup against the Clippers. Irving. Alright, to be honest, I'm really looking forward to it. Starting lineup for the Clippers: center DeAndre Jordan, power forward Blake Griffin, small forward Karen Butler, point guard Chris Paul, shooting guard Chauncey Billups. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: forward Parsons, forward Kawhi, forward Crowder, forward Jimmy, forward Xie Yu. A 5-forward lineup. The tallest Parsons stands at 2.08 meters with shoes, while Xie Yu is also 2 meters tall with shoes. Kawhi, Jimmy, and Crowder are all strong defensive players. Most importantly, all 5 players can shoot three-pointers and are capable of fast breaks. Xie Yu felt uncertain about this lineup. He and Mike Brown, along with the coaching staff, had studied it for a long time. Initially, they were used as practice players for the starters, but they had matured significantly. Even the all-bench lineup performed remarkably well. Interior defense: since the Clippers lack a strong center, DeAndre Jordan has no individual scoring ability, and Blake Griffin's short arms are negligible, allowing the 5-forward lineup to utilize their long reach to create a web-like defense. Perimeter defense: the 5 players can all defend effectively and are not at a disadvantage against Paul and Billups, even boasting a significant physical advantage. After analysis, the coaching staff unanimously agreed there were no issues with defense. With Xie Yu in the offense, there were naturally no problems either. Thus, the 5-forward lineup made its debut as the Cavaliers' starting 5. When Billups saw the Cavaliers' starting lineup, he cursed, "Who the hell am I supposed to guard? Who the hell is guarding me?" Paul had already stated he would personally guard Xie Yu, leaving Billups to choose Jimmy. Karen Butler. "Chancey, why not let Jimmy guard me? You can take that rookie." Billups. "Is Crowder a rookie? He's so built, weighing so much. Alright, let's switch." DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin exchanged glances and then looked at head coach Negro. "Chandler Parsons is designated as a three-point shooter. You should guard him, Griffin." DeAndre Jordan had watched Kawhi's playoff performance last year and felt a pang of doubt. Can I really guard him? He hadn't considered who would guard him, whether he should force his way into the paint. The Clippers coaching staff had also completely overlooked the Cavaliers' 5-forward lineup's biggest weakness. The nationally televised game was also a major event in China. Zhang Heli watched the Cavaliers' 5-forward lineup with confusion. He couldn't shake the four letters XJBD from his mind and was afraid he would accidentally say them during the broadcast. Taylor Swift appeared at Staples Center again. Xie Yu had already promised her he would stay at her home in Los Angeles that night. Her eyes were filled with admiration for the man she was crazy about, who ever since falling in love with him no other man could catch her interest. What she didn't know was that it was all orchestrated by the system. Xie Yu merely exchanged a glance with her before fully immersing himself in warm-ups. He placed immense importance on this game. Without any reinforcements this season, if they wanted to contend for the championship, they had to improve their play style. Otherwise, it would be difficult to surpass the Heat and Bulls. If the 5-forward lineup proved effective and became a regular part of the rotation, it could elevate the Cavaliers' overall strength by at least one tier. A simple hug to acknowledge each other, and the game officially began. Xie Yu defended Paul, always staying in front of him. No matter how Paul faked, Xie Yu remained unfazed. His attitude was clear. If you can dodge my chase down block and score, then so be it. You won't be making any shots in front of me. Paul continued to use screens, but still couldn't find a shooting opportunity. Reluctantly, he had to pass back to the perimeter. The first confrontation ended in failure. On the contrary, Xie Yu was no longer the perfection-seeking player he used to be. He made a quick change of direction and charged into the paint, going straight at four defenders. He soared over DeAndre Jordan, took the hit from Griffin, but missed the layup amid the interference from Butler and Billups. Jimmy easily scored on the rebound with a putback. This type of play was something Xie Yu used to be incapable of executing. There was no data to reflect it. Even though he tore through the defense and attracted four defenders, he himself only had a missed shot to show for it. Now Xie Yu had many such plays, but the data simply didn't capture them. Xie Yu executed a pick and roll with Kawhi specifically targeting DeAndre Jordan, faked him out repeatedly, then stepped back for a three-pointer. DeAndre Jordan jumped, and Xie Yu couldn't even see the rim, but Parsons successfully tipped the rebound and passed it directly to Kawhi, who effortlessly made a quick shot, scoring with ease. In fact, with that play, Xie Yu not only drew DeAndre Jordan out, but also attracted the attention of four defenders. With Xie Yu easily able to break past Jordan, the other four Clippers had to be in advantageous positions for help defense. Xie Yu's seemingly poor shot choice, however, provided his teammates with excellent opportunities to crash the boards. Whiteside, Carter, Alonzo G, and TT replaced the other four players except for Xie Yu. Xie Yu didn't worry about the rotations. He didn't think he could do better than Mike Brown. He simply followed the coach's arrangements and focused on playing his own game. Once the rotation lineup came in, Xie Yu activated his personal offensive mode. By focusing on himself, he sparked his teammates. Alonzo G facilitated while Whiteside and TT constantly set screens for Xie Yu and Carter. Xie Yu successfully caught the ball after coming around with Paul, unable to catch up. Griffin switched to guard him, preventing Xie Yu from taking a three-pointer. Xie Yu launched into a drive, performed a small hop under the basket, and executed a one-handed dunk, completely disregarding Griffin's defense. With speed, power, and physicality, Xie Yu overwhelmed Griffin in every aspect. Griffin looked on in disbelief. Is Xie Yu really an outside player? How does he seem to fit and be more suited for the paint than I am? Despite Xie Yu not scoring any three-pointers in the first half, the Cavaliers still led by over 13 points. Although the team was trailing, Paul still felt quite dignified. After all, Xie Yu hadn't made a single three-pointer under his defense. In the second half, the Cavaliers once again deployed a 5-forward lineup, this time with clear intent. Jimmy held the ball, while Kawhi set screens, and the others moved around setting picks. In half a quarter, the Cavaliers hadn't taken a single two-point shot. The game progressed. Xie Yu hit 6 three-pointers out of 6 attempts, all catch and shoot, directly sealing the game. Paul exclaimed, "Damn. All 5 of them can shoot, set screens, run, and pass. It's impossible to defend." Jordan added, "This half quarter has me running more than any other game against other teams. These guys can fast break and shoot threes without any reason." After the Clippers made adjustments, Mike Brown swapped in TT and JJ, 2 players with exceptional finishing abilities. Xie Yu, Jimmy, and Kawhi took on positions 1, 2, and 3 respectively. This lineup surpassed the Clippers in height, agility, and speed, leaving the city of alley-oops with no countermeasures. In the end, the Cavaliers defeated the Clippers 125-103 on the road. Xie Yu scored 41 points, grabbed 7 rebounds, and dished out 11 assists. Kawhi had 23 points and 10 rebounds. Jimmy recorded 11 points, 6 rebounds, and 10 assists. Parsons contributed 15 points and 6 rebounds. Crowder hit 3 of 4 from three-point range, totaling 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. Mike Brown was overjoyed. Their 5-forward lineup had achieved a resounding victory in its first game. Irving said in tomorrow's game against the Lakers, "Let's continue using the 5-forward tactical system. I believe I can handle it, and my defense has improved significantly, and Xie Yu has personally verified it." Xie Yu nodded, "I've noticed a significant change when going unknown with him recently. Compared to last year, it's like a world of difference with substantial improvement. I can do it too. I can still run, defend, and fast break." Mike Brown waved his hand. "Then let's take on the Lakers and give it." Starting lineup for the Lakers: center Howard, power forward Gasol, small forward Artest, shooting guard Kobe, point guard Nash. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: forward West, forward Kawhi, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. The Lakers have recently shown remarkable improvement, achieving an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses in their last 10 games. This series of victories has restored the Lakers' confidence and filled their fans with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers have also been on a winning streak since the All-Star game, maintaining an undefeated record. Their outstanding performances have heightened expectations for this matchup, as it promises to be a colossal clash reminiscent of a meteor colliding with the Earth. This game is not just an ordinary basketball match. It is a grand spectacle that captures the attention of the world. Not only will it be broadcast live across the United States, but the game will also be transmitted globally through various channels, including regions like Huaxia. This means that no matter where you are, you can witness the thrilling moments of this top-tier basketball event. During the pre-game warm-up, Xie Yu sensed the deep animosity from the fans present. It was an atmosphere filled with malice, as if the entire arena was booing and mocking him. He could feel the voices crashing over him like relentless waves. Each boo felt like a sharp blade piercing his ears. Each laugh was like a cold wind ruthlessly sweeping through his heart. What hurt him the most were the fans holding up large banners. The words on those banners struck him like heavy hammers. There will be no basketball revolution. Xie Yu is just a joke. His gaze calmed the anger of the fans who probably would start writing songs to insult him again. Come on, let the storm come even more ferociously. If I don't succeed, I will perish. I sever my retreat, not to hear your ridicule, but to become the strongest in history. You can't stand me, but can't take me down. It must be hard for you. As the game began, boos erupted the moment Xie Yu held the ball, but he quickly responded. With a screen from Kawhi, he targeted Howard, feigning an acceleration to drive past the three-point line, stopping abruptly to shoot a three-pointer. Howard ran straight back to the basket, not to grab the rebound, but because he was faked out. Swish. After scoring, Xie Yu celebrated with a gesture of listening carefully, which infuriated the Lakers fans. Kobe, take him down. Dwight, block him. However, Xie Yu began to unleash his full potential. He was so serious that Kobe felt unfamiliar. He didn't respond to anyone trash-talking, clearly showing his frustration, opposing everyone and challenging the whole world. Continuing with a pick-and-roll against the slower-footed Gasol, Xie Yu had no hesitation sidestepping for a three-pointer without any extra movement. Swish. Gasol fell into Xie Yu, resulting in a 31. Xie Yu was worried about being tripped, so his sidestepping three-pointers were focused on footwork and quick shots rather than jumping high, yet this time, he was nearly tripped by Gasol. Xie Yu was on the verge of exploding, but Gasol's apology quelled his verbal anger just for now. He drove past Kobe and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. He executed a series of indiscriminate back-toe the basket post moves, causing Arteas to angrily smash the bench chair. 7 for 7 from three-point range, hitting every shot. 6-0-2-3. Xie Yu played the entire first quarter, shooting 14 for 13 with 6 for 6 from the free throw line, scoring 39 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists, breaking the league's single-quarter scoring record. The Cavaliers scored 60 points in a single quarter, breaking the league record for team scoring in a quarter. The team made 13 out of 19 three-pointers, setting a new league record for three-pointers made in a single quarter. Silence. The Staples Center fell into a dead silence. During the break between the first and second quarters, Xie Yu said to Mike Brown, "Coach, execute plan B." Mike Brown nodded in agreement, and Xie Yu walked straight back to the locker room, then messaged May, "I've punched out early, it's your turn." May glanced at the text and hurriedly left. "Haha, so you played so fiercely at the start just to meet me quickly, you love me the most." Cavaliers official Xie Yu exited the game against the Lakers due to a tight hip. After the Cavaliers' victory, many fans online questioned the legitimacy of Xie Yu's injury. Just after finishing a fierce battle with May, Xie Yu playfully responded to the critics. "Dude just faked an injury. I'm afraid if I keep playing, the Lakers fans will be driven to despair. Yes, Lakers fans don't deserve it. Their booing means I'm done with the Los Angeles Lakers. Yes, I was just a kid acting capriciously based on talent. Is there a problem? The Lakers don't want me. Fine, I hereby declare that because of this netizen's comment, I Xie Yu vow never to join the Los Angeles Lakers in this lifetime." Once this matter exploded, a large number of Lakers fans were outraged, leading to a massive internal feud and insult battle, as many believed Xie Yu could lead the Lakers out of their slump. Xie Yu had long since thrown down his phone and pressed May, who had already changed into a Lakers jersey, onto the sofa for some fun. In the second half of the game, the Cavaliers unleashed a three-point frenzy, leaving opponents in fear, leaving no survivors in their wake. Ending the regular season with a record of 77 wins and 5 losses, breaking numerous records, including an astonishing 37-game winning streak. Xie Yu averaged 39, 9.6, 7 rebounds and 8.5 assists, claiming the regular season scoring title. MVP, Most Improved Player, and All-NBA First Team awards were just a matter of time. Having achieved such results, the Cavaliers, who should have been celebrating at nightclubs, were still practicing. Because everyone knew Xie Yu was serious and the championship this season was a must, no longer merely a bonus like last season, they felt the pressure. Xie Yu instilled a belief in everyone's hearts: not winning the championship is failure. After practice ended, it was time for unknown matches and boasting off-court. Alonzo G began reminiscing. "This season was crazy. There was one time we had 3 days without a game, and I not only didn't get a break, but was forced to work overtime. The boss had me practice for 3 days straight. I didn't even go home. As soon as we finished, I took a shower and crashed at his place. My phone's battery died from my girlfriend calling. Later, my girlfriend showed up, saw me sleeping peacefully at the boss' place, covered in bruises, and almost went to the kitchen to grab a knife to confront the boss. Everyone was laughing uncontrollably. Currently, Xie Yu was unknown with the muscular Crowder, and they were chatting boldly. JJ, the boss, is a madman this season. One day, he called me to pick him up, and damn it, he actually made me wait downstairs while he jumped down from the second floor. Irving, why? Are you kidding me?" Irving frowned, looking incredulous. JJ teased a bit, inciting a crowd of anger, and almost got beaten up before quickly continuing, "I caught the boss, but then I fell myself and I missed 2 games because of it. Not long after we left, I heard a furious scream from inside the house. The boss sneaked out in the middle of the night to train just to avoid May. JJ found it strange that no one was laughing. He instinctively looked back and saw Xie Yu's expressionless face. JJ 100 back toe the basket moves. Claude looked relieved, saying JJ good luck. JJ transformed into a merciless beaten machine while the conversation. Alonzo Gu, I heard from my sister-in-law that the boss has been mumbling in his sleep lately, saying things like I did it, I won the championship. And three-pointers changed the world. He must be under a lot of pressure. Claude puzzled asked, then why does the boss have to say it out loud? Why not just do it first? Irving shook his head, saying it after doing it would just be hindsight. Alonzo Gu agreed, actually I can guess why the boss is being so high profile. The team is struggling to reinforce and injuries are rampant. He wants to push himself and us, putting the entire team in the spotlight so we can unite and work together. Wes said you're right. Xie Yu rarely draws attention to himself. His shoes are selling so well and their functionality is so strong, yet he doesn't let us help promote them. Vallejo commented, he doesn't care about personal stats at all, which is extremely rare. I have obsessive-compulsive tendencies with 39. 9 points. If he weren't so disdainful, scoring over 40 points would be a piece of cake. Irving declared, regardless, we must win the championship. As friends, we have to support him no matter how tough it gets. Alonzo Gu replied, little Kyrie, easy to handle. West added, TT, let's go back him up for 100. TT said, sure, wait for my reply. TT plans have changed, no meet up tonight. Carter, rookies follow me to practice three-pointers. Mike Bibby will pass you the ball. Eastern Conference. 1. Cavaliers 77 wins 5 losses. 2. Heat 67 wins 15 losses. 3. Bulls 64 wins 18 losses. 4. Knicks 50 wins 32 losses. 5. Nets 45 wins 37 losses. 6. Hawks 42 wins 40 losses. 7. Pacers 41 wins 41 losses. 8. Celtics 38 wins 44 losses. Western Conference. 1. Thunder 60 wins 22 losses. 2. Spurs 58 wins 24 losses. 3. Nuggets 57 wins 25 losses. 4. Clippers 53 wins 29 losses. 5. Grizzlies 53 wins 29 losses. 6. Warriors 47 wins 35 losses. 7. Lakers 45 wins 37 losses. 8. Rockets 45 wins 37 losses. Scoring leaders. 1. Xie Yu 39. 9. 2. Anthony 28. 7. 3. Durant 28. 1. 4. Kobe 27. 3. 5. LeBron 26. 8. TNT Playoff Preview. Ernie Johnson. Wow. Next up is Cavaliers vs. Celtics, our revolutionary, Xie Yu. Everyone laughed, and Kenny Smith said revolutionary. I admit he's strong, but I won't acknowledge it unless he proves it to me. Barkley agreed his three-point shooting style relying on stats will crumble under the playoffs' high-intensity defense. If he gets cold once it's over. Three-pointers are toys in the regular season of playoffs are about inside play and defense. O'Neal asked, so you think highly of the Celtics? Barkley replied, absolutely. The Celtics' poor performance in the regular season was due to key players like Pierce and Rondo missing many games, but now they are all healthy. As long as they can limit Cleveland's three-point shooting, they will easily win. O'Neal remarked, easily. How about a bet? He'll call Xie Yu, and you two make a wager. What do you say? Barkley felt cornered, realizing he was trapped by O'Neal. Xie Yu was a tough opponent. After hearing O'Neal's story on the phone, Xie Yu said, a bet too big isn't good. How about this? Whoever loses buys 100 pairs of high-end Xie Yu 1 for kids. Barkley immediately conceded. A pair of high-end Xie Yu 1 costs over $300, and even the children's version is half that price. The bet was off, but O'Neal still didn't let Xie Yu off the hook, asking, how far do you think you can go this season? Xie Yu wasn't one to back down, proposing you, and Charles must be skeptical. If I don't win the championship, I'll spend 3 days in the TNT studio with you. If I win, you come to Waxia's City and sell shoes for me for 3 days deal. O'Neal and Barkley chimed in unison deal. Kenny Smith, who had been ignored throughout, exploded in rage. Small ball era. What a joke. Which historical champion didn't rely on the paint? If it weren't for David West and Vallejo last year, could the Cavaliers have won? You are naive. O'Neal replied, no, Kenny, he is about to become the youngest regular season MVP in history, and he is already the youngest finals MVP ever. His achievements surpass 99 of NBA players. You need to show him some respect, otherwise you won't survive in Huaxia. Barkley said, you're right. It looks like I have to show him some respect from now on, otherwise if he really wins I might as well be finished in Huaxia. After hanging up Xie Yu still felt somewhat unsure. Defending the championship was not easy. Princess and prepared meals again, and seeing Xie Yu with a worried expression asked in confusion, you've already won a championship, have FMVP, and MVP, you don't lack money, or women, why are you still pushing yourself so hard? Not being able to eat or sleep well, is it worth it? Xie Yu steadied himself and smiled, saying, I guess I've fallen in love with basketball. I'm addicted to the feeling of winning, with the entire arena standing to applaud and call my name. Once I lose, my world will be shrouded in clouds. I hate that feeling, so it's not about the money, I just want to win. At the Rocket Mortgage Field House. Celtics starting lineup. Center Garnett. Power forward Jeff Green. Small forward Pierce. Shooting guard Bradley. Point guard Rondo. Cavaliers starting lineup. Forward David West. Forward Kawhi. Forward Jimmy. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Irving. Utah director Zhang, how do you see this game? Zhang Heli, this game is crucial for the Cavaliers. Everyone is skeptical about them, thinking that three-point shooting won't work in the playoffs. Even Bradley dared to declare before the game that he would lock down Xie Yu, which shows the Celtics' confidence and preparedness. Utah, exactly. The Cavaliers achieved an astonishing 77 wins, yet they are not being taken seriously. This is Zhang Heli. American netizens believe the Cavaliers only managed to stay unbeaten in the second half because they were tanking, and Xie Yu even earned the nickname Stat Patter. Yu Jia Xie's three-point shooting percentage is 43%, averaging 8.9 attempts. His efficiency is twice that of many stars' mid-range shots. He is being treated unfairly. Zhang Heli, I hope he can perform well and hit those people hard in the face. Players from both teams step onto the court. Xie Yu watched Bradley with great interest. They were from the same draft class and had similar draft positions. I heard you want to lock me down. Bradley, filled with confidence, replied, I won't give you a chance for an easy three-pointer. In this game you want score over 20. The reason he was so confident was that Rivers had devised a series of defensive strategies specifically to prevent Xie Yu from scoring, creating an impenetrable wall around him. Xie Yu said this game, Avery, I only need one quarter. The Celtics opened the game with the Onion 4 press targeting Xie Yu. Zhang Heli, the Onion 4 defense tactic in the NBA, often referred to as man-to-man with 4-help defense, is a hybrid defensive strategy that combines man-to-man and zone principles aimed at limiting the performance of the opposing team's core players while maintaining team defensive stability. As soon as the words left his mouth, Irving suddenly halted and made a mid-range shot successfully. In the next round, Irving continued to weave his way into the paint, scoring with a delicate floater. Bradley, Xie Yu, aren't you afraid to attack? Xie Yu, I use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Irving's extraordinary breakthrough ability not only dismantled the defense strategy targeting Xie Yu, but also revitalized the entire team's offense. Xie Yu's off-ball movement also provided him with numerous easy scoring opportunities. Dunks, floaters, and open three-pointers, all coming effortlessly. The timeout called by Rivers seemed endless, having already called 3 in just half a quarter. Yet it still couldn't stop the Cavaliers' offense. Xie Yu faced off against Bradley, pushing near the free throw line and executing a fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Xie Yu, is this it? Locking me down? Have you forgotten I am the dunk king? My mid-range shot is as beautiful as a painting. The biases in people's hearts are like a mountain. When Xie Yu spoke of a basketball revolution and increasing the frequency of three-point shots, people assumed he could only shoot threes, completely forgetting how he played last season. In the second quarter, the Cavaliers' rotation lineup made mistakes, allowing the Celtics to score consecutively and narrow the gap. On the Cavaliers' bench, Xie Yu angrily shoved Alonzo G. FCK. You can't guard anyone. If you don't want to play, then get lost. Alonzo G. erupted in fury. FCK. He was about to charge in for a fight, but fortunately teammates pulled him back just in time, leaving the entire team in a daze. The live audience was also incredulous as the Cavaliers were still leading by 15 points. What was Xie Yu doing? Xie Yu angrily pushed Alonzo G. Xie Yu, seemingly dissatisfied with Alonzo G's defense, took action against him. The internet exploded and the Celtics were also in chaos. Returning from the timeout, the Cavaliers' defense was impenetrable, with every player fiercely contesting every possession. On the offensive end, everyone was unselfishly passing the ball, playing efficiently and cohesively. In the end, the Cavaliers secured a resounding victory, achieving a triumphant start. After the game, Mike Brown ordered everyone not to discuss the conflict between Xie Yu and Alonzo G. Alonzo G maintained a dark expression throughout, refusing to accept interviews. Xie Yu did accept an interview, but he simply would not speak on the matter. The team's victory should have been a joyous occasion, but the conflict involving Xie Yu left Cavaliers fans feeling quite anxious. First, there was the fear of it affecting their performance and preventing a championship. Secondly, there was concern that Xie Yu might not be happy in Cleveland. It's known that during the offseason, Xie Yu could sign an early extension, and now, with this incident, fans were genuinely worried he would treat the Cavaliers the same way he did the Lakers. As a result, Alonzo G bore the brunt of the fans' anger, with social media being flooded with criticism. The atmosphere within the team became tense due to the clash between Xie Yu and Alonzo G, and the locker room lacked its usual joviality. Game 2 was soon upon them. Relying on his three-point threat, Xie Yu aggressively drove to the basket. To match the Cavaliers' pace, the Celtics opted not to use a center, leaving no one to stop Xie Yu from attacking the rim. Garnett. He became a mere backdrop, mercilessly dunked on by Xie Yu multiple times. After the devastating loss in Game 2, Bradley, in an interview, lashed out at Xie Yu, a fraud, waving the flag of a three-point revolution. Did Xie Yu lie? No. The small ball era is inevitable, not created by any individual. For him, it's merely about adapting to the trend ahead of time. You play small ball, I'll drive in. Without a big man to protect the rim, who can stop me? You use a center, I'll call you out. If you can't defend, I'll shoot. If you can defend, I'll drive. You do your thing, I'll remain invincible. All-round players can shine in any system, and someone like Xie Yu would excel. Would it be impossible in the 90s? How could that be? In the small ball era, Xie Yu would only become more adept, becoming a coveted asset for every team's management. In Game 3, the troubled old coach finally made up his mind to utilize a Twin Tower strategy. North Shore Guard. The audience booed loudly, holding signs that read, a shameless person waving the flag of a basketball revolution, but refusing to shoot threes. Xie Yu, upon seeing this, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. I encourage the Cavaliers to increase their three-point attempts. Isn't that participating in the revolution? You all defend me from shooting threes, and I should stubbornly shoot. The key is you can't stop my drives. The Celtics fans would be furious if they knew Xie Yu's thoughts. Game 3 was the most comfortable game Xie Yu had played recently. He only needed to go past, and a simple pick-and-roll switch would have him facing Garnett or Base. His usual practice partners TT and JJ were quicker than those two. How could they defend? The fervent fans tore the banners to shreds, shouting, FK, you didn't you say you wouldn't shoot threes? In the second quarter, Coach Oldley completely gave up double-teaming Xie Yu ahead of time. The Cavaliers were no longer the same as before, effortlessly handling the double teams. Old Carter rejuvenated, hitting consecutive corner threes while roaring, 8th seed. He'll show you who the 8th seed is. They'll sweep you right back home. G3 continued to be a disaster. The Celtics' morale was low and the experts and veterans fell silent. It turned out that Xie Yu could do more than just shoot threes. The Cavaliers' small lineup had more than just three-point shooting. Their ability to switch defenses seamlessly and their rapid rotations made their defensive efficiency the best in the league. Fast break scoring and capitalizing on opponents' mistakes also ranked first in the league. People gradually realized one thing: this Cavaliers team seemed a bit unbeatable. In G4, the Celtics fought for survival, while the Cavaliers treated the game as practice. However, their bench strength was too formidable, and the two teams remained locked in a stalemate until the last half of the game. Mike Brown unveiled a 5-forward lineup for the first time: West, Little Ka, Parsons, Jimmy, and Xie Yu. Xie Yu called out Garnett, easily breaking through drawing defenders to find Parsons on the perimeter. The Celtics' first rotation arrived. Parsons faked a shot and delivered a genuine pass. Little Ka stood completely unguarded, easily nailing the three-pointer. As the Celtics attacked, Rondo continuously called for screens and switches, but he realized that everyone could cover him, and none were significantly slower. With no outside shots available, Rondo's strong drive was blocked by Jimmy, and Little Ka grabbed the rebound and quickly pushed for a fast break. 5-arrow shot fourth. Irving exclaimed, "This scene is too beautiful." Little Ka passed to the right, and Parsons caught the ball, tossing it high into the air. Xie Yu leaped high, catching it with one hand and slamming it down. The entire Cavaliers bench stood up to applaud, and Alonzo G couldn't hide his grin, showing his teeth. He had endured a tough period, putting on an act with Xie Yu to prevent the team from becoming complacent. However, the two hadn't discussed their script beforehand. Xie Yu really did push him and was genuinely upset, feeling he wasn't serious enough. They just agreed after the game to keep acting like this, so who would dare to slack off in defense? Without any danger, the Cavaliers defeated the Celtics 113-106, sweeping the series 40 to advance to the second round. Barkley said, "Oh, this revolution by Xie Yu seems to be aimed at us." Kenny Smith replied, "We all forgot he is the heir to Michael Jordan." Shaquille O'Neal added, "A sharpshooting heir to Michael Jordan. Charles, let's first check the flights to Huaxia. I'm sure Xie Yu won't buy us tickets. He would say you are losers." Barkley exclaimed, "I'm sorry." To the fans in Huaxia, "Actually, I am a diehard fan of Xie Yu. My previous statements were all for the views. It was scripted. When we arrive in Huaxia, please treat us kindly, thank you." In the evening, the living room of the Xie family was bustling with excitement. Xie Yu and Princess and were meticulously preparing for a special gathering, inviting the entire team to enjoy Chongqing hot pot at home. Xie's father had specially brought back the hot pot base from Chongqing while he was busy in Iron 4. As the base was placed into 4 pots, a rich and thick aroma of beef tallow filled the air, the unique spicy scent stimulating everyone's olfactory senses. As soon as the teammates caught a whiff of the aroma, they flocked to the dining table, their eyes sparkling. "Mild on this side, spicy on that side. There's no non-spicy option." Xie Yu directed. "Wow, it looks amazing. I feel like I won't have enough to eat." Alonzo Key rubbed his hands together. At that moment, the bodyguards came in with bags full of ingredients. Jimmy chuckled innocently. "I've heard for a long time that there are so many delicious foods in Huaxia. I need to eat my fill, boss. Please don't hold back on the ingredients." Xie Yu laughed heartily. "Eat freely, there's plenty. Today let's indulge in this authentic Huaxia hot pot." As they spoke, the broth in the pots began to bubble vigorously, the bright red liquid swirling up and down as if it were enthusiastically beckoning everyone. Various ingredients were added to the pot in succession: beef tripe, duck intestines, tender beef, pig brain, all rolling in the pot, absorbing the rich flavors of the broth. Owen curiously asked, "What is that?" Xie Yu couldn't say it was pig brain, as no one would dare eat it after that. Instead, he seriously joked, "A Huaxia specialty specially provided for athletes. Our table tennis players eat this to enhance their reflexes." Alonzo Key responded, "So does that mean your soccer players aren't worthy of it?" Xie Yu was momentarily speechless, then changed the subject. "This beef tripe is almost ready, just the right amount of time to be both crispy and tender." Everyone had a ladle and was happily cooking. "Sister-in-law, you can actually use chopsticks?" Alonzo Key asked. Princess and felt a bit shy, as this was Xie Yu's first time bringing her to dine with the whole team, and she was the only girl present. Xie Yu picked up some spicy beef from the pot for Alonzo Key, saying, "Hurry up and eat, you can't keep your mouth shut while eating." Alonzo Key scratched his head awkwardly and started to eat. "Cough. Boss, you're going to make me choke. You did this on purpose." Alonzo Key complained, causing everyone to burst. As everyone enjoyed the hot pot, they shared amusing stories from the basketball court. Wes said, "KG told me he's never been humiliated like this in his life. He warned you to be careful, he's definitely going to kick your butt." TT responded, "Exactly." G2, after dunking over him, had no immediate reaction. After about 2 possessions while I was defending him, he suddenly erupted, shouting FCK. It scared me. I thought he was coming at me. Everyone laughed again. Kawhi asked, "Boss, are you and Alonzo acting?" Alonzo Key replied, "No way. Absolutely not. I was completely dazed when he pushed me. He only gave me a look after he pushed me." JJ quipped, "You understood the boss' intent just from a look." Alonzo Key, with his mouth full of beef, mumbled, "Of course. Claude, take notes. Don't be a clueless rookie. Let's just call it a silly." Claude lowered his head to eat vegetables. He already knew that rookies had no say. Any frustrations were best saved for. Xie Yu praised, "Alonzo Key is indeed talented off the basketball court, but on the court it's hard to put into words. As they exchanged banter, the hot pot was consumed with enthusiasm, beads of sweat forming on everyone's foreheads, yet their faces radiated satisfaction and joy. The steam from the hot pot blurred their vision, but brought them closer together. This bond of camaraderie was deepening, catalyzed by this Huaxia hot pot. With the Knicks and Nets tied at 22, the Cavaliers still had ample time. Xie Yu intended to suggest finding a place to have fun, but everyone said they wanted to return to the gym for extra practice. Mike Brown, upon learning from Alonzo Key that they were going to Xie Yu's house for Huaxia hot pot, looked at Xie Yu with an unfriendly gaze. Later, Xie Yu handed him a large bag of hot pot base and also gave some to the assistant coaches to smooth things over. Princess and followed along smiling. Your team has such a great atmosphere. No wonder you all are making such a strong push, breaking long-standing records. Xie Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. It's nice to be happy. Staying cooped up at home is not as good as this, smiling more, looking great. Princess and wrapped her arms around Xie Yu's neck, saying, if you only belonged to me, how wonderful that would be. Xie Yu sighed, alas. Being emotionally rich has always been my flaw. Princess and nestled in Xie Yu's embrace. Yes, yes, yes. I love you just the way you are. If you weren't emotionally rich, you probably wouldn't forgive me. Xie Yu laughed. You're wrong, it's mainly because you're too beautiful. Your eyes are captivating, your smile is sweet, and your temperament is exceptional. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I was completely captivated, and my mind is filled with thoughts of you. Suddenly Xie Yu thought, since the system couldn't recognize anyone outside Asia who exactly fell in love with him that day. He couldn't figure it out at all. Across the ocean, Xinjiang Team filming sneezed twice. I might be catching a cold. The Knicks eliminated the Nets 42 and would face the Cavaliers next. Meanwhile, the Heat and Bulls both advanced easily to the Eastern Conference semifinals. In the Western Conference, the Warriors upset the Nuggets 42 and will face the Spurs, who swept the Lakers. The Thunder defeated the Rockets 42 and will meet the Grizzlies, who also won 42 over the Clippers. Xie Yu received a call from Rose, who on the other end said, Bro, good evening. I wanted to ask you how to beat Miami. Xie Yu laughed. Beating Miami? Isn't it just about having hands? Rose got anxious. Stop joking. I urgently need a way to defeat the enemy. What do you think I'm a god? Xie Yu was already exasperated with the Heat's big three. Let the Bulls and Heat fight it out. That wouldn't be bad. Xie Yu said seriously. On offense, keep up with the trends. Let your teammates shoot more threes. As for you, just forget it. On defense, push LeBron to the perimeter as much as possible. Those shooters must be tightly guarded. Absolutely don't let them gain confidence. At critical moments, stick closely to Ray Allen. Wade and Bosch should face ironclad defense. If you can do all this, bro, it'll be waiting for you in the Eastern Conference Finals. Rose replied, I'll give it my all. Xie Yu said, Derek. Rose asked, is there anything else? Xie Yu advised, don't. Health is the most important thing. Don't push yourself. Worst case, he'll take you to chill on a championship later. Rose responded, thanks, bro. Beep, beep, beep. Because of his butterfly effect, many things changed. The new Bulls versus Heat. Who will win? In this matter, Xie Yu lost his foresight. The Quick Loan Center gymnasium. Carmelo was warming up early while Xie Yu intentionally walked in front of him, silently staring. Anthony said, seriously, don't bother me from now on, we are enemies. Xie Yu pretended to be angry, saying, Melo, you said it. I originally felt a bit guilty, but since you call me an enemy, don't blame me for being rude. Wahaha, Carmelo Anthony. Wahaha, Carmelo Anthony. Wahaha, Carmelo Anthony. Xie Yu repeated it 3 times, fearing that if he missed one, the system wouldn't recognize it. Seeing that Anthony didn't flinch, Xie Yu was quite skeptical whether the system would cheat him on this. In the All-Star game, Durant seemed to be doing well. When facing the Celtics, Xie Yu didn't bother using it, but the Knicks were different. Anthony was in great form this season, and Xie Yu was wary of his explosive scoring ability, decisively deciding to use it to prevent any mishaps. A fool who doesn't take advantage of a bargain. Knicks starting lineup: center Tyson Chandler, power forward Anthony, small forward Quentin Richardson, shooting guard Shumpert, point guard Felton. Cavaliers starting lineup: forward West, forward Kawhi, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Zhang Heli. Looking at the matchups, both teams are evenly matched. Ujia, there is still a gap in quality. On the Cavaliers side, Xie Yu is on the all-defensive first team, West on the all-NBA first team, Irving on the all-NBA second team, Kawhi on the defensive first team, and Jimmy on the defensive second team. Ujia, this is the reward for 77 wins. Truly impressive. Ujia on the Knicks side, only Anthony is on the all-NBA second team and Tyson Chandler on the defensive second team. Irving was in excellent form, taking control of the game right from the start, scoring at will, and Felton had no way to stop him. Anthony was struggling against Kawhi, possibly influenced by the extraordinary opponent symbol. He hadn't scored in the flow of play, but continuously went to the free throw line. 1-8-1-1. Irving drove hard, attracting defenders before passing to Xie Yu on the perimeter, while Shumpert did not assist Irving and stood right in front of Xie Yu. Xie Yu caught the ball and shot without hesitation, completely ignoring Shumpert's defense. With a swish, the three-pointer went in. Shumpert exclaimed, damn it. How is this possible? Xie Yu replied, you're too short to interfere with me. 2-3-1-3. Irving brought the ball up the court, and Xie Yu made a backdoor cut, and with Irving delivering the ball right on time. Xie Yu took off, directly gliding for a thunderous dunk, igniting the crowd. Today is the day for off-ball, Xie. Xie Yu exclaimed, great pass, Kyrie. Irving replied, call me the best sidekick in history. West orchestrated from the high post, Kawhi and Jimmy executed a staggered screen, and West made a brilliant pass to assist Jimmy for an alley-oop dunk. Xie Yu and Kawhi set a pick-and-roll, Kawhi popped out, and Xie Yu encountered a significant delay, making a behind-the-back pass to find Kawhi. Swish. 3-point penalty. 3-6-1-9. The Knicks were completely unable to withstand the Cavaliers' starting lineup's offensive firepower, with everyone capable of self-scoring and creating opportunities for teammates. On the offensive end, they also couldn't punish the Cavaliers inside, as Tyson Chandler was nearly incapable of independence. Thus, the small ball era is truly a product of the times, with almost no dominant centers, making small lineups fearless. The Knicks thought that under the leadership of Kidd and J.R. Smith their second unit would be an advantage, but Mike Brown fielded a 5-forward lineup: Parsons, Crowder, Carter, Alonzo G, and Xie Yu. It didn't look impressive, but in just a few short possessions, Xie Yu completed 3 highlight-level fast break dunks. When the Knicks returned their starters, Xie Yu rested, and the lineup of Irving, Jimmy, Kawhi, West, and Whiteside was eye-catching. The Knicks didn't expect to be unable to withstand the Cavaliers' offense. 117-98, the Cavaliers easily took G1. Irving 28 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists. Xie Yu 17 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks. West 15 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Kawhi 15 points, 7 rebounds. Jimmy 12 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. Yu Jia 5 players scored in double digits, and 11 players contributed points. The multifaceted Cavaliers are terrifying. Zhang Heli. These young players have made great progress, especially under the motivation of a winning culture. Their future is on the other side. The Bulls surprisingly won G1 on the road 87-85, winning by a very low score. Rose called Xie Yu again. "Hey bro, you're absolutely right, we will keep it up." In G2, the Cavaliers once again won the game with a multifaceted approach, and Xie Yu felt he didn't even break a sweat, hitting 7 of 9 from three-point range, scoring a game-high 32 points. In another Eastern Conference semifinal, LeBron James put on a spectacular performance, scoring 39 points, grabbing 13 rebounds, and dishing out 11 assists to help the Heat defend their home court and even the series. Rose 12 of 29, 30 points, 10 assists. That night, Rose called Xie Yu again. "Bro, I'm struggling offensively. I can't get to the free throw line. It's driving me crazy." Xie Yu wasn't sure either, but he expressed his most direct observation: "I think you can play more off-ball cutting and running to tear apart Miami's defense. Also, I feel like you're always trying to get 21, sometimes the referees won't call it. Try to create fouls more naturally. You're an absolute force, and if you don't perform well, the Bulls won't win. Rose, your team has too many three-point options. Now, when we want to shoot threes, we realize there are hardly any stable options on the team." Xie Yu practiced well this summer. Rose later became at least an average three-point shooter, which was key to him still being able to score 50 points later on. At the security checkpoint in Madison Square Garden, staff were checking the handheld items of fans entering the venue one by one. "Sir, you cannot bring in this sign that says a shameless person waving the flag of basketball revolution, but not shooting threes." Security supervisor Tom stopped a fan wearing an Anthony jersey, saying, "I understand your feelings, but we need to maintain a professional atmosphere tonight." At the entrance of the gymnasium, the electronic screen looped reminders to respect the game, watch civilly, and bilingual signs were added at the ticket check. This was a special plan proposed by the team's International Affairs Department. The Knicks management began deploying 3 days ago. PR Director Aaron led a 12-person team to screen footage from the previous round of spectators overnight, compiling 33 templates featuring aggressive slogans. On the morning of game day, the team's official website updated the viewing guidelines, specifically noting that insulting remarks against opposing players are strictly prohibited. New York Knicks Civilized Game Watching Initiative. Dear Knicks fans, we welcome the Eastern Conference Semifinals G3 match with great anticipation. While witnessing an exciting event, please allow us to reiterate the values that Madison Square Garden has always upheld: respect, passion, and sportsmanship. In light of recent player transfer rumors that may attract attention, we would like to remind you: 1. Please do not display insulting slogans against opposing players, including, but not limited to, personal attacks, regional discrimination, etc. 2. Using interference devices like laser pointers near the player tunnel is prohibited. 3. When opposing players have the ball, please maintain basic etiquette and avoid collective booing for more than 10 seconds. Our security team will conduct necessary checks at all entrances, and the live screen will remind everyone of the civilized game-watching norms in real time. It should be noted that these measures are not intended to restrict the enthusiasm of fans, but rather to maintain the reputation of New York's basketball sanctuary. After all, true champions always let their strength speak. Let us drown our opponents in deafening cheers of defense and showcase the New York spirit with our synchronized cheering song. Tonight, every civilized action adds weight to the future of the Knicks. New York Knicks Basketball Operations Department. May 12, 2012. When this statement was pushed through the team app, a floating label, "Show New York Style," to Xie Yu was added, which could link to Xie Yu's top 10 plays of the season. Xie Yu is about to finish 3 full years, and in the offseason, he will be eligible to resign with the team early. Previously, his altercation with Lakers fans had made headlines, and the Knicks naturally did not want a similar situation to occur. To avoid such situations, the Knicks implemented a series of measures to demonstrate their attitude and sincerity to Xie Yu. It can be said that the Knicks went to great lengths to acquire Xie Yu. They are well aware of Xie Yu's strength and potential, and for such an excellent player, they are determined to secure him. When Xie Yu arrived at the Garden, he was shocked. Not only was he not criticized, but fans were also holding up signs welcoming him to New York. "Xie Yu, the true fighter, go crush us, then sign the contract." Booing is for the Lakers, cheers are for the Knicks. Tonight you can shatter us, but tomorrow we build a dynasty together. In the vibrant atmosphere of Madison Square Garden, one cannot help but feel a strong desire to perform. It's not just Xie Yu, the heightened offensive spirit is evident in Irving, Jimmy, and Kawhi as well. The two sides exchanged blows back and forth with Felton's three-pointers seemingly blessed, helping the Knicks take the lead. Under the guidance of the magical Kid and Anthony, the Knicks maintained their lead until the fourth quarter. In this match, the Cavaliers struggled with their outside shooting except for Xie Yu. Without dominating the ball, Xie Yu showcased an incredibly efficient performance, shooting 13 out of 15, with 6 out of 7 from three-point range, scoring 37 points in 3 quarters. The Cavaliers trailed the Knicks by 4 points with a score of 101-105. After several rounds of play, both sides achieved nothing, and Xie Yu did not gain possession of the ball. Xie, who had just started watching the game, was amused. The Cavaliers were behind, and went better to criticize Xie Yu. Upon checking the stats, he exclaimed, "Goodness, I take my leave." Felton continued to show his hot hand, and Xie Yu regretted using his opponent's charm on Anthony. Had he known Anthony would be so accurate today, he would have definitely targeted him. Xie Yu began to take control of the game, using an in-and-out dribble to feint before darting past Shumpert. As Shumpert turned around, he saw Xie Yu fully drawn back, executing a battle axe dunk over Marcus Camby. After scoring, Xie Yu smiled and shook his finger, his playful gaze charming countless girls. He then turned and slid back, nailing a three-pointer. With just 51 seconds left, the score was tied at 117. The Cavaliers had possession, and Irving set up a pick-and-roll with Xie Yu. The New York fans were overly friendly. Xie Yu did not resort to Boozer's tricks, instead cleanly blocking Felton and positioning himself well. Irving did not seek personal glory but passed to Xie Yu, the ball perfectly threading between Felton and Shumpert. As soon as Xie Yu received the ball, Tyson Chandler and Anthony rushed to double-team, forming a high wall to block Xie Yu's escape. With a sexy Euro step and a big scoop shot in midair, Xie Yu flew from the left side of the basket to the right, scoring with ease. 119-117. Yu Jia taking the head of the general from amidst the thousands is as easy as reaching into a bag. Zhang Heli, that was too reasonable. Oh, every move was perfect. 33 seconds. Felton and Anthony executed a pick-and-roll, the former driving hard, passing to Kid on the perimeter, faking a shot, and returning the ball to Anthony on the right side for an unreasonable three-pointer. Swish. 119-120. The garden erupted. Anthony watched as Xie Yu performed his signature three-finger salute to his temple in celebration, shouting, "I was born a killer, I exist for clutch moments. I eat, sleep, and hit game winners. Your Melon Emperor is infinitely arrogant." Mike Brown called a timeout. Mike Brown: "Xie Yu, it's up to you now, finish the game." On the other side, Knicks coach Woodson shouted, "I can accept others hitting game winners against us, but I absolutely cannot let Xie Yu do it. The whole world knows Xie Yu can shoot. We can't do nothing. We will double-team him, force him to pass, and let someone else take that damn final shot. If we lose, so be it." 1 second. Xie Yu successfully received the inbounds pass, pondering whether to use up some time when the Knicks players rushed at him like wild horses. Shumpert, Felton, and Kid. 3 heads are better than 1. Even the formidable Xie Yu was pushed back to mid-court. Retreating any further would mean stepping back onto the court. With no other choice, Xie Yu jumped to pass to Irving. Irving took off facing Anthony and smoothly released a mid-range shot. Clang. Long rebound. Time was running out. Xie Yu soared like a divine soldier, jumping near the free throw line to grab the rebound. Before jumping, he took a glance at the clock, realizing he wouldn't have time to land and jump again, so he made a slight adjustment in the air, executing a superb little floater. He pushed it out with one hand. Though the form was a bit awkward, the trajectory was perfect. The basketball flew obediently toward the hoop, the time's buzzer already lit up, and with a swish it went through the net. 121-120. Yu Jia W. Game winner. Xie Yu's putback floater wins the game. Xie Yu rushed toward the scorer's table, arms wide open. He truly played his heart out. The audience did not hold back their applause and cheers. Spike Lee stated, "If Xie Yu came to New York, this would have been an incredibly exciting game if he hadn't ha." In the heat of the moment, Xie Yu shouted, "This is my house." What guy who loves basketball hasn't dreamed of this? Now the New York fans were ecstatic, chanting, "Xie Yu. Marla, I've messed up again." Anthony laughed in anger, "You dog, if you don't go home, I will fall out with you." Zhou Lingen approached Xie Yu in 10-centimeter high heels and a body-hugging dress, swaying as she came, her smile seemingly able to squeeze out water. Surrounded by friends like Spike Lee, Xie Yu waved, saying, "I can't do an interview right now, maybe next time." Zhou Lingen pouted. She just wanted to ask a few simple questions. Xie Yu casually replied, "Maybe later." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Is he hinting at me? Zhou Lingen's heart raced as she walked away to interview others. Spike Lee said, "My movie is about to start shooting. Are you?" Xie Yu thought for a moment. The lead actress used his person, so joining wouldn't matter. He had plans to sell the cushioning technology to the country anyway, so he happily agreed. After the game, Xie Yu undoubtedly topped the global trending searches with a line, "This is my house," making countless people unable to sleep. Cleveland. Dan Gilbert urgently convened a management meeting with a simple theme: to do everything possible to keep Xie Yu and to negotiate a contract extension during the offseason. At the end of the meeting, Gilbert emphasized, in case Xie Yu leaves Cleveland, all of you in the management must leave with him." The management was uneasy, and this night was destined to be sleepless. On social media, New York and Cleveland fans engaged in a fierce war of words, yet they tacitly avoided the spark that ignited this incident. Xie Yu. Lakers fans saw an opportunity and rushed in, hoping for a chance, creating a wave of opportunistic comments. Xie Yu said, "New York is his home. Don't you Cleveland fans know how to part ways amicably? A forced fruit is not sweet. They've already won a championship. You need to learn to let go." New York fans are truly shameless, taking what others love. Xie Yu merely said New York is his home. He never said he would join. Ding dong. When Xie Yu opened the door, Zhou Lingen, who had a significant generation gap, caught his eye her sexy purple dress, making her look stunning. She slightly parted her lips. Is it too late now? Suddenly a phrase from his good brother in Hangzhou echoed uncontrollably in Xie Yu's mind. At 2 o'clock in the deep night, the warm light in the corridor rippled against the champagne-colored wallpaper. Zhou Lingen leaned against the metal door frame, her deep neck adorned with sparkling diamonds rising and falling with her breaths across her collarbone. The silk purple bodycon dress clung to her waist and hips like the mist that clings to the rose vines in the dark night. She pushed her curly hair to her right shoulder, revealing her left earlobe adorned with swaying pearl earrings, her expression almost plainly declaring, "Take me." Xie Yu tightened his grip on the doorknob, the veins on his wrist taut. Her eyeliner was sharper than during the day, her amber pupils like glass beads soaked in ice wine. The hem of her skirt split to reveal 10-centimeter stilettos, the tips just brushing against the edge of his slippers. The youngest MVP in history, she suddenly leaned in the starry blue of her nails gliding past the button of his pajamas. There must be some off-court stories worth digging up. The porch light refracted star-like glimmers off the diamond pendant on her chest. Xie Yu fixated on that cold light, the frequency of his Adam's apple's movement quicker than when he made a game-winning shot in the garden gym. Zhou Lingen's focus was entirely on her hips, and she hardly heard what Xie Yu said. Internally delighted, a blush rose. Xie Yu let her in, and after closing the door he smiled and said, "Every time it's you asking me, this time it's my turn to ask you. Answer correctly, and I'll give you an exclusive you want." "What you want?" Xie Yu elongated the last word intentionally, and she smiled knowingly. "Sure, you ask. I'll tell you everything." With Zhou Lingen was full of confidence, thinking Xie Yu would ask her about basketball knowledge. "Have you ever dated a foreign boyfriend?" Xie Yu asked straightforwardly, wanting to gauge her development level. Zhou Lingen shook her head. "No, actually, I just arrived in America not long ago, and have been flying around for interviews, so I hardly have time." "Do you really like foreign men?" Xie Yu stared at her, and emphasized, "Lying will never make you rich." Zhou Lingen felt a bit shy and nodded, then shook her head again. "I used to, I admit, but not anymore since I met you." Xie Yu was taken aback. "Oh, was that a confession?" "I trust Zhang Dashui 100 times over." In the dead of night, a seductive beauty visited, and Xie Yu, after all, was merely a young man filled with vitality, especially in such a stimulating place as a hotel. He sat on the sofa pretending to cross his legs, determined not to reveal any flaws. Though not a top beauty, her figure was undeniably stunning. Curvy with a slim waist and long legs, a real weapon of attraction. "I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer correctly, and you'll get your exclusive answer incorrectly, and you'll get nothing." Xie Yu said seriously. Zhou Lingen nodded, preparing her answers with the seriousness of an entrance exam. "Did I just look for your recorder, or touch you?" Xie Yu asked without changing his expression. Zhou Lingen shyly replied, "You touched." Xie Yu shook his head. "Wrong. I was clearly looking for the recorder first, finishing the left side before checking the right." Zhou Lingen pouted, and Xie Yu asked again, "What part of your body did I first notice?" Zhou Lingen thought for a moment, and confidently replied, "My fierce look." Xie Yu shook his head again. "I first looked at your eyes. When I saw you weren't looking at me, that's when I noticed your fierceness." Zhou Lingen stomped her foot in frustration, leaving just one last question, her lips pouting higher, as if she might cry at any moment. Xie Yu suppressed a laugh. "Do you want my exclusive more, or?" Zhou Lingen, who had been preparing to answer the last question, seriously felt deflated, as if Xie Yu was clearly making things difficult for her. She huffed humph. "I choose you fiercely." She even made a fist gesture. Xie Yu laughed. "You sure have some attitude." "That's pretty good too, right?" Zhou Lingen leaned closer and whispered softly, "How would I know if I don't try? I'm not lecherous. In my past life, he was the only one who drove a Ferrari and called me brother. How could I not listen to him?" Facing a big star and a beautiful woman, Xie Yu was actually very restrained. He felt a burden, afraid to go too far, fearing she might not accept it. But with Zhou Lingen, he felt a sense of righteousness and duty to his country, completely unburdened. "Who told you to be a sheepdog? You flipped the script. Do you think our Huaxiao men are inadequate?" This tactic worked well on her. The affection system should have no effect on her. Xie Yu lightly patted her. "In the future, don't get too close to other men, okay? Money and resources are negotiable, got it?" She bit her lip and obediently nodded. Xie Yu's large hand reached out again. "Continue." The next day, Xie Yu woke up feeling refreshed, a completely different sensation. With those abroad, he couldn't help but be proactive. With those domestically, he had to take the initiative. With Zhou Lingen, it felt like being an emperor. She absolutely obeyed without needing to consider her feelings, and he would gain a great sense of justice from it. The emotional value was already maxed out. Did it still matter if she was stunning? That night, Rose's phone rang again. "Bro, you're amazing. I finally got the whistle." We held our ground. In Game G4, the Knicks took a huge hit. 9 players from the Cavaliers scored in double digits, easily advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. Xie Yu only scored a meager 13 points, setting a new playoff low. Anthony said, "Bro, go. The sky is your limit. I'm waiting for you to come home in New York." Xie Yu asked, "What did KG say?" "Get lost," responded Anthony. "Okay," Xie Yu said. The Bulls lost Game G4. Bosch hit 5 3-pointers, and Wade scored 28 points. Sure enough, Rose's phone rang again. "Bro, do you have any tricks?" Xie Yu replied, "How about letting Jokic find a way to fight LeBron? If both are suspended, your chances increase." "Really, no ideas?" Rose asked. Xie Yu sighed, him out of ideas. "I've already told Rose everything I could think of, so in the Battle of the Mountain Kings, the 3-headed monster scored a combined 77 points, and the Bulls suffered a crushing defeat. In Game G6 back in Chicago, the Bulls' ironclad defense was moving, winning narrowly 78-77, with neither side scoring in the last 2 minutes. Dragging it to a Game 7 undoubtedly favored the Cavaliers, as they would be well rested in the Eastern Conference Finals. The entire Cavaliers team gathered to watch the decisive game. Rose didn't make rapid breakthroughs or dunks, but relied on various shots off screens taking what he wanted. James continued to perform steadily, his stats looking very good. The two sides reached the final moments. In the last 7 seconds, the Bulls trailed the Heat by 2 points, 92-94. The sideline ball was passed to Rose, who, facing Wade's tight defense and James' help defense, attempted a quick three-pointer, but got blocked as time expired, and the Heat won Game 7. Irving curiously asked, "Boss, if it were you executing the final play, what would you do?" Xie Yu explained Rose hesitated. His ability to break through double teams isn't strong enough, and he didn't read the defense in advance, allowing James to close in on him. 1 against 2 and lacking height, the outcome was evident. If it were me, I wouldn't rush to dribble or choose an offensive route. I'd first observe. If the double team came from the right, I'd go left, and vice versa. To become a superstar, one must eliminate blind spots in offense. Why is my fadeaway jumper called a divine weapon? Because it's undefendable. Remember, elegance never goes out of style. Guys, let's get moving and prepare for the revenge match against the Miami three-headed monster. TNT Studio. Ernie Johnson, the Cavaliers are 80. Your faces have been slapped raw. What do you have to say? Kenny Smith, the Celtics and Knicks are all style, no substance. Mere window dressing. They don't deserve a playoff berth. The Cavaliers' 80 record is meaningless. The real test begins now. The Heat will dismantle them utterly. I predict a 41 series victory for Miami. Their sole loss likely coming in Game 1 due to fatigue. Ernie Johnson, your skull is astonishingly thick. Beware Xie Yu shattering it. Kenny Smith, humph. He hides behind the banner of a basketball revolution while cowardly refusing to shoot threes. An utter disgrace. Shaquille O'Neal, Celtics fans are brilliantly witty. I'm reconsidering my allegiance and backing the Cavaliers. If I don't, and they actually win the championship, Charles, and I may be stranded in Huaxia. Charles Barkley, I'm also siding with the Cavaliers. Xie Yu is the greatest player alive today. Kenny Smith, 2 cowards. Barkley and O'Neal in unison, only because you won't face the punishment in Huaxia. Pre-game Heat Media Day. Eric Spoelstra, this year will not repeat past failures. LeBron James is exceptional, but Xie Yu is the undisputed MVP of this season. LeBron James, a basketball revolution. I'm unfamiliar with that. I only seek victory. Dwayne Wade, facing Xie Yu, is always agony wrapped in ecstasy, and this time triumph belongs to Miami. Chris Bosh, I can guard the perimeter. If Xie Yu targets me, he commits a grave miscalculation. Mike Miller, I watched last year's Heat Cavaliers series. This year will be different. I'll be on the floor, and victory will be ours. Mario Chalmers, our sole objective is the championship. Anyone who stands in our way, we eliminate them. Ray Allen, my tank still holds fuel. I will deliver victory for the Heat. Pre-game Cavaliers Media Day. Mike Brown, sticking to our system was an effortless decision. We remain steadfast. Xie Yu, next question. Kyrie Irving, the earth is flat. Tristan Thompson, the entire team stands ready. Kawhi Leonard, I love playing center. Jimmy Butler, I adore LeBron. Alonzo G, winning a title is like sex. You're utterly spent afterward, yet after a while you crave it fiercely once more. On the eve of the marquee Cavaliers Heat Showdown Analyst Day, Smith ignited the fire first. On ESPN's basketball program, he spoke with incisive conviction. Xie Yu's offensive system for the Cavaliers is a perilous dance along the edge of a precipice, fraught with risk. This season, Cleveland averages 33-point attempts per game, a respectable number of makes, but over-reliance on long-range shooting will inevitably backfire against a defensively impenetrable team like Miami. The Cavaliers must revert to last season's proven formula, raising their average interior shot attempts to at least 30 per game. Only through disciplined post-play, high-post orchestrations, and intelligent off-ball movement can they seize and sustain control of the game's rhythm, rather than recklessly launching from beyond the arc. Though Smith enjoys modest renown, Cleveland's streak had been so dominant that his words stirred scarcely a ripple. The following day, Quicken Loans Arena. Both teams began pre-game warm-ups. The Heat players' expressions etched with unwavering resolve to win. No pleasantries were exchanged. The battle commenced instantly. Miami Heat starting lineup. Forward Chris Bosh. Forward Mike Miller. Forward LeBron James. Shooting guard Dwayne Wade. Point guard Mario Chalmers. Cleveland Cavaliers starting lineup. Forward Tristan Thompson. Forward Kawhi Leonard. Forward Jimmy Butler. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Kyrie Irving. At tip-off, the Heat struck first with ferocious intent. Each of the big three scored, and Mike Miller sank the game's opening three-pointer, ending Cleveland's streak of 28 consecutive games opening with a three-point make. By contrast, the Cavaliers struggled to find rhythm. Three-point shots clanged off, iron turnovers mounted, and only Xie Yu's individual brilliance and Tristan Thompson's interior dominance kept them within reach. After the first quarter, they trailed 2,128. At the start of the second quarter, Xie Yu sat out to rest after playing the full first quarter. Kyrie Irving, Jimmy Butler, and Kawhi Leonard remained on the floor, joined by Tristan Thompson and J. Hickson off the bench. Kawhi Leonard missed another three. Norris Cole surged in transition and dished to Ray Allen for a three-pointer, prompting an immediate Cavaliers timeout. 2,439. Down by 15 points, the home crowd fell silent. What had befallen this perennial powerhouse? Xie Yu re-entered early, a pump fake from beyond the arc, then a soaring dunk, halting the hemorrhage, if only slightly. Miami feared Xie Yu's three-point shot above all else, so much so that they'd rather concede a dunk than allow him clean look. Xie Yu nearly carried the team alone, relentlessly driving, scoring himself to keep pace, yet open three-point chances he created went begging from his teammates. Halftime 5060. In the Cavaliers' locker room, tension hung thick. Xie Yu roared, "Lift your heads. We are not defeated yet. The fight continues. I will not tolerate retreat." Jimmy Butler suddenly interjected, "Our perimeter shooting is ice cold. Should we shift the offense back inside?" All eyes turned to Xie Yu, including Coach Mike Brown's. Xie Yu knew that in a clash of titans, one misstep could cascade into collapse. Altering their system now would play directly into Miami's hands. They'd welcome Cleveland abandoning threes to brawl in the paint. One well-timed three-pointer would solve everything. Xie Yu's voice hardened. "We cannot abandon our greatest strength just because our touch is cold. Besides, their interior is heavily fortified. It's no easy breach. Reset your minds. In the second half, we sink those godforsaken threes. Once they fall, everything falls into place." Yet the third quarter brought no salvation. Kyrie Irving and Kawhi Leonard combined for 0 for 14 from 3. Jimmy Butler passed up wide-open looks, then drove hard, only to draw an offensive foul against Wade. After 3 quarters, 7,292. Online vitriol exploded. Smith's critique went viral. American netizens embraced his analysis wholeheartedly. Huaxia. Weibo user Supreme Basketball Sage, it's over. The league won't let Cleveland win, not this year. As a commercial enterprise, it cannot abide a yellow race sovereign. David Stern will crown only the king. What revolution? Three-pointers changing the world. Merely the chronic idealism of Huaxia. Trust me, within 3 years Xie Yu will vanish into obscurity. Alas, his talent is vast, but his judgment tragically flawed. Weibo user I've herded sheep. Xie Yu's gravest error was ignoring our counsel. Why not settle gracefully as the second in command? He insisted on leadership and dared declare himself the spark of a basketball revolution. Does he forget this is America's domain? Will they truly permit a Huaxian to rewrite their rules? Such a magnificent physique, wasted on such folly. Utterly incomprehensible. Weibo user I am the smartest. Xie Yu, hello, your devoted fan since your rookie season. For us, your loyal loving supporters, please cease shooting threes. Do not ruin yourself, or you will lose us. With the fourth quarter underway, Xie Yu refused rest. Already at 41 points, 14 rebounds, 9 assists, including 7 offensive boards. He was giving everything. Mike Brown watched hard aching. He approached Tristan Thompson, J. Hickson, Alonzo G, and Vince Carter on the bench. Their shooting touch is gone tonight. Xie Yu will never quit. I need you to go in, not just to win but to fight with him, to rage with him. Take it back one possession at a time. The 4 men burned with adrenaline, eager, fierce, ready. Brown knew their bond with Xie Yu ran deeper than rivalry or result. They'd battle for brotherhood itself. Xie Yu blew past Wade, then contorted midair, dodging double teams from Udonis Haslam and Ray Allen, only for LeBron James's towering block to seal the shot entirely. Xie Yu, defying gravity, flicked a pass to Parsons in the corner, then crashed hard to the floor. The open 3 missed. Miami snatched the rebound and launched a fast break. Xie Yu scrambled up, sprinting back, just in time to meet the LeBron Wade alley-oop. He soared, swatting LeBron's shot away, drawing a shooting foul. His helplessness, his exhaustion, was profoundly moving. Mike Brown waved sharply 4 and 4 out, and summoned rookie Avery Bradley, leaning in close. You're the 6th man. Take 2 minutes to steel yourself. When you enter, lock down defensively and sink that damn three-pointer. LeBron split his free throws. With 9:55 left in the fourth, it was 7,699, Cleveland down by 23. Alonzo G. Boss. Charge forward. I'll give my life to back you. Tristan Thompson and J. Hickson in unison. So will I. Vince Carter, I'll go mad with you once, and I will hit it. Xie Yu gave a slight nod. Never before had he felt such suffocating despair. He felt adrift upon a boundless, ink-black ocean, utterly lightless, horizonless. Its infinite expanse reduced him to insignificance, lonely, small. Yet just as despair threatened to swallow him whole, these 4 emerged, beacons piercing the dark. They were a colossal vessel anchoring beside him, offering shelter, solidarity, unwavering support. Their presence kindled a sliver of hope in that endless night, a radiant beam slicing through storm-thick clouds, illuminating his path forward. No brothers, no basketball. With brothers, we crush them. Alonzo G and Vince Carter flared to opposite corners, stretching the floor. Tristan Thompson and J. Hickson rose from the horns to set hard screens. Xie Yu used the screen, feinted a drive, then snapped back, stepped behind the line, and released. Swish. Clean, decisive. 7,999. His gaze post-shot was granite, telling them without words this was no bluff. He intended victory. Absolutely. Xie Yu locked down LeBron James, shutting off his perimeter game, denying drives and passes alike. Veteran Vince Carter threw his body fearlessly at Wade. Every man fought with total commitment. LeBron's pull-up jumper missed. Tristan Thompson secured the board and found Xie Yu sprinting ahead. A subtle jab step at the three-point line froze Wade. Then Xie Yu soared for a thunderous one-handed dunk, forcing a Miami timeout. Defense is the bedrock of a comeback, and Tristan Thompson and J. Hickson, forged by Xie Yu into elite rim-protecting bigs, met LeBron's charges with raised arms, disrupting without fouling while the other hunted the rebound relentlessly. Alonzo G and Vince Carter sprinted without pause, sustaining rotation speed through sheer motion. Xie Yu abandoned LeBron's perimeter, darting into gaps, covering every void, sealing every seam. For a spell, Miami's offense stalled completely. Eric Spoelstra's timeouts proved futile. Vince Carter buried 2 corner threes, shredding the script. Tristan Thompson and J. Hickson each finished alley-oops at the rim. Alonzo G splashed a wide-open 3 and ignited the arena with 2 blistering fast-break finishes. Avery Bradley drilled a crucial corner 3. Xie Yu's transcendent performance wrenched the game back from oblivion. 116-119. With 1 minute remaining, he defended LeBron unknown and snatched the rebound. LeBron protested the non-call fruitlessly, then refocused solely on defense. Xie Yu advanced to the logo, eyes locked on the rim, leaving LeBron unsettled. Press too tight. Get blown by. Loosen up. Risk the dagger 3. Could the king really ask for help? A hard dribble at the logo, then a step-back 3. Swish. Boom. That 3 ignited Quicken Loans Arena. The pent-up emotion of an entire city erupted. From 20-plus down to dead even. Miami called timeout. The broadcast zoomed in on Xie Yu, his gaze unflinching, his expression fearless. Awe rippled through the arena. Zhang Heli Xie Yu is truly extraordinary. He has never surrendered. I'm sobbing. Avery Bradley replaced Vince Carter with 36 seconds left. Miami chose not to rush. They held for the final shot, entrusting LeBron. An elite opponent-specific defensive buff, plus relentless shot disruption, and Xie Yu's steer perimeter defense ensured even LeBron came up empty. Tristan Thompson grabbed the board and fed Xie Yu for the final possession. The arena, already on its feet, fell into profound silence, afraid even to breathe near him. Mike Brown declined timeout, placing absolute faith in Xie Yu. Xie Yu halted at center court, directing teammates into position. He wouldn't repeat Derrick Rose's mistake, trapped in a double team. Everyone needed to be primed to strike. True to form, Wade stepped up to delay. LeBron's trap closed instantly. Rookie Avery Bradley stood wide open. Xie Yu's frantic, almost comical eye signals culminated in a laser-guided bullet pass. Bradley slipped toward the basket, caught the pass, and laid it in, effortlessly. 121,119. Silence. Did it happen? Then, deafening ecstatic eruption. Miami called timeout again. LeBron seethed inwardly. I committed to the trap. You should have rotated. Not left him wide. But he said nothing. 7 seconds remained. Time enough for a tying or winning shot. Wade set a screen for LeBron. Alonzo G guarding LeBron tightly. LeBron powered inside. Alonzo G stood resolute. I've absorbed Xie Yu's collisions for 2 years. I won't flinch. The defensive assignment was flawless. No foul, maximum resistance, slowing LeBron's drive. Yet on the final step, he was edged aside. As LeBron rose for the finish, Xie Yu descended from the heavens, swatting the ball into oblivion. Time expired. The Cavaliers completed the miracle. Xie Yu's buzzer-beating block and Avery Bradley's clutch layup sealed the comeback. Quicken Loans Arena roared. Wave upon wave of unrestrained jubilation. Xie Yu collapsed, utterly spent. If not for the Mamba mentality, ignoring fatigue and crunch time, he'd have fallen long before. 33 shots, 21 made. 9 threes, 5 made. 12 free throws, 12 made. 59 points, 17 rebounds, 15 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks, 3 turnovers. ESPN studio. Smith stared wordlessly at Xie Yu prone on the floor. Across the Pacific, the self-proclaimed sages who'd posted their takes and logged off assumed the game was over, returning now only to savor praise in the comments. Where are the haters? 10,086. You all deserve death. 9,999. You've truly mastered ignorance. 99,999. Xie Yu's knees crashed onto the bench in the changing room, his calf muscles twitching and curling up tightly. Cheers pierced through the changing room, causing his eardrums to ache. He fumbled to tear off his ankle guards, the adhesive pulling a few strands of sweaty leg hair. Alonzo G leaned against the locker, expressing concern. The way you were gasping while holding onto the advertisement board reminded me of the night you collapsed in London. He shook the crumpled physical report in his hand, saying, the team doctor said, if you keep playing like this next time, it won't be fluid being drawn out, but bone marrow. Xie Yu smiled without replying. What could he do? You guys just couldn't score. Princess and had noticed a detail for some time now. Every time after a high-intensity match, the exhausted Xie Yu was always driven back by someone else. But since he hadn't pushed himself to the limit for a long time, Princess and had never waited for that opportunity to be his designated. The flames of the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 had just extinguished. Outside the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the noise gradually faded, and the lights in the parking lot emitted a soft glow. Princess Anne arrived early, quietly waiting by Xie Yu's custom G-class. She wore a simple yet elegant dress with a gentle breeze tousling her hair, her gaze filled with concern for Xie Yu. On the other side, Xie Yu had exhausted his energy using the Mamba mentality. He left with Alonzo G's support, asking him. The two chatted about the game as they walked toward the parking lot. When Xie Yu and Alonzo G reached the car, they unexpectedly spotted Princess Anne. Xie Yu paused, slightly, a hint of surprise and gratitude flashing in his eyes. Princess Anne smiled and walked up, gently linking her arm with his, saying, I knew you must be exhausted after the game, so I came to help you drive. Alonzo G was taken aback at first, then revealed a knowing smile, saying, looks like I'm just a spare driver, huh? Your sister-in-law's thoughtfulness is beyond words. Xie Yu couldn't help but laugh. The fatigue seemed to lessen at that moment. I didn't expect both of you to think of helping me. Princess Anne playfully winked. All right, get in the car and rest. As she spoke, she took the car keys from Xie Yu's hand and opened. In this quiet parking lot, the atmosphere felt particularly warm due to this unexpected encounter. Xie Yu sat in the passenger seat watching Princess Anne skillfully start the car, his heart filled with warmth. After bidding farewell to Alonzo G, the car slowly pulled away from the parking lot. Xie Yu smiled and said, Princess and you fulfilled one of my wishes. Many boys who love basketball have such a wish after a game to be picked up by the woman they like. That feeling is just too blissful. Princess and felt very pleased upon hearing this, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. On the road, she suddenly recalled a phrase she had seen recently and laughed. I have a sweet line I want to tell you, but you mustn't laugh at me. Xie Yu was quite curious, and since winning the game made him really happy, he teased, I won't laugh at you, but can I do something else? Just be gentle. I'm feeling a bit weak right now. Princess and burst into laughter, then said seriously, you are the last person I think of before I sleep. And the first person I think of when I wake up. Even though we can't be together every day and it's impossible to see each other daily. Even in dreams, you will forever be the person I want to see the most. And can you help me wash my hair later? 2 of them, please. I can't even lift my hands anymore. I promise I won't score over 30 again. On the eve of the Eastern Conference Finals Game 2, the Heat players were discussing what flaws Xie Yu might have, but they couldn't think of any after a long discussion. At this moment, Haslam suddenly recalled the incident when Xie Yu first joined the Cavaliers. He thought to himself maybe this could throw him off balance. The stage for Eastern Conference Finals Game 2 was bright and dazzling. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was packed, and the cheers of the fans thundered, igniting a fiery atmosphere. In this moment of great attention, David Stern, dressed in a sharp suit, walked steadily towards the center of the court. The MVP trophy, symbolizing the pinnacle of personal honor, shone dazzlingly under the lights in his hand. Xie Yu, standing tall with determination and pride in his gaze, strode out from the bench. The cheers from the crowd instantly ignited to a peak. Fans stood up waving their flags and shouted his name hoarsely. David Stern smiled, his eyes full of approval, and solemnly handed the MVP trophy to Xie Yu. Xie Yu grasped the trophy tightly with both hands, as if time had frozen for him in that moment. He slightly tilted his head, scanning the entire arena with his eyes slightly reddening. This trophy was not only a recognition of his individual skills, but also the best testament to his relentless efforts and tenacity throughout the season. Subsequently, Xie Yu raised the trophy, saluting the fans in the arena. At that moment, the flashes of cameras sparkled like stars, illuminating the entire arena. Cheers and applause intertwined, resembling and impassioned him honoring this newly crowned MVP. Game 2 began with no changes to either team's starting lineup. After nearly 48 hours of rest, the young Cavaliers players were no longer so dazed. Xie Yu set a screen and switched defenses, targeting Bosch, effortlessly breaking through into the paint, attracting defenders before passing to Kawhi, who nailed a three-pointer. Following the same pattern, the newly crowned MVP's single move left the Heat struggling to cope, and the Cavaliers' nearly 43-point shooting percentage allowed them to establish a double-digit lead before the first quarter even ended. After entering the game, Haslam had a clear target. First, he aggressively fouled Xie Yu's drive, then angrily shouted, Xie Yu, you're such a coward. You stole Adam's girlfriend and sent him to jail. You're nothing but a worthless scoundrel. Xie Yu wasn't new to the NBA and treated such unproductive trash talk as mere background noise. However, Haslam's next words struck a nerve. That bitch deserved to be filmed in an adult movie. My friends and I have discussed it, and she really is quite promiscuous. In that instant, 2 voices echoed in Xie Yu's mind. Don't be impulsive, he's just trying to provoke you. I've already been reborn, am I supposed to swallow my anger? Just as Haslam uttered the word promiscuous, his cheek met Xie Yu's iron fist in a close encounter. In the NBA, conflicts are often for the sake of conflict, but Xie Yu's approach was purely about fighting. Is the MVP this impulsive too? Haslam regretted his words. He was knocked back, barely recovering for less than a second before Xie Yu stomped on his stomach twice, causing him immense pain and nearly knocking him unconscious. If it weren't for someone pulling him away, he felt he would have met his end there today. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why had Xie Yu suddenly? He had just received the MVP trophy. Xie Yu, I finally understand, Zidane. The referee reviewed the play and directly ejected Xie Yu. As for Haslam, there was no need for further action. He was sent to the hospital and could not continue the game. Xie Yu left without a word. Even if he lost the game to Irving and the others, it was worth it. He believed the old man and his brother would not let him be banned for too many games. The broadcast camera froze on David Stern's face. His awkward yet polite smile would become an eternal classic. The old man, haha, so you wouldn't dare play without me, huh? You really know how to give me face. The Yu family. This broadcast is telling us that Xie Yu will likely be suspended. Zhang Heli, Xie Yu's behavior is quite inappropriate. I believe he has his reasons, but a suspension is inevitable unless he is the league's prince. No matter who is missing, the earth will keep spinning. Mike Brown, I don't care what you all think or whether you admit it or not, it was Xie Yu who brought us to this position. Without him, we would still be fighting for the top draft pick. Right now he can't play. Regardless of what happened with Haslam, he is our brother. We know his character, he wouldn't hit someone without reason. So we all must step up, fight for him, and fight for ourselves to prove to Xie Yu that we are not cowards, we can take on tough battles. Today I could be Tom Thibodeau, the farm owner, but I don't want to. I want to fairly distribute the opportunity to all of you. Whoever is capable will go on the court. Whoever underperforms will sit on the bench. There are no star players in this game, no substitute players, only warriors fighting hard. Everyone needs to give their all and fight to the end. The Cavaliers players were pumped up, and even those not on the court stood up to watch and applaud. Mike Brown gritted his teeth. It was time to prove himself. If they could win the game without Xie Yu, then his position would be secure. Xie Yu was also busy. His phone in the locker room was blowing up. Hello, Mimi. Why did I hit him? Damn it, he insulted you. How could I not do something about it? I can't tolerate that. Yes, he doesn't know you. He said my beloved woman, so isn't that you? It's fine when a man takes responsibility for his own actions. I wouldn't make you pay a fine. Do you have to pay? Fine, okay, I won't talk to you for now, my mom is calling me. Hello, Mei, it's nothing. That bastard insulted you, so I just had to deal with him. It's a small matter, but I need you to help me cover the fine, not $1,000,000, just a few $100,000 will do. Alright then, I need to hang up, my mom is calling me. Fairy sister, oh don't mention it. It's my fault for letting that scum say something disrespectful about you. But don't worry, every time I see him I will hit him. What? You think I don't deserve to do this for you? No, Lu Tianxian, what kind of joke is that? You are Xie Yu's woman. Who the hell dares to speak ill of you? I'll tear his mouth apart. Forget the Eastern Conference Finals, oh I would quit the NBA just to deal with him. Punishment. It's a small matter, just a fine to smooth things over. A few million is about right. No, it's fine. Alright, my mom has been calling me, I need to return her call first. The staff accompanying Xie Yu were stunned, not expecting him to start again. Hello Xiao KK, it's none of your business. Is it related? How do you know? Huh, you two are together every day? Rumors aren't always true, right? But that bastard did say I was the third party. What? Bang Chun is going to help me cover the fine. I appreciate the good intentions. Beep beep beep. Hello Xiao, what's up? Do you have the money to pay my fine? If not, let's not talk about it. I'm busy making money for the fine. Alright, bye. Hello Yanero, it's nothing. That bastard doesn't know where he heard some rumors and insulted me. I don't really care about being insulted, the main thing is he insulted you. Right, otherwise how could I hit him? What punishment? Probably just a fine, so can you help pay it? No need, right? I'm not broke, but it's just not enough. Alright fine, my mom really is calling me. Not talking anymore, bye. Hello mom, am I being impulsive? He insulted me saying I was born with a mother, but not raised by one. How could I not hit? Oh mom, don't cry. I'm fine, paying a fine will settle this. Can you come and pay it? Alright, less crying now. Xie Dad's call came in again, and on the other end he said, son, what are you doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason? Dad, if you don't have money in your little treasury, I'll hang up. I'm not in the mood to talk to a poor person right now. Stinky brat, your old man just got a little money from your grandfather. Not much, just a couple of small goals. Dad, let me tell you, that jerk insulted my mom, which is an insult to your wife. Do you think I could just let him go? China Construction Bank, your account ending in 6969 received a transfer of 1 RMB from Li Wan on May 25th at 095700. The current balance is 1100000000 RMB. China Construction Bank, your account ending in 6969 received a transfer of 1 RMB from Xie Tianxian on May 25th at 100100. The current balance is 11100000 RMB. Construction Bank, Yangmi 5 million. Louis Fei 88 million. Yun Air $2 million. Mei $10 million. Bang Chen $10 million. Fill it up for me. The staff watched Xie Yu smile like a fool and had already notified the team through the intercom. Dan Gilbert had come to watch Xie Yu's MVP award ceremony today and rushed to the locker room after hearing the news. He first gave Xie Yu a big hug. Brother, I will have the league thoroughly investigate this matter and bring you justice. Also, I covered the fine. As for the suspension, I will team up with a few owners to speak on your behalf. You absolutely cannot be suspended. Meanwhile, the Heat had already taken action. They wanted to pressure the league. As long as Xie Yu was suspended, their chances of winning would greatly increase. At this moment, Annie rushed in breathless and threw herself into Xie Yu's arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Why are you so silly? I heard it all, you did it for me. Kyrie scored 32 points, Kawhi 28 points, Jimmy had a triple-double, Westbrook a double-double, and the Cavaliers still lost the game 107-111. The three superstars combined for 89 points. LeBron had 33 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists. The total score was tied at 1-1. In the Cavaliers' locker room, although everyone performed beyond their usual level, the final punishment for Xie Yu had not yet been announced. No one wore a smile, filled with worry, while Xie Yu remained unperturbed. Xie Yu, you don't know who my backup is. The Heat had just demanded that Xie Yu be suspended, while the Cavaliers called for an investigation into Haslam's insulting remarks towards Xie Yu. Initially, it was 50-50, but teams interested in courting Xie Yu quickly rallied to support him, and all 28 remaining teams showed up. Even the Lakers came to help. Maybe Xie Yu will reconsider. What if? Before the league's punishment results came in, Jordan's call came first. Laughter came from the other end of the line. Brother, were you scared? Not at all. Let me tell you, if I get suspended, the ones who will be embarrassed are you and the old man. I won't tease you anymore. You don't need to be suspended. Haslam will be suspended for 1 game. Anyway, he can't play since he's in the hospital. You're doing this on purpose, right? This clearly tells everyone that the league is biased in my favor. No, he started it first, so it's normal to be suspended. Have you ever seen someone who hits others without consequence and the one who gets hit is suspended? Welcome to the American Airlines Center. We don't sell stretchers here. We demand the permanent retirement of Xie Yu. Softies only know how to sneak attack. Xie Yu, come face me, unknown. In the Miami Heat fan dictionary, there are no curse words, but you're the exception. FKU Xie. The beaches of Miami do not welcome boxers. The Miami fans raised their banners and erupted into waves of boos as Xie Yu took the stage. Before the match began, the Cavaliers formed a circle, and Xie Yu shouted, "You all call me the boss, because I shut you all out in unknown. I know you're not convinced. How about this? If we defeat Miami this round, the previous shutout doesn't count. Everyone all right. Xie Yu, I'll get back at each of you during the offseason. Irving, I want to shut you out and make you call me the boss. Jimmy, I've always wanted to be the boss. Kawhi, he won't shut me out again, will he? Alonzo G, if I don't play, I won't lose. Everyone had their own agendas, but put on a great show on the surface. As the game began, the combative Xie Yu continued to maintain his fine quality. The louder the boos, the stronger I become. With a fake move, he got past Wade, shoved aside Bosch, and performed a ferocious dunk. Bosch, how the hell am I supposed to defend against your Iverson-like crossover and Shaq-like dunk? Xie Yu stood beyond the three-point line winking and pretending to pass to his teammates, causing James to keep looking back. Then he shot with arms wide open, hitting nothing but net. Even James let out a curse word. With their teammates warming up and the firepower of their shooters, the Cavaliers dominated the first quarter, leading the Heat by 12 points with a score of 37-25. Fully powered Xie Yu was brimming with confidence. He had never stood so tall in his life. Irving, Jimmy, Kawhi West, and Varejao took the court in the second quarter, and after the previous game, they played surprisingly well. Irving and Varejao executed a pick and roll with a beautiful play that pinned Lewis in place, allowing for an easy layup. West set up high, handed off to Kawhi, who was smoothly screened, and Kawhi hit a mid-range jumper with precision. Jimmy bullied his way inside, overpowering Norris Cole for a fadeaway jumper. With the whistle, the basket counted, converting at 21, and with a roar, it startled Jordan. Could this guy really be the illegitimate child Xie Yu mentioned lost in the world? By the time Xie Yu took the court, the deficit had already reached 18 points. Xie Yu, Carter, Alonzo G, Crowder, and Parsons, when fully powered, Xie Yu played as the ball-dominant core on offense and was a rim protector on defense. When he talked to Mike Brown refused to agree at first. After much coaxing, he finally agreed to give him 3 minutes to test the waters. It was Xie Yu's first time playing at max level, and he had no confidence, but thought why not give it a try. James and Bosch set a pick, and with a high lob to Bosch, Xie Yu's long arms snatched the ball from Bosch's hands in an instant. Bosch. Xie Yu quickly pushed forward, finding Parsons ready in the corner. The wealthy man with no money wasn't messing around. He shot a low pass, hitting the back of the rim. Xie Yu was astonished. His highest point didn't exceed the height of 2 basketballs above the rim. James was thoroughly annoyed by the Cavaliers' 5-man lineup, completely lacking any advantageous mismatches, so he had to pick on the older players. Why not pick on the shorter ones? Rookie Crowder was built like a bull. James drove Carter to the basket, but caught a glimpse of Xie Yu lurking, decisively passing the ball to Ray Allen outside. Alonzo G received strict orders to stick with Ray Allen at all costs, bringing the same intensity he had in defending Xie Yu, making Ray Allen feel uncomfortable. I'm just a shooter, why are you treating me like a superstar? What frustrated Ray Allen even more was that he passed the ball to Norris Cole, but Alonzo G was still glued to him. Anyone who didn't know would think he had a problem with his sexual orientation. All of this was because Xie Yu repeatedly emphasized the less time left, the more dangerous Ray Allen becomes. Norris Cole indeed wanted to return the ball to Ray Allen, but when he saw Alonzo G sticking to Ray like glue, he gave up and took a contested shot. Clank. Xie Yu left high, dominating the rebound over James, looking down at him and thinking Durant. One day, I will complete a game-winning putback on your head. Xie Yu, I'm not one to hold grudges. Xie Yu held the ball firmly as 4 defenders pretended to set screens, ultimately bringing the shortest Norris Cole right in front of him. He deliberately put on a joyful expression and exposed the ball, and sure enough, Norris Cole reached out. Xie Yu leaned and shot a three-pointer that missed, but the referee blew the whistle. Harden, watching the game at home, jumped up from his sofa practicing Xie Yu's moves multiple times, laughing, got it. At halftime, the score was 71-48, and the Heat were being crushed, trailing the Cavaliers by 23 points at home. The American Airlines Center was silent, everyone glaring fiercely at Xie Yu. If looks could kill, Xie Yu would have died a million. Alonzo G, boss, I think it's best if I keep my distance. I'm afraid of collateral damage. Xie Yu, in our Huaxia, there's a saying. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. The Heat fans love me. Just as his words fell at the moment, they entered the players' tunnel. A little girl cried out, Xie Yu, I hate you. You big bad guy. Boo-hoo. Xie Yu took off running. A good man doesn't fight against a girl. In the second half, the Cavaliers flourished while the Heat were powerless to fight back, suffering a painful defeat in Game 3. After the game, the Heat locker room was in an uproar. James, their 3-point shooting percentage is higher than our 2-point shooting. How can we win this game? Wade, is it too late to switch to a small lineup and shoot more threes? Boss, should we give it a try? Xie Yu, trying it will lead to Game 4, 98-125. The Heat suffered a crushing defeat. James, we can't hit threes, we can't grab rebounds. They're running fast breaks with 5 arrows flying together. We simply can't defend. Spoelstra, in the next game will defend right at the 3-point line. Better to give up 2 points than to allow 3. Wade, being down 1-3 isn't a big deal. As long as we solve their 3-point problem, we can win. At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Game 5 begins. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow outside the 3-point line, and surprisingly, Wade lunged out. He decisively dribbled, took a step, and opened the lane wide enough that he even suspected there was a trap, and the rest of the Heat team didn't come to help defend at all. Only Bosch was under the basket to protect the rim. Seeing that Xie Yu was hesitating, Bosch was surprised, but he didn't underestimate him. However, Xie Yu released a little floater while moving. Swish. Bosch hadn't even jumped yet, and the ball went through the net. With the restraint of his teammates outside, Xie Yu played freely. The space was simply too vast. He could do as he pleased. Wade, why doesn't your small lineup have so many problems? Xie Yu, what you have isn't a small lineup, it's a mishmash. Lewis and Bosch simply lacked the ability to punish inside, and every player on the Cavaliers had strong individual defensive skills, which is something other teams find hard to replicate. Take Curry, for example. People only see his offense, but rarely notice his defense. The Heat stubbornly dragged the game to the final moments with the big three combining for 92 points, giving it their all. With 33 1 seconds left. The Cavaliers led the Heat 114-112, holding possession of the ball. Everyone spread out, and Xie Yu faced Wade Unionon running down the clock. James directed the defense from behind, ensuring they would not stumble at the same place twice. James was on Xie Yu's right side, and Xie Yu decisively moved to the left, stopping abruptly a step outside the three-point line to pose, then taking a big step forward to create shooting space, and pretended to shoot a fadeaway jumper. As he bent his knees, Wade jumped. Leaning forward, he drew a foul using the contact to propel himself backward for a jump shot. It hit the backboard. What a miraculous shot. And there's an additional free throw. 116-112. Yu Jia, this little combo is incredible. Zhang Heli from the slow-motion replay. Xie Yu was full of fakes. His facial expression was identical to Jordan. No wonder Wade couldn't keep up. The dome of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was nearly lifted by the cheers of the audience. Xie Yu stood at the free throw line, and the crowd roared MVP. He made it confidently, sealing the victory. Ray Allen missed the three-pointer. The game ended, and the Cavaliers advanced to the finals once again. Eastern Conference Championship Ceremony. Xie Yu held the microphone and shouted, "The Cavaliers haven't won enough in Cantonese." This statement was directed at my Huaxia fans. Then he stated earnestly, "I promise you, no matter who the opponent is, I will bring the championship trophy back to Cleveland." A Smith posted on all social media platforms, "No matter whether the Cavaliers win the championship or not, I will apologize first. I'm sorry, Xie Yu, I was wrong, I submit. From now on, I'll be your #1 fan. Weibo troll wrong, brother, I edit." Once the apology topic was initiated, over 1 million netizens worldwide participated, earning a spot in the Guinness World Records. Xie Yu became the person with the most apologies. Xie Yu, damn, how many people have cursed me. The Spurs emphasize a team-first philosophy, balanced offensive and defensive play, and a deep rotation. The team builds its tactical system around Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili, but stresses the involvement of all players in the offense. Parker, as the offensive engine, contributes an average of 22, 3 points and 7.96 assists per game, orchestrating the team's plays through pick-and-rolls and dish-outs. He is the cornerstone of our perimeter defense. Duncan provides stable output inside the paint, averaging 17, 8 points and 10.14 rebounds, 2.64 blocks, while also possessing high-post playmaking abilities to create space for the perimeter. David West, TT, and JJ Hickson, you should take a look at his highlights. Your defense against Duncan could very well influence. Ginobili, as the sixth man, averages 13, 8 points and 6.57 assists, activating the bench unit with his agile drives and passing. He is the key to determining the ceiling of this team. Statistics cannot fully reflect his true impact. He is extreme. The Spurs prioritize perimeter shooting, creating opportunities through players' off-ball movement and precise passing. Danny Green averages 10.5 points. Patrick Mills averages 7.8 points, providing stable three-point firepower. Notably, they rarely take three-point. The team's tactical design emphasizes strong weak side transfer, utilizing the playmaking ability of interior players to create space. Gay averages 1.67 steals and possesses excellent individual defense skills, becoming the core of perimeter defense. Their defensive efficiency ranks among the league's best, focusing on limiting driving lanes and quick rotations to reduce easy scoring opportunities. After listening to the tactical coach's 3-hour analysis, Xie Yu admired the Spurs even more, saying, "In good times they run like a well-oiled machine. In adversity, they are like a sharp blade cutting through chaos," truly living up to their reputation. This series seems to be more challenging than anticipated. After the training session under the night sky, Xie Yu drove his red Ferrari like a streak of flame, racing towards the rendezvous with Xiao KK. As the car door opened slightly, Xie Yu's tall figure appeared, immediately capturing the attention of Xiao KK and Bang Chen. Bang Chen couldn't help but murmur, "Heavens, he's so handsome it makes me want to curse. Why didn't I meet him sooner?" Xiao KK teased, "Sister, he's only 20. How much sooner did you want to meet him?" Before she finished speaking, Xiao KK, with her signature long legs, lightly leaped into Xie Yu's arms playfully, saying, "MVP, you look too handsome today. Quickly confess who dressed you. Your fashion sense is incredible. Oh, let's first rule out Taylor Swift." Xie Yu raised his hand and gently tapped her on the head, saying, 3 days without a beating, and you think you can meddle in my affairs." Xiao KK pouted in grievance, rubbing her head, but she loved this type of interaction. The fiercer Xie Yu was, the more she adored him. At that moment, Bang Chen slowly spoke, finally willing to show your face. Xie Yu replied with a serious expression, "Last time was truly a misunderstanding. You have a child and a family. Please have some self-respect." Bang Chen liked him, truly liked him, but she was not Chao Mingda. Bang Chen looked despondent yet resolute. "I've divorced. Oh, I never loved him. Don't worry, I won't cling to you, but don't avoid me otherwise." Xie Yu raised an eyebrow with interest. "Otherwise what?" After a long pause, Xie Yu helplessly waved his hand, explaining, "I'm not incapable. You know the Asian king Jay Chou. He's currently waiting for me with 2 J girls. You two go change clothes. Don't dress too revealing, just style it to highlight those long legs. I'll take you over to trim his sharp edges." Sure enough, upon hearing they were going out, the two no longer demanded excessively. Xie Yu thought, with a handsome face, wealth, and great skills, these mundane advantages are exhausting me. In the bustling center of Cleveland, 3 Ferraris appeared like 3 blazing red bolts of lightning, cutting through the dark night, stopping right in front of the LIV restaurant. In an instant, the car doors opened simultaneously, and 3 beautifully proportioned long-legged beauties stepped out in sequence. Xiao KK and Bang Chen, these 2 top models, moved gracefully like dancing sprites as they descended from the car. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Jay Chou casually glanced out the window. This sudden scene startled him, causing his eyes to widen, privately muttering that Xie Yu, I was thinking of introducing two beauties to him. And here, he is bringing in two supermodels. His competitive spirit is unmatched. Xiao KK and Bang Chen closely accompanied Xie Yu, stepping into the restaurant with elegance. Xie Yu's lips curled slightly upwards, his expression carrying a hint of mockery and teasing as he raised his chin and said, King Zhou, it's been a while since we last met. Jie Chou looked at Xie Yu's unmistakably proud demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated, thinking this guy can't go a day without showing off. With a wide smile on his face, he replied, long time no see. Xie the Ball King is currently unstoppable, dominating everywhere. Their eyes met, and they burst into laughter, enjoying a delightful conversation. However, the two J-girls nearby had completely lost their cheerful mood. Originally excited to meet this global superstar, upon seeing Xiao KK and Bang Chen, they felt like mere small potatoes. Their usually confident and exquisite faces appeared particularly constrained and petty in comparison to the international charm and strong aura of Xiao KK and Bang Chen, causing them to feel disheartened. As soon as the dinner ended, Xie Yu seized the opportunity, casually making an excuse and swiftly slipping away. After all, facing these two exceptionally gifted supermodels was truly overwhelming, and he simply couldn't handle it. Pre-match interview with the Knights. Mike Brown Popovich is one of the greatest coaches of all time. Wes Duncan is one of the best power forwards in history. I will do my utmost to defend against him. Kyrie Manu is one of the most underrated players. I have great admiration for him. Jimmy, to be honest, I kind of coasted last year as the champion, but this year I will give my all. Kawhi, the Spurs are a very strong team. They are hard to deal with. Xie Yu, I don't want Duncan to say to me the future is mine. Pre-match interview with the Spurs. Popovich, the current Jordan. Jordan at his age didn't have such leadership abilities. Duncan, you all know I usually don't show much expression, but when I watch Xie Yu play I start cursing. Parker, I don't think any backcourt player would want to defend against Xie Yu. I definitely don't want to. He would crush me. Ginobili, besides Xie Yu, the Cavaliers have many excellent young players. They are very strong and remarkable. Gay, I will take on the task of defending against Xie Yu, but I believe Kyrie and Kawhi are equally dangerous. Green, I will do my best to defend against Xie Yu. He is strong, but I am not bad either. Mills, during the Olympics, he represented the Huaxiao men's basketball team and trounced us. I still remember that night vividly. It was a nightmare for me. Spurs starting lineup: center splitter, power forward Duncan, small forward Gay, shooting guard Green, point guard Parker. Cavaliers starting lineup: forward West, forward Kawhi, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Kyrie. In Game 1, both teams were more exploratory, so the defensive pressure from the Spurs was not very high. Kyrie brought the ball up. A simple give-and-go with a subsequent pick-and-roll allowed Xie Yu to gain an open three-point opportunity. Swish. With a swift motion, the arrow pierced through the heart. Seeing this, Popovich shook his head in disbelief. With Xie Yu and Curry, the league is about to change drastically. The Cavaliers gradually took control of the game's rhythm. Under Xie Yu's orchestration, Kyrie and Kawhi unleashed their firepower, while Jimmy wreaked havoc under the basket, leaving Duncan wondering why this person seemed so familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Ultimately, the Spurs suffered a crushing defeat, with the Cavaliers scoring an astonishing 131 points, hitting 25 three-pointers, and breaking various three-point records, shocking the world. Xie Yu shot 13 for 18, hitting 10 out of 15 three-pointers, achieving 39.7 rebounds and 14 assists. Kyrie scored 23 points with 7 assists. Kawhi tallied 20 points and 8 rebounds. Jimmy had 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. West contributed 13 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists. As Cleveland prepared to welcome the second victory, the Cavaliers faced a setback at home. Their outside shooting was cold, with a three-point shooting percentage dropping below 30%, while the Spurs flourished with multiple scorers. As the balance shifted, the Cavaliers suffered a painful defeat in Game 2. Xie Yu scored 50 points, but could not save the team. He was subjected to relentless defense as Green, Gay, and Ginobili took turns to guard him, while Duncan and Splitter guarded him inside, making it extremely difficult for him. This loss left Cavaliers fans anxious for several days. The entire Cavaliers team arrived in San Antonio, where Xie Yu had an unfavorable history, seemingly having suffered greatly here. Game 3 commenced with both teams maintaining their starting lineups. In this match, Xie Yu launched the first attack, aggressively driving past Green and confronting Duncan, directly successfully scoring with a layup. However, the referee called an offensive foul on Xie Yu, and Mike Brown received a technical foul for complaining. Immediately after, Xie Yu attacked again, using an in-and-out move to freeze Green in place, executing a Euro step to evade Splitter. As Duncan's timely help defense blocked his shot, Xie Yu, in a moment of urgency, used his left hand to deflect the ball and scored. The referee blew the whistle again, calling another offensive foul on Xie Yu. Usually the officials would turn a blind eye to such plays, but today they were particularly strict, especially towards Xie Yu. Xie Yu's offensive attempts were thwarted, and after multiple failed attempts to draw fouls, the Spurs continued with their hot shooting from the previous game, hitting consecutive three-pointers. Although Xie Yu showcased his prowess upon his entrance, scoring effortlessly both inside and outside the arc, the defense could not contain the surging Spurs. In the end, they suffered a close defeat, 113-118, trailing 1-2 in the overall series. Before the finals commenced, fans and experts overwhelmingly favored the Cavaliers, but after Game 3 concluded, support shifted entirely to the Spurs. Weibo user, I don't love three-pointers. The veteran does not die. The Spurs will surely win. Weibo user, I don't love watching three-pointers. The Spurs are rising, ready to crush Xie Yu. Weibo user, I don't love muddling up three-pointers. Winning a championship through three-pointers relies too much on luck. No one will be convinced. Xie Yu should practice hard this summer and refrain from shooting three-pointers. In Game 4, the Cavaliers found their rhythm again, raining down three-pointers that left the San Antonio fans anxious and silent. The score was 127-109, as the Cavaliers secured a decisive victory, leveling the series at 2-2. After the game, Popovich stated, "We need to pray before playing against the Cavaliers." Xie Yu in an interview with Zhou Lingen boldly declared, "The Spurs have no chance. We will finish the series 4-2. Let's wait and see." Xie's interview did not cause much of a stir abroad, but it indeed made headlines in Huaxiao, landing him at the top of the trending list, with everyone criticizing him for being arrogant and self-important. The Quicken Loans Arena. Spurs starting lineup: center Splitter, power forward Duncan, small forward Gay, shooting guard Green, point guard Parker. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Varejao, power forward West, small forward Kawhi, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Yu Jia. The crucial Game 5, and the Cavaliers have surprisingly altered their lineup. Zhang Heli. I did not expect the Cavaliers to start with a center, but I don't think they will reduce their three-point attempts. After all, Jimmy Butler is now a bench player, and he averaged less than 2 three-point attempts per game. Just as everyone felt puzzled, the game began. Irving and Varejao executed a pick and roll without any help defense, and with a smooth motion, he made a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. 2-0. On defense, Varejao directly challenged Duncan, tightly contesting him from the high post to wear him down as much as possible. Another change was that Xie Yu took on the task of guarding Parker. Irving was closely guarding Green. Parker and Splitter set a screen and accelerated towards the basket for a layup. Xie Yu threw himself in, soaring to swat the shot forcefully against the backboard. Parker's face was filled with disbelief, saying, "Hey, I'm a French sports car. Are you a Huaxia rocket?" The offense continued, with Irving orchestrating the play repeatedly, using screens from Varejao to disrupt the Spurs' defense. After drawing the defenders, he passed the ball to Xie Yu on the perimeter, who disregarded the defense and took a shot right in Green's face. Swish. 5-0. In your face. Yu Jia. Before Xie Yu, all beings are equal. Zhang Heli. This shot selection is clearly not very reasonable, but if it's Xie Yu taking the shot, then everything makes sense. After the conclusion of Game 4, on the flight back to Cleveland, Xie Yu and Mike Brown held a team meeting. Xie Yu stated, "I believe it is time for us to make a change, or we can no longer rely on luck alone. First, I need to relinquish ball control." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Irving eagerly asked, "Are you going to give the ball to me?" Xie Yu nodded and said earnestly, "I feel we have significant defensive issues. I have decided to focus our efforts on defense. Parker will be my responsibility. We need to use a center to wear down Duncan and free up West." Xie Yu looked at Jimmy and said, "You will come off the bench and ensure that Manu Ginobili is locked down in the rotation. Any objections?" Despite Jimmy's usual bravado facing Xie's almost commanding tone, he lacked the courage to protest, and Xie Yu then turned to Varejao and asked, "Are you confident? I want you to make Duncan uncomfortable every second you're on the court. Even if you get 5 fouls, there can be no relaxation." Varejao immediately stood up and declared, "I will give it my all." Xie Yu then looked at Irving and said, "You are responsible for guarding Green. Just stay close to him and prevent him from shooting threes. Focus on the offensive end, balancing scoring and playmaking. If things don't go well, you need to play at least 40 minutes. Are there any issues with that?" Irving chuckled, "I wouldn't want anything more, bro. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" Xie Yu shook his head helplessly and said, "Bro, this is the decisive battle of the finals, a matter of the championship's final outcome. We cannot afford to be careless." Then Xie Yu looked at West and said, "Bring out your offensive performance from last season. We need you to step up." West nodded and replied, "I will do my utmost, and I won't let you down." Finally, Xie Yu turned to Kawhi and said, "Kawhi, and I will handle off-ball offense along with the bench players. When opportunities arise, you must shoot. Be bold in your cuts. Even if you miss, you can draw fouls. It's not that we won't shoot threes, rather we must do so with more determination." After Xie Yu finished speaking, Mike Brown thought to himself, "Why hasn't it come to me yet? Please tell me he hasn't forgotten about me." After a while, Xie Yu smiled and said, "Coach, please add your thoughts." Mike Brown declared, "We will win." Meeting adjourned. No matter how Parker set screens, the Cavaliers players would not switch. They completely trusted Xie Yu, a trust earned through his performance, one play at a time. Parker evaded the defense with a screen and caught a glimpse of Xie Yu being thoroughly blocked by Splitter. He decisively finished with a layup, and the Cavaliers players who could have come for help did not arrive even when he was wide open. Parker marveled at the execution of this young team. Just moments ago, that play was where Xie Yu chose to abandon his defense. He could have completed the block, but chose not to due to the injury risk potentially hurting Parker, so he opted to watch instead. Irving brought the ball down again. Xie Yu and Kawhi executed a pick and roll. Kawhi received the ball on the perimeter and lobbed it into the post for Xie Yu, who caught it and immediately executed a fadeaway jumper, swishing it through the net, leaving Green utterly speechless. Xie Yu asked, "Danny, have you ever seen the ocean?" Green replied, "I have. Why?" Xie Yu responded, "At this moment the hoop appears as vast and boundless as the ocean to me." Green exclaimed, "F." Xie Yu suddenly accelerated and cut sharply to the basket as Irving delivered a pinpoint bounce pass. He arrived just as the ball did. Duncan quickly rotated over to help, and Xie Yu soared through the air, colliding with Duncan as he executed a one-handed dunk. On the bench, Carter leaped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Isn't that just like how I was in my youth? I am half man, half god, but you are truly a god." The no-ball Xie delivered an exceptionally efficient game, shooting 6 for 6, hitting 2 of 2 from three-point range, and making 4 of 4 free throws, totaling 18 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. Irving, bro, you can score so many points without the ball. Am I the best support player ever? Xie Yu O'Neal said, even his grandma could win a championship if she assisted me. Irving, come on, will it kill you to compliment me a little? Besides, O'Neal was talking about Jordan, not you. Xie Yu, he won his championship in his 7th year, what about me? Irving, alright, I concede. As the second quarter began, Ginobili made a serpentine drive past Jimmy for a layup, and Xie Yu, furious, walked straight to the technical area, demanding to personally defend Ginobili. Xie Yu shouted at Jimmy, you're way more useless than your cheap old man, go play point guard, and stop being a nuisance here. Jimmy didn't dare say a word, and obediently moved to the backcourt to advance the ball. Xie Yu called for the ball in the elbow area. Jimmy passed it to him, and after sharing a glance with TT, Xie Yu quickly drove to the basket with TT blocking the defender for him. Xie Yu flicked his wrist, tossing the ball near the basket, and Jimmy easily completed an alley-oop dunk. Mimicking the previous play, they attempted the same tactic again, but this time the Spurs didn't give Jimmy the chance for another alley-oop. However, after TT set a screen for Jimmy, he set another for Xie Yu. After navigating the screen, Xie Yu executed a fadeaway jumper, changing his hand midair, and passed to the cutting TT for another dunk, forcing a timeout for the Spurs. Popovich felt troubled. It was hard to assist defense when Xie Yu wasn't dribbling. Sigh. The last thing he wanted was a superstar executing tactics effectively. Ginobili faced Xie Yu and was surprised to find that Xie Yu completely understood him, rendering him unable to attack. Xie Yu, I've watched your highlights hundreds of times. You're too flashy. In the final attack of the first half, Irving passed to the low post, where Xie Yu faced Ginobili. Xie Yu let the ball go and smoothly turned, taking off without hesitation. Duncan Gay and Splitter formed a human wall under the basket, determined to stop Xie Yu from scoring. However, Xie Yu showcased his battle-hardened skills, flying from left to right, scooping the ball up for a reverse layup. Popovich threw up his hands, resembling a child, saying, give me the ball, I want to go home. At halftime, the score was 65-43, with the Cavaliers leading by 22 points. Popovich threw up his hands, resembling a child, saying, give me the ball, I want to go home. At halftime, the score was 65. In the second half, the Spurs still couldn't solve Xie Yu's off-ball scoring, allowing him to have his way. Ultimately, the score was 119-107, and the Cavaliers won the pivotal game. Xie Yu clocked out after 3 quarters, shooting 14 for 24 for 7 from three-point range, totaling 37 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists with a plus-minus of 29. Irving shot 9 for 21, scoring 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists. At the Bank Center, Popovich approached Xie Yu, are you still playing off-ball today? Xie Yu nodded, and Popovich left helplessly, knowing they were in for it. After the opening, it was Gay defending Xie Yu instead of Green as before. Popovich hoped that Gay with better physical attributes could limit Xie Yu, but it was all in vain. Xie Yu received a pass from Irving, and after a triple threat stance, he launched a three-pointer. Gay's defense was solid, yet the ball went in anyway. It was utterly unreasonable. Xie Yu, your outstretched hand was like my shooting sight, thank you, Rudy. Gay shook his head, wondering what he could do. He couldn't stand him, but couldn't overpower him either. Parker worked hard to penetrate, trying to connect the team's offense, but Xie Yu's relentless defense made it very difficult for him. Green, who had been underperforming throughout the series, missed another three-pointer. Xie Yu finally believed the system's opponent's symbol, as his laughter had been given to Danny Green, who had suffered in all 6 games. Xie Yu continued to call for the ball in the elbow area, with all teammates spacing out. It was unknown against Gay, and after a probing step, he took a step and executed a powerful dunk. Spurs fans were disheartened as their team fell behind by double digits again in the first quarter. Xie Yu took a break, and Irving and Kawhi stepped up, hitting a series of difficult shots, leaving the Spurs without a reply. By the time Xie Yu returned, the game had turned into a massacre. When double-teamed, he would pass to the most threatening teammate. When not double-teamed, he could score at will. With a score of 123-109, the Cavaliers won Game 6, defeating the Spurs with a total score of 4-2, reclaiming the championship. Xie Yu was unanimously voted as the deserving Finals MVP. Returning to Cleveland, they were greeted by a championship parade, with local fans holding signs that read, Xie Yu stay. Cleveland can't be without you. Next season marks Xie Yu's 4th season, and his rookie contract is about to expire. The Cavaliers are eligible to extend a max contract to him during the offseason. The team has won the championship, but general manager Chris Grant has been struggling with insomnia for some time. Xie Yu has not responded about whether he wants to extend his contract early, and the championship contributor David West's 2-year deal has expired, along with J.J. Hickson, Alonzo G., and others. The words of owner Dan Gilbert stuck in their throats, leaving the Cavaliers management sleepless at night, as everyone awaited Xie Yu, accompanied by Louis Fei and the Jordan couple, embarked on a vacation journey to South Beach in Miami, USA. The Miami sun poured down without reserve, casting a dazzling golden hue over South Beach. The fine white sand, as delicate as powder, sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a ground strewn with shattered diamonds. Tall palm trees swayed in the breeze, their broad leaves rustling, as if playing a welcoming melody. The Jordan couple beamed with relaxed smiles, eagerly sharing fascinating and amusing stories from their past basketball careers with Xie Yu and Louis Fei. Before my comeback in 1995, I challenged B.J. Armstrong while wearing leather shoes, and I easily triumphed using my leather shoes scraping the floor technique, leaving everyone in shock. I used to be bored betting with my teammates at the airport on whose luggage would come out first. The wager was $10,000, and I spent $100 to bribe the baggage handler, pocketing a clean $9,900. Hey Xie Yu, you're welcome to the NBA is weak. I had already been retired for many years, and at that time, I was still the #1 high schooler in the USO. J. Mayo provoked me, and I destroyed him, telling him you are the strongest high schooler, but I am the world's strongest player. Kid, you really remind me of myself. You didn't participate in the final possession during your first All-Star game. You're way behind. In the 1985 All-Star game, I remember vividly that I did not actively greet those oldtimers in the elevator. The veteran players led by Isaiah Thomas isolated me directly, and I only scored 7 points in that game. Amid the laughter and joy, Xie Yu and Liu Yifei leaned closely against each other. The gentle sea breeze playfully toused. Soon after, everyone boarded a luxurious yacht, and with a roar the yacht sliced through the crystal-clear jewel-like blue sea, creating layers of snowy white waves. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she leaned against the ship's railing, gazing far into the horizon, where the sea met the sky, as if wanting to capture this boundless beauty. Xie Yu stood nearby, watching over her with a tender gaze full of affection. As they reached an open area on the sea, the yacht gradually came to a stop. The gentle sea breeze brushed against them, bringing the ocean's unique salty aroma. Everyone sat on the deck, savoring the rich wine with an endless expanse of blue ocean and vast sky before them, forming a stunning picture. This leisurely time felt dreamlike in its beauty. Yvette took Liu Yifei to take photos, giving Jordan and Xie Yu some space to talk. Kid, are you troubled? This isn't like you. Not troubled at all. With 2 championships in 3 years, what is there to worry about? A certain basketball god took 7 years to taste the flavor of a championship. Come on, don't you ever look in the mirror. You have the typical worried look on your face. Brother, did you ever think about leaving the Bulls? No, why would I leave? I brought 2 three-peats to this city, and I have no reason to leave. Do you want to leave Cleveland? Why would I leave after winning back-to-back championships? Listen to me, stay. You are a king, and where does a king leave? Only they cling to you. I could easily invite you to Charlotte, and I could even give you a steak, but I know what you seek isn't that. You want leave? Don't fool yourself, Xie Yu. I never said I wanted to leave. Indeed, you are right. A king doesn't need to leave. I want to keep winning championships. Not to discourage you, but at most you can achieve a three-peat. This year, many of your players' contracts will expire, and next year, a large batch of rookies will need lucrative contracts. It's already a win if you can keep half of your team. As long as I am with the Cavaliers, I can win championships, even if I keep half the team. Cheers. After talking with Jordan, Xie Yu felt enlightened. I brought 2 championships to Cleveland. Oh, why should I leave? Big city. Money. Do these really attract me? In a big city, exposure is greater. Who knows, I might not even be able to hide my girlfriend, and by then the entertainment industry would be shaken. Money, I truly do not lack it, so it seems like there really is no reason for me to leave. Enlightened, Xie Yu took Liu Yifei to experience the feeling of being on the sea. In reality, Liu Yifei resembles the character Huang Yimei from the drama More and More. The more I look, the more fascinating she becomes. Liu Yifei felt a bit shy under Xie Yu's lingering gaze, and she playfully said, "They'll give it to you tonight. There are still people around during the day." Xie Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Very good, brother, will take you to play in Northern Europe." At Miami Airport, Xie Yu called Chris Grant. "You have 2 days to provide your most sincere proposal. Listen, it includes power. Hang up. Beep, beep, beep." Chris Grant was so excited, he almost cried. Xie Yu finally agreed to extend his contract. In his view, no matter what Xie Yu wanted, Dan Gilbert would agree. The Cavaliers management immediately held a meeting to draft Xie Yu's contract extension. The staff began to introduce. According to the NBA salary rules, Xie Yu meets the following conditions during the 2013 offseason. 1. Service time. Xie Yu entered the NBA in 2010 and has served the Cavaliers for 3 years by 2013, meeting the bird rights clause allowing teams to exceed the salary cap for resigning. 2. Maximum salary qualification. As a 1-time MVP and 2-time Finals MVP, he meets the Rose Rule applicable to players who won MVP or were multiple-time All-NBA selections during their rookie contracts. His maximum salary starts at 30 of the salary cap for that season. The salary cap for the 2013-14 season is $68 million, starting at approximately $17.6 million. 3. Contract length and increase. The bird rights clause allows the team to offer a maximum contract of 5 years with a salary increase of 7.5. Maximum contract calculation. Year 1, $17.6 million. Year 2, $17.6 million. 1. 0, 75, 18. $92 million. Year 3, $18. $92 million. 1. 0, 75, 20. $34 million. Year 4, $20. $34 million. 1. 0, 75, 21. $87 million. Year 5, $21. $87 million. 1. 0, 75, 23. $51 million. Total amount approximately $101 million. 5 years. If Xie Yu chooses to sign with another team, the maximum contract would be 4 years, with an increase of 4.50, and the total amount would significantly fall short of the home team's offer. This is our biggest advantage. Chris Grant raised his hand to speak. He reported to Dan Gilbert, "Boss, I believe offering Xie Yu a maximum salary contract is just the basic requirement. We all know he doesn't care about money." He emphasized power in the call. "I think he wants to maintain championship competitiveness. We need to give him power, including trades, draft picks, and even personnel appointments." The Cavaliers management was anxious, looking at each other. Dan Gilbert waved his hand decisively. "Tell my little brother that he calls the shots on all matters of the team from now on. As long as he can stay, I can be an absentee owner. I believe he will bring us many championships. Do you have any objections?" David Griffin: "I have no objections." Chris Grant, I have no objections. Everyone no objections. Xie Yu and Liu Yifei's first stop is Rovaniemi, Finland, the world-famous Santa Claus. As soon as they entered the village, colorful wooden houses were arranged in a disorderly manner, as if bringing the fairy tale world into reality. Liu Yifei was as excited as a child pulling Xie Yu's hand and weaving through various whimsical little shops. Xie Yu looked at the sparkle in her eyes, smiled affectionately, and tightly held her hand, fearing she might trip. At Santa Claus post office, Liu Yifei carefully selected postcards and wrote, "In this fairy tale land, spending beautiful moments with the one I love, may our story be as splendid and eternal as the northern lights." Xie Yu gave a thumbs up as expected from someone who loves literature. Well done. After that, they traveled to the fjords of Norway. Sailing on the boat, they moved slowly forward. The towering peaks on both sides reached into the clouds, and the snow that never melted on the mountain tops sparkled with a sacred light under the sun. The peaks reflected beautifully in the clear lake water like a painting. Xie Yu stood behind Liu Yifei, embracing her, gently whispering, "Do you know? The depth of this fjord is like my feelings for you, endless and profound." Liu Yifei turned her head, her cheeks flushed, gazing deeply into Xie Yu's eyes. "I am the happiest woman in the world. Xie Yu, I love you so much." As night fell, they arrived at Abisko, Sweden, waiting for the arrival of the northern lights. Lying on the soft snow, the surroundings were tranquil, with only the sound of their breathing clearly audible. Suddenly a green light appeared on the horizon, and gradually the northern lights danced like sprites, freely splashing colors across the night sky. Red, green, and purple lights intertwined, dreamlike and ethereal. Liu Yifei excitedly kissed Xie Yu, and after a long time, as their lips parted, Xie Yu affectionately embraced her. Liu Yifei said with deep affection, "No matter what the future holds, I will accompany you to see the beauty of the world like I do at this moment." The Nordic journey came to a perfect conclusion, a romantic adventure that entwined the hearts of Xie Yu and Liu Tianxian like delicate threads, subtly elevating their feelings for each other. Xie Yu sought out Liu Tianxian first precisely because she possessed a unique tranquility that effortlessly brought healing energy, allowing him to experience rare moments of peace and warmth. At the airport, Xie Yu watched Liu Tianxian board her flight back to Huaxia. He then turned and walked towards Dan Gilbert's private plane, embarking on his journey back to Cleveland. Upon arriving in Cleveland, Xie Yu headed directly to Dan Gilbert's mansion. At this moment, David Griffin and Chris Grant were already waiting there. Dan Gilbert, with a serious expression, announced the renewal terms prepared for Xie Yu in front of the 2-1. Maximum salary renewal, 5 years, $1.01 billion. 2. A series of black and white rights, including the second-in-command position in the team and personal trade veto power. 3. Private plane usage rights. 4. The rights to a luxurious villa covering 2 acres. 5. Interest-free loans from Quicken Loans. A lengthy list filled with sincerity, leaving Xie Yu very satisfied. He hardly hesitated and immediately signed the early renewal contract. Referring to Tatum's 5-year $3.14 billion contract, only 35 remains after tax, and Jeremy Lin's post-tax remains only 36. Xie Yu's seemingly high contract actually shrinks significantly after tax deductions. Even so, Dan Gilbert still paid a signing bonus of $5 million on the spot, specifically stating that it was included. Immediately after, Dan Gilbert handed Xie Yu a loan of $10 million. Everyone present understood that although it was called a loan, it was more like a disguised reward, otherwise it wouldn't be brought up at this critical moment. Xie Yu naturally understood and accepted it with a smile. After all, in the face of reality, who would oppose tangible money? Not long after, the well-informed Jordan called. On the other end of the line, Jordan's signature hearty laughter echoed. "Congratulations, my brother. Come to France, I'm at the winery with Spike Lee. Oh, by the way, I saw your little girlfriend from Huaxia." Xie Yu suddenly remembered that after recommending Reba to Spike Lee, he hadn't followed up, and he hadn't had the chance to formally meet Reba yet. He quickly responded, "All right, just got access to a private plane, he'll fly over." Jordan. Soon Xie Yu arrived at the Chateau Haut-Brion in Bordeaux, France. Jordan warmly greeted him, introducing. As one of Bordeaux's 5 first-growth, Chateau Haut-Brion was acquired by American banker Clarence Douglas in 1935. The Douglas family invested heavily in restoring the winery and greatly promoted its wines through extensive diplomatic efforts, making Chateau Haut-Brion an internationally renowned brand. It is famous for its Cabernet Sauvignon blended red wine and dry white wine, known for its unique style that combines elegance and power, being the only first-growth estate in Bordeaux to produce both top-tier red and white wines. Xie Yu couldn't help but joke, "Old brother, how much have you drunk to know all this so well?" Jordan laughed heartily. "Spike Lee invited me to make a cameo in his movie, and I felt bad taking his money, so I just had to drink a few bottles of his wine." Xie Yu muttered in confusion, "Am I not more handsome than you? Why didn't he ask me instead? But you, At that moment, Reba happened to walk by and unintentionally locked eyes with Xie Yu. She paused for a moment, then revealed a somewhat silly smile, waving her hand high. Seeing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but chuckle internally. This girl, we don't even know each other yet, and her way of greeting is too amusing. Reba noticed Xie Yu waving at her, signaling her to come over. In that instant, her heart felt as though it was gently clenched by an invisible hand, intertwining nervousness and anticipation. Her feet unconsciously moved towards Xie Yu. As she approached and saw Xie Yu's somewhat silly smile, for some reason her previously tense mood relaxed a little. Xie Yu first introduced her to Jordan. "This is my half-brother Jordan. I am Xie Yu, and we both play basketball." Then he turned to Jordan and introduced Reba. "This is Reba, who is destined to become the hottest top star in Huaxia." Upon hearing this, Reba felt a wave of surprise and flattery. Her face instantly flushed red to the roots of her ears. In her heart, she wondered, I am just a newly debuted actress, so far from being a top star. How could Xie Yu have such a... Feeling somewhat awkward, she exchanged pleasantries with Jordan, each word making her palms sweat a little more. At that moment, Xie Yu suddenly asked, have you finished filming for today? Reba reflexively shook her head vigorously as if on a spring. There's one more scene. She felt conflicted, torn between missing the opportunity to spend time with Xie Yu and not wanting to delay work. Just as she was lost in thought, Xie Yu's gentle voice came again. Then you go ahead and be busy. After you finish, come here to find me. I'll wait for you. Reba felt as if she were being pulled by an inexplicable force, involuntarily nodding her head. Though she had doubts, she could not refuse Xie Yu. She couldn't help but think, why am I so obedient to him? Is it because he holds a special place in my heart? After watching Reba leave, Xie Yu chatted with Jordan. Meanwhile, Reba walked towards the filming location, unable to stop glancing back, her heart always thinking about Xie Yu. She thought, what could they be talking about? Would he forget me soon? An hour later, Reba appeared in extremely plain casual clothes. Seeing Xie Yu, she felt a bit inferior, secretly blaming herself for not dressing more beautifully to meet him. Xie Yu's gaze swept over, and Reba keenly captured his eyes, thinking, would he think I look too plain? Xie Yu walked to a McLaren 12C, opened the convertible, and gestured for Reba to get in. Reba, feeling a bit anxious, got into the car. The vehicle sped away like an arrow, leaving its bow. The wind howled in her ears, yet her heart could not calm down. Sitting in the passenger seat, after hesitating for a while, she finally mustered the courage to ask, can I ask why you recommended me? In truth, Reba had always been curious about how she had earned Xie Yu's favor, ending up as the leading lady in a foreign director's film. Xie Yu smiled and replied, I watched a few episodes of the Ancient Sword Legend and thought you were particularly beautiful. What? Is that a problem? Hearing this, Reba's heart felt as if it were filled with honey, both surprised and touched. She thought, so it's because he thinks I'm pretty that he recommended me. Does that mean I have something special in his eyes? But at the same time, she felt somewhat incredulous, as such an opportunity was truly rare. Before long, Xie Yu parked the car, put on a mask, and led Reba into a large shopping mall. He picked out a pile of clothes in the store and handed them to Reba. Go try these on. As Reba was about to refuse, she heard Xie Yu's authoritative yet affectionate command, be good, which unexpectedly warmed her heart, compelling her to take the clothes and try them on. In the fitting room, each time she changed into a new outfit, she scrutinized herself in the mirror, feeling both excited and nervous. She wondered, would Xie Yu like how I look in this outfit? When she stepped out wearing a particular outfit, seeing Xie Yu's astonished and admiring gaze, her joy blossomed like fireworks. Thus Reba tried on one outfit after another, each one leaving Xie Yu in awe, and with a wave of his hand, looking at the pile of clothes, Reba felt both touched and worried, helplessly tugging at Xie Yu's sleeve. Xie Yu, this is too much, and it's too expensive. I can't afford this much. Reba was filled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, she was grateful for Xie Yu's generosity, while on the other, she felt undeserving of such gifts. Xie Yu looked at her, and a warm smile bloomed on his face, a smile that seemed to shine directly into Reba's heart, melting it. It's a gift from me, Xie Yu said softly. Upon hearing this, Reba felt a mixture of emotions, touched, delighted, and flustered, all intertwining. She silently vowed to repay Xie Yu well in the future. Then naturally, Xie Yu took Reba's slightly awkward hand, leading her into a handbag store. He surveyed the dazzling array of bags and asked, Chanel or Dior or LV? Reba understood that for someone like her who had just debuted, these luxury items could indeed enhance her appearance and boost her confidence. But she felt that Xie Yu was just too good to her, so good that it made her feel a bit anxious. She looked at Xie Yu, her heart filled with gratitude and shyness. When they came out of the mall, Reba had already changed into a Dior haute couture outfit, wearing high heels and carrying a delicate handbag. She looked like a top star of 2025, and Xie Yu looked on with satisfaction in his eyes. Feeling Xie Yu's gaze, Reba was both happy and somewhat incredulous, as if she were in a beautiful dream. Back in the car, Reba once again blushed, mumbling something about being unable to repay him. She felt genuinely troubled, not knowing how to repay Xie Yu's kindness. Xie Yu merely smiled, not responding. Seeing his smile, Reba felt he was even more unfathomable, while her resolve to repay him grew stronger. That evening, Xie Yu chose to have dinner with Reba, instead of going out with Jordan and Spike Lee. At the dinner table, they drank quite a bit of wine, and in a slightly tipsy atmosphere, their conversation gradually opened up. Xie Yu recounted his past hardships, the despair of being abandoned after a broken leg, the helplessness of being traded shortly after entering the NBA, and the grievances of being bullied as a rookie. Each experience felt like a blunt knife, gently slicing at Reba's heart. His vivid storytelling perfectly illustrated what it meant when a man is 3 parts drunk and acts out your tears. Reba listened quietly, her heartache swelling like a tide. She looked at Xie Yu as if seeing the figure of someone struggling alone in a foreign land, feeling lonely and helpless. With each story he told, her heart felt as if it were being pricked by a needle, causing great pain. She thought to herself, so he has endured so much behind the scenes, and beneath all the glory lies such deep sorrow. As she listened, Reba found herself crying uncontrollably. Xie Yu continued, people only see the glamorous side of me, but they don't know that in America my life consists of nothing but training and games. Sometimes when I feel down and want to talk to someone, I would open my phone, scroll through my contacts, and find that there isn't a single person I can call. Reba listened, tears flooding out like a dam breaking. Her voice was soft and tender, carrying a hint of heartache, as she said, Xie Yu, from now on call me. My phone is always open for you. After saying this, Reba felt as if she had made an important decision, as she wanted to become the person Xie Yu could rely on during his lonely times. Ding. The system has detected that you have captured the heart of the top beauty and has rewarded you with a remarkable multiple choice. Ding. The system has detected that you have captured the heart of the stunning beauty, granting you an extraordinary multiple choice. Copper wall and iron barrier. While you are present, it enhances the defensive ability of 4 teammates on the national team, increasing their defense by 10. Tear down the defense line. While you are present, it enhances the offensive ability of 4 teammates on the national team, increasing their offense by 10. Master, stop messing around. Can we change the option? Don't make me angry. Master, is there really no room for negotiation? Can't we change it? If only the words national team were not part of this option. Pre-selection analysis. Take Jinlian, for example. Assuming both his defense and offense abilities are 70, a 10 increase would only add 7. Although the numerical value is elevated by a tier, the actual effect seems rather insignificant. When facing opponents that he could originally defeat, adding these 7 ability points still allows for victory. Against opponents he could never beat, even with the added 7 points, he would still lose. I have offense covered, so I choose copper wall and iron barrier. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the extraordinary skill, copper wall and iron barrier. Master, look. This is Reba, a top-tier sensation destined to become famous across the land. Is it really appropriate to give me such a useless single-choice question? Master, don't ignore me. After the heart-capturing system confirmed its effectiveness, Xie Yu and Reba's relationship naturally progressed, flowing smoothly. They began a shameless life at the Ho Bo Wang Manor. During this time, the news of Xie Yu's early contract renewal with the Cavaliers for 5 years and 101 million exploded like a bomb, causing a huge stir in the basketball world. Upon hearing the news, various stars could no longer contain their excitement. Rose was the first to send his congratulations. Congratulations, bro. Noah couldn't help but exclaim, I've never seen such a massive contract in my life. The entire Cavaliers team also offered their blessings. Congratulations. When are you treating us to a meal? Time flew, and soon it was late July. As the first match of the Asian Men's Basketball Championship on August 1st approached, Xie Yu still had not given a response regarding his participation, leaving the Basketball Association anxious, as if they were ants on a hot pot. After yet another attempt to contact Xie Yu without success, the Basketball Association began to suspect that he was deliberately. At that moment, just after a vigorous workout with Reba, Xie Yu saw a series of missed calls on his phone. A sudden amusing thought flashed through his mind, and he said to Reba, create a secondary Weibo account and leave a message for me saying, Xie Yu, are you going to play in the Asian Championship? After saying this, Xie Yu posted a few handsome photos he took at the manor a couple of days ago with the caption, I have fallen deeply in love with wine. Before long, an account named Badada commented, King Xie, are you going to play in the Asian Championship? Reba playfully said, report. Task successfully completed, requesting to return to the team. Xie Yu was amused by her quirky demeanor and affectionately replied, little one, just wait and see how I handle you so you can't get off the ground. Reba continued to joke, oops, I'm wed. Xie Yu immediately showed a helpless expression, wondering to himself, is Reba usually like this? Could it be that I've spoiled her too much, letting her get carried away? Xie Yu quickly replied on Weibo, personally, I really want to participate in the Asian Championship. After all, so many fans are looking forward to seeing me represent the national team. However, what many may not know is that 2 years ago, a certain leader of the Basketball Association refused to let me represent the country in the Asian Championship. I have always claimed that I hold no grudges, but if he doesn't come to apologize to me in person, I will never participate in the Asian Championship in my lifetime. Afterwards, he patiently replied to various questions posed by numerous bystanders with his comments almost directly revealing Zhang Xiong's ID information. The news quickly reached the capital. Upon learning of this situation, Zhang Xiong was infuriated. Immediately, the topic Basketball Association Zhang Xiong apology skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Zhang Xiong never expected that his first trending topic on Weibo would be topped in such a manner. The Basketball Association responded promptly, stating that they would take this matter very seriously. Subsequently, Zhang Xiong was summoned for a conversation. Zhang Xiong, what do you think about this matter? Xie Yu is just showing off. Purely unreasonable troublemaking. It's been 2 years, and he still clings to this matter. He claims to hold no grudges, but in my view, he is indeed a person who holds grudges very petty. Watch your wording. So you mean to say that you don't think you should apologize? Apologize? What have I done wrong? Back then, his scandalous news was all over the place, and he was even rumored to have interfered in someone else's relationship. A person like him with questionable moral character is not suited to join the national team. Now that the truth has come to light, isn't it us who were wrong? I was wronged. That's not my fault. I absolutely will not apologize to him. Fine, then submit your resignation letter. What? You want me to resign because of him? You still haven't understood a principle: the Chinese men's basketball team can operate without anyone, including you and me. However, for the vast majority of fans, they absolutely do not allow the team to be without Xie Yu. The plane ticket to France has already been purchased for you. You must either personally go apologize to him and seek his forgiveness, or submit your resignation letter today. I will go apologize. Also, if he does not accept your apology and still refuses to participate in the Asian Championship, then when you return, also submit your resignation letter. Zhang Xiong was left speechless, feeling frustrated, yet helpless. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Zhang Xiong's fury, Xie Yu was happily scrolling through Reba's Weibo account and discovered something incredible. Reba was actually his super fan. He saw that a year ago during the finals against the Thunder Reba had commented, "Brother Xie, I want to have your children." This bold and straightforward comment made Xie Yu laugh uncontrollably, causing him to collapse back in laughter. Seeing Xie Yu laugh so exaggeratedly, Reba approached in confusion. Xie Yu ultimately made a cameo in Spike Lee's movie. In Reba's whimsical mind, she conjured up the scene of the imagined Prince Charming. Spike Lee knew it was Xie Yu who would play the role and enthusiastically approved of adding this scene to the film. Thus, Xie Yu naturally portrayed this dreamy Prince Charming, marking his debut on screen. Though his scenes were few and wrapped up quickly, the makeup and costume changes consumed a full 3 hours. Just as he was about to seek out Jordan's family for some fun, Zhang Xiong appeared. Zhang Xiong said, extending his arm politely, his face adorned with a somewhat stiff smile. As he tried to convey his friendliness, Xie Yu deliberately put on a completely rogue demeanor, slowly extending his hand. But halfway through he suddenly scratched his head and mockingly said, "Zhang Xiong, is it the bear from Dog Bear? Why did your father give you such a name? Was it because he found you displeasing from the moment you were born?" Zhang Xiong felt a surge of anger inside, but managed to suppress it, gritting his teeth as he explained, "I am Zhang Xiong, the Zhang from riding, and Xiong meaning majestic." Xie Yu pretended to realize something and extended his hand again, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh, so your way go. What brings you to me?" Zhang Xiong was momentarily stunned, uncertain whether to extend his hand or retracted, his expression freezing instantly as he anxiously clarified, "I am Zhang Xiong, not Zhang Wei, the way of majestic." "Oh no, the Xiong of majestic." Xie Yu rolled his eyes dismissively, impatiently saying, all right, let's get to the point, Vice Chairman Zhang." Zhang Xiong felt as if his lungs were about to explode with anger, finally realizing that Xie Yu had known it was him from the very beginning and that his previous antics were all deliberate teasing. But he had no choice but to continue suppressing his fury and began to explain his purpose. However, just as he got halfway through, Xie Yu suddenly interrupted him casually, saying, "Hey, let's go inside and chat slowly." As soon as they sat down, Xie Yu feigned an innocent expression, saying, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Vice Chairman Zhang, where were we? I completely forgot. Why don't you start over from the beginning?" Zhang Xiong's smile at this moment froze as if welded on, and despite the raging anger inside, he could only nod helplessly and squeeze out 3 words, "No problem." Finally, Zhang Xiong fully articulated his purpose. After listening, Xie Yu unhurriedly responded, "You've apologized no less than 10 times, but why haven't I seen even a shadow of an apology until now?" Zhang Xiong felt that his personal visit and reaching this point was already pushing the limits. He never expected Xie Yu would truly demand he bow an apology. In an instant, various voices exploded in his mind. What can be tolerated cannot be tolerated. A man can bend and stretch, take a step back, and the sea is vast. After struggling for a moment, he slowly stood up, deeply bowing at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling, as he almost pleaded, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. Xie Yu, king of basketball. You have a big heart. Please forgive my previous ignorance. I have elderly parents and young children, and I've devoted most of my life to basketball. I truly don't want to be kicked out just like that." Xie Yu watched him with great interest, as if enjoying an amusing performance, before finally speaking, "Agreeing to your request isn't impossible, but you have to do 3 things for me." Zhang Xiong's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly said, "You say it." Xie Yu casually pushed a bottle of wine in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips, carrying a hint of playfulness. "Down it in one go. That's the first thing." Zhang Xiong gritted his teeth, without a second thought, grabbed the bottle, and began to chug. After years as the vice president of the Basketball Association, he couldn't say he was brave in many things, but his alcohol tolerance was definitely fine. In the blink of an eye, the bottle was empty. After drinking, Zhang Xiong looked at Xie Yu with a flushed face. Xie Yu waved his hand leisurely, saying, "There are 2 more things. Let's hold off on those for now. I'll tell you when I think of them. However, I will be playing in this Asian championship, but I don't want to be overly restricted. I believe you understand my meaning, right?" Zhang Xiong's face showed difficulty, hesitating for a moment. Xie Yu, seeing this, confidently added, "Don't worry, the championship will definitely be ours, Huaxia." After bidding farewell to Reba, Xie Yu did not go directly to report to the national team, but took a private jet straight to Shanghai. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw Na Zha waiting at the pickup area, sporting a large pair of sunglasses. Even though Xie Yu was deliberately wearing a mask, Na Zha recognized him at a glance. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she rushed over, giving Xie Yu a big hug. The two quickly made their way to the underground parking lot. Xie Yu looked at a slightly compact Beetle and curiously asked, "Did you buy a car?" Na Zha shook her head lightly, a sly glint in her eyes. "I borrowed it from a friend just to pick you up. Besides, I'm not very familiar with cars. Could you please drive? If I crash it, 1 billion fans will definitely not spare me." Xie Yu looked at the petite Beetle in front of him, feeling somewhat troubled, thinking that if he drove this car and got photographed, it would undoubtedly make the headlines. In the end, he let the bodyguard drive, reluctantly sitting in the back seat with his legs crossed, saying, "Take me to the nearest 4S. Xie Yu turned to Na Zha and asked, "What kind of car do you like? Or what brand do you prefer?" Na Zha tilted her head and shook it. "I really don't know much about cars." Xie Yu smiled, "Then I'll take the liberty to decide. I think your vibe suits a Maserati quite well, both white and blue. How about this? You drive the white one on odd days and the blue one on even days. Why don't we just buy 2 cars? Na Zha's eyes instantly welled up with tears at this, and she hurriedly shook her head. No, that's too extravagant." Xie Yu grabbed her hand, feeling guilty. "It's my fault for making you suffer. I came here to help you with these material issues. My woman Xie, you shouldn't have to borrow a car, especially a Beetle. We not only need to buy a car, but a house too." Na Zha was so moved that tears streamed down her face, crying happily. Xie Yu suddenly patted his head, saying, "I seem to have a house in Shanghai, a big villa my dad bought for me." After asking for the specific address from his father, they went to the Maserati 4S store and picked up 2 cars, a white sedan and a blue sports car. Xie Yu drove the sports car with Na Jia, while the bodyguard followed in the sedan as the three headed towards the villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Na Jia was utterly stunned, unable to help but scream, "Isn't this a castle?" Xie Yu pretended to be annoyed. "Wait until you visit Cleveland next time. I have a Twaker villa there that's much bigger than this." Na Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly said, "That sounds great." Xie Yu gently patted her head, smiling indulgently. "From now on, this will be your home. Do you like it?" Na Jia was so moved that tears flowed uncontrollably. After not seeing each other for half a year, they reunite with a big villa and luxury cars. What woman could withstand such a surprise? After all, no woman would dislike money at all. Depends on whether you give enough. That night, Xie Yu carefully examined the differences between Na Jia and Reba. Xie Yu and Nazar agreed that they would report to the national team once they finished the wine brought back from France. But who could have imagined that by July 31st, they still hadn't finished it? The main reason was that they didn't anticipate Naz's formidable combat power. After every bout of revelry, he needed to sleep for a long time. In the past few days, the two of them had been holed up in the villa, living a leisurely and indulgent life, drinking after eating, engaging in affectionate interactions when tipsy, and then continuing to eat. It was as if their days had fallen into such a delightful cycle. Ultimately, Xie Yu had no choice but to take the last few bottles of wine on the plane, planning to finish them during the flight. Naza also decided to accompany him to Manila, Philippines for the Asian Championships. On the flight, Xie Yu drank without restraint and soon became completely drunk. By the time he disembarked, his hair was a mess reeking of alcohol, and he had lost all his usual composure. This scene was captured by local media in the Philippines and quickly spread online, instantly causing a stir. Sensational headlines flooded in: "MVP drunk at the airport. Will he be able to compete tomorrow? Is Xie Yu underestimating the Asian Championships? Drinking on the flight before the tournament." Philippine basketball commentator: "If Xie Yu doesn't take the Philippine Asian Championships seriously, he can sit it out." On August 1st, at 5 p.m., just 45 minutes before the game started, Zhang Xiong, drenched in sweat, brought Xie Yu to the locker room of the Huaxiao men's basketball team. Xie Yu appeared completely composed, as if nothing had happened, smiling and greeting the other players, who responded enthusiastically, each face beaming with smiles. Deng Huado approached and said, "Xie Yu, welcome back to the team. But today is too tight on time. You want time to warm up, so why not sit this one out?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yu slightly furrowed his brows and disdainfully replied, "Old Deng, are you looking down on me? It's just the Korean team. Do I really need to warm up?" With that, Xie Yu quickly changed into his gear and went to the court to loosen up. As soon as he appeared, the Filipino fans erupted into thunderous cheers, as if they were about to overturn the entire arena. Online, the media and experts in the Philippines declared, "We don't need Xie Yu." Meanwhile, the Filipino fans on site shouted, "We want Xie Yu." The starting lineup was announced: Huaxiao men's basketball team center Wang Zhizhi, power forward Yi Jianlian, small forward Zhu Fanyu, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Sun Yu. Korean men's basketball team center Jin Ijoching, power forward He Shungjin, small forward Lee Jin, shooting guard Liang Donggan, point guard Jin Shanxiu. When Xie Yu saw Lee Jin on the starting list of the Korean team, he nearly cursed out loud. He was startled, thinking that his appearance might have triggered some butterfly effect, causing Waxia's Lee Jin to end up on the Korean team. After inquiring, he learned that it was actually a South Korean with the same name. Xie Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Fine, I don't know any of these people, and there hasn't been any past grievances, but since we've crossed paths, I won't hold back." Then Xie Yu turned to his teammates and said, "You four, listen up. No need to fight for offensive rebounds. Just be ready to catch the ball. If there's no ball to catch, fall back quickly. If anyone dares to not take this seriously, don't blame me for getting angry." The other four felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't shown up for training, was late for the game, and now he had the audacity to scold them. But there was nothing they could do. After all, this was Xie Yu. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the game officially began. Xie Yu received the ball from Sun Yu beyond the three-point line. He looked at the Korean Lee Jin and teased, "Bro, I haven't warmed up yet. Can I take a practice shot?" Korean Lee Jin looked puzzled and replied, "I don't know." Just as he finished speaking, Xie Yu released the ball, and with a swish it went 3-0. Xie Yu casually said, "No worries, practice shots usually don't count. If they do, just pretend I didn't say that." Luckily, Korean Lee Jin didn't understand English, so otherwise he would have been infuriated on the spot. In the subsequent game, Xie Yu transformed into a Durant-like figure, activating an unknown scoring mode. Whenever he received the ball, he shot without hesitation, never giving the Korean team a chance to double-team him, completely dominating them. Ultimately, the game ended with a score of 99-47, with Huaxiao men's basketball team winning by 52 points. Xie Yu alone scored 48 points, 1 point more than the entire Korean team's score, becoming the focal point of the match. After the game, those social media users who had criticized Xie Yu just the day before were instantly overwhelmed by his fans, with the comment section filled with voices defending their idol. And Deng Huado, a coach well-versed in social dynamics, spared no effort in exaggerating and beautifying Xie Yu in the post-game press conference. He claimed that Xie Yu was late due to an urgent matter, and despite not having time to warm up, insisted on participating, scoring a staggering 48 points, painting Xie Yu in an almost mythical light. After seeing the related reports, Xie Yu read them verbatim to Naza, then smiled and said, "If you could have old Deng's knack for flattery, Aunt Li Wan would probably want to give you all her resources." Naza huffed and replied, "Aunt Li Wan treats me really well. She even said I shouldn't tire myself too much and should consider pregnancy soon." Xie Yu laughed and responded, all right, it seems my mom is too idle. After I finish the game, I'll throw a grand wedding for her and my dad and see if they still feel shy about having another child." Naza's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, wow, you're too much. But speaking of which, would you be willing to have one with me? Xie Yu looked at her and retorted, you want to? Naza nodded and said, Auntie said that the doctor in London said your genes are incredibly strong and any child born would definitely be gifted. Not only do I want to, but I also heard several actresses in the crew say they want to borrow you. Xie Yu was left speechless saying, are they crazy? Who started that rumor? On August 2nd, the Huaxiao men's basketball team faced off against the weaker Malaysian team, and Xie Yu did not play in it. Nevertheless, Huaxiao men's basketball team still achieved a decisive victory. After the game, all the Malaysian players surrounded Xie Yu, their eyes filled with eagerness and admiration, eagerly asking for autographs, and hoping for a photo together, clearly showcasing Xie Yu's influence in Asian basketball. On August 3rd, a highly anticipated match was about to start with Huaxiao men's basketball team facing Iran, a game that Xie Yu was most looking forward to. Iran's starting lineup: center Haddadi, power forward Davari, small forward Barami, shooting guard Kamrani, point guard Sahakian. Huaxiao men's basketball team's starting lineup: center Wang Zhizhi, power forward Jilian, small forward Zhu Fangyu, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Sun Yu. During the warm-up session, Xie Yu accepted an interview from Yu Jia. Yu Jia posed the question, Iran has always been a formidable opponent for us in Asia, almost an arch-nemesis. Do you think there is a key secret to winning this match? Xie Yu, exuding confidence, replied succinctly, no, there's no secret at all. In my view, as long as we have hands, we can play against. Yu Jia was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. This statement quickly reached the ears of the Iranian media, who criticized Xie Yu is truly overstepping. Iran's core player Barami also stepped up to respond. This is the Asian stage, not the NBA. Huaxiao men's basketball team is certainly not the Cleveland Cavaliers. We have enough confidence to win in the end. There's nothing to fear from Xie Yu's Huaxiao men's basketball team. Haddadi also chimed in, even if he is the MVP once he gets here, he will have to pay for his arrogance. We'll see on the court. He will regret his words, I guarantee it. Before the match against the Iran team, Zhu Fangyu exuded an air of dominance as he patted Xie Yu on the shoulder and said, Old Xie, if those Iranians dare to play tricks on the court, he'll be the first to charge in and make sure they don't succeed. Alien also expressed his determination, saying with resolute eyes, he'll handle Haddadi. He'll make him understand the strength of our Huaxiao people. He must treat us to la fight. Xie Yu waved his hand slightly, saying, we don't need to say much, he'll let our strength speak on the court. It's a perfect opportunity for our future stars to see how real basketball should be played. Don't set a bad example for them. As soon as the game began, Xie Yu entered attack mode. He backed down and single-handedly faced Barami, first thrusting powerfully, then quickly spinning around to pin Barami, and he drove to the basket, and then deliberately paused for a moment, giving Haddadi a provocative glance, as if to say, are you brave? Then he leaped high to complete a powerful one-handed dunk, the motion fluid and mesmerizing, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Xie Yu declared, aren't you all waiting for me to put on a show? Where are you? Coward. Haddadi was at a loss for words. Brother, you're the dunk king. Immediately after, Xie Yu showcased another signature move, sidestep and step-back three-pointer. The basketball seemed to be endowed with magic in his hands, perfectly swishing through the net, making the opponents feel the true meaning of dimensionality reduction, while the spectators on the sidelines cheered loudly. Xie Yu taunted, just Iran, not a single capable player in sight. Barami and Haddadi were too angry to speak, and the others remained silent, utterly unable to defend against him. On the other side, Haddadi finally found a chance to dunk inside, and was about to vent his pent-up anger, but the moment he jumped, Xie Yu appeared like a divine soldier, soaring high for a clean and decisive block, mercilessly rejecting Haddadi's dunk. After landing, Xie Yu smiled and shook his finger, a scene that sent female fans in the audience into a frenzy. Haddadi kept complaining to the referee about Xie Yu's foul, but the replay clearly showed it was an unquestionable clean. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in boos, and Haddadi's face turned red, appearing quite embarrassed. Xie Yu furiously shouted at Haddadi, is this all you've got? The court will reveal the truth. In the next round, Xie Yu used a screen to break through the middle, and Haddadi attempted to respond with a block, but he overestimated himself and underestimated Xie Yu. Little Xie Yu knocked Haddadi down, sending him flying. Xie Yu completed a one-handed powerful dunk with an additional lying on the ground and watching Xie Yu shout, and won. Haddadi felt a deep sense of powerlessness and humiliation. This was an adult beating a child. Then Xie Yu weaved through multiple defenders, seizing the opportunity to pass the ball to Alien under the basket, who effortlessly dunked into the empty hoop. At the end of the first quarter, the score was fixed at 33-7, with the Huaxiao men's basketball team gaining overwhelming superiority. Xie Yu turned and loudly shouted at the Iran team's bench, aren't you impressed? If you're not impressed, I might just keep scoring. The Iran bench fell silent, everyone avoiding Xie Yu's gaze, including the head coach, their body language clearly saying we are impressed. In the second quarter, Xie Yu indeed kept his word and did not take the court. But he wasn't idle. He acted as a temporary coach on the sidelines, continuously giving advice to his teammates. Huailuan, be quick on your layups, make sure to score. Huazai seized the opportunity to steal the ball. Juba, shoot him. What's there to be afraid of? Ultimately, the game concluded with the Huaxiao men's basketball team winning decisively with a score of 91-59 against the Iran team. After the game, Huaxia's official media was ecstatic, directly publishing a headline declaring, it's a new year for Huaxiao basketball, highly praising Xie Yu and other players for their stellar performances. During this period, the daytime matches seemed effortless for Xie Yu, while the intimate activities with Naza at night felt like a different kind of training. Naza stayed in the presidential suite of the hotel, conserving her energy during the day and immersing herself in a world for two with Xie Yu at night. As time passed, on August 11th, the Huaxiao men's basketball team, having overcome numerous challenges, entered the finals with their opponent being the host, the Philippines men's basketball team. Xie Yu had no fondness for the Filipino team, and since this was his last game with the Huaxiao men's basketball team this year, he placed great importance on it. In this match, Xie Yu played for 36 minutes, acting as the cornerstone of the team, leading them with a combination of practice and competition. He personally scored an impressive 30 points with 13 rebounds and 21 assists, leading the Huaxiao men's basketball team to a resounding victory over the Philippines men's basketball team with a score of 112-49. After the match, the Filipino media, feeling humiliated, accused the Huaxiao men's basketball team of lacking sportsmanship, claiming that even when they were powerless, the Huaxiao team continued to attack relentlessly. Xie Yu responded, "Before the game, I told my teammates that this is not a real match, as the outcome was never in doubt. What we need to do is compete with ourselves and treat it as a training match, while the Philippines men's basketball team is merely our free sparring partner." Although the Filipino media wanted to retort, they felt that Xie Yu's words were not unreasonable. After successfully winning the championship, Xie Yu truly organized a grand wedding for Xie Tianqian and Li Wan with great care. Without either of them knowing, the entire city of Guangdong was stirred by this wedding. That day, when Xie Dad and Xie Mom learned that the grand wedding they had heard so much about was for their own child, they were so shocked that they nearly fainted. On the day of the wedding, Zhang Xiong brought a group of leaders from the Basketball Association to show support, while leaders from Guangdong, all members of the Huaxiao men's basketball team, and various celebrities gathered, creating a spectacular scene. The wedding theme song was personally sung by Jay Cho, who specially asked Xie Yu why he chose this song, as it seemed unreal. Xie Yu simply smiled and replied, "Because I like it." As a devoted son, Xie Yu took the stage to give a speech at the wedding, beaming as he said, "I hope my parents can give me another younger brother or sister so our home can be even livelier." After the wedding concluded smoothly, Xie Yu immediately flew to New York to attend Taylor Swift's concert. On stage, he served as a human background board, a pole causing a stir and screams throughout the venue. The next day, West and others arrived in New York to discuss contract renewal issues with Xie Yu. Before meeting with his teammates, Xie Yu called General Manager Chris Grant. "What contract did you give to David West? How could he possibly refuse to renew? It's still 2 years for $20 million, but he wants 3 years for $36 million. That's quite a deal. Where in the league can you find a versatile big man averaging 15.85? Boss, you don't understand. We need to prepare for the future. Next year will be the 3rd year for Kyrie and the others, and we need more salary cap space. I don't care how you prepare for the future. You must honor the championship and not let the players down. David West is diligent, performing excellently, and hasn't even demanded a premium. How can you reject him? Ask yourself, does this make sense?" "Okay, I got it." At the meeting in New York, David West had already received a call from Chris Grant and agreed to the renewal. Meanwhile, JJ was determined to leave the team, and the Cavaliers' focus on a small ball lineup left him with very few opportunities. Fortunately, the Nuggets extended an olive branch, offering him a 3-year contract worth $15 million. Xie Yu was genuinely happy for JJ upon learning of this. Alonzo G renewed with a 3-year, $5 million contract. When Xie Yu heard the news, he was truly surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that salary too low?" However, Alonzo G nonchalantly replied, "Can I sign me? They'll be going to China every offseason to teach. I know for sure that the boss won't let me suffer." Xie Yu. After spending a few more days in New York with Taylor Swift, Xie Yu returned to Cleveland. After all, he was now considered the second-in-command of the team, and naturally he had to pay extra attention to player trades over the summer. Upon returning to Cleveland, Xiao KK, who rushed over upon hearing the news, was dressed in a smart business outfit, pretending to be Xie Yu's secretary. Xie Yu found this amusing. Having her accompany him eased his boredom. After all, dealing with Xiao KK was not a difficult task. He joked, "There's a saying in China, when there's work the secretary handles it, when there's no work the secretary waits. Do you know what that means?" Xiao KK smiled without replying. Chris Grant seemed not to notice Xiao KK's secretary-like appearance beside Xie Yu and directly began reporting on the work. David West and Alonzo G have confirmed their stay. TT Hickson is set to leave. Mike Bibby is very likely to choose retirement, while Vince Carter prefers to stay on a veteran minimum contract. Additionally, as per your previous instructions, we sent Chandler Parsons to the Rockets, and with the acquired 9th pick, we selected Giannis Antetokounmpo. In the second round, with the first pick, we chose Spanish shooter Alex Abrines. Xie Yu nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Well done. Is Giannis here? Bring him over to see me." Soon Chris Grant brought the inexperienced Giannis in front of Xie Yu. Xiao KK was startled upon seeing Giannis, secretly muttering, "This guy looks so tall and skinny like a monster." Giannis respectfully said, "Hi boss, it's an honor to meet you. I heard it was you who made the team select me, and am truly grateful." Xie Yu looked at him with interest and smiled as he asked, "If that's the case, you should listen to me, right?" Giannis grinned and quickly replied, "I'll listen. Boss, just give your orders." Xie Yu's expression turned serious. "You are not allowed to participate in any games, including the upcoming NBA season, until you can score on me twice in Onion. During this time, you must train hard and gain weight. The team will provide you with top-notch trainers. Do you have any questions about?" Giannis immediately nodded in agreement without even thinking. Xie Yu, somewhat curious, asked, "Don't you have any doubts?" Giannis shyly smiled and said, "I've heard tales of you, boss, and I know you are very skilled at discovering and nurturing. With players like Kyrie, Kawhi, and Jimmy achieving their current successes, you have played an indispensable role. I firmly believe that with your guidance Giannis will not fall short of anyone. Unexpectedly, the young Giannis was quite perceptive, and Xie Yu couldn't help but cast him an approving glance before suddenly turning to Xiao KK saying, "Secretary, go prepare 20 boxes of Chinese instant noodles for him." Though Xiao KK was somewhat puzzled, she still agreed in a daze. Next, Xie Yu asked Chris Grant to help Giannis secure housing, and he took out 100 to send back home for Giannis to alleviate his worries, allowing him to fully focus on training. Xie Yu the Warriors. I want to build my own universe. Upon learning that Xie Yu returned to Cleveland, Kyrie, Jimmy, and Kawhi arranged to come over. Jimmy, boss, this is the last time I'll call you that. Kyrie, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Kawhi, the boss title doesn't matter. I just want to compete with you for real. Xie Yu, Giannis, watch how I deal with them. Jimmy, best of 3 win to be the boss. A shutout means automatic loss. Xie Yu, ill defend who wants to come. Kyrie, Jimmy, and Kawhi exchanged glances. Jimmy, let's go by draft order. Kyrie versus Xie Yu. At this point, the venue was already surrounded by a crowd with photographers recording and other Cavaliers players arriving, as well as team management and staff who had set aside their work, because after all this was a basketball feast that couldn't even be seen by buying tickets. Xie Yu, Kyrie, how do you want to lose? Kyrie, I hate your tone, bro. Bring your best to defeat me and show me the gap between. Xie Yu, as you wish. Since it was a shutout for the title of boss, the unknown rules in the Cavaliers were all continuous. Xie Yu conceded the ball, saying, "You go first, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack." Kyrie sneered, and Kyrie executed a series of crossovers, driving right, seeking contact, then used his momentum for a fadeaway jump shot. This move could be quite effective against others, but Xie Yu stood his ground, completely overpowering him. He seized the opportunity to block Kyrie's shot. He taunted, "Pathetic. You think you can break my defense with that? Kyrie, you're too naive." Kyrie's expression darkened. "Bro, get the ball, stop talking." Xie Yu imitated Kyrie's previous move, pushing him aside, without even needing to fade away for a jump shot, easily continuing to talk trash. "With your skills I could take on 100 of you." Kyrie was already accustomed to being trash-talked after conceding, reminding himself to stay calm. Xie Yu aimed to break their psychological defenses. Basketball requires both wit and courage. Then Xie Yu unleashed his full power, driving to the basket with a ferocious dunk, spinning for another dunk, and finishing with a layup and a turnaround hook. 1-0. For the final shot, Xie Yu asked with interest, "Giannis, how do you want to see me end the game?" Giannis paused, slightly smiling, "The weapon of the gods." Xie Yu, this is a waste. I just demonstrated so many of his offensive weapons, and he still thinks about shooting. Kyrie, stop dreaming. I will never let you achieve a shutout. Xie Yu, Kyrie, is it that hard to face reality? Xie Yu dribbled, took a step back, feigned a shoulder shake, pretended to turn for a fadeaway jump shot, then spun and faked a shot. Kyrie was directly blown away. He cursed in his heart, "Are you really going to use the weapon of the gods?" As expected, Alonzo G was right. "You can't believe a word Xie Yu says." Xie Yu planted his pivot foot, stepped forward for a powerful one-handed dunk, taunting, "Kyrie, the game isn't over yet. Are you in a hurry to fly home?" Kyrie, furious, said nothing and sat down on the ground, acting like a bystander. Xie Yu approached Giannis and said, "This is called deception. Did you see all my moves just now?" Giannis nodded, and Xie Yu continued, "Every day from now on you must practice the moves I just showed you 100 times. Giannis nodded, wanted to say, "Boss, can I give up that 1-0? I don't want to owe anyone anything." Xie Yu glanced at the increasingly uncertain Jimmy and Kawhi, shrugging. "I think I've warmed up enough. Who wants to come first to take a beating?" Kawhi, "What's a beating?" Jimmy, 0 is a beating, right? The reason why Xie Yu could easily defeat Irving lies in the fact that his playing style is simply a nemesis for point guards. When he first entered the league, he took a different approach, not fixating on jump shots, but mastering breakthroughs, physical confrontations, and attacks at the rim. These became his most proficient and reliable offensive techniques. In contrast, Irving's interior defense and height are precisely his weakest points. Facing Xie Yu's style of play, it is completely normal for Irving to be caught off guard. In fact, looking across the entire league, no point guard could possibly contain Xie Yu, who has reached his peak strength in a. However, the situations of Jimmy and Kawhi are different. They do not display a clear disadvantage when facing Xie Yu. Moreover, at this time both are in a phase where their defense surpasses their offense. Therefore, for Xie Yu to completely shut them down like he did Irving would not be an easy task. The difficulty level has undoubtedly escalated. According to the draft order, Kawhi is the first to take the court. Currently, Kawhi relies primarily on mid-range shots, cutting and spot shooting on the offensive end, and his ball handling skills have yet to be fully developed. Thus, Xie Yu feels no apprehension regarding Kawhi's offense. He jokingly says, "You serve first if you lose, no." Kawhi responds with mock seriousness, "You must be trying to make me laugh before the game starts. You always pull this trick, but I won't fall for it this time. I will not smile." That said, as soon as he finishes speaking, Kawhi ultimately can't hold back and bursts into laughter. After a long pause, the unknown match finally begins. Kawhi adopts a triple threat position, takes a probing step, and after a dribble, he decisively shoots. Unfortunately, the ball just slightly misses the rim. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Xie Yu can't help but smile, pondering that his shooting interference must have worked. As the Cavaliers' premier defensive ace, Kawhi's defensive advantages are quite evident, especially his precise anticipation, physical toughness, and highly pressuring hand interference, which often troubles his opponents. However, at this moment, Kawhi's foot speed and lateral quickness have not yet reached their future peak, which Xie Yu capitalizes on every time they face off unknown. Another crucial point is that whenever facing Kawhi in an unknown, one must minimize dribbling. Kawhi's astonishing wingspan and large hands create an unimaginable level of interference during dribbling. At this moment, Xie Yu stands on the three-point line, also adopting a triple threat stance. Kawhi, with strong defensive awareness, quickly closes in tightly. Xie Yu starts executing a series of fake shots with movements that are exceedingly realistic. On the last fake, his toes nearly leave the ground successfully, causing Kawhi to bite. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yu darts toward the basket like an arrow, leaps high, and executes a rapid one-handed dunk. Even though Kawhi is tricked into jumping by Xie Yu's fake, his defensive footwork remains composed, closely following behind Xie Yu, almost successfully completing a block. Kawhi shakes his head helplessly and says with a wry smile, "Bro, that was too fake. Be careful, or you might end up with..." Xie Yu smirks, slightly feigning profundity, and replies, "As long as I am strong enough, so formidable, that everyone will fight to be my friend. Even if my fakes aren't alcoholic, they will willingly get drunk like dogs." Kawhi, unable to hold back his laughter, pretends to be angry, saying, "All right, from now on I'll keep my mouth shut. If I say another word, I'm a dog." Xie Yu ignores Kawhi's remark and once again adopts a triple threat stance. He executes another fake shot and then quickly dribbles to break through, forcefully seeking physical contact. With this burst of energy, Xie Yu pushes past Kawhi, seizing the fleeting opportunity for a shot and completing a mid-range attempt at lightning speed. Swish! The basketball goes through the net cleanly, the crisp sound echoing in the arena. "And one!" Xie Yu exclaims excitedly. The sidelines erupt in a wave of applause, everyone marveling at Xie Yu's spectacular offensive play. Kawhi's defense was on point, yet it still couldn't affect Xie Yu's shot. The basketball went in smoothly, impressively. Chris Grant gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing, "I was truly blind before daring to go against someone like him." Fortunately, the boss is broad-minded and doesn't like to go to extremes, otherwise I can't even imagine what would happen to me now. David Griffin on the side couldn't help but marvel. As long as Xie Yu is with the Cavaliers, the team will undoubtedly remain in the championship contention for the next decade. A falling out of this tier is simply impossible. Just as everyone was still immersed in the previous exciting moment, Xie Yu initiated a new round of offense. He executed a double crossover in front of his body, instantly accelerating, leaping high, and performing a reverse layup, scoring. Kawhi couldn't help but shout F. Crowder remarked on the side, "Full-strength Xie is indefensible even against the defensive first-team player Kawhi Leonard." Giannis excitedly shouted, "Wow. This is definitely the most spectacular onion match I've ever seen." 6. As the score gap widened, the intensity of the confrontation escalated with each clash, resulting in a violent collision. Xie Yu posting up seemed to be filled with fakes, thrusting and mixing in the possibility of turning at any moment, forcing Kawhi to retreat repeatedly. Just when Kawhi thought Xie Yu was going to force a turn and break through, Xie Yu suddenly unleashed an astonishingly sexy jump hook. The basketball arced beautifully and landed steadily in the hoop. The entire arena erupted in a chorus of screams, and thunderous applause followed. Kawhi, looking helpless, shook his head repeatedly and couldn't help but ask, "How many secret weapons are still hidden in your arsenal?" Xie Yu revealed a cunning smile and teased, "What did you just say would happen if you spoke to me again?" Kawhi instinctively replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly realized he had fallen for Xie Yu's trap again. The crowd outside the court burst into laughter in perfect unison. Kawhi, slightly sulking, said, "Wait, I'm going to get serious now." Xie Yu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Just from eating a few peanuts you're going to get serious." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yu seized the moment when Kawhi was distracted, suddenly making a lateral move, then stepping back for a three-point shot. The whole sequence was fluid and seamless. Swish! The basketball again went cleanly through the net. 1-1-0. Xie Yu has successfully shut down Kawhi. Kawhi was genuinely getting anxious now, angrily saying, "That shot doesn't count. You're being unfair, we were still talking." Xie Yu ignored Kawhi's protests and turned to Giannis, saying earnestly, "On the court you must always stay focused and keep yourself in an attacking position. Whether on defense or offense, as long as the opponent shows even the slightest hint of relaxation, you must ensure you can keenly seize the opportunity. Remember, opportunities are always given to those who are prepared." Giannis nodded earnestly, saying, "I've learned a lot, thank you for the guidance, boss." Kawhi, with a face full of despair, walked off the court and said to Jimmy, "Bro, good luck. Today we're facing full-strength Xie, whom we haven't seen in a long time." Irving chimed in, "I don't feel unjust about losing. This guy is unbelievably strong." After hearing this, Jimmy's Adam's apple instinctively bobbed up and down, his eyes revealing excitement and enthusiasm. After all, he hadn't faced Xie Yu in full strength for a long time in an unknown competition. Xie Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed a curious gaze on Jimmy, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "So Jimmy, do you have the confidence to defeat me, eh? Are you brave enough to add some stakes?" Jimmy felt a bit wary of Xie Yu's tricks and quickly waved his hand, cautiously replying, "You first tell me what the stakes are, and then he'll consider it." "It's nothing much, just posting on Twitter, just a few words." Xie Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jimmy thought it didn't seem like a big deal, so he readily replied, "I'm in." A mischievous grin crept onto Xie Yu's face. "All right, you've got guts. Then he'll greet you using your cheap, old man." Jimmy's defensive style bore some similarities to Little Card's. However, unlike Little Card, he lacked the innate physical. Jimmy relied more on his keen defensive instincts and the immense psychological pressure he exerted on his opponents. Yet clearly these tactics fell flat before Xie Yu. Even though Jimmy was eager to showcase his tough defensive stance in front of Xie Yu, reality rendered him powerless. For Xie Yu's toughness far surpassed his own, and the dominance brought by the system made Jimmy feel immense pressure. Jimmy's offense mostly relied on brute force to create shooting space lacking any technical finesse, which was clearly insufficient against Xie Yu. As the match began, Jimmy served first. From beyond the three-point line, their physical confrontation ignited with the intensity of a meteor colliding with the earth. While tightly defending, Xie Yu didn't forget to taunt. If we were on a street court with your ball handling skills, I could keep you from even stepping past the three-point line. Jimmy, unwilling to back down, immediately retorted, "Look at the illegal defensive moves you're using. What's there to be proud of?" Xie Yu sneered, firing back. "You could defend me the same way. But I'm not like you, unable to even enter the three-point line when he'll show you what true strength is enough to leave you lost." Just as they clashed fiercely, Jimmy hurriedly took a shot after a powerful confrontation with Xie Yu, only for it to rim out. Onlookers, including Giannis, couldn't help but exclaim, "They say Jimmy's defense is famously tough, but I didn't expect the boss to be even better at defense." Crowder laughed from the sidelines, explaining, "Of course the boss is an unstoppable force. He is a historical level two-way superstar in basketball. I really can't think of anything he cannot do. Even complex tactical systems are a piece of cake for him. Did you know our head coach praises the boss as a genius every day?" Giannis, after hearing this, looked surprised and murmured, "That's truly unbelievable." At the same time, he silently vowed to closely follow Xie Yu in the future to learn diligently and enhance his skills, aspiring to become a genius like Xie Yu. Xie Yu switched to offensive mode, executing a clean and swift change of direction, aggressively breaking to his right while actively seeking physical contact. In the moment of their bodies colliding, Xie Yu suddenly performed a backward turn, seamlessly following up with a leaning jump shot. The whole sequence flowed effortlessly, and the basketball easily swished through the net, the crisp sound seemingly declaring his extraordinary power. Jimmy was involuntarily pushed back a step by the forceful impact. By the time he regained his composure, Xie Yu had already completed his shot. That shot was like a bucket of cold water, making Jimmy acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Xie Yu in terms of strength, skills, and overall capability. Xie Yu continued his verbal onslaught. "I now believe you can't possibly be Michael Jordan's child because you're too weak. Stop pretending to be tough, you're utterly pathetic." Xie Yu completely dominated the psychological battle, his words breaking Jimmy's resolve. Immediately afterward, he executed a probing dribble followed by a direct three-point shot. Swish. 5-0. Although Jimmy didn't lose his position, Xie Yu's ability to break through was simply too strong. Giannis recited Xie Yu's fans' catchphrase, "Before Xie Yu all are equal." Xie Yu, with a hint of mockery, said, "Is that all? And you still shout every day that you want to be the boss? Why not take the team to compete for the first pick?" Jimmy retorted, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate the youth." Xie Yu scoffed, "At your age, I was already an FMVP." Upon hearing this, Jimmy was momentarily speechless, unable to respond, and could only channel his frustration into continuing his defense. The game grew increasingly intense, each clash echoing with the sound of muscles and bones grinding against each other. Jimmy gritted his teeth, enduring his bodous pain, still giving his all in defense with a fierce determination glinting. Little Card couldn't help but shake his head, exclaiming, "At this rate, Jimmy will probably need a week of rest to recover after this game." Irving's eyes widened in disbelief. "The boss' physical condition is just too insane. His bones are ridiculously tough. Is it true that all Chinese people's bones are this hard? This is simply beyond imagination." As he spoke, Xie Yu exerted himself again, using his incredible strength to push through Jimmy, followed by a beautiful leaning jump shot. Swish. 7-0. Giannis excitedly shouted, "Divine weapon. It's just too cool. I really hope that one day I can also, like the boss, boldly shout to the audience, 'My leaning jump shot has no wine, yet you all watch it with rapt attention.'" Crowder silently grumbled to himself, "Goodness, here comes another sycophant like Alonzo Mourning." Xie Yu ceased his verbal sparring. He simply used his strong body to back Jimmy down forcefully, pushing him into the... Then, after a fierce confrontation, Xie Yu elegantly executed a leaning jump shot, the basketball, as he predicted, steadily falling into the basket. Following the same method, Xie Yu replicated the exact same offensive move to score again. 1-1-0. Xie Yu ended the unknown against Jimmy with a clean sheet. Jimmy looked dejected, his head hanging low, filled with helplessness and a sense of defeat. He knew full well that facing Xie Yu at full strength, he was utterly powerless to defend, completely at a loss for how to respond. Little Card couldn't help but exclaim, "The boss once said that true superstars cannot be limited in unknown confrontations. Those who can be successfully defended by a single player can at most only be considered stars or all-stars. They cannot be called superstars at all." Jimmy looked frustrated, almost self-destructively complaining, "He is a bona fide superstar while I am not even a regular. This damn basketball. I train so hard every day, putting in so much effort, yet in the end I still got shut out by this jerk. It's truly infuriating. Ew, I almost hate it." Little Card sighed helplessly. Irving couldn't help but murmur, "As if you're the only one being shut out." Xie Yu, drenched in sweat, had his training shirt clinging to him. He casually took off his training shirt bare-chested and walked confidently toward the three of them. Looking at Irving, he spoke frankly, "Your strength is too weak. However, to be honest, no matter how hard you train, defeating me will be quite difficult, so I won't ramble on." Upon hearing this, although Irving was filled with discontent, he had no retort and could only endure silently, for he had never won against Xie Yu in unknown, unable to defend against him. Then Xie Yu turned his gaze to Little Card, earnestly stating, "In defense, you can actually do better. Your lateral movement speed and defensive footwork have a lot of room for improvement. As for offense, the issues are more pronounced. Your ball handling and protection skills need significant enhancement, and your offensive approach is too one-dimensional. If you have time, you can practice with Meloa. If you need, I can help you reach out to him. Little Card, with a look of humility, quickly nodded in response. Thank you, boss. Finally, Xie Yu turned his piercing gaze to Jimmy, asking, Are you convinced? Jimmy gritted his teeth, stubbornly proclaiming, As of now, I truly can't beat you, but to make me submit is impossible. Without saying another word, Xie Yu turned and walked away, casually tossing out, I was originally going to let you practice with my older brother, but since you're not interested, forget it. Your older brother is Michael Jordan, right? Jimmy instantly realized, feeling a wave of regret wash over him, and hurriedly chased after him, a flattering smile plastered on his face as he eagerly said, Boss, I'm convinced. I truly am convinced. Xie Yu halted, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right then, the stakes we just agreed upon are this: you must upload a training photo with Michael Jordan on Twitter and caption it father and son. Upon hearing this, Jimmy stood there dumbfounded, inwardly lamenting, goodness, I was waiting for this. After being utterly dominated by Xie Yu, Kyrie Irving traveled to Los Angeles to seek guidance from Kobe Bryant, while Kawhi Leonard followed Anthony to refine his offensive repertoire, and Jimmy eagerly headed to Michael Jordan's home to learn the art of basketball. Meanwhile, Giannis chose to remain in Cleveland, rehoning his fundamentals under the tutelage of professional trainers. Xie Yu paid no mind to whether such moves might strengthen his rivals. After all, he already held 2 championship trophies. Even a future defeat on the court would hold little consequence for him. What stirred his heart was challenge. His vision was of a league flourishing with diverse talents, a vibrant symphony of compete. Should circumstances allow, he wouldn't hesitate to send Kyrie to Los Angeles next summer to team up with Kobe. And if LeBron joined them, so much the better. Defeating a squad led by Kyrie, Kobe, and LeBron. The very thought sent a thrill through him. As for Jimmy, he'd gladly place him in Chicago to support Derrick Rose. Even Kawhi he had no objection to sending to San. Yet all of this hinged upon one crucial condition: the opposing team must offer trade assets commensurate with the value of the players. Otherwise, negotiations were off the table. Xie Yu was no man to settle for less. Looking ahead to the 2014-2015 season, Xie Yu remained supremely confident. Even if Kyrie, Kawhi, and Jimmy departed, he believed he could still mount a formidable championship campaign. After all, he retained Jay Crowder, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Tristan Thompson. Combined with potential trade acquisitions, he judged this depth more than sufficient. News arrived from China: the Xie Yu Generation 2 system had finally been completed. A meticulously engineered, fully integrated platform developed over a full year by 7 successive teams. Upon hearing the news, Xie Yu boarded his private jet and returned to China. Upon arriving in Hengdian, he instructed his bodyguards to deliver an exquisitely prepared afternoon tea to Yang Mi's film set. He then wandered leisurely nearby wearing a mask. As he strolled, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face: Li Yitong, rumored to have risen from stunt double to stardom. At that moment, Li Yitong sat idly to one side, while a group of actors rehearsed auditions not far away. Xie Yu approached nonchalantly, seated himself naturally, and asked, Beautiful lady, are you auditioning? I've already finished my audition, but I didn't make the cut. Now I'm waiting for my classmate, she replied with a polite smile. Just then, a vibrant college-aged girl bounded over, beaming with excitement. Yitong, I got it. Li Yitong leapt to her feet, genuinely delighted. That's wonderful. At least this trip wasn't in vain. In the end, her classmate secured the role, and Li Yitong smiled warmly as she prepared to leave. Xie Yu stepped forward. I think you're far more beautiful than she is. Why did she pass yet you didn't? Li Yitong smiled sweetly. Next time, remember, you must compliment both women together. You see, my classmate auditioned for a supporting role, whereas I tried out for the female lead. Naturally, the difficulty levels differ. Xie Yu studied her closely, increasingly convinced she embodied the perfect heroine for the Xie Yu Generation 2 commercial, and asked, would you be interested in filming an ad with me in Beijing? Li Yitong paused, glanced him up and down, and teased with a playful grin, why are you wearing a mask in broad daylight? And has anyone ever told you? You look uncannily like the heartthrob Xie Yu. Anyway, I'm not interested in your ad, and don't underestimate this seemingly delicate girl. With that, she pulled a personal defense spray from her bag. Xie Yu slowly removed his mask and countered with a smile, what if I am? The kin clattered to the ground. Li Yitong stared, disbelief flooding her features as she instinctively covered her mouth. It's really you. Xie Yu reiterated his invitation in detail, and Li Yitong, overjoyed, accepted without hesitation. Curious, she then asked, but I have neither experience nor fame. Why choose me for your ad? Because your smile is sweet enough, Xie Yu answered without pause. That evening, Yang Mi thoroughly enjoyed his surprise afternoon tea visit and rewarded him lavishly. Learning he would depart the next day, she clung to him all night, so tightly that 3 alarm clocks nearly failed to rouse. At the airport, Xie Yu met Li Yitong and boarded his private jet. Though her family was affluent, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the aircraft. She mused, so the heartthrob now travels by private jet, truly redefining what it means to be rich, handsome, and powerful. Any self-proclaimed rich, handsome, powerful man standing before Xie Yu would surely hesitate to use the title. Lost in reverie, Li Yitong only snapped back to reality when Xie Yu gently flicked her forehead, making her wince and grimace in pain. A car just passed, you didn't even notice. He chided lightly. Only then did she realize she'd unconsciously leaned against him, and hastily drew back, flustered. Sorry, I spaced out. Thank you, heartthrob, for saving me. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. Why do you call me heartthrob? Li Yitong blinked her large dewy eyes and smiled radiantly. I've always called you that. You must believe me. You've been my shield for 2 years. So many people pursued me at school, but I turned them all down, saying none possessed even a tenth of my heartthrob's charm. I even declared if anyone matched half his handsomeness, I'd agree to date him. Xie Yu feigned disdain, shaking his head. You, disoriented and directionally challenged. You expect me to believe legions are chasing you? Not a chance. Li Yitong sprang up and tapped his knee defiantly, declaring, I just dress loosely. I actually have a fantastic figure. Few women with my frame achieve such proportions, and even my mother calls me exceptional. Xie Yu chuckled as he stepped aboard the plane. You're definitely your mother's biological daughter. Inside the cabin, Li Yitong gaped astonished. So this is what a private jet looks like. Can I take photos, heartthrob? Xie Yu nodded and immediately went to request red wine from the flight attendant. These days he felt unsettled boarding any flight without a glass of fine wine. After takeoff, Li Yitong sipped 2 glasses and began to feel pleasantly lightheaded. Her speech grew slightly slurred. Heartthrob, how much will you pay me for the ad? I plan to buy you a gift with that money. Xie Yu watched her with amused interest and teased payment. None whatsoever. You'll become an overnight sensation after filming with me. I should charge you, not pay you. Yet you're asking for compensation. Li Yitong pondered his words, then nodded earnestly. You're absolutely right. That money belongs to you. You're my benefactor. I'll ask my parents for it. Just don't overcharge me, though. My family has modest means. Compared to you, we're worlds apart. Perhaps emboldened by the wine, Li Yitong grew increasingly animated, launching into an effusive monologue. Did you know? A girl in my class adores you. Her bed is lined with life-size Xie Yu plush dolls. I've even heard her murmur your name in her sleep. And truly, you're wildly popular. Those who once called themselves rich, handsome, powerful now loathe you. Whenever one boasts, others instantly retort, are you as tall as Xie Yu? As wealthy? As handsome? If you're rich, handsome, and powerful, then what is he? After landing, Xie Yu's mother had already arranged for a car to meet them at the airport. Concerned for Li Yitong's safety, Xie Yu personally drove his G-Class SUV to escort her home. Though intoxicated and drowsy, she managed, despite her slurred speech, to recite her exact address while leaning against the passenger seat. By the time Xie Yu arrived, Li Yitong had fallen fast asleep. He knocked repeatedly. No answer came. Supporting her limp form, he muttered in frustration, such a grand house, and not even a single domestic staff member. At that moment, a car glided into view. From it emerged a woman who appeared to be a nanny, and another elegantly dressed, clearly Li Yitong's mother. Seeing her daughter soundly asleep against Xie Yu, Mrs. Li's expression shifted dramatically, first stunned, then erupting into laughter. You're really the superstar, Xie Yu. Wow, you're even more handsome in person than on screen. Our Tong dreams of marrying you. Even deep in her stupor, Li Yitong murmured reflexively, not that exaggerated. Just a few dreams, that's all. Sensing mounting awkwardness, Xie Yu seized the chance to slip away discreetly. Back home, his parents were preparing to dine at the Jing family residence. Xie Tianxin greeted him. Son, join us. We're celebrating Uncle Jing's birthday today. Privately, his mother hesitated. She feared Xie Yu might once again captivate Jing Tiantian beyond reason. Xie Yu recalled their previous tension with the Jings, and remembered how often the Jing family had rescued his mother's company during crises. Gratitude and propriety demanded his presence. Wait for me. I'll change into formal attire. It's only fitting. His mother panicked. No formal wear. Go as you are. She joked inwardly. Her son in a suit would be devastatingly handsome. Jing Tiantian would stand no chance. Xie Yu found the objection baffling. He reeked of wine and carried traces of Li Yitong's perfume. How could he possibly attend without changing? Nonetheless, he deferred to his mother's wishes and wore no formal outfit. Truthfully, he disliked formal wear anyway, opting instead for a fitted short-sleeve undershirt layered beneath a plaid shirt, paired with wide-leg casual work pants and white sneakers, an effortlessly stylish university student aesthetic. Xie Tianxin surveyed him approvingly. Truly the scion of the Xie family, handsome beyond measure. Li Wan shook her head in resigned amusement, silently offering Jing Tiantian 3 minutes of silent sympathy. She'd hoped avoiding formal wear would temper his allure, only to discover he looked stunning in anything. Xie Yu drove while his parents sat in the rear. Xie Yu teased, Mom, Dad, you're still young. Hurry and give me a sister, or I'll keep looking like your chauffeur. Xie Tianxin sat straighter, pride swelling. No problem. I'm in peak physical condition. His wife punched his arm playfully. Don't be absurd. Have you ever seen a chauffeur as handsome as him? Xie Tianxin grumbled. If you're going to scold him, why hit me? Xie Yu laughed heartily, until his mother suddenly turned serious. Stay away from Jing Tiantian. Both Xie Yu and Xie Tianxin froze, bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Only then did his mother reveal the full story. Xie Yu learned to his astonishment that the woman who'd fainted during their prior encounter, the one his mother had mentioned, was Jing Tiantian herself. She had been the first person whose heart the system identified and claimed. Xie Yu inwardly groaned, disaster. My cursed charisma has been registered by the system. I'm doomed to this fate for life. He drifted into reverie. What if I confronted Jing Yuanshan directly? Asked him whether he preferred his daughter live out her days alone, or become my concubine. The thought made him chuckle aloud. Then he muttered wryly, system, sometimes you truly lack humanity. I never claimed to be human. Then why was Li Yitong, who dreams of marrying me, not flagged, while Jing Tiantian, who loathes me, was instantly recognized? Perhaps fame is required. Once you elevate Li Yitong to stardom, I may be able to register her too. Then don't just extend capacity, expand my arsenal. Otherwise I won't stand a chance. At the banquet, after exchanging pleasantries with guests, Xie Yu keenly sensed Jing Tiantian stealing glances at him, again and again. Recalling the steamy encounter in the Chicago bathroom, he grinned mischievously and strode over. My good friend Howard remains perfectly unharmed, so whatever happened, it certainly wasn't me, right? Jing Tiantian's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darted nervously. Well, if it wasn't you then it wasn't. Xie Yu leaned in, voice low and intimate. What if it was me? Would you hold me accountable? So what if it is me? Do you want me to be responsible for you? You keep targeting me like this. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? I saw it all. Ooh, just now you were staring at me, weren't you? Throughout the birthday banquet, Jing Tiantian's mind was filled with Xie Yu's teasing and mocking voice, as well as his Strangely, she found herself sinking deeper into it. Wasn't her initial attraction to him due to his maturity and thought? It turns out that liking someone really is without reason. Until the banquet ended and the guests began to leave, Jing Yuanshan looked at his daughter, who was still staring blankly at the door, and couldn't help but scold. That kid has already left. Why are you still looking? Jing Tiantian playfully stuck out her tongue and dashed upstairs. Sigh. Truly a daughter is hard to keep. Jing Yuanshan couldn't help but lament. Yuanshan, I really think this kid Xie Yu is quite good. Why don't we help our daughter and facilitate their relationship? Mrs. Jing suggested. He is like a dragon roaming the seas. How can he be an ordinary creature in a pond? Our daughter probably doesn't match him. Jing Yuanshan shook his head and said, how can she not match him? Our family has only this one precious daughter. In terms of family background, isn't ours better than his? Moreover, Tiantian is beautiful and has a good figure. Where does she fall short? Mrs. Jing said, somewhat unconvinced. Madam, you do not know. CASIN4 company is now on the right track and developing rapidly. The air cushion technology they developed for shoes has reached a deep cooperation with the country and will soon be widely applied in several important fields. Now the company's scale has more than doubled compared to last year. There are even rumors that Nike and Adidas are competing to buy his chips and air cushion technology, offering over $1 billion. By then, even if we set aside the Xie family, just Xie's own worth will far exceed ours. Moreover, considering his remarkable achievements in basketball, it would be better for our daughter not to provoke him. Jing Yuanshan explained helplessly. I really underestimated him. I didn't expect this kid to be so accomplished. Forget it. After hearing this, Mrs. Jing could only give up. Hiding upstairs, Jing Tiantian heard her parents' conversation clearly. However, instead of retreating her feelings for him, she took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and decided to be brave this time, sending Xie Yu a WeChat message. Before leaving China, let's have a meal together, shall we? Xie Yu, too, has launched 9 colorways, which made Xie Yu very satisfied. He specifically tried on the most popular mismatch colors while listening to the experts explain the test results of the shoes. This shoe can effectively prevent and alleviate the risk of ankle sprains. The built-in chip can accurately analyze the wearer's fatigue level, preventing injuries in advance. Its durability is 10 times that of ordinary shoes. After hearing these introductions, Xie Yu even felt that selling it for $2 billion plus a 10 share seemed a bit too. However, Nike and Adidas are currently only willing to offer $1 billion, so it seems there's room for negotiation. While shooting an advertisement with Li Yitong, the director successfully captured what Xie Yu requested. Her captivating smile, as she turned back, perfectly presented in the ad. This result made everyone extremely satisfied, including Li Yitong herself. I truly appreciate you for discovering my beauty. You helped me regain my confidence. I must thank you in the highest manners of China. Li Yitong said sincerely. Thus, Xie Yu was tricked. What she referred to as the highest manners of China was actually inviting him to a family dinner. Confused, Xie Yu followed her home and even met her parents. After a few drinks, Xie Yu felt that Li's father looked familiar. He searched his memory desperately and finally had a flash of inspiration, suddenly slapping the table. This unexpected action startled Li Yitong and her mother, while only Li's father remained calm and smiled knowingly. Xie Yu hurriedly asked, Uncle Li, do you remember one night many years ago? You took a strange little boy to ride the Ferris. Before Li's father could respond, Li Yitong jumped in. Of course I remember. That little brat was crying so hard. I was there too. Neither my dad nor I paid attention to the scenery. We were too busy trying to cheer him up, but he just kept crying. If he was afraid of heights, why did he insist on riding the Ferris wheel? Li's father kept pulling Li Yitong, but she was used to speaking freely and didn't realize. Xie Yu felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing this, Li's mother tapped Li Yitong, and she finally reacted, cautiously asking, You are that crybaby? Xie Yu helplessly nodded, unwillingly explaining, At that time my mom promised to take me to the amusement park, but she was busy all day. When she came home, she changed her clothes and said she had to go to some banquet, so she couldn't accompany me for dinner. In a fit of anger, I took a taxi to follow her, thinking I would cause a scene at the banquet. But the taxi couldn't get in, and I couldn't get in either, so I ended up meeting Uncle Li and you outside. Li Yitong couldn't help but laugh. My idol, I didn't expect I used to pinch your face when I was little. Li's father explained with a smile. Actually, I knew it was you a long time ago. A while ago, your mother asked me to buy a courtyard, and we talked about you during our conversation. Xie Yu asked in confusion. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Li's father waved his hand. There's no need to bring up past matters anymore. Li's father's easygoing personality was very appealing to Xie Yu. The two chatted more and more comfortably, drinking more and more happily, and they decided to be sworn brothers on the spot. Now Li Yitong was in trouble. Regrettably, she had to call Xie Yu uncle. To promote Xie Yu too, and also to boost Li Yitong's popularity, Xie Yu contacted the already mutually following teacher He and brought Li Yitong, who had signed a contract with Xie's mother's company, to appear on Happy Camp. The recording process went relatively smoothly, and the production team even made a special episode for Xie Yu. Various minigames naturally posed no challenge to Xie Yu, while Li Yitong was closely protected by him during the show, causing her to watch with some fascination. After the recording ended, she clung to him in an almost unreasonable manner, naturally linking her arm through his. Xie Yu understood that it was only a matter of time before the system detected Li Ito. Once the IN4 advertisement aired, Happy Camp was successfully broadcast, as well featuring a detailed VCR introducing the unique functions of this high-tech basketball shoe, which instantly shocked the entire world. However, the management of Nike and Adidas expressed disbelief and questioned, can it really prevent sprains? How is that? The annual Xie Yu charity match was grandly held at the Wuxang Sports Center in Beijing. This time, Xie Yu invited 14 current NBA players, including experienced veterans like Carter and rising stars like Anthony Davis, all of whom wore the Xie Yu 2 during the match. During halftime, the IN4 dunk team sported the Xie Yu 2 and performed dazzling dunks on the court. In post-match interviews, everyone praised the Xie Yu 2 footwear. In the following days, Xie Yu also took the Xie Yu 2 to South Korea and Japan for promotion. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by enthusiastic fans, highlighting his immense popularity. In Seoul, Xie Yu finally met Yun Air, and after spending a sweet week together, he set off to return to Guangdong City. O'Neal and Barkley were about to head to Guangdong City to help Xie Yu sell shoes for 3 days. Their survival instincts were strong, and they registered on Weibo, sharing vlogs and emphasizing that they were Xie Yu's diehard fans, fearing they might get beaten up in China. While posing as tourist princess and who had learned about various Chinese dishes, also moved into Xie Yu's home in Guangdong City, brainstorming what dishes to prepare for Xie Yu's first night back. Xie Yu returned home, and when the door slowly opened, he was surprised to see Jing Tiantian standing there while Princess and was busy in the kitchen preparing Cantonese cuisine. This scene left Xie Yu quite puzzled. How come you are here? Xie Yu asked, stepping inside with a puzzled expression. What? Are you afraid that I might discover some of your secrets, so you're feeling embarrassed? Jing Tiantian stared intently at Xie Yu, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing through his soul, attempting to pry into the depths of his thoughts. Xie Yu remained calm and composed, walking straight towards Princess and giving her a legitimate kiss on the cheek. He then turned to Jing Tiantian and solemnly said, I have many women around me, so don't fall for me. Can you manage that? He knew very well that those recognized by the love interest system could never develop feelings for someone else. The three of them enjoyed an authentic Cantonese meal together. During the meal, Xie Yu generously offered his compliments, showering Princess and with praise that made her heart bloom with joy. In such an atmosphere, Jing Tiantian unexpectedly found this mode of interaction quite interesting. As night fell, Xie Yu personally drove, and Princess and Jing Tiantian sat in the back seat in perfect harmony. The three of them arrived at the newly opened bar by Liangkuan. Tonight, the bar was not open to the public, only familiar friends and classmates were present. Upon seeing Princess and Jing Tiantian, everyone was instantly captivated by their beauty, their eyes glued to them, including Zhong Chuxi. Xie Yu had an exceptionally good time with his friends from Yu City, seemingly forgetting all his troubles, and they partied until 3 or 4 in the morning, bringing the gathering to a close. Afterwards, the bodyguards drove the three of them back home. The next morning, the sunlight gently streamed through the gaps in the curtains, softly illuminating the room. Xie Yu struggled to get out of bed and looked at the two still peacefully sleeping beside him, feeling a throbbing headache. Jing Tiantian was the first to wake up, stretching lightly before heading to the living room. She sat next to Xie Yu and earnestly said, Take me, and I have liked you for a long, long time. I can't seem to forget you, and I even suspect you've put some love potion on me. Honestly, like them, I don't need anything from you. Xie Yu turned to look at her, and Jing Tiantian wore a helpless expression that could not conceal her beauty. Her slightly chubby cheeks added to her charming aura. It wouldn't be a problem to take you in, but you need to handle your parents and my parents. Jing Tiantian pouted with her small fists raised, saying, You actually want me to deal with it? How can I manage that? Let's not tell them and keep it a secret. Xie Yu couldn't help but plant a kiss on her cheek, smiling that said. At noon, Xie Yu hosted a banquet at a restaurant in Yu City for O'Neal and Barkley. After some pleasantries, he handed over the 2 stars to the staff and instructed, there are 9 IN4 stores in the center of Yu City. You just need to visit each one over the next 3 days. O'Neal and Barkley never expected that this seemingly simple task was actually a unique form of punishment. However, although they were tired, they felt happy inside. 3 days passed in a flash. Before leaving, O'Neal couldn't help but exclaim, Xie Yu's second-generation battle shoes completely outshine all the shoes on the market. For players like us with heavy weights, it's an absolute blessing. Since I put them on, wearing any other shoes feels uncomfortable. Barkley echoed. Shaquille is absolutely right. The cushioning technology of these shoes is far superior, and the chip technology is incredible. It can even detect some potential bodily issues. It's truly remarkable. With this move, Xie Yu not only made these two do some hard labor, but also successfully had them promote the shoes for free before. After all, their influence in the basketball world is undeniable. Thus, Xie Yu stayed in Yu City until October, reluctantly bidding farewell to Jing Tiantian before heading back to Cleveland with Princess An. Princess An also brought along a few chefs she met in Huaxia. She had firmly decided to give up her acting career to focus on managing Huaxia cuisine in the United States. She planned to create a street of Huaxia cuisine in Cleveland, and upon hearing this, Xie Yu wholeheartedly agreed and expressed his willingness to financially support her. Seeing Princess An blossom with a radiant smile again, Xie Yu felt immense joy. After all, she was the first woman in his life. Returning to Cleveland as usual, Xie Yu chose not to participate in the preseason games and instead embarked on intense training. Giannis, also banned from participating in games, was completely exhausted after just 1 day of intense training, with Xie Yu instantly becoming a subject of humorous discussion among the Cavaliers. On the second day, Giannis persisted in training with Xie Yu, yet he still couldn't endure it and ultimately collapsed from exhaustion and was sent to the team doctor. On the third day, however, he surprisingly reappeared on the training court. Seeing this, Xie Yu was very pleased and appropriately reduced his training load. This time, Giannis pushed himself to the limit and managed to persevere. October 30th, the day the 2013-14 season was about to commence, but the Cavaliers game was scheduled for the next day against the Nets, who had made significant signings over the summer. Giannis could hardly contain his excitement, eager to prove himself. Because if he scored 4 points in this unknown duel with Xie Yu, he would make his NBA debut the next day. Xie Yu looked at Giannis and said with a smile, "I will only use 30% of my strength, and I promise not to defend you as strictly as I did against Jimmy." Jimmy couldn't help but curse from the side, saying, "Screw your strict defense. That's clearly illegal defense, which is not allowed." After complaining, he stepped aside to make room for their unknown match. Giannis initiated the attack, adopting the standard triple threat stance. Seeing this, Xie Yu took a step back and intentionally provoked him, saying, "You don't have a basket." The moment those words left his mouth, Giannis decisively took his shot, the basketball soaring in a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net. 2-0. Giannis shook his head, speaking with a hint of pride. "Does the boss think I'm still the old me? You've underestimated me. After all, you found me such an excellent trainer. How could I possibly not improve at all?" Indeed, after nearly 100 days of hard training, Giannis was already vastly different from before. When he first entered the league, he was quite inexperienced. But Xie Yu understood the Greek freak style of play very well, so he devised a plan helping him grow quickly, clearly telling Giannis not to practice those difficult shots and to solidify his mid-range shots after the triple threat step, treating them as a common offensive tactic. Having listened to Xie Yu, Giannis took it step by step, naturally avoiding many detours, and made rapid progress. Giannis even joked, "How about a hairstyle change? I'm worried that you won't have any scoring opportunities, boss." Xie Yu retorted, "Get lost, hurry up, and come back." Giannis once again posed 3 threats, preparing to test his footwork, when Xie Yu suddenly raised his defense with lightning speed, extending his hand as he swiftly executed a move to snatch the ball. The surrounding Knights immediately erupted in cheers. Jimmy shouted loudly, "Giannis, good luck." Alonzo G chimed in, "Greek freak, if you don't want to be sore all over, better watch out, someone plays rough." After receiving the ball, Xie Yu made a wide leftward shift, effortlessly faking Giannis out, followed by a low layup that went. While serving the ball, Xie Yu couldn't help but tease, "With that high center of gravity, you'll get wrecked on the street court." Giannis clearly took Xie Yu's words to heart and lowered his center of gravity. Seeing this, Xie Yu decisively took a shot from beyond the arc. Swish. 5-2. Giannis pretended to be angry, saying, "Alonzo G was right, you can't trust a word you say, not even punctuation." Xie Yu responded with a mischievous grin, "Kid, that's called deception. I taught you that." After saying that, Xie Yu took another 3-point shot. However, this time Giannis was already prepared, using his long arms to clang. The ball hit the front rim and bounced out. Xie Yu inwardly clicked his tongue. This is what they call innate talent. Even though his shot was quick and unexpected, he was still interfered with. No wonder he's the rare Greek freak. After missing the shot, Xie Yu began to show off, imitating Alonzo G, shaking his head and saying, out of practice indeed." This scene made the entire team burst into laughter. Giannis attacked, seizing the opportunity to drive hard to the basket, then turned for a hook shot, but Xie Yu anchored him down, causing his movement to distort. The ball grazed the rim and nearly went in, shocking Xie Yu into a cold sweat. Giannis, slightly resentful, said, "Boss, you said to use only 30% of your strength. You're definitely using more than that now." Xie Yu retorted, "Are you that eager to play? I'm not letting you play too early for your own good." Giannis nodded earnestly, saying, "All my family will be watching the game on TV tomorrow, and I don't want to let them down." This statement struck Xie Yu like a ray of light, causing him to waver. Back then, when a player from China was set to play in the NBA, who wasn't eagerly anticipating it in front of the television? In the end, Xie Yu eased up a bit, allowing Giannis to execute a one-handed dunk. The moment Giannis scored 4 points, all his teammates rushed over to celebrate with a chest bump, as if they had just won the championship. Mike Brown immediately announced, "Giannis will play 20-25 minutes tomorrow. We've all seen your hard work and dedication. Tomorrow, soar on the court. The sky is your limit." Giannis was so excited he wrapped a towel around his head and cried. In the dimly lit but fervent Cavaliers locker room, the walls were adorned with photos and banners of the team's past glories, and the air was filled with the scent of sweat mingling with dreams. Xie Yu knocked on the tactical board, the dull sound silencing the whispers around him. His gaze was sharp and fiery, as if igniting a flame that drew every teammate's attention. "Remember, when you put on the championship ring tomorrow, it symbolizes both a medal and a shackle." Xie Yu took a deep breath, his voice echoing like a bell in the locker room. "When the spotlight dims, these medal rings will transform into the sword of Damocles, reminding us that we emerged from a mountain of corpses as reigning champions, yet we are also the tyrants that the entire league wishes to overthrow." Xie Yu's gaze swept across every corner of the locker room. Giannis didn't dare pick up the towel that had fallen, and Whiteside paused while massaging his knee. Everyone heard the sound of the marker tearing through the tactical board. Some can retire gracefully with 2 rings, while others may find themselves benched after this season. Some have renewed contracts, but must remain in Cleveland. He suddenly slammed the tactical board onto the table, the sheet detailing the 77-win season fluttering down. "But I want you to remember, when we raise the 2nd championship banner at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the damned experts will say it's just a fleeting moment for a small market team." Xie Yu roared, 72 win Bulls. Repeat Lakers. Let them quarrel in the history books. We will stamp the entire league with our flawless 820 record. Starting tomorrow, every opponent's locker room will have our schedule posted. Not to figure out how to defeat us, but to calculate how to lose gracefully. Xie Yu nodded excitedly, making eye contact with everyone as the roar of determination exploded in the locker room. Now tell me, what legacy do we want to leave this damned league? Legend. Everyone pounded their lockers in unison, causing the still wet marker strokes on the tactical board to rain down. Legend. Everyone pounded their lockers in unison, causing the still wet marker strokes on the tactical board to rain down in ink. The boss has always been this smooth talker. After hearing his earlier speech, I feel like I can't sleep tonight, excited like a wind-up rabbit. Alonzo G chuckled and, pretending to be profound, patted Giannis on the shoulder, saying, "Hey Giannis, the boss isn't just a smooth talker, he can be fierce when scolding too. Take the last game for example. I was guarding and accidentally let someone slip by, and guess what happened? The boss exploded in front of 20,000 people, and the next second, he pushed me with a shove that scared me half to death. No jokes here, you better take it easy tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Giannis, who was just bouncing with excitement, instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, sulking as he said, "Damn, I must get a good night's sleep tonight to recharge my energy. But tomorrow's game, I might have to guard the Wolf King KG. Oh my gosh, who has to face such a tough opponent in their debut? Do you think the boss will go into flame mode again because I can't handle KG?" Alonzo G mimicked Xie Yu's manner, saying, "Giannis 100 post-ups after the game." Explosive. Xie Yu boldly declares his aim for an 820 season ambition running high. Howard claims heading to Houston all for the championship and to crush Xie Yu. Garnett admits losing to Xie Yu for 2 consecutive years was the key factor in leaving Boston. Pierce declares war facing the Cavaliers in the season opener. "I will shatter Xie Yu's dream of 82 wins. Darren mocks, "I foresee Xie Yu's first game ending in disgrace. Is the 82-win champ becoming a laughingstock?" Brooklyn Nets starters: center Brook Lopez, power forward Kevin Garnett, small forward Paul Pierce, shooting guard Joe Johnson, point guard Darren Williams. Cavaliers starters: forward David West, forward Kawhi Leonard, forward Jimmy Butler, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Kyrie Irving. Pre-game warm-up. Xie Yu casually approached Pierce, smiling. "Paul, do you know what the Chinese fans are saying about you guys now?" Yu Jia asked, "Coach Zhang, what do you think about Xie Yu's new season goal of achieving 82 wins and 0 losses in the regular season?" Zhang Heli picked up the conversation and said, "Hey, in my opinion, this is more of a strategic rhetoric from Xie Yu to motivate the team's morale. He is conveying a strong signal to the players that every game must not be taken lightly, and that they must not become arrogant or complacent just because they have already won 2 consecutive championships, thereby underestimating the regular season." He paused briefly, then continued his analysis. In fact, Xie Yu himself may not care so much about whether they can truly achieve 82 wins or not. By making such bold claims to the outside world, he aims to let the young players understand that since everyone values honor and reputation, they must focus and give their all in every game to strive for victory. After all, he already holds an MVP title from the regular season, 2 FMVP trophies, and has led his team to 2 championships, so the regular season record may no longer be his primary pursuit. As the referee tossed the ball up, the game officially commenced. De Lopez effortlessly won the jump ball. Onion Joe received a pass beyond the 3-point line, and Xie Yu quickly applied pressure, teasing, "You call yourself Onion Joe, so what should I be called? Do you know I have never lost an Onion?" Joe Johnson didn't even lift his eyelids, his gaze still exuding a lazy air as he passed the ball to Garnett, who was at the top. Garnett handed the ball back to Pierce, and Jimmy, while pursuing Pierce, was momentarily blocked by Garnett, leading to a brief. Pierce seized this fleeting opportunity and decisively took a mid-range shot, swishing it in. 0-2. Irving quickly advanced with the ball using West's screen to make a quick breakthrough, and then stopped abruptly for a jump shot, executing the motion fluidly as the ball went through the net. Yu Jia quickly said, "Everyone knows that Irving trained with Kobe for a whole month this summer." Zhang Heli echoed, "It seems that this season Irving may take on more shooting responsibilities." The Nets' offense revolved around a 15 pick-and-roll with Darren and De Lopez, after which a lob pass was made to De Lopez, who easily scored 2 points under the basket. West spread his hands, signaling to his teammate for help defense. Xie Yu quickly passed the ball to the low post for Kawhi, who faced Garnett's defense, took a probing step, and then jumped for a shot. Swish. 4-4. Yu Jia exclaimed, "Look, Leonard trained with Anthony this summer, and this shot truly carries some of Anthony's essence." Zhang Heli responded with a smile, "That's right, I heard Xie Yu was the one who set it up. Our King Xie really has a big influence." The Nets' offense continued to revolve around the strong inside presence of De Lopez, who was backing down West. Just as he was about to turn, Xie Yu like a ghost dashed in from the side, executed a clean steal with a swift movement, and immediately initiated a fast break. On the bench, Giannis couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss defensive instincts are simply incredible." The historically slow 5 Tigers could only watch as Xie Yu sped ahead, completing a soaring dunk. The arena at the Quick Loan Center was instantly ignited, with fans excitedly thinking about Xie Yu playing here for another 5 years, each one almost clapping their hands raw. After landing, Xie Yu mocked Pierce, saying, "Paul, your lineup looks impressive, like 5 carriages running side by side, but we are like supercars, our speed is on a different level." Pierce, not to be outdone, immediately shot back, "Stop talking nonsense, we will definitely defeat you." Darren used his teammate's screen to fake a shot, then passed the ball to Onion Joe outside. Onion Joe, facing Xie Yu's defense, decisively took a 3-pointer. Beep. Swish. 31. After being pulled up by his teammates, Onion Joe excitedly shouted, "Little Xie Yu, you're laughable." Even the usually expressionless Kawhi couldn't help but smile at this scene. Xie Yu, looking displeased, complained to the referee, "Ref, this guy is making personal attacks. If you don't give him a technical foul, I'm going to cause trouble." The referee didn't hesitate to blow the whistle, indeed giving Joe Johnson a technical foul. Zhang Heli, seeing this, chuckled. It seems the rumors are true. Xie Yu is indeed the prince of the league. Yu Jia also laughed. Hey, he really dares to ask, and they truly dare to give. Xie Yu calmly sank the technical free throw, but still felt frustrated. What do you mean, little Xie Yu? Am I small? Tongzi, their insults to me are equivalent to insulting you, so you must find a way to enhance my power. I want that Pro Max version. I don't listen, the turtle recites scriptures. Unknown Joe also sank his free throw, successfully completing a 31-7-8. West was at the top, while Jimmy and Kawhi executed cross screens, with Jimmy cutting to the basket. West was quick to react, getting to the ball just in time as Jimmy, bearing the weight of De Lopez, forcefully scored the ball. Zhang Heli couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Jimmy's strength is truly impressive. He still felt a bit apprehensive about Jimmy, not daring to comment, too much afraid of causing another live broadcast mishap. Yu Jia, however, had no such concerns and laughed. This is too strong. Jimmy has had an outstanding summer training person. It is said that he posted a tweet about father and son, causing Jordan to sleep on the couch for a week, and as a result, Jordan gave him a month of special training in retaliation. Look at his muscular physique now. Oh, it must be related to that tweet. It was Pierce's turn to play unknown, but Jimmy defended resolutely, successfully stopping the shot. The rebound was snatched by Xie Yu, who advanced quickly, performing two behind-the-back dribbles, eliciting cheers from the audience. Then Xie Yu halted, abruptly retreating to beyond the three-point line, purposely pausing for a moment to create a misjudgment from unknown Joe before decisively taking a three-point shot. Unknown Joe couldn't control his body while defending, colliding with the shooting cylinder of Xie Yu, prompting the referee to immediately blow the whistle. Swish. Yu Jia excitedly raised his voice. Xie Yu. He returned with a 31. Zhang Heli chuckled. Hey, Xie Yu really doesn't hold grudges. Xie Yu, sitting on the ground, nodded excitedly, looking as if he were dancing. Xie Yu made the additional free throw, bringing the score to 138. Pierce and Garnett executed a pick and roll, with Pierce moving past the screen, stopping abruptly for a three-pointer that swished in. Irving retaliated with a horizontal move, plus a step-back three and answer ball. After scoring, he shouted, "Today is my stage." De Lopez aggressively attacked under the basket, but unfortunately missed, while Garnett timely followed up for a score and yelled at Xie Yu, "You guys are too short." Hearing this, Xie Yu immediately fed the ball to Kawhi, saying, "Give me a chance. I want to make him shut up." Garnett, while defending Kawhi, had no better option than to give a slight step back and place his hand on Kawhi. Kawhi posed a triple threat stance, taking several probing steps before suddenly stepping back for a mid-range shot. Before Garnett could effectively defend, the ball swished through the net. Pierce moved to play unknown against Jimmy, executing a turnaround jump shot that went in smoothly. Xie Yu once again rallied the team, passing the ball to Jimmy and calling for teammates to clear space. "Give Jimmy room, let's see if he can get back at them." From the left 45-degree angle, Jimmy dribbled right, actively seeking contact, then executed a pocket dribble. Seeing Pierce lag behind, he directly leaned back for a jumper that went in. After scoring, Jimmy shouted excitedly, "I can take him on 10 times. Pierce, infuriated, laughed, saying, "Even your dad wouldn't dare to say he can take me on 10 times. Jimmy, undeterred, retorted, "I dare. Am not afraid. If you're not satisfied, come battle me." The two exchanged words, saliva flying, until they were forcibly separated by their teammates. With 3 minutes and 11 seconds left in the first quarter, the score stood at 30-27, with both sides making substitutions. On the Cavaliers' side, except for Xie Yu, all four others left the court, replaced by Itoan, Moore, Carter, Giannis, and Whiteside. Yu Jia explained, "It seems that Varejao, who is caught up in trade rumors, will not be playing in this game." Zhang Heli analyzed, "The Cavaliers want to use him to trade for Drew Holiday. I think this is unlikely." Xie Yu organized the offense with the ball, and Livingston applied full court pressure on him. Whiteside moved up to the high post to screen for Xie Yu, who accelerated and broke through, slicing toward the basket like a blade. Giannis stood near the free throw line, watching Xie Yu twist and turn in the air, thinking to himself, the boss probably doesn't have much shooting space now, right? To his surprise, Xie Yu was waiting in the air for Giannis to cut to the basket. After waiting for a long time without a response, Xie Yu couldn't help but shout, "Giannis, cut to the basket." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yu delivered a precise bounce pass. Giannis took a step forward, and the ball landed perfectly in his hands at just the right height, requiring no adjustment. He smoothly completed a layup, scoring the first basket of his career. After scoring, Giannis joyfully hopped back on defense. Just as he wanted to turn around and thank Xie Yu, he saw Xie Yu's piercing gaze as if he wanted to cut someone. Xie Yu couldn't help but scold, "Concentrate your attention, I was just leisurely eating instant noodles in the air." Giannis hurriedly nodded humbly, saying, "Boss, the instant noodles from Huaxia are indeed delicious. I can eat 10 bowls at once." Xie Yu was left speechless. At this moment in Greece, Giannis' family was cheering with Giannis' mother excitedly said, "My son scored as soon as he came on the court. He didn't lie to us. He said the team leader takes good care of him, and that last ball was passed to him by Boss Xie. Now I can finally rest assured." Owen weaved through the flowers, driving towards the basket against DeLuo's defense, but the shot bounced off the rim. In that instant, Xie Yu soared into the air, effortlessly putting the ball back in. The Brooklyn Nets called for a timeout. At this moment, with only 1 minute and 49 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the score was tightly tied at 113-113, and the atmosphere in the arena was at its peak of tension. Yu Jia. Next, let's take a look at the Cavaliers' technical statistics for this game. The data displayed Xie Yu 10 out of 10, 2 3-pointers made from 2 attempts, 28 points, 13 rebounds, and 10 assists. Owen 10 out of 18, 3 3-pointers made from 5 attempts, 27 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. Little Kawhi 9 out of 15, 1 3-pointer made from 1 attempt, 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 1 assist. Jimmy 9 out of 14, 0 3-pointers made from 2 attempts, 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Zhang Heli couldn't help but exclaim, "These stats are incredible, all 4 players have scored over 20 points." However, it was also evident that these 3 players had a certain gap compared to Xie Yu. Yu Jia nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xie Yu hardly took the initiative to attack in this game. Most of the points he scored came from fast breaks, and even those 2 3-pointers were taken in perfect open opportunities. Zhang Heli continued to analyze. The reason the Nets have been able to hold their ground against the Cavaliers is largely due to Mike Brown's strict control over the players' playing time. So far, the player with the most playing time on the Cavaliers is Owen with only 29 minutes, and it is expected that he will not exceed 32 minutes by the end of the game. On the Nets side, all 5 starting players have exceeded 40 minutes on the court, with Darren reaching 43 minutes. Yu Jia nodded and said, "This shows that the Nets are determined to win this game, aiming for a strong start." After all, they made a gamble-like trade in the summer, bringing in Garnett, Pierce, and Joe Johnson. "Oh, such risky reinforcements have put the team's future on the line." Zhang Heli replied, "That's right, if they can win this season opener against the Cavaliers, it would be extraordinarily significant. Not only would it set a positive tone for the team, but it would also directly shatter Xie Yu's dream of 82 wins, destined to become a memorable tale in the league." As the timeout ended, the game resumed. Darren and DeLuo executed a 15 pick-and-roll, and Darren decisively shot a 3-pointer. The ball arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net. 113-116. In the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the previously vibrant atmosphere was instantly cooled by Darren's critical clutch 3-pointer, leaving the arena in complete silence. Darren roared, "82 wins. I will personally destroy your daydream. You will become the biggest joke." It was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, and the ball was firmly passed to Xie Yu. He signaled for his teammates to clear one side, then proceeded to back down against Joe Johnson. He executed a series of shoulder fakes, smoothly followed by a half-turn, a step forward, and a gentle layup that easily scored 2 points. 115-116. Xie Yu responded, "I haven't even broken a sweat yet. The Nets are nothing to worry about." Darren initiated another attack, still using the 15 pick-and-roll with DeLuo. This time, Owen defended tightly, giving Darren no space to shoot. Darren decisively chose to drive and attack the basket. Little Kawhi quickly moved into double team. Darren hurriedly jumped to pass, trying to find Garnett near the free throw line. West fought hard to hold Garnett down, Jimmy jumped high to interfere with the pass. In the midst of the chaos, the battle for the loose ball was crucial. Xie Yu leaped high, dominantly claiming the ball, and immediately launched a counterattack. He quickly drove past, passing to the lurking Owen in the corner. Owen caught the ball, and without hesitation launched a 3-pointer that swooshed in. 118-116. Owen yelled, "What's wrong with 82 wins? I have 2 championships, do you have any?" With 51 seconds left, Pierce and Garnett executed a pick-and-roll, and after getting around the screen, Pierce passed the ball to Garnett on the perimeter. Garnett took a mid-range shot, adjusted his rhythm, and released the ball, which swished through the net. 118-118. Garnett shook his head with a smirk. "None of you can guard me." 32. 3 seconds. Both teams were once again tied, and the atmosphere in the arena surged to new heights. Owen quickly dribbled past half-court and swiftly passed the ball back to Xie Yu. Xie Yu stood just outside the 3-point line facing the defense, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched a 3-pointer. Although Joe Johnson was prepared and fully defended, the ball still hit the back rim and bounced into the basket. Xie Yu struck decisively, instantly changing the score to 1-1-1-1-8. After scoring, Xie Yu made his signature celebration gesture, taking a bow. In an instant, the entire crowd stood up, applause thundered like a surging tide, enduring and unceasing. With 25.8 seconds left, the Nets called for a timeout. Xie Yu shouted loudly at the Nets players, "You better work hard to tie the score. I'm really hoping to make a game-winning shot against you." After saying this, he walked back to the bench with a stride of unmatched confidence. His calm and composed demeanor reassured the Cavaliers fans in attendance, filling them with a sense of security. After the timeout, Pierce came out to receive the ball, faked a shot from beyond the 3-point line, successfully drew Jimmy, and then quickly drove into the lane, aiming for a quick 2 points. In a critical moment, Xie Yu dashed out from the side, leaped up to block the shot. Beep, beep, beep. The referee decisively called for goaltending and indicated that they needed to review the video. Pierce was very emotional, shouting loudly, "Goaltending. The ball touched the backboard first. This is definitely goaltending." However, Xie Yu appeared calm, saying indifferently, "What's yours is yours, and what's not can't be forced." In the end, after repeated confirmation by the 3 referees, the call was ruled as a block. The Cavaliers' teammates rushed over, excitedly celebrating with Xie Yu. Xie Yu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident expression that everything was under his control. He walked slowly towards Pierce, smiling as he said, "Next time, don't attempt to lay up in front of me. Ooh, I have no respect for the elderly or the young in my dictionary." Pierce's face turned a shade of anger. During a tactical foul, he slapped Xie Yu hard. Xie Yu immediately retorted, really lacking in quality, "Ooh, I almost want to stab you." Pierce, realizing he was in the wrong, pretended not to hear. Subsequently, Xie Yu made both free throws. Darren's 3-pointer missed at the last moment, and as the game time expired, the Cavaliers happily won the season opener, celebrating a successful start. After the game, Xie Yu rushed to the interview area. Zhou Lingen with no choice approached Owen, who had just finished an interview with. She smiled and said, "Hello Kyrie, please greet our friends in Huaxia first." Owen nodded with a smile, and then spoke in fluent Mandarin, "Hello, good evening." Zhou Lingen instantly stifled a laugh. Her facial expressions were wonderfully varied. Having secured a commanding victory over the Brooklyn Nets in their season opener at home, the Cavaliers immediately embarked on their first road trip to Charlotte to prepare for their upcoming clash with the Charlotte Hornets. The Hornets have officially completed their rebranding, and team owner Michael Jordan executed strategic offseason upgrades, signing All-Star center Al Jefferson to a 3-year $41 million contract. Pre-game warm-ups. Xie Yu strode toward Jordan with a broad smile, warmly embracing and greeting him. Jordan feigned indignation, delivering a light, playful kick to Xie Yu's backside before chuckling. "So was it you who put the idea in Jimmy's head to post that father and son tweet? Your sister-in-law scolded me for an entire week. I nearly started believing Jimmy really was my son." Xie Yu grinned mischievously and replied, "Well, one can never be entirely sure. What if there's just a sliver of truth to it?" Jordan was momentarily speechless, waving his hand in exasperated surrender. "I'm not even going to argue with you, kid. Come over for dinner after the game. We've already prepared a full spread of authentic Chinese cuisine." Hearing this, Xie Yu teased half-jokingly, "Is your sister-in-law setting up a Hongmen banquet for me?" Jordan rolled his eyes with exaggerated disdain and snapped, "I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. You're welcome, or not." Xie Yu quickly slung an arm around Jordan's shoulders, grinning earnestly, "Brother, will definitely be there." Hornets starting lineup: center, Al Jefferson, O power forward; Josh McRoberts, small forward; Michael Kidd Gilchrist, a shooting guard; Gerald Henderson, O point guard; Kemba Walker. Cavaliers starting lineup: forward, David West, a forward; Kawhi Leonard, forward; Jimmy Butler, shooting guard; Xie Yu, O point guard; Kyrie Irving. From the opening tip-off, both teams surged into action with remarkable intensity, playing with exceptional openness and launching into a fierce, fast-paced offensive duel. Al Jefferson dominated the paint with commanding authority, his formidable physique and masterful interior craft relentlessly exploiting Cleveland's smaller lineup, scoring at will with unstoppable efficiency. On Cleveland's end, Kyrie Irving, Kawhi Leonard, and Jimmy Butler carried forward their stellar performances from the season opener, leveraging elite individual brilliance to keep the Cavaliers tightly within striking distance. Xie Yu, still finding his rhythm, delivered flashes of transcendent brilliance, a breathtaking Onion 3 fast break dunk showcasing extraordinary athleticism, yet also committed a baffling turnover, launching a pass straight into the stands. With 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the contest remained razor close, tied at 108. At that moment, Gerald Henderson exploited a defensive lapse and sliced sharply toward the basket. Kemba Walker, ever perceptive, delivered a pinpoint assist. Henderson caught the pass mid-stride, soared skyward, and appeared poised to unleash a thunderous high-flying dunk. Xie Yu reacted instantly, committing a well-timed clean shooting foul to disrupt the play. Henderson grimaced in frustration, shouting at Xie Yu, "That was so close. If you hadn't fouled, I'd have shattered you with that dunk." Xie Yu responded with a cold, quiet smirk, "Of all people to provoke, you chose me." As Henderson stepped to the free throw line, he continued hurling verbal barbs at Xie Yu. From the bench, Jordan sensed impending disaster. His gut tightened as he muttered under his breath, "Fool. Of all players to antagonize, he picked Xie Yu." Henderson sank both free throws, 108,110. Calm and unhurried, Xie Yu advanced the ball up court, signaling teammates to clear space, then settled beyond the top of the arc and initiated a back-to-the-basket isolation against Henderson. In one fluid motion, Xie Yu exploded rightward, faking a spin move. Then, catching Henderson's subtle foot shift out of the corner of his eye, he abruptly halted, recentered his body, and rose into a textbook gravity-defying fadeaway jumper near the free throw line. Swish. Pure silk. Henderson caught off balance and, straining forward, stumbled violently, collapsing onto the Cavaliers' bench. Erupted. Players leapt to their feet in exhilaration. Giannis Antetokounmpo shouted, awestruck, "Our captain is absolutely legendary." Alonzo G joked, "Looks like my title as Supreme Flatterer is officially under threat." In the broadcast booth, Yu Jia exclaimed an iconic moment. Xie Yu's jump shot needs no wine. Yet Henderson was utterly intoxicated by it. Zhang Heli chuckled, "Ah, there he goes again, pulling off another flawless act." Kemba Walker swiftly orchestrated the next possession, again targeting Henderson's cutting lane. Henderson received the pass, charged toward the rim with explosive force, like a man carrying live ordnance. Xie Yu seized the perfect instant, reaching up from below with surgical precision. Though the move appeared audacious, its execution was flawless, a clean, effortless steal. Henderson had no grounds to protest. The theft was immaculate. Xie Yu then accelerated upcourt, scanning defenses while locking eyes with Kawhi Leonard. After executing a perfectly timed fake pick-and-roll, Xie Yu delivered a crisp no-look bounce pass to Leonard, who had sprinted unimpeded to the rim, finishing with a powerful, authoritative dunk. 112,110. Henderson and Kidd Gilchrist exchanged stunned glances. As Leonard retreated on defense, he pointed emphatically at Xie Yu, communicating wordlessly that pass was pure artistry. Xie Yu nodded in quiet acknowledgement, returning the silent message, "And your cut was flawless." Their synergy was absolute, requiring no words, only instinct and mutual understanding. Charlotte called timeout, rattled by the sequence. Coach Steve Clifford barked instructions from the sideline, "This is crunch time. Xie Yu will take over. Everyone must lock in on him." double team, or help immediately when needed. Otherwise, this game slips away. The timeout ended. Cleveland's defensive intensity spiked. Kemba Walker attempted a screen-assisted drive only to be met instantly by Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler converging in a suffocating double team. Leonard read the play perfectly. His massive hand swooped in with surgical timing, cleanly stripping the ball. He fired an immediate outlet pass to a streaking Kyrie Irving. Irving, anticipating the play, lofted a laser-guided long pass directly to the rim. Xie Yu's sword met the ball at its apex and slammed it home with thunderous authority. A guaranteed highlight reel finish. Al Jefferson powered inside once more, but Cleveland stood united in defense. David West corralled the rebound. Xie Yu then pierced the paint like a phantom, seeming to possess eyes in the back of his head, as he threaded an uncanny no-loop dime that found Irving wide open in the corner. Irving caught it cleanly and drained the three-pointer, sealing the victory. He sprinted towards Xie Yu, exclaiming, "Bro, you're the reason we won. I made the shot, but everyone's praising you." Xie Yu affectionately ruffled Irving's hair and smiled. "You hit the dagger 3. Who dares deny your greatness?" Post-game, Xie Yu and Jimmy joined Jordan at his home for dinner. Around the table, the atmosphere was warm and familial, laughter flowing freely. Only Jordan sat with a storm cloud over his brow, clearly anticipating yet another night on the couch. The next morning, the Cavaliers packed their bags and boarded a flight to Golden State, preparing for their marquee showdown against the Warriors. The moment Xie Yu deplaned, Stephen Curry greeted him with infectious enthusiasm. At Curry's home court, the Curry family gathered courtside as spectators, setting the stage for an unforgettable impromptu three-point duel. Xie Yu and Curry would each attempt 100 three-point shots. The loser would carry a pink Hello Kitty backpack onto the court. Xie Yu grinned confidently at Curry. "Steven, that backpack suits you perfectly, so don't expect any mercy from me." Curry shot back without hesitation. "Xie Yu, this season, my three-point tally already dwarfs yours, and I'll extend that lead through the final buzzer. I am and always will be the undisputed king of three." Curry's sister uploaded a video to YouTube, instantly igniting a wildfire on the internet. At the beginning of the video, she clearly explained the rules and penalties of the three-point shooting contest between Curry and Xie Yu. Curry wore a confident smile as he looked at Xie Yu and said, "You're a rare guest. I'll shoot first. Is that all right?" Xie Yu nodded. "As you wish, guest." Curry stood at the three-point line, took a deep breath, raised his hand, but the basketball rimmed out. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he protested, "The first shot was just to find my rhythm. It doesn't count." Xie Yu pretended to leave, showing a hint of displeasure. "Steven, are you pulling these tricks?" "If so, I'm leaving." Curry quickly smiled and grabbed Xie Yu. No. Let's count it." He adjusted his stance and shot again. The basketball swished through the net. Then, as if ignited by a spark of determination, he became unstoppable, making basket after basket, as if the ball had eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net filled the air. 5 shots, 10 shots, 20 shots. Curry made 56 consecutive three-pointers, executing each with such finesse that his family watching felt immense pride. However, on the 58th shot, the basketball hit the front rim, bouncing high and missing the target. After a brief moment of frustration, Curry quickly adjusted and entered his shooting mode again. Every subsequent shot was precise and flawless, ultimately concluding his shooting segment with an impressive score of 98 out of 100. Curry excitedly waved his arms, his gaze directed at Xie Yu, raising an eyebrow, as if to say, "You are definitely carrying that pink backpack now." It was Xie Yu's turn. He appeared calm, as if nothing from the outside could disturb him. With the first shot, he steadied his aim and swished it through the net. With each shot, second, third, Xie Yu maintained a consistent rhythm, each release seeming to be meticulously calculated. As the number of successful shots increased, Curry's family went from relaxed to tense. When Xie Yu hit his 50th shot, Curry couldn't help but clench his fist, his eyes filled with admiration for Xie Yu. If he had seen Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he might have exclaimed, "Why was there both Yu and Liang born at the same time?" By the 98th shot, Xie Yu still maintained a perfect shooting percentage. Curry's expression grew serious. If Xie Yu made just one more shot, he would lose this contest. The atmosphere became intensely tense, everyone holding their breath, silent as they watched Xie Yu. Unfazed, Xie Yu shot again. The 99th shot went in. Curry's eyes widened, hands on his head, unable to believe what was happening before him. Xie Yu looked at Curry with a slight smile and said, "I won't shoot the last one. Just winning by 1 point is enough." Curry blurted out, "Damn. My hair. How is this possible? Are you even human?" Especially since Curry recalled that Xie Yu had just gotten off a plane, making it even harder to believe. The video abruptly cut off at this point, but discussions about this three-point contest erupted online like wildfire, with comments flooding in. "This is way more exciting than the All-Star three-point contest. It's simply exhilarating. Watching Xie Yu shoot gave me goosebumps. It's just insane. Oh my god, who on earth invented a basketball freak like Xie Yu? This performance is simply out of this world. Their contest completely shattered my traditional understanding of basketball. Oh, I must say, a new revolution in the basketball world seems to have already begun." Those who previously criticized Xie Yu for always shooting three-pointers should ask themselves, if you could also shoot 100 accuracy, would you not choose to shoot three-pointers? I think he's just lucky. Absolutely lucky. How is it possible to hit every shot? Even the best must miss a few. In the Chase Center, Uncle. That familiar Huaxiao language was like a clear spring, piercing through the layers of sound and precisely reaching Xie Yu's ears, who was warming up before the game. His body instantly stiffened, a feeling of indescribable familiarity coursing through him like electricity. Almost instinctively, he turned his head. Not far away, Li Yitong, dressed in a white spaghetti strap dress, was happily waving at him. She resembled a white rose blooming among the flowers, fresh and elegant. Her fair skin, contrasted by the white dress, resembled jade, delicately glowing under the lights. Her eyes were like a clear lake, lively and bright. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, seemingly holding a sky full of stars. Beneath her high nose was a slightly upturned cherry blossom mouth, like a dazzling red ruby, adding a touch of playfulness and charm to her appearance. Xie Yu's gaze was instantly captivated by her, a joyful smile unconsciously spreading across his face as he quickened his pace, eagerly rushing toward Li Yitong. Seeing him run over, Li Yitong's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. "Uncle, I'm here. Are you surprised?" Xie Yu looked at her beaming face filled with affection and unconsciously pinched her chubby cheek. At the moment their eyes met, the characteristic electronic prompt sound of the system suddenly echoed in Xie Yu's mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host has captured the heart of a beautiful person, granting an extraordinary choice. Iron body shield or rock armor. Iron body shield reduces upper body injury risk by 30. Rock armor reduces lower body injury risk, upper body, lower body. System, why are you so petty? Just one body, and you want to separate it? Oh, with such a small reduction, how much difference can it make? Xie Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Following his usual habit of making choices, he decided to weigh the options. Choosing the iron body shield may reduce the risk of upper body injury by 30, but that still means there's a 70 chance of... He thought about players who had their shooting performance affected due to finger injuries, causing Xie Yu to frown. However, choosing rock armor seemed to present a different scenario. After all, the Xie Yu 2 already possessed some protective features, and adding the rock armor to reduce lower body injury risk by 30 would undoubtedly provide extra solid insurance for his lower body. This would greatly lower the probability of injury. Moreover, for a basketball player, the significance of the legs is self-evident. If his hands were injured, he might still manage to fight on the court, but if his legs were hurt, he would lose the ability to run, jump, and compete, forced to sit on the sidelines informal, or watching his teammates struggle. Various pros and cons flashed through Xie Yu's mind like a revolving lantern. His expression revealed a hint of conflict accompanied by a touch of seriousness. After repeated deliberation, he firmly made a decision in his heart. I choose rock armor. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the extraordinary skill, rock armor. Li Yitong, beaming with joy, said sweetly. Uncle, I've spent all my pocket money to buy front row tickets just to see you play. Xie Yu looked at her utterly adorable demeanor, his affection deepening, and waved his hand. Uncle will reimburse you. Li Yitong was so happy, she nearly jumped up. If it weren't for the bustling crowd around, she might have already planted a kiss on. Suddenly Xie Yu's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Wait, why does the system appear right now to give me such a skill? Is it hinting that I am about to get injured? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced, anxiously awaiting the system's response. As if reading his thoughts, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. No injury warning. Phew. That's good. Oh, I was quite scared. Xie Yu's tense nerves slowly relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. With a smile, Xie Yu's eyes filled with tenderness. I'm going to warm up. I'll accompany you after the game. By the way, you look great. Li Yitong nodded happily, her heart racing as she watched Xie Yu's departing figure, thinking, is this what it feels like to love someone? Why does his compliment light up my entire world? It looks like in the future. I must weld this strap onto my body. Starting lineup for the Warriors. Center, Andrew Bogut. Power forward, David Lee. Small forward, Andre Iguodala. Shooting guard, Klay Thompson. Point guard, Stephen Curry. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers. Forward, David West. Forward, Kawhi Leonard. Forward, Jimmy Butler. Shooting guard, Xie Yu. Point guard, Kyrie Irving. From the very beginning, this match has been the focal point of attention, broadcast live across the nation, as everyone is eager to witness the three-point duel. The previous day's classic three-point showdown between Xie Yu and Curry escalated the anticipation for this game to a boiling point, with countless fans around the world eagerly awaiting. The Warriors are particularly focused on this game, intent on exploring the differences between their small ball tactics and those of the Cavaliers, aiming for an 82-win season, are equally determined, approaching the game with full combat readiness. During the jump ball, Bogut overpowered West to successfully gain possession. Klay swiftly positioned himself, receiving a breakout pass from Curry, and launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, giving the Warriors an early lead. 0-3. Irving drove to the basket, executing a no-look pass to the cutting Jimmy. Jimmy effortlessly scored with a layup, making it 2-3. Afterward, the Warriors shifted their offensive focus to the interior, leveraging the strong presence of the Twin Towers, David Lee and Bogut, to create numerous scoring opportunities, while timely shifting the ball to the perimeter, executing their strategy fluidly and effectively. When the rotation time arrived, Mike Brown decisively made a substitution, bringing in Giannis Titi, Alonzo G, and Crowder, leaving only Xie Yu on the court from the starting lineup. Xie Yu arrived at the point guard position and immediately drove hard against Curry, charging all the way to the basket. Faced with Bogut's help defense, he calmly chose to execute a slow three-step reverse layup, scoring steadily, while playfully deceiving Bogut, earning an additional free throw opportunity. After the basket, Xie Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he shrugged his shoulders lightly, his gaze filled with near contempt as he glanced at Bogut. That glance instantly ignited Bogut's inner fury. What the hell, scoring while mocking me? Little did he know Xie Yu had detested him deeply since his past life. In the next round, Xie Yu employed the same tactic, this time easily brushing past Curry. He took off with a powerful leap, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Seeing this, Bogut recklessly extended his arm, swinging it like an ancient weapon, fiercely slashing towards Xie Yu. And Xie Yu lost his balance in an instant while airborne, but even so he still focused on making the shot, desperately tossing the ball into the air before hitting the ground. With a swish, the basketball went through the net cleanly. Unfortunately, his foot landed on David Li's foot, causing his ankle to twist at a 90-degree angle, and he fell to the ground in pain, clutching his left ankle and howling. His teammates rushed over upon seeing this. On the sidelines, Li Yitong watched the replay on the big screen and instantly felt a lump in his throat, unable to help but sweat for Xie Yu. Zhang Helu expressed his concern, saying this is bad. Yu Jia quickly chimed in, let's all pray for Xie Yu, hoping he's not. Xie's Oscar-worthy performance brought an immediate silence over the entire TD garden. Many fans unconsciously made praying gestures for him. In reality, Xie Yu initially felt only a slight pain in his ankle, but then he thought since it had come to this, he might as well exaggerate the pain, perfectly executing a free advertisement for his sneakers. Hey, didn't you say there were no injury alerts? What's going on here? I knew that giving me a sudden injury prevention skill would bring This has nothing to do with me, it's clearly due to human factors. I wouldn't have had time to give you a warning. Fine, I'll count it as human factors. Bogut, you really can't change your ways, you wait. The team doctor quickly arrived to conduct a simple examination and asked about Xie's condition. All tests came back normal, and Xie Yu seemed to be in less pain. Just as the doctor was puzzled, Xie Yu stood up as if nothing. At that moment, Xie Yu slowly removed his left shoe and planted a deep kiss on its surface. This gesture clearly indicated that he attributed his well-being entirely to his Xie Yu 2 sneakers. The news quickly reached the higher-ups at Nike and Adidas, who immediately began closely monitoring the game, eager to find out if Xie Yu was truly uninjured. Xie Yu stood back at the free throw line, his gaze sharp as he stared at Bogut, exclaiming, listen up, every time I see you from now on I'm going to destroy you. Bogut, unwilling to back down, retorted, if you have the ability, then bring it on. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Xie Yu calmly sank the additional free throw. The Warriors' offense was thwarted by the Cavaliers, and Xie Yu initiated a fast break, specifically targeting Bogut. Xie Yu showcased his extraordinary ability to punish mismatches, dazzlingly shaking Bogut until he was disoriented, then effortlessly sinking a three-pointer amidst the crowd's astonishment. After the basket, he taunted Bogut again, saying, with your defense I could score 100. Left with no choice, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson had to substitute Bogut for Draymond Green. Xie Yu was still not planning to let Bogut off easy, chasing after him to mock you're tough with words, but your coach is scared. This remark infuriated Bogut, who was livid, yet helpless, only able to vent his anger by punching the bench. Mark Jackson felt quite helpless as well, as Xie Yu was right, he was scared. After Green came on, he deliberately bumped into Xie Yu while setting a screen, seemingly trying to show off and provoke. Xie Yu completely ignored him. In Xie Yu's eyes, Green was just a minor character who couldn't even make it as a starter. Giannis showcased his astonishing talent during help defense, easily sending a powerful block, directly denying Little Shaquille's dunk attempt, then grabbing the rebound and following Xie's emphasized strategy, pushing forward at full speed for a counterattack. During the advance, Giannis caught a glimpse of Xie's positioning and decisively passed the ball over. Xie Yu received the ball without stopping, quickly returning it to Giannis. Giannis caught the ball and soared high, completing a stunning beast dunk that shocked the entire crowd. Yu Jia shouted excitedly, this is textbook fast break execution. Zhang Helu nodded in agreement, saying, I have a feeling this Greek monster has an incredible future, especially with Xie Yu. His talent will surely be fully utilized, and he might even surpass the 3 from the 2011 draft. There he was leisurely dribbling the ball between his legs when suddenly he accelerated, driving left, effortlessly bypassing Iguodala in one swift step. Next, he took off with a leap, confronting Green's defense midair and executed a powerful axe dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the basket. This sensational dunk instantly ignited the atmosphere at the Barclays Center, with the home team's fans erupting in jubilant cheers for this astonishing display. Thanks to Xie's explosive performance at the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers led with a score of 33-32 as they entered the second quarter. An Adidas executive remarked, if Xie Yu can pull off such a dunk with such ease, it's clear his ankle is perfectly fine. This IN4 technology is indeed not just hype, it effectively prevents ankle sprains. It seems we need to reconvene and discuss whether this sneaker, which can prevent ankle sprains, is worth a collaborative deal of $2 billion plus a 10 revenue share. We have already signed Stephen Curry. If we can also acquire the IN4 cushioning technology, we will undoubtedly secure a foothold in the sports brand market. Go ask them if we can purchase just the cushioning technology without the chip. The IN4 cushioning technology is undoubtedly the future trend in sports shoe development. If we fail to keep up, we may face irreparable consequences. However, as soon as Xie Yu stepped onto the court, the momentum shifted instantly. The Warriors plainly could not cope. Whether it was Kalai or Iguodala, neither could impose an effective check on Xie Yu, especially today when he was intent on proving to the world the value of the Xie Yu second generation. Xie Yu said, you play for paychecks, guy. Play to sell sneaker technology. He assaulted the rim, relentlessly displaying explosive athleticism and superb conditioning, either finishing for points or drawing fouls and free throws, throwing the Warriors' interior into chaos. Before the first half ended, Bogut had already accumulated 3 fouls and was forced to the bench. Jelen had 4 fouls, while Daweli and Xiao Aonier each had 3. The Warriors' head coach Mike G. Kexon, having repeatedly complained about the officials and spoken disrespectfully, was ejected by the referees. The contest became increasingly one-sided. In the end, the Cavaliers secured a rousing 125,103 road victory. Xie Yu shot 17 of 26, 3 of 5 from 3, a perfect 17 for 17 at the line, finishing with 54 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks, and 4 turnovers. During the post-game interview, Zhou Lingen beamed as she led Xie Yu to center court and asked first a question every fan is anxious about: is your left ankle all right now? We also saw you kiss your sneakers. Can you tell us what that was about? Xie Yu answered earnestly, my ankle is indeed fine. It's all thanks to my second-generation battle shoes. When I twisted my ankle, I thought it was bad, but it recovered quickly. Truly, those shoes saved me. I kissed them simply to express my gratitude. There was no other secret. The interview unsurprisingly surged to the trending list, and everyone learned that the Xie Yu second generation could really prevent sprained ankles. A godsend for basketball. Bye. I must get them. I thought it was a scam at first, but it's actually this impressive. Xie Yu proved the value of his shoes with a real example. Huaxiao people, don't deceive Huaxiao people. I've placed my order. Buying a pair of the idol's shoes for my boyfriend. Hope he looks as handsome as the idol in them. Back in the locker room, Xie Yu opened his phone to find a message from his father. Son Andima and Xian Bailuan are asking if they can buy only the cushioning technology and omit the chip. Xie Yu replied at once, it's not impossible. Talk to them first and try to maximize the profits. Xie Yu closed his eyes, picturing gleaming banknotes flowing toward him, and thought with delight, Li Yitong truly is my talisman of fortune. He instructed his bodyguards to rent a car and make sure Li Yitong was taken care of. Then he went to ask my Kubu Lang for a leave of absence, planning to spend a day in Jijinshan with Li Yitong before proceeding to Zayuzidin to rejoin the team. When Xie Yu arrived at the hotel where Li Yitong was staying, he paused in surprise and asked, why are you staying in such a shabby place? Li Yitong heard and embarrassed stammered out what had happened. It turned out she had hired a well-known Huaxia fixer in America, Lai Kai, who was in Jijinshan and had promised to help buy tickets and handle related matters. But when she reached for her bag to pay, Lai Kai saw a lone young girl and, overcome with greed, seized the opportunity to rob her. Apart from her phone and ID, everything else, including her beloved Hermes bag, was taken. Li Yitong's eyes reddened as she said plaintively, Uncle, I don't want you to reimburse the ticket money. I fear that if my parents find out, they will never let me come to the United States to see you again. Hearing that she was already planning to return to America to find him, Xie Yu felt both anger and tenderness. He gently took her hand and said, pack your things and come with me. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. While she packed, Xie Yu ordered his bodyguards to hunt down Lai Kai using the information she had provided. After they moved to a luxury hotel and settled in, the bodyguards returned with news. Xie Yu looked at Li Yitong and said, rest here for a while, I'll go meet this Lai Kai. Li Yitong insisted, I want to go with you. I'm afraid you might arrest the wrong person. Seeing her concern, Xie Yu relented. Before long, the three of them arrived at Lai Kai's spot, a rather secluded open-air barbecue stall in a seedy area, swarming with dubious characters. Xie Yu held Li Yitong's hand as they strode toward Lai Kai. A few sleazy men in the vicinity clearly recognized Xie Yu, yet instead of restraining themselves, they adopted leering postures, shamelessly appraising Li Yitong in an attempt to provoke him. Lai Kai feigned obsequiousness and said, oh, what a wind blows in the king of the court. How my little stall is on. Xie Yu glanced at Li Yitong and said coldly, keep the ticket money. I'll return the rest of her possessions, and we'll call it even. Lai Kai's smile vanished. He glared venomously at Xie Yu and sneered, you really think you're some kind of king? Spitting on the ground, Lai Kai spat, do you know how ashamed your arrogant 82 wins target has made us feel? Because I'm from Huaxiao, these guys have been mocking me for days, saying Xie Yu is presumptuous and arrogant. Seems the rumors were true. I'm telling you, this is our turf. Oh, we won't tolerate your nonsense here. Xie Yu curled a lip in disdain and said, oh, is that so? You are just a lackey. Bring out your boss. Before Lai Kai could reply, a burly white man stepped forward and said, Ha Da Di, I'm the one in charge here. Xie Yu began to speak, but Ha Da Di raised a hand to cut him off. Around here, it's one way. Once money is in our hands, we don't. So Xie Yu, you're not welcome here. Remember, this is not Kelly Fulan, and it's certainly not Huaxia. You can get out of here. Without a second thought, Xie Yu launched a punch and followed with several blows until the man could not rise. He seized Lai Kai, now pressed at gunpoint by the bodyguards and trembling, who, while being beaten, shouted angrily, I made you look bad, didn't I? Xie Yu had not wanted to fight, but Lai Kai's arrogance had enraged him. How dare he shame a basketball superstar by calling him a cunt? The bodyguards swiftly drew 2 pistols and stood watch beside Xie Yu and Li Yitong, their stares cold and forbidding. Any reckless move would force them to pull the trigger. After Xie Yu had his fill, the dazed Lai Kai was searched, the stolen items were returned to Li Yitong, and someone asked see if anything's missing. Li Yitong shook her head and wept with gratitude. Xie Yu gently wiped her tears with the hem of his jacket and declared firmly, the woman of Xie Yu. Only I may lay a hand on her. If anyone else dares, I will show no mercy. With his bodyguards escorting them, Xie Yu swaggered out of that den of trouble, holding Li Yitong's hand, muttering, a bunch of scalpers and petty vendors, really acting like big-time gangsters. Li Yitong clung tightly to Xie Yu's arm, the sentence still echoing in her mind, the woman of Xie Yu. Lanterns shimmered like stars, adorning the entire city with warmth and romance. Xie Yu, wearing a mask, strolled hand-in-hand with Li Yitong along the streets of San Francisco. Sea breezes brushed gently against them, carrying a subtle chill, yet doing nothing to diminish the sweet, tender atmosphere enveloping the two. Li Yitong wore an elegant slip dress, the delicate straps tracing the graceful contours of her collarbones, while the hem swayed softly, with each step revealing her slender calves. Over it she draped a long flowing coat that lent her an air of refined nonchalance. Its hem fluttered in the wind, harmonizing effortlessly with her raven-black tresses. They entered an exquisitely appointed restaurant nestled beside the bay. Soft candlelight danced gently across the table, casting a warm golden halo upon their faces. Fine porcelain and gleaming silverware graced the table, crystal wine glasses refracted light into ethereal prismatic glimmers. Beyond the windows, waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, a soothing murmur interwoven with the restaurant's mellow music conjuring a dreamlike, almost surreal ambience. With quiet gallantry, Xie Yu pulled out Li Yitong's chair. Only after she settled in did he sit down himself. Their eyes met and smiled, like lovers lost in the early intoxicating blush of passion. After placing their order, Xie Yu excused himself to the restroom. Meanwhile, Li Yitong approached the bodyguard standing discreetly nearby and asked did he get into trouble for hitting someone? The bodyguard shook his head. Such a trivial matter poses no consequence for the boss. One word from him, and those men won't survive the night. Li Yitong recoiled in shock. Why? Isn't he just a basketball player? With quiet pride, the bodyguard replied, the boss commands deep respect across both legitimate circles and the underworld, and has legions of fiercely loyal fans. Do you know why his detractors are all based in China? Because here they dare not speak ill of him. In a neighboring country, a crime syndicate leader once tracked down the ringleader of the boss's online detractors and severed both his hands. The bodyguard paused, then added, and rest assured no paparazzi or journalist would dare photograph you together. One tabloid photographer followed the boss for 3 days. Enraged, the boss intervened, and the next day a notorious drug lord from that same neighboring country released a video showing the photographer held captive. Had the boss not personally pleaded for his life, the man would not have lived. Li Yitong fell silent. Soon the dishes arrived one by one. They ate and chatted easily, like lovers who had shared countless evenings exchanging light-hearted stories from daily life. Beneath the flickering candlelight, their silhouettes leaned close, intertwined in perfect harmony, forming a portrait of serene, unspoken beauty. As they stepped out of the restaurant and wandered quietly down the hushed street, Li Yitong finally voiced the question that had weighed on her for hours. Have you ever killed anyone? Xie Yu stumbled mid-step, then sighed with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. What kind of question is that? I'm a law-abiding citizen, your friendly neighborhood uncle, for heaven's sake. Li Yitong pouted. I already heard it from your bodyguard, but don't blame him. I kept pressing until he told me. Xie Yu shot a sharp glance over his shoulder at the bodyguard, who instantly feigned obliviousness, turning his gaze elsewhere as if suddenly fascinated by the pavement. Xie Yu sighed again and patiently explained, don't believe his tall tales. Every incident was pure coincidence. That photographer, he'd accidentally captured footage of a crime lord's mistress cheating with someone else. Nothing to do with me. And that so-called hate group leader, he was merely a mindless troll, spewing venom at everyone from athletes to global geopolitics, pontificating online as though he were running the world. His hands being cut off wasn't surprising. It was poetic justice. In short, none of these events involved me, not even remotely. Li Yitong blinked her large luminous eyes, her expression tinged with doubt. Really? Xie Yu chuckled helplessly and flicked her forehead playfully. What on earth do you take me for? I'm the victim here. They've spun wild rumors that the crime lord is my #1 fan, that I command him like a puppet master. You actually believe that? Li Yitong instinctively nodded, then hastily shook her head, fearing another playful flick. Later, Xie Yu escorted her back to her hotel room before retiring to the adjacent suite. The next morning, an unsubstantiated rumor began circulating. Haddadi had enlisted a powerful backer to target Xie Yu. But before the rumor could gain traction, the entire group was arrested en masse, jailed without exception, including Lai Kai, whose face remained grotesquely swollen from the earlier beating. Xie Yu found himself hopelessly smeared, guilt by association whether true or not. Even Li Yitong, hearing the story from the bodyguard, was convinced he'd orchestrated it all behind the scenes. Xie Yu chose not to protest further. He'd gone to bed earlier than any rooster and woken later than any pig, utterly unaware of the chaos unfolding around him. Later, they boarded a private jet bound for Houston. Inside the cabin, Li Yitong studied her script with intense focus, while Xie Yu watched Slam Dunk with unabashed delight. After finishing an episode, his gaze drifted, unbidden, to Li Yitong reciting lines with quiet concentration. He watched her intently until she sensed his gaze and turned. A soft smile curved her lips. She glided toward him, elegant, poised like a runway model, and gently lifted his chin. Tell me, darling, am I beautiful? Even a seasoned charmer like Xie Yu faltered under this overwhelming wave of sweetness, nodding fervently. Beautiful, the most beautiful woman in China. Sensing the moment, the bodyguard discreetly slipped out and closed the door behind him, granting them privacy. Just as Li Yitong began to find his flustered expression endearing, Xie Yu swiftly reversed their positions, pinning her gently onto the seat. Then with practiced ease, he reclined the seat fully. Are you afraid? He whispered. No, she answered unflinching. Do you regret it? Once the die is cast, there is no turning back. When the plane touched down, her cheeks still glowed like dawn-kissed. After they departed, a flight attendant entered the cabin and noticed the missing seat cover. Where's this seat cover gone? Another attendant leaned in and whispered with a knowing grin, most likely taken home as a keepsake. The first attendant gasped, eyes sparkling with envy. How lucky. I wish Xie Yu would claim me too. Humph. If he fancied you, you'd already be claimed. Wake up, daydreamer. Toyota Center Arena, pre-game press conference. Houston Rockets, Dwight Howard. I'll show Cleveland's frontcourt exactly what I'm made of. No one can guard me, and they'll pay dearly for it. James Harden, I'm eager to match up against Xie Yu. Cleveland isn't invincible. Our roster is every bit as strong, and we'll be the first team to shatter their dream of an 82-win season. Jeremy Lin, it's wonderful to face a fellow Chinese player in the NBA. I don't know Xie Yu well, but he's far more accomplished. Kevin McHale were not intimidated by Cleveland's small ball lineup. Our Twin Tower frontcourt will dismantle them. Cleveland Cavaliers Kawhi Leonard, whether defending Howard or Asik, I'm confident. I can lock down anyone, from point guard Jimmy Butler. Twin Towers. Frontcourt depth. That's never been our concern. If anyone should worry, it's them. Kyrie Irving this season. Xie Yu and I haven't even discussed shot distribution. Our team culture thrives on freedom. No rigid limits on attempts, no need for them. Mike Brown, we're the reigning champions. Concerns about matchups. Those have never belonged to us. Houston Rockets starting lineup: center Dwight Howard, center Omer Asik, small forward Chandler Parsons, as shooting guard James Harden, point guard Jeremy Lin. Cleveland Cavaliers starting lineup: forward Tristan Thompson, forward Kawhi Leonard, forward Jimmy Butler, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Kyrie Irving. Harden executed a pick and roll, then lofted a high pass toward the rolling Howard, who soared skyward and slammed home Within minutes of tip-off, the Rockets had already completed 3 emphatic dunks, all orchestrated by the monster Howard. After landing, Howard roared in exhilaration, "This paint is mine to dominate. I am unstoppable here." Cleveland's turn to attack. Xie Yu darted forward like lightning, effortlessly blowing past Harden and surging into the lane. Facing Howard's rotating help defense, Xie Yu floated in a delicate floater. The ball arced over Howard's fingertips and swished cleanly through the net. After scoring, Xie Yu stepped directly into Howard's face and unleashed a deafening roar, his presence echoing that of a legendary future center confronting a rival with unshakable authority. Yet unlike similar moments, the referee did not assess Xie Yu a technical foul, even as Howard protested vehemently. Xie Yu muttered under his breath as if anyone else isn't a gongzi. Harden used Howard's screen to shake off Xie Yu's defense, then swiftly stepped back and launched a three-pointer. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air before kissing the backboard and dropping cleanly through the hoop. 29. Xie Yu had given chase with every ounce of effort, yet Harden sank it with icy composure. For the first time in a regular season game, Xie Yu found himself contemplating the use of an opponent talisman. Alas, it was futile. The opponent talisman could only be activated before tip-off, and he had already resolved not to deploy it during the regular season. Kawhi Leonard received an open look beyond the arc and fired confidently, but the shot rattled out. Cleveland's shooting went ice cold from the opening tip, as if the cold streak were contagious, one player after another missing badly. Lin Shiheo seized the opportunity, pushing hard in transition and threading a pinpoint pass to Parsons waiting in the corner. Parsons caught smoothly and released without hesitation. Swish. 212. Cleveland called an immediate timeout. Parsons erupted in triumphant fury. "You cast me aside. Now you'll regret it." Online fans exploded with speculation. Rumor has it Xie Yu traded Parsons away out of jealousy. Jealousy over his looks and his stunning girlfriend. Is this rumor ripe? Obvious fake. Xie Yu is far better looking than Parsons. Wait, Xie Yu has a thing for On Cleveland's bench, Xie Yu grabbed the whiteboard and calmly instructed, "I'll take Asik. Jimmy will lock on a Harden. West must front Howard aggressively. If the deficit persists after 2 more minutes, we'll switch lineups and bring in a true center." Coach Mike Brown nodded in firm agreement. Exactly what I was thinking. The timeout ended. Cleveland ran the newly drawn elevator door set. Xie Yu caught at the top of the key and rose instantly, burying a three-pointer with surgical precision. 212. Seeing Jimmy assigned to guard him, Harden shouted across the court, "Bro, you're giving up on defending me. Come on, bro. Fans are dying to see us go head-to-head." Xie Yu bristled inwardly, humiliated by the taunt, imagining how Harden would mock him about it later at the club. Just then his gaze inadvertently drifted to Lee Itong, seated courtside, her radiant smile blooming before him, eyes crinkling with warmth, utterly captivating. Instantly his mood lifted from stormy gray to brilliant sun. Xie Yu chuckled wryly, "No wonder I played midfield. I've got vision that's simply unmatched." Houston's next possession, Asik spotting Xie Yu guarding him, lit up with anticipation. He sealed deep in the post and frantically raised both arms, signaling for the ball. Harden read his intent instantly and fed him the entry pass. Xie Yu held firm in the low post, calm, unflustered, letting Asik try to power through. Muscle met muscle in fierce resistance, while both men grunted low and guttural beneath the strain. Thankfully, Asik stood 213 centimeters tall. Otherwise, players like D'Antoni and James would merely be paying homage. Asik gathered, drove hard with his shoulders shrugged off. Xie Yu spun sharply, bent his knees, and launched as if to dunk. Xie Yu reacted with astonishing speed, timing his leap perfectly to swat the shot into the stands, roaring, "Go to hell with your basketball dreams." Since he'd shouted it in Mandarin, the referees heard nothing untoward and made no call. But Asik was furious. He didn't understand the words, yet knew instinctively they were an insult. And with his dunk violently rejected, his anger boiled over. As he retreated down court, he stormed toward the officials, lodging a furious protest. At that instant, the ever-alert Jimmy whipped a pass to Xie Yu, setting up a punishing mismatch. Seeing Xie Yu isolated, Asik dropped low and committed fully to defense. Xie Yu's lips curled faintly as he murmured in Cantonese, "You think you can guard me? Prepare to fall flat on your face." Before Asik could resume protesting, Xie Yu executed 2 blistering wide crossover. In the next heartbeat, Asik's feet slipped out from under him. He crashed to the floor, fulfilling Xie Yu's prophecy, flat on his back. Now only the fallen Asik stood between Xie Yu and the basket. With effortless grace, Xie Yu shrugged his shoulders and, amidst the Toyota Center crowd's collective gasp, released a three-pointer with serene confidence. Swish. 812. Retreating on defense, Xie Yu mimicked Harden's iconic sprinkling salt celebration. Harden watched quietly, impressed him. Actually, that celebration suits him well. I kind of love it. Meanwhile, Howard posted up west and the low block spun past him with brute force and rose for a powerful finish. At that precise moment, Xie Yu, Kawhi, and Jimmy converged like a closing gate, trapping Howard in a triple team. The whistle blew. Jimmy, still cradling the ball, erupted. No. That was clean defense. We absolutely did not foul. Howard, refusing to yield, snapped back. Get lost. You Cavaliers talk more than any team in the league and get more calls. Don't treat everyone like fools. Jimmy fired back, enraged. Soft. You'll always be soft, wherever you go. Tempers flared, and players surged toward each other in chaos. Xie Yu remained apart. Unhurried, he strolled to the sideline and asked Li Yitong, enjoying the show. A blonde woman beside Li Yitong mistook the question as flirtation and subtly puffed out her ample chest. But upon hearing Xie Yu speak Mandarin, and seeing Li Yitong beside her, modest in frame, yet glowing with quiet joy, her composure shattered. Why her? Is it just because she's Chinese? My bust is bigger. Can't you see it, Xie Yu? Li Yitong giggled. Uncle, your teammates are brawling. Shouldn't you rush in to break it up? Flirting now seems rather inappropriate. Xie Yu covered his mouth playfully. You'll see what's in store tonight. With that, he turned and walked back to the bench, leaving Li Yitong flustered and breathless while the blonde beside her exhaled disdainfully, eyes scanning her up and down. The referees issued mutual technicals. Play resumed. By the 5:15 mark of the fourth quarter, Parsons converted a fast break layup, extending Houston's lead to 10,893, Cleveland trailing by 15. Coach Brown's face darkened. He called an urgent timeout. This nationally televised matchup drew ever-growing viewership, but many tuned in purely for schadenfreude. They whispered among themselves, Xie Yu, you claimed 82 wins. Looks like defeat is imminent. On Weibo, commentary flooded, and just picturing Xie Yu's humiliated expression after the loss makes me laugh uncontrollably. I'll screenshot it and savor it daily. Arrogance invites lightning. 82 wins. Even Jordan's Bulls dared not dream it. What gives you the audacity? Embarrassing our nation overseas. Chinese people don't boast like this. Xie Yu is an idiot. Since you'll never beat the dream team at the Olympics or win gold, why not strip him of citizenship and exile him immediately? I can't stand the sight of him. I've saved every one of your comments. If Cleveland wins tonight, I'll hand your IDs to Mo Shiga's gang leader. You'd better never leave China again. On Cleveland's bench, Xie Yu could bear it no longer. Kyrie Irving had shot just 1 for 11, delivering a performance so disastrous it bordered on treason. Xie Yu spoke sternly. Kyrie, you're sitting for now. We need relentless defensive intensity. Rest, reset, and stay ready. We'll call you back in to seal the game if we close the gap. Though irritated, Kyrie offered no protest. He placed team victory above personal pride. Xie Yu then turned to Jimmy. If you're afraid to shoot 3, step aside 2. Jimmy quickly raised his hands. Boss, I'll shoot. I will shoot. Xie Yu exhaled deeply, then addressed Giannis. You're in. Defend with absolute ferocity. Even if driven out of bounds, sprint back and contest every shot. Giannis nodded resolutely. Boss, I'll give everything. Xie Yu gathered his teammates in a tight huddle and declared, everyone out there is waiting for us to fail, and I know you despise their smug faces. We will not lose. Trust me. If we lock in defensively, I guarantee victory will be ours. Cleveland's lineup: Xie Yu, Jimmy, Kawhi, Giannis, West. Houston's lineup: Lin, Shaheo, Harden, Parsons, Modiagenes, Howard. The timeout ended. Players returned to the floor. As Howard brushed past Xie Yu, he sneered. Xie Yu, your nerve is astounding. Your 82 in fantasy is crumbling, yet you stand here utterly unruffled. If I were you, I'd vanish into the nearest crack in the floor. Yes, family. The current score is 93-108, with 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the game. Does the Cavaliers have any hope of reversing the situation? From a timing perspective, there is still some time left. Zhang Heli. I originally thought the Cavaliers had little chance, but seeing the determination in Xie Yu's eyes just now makes me believe that they can turn the game around. Xie Yu held the ball at the arc with teammates, quickly setting up cross screens on both sides. He suddenly changed direction to fake an acceleration, causing Harden to shift his weight, then made a quick stop and jumped directly from near the free throw line. An unstoppable mid-range shot. Swish. 95108. Harden was rooted to the spot facing Xie Yu's sudden attack and did not react defensively at all. Now it's the Rockets' turn to attack. Yes, family, the Cavaliers' defensive height and wingspan are simply terrifying. It is worth mentioning that the shortest player on the court, Xie Yu, is officially listed at 198 centimeters, which is 1 centimeter taller than when he first entered the league. Zhang Heli. That's right, the Cavaliers are serious this time. With Giannis' excellent height, wingspan, and incredible speed, they have further strengthened their defense. Harden attempted to force a lob pass to Howard in the paint, but West immediately engaged in a fierce tussle with Howard. Meanwhile, Giannis leaped like a cheetah, successfully disrupting Harden's lob pass and selflessly directing the ball to Jimmy. After receiving the pass, Jimmy quickly lobbed the ball to the fast-breaking Xie Yu. Facing Parsons' defense, Xie Yu bulldozed through, scoring 2 points firmly and earning an additional free throw opportunity. In Xie Yu's eyes, Parsons' defense was utterly ineffective, akin to giving points away, so he did not trash talk as usual. Xie Yu calmly made the free throw, bringing the score to 98108 and narrowing the gap to just 10 points. Netizens flooded Weibo to discuss, with hot comments pouring in. No way. Is it possible? The Cavaliers are catching up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Cavaliers are bound to lose. If the Cavaliers win, I'll wash my hair upside down. This post is proof. Xie Yu organized the offense, but couldn't find a good opportunity, reluctantly passing the ball to Harden as the shot clock was running low. Xie Yu keenly sensed an opportunity and stealthily closed in on Xie Yu. He knew that Harden would likely pass to Lin to defuse the bomb in this situation. Sure enough, Harden passed the ball. Xie Yu shot off like an arrow, completing a steal in an instant, going on a fast break 1-on-0, executing a spectacular windmill dunk, igniting the crowd. The Rockets immediately called a timeout. Yes, family shouted. In less than a minute, the Cavaliers have unleashed an 80 offensive surge. The suspense of the game was reignited. Zhang Heli, who will prevail, we still cannot know. Yes, family, Xie Yu has scored 8 points in a row, and he has already racked up an astonishing 42 points. Zhang, what do you think his final score will be in this game? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Heli replied, if the Cavaliers want to win, Xie Yu must score at least 50 points. The timeout ended and the game continued. Harden drew a foul from Jimmy during the offense, then calmly made both free throws, bringing the score to 1-0-1-1-0. Xie Yu broke through and passed the ball to Kawhi, but unfortunately Kawhi's three-point shot did not go in. The Rockets seized the opportunity to transition, with Xie Yu assisting Parsons, who hit a corner three. 1-0-0-1-1-3. Xie Yu knew that his teammates' shooting was cold from the outside today, and he could no longer blindly pass to the perimeter. He pushed the ball up the court, but the Rockets suddenly changed their defensive strategy, and Xie Yu was met with a double team. Quick-witted, he lobbed the ball to Giannis at the free throw line. Giannis faced Howard's defense with great composure, making a ground pass to West underneath. West powered through Modiagenes, successfully converting a 21. After the basket, West roared in excitement, venting his frustration at the team's deficit. He then made the free throw, bringing the gap back to 10 points. With 1 minute and 51 seconds left, the score was 1-0-9-1-1-9, and the gap remained at 10 points. Xie Yu faced a double team from opponents, finding himself in trouble, and everyone felt that the Cavaliers were unlikely to turn the tide this time. At this moment, Irving returned to the court, replacing West, who had fouled out with 6 fouls, most of which he had given to Howard. Xie Yu quickly approached Irving, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, "You organize the ball, I'll play off ball." Irving nodded firmly, secretly determined, "If I don't succeed, I'll die trying." Irving brought the ball up and called a play with Giannis playing as a center, coming up high for a pick and roll. When Irving attempted to drive, he encountered a major delay from the defenders, and he quickly passed the ball to Giannis. Upon receiving the ball, Giannis didn't even look at the hoop, instead passing directly to Xie Yu at the weak side, 45-degree angle. Harden, who rushed to help defend, thought to himself, "This is bad." Swish. Xie Yu displayed his cold-blooded side, effortlessly nailing the three-pointer. 1-1-1-1-9. Xie Yu shot a confident glance at Giannis, who was so happy that his smile reached his ears. Harden began to run down the clock, with Irving tightly defending, constantly bothering him. Just as Harden was about to launch an attack, Jimmy quickly stepped up to trap him. Meanwhile, Giannis, Kawhi, and Xie Yu quickly surrounded Harden, extending their arms and maximizing their defensive coverage. Faced with the aggressive double team, Harden had no choice but to pass to Xie Yu. Although the ball was moving fast, Xie Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, reacted even quicker. He leaped to catch Harden's pass assist, performing a smooth solo glide dunk, easily accepting this gift. 1-1-4-1-1-9. The game entered the final minute, with Xie Yu bringing the ball up. The Cavaliers suddenly launched a full-court press, 5 players darting towards the opponent like 5 arrows. Xie Yu closely guarded Xie Yu, while the other 4 players played their roles, cooperating perfectly and showcasing the Cavaliers' strong execution. In the midst of the chaos, Xie Yu managed to call a timeout just in time, otherwise, given Xie Yu's defensive steal was highly likely. Xie Yu couldn't help but admire. "You're a smart player, very calm." At this moment, Xie Yu was too flustered to respond to Xie Yu. The Cavaliers' 5-man press was like a nightmare for offensive players, nearly causing him to make a mistake and scaring him greatly. The timeout ended and the game continued. The Cavaliers still double-teamed the ball handler, but the Rockets were well prepared this time and did not let the Cavaliers succeed. However, Parsons' open 3-point shot missed, and the Cavaliers narrowly escaped the disaster. Kawhi grabbed the rebound and quickly advanced. Xie Yu immediately moved closer to him, and the two executed a handoff pass. With Xie Yu closely guarding the stable Kawhi, he took a jump shot. An unreasonable 3-pointer, the basketball hit the rim and went in. After scoring, Xie Yu complained to the referee about Harden's foul from behind, but the referee paid no attention. 1-1-7-1-1-9. With only 27.5 seconds left, the Rockets did not call a timeout, and the Cavaliers continued their full-court press. Harden nearly committed an 8-second violation while dribbling, ultimately passing the ball to Modiagenes at the front court, who then lobbed the ball to an unguarded Howard underneath. Howard leaped high, preparing for a dunk, but he was a step too late. Xie Yu, sprinting back, jumped from the free throw line, making a decisive and fierce foul, successfully disrupting Howard's guaranteed dunk. Howard felt a twinge in his arm and cursed, "F Xie Yu. That hurt like hell." With 12.1 seconds remaining, Howard stepped to the free throw line. The audience at Toyota Center cooperated perfectly, with complete silence, trying not to disturb Howard's free throws. However, Howard paid tribute to Hu Mingxuan, missing both free throws. Whiteside confidently grabbed the rebound, and the Cavaliers immediately called a timeout. Howard, feeling frustrated, had a nagging sense of an impending disaster, cursing to himself, "Damn, are we going to overtime?" At the Cavaliers bench, coach Mike Brown quickly drew up a receiving play for Xie Yu, then said, "Whether to go for 2 or 3 points, you decide based on the situation on the court." The Century's conundrum, the sideline play. Giannis leaped high to catch the inbound pass from Jimmy, then quickly passed the ball to Xie Yu at midcourt. Standing in front of Xie Yu was Parsons, who had volunteered to defend Xie Yu's final shot during the timeout, claiming familiarity. Parsons confidently said, "Bro, I know you're definitely going to run down the clock, and then shoot a three-pointer to win the game." Xie Yu smiled slightly. "Congratulations, you guessed it right, but unfortunately, there's no prize." Parsons shot back, "Dream on. You won't succeed easily." With 5 seconds on the clock, Xie Yu keenly sensed Lin Shaheya's double team approaching from his right side, decisively accelerating to the left, shouldering Parsons as he stepped on the three-point line, then quickly stepped back to beyond the arc. At this moment, Howard and Harden lunged to block him, and Xie Yu leaned back to take the jump shot. To ensure he wasn't blocked, he adjusted the shooting arc higher, and the basketball followed a high parabolic path, gently falling into the hoop. Swish. W. The lights lit up, and the ball went in 120-119 as Xie Yu used this three-pointer to kill the Rockets. The Rockets players looked on in disbelief, still waiting for the referee to review whether the shot was released in time. The slow-motion replay showed that when Xie Yu took the shot, there were still 0.3 seconds left, and the basket counted, leading the Cavaliers to victory in this thrilling game. The entire Cavaliers team erupted in jubilation, surrounding Xie Yu to celebrate wildly. Online Xie Yu's diehard fans and some casual fans quickly occupied various Weibo posts that had previously been waiting to mock Xie Yu, causing the haters to delete their posts. Some even deleted their previous disparaging posts about Xie Yu and initiated posts celebrating the victory, engaging in a "if you can't beat them, join them" strategy. After the game, Xie Yu, in consideration of the goddess of Hoopu, Rachel, accepted an interview with NBA TV, where she enthusiastically posed a series of questions. Xie Yu, trying to look cool, played it off casually, saying, "I just did what I was supposed to do, a trivial little thing." Rachel watched Xie Yu's departing figure, marveling to herself. "He's so handsome. Simply the perfect boy. I can't help it. I must make something happen with him." A 3-story villa built of red bricks stands tall in the morning light. As the wrought iron gate slowly opens, a sea of golden sunflowers comes into view. The flower sea spreads along the cobblestone main path, with heavy flower heads swaying in pursuit of sunlight, interspersed with low white wooden fences and a bronze basketball sculpture, an elegant silhouette of Xie Yu dunking forever captured on its pedestal. The rusted metal contrasts with the vibrant sunflowers, creating a marvelous and harmonious tension. 10 meters in front of the main entrance, a helicopter landing pad marked by fluorescent green paint stands out with the rotor's airflow, having startled countless sparrows in the sunflower patch, causing them to flutter and drop golden petals as if laying a path of sparkling gold for Xie Yu, who hurries off to an away game. Around this dreamlike flower sea, the half-open tempered glass garage door on the side of the villa reveals a custom supercar and a portable basketball hoop that automatically rises and falls. The professional court in the backyard is painted in the Cavaliers' signature wine red, and the word Cleveland glows with a ghostly blue light at night. As the helicopter gracefully glides past the villa's lightning rod, the entire sunflower field seems to be endowed with a soul, collectively raising their heads in reverence, resembling countless golden crowns that refuse to bow respectfully, surrounding this realm belonging to the king. After a long away game, Xie Yu returned to Cleveland with Lee, full of anticipation, to inspect the 2-acre villa gifted by Dave. This 2 acres has indeed given Xie Yu a new understanding of the concept. The spacious helicopter landing pad at the entrance beautifully complements the romantic sunflower garden, while the rear garden is equally exquisite. The villa itself indeed occupies 2 acres, but unexpectedly, there is a building next door that resembles a hotel. According to the detailed introduction from the butler, this is a guest house consisting of 12 floors with 14 rooms, including distinct presidential suites, among other specifications. This scene not only widened Lee's eyes in surprise, but even the well-informed Xie Yu felt a bit bewildered, secretly muttering, "Wasn't it supposed to be a 2-acre villa? Now it seems to be heading towards 10 acres, right?" However, the butler's next remark nearly dropped Xie Yu's jaw. This helicopter's usage rights also belong to Xie. Private jets, helicopters, and this 2-acre villa. Though all are usage rights, this is indeed an incredibly generous gift. Xie Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Dan, well done." After 2 full hours, Xie Yu and Lee finally completed the inspection of this. At this moment, Xie Yu's mind began to sketch a lively scene, inviting the entire team over for a grand party. Everyone would gather in the garden restaurant to feast and enjoy happiness. After the festivities, the whole team and their families could directly stay in the guest house next door. It couldn't be more perfect. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Soon news from Xie Dad arrived, stating that Under Armour was sincerely willing to offer $1.5 billion over 3 years to buy the Ion 4 cushioning technology. New Balance was not to be outdone, promptly expressing strong interest in collaboration. Upon hearing this news, Xie Yu was so excited that he jumped up. After a moment of thought, he instructed Xie Dad to intentionally spread this news, attempting to pressure Nike and Adidas into securing better cooperation terms. After unlocking a new map with Lee all night, Xie Yu had just fallen into a deep sleep when Xie Dad's call came in. On the other end, Xie Dad's voice trembled with excitement. "Son, we really hit it big this time. Nike and Adidas have agreed to our second proposal and are willing to invest $2.5 billion to buy the cushioning technology and chips, but they insist on not sharing profits." Xie Yu, filled with excitement, leaped out of bed at this sudden announcement, startling the already sleeping Lee next to him. Unable to contain his joy, Xie Yu quickly replied, "I knew they wouldn't easily agree to profit sharing. You just accept it. From now on, everyone sells shoes based on their own abilities. Thinking of the massive profits amounting to $8 billion, combined with the unquantifiable profits from Iron for Xie, you couldn't help but recall the multiple-choice question the system had given him 100 million Chinese yuan, or the shoe technology blueprint USB. He burst into laughter, teasing system, "You surely didn't expect Earthlings to be this wealthy, did you? The other party didn't want to engage with you and threw a bomb at you." Years later, the cushioning technology sold by Xie Yu was applied to various shoes worldwide, including women's high heels and other sports shoes. The chip technology was also deeply researched and analyzed, greatly advancing scientific progress, yielding far greater returns than the investment. After hanging up, Li, still a bit dazed, snuggled in Xie Yu's arms, her eyes blinking sleepily, as she asked, "Uncle, why do you seem so happy today, like you've won the lottery?" Xie Yu, with a face full of smiles, held her tightly and playfully nibbled a few times. "Tong tong, you are my natural fortune god. You must come to me more often. Who knows, one day I might ascend to the throne of the world's richest man." Li replied pitifully, "Uncle, I can't come anymore. I feel like my little body is about to fall apart from you tossing me." Xie Yu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Oh, I didn't mean for you to come in that way. This is a different kind of come." Li sighed gently and suddenly changed the topic. "Uncle, do you know why I haven't exercised since I came to America? Yet I somehow—" Xie Yu, understanding perfectly, still pretended to be confused, holding back laughter and shaking his head seriously. "I really don't know why. Please tell me." Li shot him a glance and helplessly said, "I always thought Song Siu was exaggerating about you and was purposely badmouthing you, but now I realize she wasn't lying at all. Why don't I introduce my best friend to you? Maybe she can also develop abs like mine." Xie Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, quickly asking, "Is your best friend's last name Tian? Is she the kind that looks particularly sweet and has a childlike innocence?" Li pretended to be angry, playfully scolding, "I was just saying it casually, you naughty uncle. You really have a crush on my best friend, you big wolf. Are you planning to form a harem and start a wolf training class?" Xie Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, displaying exceptional acting skills. "Tong tong, are you the worm in my gut?" Li's expression was quite something, both angry and amused, as she said, "Uncle, I can't deal with you." Time moved on, but this time it didn't rush. On the eve of Christmas, Alonzo opened the large garage door of Xie Yu with ease. Time shot forward again, but this time it was not a rapid succession. On the eve of Christmas, Alonzo opened the garage door of Xie Yu with a calm demeanor. In an instant, the metallic sheen in the garage shimmered under the ceiling lights, resembling a dreamy galaxy. He strolled in front of the Lamborghini Veneno, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. Only 3 of these are limited worldwide, equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine. It can reach a speed of 355 kilometers per hour. The use of carbon fiber in its body reduces its weight by 20 compared to ordinary models. Of course, the unique price of this beauty is enough to purchase 2 private helicopters. Saying this, he gently tapped the car door with his fingertip, as if conversing softly with his partner. At last year's Geneva Motor Show, 3 Middle Eastern princes fiercely competed for it until dawn. Then he turned to the Bugatti Veyron Super Sport, his tone growing serious. With a 1200 horsepower W16 engine, it holds the record for the fastest production car. This car, numbered 007, used to be the vehicle of the Brunei royal family. It takes just 12 minutes to fill the fuel tank, but its endurance does not exceed 15 minutes, as if it were a sprite born for speed. The butterfly doors of the Ferrari LaFerrari slowly lifted as Alonso skillfully pulled up the central control data, narrating, "With a hybrid system producing 963 horsepower, it has improved its lap time on the Nürburgring by 32 seconds compared to its predecessor." The chassis is made from 4 types of aerospace alloys, and the buyer's eligibility requires strict verification of their 3 generations of assets by Ferrari headquarters, showcasing its rarity and uniqueness. The engine hood of the Aston Martin 177 reflects the astonished faces of the onlookers like a mirror. Alonso proudly stated, "Only 77 units exist worldwide, handcrafted, with each car's dimensional error not exceeding 0.1 millimeters, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship." Last year, the final unit sold at a Sotheby's auction for a staggering $7.5 million, truly epitomizing luxury and scarcity. Finally, he gently tapped the carbon fiber rear wing of the McLaren P1, smiling as he introduced, "With F1 team involvement in tuning, the active suspension can adjust 200 times per second, perfectly balancing speed and control." Although among these supercars its price is relatively affordable, its 375 owners include 3 F1 world champions, which speaks volumes about its extraordinary appeal. After the introduction, the garage returned to silence, with only the faint hum of the temperature control system, as if softly accompanying the stories of these luxury cars. TT sarcastically remarked Alonso, "You're introducing the boss garage as if you're talking about your own." Alonso chuckled in response, "The boss is just a fool with too much money. He knows nothing about cars. When he buys a car, he merely chooses the expensive and rare ones. I can guarantee he doesn't understand them as well as I do." Yanis, with a reluctant expression, turned back 3 times as he exited the garage, jokingly scolding, "So what if you know more? You can't afford them." Ignoring Yanis, Alonso turned to Drew Holiday and said, "Drew, if you're planning to buy a car, feel free to ask me. You're new here, and with a high salary, getting a supercar to drive around Cleveland would be an absolute thrill." Drew Holiday, acquired by the Cavaliers in exchange for Vergil DeAndre Liggins, a first-round pick in 2014, nodded in agreement. "That may be true, but those cars in Xie Yu's garage are far too extravagant for me to afford." Everyone laughed and chatted as they returned to the garden restaurant, where all the families of the team had already gathered. The number of servants preparing for the dinner reached as many as 30, reflecting the grandeur of the banquet. The wealthy Xie Yu was having a great time playing with the kids of his teammates surrounded by 7 or 8 children. He deliberately hid behind Yun Er, shouting no more playing, no more playing. Tomorrow I'll take you to watch Yun Er's movie. Alonzo couldn't help but admire the scene. The boss is truly a winner in life. With many cars, even more women, and such impressive skills in basketball, even the children adore him. My son is scared when he sees me, but bounces with joy when he sees the boss. If the boss would just accept him as his son, I would want to use my son's privilege. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. The banquet officially began, and as the host Xie Yu stood up and announced, we have a big game against Miami tomorrow night. So gentlemen, drink less tonight, but ladies feel free to enjoy and drink more. As soon as he said this, the men and children began to cheer. Yun Er smiled, gently pinching Xie Yu's arm. Xie Yu had a sudden idea and pulled Yun Er up, shouting, Yun Er wants to perform a dance for everyone, let's give her a warm. Thus Yun Er was inexplicably pushed to the center of the venue. Xie Yu took the liberty of playing a song called G for her. As the music started, Yun Er, with her solid girl group dance skills, danced gracefully, winning thunderous applause. West's daughter, with admiration in her eyes, said in a baby voice that she wanted to learn to dance like Yun Er. Incredibly cute. At the banquet, hosts and guests were delighted. After the dinner, some chose to stay in a guest room to enjoy the warm and peaceful night. Others opted to take a helicopter back to the city. Yun Er pulled Xie Yu to the garden, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Appa, I want to post on Instagram. Can you take a photo? Xie Yu recalled the golden words of his friend who drives a Ferrari. I can swear to do it, but I can't post it on WeChat. So he had a sudden idea and lied. There is a very powerful fortune teller in Huaxia who specifically warned me not to take intimate photos with girls, nor let anyone see the photo, otherwise I would be plagued by bad luck. He also said that if too many people see it, I would encounter disasters. So Yun Er, I'm really sorry, I can swear to this. At that moment, Howard, who was celebrating Christmas in Houston, sneezed twice. Yun Er quickly said, forget it, Appa, I didn't know it would be like this. I won't bring it up again, please don't be mad at me. Xie Yu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, smirking as he replied, that depends on your performance tonight. At the Quick Loan Center Arena, the annual highlight. The Christmas showdown, the fateful duel between the Heat and the Cavaliers. The venue was packed. The enthusiasm of the fans seemed to ignite the arena. Fans in front of the television were likewise eagerly anticipating the game. In the capital city of Huaxia, Xie Tianqian stood especially tall today. He was awakened early by the alarm clock, eagerly preparing to watch the game. He even woke up Li Wan, commanding with authority, stop sleeping, go make me a bowl of noodles. Li Wan felt helpless, but had no words to express her frustrations. To acquire the rights to several variety shows recommended by Xie Yu, she had to humble herself and bend the knee to the powerful. After all, this father and son duo were not the same as before. They were now cash kings. Li Wan quickly cooked a bowl of noodles and cautiously brought it to Xie Tianqian in front of the television. Seeing her about to return to sleep, he ordered, today is your big boss game, won't you come support him? If you keep this up, how can we trust you with investment? Remember, I'm just your boss, the real power lies with the big boss. After the game ends, you'll have to send him a congratulatory text. Li Wan wore a face of despair, but didn't dare to defy him, so she had to sit down. At that moment, she was struggling to keep her eyes open, yet had to summon her spirits to cheer for the Cavaliers. Xie Tianqian secretly rejoiced. Having money really allows one to do as they please. In the Quick Loan Center gym, Rachel blinked her alluring big eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting into a sly smile. Men with partners are the easiest to pursue because my only competitor is their partner. Upon hearing this, the expression on her female colleague's face instantly froze. Rachel swayed her hips and approached the bench where Xie Yu was sitting. Just as she was about to speak, Xie Yu patted the chair beside him and said calmly, I don't like women looking down on me. Rachel immediately felt struck by his charm, her heart racing like a little bunny, a blush creeping on her face. What you just did was really awesome. You have me completely captivated. Xie Yu remained unfazed, as if accustomed to such compliments from Rachel. I know. You see, my gaze is always a bit lecherous. Rachel pretended not to hear and continued to pry. I've sent you so many messages on social media, why don't you ever reply? What exactly do you want me to do? Do you really not understand my feelings? Rachel rambled on, but Xie Yu's responses remained consistently indifferent. Finally, Xie Yu stood up and left behind a remark. When the scent of your perfume changes to one I like, then I will naturally give you the hotel room key. Rachel was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. Perfume. Room key. This dog of a man wants to go straight to the hotel with me. I am not that kind of loose woman. Speaking of which, what kind of perfume does he actually like? Starting lineup for the Heat: center Bosch, power forward Battier, small forward James, shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center TT, forward Giannis, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Drew Holiday. At the commentary booth, Yu Jia observed intently, the Heat have their full roster ready, while the Cavaliers, on the other hand, are plagued with injuries. David West, Kawhi Leonard, and Kyrie Irving, 3 starters, and key players are all absent from this game due to injuries. Zhang Heli nodded, slightly reflecting. To strive for that 820 record, the Cavaliers give their all in every game, and injuries to players are indeed unavoidable. Yu Jia continued. In a recent interview, Xie Yu mentioned that the 820 talk was just something he casually said in the locker room. The intent was to boost morale and remind teammates to take the game seriously. It was never a predetermined goal for the season. As a result, it was picked up by the media and fans, and the team naturally began to push toward this goal. Zhang Heli, after hearing this, thoughtfully remarked, this teaches us to be cautious with our words, especially for someone like Xie Yu. One must not speak carelessly, nor should one encourage others to do so. Yu Jia upon hearing this instantly recalled the previous livestream incident involving Coach Zhang struggling to suppress laughter to the point his facial features were contorting. Pre-game warm-up. James and Xie Yu gathered together engaging in friendly conversation. Xie Yu, that Huaxia food city you set up in Cleveland is simply amazing. My wife praises it endlessly and specifically asked me to thank you properly. Haha, actually I just contributed a little money, oh princess, and has been handling everything. Wow, you have found yourself a great assistant. By the way, I went to a concert recently and Taylor Swift mentioned you to me. Don't misunderstand, she's another one of my great assistants. It's just a cultural difference between our two countries, nothing to be surprised about. James watched Xie Yu's departing figure and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, secretly admiring. This guy is indeed. As the game was about to enter the jump ball phase, Xie Yu deliberately provoked Wade, saying loudly, "Hey, bro, I heard your old leg injury still isn't fully healed. How about letting someone else guard me? I'm just worried that if I inadvertently break the Christmas scoring record, people will say I'm bullying an old man, that it's unfair." Wade maintained his smile and retorted, "Bro, have you heard of the Flash having any old leg injuries? You can bring it on. I've had my eye on this game for a long time. I intend to end your winning streak and shatter your unbeaten record this season, letting your dream of 82 wins completely fall apart." Xie Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "At least 100 people have said that, yet they all became my defeated foes. I doubt you will." Wade scoffed. "We'll see the truth on the court." After Giannis won the jump ball, he instinctively glanced at Xie Yu, who helplessly offered him an encouraging look. He realized that this Giannis truly had an encouraging personality, especially responding well to his kind of encouragement. Holiday passed the ball to Xie Yu in the low post, and the teammates quickly cleared one side for Xie Yu to back down against Wade. Xie Yu tightly protected the ball, his eyes continuously scanning his teammates' movements, while also paying attention to the Heat's defensive rotations. Wade, not idle either, kept reaching out from behind to interfere. Seeing no help defense coming and no good passing opportunities, Xie Yu began to force his way against Wade, exerting a sudden burst of strength that made Wade grunt in response. But just as Wade was about to push back, Xie Yu slipped away like an eel, smoothly spinning around, faking a drive to the basket, before abruptly leaping up and releasing the basketball with one hand at the peak of his jump. With a swish, the shot went in smoothly. James, Bosch, and Battier waited helplessly beneath the basket, and Wade also wore a face of resignation. Xie Yu turned to the camera, shouting, "Hey, this move comes from Derrick Rose." At this moment in the Bulls' locker room, just having secured a resounding victory against the Nets, everyone was relaxing. Someone noticed this interesting scene on the television, their eyes lighting up, and hurriedly shouted to Rose, "Derrick, come look. Xie Yu just mentioned you in the game." Rose rushed over, and after watching the replay, a smile instantly bloomed on his face as he cheerfully said, "Haha, this is his Christmas gift to me. He called me yesterday mysteriously, saying he would give me a surprise during the game. This guy's ideas are always so novel, like he's playing a cheat code." Nearby, Noah, who had been relaxing, suddenly felt uneasy upon hearing this, sensing something was off. He also received a call from Xie Yu last night, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what he had taught Xie Yu. He couldn't help but mutter, "Fuck. He mentioned something to me last night. He wouldn't use my free throw stance to pay tribute to me, would he? God, I don't want that. Absolutely refuse. Damn it, is it too late for me to call him now to stop it? I don't want this lousy Christmas gift, not even." The broadcast showed Xie Yu forcing his way to the basket, successfully drawing a foul from Bosch, and then leisurely standing. Noah focused intently watching Xie Yu's mouth, clearly reading this is from Joachim Noah. Goodness, as Xie Yu took his free throw, his hands seemed to playfully twist the ball, his elbows spread out like airplane wings in an exaggerated manner, awkwardly using his knees to push the ball, with his wrist twitching oddly, as if he had been electrocuted. Looking at his body, it was as stiff as a lightning-struck post, and his facial expression was contorted in agony, as if he was enduring a horrific struggle. The action was simply comical to the extreme, practically screaming funny across his face. Noah, seeing this situation, instantly panicked and shouted, "Fuck Xie Yu. Don't come over here." Xie, yes, no. A style free throw caught Zhang Heli's eye, his face brimming with a smile, as if he had discovered something novel, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Hey yo, look at Xie Yu, he truly possesses skills." His imitation of his preschool teammate No. As three-step free throw not only looks impressively authentic, but he actually made both shots effortlessly. It's simply miraculous. The Yu family laughed heartily, quickly chiming in, "This scene is absolutely fantastic." Although Irving and West are sidelined due to injuries, they seem as excited as if they've received a shot of adrenaline, standing up to record the moment on their phones. Even Leonard, usually expressionless, couldn't help but chuckle like a weeble, swaying back and forth, unable to stop. Zhang Heli chuckled and shook his head, lightly teasing, This kid Xie Yu has a personality like a universal key, able to unlock any lock. He blends in perfectly. Just take a look at Yao and Alien, they lack his flair. They follow a calm route, unlike Xie Yu, who is a complete entertainer, always bringing a lively atmosphere wherever he goes." Upon hearing this, Yu Jia became intrigued and said, "Xie Yu is just a big boy who loves to show off behind the scenes. His popularity is off the charts. Let me tell you something. Once when I was traveling in Chicago with my family, I lost my wallet. I was so upset that I posted a complaint on social media, and guess what happened? The next day, my wallet mysteriously returned to me, leaving me puzzled. I asked on social media and many commented, but no, I wondered if it could be Xie Yu. I sent him a green bubble message and I was sure he saw it, but he didn't reply. Later, after a long time, I unexpectedly ran into Rose's brother at the United Center. He greeted me warmly, leaving me confused since I thought we didn't know each other. I later found out that Xie Yu had seen my post, and sent my photo and information to Rose's brother, who then used his connections to help me retrieve my wallet. When I learned this, I couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. He truly is remarkable. Zhang Heli silently scoffed. Only you guys could tell these stories about Xie Yu here. The first half of the game concluded with both teams evenly matched, a gripping defensive battle reminiscent of the playoffs, ending with a score of 4,343. Xie Yu made 6 out of 11 shots with 2 out of 3 from three-point range and was perfect at the free throw line, scoring 22 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. LeBron shot 9 out of 13, with 7 out of 9 from the free throw line, scoring 25 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 0 turnovers. In the Cavaliers' locker room, Giannis hung his head looking dejected. Jimmy, noticing this, volunteered, "Coach, let me guard LeBron. Giannis is still just a rookie and is outmatched in strength." Mike Brown pretended to ponder, then turned his gaze towards Xie Yu, his eyes filled with inquiry. But Xie Yu suddenly changed the subject, loudly declaring, "Everyone remember to dance after the game. I specially invited friends from Huaxiao. Oh, everyone has to dance. This is a Christmas gift for the fans." Although he did not answer, the implication was clear. Alonzo immediately raised his hand excitedly, saying, "Boss, leave that to me." Giannis gratefully glanced at Jimmy but shook his head helplessly. The second half of the game commenced and Giannis continued to. In LeBron's eyes, Giannis appeared like a lamb waiting for slaughter, a quick change of direction, and he was right inside. However, Giannis' defensive habits had been taught well, executing every movement clearly. Even when LeBron pushed him aside, he refused to reach out easily to avoid unnecessary fouls. Jimmy anticipated the play, swiftly moving in for help defense. At this moment, LeBron, quick on his feet, passed the ball to Battier, who was left open in the corner, and Battier took the shot, nailing the three-pointer. Xie Yu slightly shook his head, clearly displeased with that play. Both Jimmy and Giannis noticed this scene, understanding that this was the price of competing against a master. When it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, Xie Yu intentionally passed the ball to Jimmy, hoping to help him regain his confidence, as this was the quickest way to boost morale. Giannis set a screen and Jimmy took advantage of the pick, charging into the paint, directly drawing a foul on Battier, and while losing his balance, he still managed to throw up a miraculous shot that went in. As he sat on the ground, Jimmy shouted, "And won." Giannis, empathizing excitedly, pulled him up, and the two celebrated with a passion. Next, LeBron's shooting touch seemed to wane while Giannis gradually adapted to the intensity of the confrontation. The Heat's offense began to stagnate, while on the Cavaliers' side, Xie Yu stepped up. He first hit 2 consecutive three-pointers from the perimeter, then assisted Holiday and Afrin as they each knocked down threes. With 3 quarters completed, the Cavaliers led the Heat by 8 points, 70-62. Giannis learned from Alonzo Key that Xie Yu had been intentionally directing him to guard LeBron, which was actually a defensive trap, deliberately making LeBron think Giannis was easy to bully. Increased personal attacks. After all, the Cavaliers were least afraid of opponents playing isolation, but rather worried about LeBron facilitating his teammates' offense. Of course, this was also a way to train Giannis, allowing him to grow rapidly. Giannis felt deeply touched, knowing Xie Yu always thought of him. At that moment, if someone had a gun aimed at Xie Yu, he would undoubtedly rush forward to shield him from the bullets. As Xie Yu returned to the court at 6 minutes and 58 seconds into the fourth quarter, the score had already been tied at 77-77. On the bench, Jimmy and Giannis exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation, as if to say, "We are all useless." Xie Yu quickly adjusted his defensive matchups. Crowder, you guard Battier. Afrin, stick to Chalmers. Xie Yu, take LeBron. Dogi, defend Wade. He'll take Bosch. With the ball, Xie Yu crossed half court while all 4 teammates hid beyond the three-point line without setting screens, as Xie Yu directly faced Wade in an unknown duel. He executed an in-and-out move that left Wade bewildered. Then, with a burst of speed as if fueled by rocket boosters, Xie Yu surged into the paint and scored with a layup. The Heat's defenders could barely react in time to provide help. On the offensive end, James keenly read the defense, directing his teammates to pass the ball to Bosch in the low post, aiming to exploit the mismatch. Xie Yu, undeterred, defended with all his might, pushing and shoving. Just as Bosch prepared to catch the ball for a mid-range shot, Xie Yu swiftly performed his signature move, the sword hand steal, successfully executing a steal and launching a fast break. Chalmers had no choice but to commit a tactical foul. Just when everyone thought the game would become increasingly thrilling and reach a boiling point, the Cavaliers suddenly unleashed a barrage of three-pointers. Xie's breakthrough caused significant trouble for the Heat's defense, forcing them to compress their defense to protect the paint, which resulted in new recruit Holiday being left wide open. This was a boon for Holiday, who showcased his value with a series of three-pointers, rendering the Heat completely helpless. The Cavaliers seized the opportunity to unleash a 19-4 scoring run, effectively sealing the game. Chris Grant and David Griffin, watching the game live, exchanged smiles, as Jrue Holiday's perfect fit with the team once again demonstrated Xie's exceptional eye for talent, leaving the management in awe. After the game, as the Heat players had already exited, the DJ suddenly announced, "Dear fans on site, please do not leave just yet, as the Cavaliers have prepared a special Christmas gift for everyone." As soon as the words were spoken, as the words fell, JJ and Guojing took to the stage to perform the DJ version of Heartwall, reworked at Xie's request. Under the lead of Yun Air, the entire Knights team, including the coaching staff, joyfully began to dance. The audience was delighted, with many even jumping to the rhythm. In the Knights locker room, everyone wore joyful smiles, having not only secured victory, but also danced a happy dance. It was unclear who started it, but everyone began to spray champagne, instantly filling the locker room with a joyful atmosphere. Yun Air nestled in Xie's embrace, a happy smile on her face, saying, "This is the happiest dance I've ever done in my life. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Xie Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, pretending to be angry, and said, if you say thank you again, I might just not let you return to Korea. Yunair playfully winked and said proudly, thank you, Appa. Actually, I really don't want to go back to Korea. Xie Yu was a bit embarrassed by her teasing and scratched his head. At the post-match press conference, as soon as Xie Yu appeared, the reporters on site instantly became excited. A reporter asked, Xie Yu, hello, may I ask whose idea was the post-match dance? And why choose a Huaxiao song? Xie Yu chuckled and teased, which media outlet are you from? Your question is a bit unprofessional, you should be fired. The room erupted in laughter. Xie Yu continued, this idea naturally came from me. I am quite familiar with Huaxiao songs, so I chose it. This is my Christmas gift to the fans who love us, just a little token of appreciation. If you don't like it, that's fine. Oh, if you do, well, there won't be a next time, so cherish it while you can. Let's not discuss that topic anymore. Another reporter then asked, you have already secured 29 wins and 0 losses. Do you have confidence in achieving 82 wins? Xie Yu replied straightforwardly, in the next game against the Trailblazers I will rest, and Coach Mike Brown will also arrange for other key players to rest. He just told me that. There's no choice, we are currently plagued with injuries and need to pay more attention to fatigue management. Mike Brown looked, when did I say that? How did I not know? The reporter pressed on, is your goal for the new season still 82 wins? Xie Yu was a bit angry and said, which media outlet are you from? That's too unprofessional. Who told you our goal for the new season is 82 wins? I said our whole team would go to the moon to play, why don't you believe that? Can you take the casual words spoken in the locker room seriously? Meeting adjourned. Xie Yu was truly fed up, the target of 82 wins was suffocating the entire team. Wasn't it just a normal slope? Just because it's difficult to achieve, does it deserve special treatment? Everyone is shouting iron for sweeping the opponents, isn't that the same thing? He decided to let Jimmy and Giannis lead a game tomorrow. If they can win, great, if not, that's fine too. Upon hearing the news, Jimmy and Giannis felt both excited and anxious. The pressure of achieving 82 wins used to be shared by the whole team, but now it was entirely on their shoulders. Drew Holiday said on the side, I want to play too. Xie Yu shot back, no Drew, you don't want to play. Drew Holiday looked a bit defiant. Xie Yu smirked, not convinced. Onion. Amidst the gaze of the entire team, after a round of Onion, the score was 12-0. Xie Yu looked at Holiday and asked, Drew, do you still want to play? Holiday quickly conceded, boss, I don't want to play, absolutely don't want to play. Jimmy and Giannis exchanged bitter smiles, remaining silent for a long time. Giannis said, the boss must want to train me. Jimmy said, the boss not letting me rest must be to take revenge. He must be upset with me for meddling, he really holds no. As soon as the Knights arrived at Portland Airport, the old man's call came in like a haunting demand, following closely behind. On the other end of the phone, the old man's attitude was decisive and unquestionable. Absolutely no resting is permitted, and anyone who dares to disobey will face fines. Xie Yu wasn't actually worried about the fines. After all, with his current wealth, the fines were just a drop in the bucket. He was simply giving the old man face, knowing that the duck egg joke was about to rise. On the old man's side, he also left a bit of face for Xie Yu. Soon the official announcement stated that the request for Xie Yu and other key players to rest had been rejected by the league, and they would definitely play against the Trailblazers. Moda Center Arena. Trailblazers, starting 5. Center Robin Lopez. Power forward Aldridge. Small forward Batum. Shooting guard Matthews. Point guard Lillard. Knights, starting 5. Center Tristan Thompson. Power forward Giannis. Small forward Jimmy. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Holiday. As soon as Xie Yu held the ball, the fans erupted in a thunderous chorus of boos filled with dissatisfaction over his previous smoke and mirror antics. Xie Yu raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, but the visiting fans were not having it. In the Trailblazers' offense, Matthews made a backdoor cut, received a brilliant pass from Lillard, leaped high, and executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk. After scoring, he suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Xie Yu behind him, cursing like an enraged lion. Softy. You unreliable softy, I truly look down on you. Xie Yu couldn't swallow this insult. Without hesitation, he grabbed the basketball and hurled it like a cannonball toward Matthews' head. This instantly ignited the fuse, and both teams quickly converged, with conflict about to erupt as Xie Yu and... However, there were too many people around, tightly packed, and both could only clash against each other, preventing the conflict from escalating into a full-blown brawl for the time being. Seeing this, the referee hurried over to issue each a technical foul. After all, it was just the beginning. If Xie Yu were ejected right away, it would not be easy to explain, so the referee only called technical fouls. Both teams converted their technical foul-free throws successfully. At this moment, Xie Yu's face was terrifyingly grim. On the sidelines, Alonzo G couldn't help but gloat, commenting, I have to mourn for the Portland Trailblazers for 3 seconds. Kyrie chimed in. Yeah, it's been a while since we witnessed Xie's scoring show at full strength. Today should be a spectacle. Before his words could finish, Xie Yu dribbled the ball, moving like the wind, quickly advancing. He had no time to signal his teammates to create space. With a determined gaze, he suddenly accelerated, charging straight into the paint with no hesitation or fake moves, embodying an unstoppable momentum. As he approached the free throw line, he leaped like a spring, soaring high, and with both hands he slammed the basketball into the hoop, completing a stunning two-handed dunk that shocked the entire arena. In that instant, the Moda Center was filled with incredulous gasps. The audience seemed stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, and the entire arena was filled with this awe. Matthews inwardly clicked his tongue. How is this possible? Is he even human? In the next round, Matthews clearly increased his intensity, tightly wrapping around Xie Yu. His defensive actions were too forceful, and the referee immediately caught him blowing the whistle for a foul. Xie Yu fixed his gaze on the referee, exuding an undeniable aura, and almost barked in a commanding tone, "I don't." The referee was stunned by this sudden shout, frozen in place for several seconds, as if struck by a paralysis spell, unable to react for a moment. Or is it Yang Tianbao? Jimmy took the throw-in, and Xie Yu skillfully received the ball from the right side at a 45-degree. Although there was a teammate from the Trailblazers providing cover, Xie Yu, with a resolute gaze, chose to step out of bounds, relying on his robust physique, like a heavy tank bulldozing his way and forcefully pushing Matthews aside. Then he leaped high and dunked over Robin Lopez, once again igniting the entire arena. The away fans had long forgotten about the smoke screen, completely immersed in this incredible dunking performance. Seeing this, Lillard attempted a three-pointer to stop the bleeding, but unfortunately the ball bounced off the rim several times. Aldridge grabbed the offensive rebound, but before he could warm the ball up, Xie Yu, like a flash of lightning, swiftly executed the sword hand steal technique, completing the steal with lightning speed, followed by a rapid advance to initiate the counterattack. Facing the encirclement of three Trailblazers, Xie Yu remained calm, a slight smile of confidence appearing on his lips. He turned his body, spinning past his defenders like a top, instantly breaking free from the encirclement. Then he leaped high, showcasing his core strength in the air, and with both hands forcefully dunked, shaking the rim violently. 3 consecutive powerful dunks left the audience in awe of Xie Yu's performance. Everyone knew that this was just the beginning. Matthews at this moment was filled with regret, inwardly lamenting, "Oh no, I was really too impulsive back there." After the third quarter, Xie Yu had already scored 66 points, and his performance was like a devastating storm, leaving the audience disheartened, with many leaving early, unable to bear watching their beloved team being so overwhelmingly crushed. Xie Yu also clocked out early, and in the end the Cavaliers won decisively against the Trailblazers with a massive 51-point advantage, marking a personal highlight for him. In the post-game interview, Matthews, looking regretful, said, "I admit I regret it. I did speak a bit too loudly at the time, and I didn't expect to stir up such a big trouble." Since that game, the coaches of the other 29 teams in the league have solemnly advised their players, under no circumstances should you provoke Xie Yu. The Cavaliers easily defeated the struggling Jazz in a back-to-back game, and then hurriedly flew to New York, preparing for the last game of 2013. At that time, New York was in the midst of Fashion Week, and this bustling city instantly became a gathering place for stars and celebrities. After Xie Yu's endorsement contract with LV expired during his rookie season, he did not renew it. However, he was simply too popular, practically a walking trendsetter. Arriving in New York for an away game, coupled with his naturally striking physique, he became a beautiful sight wherever he stood, which made the organizers of Fashion Week eager for him to make an appearance to add some heat and buzz to the event. Kyrie also received an invitation to attend, and Xie Yu thought to himself that with such good looks it would be a waste not to showcase them, so he did not decline. When Xie Yu and Kyrie made their appearance together, it was like two dazzling top male models descending upon the scene, instantly drawing all the camera's focus, overshadowing even the professional male models. The banquet was filled with celebrities, and Xie Yu noticed many Chinese female stars among them, such as Fan Yishuqi, Lu Shixi, and Yang Tianbao. Amidst the crowd, Xie Yu didn't approach the Chinese stars, but rather took an interest in mingling with Hollywood male stars alongside. At this moment, Leonardo DiCaprio approached and said to Xie Yu, "In my next movie you have to help me out and play a big villain. You won't need to show your face throughout, just make an appearance at the end when you die, and your pay won't be less at all." Upon hearing this, Xie Yu laughed and quickly replied, "Bro, just look at my appearance. I clearly have the image of a good guy. How about this? I'll recommend someone to you, Carmelo Anthony. His demeanor makes him perfect for playing a villain." Anthony, who was nearby, overheard this and said with annoyance, "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Have you ever heard the saying in New York, it's Melo who calls the shots?" Everyone burst into laughter at this. At that moment, Lu Shixi mustered her courage and approached Xie Yu with a smile. Actually, they had met before at an event hosted by Yang Mi's team. Lu Shixi was wearing a silver-gray evening gown, perfectly showcasing the elegant charm of an oriental beauty. She smiled and extended her hand softly, saying, "Sorry to interrupt you, I'm Lu Shixi. We've met before, do you remember me?" Xie Yu smiled politely, also extending his hand to gently shake her, saying, "Of course I remember, didn't I tell you I was a—" Upon hearing this, Lu Shixi couldn't help but laugh, lightening the atmosphere. Then Xie Yu painstakingly introduced her to the influential figures in the entertainment industry beside him, including well-known directors and significant male stars. Not long after, Fan Yi strode over confidently with her queen's walk, gracefully joining the group. Xie Yu wasn't very familiar with her, so he didn't make a special introduction. However, Fan Yi's social skills were exceptional, and it wasn't long before she was chatting and laughing with everyone. Seeing this, Lu Shixi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She thought to herself that it was hard-earned to have the opportunity to engage deeply with these big shots and expand her network, but after Fan Yi arrived, all the attention was stolen. The topics she had carefully prepared went unsaid and were left hanging. But she still held back her emotions, maintaining her smile, though this smile carried a hint of helplessness. Just as Lu Shixi felt a bit gloomy, Spike Lee waved at Xie Yu from a distance, signaling him to come over. He was somewhat curious about whom Spike Lee would choose. However, he thought to himself that no matter who it was, he had ways to handle it. He never lacked resources. If he wanted to, he could make a female star famous in just one day. Spike Lee helplessly said, "You haven't even won the competition yet, and you're already in a hurry for me to choose." Xie Yu patted his shoulder and confidently said, "You choose first," saying, "Go ahead." Spike Lee helplessly said, "You haven't even won the competition yet, and you're already in a hurry for me to choose." Xie Yu patted his shoulder and confidently said you choose first. If I lose at the garden, they'll still have the role of the third female lead. I owe you a favor, and when you need me for a movie in the future, it'll be there at your beck and call. But I tell you losing is absolutely out of the question. Spike Lee's eyes lit up. If you lose, will you accept the role of the male lead? Xie Yu nodded seriously. Of course, I wouldn't go back on my word. At this point, Spike Lee began to carefully assess Lu Shixi and Yang Tianbao. Lu Shixi and Yang Tianbao were so nervous that their palms were sweating, their hearts racing. After all, such direct competition for a role was quite rare. In the end, Spike Lee chose Lu Shixi, reasoning that she possessed a more captivating charm of an Eastern beauty, while Yang Tianbao, after all, had a mixed race background. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianbao's spirits plummeted nearly on the verge of tears. She sat in a corner holding her evening gown, looking lost. After helping Lu Shixi with her line, Xie Yu approached Yang Tianbao with a smile and said, "Don't be sad. Seeing you like this makes me feel guilty." Yang Tianbao quickly shook her head. "How can this be your fault? You gave me the opportunity. Oh, I should be thanking you. It's all because my own conditions weren't good enough that I disappointed you." Xie Yu, having considerable insight into the minds of these female stars, smiled and said, "My mother's company is preparing a reality show with substantial investment. Are you interested in being a regular guest? I know some of the confirmed regular guests like Bao Bao Chao Gu and Zheng Xiaoxian." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianbao immediately became ecstatic. "Ah, really? I'm interested." Xie Yu subtly sensed that the gazes of these female stars towards him had grown somewhat unusual, as if just a little more indication from him would trigger a system prompt. He secretly mused, "Ke's boyfriend Dai Lin's ex-husband, I truly didn't mean to disrupt your fates. If I do, then I can only blame my own charm for being too great." Just as Xie Yu and Owen were about to leave, Fan Yi called out to Xie Yu and asked, "Can I watch tomorrow night's match?" Xie Yu, intrigued, countered, "Sure, but what do I get in return?" Fan Yi's lips curled slightly as she leaned in and whispered, "I'll accompany you for New Year's." Xie Yu nodded. After Fan Yi left, Owen gave a thumbs up to Xie Yu and laughed, asking, "Is that how you train your core strength?" Xie Yu pretended to ponder. "It's possible." The two laughed as they strolled to the entrance, quietly waiting for their ride. At that moment, Shu Qi approached with a light step, her face beaming with joy. Her eyes sparkled with eager light as "I was just looking for an opportunity to greet you. You are incredibly popular, surrounded by people all the time. I waited for a long time to finally find this chance." Xie Yu smiled politely and warmly extended his hand to shake Shu Qi's. Shu Qi then playfully asked, "Can I give you? I'm your super fan. Oh, I never miss any of your games. Watching you play is just so enjoyable." Xie Yu appreciated the flattery and shared a courteous hug with her. In the moment of the embrace, Xie Yu almost blurted out, "I also love watching your games." However, he ultimately held it back. The two chatted enthusiastically for a while, and before long the car slowly arrived. Xie Yu smiled at Shu Qi and said, "Come to the garden tomorrow to watch me play. I'll get you a ticket." Shu Qi's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll definitely be there tomorrow." The bodyguard distributed 4 tickets, and upon returning, Xie Yu casually asked, "How much did the tickets cost in total?" $100,000. Hiss. Even Xie Yu, who was usually extravagant, couldn't help but gasp at this price. Close to 7,000 Chinese yuan. Even today, that money is enough to have a week of poker fun with those million-dollar female internet celebrities. At Madison Square Garden, as Xie Yu warmed up, he saw nothing but celebrities and models around him. Fashion Week, coinciding with the Cavaliers' away game, brought together all the elements that could create a sensation. Yang Tianbao, dressed in a white tank top, denim shorts, and knee-high boots with long glossy black hair, radiated youthful vitality. Xie Yu noticed she was taking selfies while making sure to include him in the frame from a distance. He understood and posed with a peace sign, then proactively walked closer to her for a close-up photo, jokingly saying, "If your boyfriend gets jealous, don't blame me." Yang Tianbao excitedly replied, "I don't have a boyfriend. I'm single and available for flirting." Her eyes were filled with suggestive hints. Xie Yu merely smiled slightly and did not respond. Next, Lu Shixi got up, her smile seemingly possessing an invisible charm that clearly conveyed her desire for Xie Yu to come over without needing words. Xie Yu walked over. Lu Shixi's outfit today was filled with a sense of Chinese elegance, a pure white long dress paired with a white knitted shirt, making her look particularly graceful and beautiful. While taking a photo together, Xie Yu deliberately posed seriously and coolly while testing the waters, asked, "Will your boyfriend get it?" Lu Shixi quickly shook her head bobbing like a rattle drum, and urgently said, "I don't have a boyfriend." Xie Yu thought to himself, "If you all lie to me, it's fine, but if you deceive yourselves, then I can't be blamed. Come on, take it easy." In the Cavaliers' locker room, just as Xie Yu finished warming up, he saw Mike Brown muttering with a worried expression, "Everyone is back today, but I still feel that the starting lineup isn't ideal. How about?" Xie Yu quickly waved his hand and said, "Coach, even if you put me on the bench, I wouldn't hold it against you. Don't worry, I'm not the type to hold grudges." Mike Brown's face instantly lit up with a beaming smile. Knicks starters: center Bargnani, center Chandler, small forward Anthony, point guard Udry, shooting guard Shumpert. Cavaliers starters: forward TT, forward Xie Yu, forward Kawhi, shooting guard Jimmy, point guard Irving. Upon seeing this starting lineup, Xie Yu immediately became displeased and angrily confronted Mike Brown. "I'm only 1.98 meters tall, while Bargnani is 2.13 meters. How can I defend him? It's like an adult bullying a child. I don't care, but I'm absolutely against it." Mike Brown countered, "It's not the first time, and no one will mind." Xie Yu was furious inside. How could it be the same? With so many female stars present today, who wouldn't want to show off as a shooting guard? Being pushed around under the basket by Bargnani, how could that look good? Xie Yu felt that he couldn't explain it clearly to the coach, so he thought of a plan and pretended to give an instruction. Jimmy, the coach, wants you to defend Bargnani. Jimmy scratched his head, looking doubtful. Xie Yu continued, what? Don't you usually like to challenge difficult tasks? They are a twin tower combo. If you don't defend, who will? Moreover, out of everyone here, your offensive ability is the weakest. Jimmy was left speechless and had to nod in agreement. The game officially started, and Xie Yu was as excited as if he had returned to high school for a class match, with the opponents being from the art class. All the cheerleaders on the sidelines were from the art class. Schumpert was defending Xie Yu in the low post, and Xie Yu turned to back him down. With a flashy behind-the-back dribble, the basketball danced like a lively spirit, gliding past Schumpert, followed by Xie Yu's hallmark fadeaway jump shot. Swish! The ball swished through the net, and Xie Yu feigned an innocent expression, spreading his hands wide. Schumpert, frustrated, pointed angrily, making a scene. On the other side, Anthony faced off against Kawhi, and after a probing step, he shot directly, but was successfully interfered. Xie Yu seized the rebound with authority and immediately initiated a fast break, charging through like a ghost, performing a slow, three-step move, effortlessly weaving past 3 defenders, and scored with a reverse layup. Each of his steps was perfectly timed, leaving at least one defender behind with every move, and Schumpert was left shaken through. The audience erupted in gasps of amazement. Ding! The system has detected that the host has captured the heart of a top beauty, granting an opportunity for a premium multiple-choice question. Hot zone resonance or entropy compensation. Hot zone resonance, consecutive successful shots, 3 increase shooting accuracy by 30. Entropy compensation, consecutive missed shots, 3 increase shooting accuracy by 30. System, can you implement a real name system for this heart-catching feature? With so many female stars in attendance, how am I supposed to know who exactly has developed feelings for me? That would be so embarrassing if you got it wrong. Xie Yu wore a light pink cropped knitted sweater paired with a high-waisted white pleated short skirt and donned a pair of white platform sneakers, exuding youthful vitality. She casually tossed her chestnut-colored long hair with a few strands falling on either side of her cheeks, adding a playful charm. It took her some effort to squeeze into the audience where the players were warming up before the match. She deliberately chose a seat close to the opposing team's bench. As soon as she sat down, she caught a glimpse of the Weinard No. 22 jersey moving under the spotlight, causing her fingertips to unconsciously tighten around the pink support towel in her hand. This was her first time seeing the real Xie Yu. Although the cold December wind of New York couldn't penetrate the arena, her heart trembled slightly with nervousness. She specially applied a light makeup today, which her friend called Boy Killer, with coral lip gloss softly accentuating the curve of her lips, and only 2 thin coats of mascara. Like all girls and secret crushes, she both longed to be noticed and feared being seen through. The large screen by the court began to play close-ups of the players, prompting Xie Yu to hurriedly lower her head to adjust her skirt. Beneath the short skirt, her long fair legs were particularly eye-catching under the bright lights. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but her nervousness was impossible to suppress. Xie Yu, look this way. A sudden scream from the front row startled her, and she looked up just in time to meet Xie Yu's gaze. He lifted the hem of his jersey to wipe sweat, revealing a glimpse of his abdominal muscles, making Xie Yu feel as though her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Oh my, how can he be so handsome? Her heart couldn't help but exclaim in awe, and her cheeks instantly flushed, tightening her grip on the support towel, as if it were the only thing anchoring her turbulent emotions. Xie Yu's sudden three-pointer came as a surprise. As he elegantly maneuvered past several players to score, earning a round of applause, Xie Yu felt her heart skip a beat, only to start racing wildly afterward. Wow, how can my oppa be so handsome while playing? A wave of indescribable excitement and admiration surged within her, and she instinctively stood up, her eyes fixed on Xie Yu, filled with infatuation and awe. In that moment, she seemed to forget everything around her. The entire world faded away, leaving only the dazzling fit. It wasn't until she saw herself on the big screen excitedly holding the support towel that Xie Yu snapped back to reality, realizing her loss of composure. She hurriedly sat back down, gently fanning her flushed cheeks with her hand, feeling both shy and delighted. I must have acted out of line just now. He probably didn't see the big screen. She was worried that her earlier behavior had been too reckless, while secretly hoping Xie Yu would notice her in the crowd. At that moment, she hadn't noticed that the Weinard No. 22 player waiting for a free throw had suddenly turned his head, precisely locking onto the vibrant figure in the stands. When Xie Yu's gaze pierced through the air and landed on Xie Yu, she was hastily fanning her burning cheeks, trying to calm down from her earlier excitement. In that instant, Xie Yu felt as though she had been hit by a freeze spell. Her movements stilled, and as her eyes met Xie Yu's, it felt as if time itself had frozen. Her heart, already racing from earlier excitement, now felt as though it might burst from her chest. In an instant, her mind went blank, all thoughts scattered by this sudden eye contact. She widened her eyes, filled with surprise and panic, much like a startled fawn. The blush on her cheeks quickly spread, turning from her ears down to her neck, even the exposed slender shoulders slightly tinged pink. Instinctively, she bit her lower lip as if trying to calm herself through the gesture, but her slightly trembling lips betrayed her. After a moment of daze, Xie Yu snapped back to reality, hurriedly lowering her head and attempting to hide her flushed cheeks behind her cascading hair. Her hands fumbled nervously on her legs, searching for something to grasp to ease her inner tension, ultimately tightening her hold on the hem of her skirt, her fingers turning white from the pressure. What? Why is he looking over here? Did I act too out of line just now? Does he think I'm strange? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, making her increasingly anxious. She could feel Xie Yu's gaze lingering on her, making her feel uncomfortable, yet oddly pleased her heart, a whirlwind of mixed emotions leaving her unsure of what to do. Xie Yu, isn't this the queen of tears? Why is she here too? So innocent and a bit cute. Anthony made both free throws, changing the score to 9-6. Xie Yu received the pass from Irving, shook off Schumpert, took a step sideways, and launched a three-point shot. Swish. 1-2-6. He is currently 3 for 3, scoring 7 points, achieving hot zone resonance, increasing his shooting percentage by 30. It truly feels like the hoop has become as large as the ocean. Bargnani overpowered Jimmy, easily scoring 2 points under the basket. Xie Yu hid under the basket, signaling to TT, using his off-ball screen, to run to the right side at a 30-degree angle. Irving timely passed the ball, and Xie Yu shot as soon as he received it, the ball soaring through the air. 1-5-8. Anthony came over and made a difficult shot. He started aggressively tapping his temple with 3 fingers. Xie Yu pondered that his curtain call celebration move was quite inconvenient to execute on the court. It seems he needs to think of a signature move like Anthony's that could be quickly done after making a three-pointer. The Cavaliers needed a lot more players to handle the ball. Even though Xie Yu was on fire, he didn't get many chances. He played for 9 minutes, making 7 of 7 shots, 3 of 3 from three-point range, and 4 of 4 from free throws, explosively scoring 21 points. As Xie Yu was substituted out and walked towards the bench, he inadvertently caught sight of Xie Yu just behind the bench. Her gaze had remained fixed on him the entire time, but as soon as his eyes swept past her, she instinctively averted her gaze, looking as if she had done something wrong. Tongs, what's going on here? You can't be telling me that the person you've detected who has captured hearts is her. I don't even know her at all. The Cavaliers, who had led the entire game, encountered the rampaging wild card, J.R. Smith, towards the end of the third. He played as if possessed in the third quarter, crazily hitting 7 three-pointers and scoring 27 points in a single quarter, using his sole effort to help the Knicks successfully take the lead. 89-97, the game then entered the fourth quarter. At this moment, Spike Lee stood up, smugly gesturing a provocative "come over here" sign towards Xie Yu from across the court. This infuriated Xie Yu. Despite his highly efficient personal performance in the game, having scored 39 points, his team was still trailing. Xie Yu approached J.R. Smith and said earnestly, "Your scoring ends here." J.R. Smith, feeling on fire, did not believe him at all. He looked at Xie Yu as if he were a fool, mocking, "After the game you'll realize how foolish your words are." Xie Yu coldly snorted, "That statement suits you better." J.R. Smith faced off against Xie Yu, dribbling the ball beneath his legs in a series of feints. Suddenly he accelerated and created a moment of space for a shot, decisively pulling back for a jump shot. This scene seemed like a defensive trap set by Xie Yu. He leapt almost simultaneously with J.R. Smith, swatting his shot harshly away into the stands with a resounding smack. Coincidentally, the ball flew directly over to Xie Yu, who was momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was shouting powerfully at the sidelines, "I am the best defensive player of last season." After yelling, Xie Yu hurriedly ran over to the stands to check on Xie Yu, his face filled with concern as he asked, "Are you okay?" Xie Yu stammered nervously, "Oh, okay." Xie Yu guessed her English might not be very good, and since he couldn't speak Korean at all, he smiled and gently patted her head before returning to the court. Upon reaching J.R. Smith, Xie Yu suddenly changed his demeanor and said irritably, "How dare you play around with shots in front of me?" J.R. Smith, upon hearing this, obediently fell silent. He clearly remembered the strict orders from the head coach. Absolutely, do not provoke Xie Yu. Using Chandler's off-ball screen, he slipped to the top of the arc, caught the ball steadily, and without hesitation shot a three-pointer. Xie Yu shadowed him closely, relentlessly pursuing, leaping high to stretch out his arm, his fingertips just grazing the shot. Another block. Jimmy reacted quickly, grabbing the rebound and immediately pushing the ball up the court. Xie Yu dashed forward, decisively shooting a trailing three that swished through the net, instantly signaling the Cavaliers' counterattack. From then on, J.R. Smith was completely locked down by Xie Yu with no offensive opportunities. The Knicks' offensive rhythm was thoroughly disrupted, falling into stagnation. Under Xie Yu's strong leadership, the Cavaliers displayed the regal demeanor of the league's top team, launching a relentless 220 offensive surge, decisively sealing the outcome of the game. Xie Yu scored an astonishing 55 points on just 19 attempts, hitting 17 of 19, making 10 of 11 three-pointers, and completing all 11 free throws, along with 8 rebounds and 9 assists. After the game, Spike Lee shook his head helplessly and teased, "Kid, I will never bet with you again. Unless one day you join." At that moment, Xie Yu was still thinking about the tearful girl who was hit by the ball. While listening to Spike Lee's endless praises about how great New York was, he subtly signaled Xie Yu to come over. Xie Yu felt like a child caught in the act, as she simply wanted to steal a few more glances at Xie Yu and never expected to be caught. With no other choice, she obediently walked towards Xie Yu. At this moment, the considerate bodyguard timely handed over a phone, and Xie Yu hurriedly wrote in a translation app, "Do you have any free time? I would like to invite you to shoot a mobile advertisement, which would require us to stay in Cleveland for 3 days." Xie Yu was taken aback. She took Xie Yu's phone and replied on the translation app, "Sorry, I need to ask my manager." Xie Yu took back the phone and directly logged into his Instagram, posting an update. "Xie Yu's manager, please reply if you see this. Does she have time to shoot an advertisement with me?" After posting, he quickly opened the selfie function and snapped a picture of himself with Xie Yu in less than a second post. Throughout the entire process, Xie Yu was so astonished that her mouth hung open, her heart racing like a little "Dear God, he is so handsome." After exchanging contact information, Xie Yu returned to the locker room. Once he changed his clothes and came out, he completely ignored the messages from others and instead contacted Fan Yi. After all, the game tickets had already been given out and the benefits he deserved could not be overlooked. As for who the system hinted at as capturing his heart, Xie Yu, no longer a rookie, was not in a hurry. He knew he would eventually find out the answer. That night, Ji Yuan was so excited in her hotel room that she couldn't fall asleep, welcoming the New Year's Eve. Xie Yu and Fan Yi, on the other hand, spent the entire night, without sleep, getting along remarkably well. The next day, before leaving, Xie Yu playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Be a good and law-abiding comrade." Ji Yuan then followed Xie Yu back to Cleveland, filming a Xiaomi mobile advertisement in the garden of a Quaker villa. If it weren't for Xie Yu endorsing Xiaomi, he would never have taken this advertisement. The filming process went very smoothly, and Xie Yu had no idea that his hot zone resonance actually stemmed from the girl beside him. On January 30th, 2014, on New Year's Eve, Xie Yu, having injured his finger during a onion with Alonzo G a few days earlier, decided to give himself an enforced spring festival holiday. Yang Mi drove a Lamborghini Veneno, and Xie Yu comfortably sat in the passenger seat as the car sped down the roads of Cleveland. After listening to Yang Mi vent her worries, Xie Yu immediately understood her ambitions and was more than willing to help, saying, "Don't worry about the money, leave it to me. But if you want to start a company, you must secure more than half of the shares." Yang Mi was very touched, but still shook her head. Xie Yu immediately understood, "Don't worry, the market pie is big enough. You don't have to worry about competing with my mother. You can." Women just satisfy them, that's Xie Yu's way. After the new year, as soon as Yang Mi left, Lu Yifei arrived. Xie Yu accompanied her on a leisurely stroll through a sea of flowers, even having his bodyguard arrange for a delicate wooden house to be built. The two quietly stayed there, enjoying the afternoon together. After the spring festival, Taylor Swift decided to take a month off to come to Cleveland and keep Xie Yu company. After the Cavaliers' home game ended with a resounding victory, Xie Yu and Taylor took a helicopter back to the Quaker villa. The two relaxed in the garden, sipping red wine, with Xie Yu lazily resting his head on Taylor's lap, chatting under the moonlight. Taylor said gently, "Darling, you seem so relaxed this season." Xie Yu softly replied, "Yeah, but it won't be this easy next season." On April 17, 2014, the 13-14 season welcomed its regular season finale. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of witnessing a miracle is about to arrive. The Cavaliers, with 81 wins, will face the Thunder on their home court. At the start of the season, Xie Yu boldly claimed he would achieve 82 wins. Now can he fulfill this grand ambition? Zhang Heli took over analyzing everyone. See, currently the Thunder are half a game behind the Spurs, who have completed 82. If they win this game today, the Thunder will rise to the top of the Western Conference. However, if they lose, the Spurs will firmly hold the top position in the West. Thus, this game is crucial for the Thunder, and they will undoubtedly give it their all. Moreover, before the game, the Thunder had already made strong statements declaring they would treat this game like a Game 7 of the finals, determined not to let the Cavaliers easily achieve 82 wins. Yujia continued, "The Cavaliers are the same. They have already overcome the challenges of 81 wins, and at this final hurdle, they will give it everything they have. In this game, the Cavaliers will also have all their players available, determined to secure this crucial victory." Thunder starters: Center Perkins, power forward; Ibaka, small forward; Durant, shooting guard; Cephalosha, point guard; Westbrook. Cavaliers starters: forward West, forward Leonard, forward Jimmy, shooting guard; Xie Yu, point guard; Irving. During pre-game warm-ups, Xie Yu and the Thunder's two stars were having an interesting chat at center court. Westbrook said, "What the hell? You dare to go for 82 wins? Aren't you Huaxiao people supposed to value social relations?" Xie Yu replied, "Is it my fault? I took 10 games off and didn't rest that much, yet we still won." Durant said, "No matter what, you're definitely losing tonight. If you get 82 wins, the other 29 teams will be nailed to the pill." Xie Yu replied, "It's fine, it's just one season, it won't be like this next season." Durant retorted, "Damn it, one season is still on it." Westbrook said, "You're a liar. In the All-Star game, you were both the ticket king and the MVP, and you said you wouldn't pursue 82 wins for the sake of everyone's feelings. What's going on now?" Xie Yu replied, "I really let it go. After the All-Star game, I took 10 games off. It seems one of them was against you guys." Westbrook and Durant fell into memories. In that game, they visited Cleveland. Irving scored 31 points, Leonard scored 30 points, Jimmy achieved a triple-double, Holiday, nearly a triple-double, Giannis had a double-double, West had 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, and TT grabbed 6 offensive rebounds. 131-135, the Thunder lost by 4 points. Westbrook thought to himself, "It's fine that Xie Yu is strong, but without him the Cavaliers are still incredibly formidable." Durant pondered, "The Cavaliers should disband next season. I feel like I fit their system quite well." In the locker room of the Knights team, the assistant coach held the data sheet, his voice tinged with excitement. "Everyone, currently Xie Yu's average points per game are 39.9. If he scores 47 points in this match, he will achieve the remarkable feat of averaging 40 points. Xie Yu lightly scoffed, his face displaying indifference. At this moment, Alonzo G quickly chimed in, "Boss, how about we add some incentive? Otherwise, I feel like the motivation..." Xie Yu immediately became interested, raising an eyebrow in reply, "Oh, what incentive do you have in mind?" Alonzo G chuckled confidently and said, "If you can score 47 points, our entire team will give you a big gift. If you can't, you'll have to give each of us a car. What do you think?" Xie Yu's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. "Sure, I accept. If I score 47 points, you guys can gift me a women's watch. I'm not really interested in the car." Irving, using a screen, broke through. Xie Yu found himself wide open beyond the three-point line, and he pretended not to see it, instead making a shot himself. 4-3. After scoring, Irving mischievously winked at Xie Yu, as if to say, "Hey, want the gift we promised?" "No way." Westbrook drove hard, but couldn't get through. Xie Yu snatched the rebound over Kawhi Leonard, quickly pushing for a fast break, executing an incredibly realistic layup that drew gasps from the crowd. With a small 2-meter jump step, Xie Yu squeezed past Ibaka under the basket and dunked successfully. Ibaka protested angrily, "Isn't that traveling? Referee." His voice gradually rose. Xie Yu smiled as he retreated on defense. Durant came over without holding back, using a screen to shake off his defender. 6-6. Irving continued to attack fiercely, but his layup was blocked by 3 defenders. Xie Yu followed up. As he retreated on defense, he chased after Irving and taunted, "Is that layup something your music teacher taught you? Even Liu Tianxian's 3-step layup has a higher success rate than yours." After hearing this, Irving's face flashed with embarrassment. At that moment, he was also driven hard by Westbrook. Irving immediately used his signature crossover to get past Westbrook, returning the favor, but this time, he didn't take the shot himself. Instead he passed to the outside to Xie Yu. Severlo Shaw was closely guarding him. Xie Yu directly sidestepped and stepped back, feigning a 3-point shot. True to form, Severlo Shaw jumped, soaring to the second floor. However, at this moment, Xie Yu was still dribbling in for the kill. Severlo Shaw's pupils suddenly constricted, shouting, "How could he hit a step-back 3? Referee, where are your eyes? Call the traveling." Xie Yu's breakthrough attracted the defensive attention of the entire Thunder team. He selflessly passed the ball to Kawhi Leonard on the weak side, who made the 3-pointer with precision. 118. Xie Yu taunted Irving as he chased him, "Did you really think I needed your help to score 47 points? Even if I leisurely stroll around the court, I could easily surpass 50 points. Irving helplessly muttered, "This guy can't help but boast, or he feels uncomfortable all over." The first quarter ended with the score fixed at 35-34. The two teams were evenly matched. Xie Yu was in phenomenal form, hitting all 6 of his shots and scoring 15 points. Xie Yu made 6 out of 9 shots in a single quarter, adding another 17 points. By halftime, he had already scored 30. Upon hearing this, his teammates lowered their heads in silence. Indeed, in the first half, Xie Yu mainly relied on bomb disposal, scrambling for offensive rebounds, and scoring in fast breaks with few opportunities to take the initiative. As the second half began, Xie Yu focused on Severus, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Severus felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for the other players on the Cavaliers not being easy to leave open, he would have immediately requested the coach to double-team Xie Yu. He knew all too well that Xie Yu was about to unleash his power. Xie Yu ran out to receive the ball, facing Severus, first taking a probing step. Severus instinctively took half a step back, and in that moment Xie Yu decisively took a 3-point shot. At that moment, beep. Meanwhile, Severus, due to excessive defensive action, knocked Xie Yu down, which the referee keenly spotted, decisively calling a 3-point foul. Xie Yu confidently made the free throws, completing a 31. In the subsequent game, the Cavaliers looked like a different team, with defense intensity suddenly escalating to impenetrable levels, and on the offensive end, everyone actively passed the ball and constantly moved without the ball. The Thunder team was exhausted. Even with full effort in defense, they still had numerous gaps and constantly leaked defense. Almost all of the Cavaliers' baskets were made from open shots, including those near the basket. When the Cavaliers' second unit took the court, the intensity on the court did not diminish at all. The bench mob, led by Reggie Jackson, was utterly overwhelmed by Holiday, Xie Yu, Crowder, Giannis, and TT. In a single quarter, the score was 43-22, with Xie Yu scoring a staggering 23 points. By the end of the third quarter, his total points had reached 55, once again clocking out early. On the scoring list, he had also achieved an average of 40 points per game. During the break, all the team players gathered around, each one smiling and playfully punching Alonzo G. Jimmy was the first to react, pointing at Alonzo G and accusing, "You for sure are the mole from the boss side, deliberately setting up a trap to fool us with our watches." Alonzo G looked wronged and was about to defend himself. At that moment, Xie Yu suddenly said, "That new Ferrari that just arrived. You can borrow it for 2 days." With that, Alonzo G was met with a new round of beatings from his teammates, yet everyone wore a happy smile. Entering the fourth quarter, the game quickly turned into garbage time. Yet the Cavaliers' Giannis remained in hot form, dominating the court. He suddenly accelerated, took a big step, turned around, and leaped high to complete a powerful dunk, earning resounding cheers from the crowd. Ultimately, the Cavaliers won decisively with a score of 135-116 against the Thunder, achieving an unprecedented perfect record of 82 wins. The next day, newly appointed Silver publicly stated the Cavaliers' starting 5 have been directly selected for the All-NBA first team of the season. This decision also meant that Irving, Kawhi, and Jimmy all met the conditions for an early max contract extension. The entire Cavaliers team learned the news from various sources. Regardless of whether they could lift the championship trophy this season, next season this Cavaliers team would inevitably face disbandment. Furthermore, players were not even allowed to renew contracts by taking pay cuts. It was reported that Silver specifically spoke with Dan Gilbert and the Cavaliers management, emphasizing that the team's future trades should primarily focus on acquiring draft picks. Once it involved trades aimed at strengthening the roster, the league was very likely to intervene. The league's decision was understandable. After all, most team owners in the league had voiced their complaints. They invested large sums of money each year to pay luxury taxes, only to watch the Cavaliers, a young team, sweep through the playoffs and achieve a perfect record. Any owner would likely feel some resentment. And Xie Yu had long anticipated all of this. He understood that this season was the most luxurious roster he would ever have. He was determined to pursue 82 wins and the championship, aiming to put a perfect ending to the glorious journey of the Cavaliers. He hoped that years later, whenever people mentioned the best teams in history, this Cavaliers team would undoubtedly be remembered, becoming an indelible part of NBA history. Xie Yu immediately called the team, meeting his expression serious, as he emphasized indeed 82 wins is an incredible achievement that will be discussed for a long time. But everyone must understand that if we achieve 82 wins yet fail to secure the final championship, we will only become the laughingstock of others. As for the rest, we will discuss it in the offseason. After the meeting, no one mentioned the early contract extension issue again, and everyone devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the intense preparations for the playoffs, striving for what could be the last championship for this Cavaliers team. In the TNT pre-match predictions, 48 out of 50 experts firmly believe that the Cavaliers will win the championship. Among them, Smith is particularly fervent, even proclaiming that he is willing to take any bets regarding the Cavaliers. According to ESPN's pre-match forecasts, 49 out of 50 experts favor the Cavaliers to take the crown, with the only dissenting voice being Kenny Smith, who candidly stated, "I would rather support Michael Jordan's Charlotte Hornets than back Xie Yu's Cleveland Cavaliers." Barkley, desperate to survive, exclaimed, "If the Cavaliers don't win the championship, I will go sell shoes in Huaxiaoyuesheng for 3 more days. If they do win, I might go for a week promoting basketball and iron 4 shoes in different cities." O'Neal complained irritably, "Charles, you're stealing my lines. What am I supposed to say now?" Kenny Smith was infuriated. Both of these guys are spokesmen for the newly launched iron 4 Elder shoes, clearly speaking on behalf of the boss. Jordan arrived at the Quicken Loans Arena, immediately spotting Xie Yu warming up with some shooting practice. He strode over and tightly grabbed him, beaming with a smile. "Good kid, achieving a remarkable record of 82 wins. I'm truly impressed. I really admire your fearless spirit." Xie Yu, unable to break free for the moment, simply allowed Jordan to hold him, responding with a humble smile, "My achievements today are entirely thanks to your generous guidance back then. I am immensely grateful." Upon hearing this, Jordan jokingly replied with a feigned annoyance, "In that case, can you let the Hornets win a game in this playoffs?" Xie Yu's expression changed instantly. He glanced away and deflected the topic. "Ah, what a lovely day it is today." Hornets starting lineup: center Al Jefferson, power forward Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, small forward MKG, shooting guard Henderson, point guard Kemba Walker. Cavaliers starting lineup: forward West, forward Leonard, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. In the first playoff game, the Cavaliers displayed a markedly different demeanor compared to the regular season. On the court, every player wore a serious expression, fully focused. Even though the team was leading by more than 20 points, they remained vigilant on defense, showing no signs of complacency. In this first game of the series, the Cavaliers charged forth, demolishing the Hornets with a staggering score of 132-89, a victory margin of 43 points. Such a huge point differential almost rendered this series devoid of suspense after just one game. Xie Yu played for 28 minutes, shooting 17 out of 22, hitting 7 of 11 three-pointers, making all 7 free throws, scoring 48 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, 3 steals, and recorded 0 turnovers, with an astounding plus-minus of 49. On social media, opinions flooded in. Reggie Miller remarked, "Michael Jordan has always favored MKG, praising his explosive athleticism and outstanding defensive abilities. But who would have thought that when facing Xie Yu in the playoffs, MKG would appear like an inexperienced student? Even his proud athleticism was ruthlessly crushed before Xie Yu. One cannot help but say that Michael Jordan's insight is indeed remarkable, haha." Smith added, "First, congratulations to the Hornets for receiving 4 luxury experience tickets to the playoffs. But honestly, I really feel sorry for MKG and Gerald Henderson as they bear the burden of defending against Xie Yu. Their contract renewals might as well be halved." Yao Ming remarked, "Compared to Xie Yu's achievements, my past accomplishments seem trivial. He is undoubtedly the strongest player in Huaxia basketball." G2, the Hornets regrouped, with head coach Steve Clifford stating, "We will do whatever it takes to double-team Xie Yu. If the other Cavaliers players step up and beat us, I will accept that, but I absolutely cannot allow Xie Yu to defeat us alone." Ultimately, the Cavaliers secured another resounding victory at home with a score of 119-85. Xie Yu transformed into off-ball Xie, playing for 19 minutes, shooting 13 out of 15, hitting 10 of 12 three-pointers, making all 9 free throws, scoring 45 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, clocking out at halftime. In the post-game interview, Al Jefferson stated, "I have never seen our owner play, but I think I have seen the basketball god in action." Kemba Walker said, "The game is tough, but we will not give up. As for Xie Yu, I don't want to say a word. I just want to curse at him." MKG remarked, "There was a moment when I felt I shouldn't be playing basketball. However, when we return home, I will show Xie Yu a thing." Gerald Henderson added, "I heard that Xie Yu used to play football. Ooh, I believe he should be competing with England's Gerrard instead of me, this Gerald, which is my greatest misfortune in life." Before Game 3 between the Cavaliers and Hornets, Joe Lingen interviewed local fans outside the Time Warner Center. A fan wearing a Kemba Walker jersey said, "Honestly, I am happier to see 2 games featuring Xie Yu in Charlotte than to see Charlotte advance to the playoffs." A fan wearing a Xie Yu jersey stated, "At first, I was quite anxious, unsure whether wearing a Xie Yu jersey here would cause me trouble, but when I saw hundreds of fans entering in Xie Yu jerseys, I felt relieved. It turns out I am not alone." Joe Lingen smiled broadly, inwardly muttering, "When will that dog man contact me again? Was it because I didn't perform? But I have already tried my utmost." During warm-ups, Xie Yu stood with Jordan and Clifford and asked with a smile, "Are you going to double-team me or play me unknown this game?" Clifford remained silent with a dark expression, while Jordan replied, "Unknown. Since victory seems unlikely, I hope the young players can learn something from matching up against you." Xie Yu nodded in agreement, yet Clifford couldn't help but mumble, "Aren't you afraid they'll lose their confidence?" Xie Yu stifled a laugh, while Jordan was left speechless for a long time. After the game began, Xie Yu chatted playfully with MKG, who was defending him. "I heard you want to show me what you can do." MKG stayed tight on him, seriously stating, "I know you are strong. You always find a way to put the ball in the basket. However, this is Charlotte, and I will not let you run wild." In the end, the Cavaliers won decisively with a score of 128-91, leading the series 3-0 against the Hornets. Xie Yu played for 27 minutes, shooting 20 out of 24, making 18 of 20 free throws, scoring 58 points without attempting a single three-pointer, while MKG and Henderson both fouled out, especially MKG, who played less than 10 minutes. G4 did not showcase the Hornets fighting for their lives in a desperate counterattack as the Cavaliers easily defeated the Hornets 137-109. In this game, all 13 players of the Cavaliers scored, with 10 players reaching double digits, showcasing a multi-pronged attack advancing smoothly to the second round. The Heat, second in the East, defeated the Nets and will face the third-seeded Pacers, who eliminated the Wizards. The fourth-seeded Bulls overcame the fifth-seeded Raptors and are set to meet the undefeated Cavaliers. The press conference before the game. Thibodeau, "This Cavaliers team is no longer the same one that defeated us in the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years ago. Although the players are the same, they have all made significant leaps forward. For example, Kawhi Leonard, who excels in both offense and defense, averaging 21.1 points per game in the regular season, cannot be underestimated. And then there's Kyrie Irving, whose performance is impressive. He has entered the discussion of the league's best point guards. Additionally, there's Jimmy Butler, a player I greatly admire who can defend, facilitate, and score on his own. Of course, David West remains stable. The Rookie of the Year, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and All-Star Drew Holiday can only come off the bench, which is insane. I believe that every coach in the world wishes to coach this Cavaliers team. Their perfect season is not without reason." Reporter: "You did not mention your former disciple Xie Yu. Why is that?" Thibodeau: "Are you crazy? Does Xie Yu still need me to mention him? Who in the world doesn't know that Xie Yu is unstoppable on the court? But no matter what, we will give the Chicago Bulls fans an account. We will do our utmost to win and provide a thrilling series." Rose: "Off the court we are brothers, but on the court we are sworn enemies. Xie Yu and I have long reached a consensus on this. As for whether I would help him up if he falls, the answer is no. This is a life-and-death series. There's no reason for me to help him." Cavaliers pre-game press conference. "Xie Yu, would I help him up? Is Derrick Rose without hands and feet? Can't he? If I had to help, it's your bad habits that have spoiled him. What Windy City son? A big name with no championships to show for it." The whole room laughed. Reporter: "Thibodeau praised your entire team, but didn't give you any compliments. What do you think about that?" Xie Yu: "Tom is always like this. This is why he's still single. Tell him for me that people should compliment each other, especially women. Also, don't think about sowing discord. Tom not praising me is definitely because he feels there are no words in the world that can describe my extraordinary abilities. I know him too well. After all, back in Chicago, I was the one responsible for waking him up every day." Bulls starting lineup: center Noah, power forward Boozer, small forward Luol Deng, shooting guard Aflalo, point guard Rose. Cavaliers starting lineup: forward West, forward Leonard, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. In the Cavaliers locker room, Xie Yu said seriously, "The Bulls are not weak. We cannot let them tie us down. We must crush them in one go. The wider the gap in points, the better. Derrick Rose is on me. I will still play off ball to draw the defense. Kyrie and Kawhi, you need to step up and conquer the castle. Bro, don't worry. With me as the best support in history, your off-ball play will only be more threatening than your on-ball attacks." Kawhi simply replied, "I'm ready." After the game began, an interesting scene unfolded. Aflalo was tasked with defending Xie Yu while Xie Yu closely guarded Rose. Xie Yu didn't even take the ball. Aflalo's defense was ineffective, and instead getting too close allowed Xie Yu to cut to the basket more easily for scores. Rose was different. The relentless pressure from Xie Yu was terrifying, and coupled with the opponent's influence on him, his shooting was icy cold. He was blocked by Xie Yu 5 times on layups. In the end, as the game concluded, Cavaliers fans celebrated again, winning easily 115-99 in Game 1. Leonard scored 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 steals. Irving scored 19 points and provided 13 assists. Xie Yu scored 18 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 blocks, and 2 steals. Jimmy scored 16 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists. West scored 10 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Rose had 5 out of 19, scoring 13 points, 10 rebounds, 14 assists, 8 turnovers, with no free throws. After the game, he lashed out at the referees. "FK Xie, it's all illegal defense. His hands are glued to my waist. All those blocks were fouls first. He kept grabbing me, yet the referees turned a blind eye and didn't call his fouls. Xie has privileges. He is a darling of the league, and I can't speak against it." Thompson immediately fined Rose 25000. In Game 2, Thibodeau made adjustments, allowing Rose to attract more defense and organize plays, while Luol Deng was sent to exploit mismatches against Irving. Ball distribution was also heavily given to Noah for high post facilitation. Aflalo's harassment was very effective. Xie Yu barely received the ball, and the Cavaliers' offense stagnated. The first quarter ended with both teams tied at 22, entering the second quarter. With the rotation of Holiday, Xie Yu, Crowder, Giannis, and TT, the Bulls began to struggle. Xie Yu positioned himself under the basket, using his teammates' off-ball screens to shake off Aflalo's tight defense, thoroughly opening up the offense. After hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers in Boozer's face, Thibodeau, with a dark expression, called a timeout. Just after setting up the defensive strategy, the Cavaliers switched again. Irving, Holiday, Kawhi, Giannis, and West formed yet another well-balanced offense and defense lineup. Rose got past Irving, driving hard to the basket under the help defense of Holiday. Giannis descended like a divine soldier, sending a monstrous block, while West grabbed the rebound and passed to the fast-breaking Irving. Irving strolled, casually delivering an alley-oop, assisting Leonard in completing a one-handed slam dunk, leading to a small offensive surge that again prompted Thibodeau to call a timeout. After the timeout, the Cavaliers changed their lineup. Xie Yu, Jimmy, Kawhi, Crowder, and TT formed a still formidable team. Thibodeau pondered, can't get through, can't defend, not as strong on drives, passing isn't as good, three-point shooting isn't as accurate, and we can't even grab rebounds from them. In the third quarter, Xie Yu began to exert his power, continuously dismantling Aflalo with indiscriminate unknown plays. The Cavaliers, relying on Xie Yu's slicing and dicing, widened the point gap, further entering garbage time in the fourth quarter. In the end, the Cavaliers secured victory with the score frozen at 113-101. Back in Chicago, everyone thought the Bulls would let the Cavaliers taste their first loss of the season. However, Xie Yu, who had suffered here before, would not allow it. His desire to attack was exceptionally strong, as if a deity had descended. In Game 3, he contributed 53 points, almost single-handedly dismantling the Bulls' defense. In Game 4, he exploded for 61 points, sending Rose fishing. As the final buzzer sounded, Xie Yu embraced the tearful Rose. Rose, choked with emotion, said, "I realize the gap between us. Can you train me on my outside shooting this summer?" Xie Yu was slightly taken aback. "So he was waiting for me here," he replied with a hint of annoyance. "Let's discuss it in the summer." Next up was Noah, who complained, "My agent said my stats this season are the best among centers, and I would definitely make the All-NBA first team. But you all got 82 wins, and the league rewarded you, causing me to miss out on my first team status, resulting in a loss of several $1 million in bonuses. Now you've eliminated us. Bro, how much do you owe me?" Xie Yu replied impatiently, "Just say what you want." Noah excitedly said, "I want to learn your post skills, especially the turnaround hook shot. Can you teach me this summer?" Xie Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. "That's not impossible, but my garage is a bit empty, and I seem to not have a Rolls Royce." Noah weakly asked, "Would a second-hand one do?" Xie Yu smiled broadly. "Watch my lip movements." Noah. Cleveland, the city of Chinese cuisine. Every restaurant has prepared a private room for Xie Yu, which he can only enjoy when he is present. When he is absent, even she cannot use it. The Heat and the Pacers are tied at 22. With nothing to do after advancing early to the Eastern Conference Finals, Xie Yu visited the morning tea shop in Xia. He sipped tea slowly while Princess and poured him cup after cup, enjoying the moment. Why not switch to a bigger cup? It would save you the trouble of constantly refilling the tea. Hot tea is better to drink, as the masters say. You don't need to worry about me. I'm very happy to serve you. Don't forget, I'm the most obedient one. Princess and slightly leaned forward to pour tea, revealing a glimpse of her charm. The ancients were not lying. Ooh, what is hidden is indeed the most alluring. Princess, and though I have no proof, I dare say you are tempting me. Didn't you say that the playoffs are still off limits? I would never do that. I'm very obedient. This year is special. We are too strong, we can indulge a little. Oh, then wait for me a moment. What are you going to do? Making me wait at a time like this doesn't seem very obedient, does it? I'm going to change into something else. It's a surprise. All right. After a while, Princess and turned around with a golden tea tray. Xie Yu's teacup slipped from his fingertips and fell onto the dark blue chi-pao, accentuated her 3-inch waist, the high slit, revealing her long, slender curves wrapped in stockings, while lace buttons were meticulously fastened to her collarbone. She approached gracefully on 10-centimeter stilettos, casually slipping off her heels. As she knelt barefoot on the cushion, the jade ear pendant brushed against the back of his hand, holding the teacup. She asked in a very cute Chinese accent, "Would you like to try the Priming Longjing tea?" The 80 characters omitted. "I'm self-taught. After all, I'm a basketball player. Although I'm a shooting guard, my ball handling skills are quite good, barely qualifying as historic." Princess and chuckled, "I'm truly defeated by you. But I'm sure you handle this ball much better than that one." As soon as she finished speaking, Princess and burst into laughter, her small face instantly turning rosy. "You've eaten quite a lot in this city of cuisine. If you keep getting fatter, I won't be able to hold the ball with one hand." "Nonsense. You can hold a basketball with one hand, you know. You look extremely handsome when you do that." "Am I not handsome when I hold the ball with both?" "Umph. Not handsome, very bad." Princess and returned in a purple long dress, her face even redder than when Xie Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "What's wrong?" Princess and angrily said in broken Chinese, "Shoddy engineering." Seeing that Xie Yu seemed not to understand, she explained in English, "This private room seems different from what I imagined. Oh, I feel like I've been deceived. They cut corners. So the sound insulation here isn't as good as I thought." Xie Yu suppressed a smile. "How did you find that out?" Princess and pouted, looking pitiful from the staff's stifled laughter and their evasive glances at me. I could tell they definitely heard it. What should I do? I'll be too embarrassed to face them in the future. Xie Yu, well aware of Princess N's personality, pretended, "Then just fire them all." Before he could finish, Princess and raised her hand to interrupt. "No, they are all my teachers." After saying that, she came to Xie Yu's arms and said sweetly, "Don't be angry, you. I'm fine. If they heard it, they heard it. It's nothing." Xie Yu pretended to nod, secretly pleased. Little Princess, and well played. After taking a helicopter back to the Twaker Villa, Xie Yu was quite interested in chatting with Naza about green bubbles. Naza Weibo screenshots 9. Naza, they are really too much. They haven't even finished playing against the Pacers yet, and they are already claiming they will sweep you. Naza, darling, you must defeat the Heat. I want to see the Heat fans crying on Weibo. Naza, they always criticize and slander you. If you can eliminate them for 3 consecutive years, it would be so satisfying. Do you think they would get disbanded by Yui? Naza, hey, wait a minute, what if they can't get past the Pacers? Right, huh? Xie Yu, are you that bored? Naza, pictures of legs 3, pictures of cleavage 3. Naza, please watch your tone when speaking to me. Think, Xie Yu, the ticket to New York in 5 hours is booked for you. I will have a private jet pick you up in New York. We won't miss each other. Xie Yu, if you don't come, I'll call for hot bar. Naza, wait for me. Throwing down the phone and changing into proper gear, Xie Yu headed to the court for late-night shooting practice. At this moment, Alonzo G was driving Xie Yu's Ferrari, bringing his girlfriend to return the car, politely saying, "Thank you." Xie Yu smiled and gestured for his girlfriend to stay in a guest room of her choice. Then he pulled Alonzo G to train. His girlfriend cast a hopeful glance towards him, excitedly running to a presidential suite in one of the guest rooms, leaving Alonzo G looking small and helpless. Xie Yu stated firmly, "Your physique is similar to LeBron's. Just simulate his defense against me." Alonzo G, almost in tears, retorted, "How can my physique be the same as LeBron's? I'm like a small car and he's a big truck. It's a huge difference." Xie Yu countered confidently, "They are all vehicles. It's pretty much the same. Hurry up, my Ferrari is easy to drive, right? I go to the garage less often than you do." Half an hour later, they finally finished. In order to end things quickly, Alonzo G, opting for short pain over long, took the ball and shot recklessly during the offense, purely defending, and often played the remove the chair move. Losing 0 to 100, he ended up gloriously defeated, finishing quickly. Xie Yu nodded, affirming, "Very well simulated. We'll continue tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Alonzo G looked despondent, as if he had just heard the saddest story in the world. The sound of congratulations for the Heat's advancement to the Eastern Conference Finals came from the television as Naza lay comfortably against Xie Yu's embrace, saying, "It's such a pity for the Pacers." Xie Yu played with her hair, asking, "Don't you want to see us play against the Heat?" Naza replied irritably, "You want to sleep with me, and you also want to sleep with Reba. Is that a conflict?" Xie Yu. Before the Eastern Conference Finals, there was a meeting of the Heat. Who can take on the responsibility of defending Xie Yu? The starters James and Wade remained silent, while Chalmers dared not even breathe too loudly. The substitutes were equally silent until veteran Battier and bench player Michael Beasley raised their hands. Before the Eastern Conference Finals, there was a meeting of the Cavaliers. Mike Brown appeared very confident, waving his hand. "Old rules speak freely. Who will defend LeBron James?" Jimmy immediately raised his hand to speak, saying, "I will. I have had multiple experiences defending against LeBron, and I believe I am the most suitable choice." Kawhi, equally confident, declared, "I will. No need for help defense. I can handle him. I can make a military pledge." Giannis followed suit, stating, "I guarded LeBron throughout the regular season. I have insights, and I can successfully limit him in the..." Crowder interjected, "The playoffs are different from the regular season. I believe I am the most suitable choice for defending LeBron in the rotation." Carter stamped his foot and said, "I might not be able to defend him for the entire game, but in the short minutes of the rotation, I have no problem. You all know I still have fuel in my tank." Alonzo G raised both hands. "I'm the Star's practice partner, and the Star says my physique is similar to LeBron's, so I can defend him too." Everyone argued back and forth passionately, faces flushed. If the Heat players had seen this scene, they would surely feel. At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, Naza took a photo of the scene and sent it to Xie Yu, writing, "After winning tonight, you will be my master, and I will do whatever you ask." When Xie Yu saw this green bubble in the locker room, he was ignited by the cold words, even though he had unlocked many new maps with Naza in recent days. He replied, "I have always been your master." Heat starters: center Bosch, power forward Battier, small forward James, shooting guard Wade, point guard Chalmers. Cavaliers starters: forward West, forward Leonard, forward Jimmy, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Irving. Mike Brown aimed to free Xie Yu, allowing him to focus fully on offense, assigning Jimmy to defend Wade, Kawhi against James, and Xie Yu to guard the least exhausting veteran Battier. In the first quarter, Mike Brown's strategy proved very successful. Wade scored 3 points, James 2 points, while Xie Yu scored 21 points, leading the Cavaliers to a 35-19 advantage over the Heat as they entered the second quarter. The complete dominance on both ends energized the Cavaliers. In the opening stages of the second quarter, during the rotation matchup with Irving and Holiday leading the backcourt, the Cavaliers unleashed a 142 offensive surge. Just halfway through the first half, trailing by nearly 30 points, the Heat fans' spirits plummeted. When the main lineup returned, Xie Yu once again demonstrated to the world why he was undeniably the leader of this talented Cavalier. He first completed an unknown steal for a fast break dunk on the defensive end, then soared to block Bosch's sure dunk. On the offensive end, he was like a deity, descending, hitting every shot, scoring 15 points in the second quarter alone, solidifying the team's victory and clocking out early. Ultimately, the Cavaliers triumphed 1-1-3-1-0-5, easily securing Game 1 without their starters in the second half. Xie Yu played for 18 minutes, shooting 11 of 15, hitting 6 of 8 from three-point range, 8 of 8 from the free throw line, with a total of 36 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. Giannis played for 33 minutes, shooting 5 of 12, hitting 7 of 11 from the free throw line, totaling 17 points, 13 rebounds, and 10 assists, achieving his first career triple-double. In the post-game interview, Joe Lingen couldn't find Xie Yu, cursing inwardly, "Damn man. You said you'd let me interview you after the game, haha, and yet I can't find you." Xie Yu returned to the locker room ahead of time, then went back to the Twaker Villa with Naza. Lost in her alluring calls of master, all 3 sets of maid outfits delivered by the bodyguards overnight were completely consumed, torn to shreds. In Game 2, the Heat still could not resolve their offensive issues. Even though James had been constantly seeking mismatches with Irving, Irving's defense was clearly no longer the weakness of this Cavaliers team. They had adequately addressed the protection of Irving over the past year. Irving himself was quite determined, knowing that if he underperformed, he would be replaced by the more defensively capable Holiday. With their offense stifled, defense became increasingly challenging. Kawhi scored 23 points in 3 quarters, while Xie Yu scored 18 points in the 4th quarter, leading the Heat to lose Game 2 again. After the game, Wade said, "Winning is something the Cavaliers have been doing all season. If we can't make them uncomfortable, then we will have no chance of winning." James remarked, "Every one of them can hit 3-pointers, and each can defend 34 positions, making it very difficult for us to play. But when we get back to Miami, we will fight." After spending a night in a presidential suite with Naza, Xie Yu felt emotional. "In the past playoffs, I forced myself not to indulge, but now this playoffs feels so easy. I must indulge, or I'll have to go to the court to practice more." Naza leaned against him, teasing, "You've grown stronger." Xie Yu shook his head, saying, "That's just part of it. The main reason is that my teammates have gotten stronger, they can do more, and I naturally have it much easier." Naza turned over, saying, "I feel like I've gotten stronger. You're going to Miami soon, and I have to go back to my country, so..." Xie Yu replied irritably, "I feel like I've played 4 playoff games against the Heat in one night." Naza, "You're currently ridiculously strong, but I will only get stronger than you." After saying that, a fierce battle commenced. On the flight to Miami, Alonzo G noticed Xie Yu looking a bit off and asked, "Boss, are you sick?" TT chimed in, saying, "The boss complexion right now looks exactly like mine after 3 all-nighters." Alonzo G shook his head, saying, "You guys don't know the boss is very disciplined during the playoffs. He forbids that stuff during the playoffs, so it's impossible." Xie Yu played along, saying, Yes, you know this too. I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'll take a nap, and it will be fine." Soon news of Xie Yu's discomfort spread, reigniting hope among Heat fans. As long as Xie Yu underperforms, it will be nearly impossible for the Cavaliers to win against the Heat, relying on anyone else. Negative comments about Xie Yu appeared again on Weibo, which made Naza laugh. "Xie Yu is unwell. Doubtful for the game. Please, how could that be? We just challenged each other 10 times. His physical condition is perfectly fine, okay? Yujia Zhang Jidao, the Eastern Decision G3 is about to start. Do you think the Cavaliers leading 20-0 will claim another victory, or will the Heat playing at home bounce back?" Zhang Heli, "Personally, I believe the Cavaliers will win." Yujia, "So do you think the Cavaliers will sweep the Heat?" Zhang Heli, "This Cavaliers team is too strong now. In the past 2 years when they faced the Heat, their advantage was not so obvious. Many times it came down to critical moments, and they relied on Xie Yu's clutch shots to secure victories, but things are completely different now. I believe the viewers in front of the television can relate deeply. The Cavaliers are completely dominating. Did Xie Yu exert all his effort? Personally, I feel he didn't. They are just fulfilling their roles better now, and the team's chemistry has improved greatly. In the past, Xie Yu had to play both father and mother roles, but now he only needs to focus on offense. Moreover, I personally think one terrifying aspect of the Cavaliers is how they have simplified their tactical system. For example, when Xie Yu drives to the basket, West comes to set a high screen. As long as those two work together, the Cavaliers create offensive opportunities, whether it's Xie Yu using a screen to attack directly, or West receiving the ball at the high post to facilitate, or passing to open teammates on the weak side. Currently, all the other teammates possess exceptional unknown skills, whether it's Irving or Leonard or Jimmy. Their success rates in unknown situations are extremely high. Of course, if the ball handler changes to Irving or Holiday, and Xie Yu spaces the floor, this tactic is still effective. Yujia, yes, this is the strategy Xie Yu often uses to break through double teams now. Zhang Heli, I personally believe that Xie Yu is more threatening without the ball than with it. When he has the ball, he thinks about assisting teammates, but when he is off the ball, all he sees is the hoop. I believe this configuration of the Cavaliers makes their offense unsolvable. The Heat cannot resolve their defensive issues, and relying purely on offense makes it hard to compete with this consistently winning team. G3 begins, and the Heat start by benching Battier for Haslam, implementing a double team on Xie Yu early on. The Cavaliers respond swiftly. As soon as Xie Yu is double teamed, he passes the ball to Irving to organize the play, while he moves off the ball, frequently setting cross screens with teammates to disrupt the Heat's defense. The American Airlines Arena is drenched in a rain of three-pointers, with the Cavaliers already sinking 11 threes in the first quarter. Among them, Xie Yu made 5, Irving 2, Kawhi 2, Jimmy 1, and Holiday 1, completely bewildering the Heat. 41-23, the American Airlines Arena is silent, with disappointment written all over the faces of the home fans, holding signs that insult Xie Yu quietly lower their signs filled with self-reproach. Did their signs provoke Xie Yu, causing him to explode? That despicable guy. Yujia, the Flash Wade, is troubled by a knee injury, and his speed is visibly declining, especially when chasing Xie Yu. Zhang Heli, time waits for no one. If Wade were 5 years younger, he might still keep up. All 5 Cavaliers on the court are constantly setting screens for each other, making it really hard to chase, which is why they can create so many opportunities for outside shots. In the second quarter, during the battle of rotations, Holiday and Giannis execute a pick-and-roll, which leads to an alley-oop, and Giannis dunks on Bosch, launching a 13-5 scoring run that stops the Heat in their tracks and shatters the hearts of Heat fans. The Heat are done, the starters can't compete, and the bench can't either. GG. The Cavaliers are too strong. Everyone contributes when they come on. It's impossible to beat them, truly impossible. Damn it, Xie Yu is going to win another championship. I hate it. 117-105, the Cavaliers claim G3, stepping 1 foot onto the floor of the finals. After the game, Xie Yu is interviewed by Zhou Lingen, who asks, "What do you think is the biggest improvement of the Cavaliers?" Xie Yu replies nonchalantly, "We play smarter now." Zhou Lingen nearly stumbles, shamelessly continuing, "Could you elaborate?" Xie Yu first gives her a look that implies hotel room key, then nods with his eyes. He explains, "Our team is very young, we used to not enjoy the game and would just brute force it. The biggest difference now is that everyone enjoys the game while playing, we are having fun. In this joyful atmosphere we have become hard to defeat." Late at night, Zhou Lingen knocks on Xie Yu's hotel room door. Initially she wanted to complain a bit, but Xie Yu doesn't even give her a chance to speak. Even the hotel with excellent sound insulation struggles to keep their primal secrets. Alonzo, Xie, staying in the adjacent room, is stunned certain he hears the language of Huaxia. He even starts to mimic the sounds. In the end, he sets up his tent high and falls into a deep sleep with the sound of Huaxia women still lingering in his dreams. The next day, Alonzo, Xie, "Boss, it's all your fault. I had a spring dream where I was taken care of by a huge and wealthy Huaxia woman. Although she was a bit demanding, I still managed to keep up." Xie Yu, and then, Alonzo, Xie, and then, just as she was about to spend money on me to live a life of extravagance, the alarm went off. G4 is about to unfold. Kevin James has lost his spark. There was no dramatic last stand or counterattack. The Heat lost to the Cavaliers 112-118. In this game, Xie Yu scored 43 points, 12 rebounds, and 13 assists. He finally understood the scandal surrounding the Brazilian football superstar that erupted during the World Cup. During the embrace and salute segment, "Bosh, Xie Yu, I've been dunked on by you more than 10 times now. Promise me no more next time, okay? Xie Yu, come to Cleveland. Oh, I promise to only dunk on you where there are no cameras. Wade, congratulations, bro. You really make me love and hate you at the same time, eliminating us for 3 consecutive years. Talking about it brings tears to my eyes. Xie Yu, it's okay, it will all pass. James, bro, just a hug will do. I don't really want to talk to you right now. When I come back to Cleveland this summer, take me to Huaxia Food City." Xie Yu, what? You're going back to Cleveland? James, why? Aren't you welcoming me? James, it seems you misunderstood. Pre-game interview. Spurs. Popovich, I am so tired of the Cavaliers, and even more so of Xie Yu. No team wants to face this season's Cavaliers. Duncan, when I found out that Xie Yu's average playing time is less than mine, I was devastated. He is still the MVP, the scoring champion, the steals leader, and the blocks leader. It's truly unbelievable. Ginobili, Xie Yu is not the hardest to guard because he is simply unguardable. Parker, losing last year was really regrettable. I hope we can make up for it this year. The Cavaliers have not lost so far, which is very difficult, but we will still give it our all. Danny Green, I feel like I have a curse. Whenever I play against the Cavaliers, I become really off. It's as if the rim has a lid on it for me. This isn't the first time I've felt this way, but I hope this series can bring back my lost touch. Cavaliers. Mike Brown, let's talk about next season. Our current goal is to defeat the powerful Spurs and win the championship. Xie Yu, I've already communicated with the national team, and I want to participate in international competitions this summer. Irving, I haven't thought about where to go if I leave the Cavaliers. Let's focus on winning the championship first, as the Spurs are tough to deal with. Leonard, why must I leave the Cavaliers? I am optimistic about this. Jimmy, if you already have 3 or 4 beauties, would you still be interested in a 5th one? No way. You would only be more interested. Because you have experienced the thrill of having beautiful women, and besides, winning a championship is more attractive than any beauty. Spurs starting lineup: center splitter. Power forward Duncan. Small forward Gallinari. Shooting guard Danny Green. Point guard Parker. Cavaliers starting lineup: forward West. Forward Leonard. Forward Jimmy. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Irving. In Game 1, the Cavaliers shot incredibly well from the perimeter, making 25 of 48 three-point attempts, leaving Popovich speechless. Yu Jia, who is Afrans? He made 7 three-pointers in the first game of the finals. Zhang Heli, this Spanish lad is said to be picked by Xie Yu. He really has talent. After the game, Popovich stated, "If the Cavaliers shoot like this in every game, I wouldn't be surprised if they win 10 championships." As expected in Game 2, the Cavaliers demonstrated what it means to eventually pay for their previous indulgences. Their perimeter shooting was cold, making only 1 out of 12 three-point attempts in the first quarter. At halftime, trailing the Spurs by 8 points, 45-53, Mike Brown urged the players to reduce reckless three-point attempts and focus on driving and cutting, while still emphasizing the need to shoot open threes with more determination. Xie Yu had no objections to this. He never believed that his on-site command was better than Mike Brown's. He was simply riding on the coattails of the prophet. In the third quarter, Xie Yu struck first with a three-pointer that sent chills down the Spurs' spines, making them think their perimeter shooting had returned. However, this turned out to be the only three-pointer they made in the third quarter, yet the gap was closed. The Cavaliers' drives proved to be too much for the aging Spurs, as excessive fouls quickly sent them to the free-throw line. As the fourth quarter heated up, adversity faced the sharp blade. However, the blade was firmly suppressed by Xie Yu, unable to be drawn. In contrast, Xie Yu not only performed excellently on the defensive end, but also continuously hit superstar shots, helping the team secure victory in the final moments. In the end, the Cavaliers took Game 2 with a score of 107-101, escaping danger. Post-game interview. Danny Green, we did our best. Xie Yu's last fading three-pointer, I had my hand right in his face. That was terrible, yet he still made it. Lady Luck did not favor us. If that shot hadn't gone in, the outcome would have been different. Gallinari, although I joined the team mid-season, I feel like I've been here for a long time. We all hate losing. Well, come back strong in the next game. See you in San Antonio. Irving, last year we also led 20, but we're caught up to 22 in San Antonio. This year we absolutely will not make the same mistake. Our goal is to finish this season undefeated. Afrins, the boss told me that off the court I am a rookie, but on the court I am a sharpshooter. So when I have an open shot, I will shoot decisively, never letting my teammates' assists go to waste. I always remind myself that I am a sharpshooter. Giannis, most of them have championship rings, I want one too. I hate Alonzo G flaunting his 2 championship rings, and in Game 3, both teams engaged in an epic shootout with 3-pointers raining down in the bank center. Yu Jia with 9.1 seconds left, it's tied at 140. Audience friends, you are not seeing things, this is the finals, and the score is this high, and we haven't even gone into overtime. Zhang Heli, overtime or a last-second shot. Let's see how Xie Yu handles it. Yu Jia, Xie Yu has already scored 63 points with 10 rebounds and 11 assists. If he can make this final shot, it will be truly perfect. Xiao Ka made the sideline pass, and Xie Yu caught it steadily. Danny Green stepped back, allowing Xie Yu to run down the clock. With 5 seconds left, Gallinari moved in to double team. Xie Yu took an unconventional path, accelerating between the two, and with the foul count already reached, Danny Green and Gallinari could only choose to follow behind. Duncan stood in the way between Xie Yu and the basket. Xie Yu glanced up, pretended to shoot, and Duncan was completely deceived by his fake, losing his defensive position. Xie Yu easily scored the layup, leaving only 0.7 seconds for the Spurs. Duncan was extremely discouraged. He had told himself countless times not to trust Xie Yu's fake, yet he just couldn't control himself and was instinctively deceived. After the timeout, Ginobili caught the ball outside the 3-point line and shot. The ball hit the backboard and missed the rim, giving Cavaliers fans a scare. The Cavaliers narrowly secured Game 3, while leading the series 30. Xie Yu was directly deified after the game, scoring 65 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, drawing praise from NBA legends and current players alike on social media. Reggie Miller, Xie Yu, Michael Jordan. Isaiah Thomas. In the early stages of his career, Michael Jordan didn't even have the qualification to carry Xie Yu's shoes. Jordan, shut your mouths. I helped my little brother surpass me. Kobe, in terms of offensive ability, I believe I won't lose to Xie Yu, but he is indeed more well-rounded than I am. Bill, welcome to the NBA. Doesn't seem so embarrassing after all. In Game 4, many legendary players were present, all waiting to see the Cavaliers lift the championship trophy. No one believed the Spurs could win even for a single game. Even the Spurs players saw no possibility of defeating this Cavaliers team. Xie Yu ended the suspense of the game in just 3 quarters, scoring 44 points with 12 rebounds and 11 assists. He closed the season with a back-to-back triple-double. With a score of 125-109, the Cavaliers swept the Spurs 40 to claim the championship, achieving a three-peat. Amid the celebration, the young stars were left pondering their future. Twaker Villa. Irving, boss, do you want me to leave or stay? Within the Twaker Villa, a celebratory banquet for the champions was in full swing, with only players and their families present, reveling even more wildly. Some danced, some sang, and others played games. Kyrie intentionally waited until the teammates had left before asking, boss, do you want me to stay or go? Xie Yu shook his head slightly and replied, Kyrie, you are a very opinionated person. You must already have the answer in your heart, so why ask me? Kyrie raised his glass and said, no, this time I want to hear your thoughts. I wouldn't be where I am today without you, boss. I have great respect for you, and if you need me, I won't leave. Xie Yu took a sip and grinned. Am I the kind of person who would let you take a pay cut for my own desires? I wouldn't do something like that. Besides, little Kyrie, you think too highly of yourself. Do I really need you? Do you believe that even if you all leave, the FMVP next year will still be me? Kyrie laughed silently, and Xie Yu continued, don't have too many worries, follow your heart. This is a very important choice in life, so leave it to yourself. You know, I hope you always stay true to yourself and be who you are. Kyrie nodded in gratitude. What about me? Jimmy asked, having appeared unnoticed. Little K, who had been nearby, also sat down. Though he said nothing, his body language was quite evident. Xie Yu got straight to the point. The team's salary cap cannot support early extensions for all 3 of you, and even if you are willing to take pay cuts, it won't allow you to stay together. It can be said that the collapse of the Cavaliers is inevitable. If we play another year, once your contracts expire next year, many teams will offer contracts that the Cavaliers cannot match, and at that point you will still leaving the team with nothing. Xie Yu glanced at the 3 of them and smiled. Your agents must have analyzed this for you already. This is a matter of money. Jimmy exclaimed excitedly, it was you who set up our training plans, trained us, and even found us teachers in the summer. We will never forget that. If it means leaving you for money, I can't do it. Xie Yu waved his hand. Isn't playing ball all about money? I signed a max contract, so why can't you? There's no logic. Xie Yu sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, since you all asked me, I'll give you some advice as a brother. First, you shouldn't lose out on the contract. Second, the team's development should benefit you, and finally, the more benefits you can get. As for whether to leave or not, it's all nonsense. If you don't leave this year, you will next year. Even I can't guarantee that I will never leave Cleveland, so relax. After the celebration, Xie Yu immersed himself in management work. Chris Grant prepared a huge office for him, fully equipped, saying it was like preparing a home for him. When Xie Yu saw the bed, he thought of the joke about what a secretary does, but Chris Grant's intention was clearly not that. He simply wanted to accommodate Xie Yu, believing he would be busy enough to live in the office, paying homage to Thibodeau. Shortly after sitting down, a female secretary entered. Chris Grant introduced her, Gu Ting, a person from Hong Kong, a Harvard graduate. We trained her for half a year. She has a solid theoretical foundation and is very detailed about trades. From now on, she will be your personal secretary. Xie Yu glanced at Gu Ting, who was dressed in professional attire. She was rated an 8 in looks and 9.5 in figure, especially her eyes, which were hard to miss at first glance. Gu Ting offered a professional smile and bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Xie. My name is Gu Ting. My grandfather is from Heilongjiang, my grandmother is British, and I was born in Hong Kong. I can speak multiple languages. After her introduction, Gu Ting placed the materials she had prepared in advance on Xie Yu's desk, and he quickly glanced over them. At that moment, David Griffin also arrived, one of the 3 management giants appointed personally by owner Dan Gilbert, with Xie Yu still being the main focus. Xie Yu saw many familiar names on the draft list. Undoubtedly, the 2014 class could be considered a significant draft year. Brother Goji, Embiid, Aaron Gordon, Smart, Randall Levine. When Xie Yu scanned the Serbian twin stars, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he was shocked in his heart. Wait, Jokic is from this year. Xie Yu's mind raced, thinking the Serbian twin stars won't be picked too high. If we can get them, it would be a fantastic reinforcement. Plus, European players are quick-witted and useful. However, Xie Yu also had concerns. To Chris Grant and David Griffin, he seemed almost infallible, which could lead to suspicions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided he must conceal his brilliance this time. Soon he came up with a strategy. Xie Yu curiously asked, Chris, since you've been in management for so many years, you must have some skills, right? How about I test your knowledge of this year's rookies? Chris Grant confidently replied, no problem, you're the boss, feel free. Xie Yu nodded, saying players like David West are very rare, we should utilize him and pick a good prospect for him to mentor. Chris Grant and David Griffin both agreed and praised David West extensively. Seeing that he had thrown out enough bait, Xie Yu continued, we should find a European big man, players from there are quick-witted and learn fast. Ideally, he should be a tall center with size and a bit of playmaking ability. Gu Ting had already gone through the candidates in her mind, but she remained silent. David Griffin was also searching for suitable candidates. However, Chris Grant appeared very confident, not even looking at the scouting reports, casually sipping his tea. Xie Yu struggled to suppress a smile. Seeing Chris Grant so calm, he knew he must have someone in mind. Xie Yu sat up straight, waiting for him to say, Nikola Jokic. Chris Grant finished his tea and said slowly, Jusuf Nurkic from Bosnia perfectly meets all your requirements, and I personally think very highly of him. Xie Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wished he could throw the cup at this fool. I was just about to report Jokic's ID, and you handed me Nurkic instead. Xie Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feigning elegance, as he took the scouting report of Nurkic from Secretary Gu. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then slowly shook his head, regret evident in his tone. This prospect is not suitable. The predicted draft position is too high for us to acquire. Are there any other candidates? A lower predicted rank would be fine, as sometimes such rough gems have greater training value. Ideally, they should already possess excellent passing vision, unlike TT, who struggles to develop playmaking ability despite his efforts. Upon hearing this, Chris Grant began to worry, as while hurriedly searching through the pile of scouting reports. It's important to note that centers are already scarce, and those who can pass are even rarer. David Griffin's gaze swept over Jokic's scouting report, noting that his passing was as exquisite as that of a point guard, while his playing style bore the charm of an old-school center. However, upon seeing the height of 2.08 meters along with the label of 129 kilograms as overweight, he immediately turned to the next report without hesitation. But Chris Grant was different. He was deeply captivated by one of Jokic's nicknames, the passing center monster. After a moment of contemplation, he finally uttered Jokic's name. Nikola Jokic from Serbia. Having spent time together, Chris Grant had long understood Xie Yu's temperament and followed his lead, providing the answers he wanted, knowing it was never wise to oppose him. As expected, Xie Yu took the scouting report of Jokic from Secretary Gu, nodding in satisfaction and murmuring, Nikola Jokic, a Serb, quite fitting the conditions I just mentioned. Chris, you previously mentioned another Serbian shooter similar to Ryan's. You aren't referring to him, are you? Feigning curiosity, Xie Yu asked, while Chris Grant seemed unbothered, patiently retrieving Bogdan's scouting report and smiling as he explained, No, it's this one. As he spoke, he handed Bogdan's scouting report to Xie Yu. Xie Yu placed the two reports side by side on the table, his expression turning serious as he said, Chris, as the general manager, I trust your judgment. Since you believe Bogdan and Jokic are good picks, let's select these two. If they perform well on the team, the credit goes to you. If they underperform, the responsibility is yours as well. Do you have any objections? Chris Grant felt a pang of bitterness. All he had done was respond to Xie Yu's questions. When did it become about him favoring Bogdan was one thing. He was willing to take a risk, especially with Ryan's successful precedent. But who was Jokic? Had it not been for Xie Yu's insistence on a passing ability, this agile, hefty player wouldn't have garnered a second glance from Chris Grant, especially since the Cavaliers didn't need a center. As he racked his brains on how to politely decline, Xie Yu continued, as the general manager, one must bear the responsibilities that come with that position. If you can't even handle this little responsibility, you might as well be replaced. After all, the draft day is still far away. Secretary Gu nodded in agreement, but she felt increasingly perplexed. Xie Yu turned to Secretary Gu, instructing, make sure to record this meeting accurately. Oh right, that general manager Chris Grant selected Bogdan and Jokic, highlighting this in red. Secretary Gu nodded in agreement, but she felt increasingly perplexed. Clearly, it was Xie Yu who intended to select these two, so why was he pushing the responsibility onto the general manager? It was truly baffling. David Griffin shared the same confusion. He knew that if Xie Yu truly wanted Chris Grant out, someone would undoubtedly go clear out the general manager's office that very day. On the eve of the draft, LeBron made a significant announcement of decision 2-0, resolutely opting out of his contract and transforming into a free agent. Xie Yu sat in his office hearing the news and couldn't help but shake his head in bitterness. For the past week, he had been working tirelessly only for it all to go to waste, as all the carefully planned trades were suddenly left in limbo like bubbles. Finally, the draft arrived, and the Cavaliers held the 29th pick in the first round, selecting Jokic. Then with the acquired pick, they selected Joe Harris third in the second round and Jeremy Grant fifth in the second round. Due to various contract issues, Xie Yu reluctantly decided to give up on Bogdan. Upon learning that he was chosen by the Cavaliers, a team that didn't utilize centers, Jokic felt greatly disappointed and soon relayed the message that he would fulfill his contract in Europe first and was not in a rush to enter the NBA. Xie Yu was left dumbfounded, unable to suppress a sigh. Different fields are like mountains apart. Each profession has its expertise. Previously, Xie Yu had attempted to poach Durant only to be decisively rejected by the Thunder. Inquiring about the possibility of trading for Anthony Davis, he received the same response: untouchable. Xie Yu, feeling helpless, looked at Secretary Gu and said, "Secretary Gu, what do you think about the current situation?" Secretary Gu replied seriously and methodically, "Perhaps we should try trading for Jimmy Butler, and then persuade the owner to be stern about paying the luxury tax, finding a way to extend contracts with Kyrie Irving and Kawhi Leonard ahead of time." Xie Yu had a hard time expressing his frustrations. It wasn't that he didn't want to extend the contracts. Previously, he had in-depth discussions with all three, and they all longed to venture out. After all, staying with the Cavaliers meant living under Xie Yu's enormous shadow. Moreover, all three had clearly stated their preferred teams. Irving was eager to go to New York, Kawhi yearned for Los Angeles, and Jimmy hoped to join a team with championship potential. In the trade market, significant moves were underway. The Clippers made a bold move, sending Jamal Crawford along with a 2015 first-round pick and a 2017 first-round pick to successfully acquire Kawhi Leonard. The Trailblazers were not to be outdone, offering C.J. McCollum and a 2015 first-round pick in exchange for. The Knicks made even bolder moves, sending out Iman Shumpert, J.R. Smith Hardaway, as well as a 2015 first-round pick, a 2015 second-round pick, and a 2016 second-round pick to acquire Kyrie Irving, Tristan Thompson, and some cash. Meanwhile, LeBron proudly announced his 2-year $42 million contract with the Knicks, teaming up with Irving and Anthony to form a new trio. On the other hand, Wade also chose to opt out of his contract, becoming a free agent. After receiving this news, Xie Yu decisively called Wade, confidently stating, "What LeBron couldn't accomplish, Xie Yu will certainly handle with ease." "Xie Yu, you ungrateful scoundrel. What I offered is no worse than what New York, Portland, or Los Angeles have. Why can't you just send one to me as a cornerstone for the team?" On the other end of the phone, Jordan's furious roar echoed like thunder, making Xie Yu's eardrums ache. "My dear brother, they all treat me like a real big brother. How could I betray them?" Xie Yu said, helplessly forcing a smile as he explained. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by that? Coming to Charlotte is a betrayal to them. We are a playoff team now, no longer the easy prey we once were." Jordan grew angrier as a barrage of questions bombarded Xie Yu. Xie Yu was drenched in curses from Jordan. Just as he hung up, Kobe's call came in immediately. "Damn, didn't you swear that you would send Kawhi Leonard to the Lakers? What on earth is going on?" Kobe's tone was filled with anger and accusation. "Go ask what trash the Lakers are offering. They won't even part with a first-round pick while the Clippers are ready to give two. What do you expect me to choose? Besides, Kawhi wants to go to Los Angeles, so what's wrong with him choosing the Clippers given your current situation?" Xie Yu retorted without holding back. Fine, you little rascal, we are done being friends." Kobe laughed in anger and hung up, leaving only the sound. Xie Yu slammed the table in frustration, cursing, "You're something, Kobe, actually giving me the cold shoulder." Before he could calm down, Popovich's call came in again. Shortly after, Rose's phone rang as well. Xie Yu's hand grew tired from answering calls, feeling as if his head was about to explode from the bombardment of these calls. Just when he was about to break down, a savior finally appeared, Lu Tianxian. He hurriedly handed his affairs to Chris Grant and David Griffin, then passed the phone to Secretary Gu and immediately set off with Lu Tianxian towards Serbia. This trip was partly to fulfill his promise to accompany Lu Tianxian on a trip every year and partly to have a good talk. When Jokic brought Xie Yu to the doorstep, the faces of his two brothers and family were quite grim, clearly still upset about the Cavaliers selecting Jokic without needing a center. Seeing this, Xie Yu quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Nikola is a key player we are cultivating in the Cavaliers. I assure everyone here that in his rookie season, he will average at least 20 minutes of playing time. You don't need to worry about his contract. We will definitely handle it properly. He'll take care of any penalties or whatever." As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of Jokic's family instantly shifted from cloudy to sunny, looking as if they were ready to bow down to Xie Yu. But just then Xie Yu changed his tone and but felt like an invisible hand gripping everyone's hearts tightly. Xie Yu looked at Jokic seriously and said, "But Nikola must lose weight. I need a fat guy who can run and fast break, not a sluggish meatball." Before Jokic could respond, his brother pounded his chest and said decisively, "Leave this to me, I guarantee he will slim down." Xie Yu looked at his brother's earnest expression and couldn't help but shiver, feeling that if Jokic didn't listen and lost weight, his brother might really take matters into his own hands to help him slim down. During his time in Serbia, Xie Yu's phone still rang incessantly, and he had no mood to enjoy himself. Lu Tianxian, understanding his feelings, accompanied Xie Yu back to Cleveland. Back at the Twaker Villa in Cleveland, Xie Yu invited his teammates over for a small gathering. Jimmy said gratefully, "Boss, I've heard that the offer from Charlotte is much better than Portland's, yet you insisted on sending me to the more competitive Portland. Thank you sincerely for helping me out, boss." Little Kawhi chimed in, "I feel the same. Am very grateful that you insisted on sending me to the Los Angeles Clippers instead of that useless Los Angeles Lakers." Kyrie took over the conversation, saying admiringly, "Me too, when I said I wanted to go to New York, boss sent me there, without hesitation. A boss for life." TT was moved to tears, choked up as he said, "I may not have the facilitating ability, and I definitely can't get a big contract with the Cavaliers. Boss sent my last year of contract to New York. This is helping me, giving me a chance to fight for a big contract." That night the atmosphere reached its peak, everyone immersed in wine and camaraderie, drinking to the point of drunkenness, and Xie Yu was no exception. Teammates took turns raising their glasses to him, filled with heartfelt gratitude, as if they wanted to convey all their thanks through each cup. By the next morning the noise of the previous night gradually faded. Teammates left one after another, and the Twaker villa returned to its usual tranquility. Sunshine gently spilled over the garden, and Xie Yu comfortably rested his head on Lu Tianxian's lap, lazily soaking up the sun. Lu Tianxian looked at Xie Yu, her eyes full of tenderness, and softly said, "From what I heard them say last night, it's clear that everyone is genuinely grateful to you." Xie Yu slightly squinted, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and said, "I merely did what I felt was right." Lu Tianxian shook her head gently, and said earnestly, "In this commercial league filled with entangled interests, I never expected to see such a loyal side of you. Xie Yu, you really are a good man." Xie Yu gently held Lu Tianxian's hand, and smiled, saying, "Don't think too highly of me. Ultimately, there are also considerations of interest involved. Look, although those three are excellent, their contracts are only for 1 more year, and the Cavaliers certainly can't keep them all at once. 1 year later, other teams will surely offer them maximum contracts, and even if the Cavaliers want a match, they can only keep one. But for now, the Cavaliers have made a big profit. With salary cap space, we can sign high-value players like Wade and J.R. Smith, and we also got an incredibly promising rookie in C.J. McCollum. Besides, the trading won't just end here. There are too many players who can play on the team, and there will definitely be more moves to come. These are all excellent chips. In terms of both the present and the long term, the Cavaliers are bound to profit, and as for me, I consider it a win-win." Lu Tianxian listened to Xie Yu's explanation, lightly pinching his forehead, her tone filled with affection. "I don't care how you put it, in my heart you are the best." Xie Yu lay in the warmth, his thoughts drifting to the trading market, knowing that overlapping players would need to be traded out to continue strengthening the team. He certainly didn't want to be overturned by Kyrie, Little, Kawhi, or Jimmy next season. After much deliberation by the Cavaliers management, it was ultimately decided to send Jamal Crawford to the Trail Blazers in exchange for Batum. In fact, Xie Yu greatly admired K6, and was fully aware that Crawford's competitive state would undoubtedly be excellent, potentially earning him several Sixth Man of the Year honors. However, after weighing his options, he chose J.R. Smith, the sword-bearing guard. After all, Xie Yu knew that J.R. Smith had already proven his strength on the final stage, and compared to Crawford, the risk of choosing him was indeed smaller. As the preseason approached, David Griffin stood by, focused on watching the team's training. At this moment, Chris Grant excitedly handed over a list. David Griffin took a look and found the lineup to be luxurious: center Channing Frye Jokic, power forward West Giannis Batum, small forward Alonzo G. Crowder Grant Joe Harris, shooting guard Xie Yu Carter Wade J.R. Smith Afrians Tim Hardaway Jr., point guard Drew Holiday C.J. McCollum Shumpert. Although David Griffin already knew, he couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, "This lineup is simply amazing." As Xie Yu said, "We in Cleveland don't keep idle players. Everyone in the team can play a role. Moreover, we have a healthy salary cap situation. At this rate, we might even compete for a superstar next summer." Chris Grant echoed from the side, "Who can argue with that? I never expected Xie Yu to be so good at managing. I'm thorough." David Griffin shot him a glare, saying, "He's out there playing. Your compliments won't reach him here." At that moment, the training ground was bustling with activity. The second unit, led by Giannis, was engaged in a fierce scrimmage against the starting lineup. Giannis grabbed a rebound and launched a fast break like an arrow. Facing Xie Yu's defense, he showed no fear, but even so, after a tough confrontation, he was unable to hit a little floater due to a distorted motion. Immediately, Xie Yu countered with a quick move, executing a powerful dunk. Giannis, frustrated, slammed the ball and couldn't help but curse FCK. "I worked hard this summer, gaining 13 kilograms, yet I still can't handle the boss strength." Wes saw this and immediately offered advice: "You should have passed to Joe Harris in the corner. He was wide open. That rookie's three-point shot is quite reliable. You need to trust him." Upon hearing this, Giannis instantly came to his senses and humbly said, "Joe, it's not that I don't trust you. I just wanted to score on the boss too much and got impulsive." Xie Yu without hesitation signaled for the teammates to clear out. He wanted to go onion with Giannis. This was a traditional event in the Cavaliers, and everyone immediately got excited. Giannis was eager to try and loudly said, "Boss, I won't hold back." Xie Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly replied, "Letter brother, have you thought about how you're going to lose?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. In the end, it was no contest. Xie Yu completely shut Giannis down. Xie Yu's physicality and pressure made Giannis extremely uncomfortable. Giannis dribbled, awkwardly struggling against Xie Yu's physicality, and even his shots were severely restricted. In contrast, Xie Yu played against Giannis as if he were the peak Shaquille O'Neal, cruising down a deserted morning street occasionally, throwing in a little resistance that made Giannis groan. Looking at Giannis, Xie Yu said somewhat disapprovingly, "When your ability can't support your ambition, learn to be humble first. Do you think you're the only one who worked hard this summer? Everyone has been training together. Why would you think I wouldn't improve?" All present were dumbfounded with the same question in their minds: can Xie Yu still improve? Indeed, this is only his 5th season, and he has just turned 23. After training, Xie Yu sat beside Giannis and earnestly taught him, "Remember, all great achievements often start with a brave step when one's ability is less than their ambition." The current gap is not frightening. What matters is whether you have the determination to continuously narrow that gap and find the right method. Giannis nodded. Seriously, boss, I understand. As the preseason's battle drums sounded, Xie Yu, as usual, chose to observe from the sidelines, but he always marched into battle with his teammates. It is worth mentioning that the newly added team Tai Chi practice before the game became the focal point for everyone. This practice initially started with Xie Yu training alone, but over time more and more teammates were inspired to join in. Especially the new recruits who held Tai Chi in high regard, viewing it as the secret weapon for the Cavaliers' three-peat, particularly after Irving praised Tai Chi on social media for making him healthier. Everyone patiently learned and practiced. As a result, it sparked strong curiosity among fans, with many arriving early at the arena just to witness the team's unique display of Tai Chi. During the preseason journey, head coach Mike Brown focused on fine-tuning the starting lineup. The various strategies meticulously planned during the offseason were now eagerly awaiting validation through actual games. After a fierce competition, the preseason came to a close with the Cavaliers finishing with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses. Jokic's high basketball IQ, Joe Harris' over 43-point shooting percentage, and Grant's astonishing athleticism all left Cavaliers fans in awe, and the outside world praised the Cavaliers for selecting such a promising rookie. Silver felt helpless. He had intervened, yet he still believed the championship would go to the Cavaliers. On October 29th, the opening game of the 14-15 season was heavily anticipated, Cavaliers vs. Wizards. Before the game, Xie Yu was interviewed by Rachel. Rachel asked curiously, this offseason, you seem to have disappeared without a trace, with hardly any off-court news. Fans are particularly curious about what you've been busy with during the offseason. Can you share with us? Xie Yu felt this might be something Rachel wanted to know as well. He smiled and replied, the team has undergone a major overhaul, so fluctuations in our immediate strength are inevitable. Therefore, this offseason, I stayed in Cleveland training alongside my teammates to enhance our chemistry, while I also put in my utmost effort to become even better. Rachel then threw out the next question. Before the game, Beal mentioned that he wants to use you to test his progress. It seems he still remembers your words, welcome to the NBA, from back then. How do you plan to respond? Xie Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone firm and assertive. Respond. That means I'll continue to dominate him. Hearing such a crisp and decisive response, Rachel's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but admire. So cool. As the interview concluded, Rachel leaned in slightly and whispered, does the perfume I'm wearing today suit you? As she spoke, she lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with a pitiful innocence resembling a little deer. In the unbeatable 3-time champion group chat, 18 people, Xie Yu said, listen up, the 4 who left the group, the one with the lowest score in the first round, has to carry a pink backpack for a week, the second lowest for 5 days, and the third lowest for 3 days. If you don't dare to participate, leave the group voluntarily. Shao Kahn, fine with it. Oh, and interesting him in. Jimmy, alright, since you all feel that way, you'll treat the opening game like the G7 Finals. TT, I feel like an outsider. Alonzo G, for those not participating, pay attention, I'm opening the bets. Xie Yu 1-1, Kyrie 1-8, Kawhi 1-10, Jimmy 1-88, TT 1-888. West, I'm betting 3,000, Xie Yu will win. Everyone echoed 1-13. Oh, when you lot with no vision, just wait, I'm going to dominate at the Garden. Shao Kahn, Alonzo, I support you this time. Jimmy, Alonzo, you owe me 100 back-to-backs. 88 times. Very well, I will angrily score 50, ruining your face. TT, even if you score 50, it's still the boss who wins. Xie Yu, I love hearing TT say that. In the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the lights sparkled, and the entire audience stood up, applauding, the cheers deafening. When the championship rings were awarded, Xie Yu slowly raised his hand adorned with 3 championship rings and took the microphone. With a determined gaze sweeping across the audience, his voice steady and powerful, please believe in me wholeheartedly. Never underestimate a heart filled with an endless desire for the championship. Our path to glory is far from over. We have not yet won enough. The starting lineup for the Wizards: center Gortat, power forward Humphries, small forward Pierce, shooting guard Beal, point guard Wall. The starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center Fry, power forward West, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. Once the starting lineups were announced, the self-proclaimed basketball experts online erupted with various mocking remarks. Look at the Cavaliers, they changed 3 starters at once, and they actually let Channing Frye play center. Isn't that a huge joke? I officially declare the Cavaliers are about to fall from grace, said a Cavaliers fan. The roster is simply unbearable to look at. With this configuration, can the Cavaliers even make the playoffs this year? Xie Yu, hurry and leave. With this lineup contending for the championship, is the Cavaliers management serious? The Cavaliers management is too disappointing. Hurry out and apologize to the fans. Keep trading to strengthen the team. Otherwise, I'm not watching anymore. The jump ball at the center circle was about to begin in the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Beal's eager expression annoyed Xie Yu. He provocatively looked at Beal and said loudly, why don't you tell me the points I will score over you? I will make your wish come true. Beal smiled and shook his head confident. I admit you were strong before, but times have changed. I'm no longer that rookie. Today, not only will I score more than you, but the Wizards will surely win this game. Xie Yu let out a cold laugh, retorting, stay away from Paul Pierce. His arrogance is contagious. Pierce. At the moment of the jump ball, Fry directly gave up the jump, allowing Gortat to easily win the tip-off. This scene made those who already looked down on the Cavaliers laugh uncontrollably, as if witnessing the Cavaliers' inevitable defeat. As the game began, Beal thought Xie Yu would defend him, but to his surprise, Xie Yu walked straight towards Humphries. Wade approached Beal and joked, I heard you practiced hard over the summer. Come on, let me see your firepower. Beal looked dumbfounded. Wade smirked and teased our center, Channing Frye. Beal was nearly at his breaking point. the Cavaliers' defensive strategy was simply absurd, defending outside for inside and inside for outside, completely going against common sense. However, what made him even more frustrated was yet to come. Just 3 minutes in, the scoreboard clearly displayed 15-0. Wade, like a commander on the court, continuously delivered 5 exquisite assists, and Xie Yu seemed to be blessed, hitting 5 3-pointers without a miss, directly stopping the Wizards' momentum. Xie Yu excitedly shouted to Wade, "Bro, well done, wasn't it right to listen to me?" Wade replied with a smile, "Next time you take a bow, remember to take me along." The entire Wizards team was stunned. They never expected that the true orchestrator controlling the game's rhythm was Wade. Even more unbelievable was the seamless cooperation between Xie Yu and Wade. Beal was shocked. He could clearly feel that Xie Yu's shots were becoming increasingly smooth, as if he could accurately send the ball into the basket, as long as he wasn't sufficiently defended. Previously we had the LeBron-Wade connection with alley-oops. Now we have the Xie-Wade connection with 3-pointers. Zhang Heli Wade is playing too rationally. Even if he doesn't shoot, he passes to Xie Yu. Wade's passing ability is severely underestimated. As the timeout ended, the game continued. The Cavaliers seemed to intentionally lower their defensive intensity, resembling a Even when Xie Yu obtained shooting opportunities, he didn't rush to shoot, but continued to create scoring chances for his teammates. After all, it was a brand new team that needed more chemistry to reach their best. At the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers scored an astonishing 50 points, with the team hitting 12 3-pointers, leading the Wizards by a huge margin of 22 points as they proudly entered the second quarter. At this moment, the 4 heroes who left the team watching the game at home felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help but wonder, how can you still be so great without us? Cavaliers lineup on the court: CJ, McCollum, J.R. Smith, Crowder, Giannis, Jokic. When it was surprising to see Giannis and Jokic dribbling past half-court, the audience erupted, and the Wizards players looked astonished, as if witnessing a basketball spectacle. Giannis advanced with the ball while Jokic, like a ghost, weaved among teammates, setting up screens for them, with his agile movements contrasting his massive physique. As Jokic controlled the ball and advanced leisurely, Giannis was equally proactive, pulling defenders away and constantly creating opportunities for his teammates to shake off their markers. These two not only cooperated seamlessly in orchestrating plays, but their decent abilities in attacking the basket also caused the opponent's defensive system to feel threatened, unable to effectively respond. There, Giannis firmly held the ball with one hand, standing at the high post, his sharp gaze sweeping across the court like an eagle's eye. Just then, Jokic and Crowder quickly executed a cross screen on the left side. Immediately after, Jokic suddenly accelerated down the lane, driving straight to the basket. Giannis understood, flicking his wrist, and the basketball was delivered accurately to Jokic under the basket like a cannonball. However, the Wizards' defenders reacted swiftly, quickly closing in to snuff out the spark of this attack. But Jokic, with his superb basketball sense and strength, cleverly flicked the ball to the weak side with one hand. There, J.R. Smith had been waiting for a long time. After catching the ball, he didn't hesitate, raising his hand for a 3-pointer. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, swishing through the net. This seamless and brilliant cooperation directly halted the Wizards. Jokic glanced at CJ McCollum with a hint of guilt and hurriedly explained, "CJ, that angle to pass to JR was indeed easier and cooler. Next time I promise to deliver the ball to you first." CJ McCollum pretended to be heartbroken and complained, "You've hurt my feelings too much. I was wide open for so long, eagerly waiting for the ball, and you actually looked at me and passed to JR. That's too much." The first half of the game concluded, and the large screen displayed the Cavaliers leading the Wizards 85-51, a staggering 34-point advantage. The Cavaliers' fluid offense was like a visual feast, captivating the audience. Soon the Cavaliers' innovative and unique playing style detonated across social media, like a bomb instantly soaring to the top of trending searches. Countless fans and basketball professionals flocked to video platforms, repeatedly watching the highlights of their first half offense, attempting to uncover the secrets behind their exceptional performance from every pass and every movement. Van Gundy in the commentary booth closely observed the game while passionately analyzing. "Everyone pay close attention to the Cavaliers' ball movement. Each pass is highly targeted, exploiting the opponent's defensive weaknesses. Especially when Xie Yu is on the court, the other 4 teammates seem to telepathically understand him, seamlessly creating offensive space, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly on the offensive end. And even when Xie Yu is not on the court, they can still create numerous excellent offensive opportunities through clever combinations of inside and outside plays. I must say their training results this summer are remarkable. This is just the first game of the new season, yet their teamwork on the court resembles seasoned partners who have fought together for years, perfectly in sync." As the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the game, the statistics were released. Xie Yu played only 25 minutes in this match, scoring 45 points, grabbing 11 rebounds, and dishing out 9 assists, undoubtedly becoming the team's MVP for the victory. In contrast, Beal played 29 minutes, but failed to score, ending the game without a single field goal, managing only 5 points through free throws. After the game, Wade ruthlessly delivered a cutting remark: "Do you think you are Xie Yu?" This was a double blow for Beal. Being shut down by Wade with no opportunities to score was far more painful than being outplayed by Xie Yu. Dejected, Beal even refused post-game media interviews, leaving the court with his head down. On the other hand, Xie Yu maintained his usual composure and accepted an interview with the beautiful reporter Rachel. After the interview, Xie Yu gave Rachel a meaningful glance. Upon returning to his hotel, Xie Yu sent Rachel his room number. When Rachel saw the message, her heart skipped a beat and her fingertips trembled slightly. A multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind, filled with both anxiety and a hint of anticipation. On one hand, she understood what this meant, and on the other, her deep-seated feelings for Xie Yu urged her to go. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up, dressed herself up significantly, and spritzed on the faintest perfume as she set off to the hotel Xie Yu had sent. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked on the door. The door slowly opened, revealing Xie Yu standing behind it with a faint smile. "You've arrived," Xie Yu softly spoke, moving aside to let Rachel in. Inside the room, the dim wall lamp cast a warm and ambiguous glow, while the city's neon lights outside shone through the thin curtains, creating a dappled pattern on the floor, intertwining with the warm light within. A gentle breeze softly swayed the curtains, bringing a hint of the night's coolness, yet it did nothing to dispel the heated atmosphere that enveloped the two. He smiled slightly, saying softly, "When feelings come, enjoy them. When they leave, just focus on playing ball." With a victory against the Pistons on the road and a home triumph over the Raptors, Xie Yu appeared like a god of war, spending less than 30 minutes on the court, yet effortlessly achieving a triple-double, leading the team to a honeymoon-like 3-game winning streak. Xie Yu's #1 fan. Smith couldn't help but exclaim on a show. Xie Yu's ability to read the game has become increasingly refined. His style has become more straightforward and direct, although the number of passes has decreased, his assists have increased. This is because he always manages to appear in the most threatening positions. Whenever he passes, his teammates can either go for a layup or find excellent open shooting opportunities. Not only that, but his personal offense has also become more concise and efficient, with fewer flashy dribbling moves replaced by more practical offensive techniques. On the defensive end, he not only guards the paint effectively, but also frequently grabs double-digit rebounds without anyone noticing. It seems that the Cavaliers have undergone a significant transformation post-revamp, and Xie Yu has completed his own metamorphosis. They have become even more invincible. I predict they will achieve 82 wins again. However, just the day after Smith's remarks, the Cavaliers faced off against the Hawks at home and unexpectedly suffered. Throughout the game, the score remained tightly contested, with both sides battling fiercely. As the game progressed into the latter part of the third quarter, the tides turned. The Hawks seemed to unleash a three-point barrage, with Korver hitting 6 three-pointers in one quarter, and his hot shooting continued into the fourth. In the final moments of the game, thanks to Xie Yu's explosive performance, the Cavaliers narrowed the gap to just one possession. But at this point, the Hawks showed no mercy, executing brilliant offensive plays and continually creating three-point opportunities. Korver struck decisively, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers to seal the victory, with the final score set at 109-102, handing the Cavaliers their first loss of the season. In this game, Xie Yu scored 41 points, grabbed 15 rebounds, and tallied 12 assists, yet regrettably became the leader of the empty stats brigade. After the game, Xie Yu approached Korver, and the two embraced warmly. Xie Yu jokingly remarked, "Why didn't you accept my invitation to join the Cavaliers this summer? Have you forgotten you were my three-point?" Korver tightly hugged Xie Yu, reflecting, "How could I forget? Every time you release new shoes, you always remember to send me a pair. I keep that in mind." The reason I didn't join the Cavaliers is that the Hawks' tactical philosophy deeply resonated with me. It has proven that our style is effective. After all, even you, a powerful team like the Cavaliers, fell to us. Korver's words instantly reminded Xie Yu of how the Hawks once relied on a budget roster to dominate the regular season, claiming the top spot in the league. However, this style of play is easily countered in playoff series. While it thrived in the regular season, it struggled during the play. Despite this loss, Xie Yu wasn't overly disheartened. He understood that it was within reason. The Cavaliers' interior scoring strength was already lacking, while the Hawks boasted strong inside players like Horford and Millsap, making it difficult to establish a presence in the paint. On the perimeter, when a strong defensive team tightens their grip on the three-point line, relying solely on a few rookie shooters cannot seal the game with three-point shots, as the consistency and pressure-handling ability of the rookies still need improvement. Moreover, losing isn't entirely a bad thing. So during the comeback phase, Xie Yu didn't solely rely on himself. Instead, he chose to trust his teammates, continuously passing the ball. He thought that if his teammates could hit their shots, it would boost their confidence. Even if they couldn't, it would encourage them to practice harder. After the game, the entire Cavaliers team willingly adhered to the old rule of practicing harder after a loss. Among them, Crowder missed a crucial three-pointer during the game, only to be immediately countered by Korver, who hit a three-pointer to clinch the game, causing Xie Yu to demand he take responsibility for the loss and hit 1,000 three-pointers before leaving the arena. Although Xie Yu himself did not participate in the extra practice, he remained active around the gym, discussing the best offensive choices with his teammates one moment, and then analyzing reasonable defensive positions the next. In this way, time quietly passed until Crowder finally completed his 1,000 three-point attempts, by which time it was already past midnight, and the entire team finally left the gym together. Crowder, filled with gratitude, deeply bowed to everyone. "I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. Thank you all for being willing to wait for me." In fact, everyone understood that it wasn't really about waiting for him. It was simply that Xie Yu hadn't said they could leave, and no one dared to leave on their own. After the Cavaliers lost the game, a wave of criticism surged across the internet, with countless accusations pouring in. Even at the airport, they couldn't escape the enthusiastic concern of their fans, with various so-called suggestions incessantly ringing in their ears, filled with discontent and resentment. David Griffin and Chris Grant's social media accounts were severely bombarded, as diehard Cavaliers fans and fans from other teams seemed to have found an outlet for their frustrations, leaving comments to berate them at every opportunity. These two truly had their grievances, as they were indeed managing the team's affairs, but in reality, the roster decisions were all made by Xie Yu. After the team arrived in Houston, head coach Mike Brown decided to give everyone a break. He was particularly attentive to the players' fatigue management. After all, he knew very well that if Xie Yu got injured due to excessive fatigue leading to a disastrous performance for the team, his own dismissal wouldn't be far off. Alonzo G stormed into Xie Yu's room angrily shouting that damn Dwight Howard is simply outrageous. He actually said you were just a stat patter. Boss, I have to teach him a lesson in tomorrow's game. Just help me pay the fine, okay? Xie Yu retorted, how about I give you more money to buy his life? Do you think that would work? Upon hearing this, Alonzo quickly changed his expression to a smile and explained, boss, the Rockets are tough to deal with right now. And the Timberwolves are really foolish. How could they so easily send Kevin Love to Houston? Do you know that the sportsbooks have the Rockets? They really underestimate us. Xie Yu calmly said, we just lost to the Hawks and the Rockets are on a 4-game winning streak. Besides, the trio of James Harden, Kevin Love, and Dwight Howard looks quite effective, so it's normal for them not to think highly of us. But when we are out there, we earn our own respect. As long as we can crush the Rockets, they'll know just how wrong they were next time. Alonzo listened and began to whine, boss, in the last game I shot 3 out of 4 and scored 7 points, but the coach only let me play for 9 minutes. My playing time is just too short, can I? Xie Yu didn't give him a chance to continue, loudly shouting, get lost. Upon hearing this, Alonzo quickly responded with a okay and left in a hurry. Xie Yu watched his departing figure lost in thought. The team had plenty of 3-point shooters, but if someone wasn't in form, should they continue to wait for him to regain it, or should they decide? He guessed that Mike Brown was probably also troubled by this question at that moment. Starting lineup for the Rockets: center Howard, power forward Love, small forward Ariza, shooting guard Harden, point guard Beverly. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center West, power forward Giannis, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. Harden made a quick move shaking off Holiday and immediately passed the ball to Beverly, who shot a 3-pointer, instantly changing the score to 71. After scoring, Beverly was ecstatic, yelling at Xie Yu, F you. I told you to let me shoot, and I nailed it. This was loud enough for the entire arena to hear. Xie Yu, upon hearing this, pretended to be angry and immediately told the referee beside him, if you don't give him a technical foul, I might just lose it. The referee quickly blew the whistle and called a technical foul on Beverly. Beverly wanted to argue, but the referee impatiently said, shut up, why did you provoke him? Xie Yu calmly sank the technical free throw, then switched to education mode, scoring 5 consecutive unknown plays against Beverly, each time succeeding and causing Beverly to accumulate 3 personal fouls, sending him to the bench. Looking at him leave the court, Xie Yu shouted, Patrick, your defense is barely better than my pet dog, and the only advantage you have is... Beverly was so furious, he almost charged at Xie Yu, but his teammates held him back. He shouted in frustration, referee. He insulted me worse than a dog, aren't you going to do anything? Call a technical foul on him. The referee pretended not to hear, and Beverly was so enraged he was on the verge of tears, yelling, if you're going to call a technical on me, then fine, but why can't I call one on him? F this fairness. On the sidelines, frustrated Rockets fans consoled him, Patrick, he is the prince of the league, you can't compare to him. Beverly felt worse than if he had just eaten a fly. Xie Yu scored 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists in the first quarter. During the break, he picked up the tactical board to explain the strategy to CJ McCollum. After all, in the second unit, CJ bears a significant burden for the outside scoring tasks, and his performance directly impacts the team's scoring. After they opened up the game, opportunities from the outside began to increase. Crowder hit 2 consecutive 3-pointers, directly stopping the Rockets. Crowder roared in anger, venting the frustration of missing a crucial 3-pointer in the previous game. Xie Yu applauded, saying, looks like we need to practice more from now on. The teammates, upon hearing this, displayed forced smiles, even more bitter than bitter melon. Returning to the court, Xie Yu received an alley-oop from Giannis, leaping high to complete a 2-handed dunk right over Howard. Howard, looking displeased, complained to the referee that Xie Yu had deliberately humiliated him. Xie Yu retorted, a softie is a softie no matter where he is, which caused Howard to lose his composure, almost leading to another conflict. Thanks to a strong push in the second quarter, the Cavaliers expanded their lead to double digits. In the second half, Harden and Love hit consecutive 3-pointers, narrowing the gap to a single possession. In a crucial moment, Xie Yu stepped up, constantly breaking through to create scoring opportunities for his teammates, keeping the score close. Xie Yu executed his signature in-and-out dribble to get past Beverly, driving towards the basket. Love and Howard jumped up to block, but Xie Yu twisted his body and passed the ball to Wade at a 45-degree angle. Wade faked a shot, but was actually waiting for Xie Yu. In the corner, Xie Yu arrived just in time, and Wade's pass reached him. Uncontested, he easily hit a 3-pointer, stretching the lead back to double digits and forcing the Rockets to call a timeout. Wade smiled and said, I knew you would run out. Xie Yu almost simultaneously responded, I knew you were waiting for me. Could Wade really miss an open shot? Of course not, as the Cavaliers emphasized each player fulfilling their role, passing the ball to the more reliable scoring spots. The Cavaliers withstood the Rockets' counterattack in the third quarter, entering the final period with a double-digit lead while Xie Yu took a break. Unexpectedly, during the battle of the second unit, the Cavaliers unleashed a 15-2 offensive surge. Giannis exploded through Love's defense with a ball-handling drive, while Jokic's 3-pointer was truly astonishing. In the end, both Xie Yu and Harden didn't need to return to the court as the Cavaliers triumphed over the Rockets, winning this nationally televised highlight battle. A puzzled Harden remarked, can we steal the Cavaliers' scouts? They sure know how to pick players. After the game, Xie Yu left the visiting team's locker room, carrying a cute pink backpack, his appearance creating a striking contrast. It wasn't until he was about to get into the car that he took off the backpack and handed it to an adorable little girl. The girl blinked her big eyes full of curiosity and asked, Xie Yu, you're a big star, why are you carrying a kid's backpack? Upon hearing this, Xie Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He recalled how during the opening game, he finished first only for those 3 guys to play like they were not human, desperately racking up points, ultimately pushing him to finish last. He had to carry this pink backpack for a whole week, and the feeling was just too bitter. However, Xie Yu quickly thought of a response and smiled, saying, I calculated and knew you would come today, so I specifically carried this backpack to give you a surprise. The little girl heard this and was so touched that tears brimmed in her eyes as she exclaimed, Xie Yu Gige is so amazing. Xie Yu gritted his teeth and said, Jimmy, is it all about racking up points? Watch me not turn you back to your original form. Jimmy sneezed, clutching a blonde girl while practicing his one-handed ball control with 2 balls, laughing, tomorrow night against the Cavaliers, it must be my flashy brother thinking of me. After saying this, he joined his other hand into the practice as well. As soon as the Cavaliers arrived at the hotel in Portland, the players were dazzled by the surroundings. At the opening ceremony of the Brazil World Cup, Bang Chen shone brightly, appearing as if she was born with a spotlight, casually linking arms with Xie Yu, as if broadcasting loudly, let everyone know this man and I share a special bond. Xie Yu understood her intentions clearly. This woman was simply upset that I didn't accept her invitation to watch the World Cup in Brazil. Little Bang Chen, your little schemes are simply childish and utterly laughable. Since she wanted to stir things up, Xie Yu decided to play along and outdo her. He instantly switched to grandpa mode, treating Bang Chen like a little girlfriend, demanding she feed him one moment, then whispering sweet nothings in her ear the next. While the two were immersed in their little world, the other teammates were completely disgusted, each darting away faster than rabbits. Only Alonso was as steady as a rock, seemingly oblivious, still eating quietly, probably thinking, what's the big deal? I've had sisters who could form a stronger lineup than this. This little scene is nothing. After a whole night of activity the next day, he accompanied her for a magazine shoot, and Xie Yu was exhausted like a floundering fish. He collapsed into bed at the hotel, waking up just in time to head to the Moda Center arena. As soon as Jimmy saw Xie Yu, he yelled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You man have become so infatuated with women that you've forgotten your friends. I rushed over to your hotel last night, and what did I find? You were wrapped around a woman enjoying yourself. Boss, you've changed. Ew, where's the iron-willed you from before? Xie Yu with a helpless expression spread his hands and said, bro, it's not that I've changed, it's just that this woman is different. Of course I have to adapt my approach, you wouldn't understand. Jimmy was left speechless like a deflated balloon, suddenly quiet. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and afterward Xie Yu and Jimmy took a selfie, each posting it on social media. Jimmy thought that Xie Yu's popularity would gain him many followers, while Xie Yu thought that taking a photo with Jimmy would highlight his own. If Myers Leonard from the Trailblazers wanted a photo, Xie Yu would definitely tell him to get lost. Just then, 2 Asian beauties approached Xie Yu for a photo. Such scenes were so common for him that he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. After finishing up with the closer beauty, Xie Yu turned to see the other one, and his pupils dilated. It was actually the Japanese star known as the Sweetness Queen Xiwan. Women are as inscrutable as the sea. Xie Yu's expression and body language were naturally not hidden from Xiwan. With a smile, she asked, you know me? Xie Yu quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Not only do I know you, I've been following you on Instagram for a long time. Upon hearing this, Xiwan looked skeptical and immediately pulled out her phone to search for Xie Yu on Instagram. Hey, they really were mutual followers. Xie Yu secretly rejoiced, thinking, you still have a long way to go to match my speed. Xiwan understood the situation. If Xie Yu had been an obscure Japanese player, she would probably have rolled her eyes in disdain, cursing inwardly, greasy man. But since he was the famous male god of Huaxia, she instead found his humor and charm appealing. After taking the photo, they exchanged contact information. Before leaving, Xie Yu suddenly felt patriotic with righteous fervor, casually asking, how about we grab a meal after my game? Xiwan blinked her big eyes and sweetly replied, just a meal. Her little gaze seemed to say, I'm not very educated, don't. Xie Yu silently complained, if it were just a meal, you could go home right now. However, he didn't say anything, and they exchanged amused glances until they both burst into laughter. Xiwan laughed and nodded, can I bring my friend? Xie Yu then noticed another beauty beside her who he guessed was also a celebrity, yet he didn't recognize her. All he could say was that she had a very unique look. Xiwan was not very tall to begin with, if she was actually half a head shorter than Xiwan. When the tent was pitched, she probably needed a small stool to reach it. As Xie Yu contemplated how to politely refuse, the girl cleverly said, I have plans, you guys go ahead and eat. Xie Yu nodded, inwardly thinking, this girl is quite smart, no wonder she can be a star even with that look. Starting lineup for the Trailblazers: center Lopez, power forward Aldridge, small forward Matthews, as shooting guard Jimmy, point guard Lillard. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center West, power forward Giannis, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. In the first attack of the game, Lillard, being very savvy, directly passed the ball to Jimmy in the elbow area, letting him go unknown against Xie Yu. In an instant, the entire audience stood up with a whoosh, applause thundered, and everyone craned their necks. The cheers from the Moda Center nearly shook the roof off. In this atmosphere that was almost on fire, Jimmy thought, with so many home fans watching, I can't lose face, I must score. Without a second thought, he lowered his head and planned to make a strong attack. Xie Yu smirked coldly, saying, little brother, how many peanuts did you eat to get this drunk? Don't blame me for being ruthless during hot pot. Hearing this, Jimmy disdainfully thought, humph, don't underestimate me. I've scored 45 points before. Just as he finished speaking, Jimmy charged like a bull to the right side, bumping into Xie Yu before receiving the ball in the paint. At that moment, Jimmy was scheming, I'll pretend to shoot to trick him into jumping, then I'll draw a foul, score at 21. and vent my frustration. However, Xie Yu's defense remained steadfast. His footwork was solid, and he wasn't fooled at all, showing no intention of jumping. Jimmy faked a couple of times, but Xie Yu remained as steady as a mountain. Jimmy started to panic inside. Why isn't this guy playing by the rules? Time was running out, and he had no choice but to take a step back and shoot. At the same time, he prayed it has to go in. Xie Yu was waiting for this moment. With a smack, he firmly blocked the shot. Jimmy felt regretful, thinking, damn, I was careless. I tried to steal and ended up losing to him. Ginger is still the old spice. Yu Jia exclaimed. Zhang Heli remarked, although Jimmy scored 45 points in his debut for the Blazers, individual scoring is clearly not his strong suit. As it stands now, he really can't match the best defensive player Xie Yu. Amid the thunderous applause from the audience, Xie Yu decided to take on an unknown play. After all, being a superstar, he had a bit of a flair for the dramatic. He flawlessly replicated Allen Iverson's classic crossover against Jordan, faking Jimmy out, and amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, he made a steady mid-range shot. Jimmy was nearly in tears, angrily cursing, damn it, you're giving me no face at all. After scoring, Xie Yu with his top-notch vision noticed Yuan in the stands with her mouth agape, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind, igniting his patriotic spirit. Then, using West as a screen, he received a pass from Wade and shot a three-pointer from beyond the arc, nailing it. Next, Xie Yu sprinted beyond the arc, suddenly made a reverse run, and pointed to the sky with one hand. Wade understood, immediately sending out an alley-oop. Xie and Wade connected. Xie Yu soared high, executing a one-handed slam that shocked the entire arena. At the end of the first quarter, Xie Yu had scored 22 points, leading the Cavaliers to a 39-25 advantage over the Blazers. During the break on the Blazers bench, Jimmy grabbed a clipboard and discussed defensive positioning with his teammates. Relying on one person alone won't stop Xie Yu. We need the whole team to step up. Jimmy frowned, thinking seriously, the boss's desire to score today is a bit excessive. We need to find a way to limit him, or after this game, I might end up featured in a background character highlight reel. On the Cavaliers' side, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Alonzo smiled at Xie Yu and said, boss, your desire to score today is quite strong. Nodding, Xie Yu replied, I don't want to wait anymore. I want to finish the game quickly and serve my country. Alonzo understood instantly and grinned, asking, which girl is it? Which country are you trying to bring glory to? Xie Yu shot him a glance, knowing too much can be dangerous. Alonzo, trying to please, said, I won't ask anymore. Boss, you go all out. I'll come in later to take over and finish this game. Xie Yu seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world, retorting, if you can dunk over Jimmy, you can just drive off in the Ferrari you bragged about. Alonzo was eager to prove himself. When the second quarter started, he brushed past Jimmy, declaring, Jimmy, even if Jesus stands in my way today, I'm dunking on you. Upon hearing this, Jimmy's expression twisted into a ridiculous meme. As the second quarter began, Jimmy seemed to have been provoked by Alonzo's trash talk, attacking aggressively, scoring both inside and outside, clearly ignoring the Cavaliers' defense. CJ McCollum was frustrated, and after 3 fouls, he had to sit out while Xie Yu returned to the game. At this point, the Cavaliers were only leading by 4 points. Alonzo left the court looking sullen. Not only did he fail to dunk over Jimmy, but he didn't even have a chance to score. Jimmy signaled to the coach not to substitute him. He wanted to stay on the court, and Lillard and Aldridge returned as well. On the court, Jimmy was very active, organizing the offense, while also coordinating pick and rolls, with Lillard perfectly acting as the connecting hub for the team's inside and outside play. First, he broke through and passed to Lillard, assisting him for a three-pointer. Then he set a screen for Lillard, rolled to the basket, received the ball, and assisted Aldridge for an alley-oop dunk. This wave of aggressive offensive play quickly reversed the score, forcing the Cavaliers to call a timeout. During the timeout, Mike Brown expressed his dissatisfaction, scolding, if Xie Yu isn't scoring, you can't score at all. He boldly utilized the rookies, bringing in Jokic, Grant, Joe Harris, and relatively well-performing Holiday. Yu Jia remarked, 3 freshmen alongside the starting backcourt combination. This lineup is quite interesting. Zhang Heli responded, this should reflect Mike Brown's dissatisfaction with the players' performance. Jokic had trained with Xie Yu for several months over the summer. No matter who had the ball, their cooperation was exceptional. Under Xie Yu's playmaking, the Cavaliers' offense opened up completely. Joe Harris and Grant both received passes from Xie Yu after a pick and roll, nailing their shots, extending the lead back to double digits. The Trailblazers quickly called a timeout. Jimmy frowned and asked Xie Yu, is this an improved version of the XJBD? At halftime, the score was 6,559, with the Cavaliers leading by 6 points. In the Blazers' locker room, Jimmy shouted, guys, if we win this game, I'll treat everyone to a wild night at the best nightclub in Portland. Matthews curiously asked Jimmy, why do you want to win against your old team so much? Did they treat you badly? Jimmy shook his head, answering, I don't want to win against the Cavaliers. I want to win against Xie Yu. I've never beaten him, not even once. In the third quarter, the Trailblazers' outside shooting exploded. Lillard and Matthews hit consecutive three-pointers, while Aldridge thrived, scoring effortlessly both inside and outside. Jimmy delivered 9 assists in the quarter, shining brightly, leading the Blazers to a 9,287 advantage heading into the fourth quarter. Xie Yu faced double-teaming in the third quarter, but still managed a triple-double, 35 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. In the fourth quarter, the Blazers trio played without rest while the Cavaliers' rotation struggled to keep up. If it weren't for Wade scoring 6 consecutive points, Xie Yu might have had to enter the game early. On the other side of the court, Xie Yu locked eyes with Xuan, who waved her fist in encouragement. Xie Yu returned her smile knowingly, and then walked towards the scorer's table. He decided to come in early. Mike Brown arranged the lineup with the biggest shooting threat, Holiday, J.R. Smith, Xie Yu, West, and Fry. Xie Yu and Fry executed consecutive high screens. When the defense collapsed, Xie Yu passed the ball to Fry, who made 2 top-off-the-arc three-pointers, forcing the Blazers to change their defensive strategy. Finally breaking free from the double team, Xie Yu charged into the paint like a tiger, descending a mountain, creating chaos under the basket for the Blazers. If the Cavaliers hadn't struggled with their three-point shooting in this game, Xie Yu's assists could have easily surpassed 20, and the game wouldn't have been this tense. The Blazers' defense was overwhelmed, yet their offense remained steady, with the trio collectively scoring over 70 points. In the last 35 seconds, the Cavaliers led 1-2-1-1-2-0, just ahead of the Blazers. Lillard held the ball high and set a pick with Jimmy. Both Holiday and Xie Yu collapsed on Lillard, leaving Jimmy open. Faced with 2 defensive stalwarts, Lillard felt like he was up against 2 iron gates, unable to move. Under pressure, the ball was intercepted by Xie Yu with a swift motion, and he immediately tossed it forward. Holiday easily scored with a layup. 1-2-3-1-2-0. The Blazers called a timeout, and Lillard, furious, believed that Xie Yu had just committed a foul and complained to the referee. At that moment, Xie Yu walked over looking innocent and sincerely asked, "Ref, did I hit his hand? Why didn't you blow the whistle?" Lillard and the referee both stared at Xie Yu, who was defying logic. He then walked back to the bench with an air of indifference. Lillard was furious, determined to make Xie Yu pay for his earlier provocation. When the timeout ended, the battle resumed. Lillard received the ball, and against Holiday's tight defense, shot an incredibly long three-pointer. The basketball traveled through the air in a graceful arc, landing perfectly in the net, forcefully tying the score. 1-2-3-1-2-3. After scoring, Lillard angrily declared, "No matter who you are, never be arrogant in front of me. I will make you pay." Xie Yu remained exceptionally calm. The game wasn't over yet, and anything was possible. On the Blazers' bench, Jimmy looked grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. He quickly suggested to the coach, "I'm familiar with Xie Yu. We need to double-team him to force him to pass the ball, and have someone stick to him closely. We must not let him receive the ball." After saying this, he grabbed the tactical board and quickly started drawing. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, Xie Yu also held a tactical board, earnestly explaining to Wade and Holiday how to receive the ball and how to successfully get it into his hands. At this moment during the timeout, the tactical battle and the players' wits were vividly displayed. Soon the game resumed. Wade inbounded the ball, and Xie Yu caught it steadily. In an instant, the defense collapsed on him, and without hesitation, Xie Yu passed the ball to Wade, signaling him to control the clock while he feigned a screen. On the sidelines, Jimmy was loudly directing his teammates on defense. With just 8 seconds remaining, Wade initiated the dribble. Xie Yu quickly set a screen, but it was a fake. He rolled to the basket. Wade understood the cue and immediately lobbed the ball to Xie Yu, who received it, faced Aldridge, completely ignoring him, charging towards the basket, leaping high and dunking for the score. Aldridge was helpless, realizing he couldn't stop the charging Xie Yu. A slightly exaggerated defensive move could lead to it. At this moment, only 9 seconds remained in the game, and the Blazers had no timeouts left. Xie Yu stared intently at Lillard. Finally, Jimmy received the ball and hastily shot a half-court three-pointer. The arc of the ball, looking quite ugly. It missed the basket entirely. Air ball. In the end, thanks to Xie Yu's crucial dunk, the Cavaliers sealed the game. After the game, Jimmy embraced Xie Yu. He asked, "Didn't you say that having the ball in crucial moments is the key to stability?" Xie Yu retorted, "Playing ball is like dating. The subject is different, so the approach must change as long as the result is good." Jimmy nodded. "That actually makes sense. Boss, I bought a house. How about you come over for dinner?" Xie Yu waved his hand, looking in Xiwan's direction seriously, saying, "It's not that I don't want to give you face. Did you see that Asian beauty? I want to win her over for the glory of my country." "I understand," Jimmy quickly said. "I'll arrange it. I'll send you the hotel info." Xie Yu shot him a glare, and Jimmy hurriedly added, "And the restaurant." "That's agreeable." Xie Yu nodded. "You can be taught." Just as Xie Yu walked a few steps, he was stopped by Zhou Lingen for an interview. Throughout the interview, she subtly signaled several times, but Xie Yu pretended not to see. The Willamette River flowed outside the 270-degree, floor-to-ceiling windows, sparkling under the light. Xie Yu unfastened his cufflinks and caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass, clad in a silver-gray, double-breasted suit, recently tailored on Seville Row, looking quite dapper. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was captivated by Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan wore a custom-made white skirt suit that stood out remarkably. The tailored fit accentuated her figure beautifully. The neckline featured some lace trim, and the sleeves were slightly loose. The skirt flared out like a fishtail adorned with silver embroidery. Her face was sweet, her eyes bright, with a straight nose and rosy lips. Her hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, with a few strands brushing against her face. A pearl pendant on her neck swayed, gently catching the light from the 12 chandeliers above. "You are incredibly popular in Japan," she said, pointing at the rim of her burgundy wine glass. "During the night's game days, Tokyo is filled with fans wearing your jerseys." She was actually also a fan of Xie Yu, keeping track of every game, which is why she made time to come to the Moda Center to watch him play despite working in the U.S. As the server brought over the low-temperature, slow-cooked Kobe beef, Xie Yu watched the shadows of her eyelashes under the lights and asked, "Does Miss Xie Yuan have my jersey at home?" Xie Yuan's face flushed, her heart racing as she softly replied, "Of course I have more than one." She shyly lowered her head, secretly pleased. Xie Yu immediately became interested, his gaze filled with curiosity. "You like basketball? Could it be that you're one of my fans?" Xie Yuan nodded, gently, a hint of pride in her expression. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would have bothered to go see the games live when I'm so busy?" "I'm quite busy, you know." Xie Yu sighed, slightly, a mixture of helplessness and delight appearing on his face. "For this date, I've meticulously prepared no less than 20 romantic phrases in Japanese. I can't believe you're actually my fan. This makes things much easier." Xie Yuan playfully waved her fist, pretending to be angry. Fans can't listen to romantic lines, you know. That would be considered a foul, and I will have to take a free throw. Just as Xie Yu was about to speak, Xie Yu's cheerful smile reappeared as she added, and you will need to take 4 free throws. Oh, why 4? Isn't it 3 free throws for a 3-point foul? Xie Yu asked with great interest as their eyes locked. He continued, why not 5 or 6 free throws instead? Xie Yuan pouted slightly. Of course that's because I'm giving you a technical foul. Look at you, so charming, even a girl with such strong self-control as me nearly couldn't resist your allure. Xie Yu smiled, raising his wine glass. Same here, I'm actually a fan of your looks as well. Let's call this fulfilling the wishes of— What wishes? Xie Yuan tilted her head, asking curiously. Xie Yu blinked and smiled even more, just the wishes of the fans. At this moment, Xie Yu completely understood why idols often fell into controversies with fans. Only now did he realize he had underestimated his own charm. After all, he was undeniably the #1 player in basketball today, exceptionally handsome, and at a young age already possessed immense wealth with a physique that could only be described as perfect. What female celebrity could easily refuse such conditions? At this moment, Xie Yu was lazily resting among Xie Yuan's satin-like long hair, while the neon lights of Portland outside the floor-to-ceiling windows still flickered at 3 in the morning. However, just as this dreamlike moment unfolded, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing the heart of a stunning beauty. You are granted a choice of rivals. Template S-Class Jordan or Template S-Class O'Neal. Xie Yu nearly choked on his own saliva, and Xie Yuan stirred uneasily in his arms as he quickly wrapped the thin blanket around her delicate shoulders. Tongs, did you mess up the code again? Xie Yu gritted his teeth in his mind. I, a 198-meter shooting guard, would choose the O'Neal template. Besides, isn't Jordan not as strong as I am now? I don't need his template. Xie Yu asserted firmly in his mind. Tongs, I refuse to choose you, I don't need it. Lost in the warmth of the moment, Xie Yu didn't even notice this was a choice question, thinking it was like before. Host refuses to choose, triggering hidden mechanism. Reconstructing the basketball ecosystem. A month ago in the south suburbs of Chicago, in Lou Dan home, a 23-year-old Lou Dan template, a fictional rival based on peak Jordan, suddenly sat up from his army cot. The faded Bulls poster on the wall was dripping. His mother always forgot to repair the roof's cracks. He trembled as he touched the surgical scar on his left arm, memories pouring in like a torrential downpour 2 years ago, driving a second-hand pickup to take his sister to piano lessons, the out-of-control steering wheel and roses splashing on the windshield. Downstairs, the sound of porcelain shattering echoed. I told you not to touch my painkillers. The roar of his stepfather. Lou Dan picked up the chipped basketball, feeling the 23 number that his mother had patched with a marker. This was the last birthday gift his father left him. In back, Lou Dan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. A month ago in the west suburbs of Orlando, at a repair shop, Shaq template, a fictional rival based on peak O'Neal, tossed his oil-stained gloves into the toolbox, the sound of his boss scolding coming from below. The chassis isn't even tightened. Your dad would never make such a mistake. He looked up at the yellowed clippings on the wall. 1994 New York Times Sports section, mechanic leads amateur team to NCAA Sweet 16, where a man in a number 34 jersey smiled back at him. His father had, at the age of 20, forever bid farewell to his dream of professional basketball after his knee was crushed by a lift while working on cars. Suddenly his phone vibrated and a text from his sister popped up. Bro, the community college tuition has increased again. Shaq picked up the basketball at his feet, still smeared with the black grease from his father's work. With a determined expression, he slammed open the back door, heading towards the street court in the pouring rain, where the rusty hoops swayed in the wind. Raindrops fell heavily to the ground, splashing up layers of water. Shaq stood in the rain with water streaming down his cheeks, unable to distinguish between rain and tears. My knee is fine now. Xie Yu suddenly felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an unseen hand, the scent of Chanel No. 5 between Xie Yuan's collarbone, turning suddenly overpowering. He turned over and grabbed his phone with ESPN alerts frantically refreshing. Medical miracle. Magic signs, mysterious center dunking over 3 players in first practice. Bulls officially announced 10-day contract, former Jordan successor officially returns. Xie Yu's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, while Xie Yuan in her confusion grasped his wrist, but felt a layer of cold sweat. At this moment, the long-lost mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Reconstruction successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 rivals. Tongs, damn you. Congratulations on your spicy neighbor. Starting lineup for the Magic. Center Vucevic. Center Shaquille O'Neal. Small forward Tobias Harris. Shooting guard Evan Fournier. Point guard Elfrid Payton. Starting lineup for the Knicks. Center Bargnani. Small forward Anthony. Small forward LeBron James. Shooting guard Shannon Brown. Point guard Kyrie Irving. During a team training session for the Magic, Shaquille captivated both his teammates and coach. As soon as the game began, his teammates exhibited remarkable chemistry, all feeding him the ball. Just kidding, he was a nuclear weapon. Once Shaquille received the ball in the paint, he instantly transformed into an agile behemoth, deftly maneuvering and dominating the Knicks' interior defense without resistance. Barkley couldn't help but shout, he is another great white shark. O'Neal also remarked, he doesn't resemble me at all, yet I see the shadow of my younger self in him. In this game, Irving, James, and Anthony collectively scored 79 points, with James achieving a triple-double. However, the Magic's Twin Towers had too great an advantage inside, continuously attacking the rim, especially Shaquille, who had his way in the paint, leaving the Knicks with no interior defense. By the end of the game, Shaquille had shot 14 out of 18, made 15 out of 29 free throws, scoring 43 points, grabbed 22 rebounds, and recorded 4 assists and 6 blocks. Ultimately, the Orlando Magic upset the New York Knicks, led by the Big Three, with a score of 113-98, and Shaquille became a household name. In a post-game interview, Shaquille boldly proclaimed, "The league is entering the era of centers, and I am the pioneer." In no time, news headlines spread throughout the basketball community. Shocking. Shaquille scores 43 points and grabs 22 rebounds, dominating New York. In one game, Shaquille wins over the Orlando fans. Shaquille is not Shaquille O'Neal, yet has become another great white shark. Starting lineup for the Clippers. Center DeAndre Jordan. Power forward Griffin. Small forward Leonard. Shooting guard JJ Redick. Point guard Paul. Starting lineup for the Bulls. Center Noah. Power forward Pau Gasol. Small forward Mike Dunleavy. Shooting guard Jordan. Point guard Rose. Before the game, a reporter caught Bulls head coach Thibodeau and asked, "You usually don't like to use rookies. Why have you placed Jordan in the starting lineup with a 10-day contract?" Thibodeau replied straightforwardly, "I couldn't find a reason not to start him as the shooting guard. This kid Jordan will definitely surprise you all. Though his appearance, height, and wingspan are quite different from that person, he definitely has that person's shadow." During the game, Jordan received the ball and backed down against little Kawhi Leonard, who was defending him. His teammates quickly spaced the floor, clearing one side for Jordan. Kawhi was furious, feeling belittled by a little-known player on a 10-day contract daring to go onion with him. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Suddenly, Jordan performed a half-spin dribble, quickly advanced a step, and then halted abruptly to shoot a mid-range jumper. Kawhi's defense was solid, yet the ball swished through the net. Moreover, Kawhi realized he couldn't contest Jordan's shot, even if he anticipated how he would play. Jordan dominated the game with beautiful mid-range shots and various contested layups, quickly rising to fame. Ultimately, the score was 118-105, and the undefeated Los Angeles Clippers were brought down by the Chicago Bulls. Jordan didn't attempt a single three-pointer in this game, yet he astonishingly scored 47 points, shocking the league. Jordan shot 16 out of 23, made 15 out of 17 free throws, scoring 47 points along with 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. In a post-game interview, Kawhi said, "Defending against Jordan felt like practicing defense against Shaquille within the Cavaliers, always feeling like I couldn't exert my strength." On the Bulls side, Jordan confidently stated in the post-game interview, "I can shoot threes, I just don't care to. I just want to showcase my mid-range skills and let the kids know that they shouldn't focus solely on shooting threes." In no time, major sports websites went wild with reports. 10-day contract player scores 47 points. Clippers' undefeated streak is broken. Mid-range assassin emerges. Jordan crushes Kawhi. No threes, 47 points. Jordan overturns the Clip. Later on, the Cavaliers were set to face the Kings. Before the game, Xie Yu warmed up, and although he didn't purposely check other matches, Shaquille and Jordan's stats caught his attention. He couldn't help but mumble, "These two guys don't look or play like O'Neal and Jordan, but their intensity on the court is the system must think him too strong, deliberately increasing the difficulty for me. Hey system, aren't you afraid I might team up with them to form a big three? If that really happened, the NBA would be a done deal. At that point, no matter how many so-called rivals you create with Jordan and Shaquille by my side, we could walk through the league undefeated." Starting lineup for the Cavaliers. Center Jokic. Power forward Giannis. Small forward J.R. Smith. Shooting guard Xie Yu. Point guard Holiday. Starting lineup for the Kings. Center Cousins. Power forward Jason Thompson. Small forward Rudy Gay. Shooting guard Caspi. Point guard Darren Collison. The Cavaliers were without Wade and West, while the Kings had their full roster available. This game had many highlights, especially the feud between Xie Yu and Caspi, which would surely add some spice. Moreover, after the Kings' previous game against the Knicks, Cousins had stated that if Irving and Leonard were absent, Xie Yu would still not have a championship to show for it. Xie Yu, who had a fiery temper, was bound to make this game exciting. As the enemies faced each other, their glances could ignite flames. Caspi had been nursing a grudge since being kicked out after arguing with Xie Yu earlier. As the game began, he took advantage of a screen to deliver a flying shoulder to Xie Yu, knocking him to the ground. The system had set him up with two rivals, and Xie Yu had a belly full of anger. With Caspi's sneaky move, he erupted, pushing Caspi away like two dragons emerging from the sea. Fortunately, his teammates were quick to intervene, preventing the conflict from escalating further. Xie Yu yelled, "Don't mess with me. You can't handle the consequences." Caspi remained silent, but Cousins was nearby, laughing and clapping. After a long discussion, the referees decided to give the league's prince some face, not ejecting Xie Yu, but issuing a technical foul instead. Caspi received a technical foul as well, both receiving equal punishment. This unfair decision enraged the Kings fans, who booed loudly, making it painful for the ears. Especially when Xie Yu had the ball, the boos threatened to tear the roof off the Golden One Center. Xie Yu smirked slightly, thinking to himself, "If you all seem to forget, the louder the boos, the stronger I become." At that moment, J.R. Smith received the ball at the high post. Xie Yu, hiding in the corner, first ran towards the top of the key, pretending to set a screen for Jokic to come out for the catch, then suddenly made a back cut and slipped to the baseline. This duo worked in perfect harmony, with J.R. Smith tossing a high pass. Xie Yu leaped high, caught the ball, and executed an unexpected half-spin reverse dunk, igniting the crowd. Immediately after, Xie Yu set his sights on the hot-headed Cousins. When Caspi and Xie Yu had their earlier conflict, Cousins had been the most animated on the sidelines. Coupled with his previous comments, while Xie Yu usually didn't hold grudges, he had been keeping an eye on Cousins and had already found him displeasing. Xie Yu used a pick and roll to switch onto Cousins. "Behold, Xie Yu executed a series of dribble moves followed by a prayer gesture successfully baiting Cousin's weight, then he broke free from the defense, and facing Jason Thompson's challenge, delivered a ferocious axe dunk. In that moment, the once-booing Golden One Center erupted into cheers, as if it had become Xie Yu's home court. Xie Yu glared fiercely at Cousins' eyes, seemingly saying, "Who do you think you are?" In the end, the Kings, despite their limited strength, were merely a bottom-tier team incapable of withstanding the full offensive power of Xie Yu. By the end of the third quarter, Xie Yu had clocked out. The final score was 129-101, with the Cavaliers dismantling the Kings on their home turf. Xie Yu made 17 of 28 shots, 8 of 12 three-pointers, and was perfect on 11 free throws, scoring 53 points alongside 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, with only 2 turnovers. Xie Yu's flawless performance turned the Kings' home court into his own as the crowd erupted in an MVP chant during his free throws, infuriating Cousins, who angrily thought, "You didn't cheer that loudly or uniformly when I shot my free throws. A bunch of traitors." In a post-game interview, Xie Yu exuded confidence, saying center play, mid-range shooting, three-pointers. Sorry, I'm proficient in all of them. The Knight cut through the ranks, first capturing the fierce Dragon, then knocking down the Horse Spurs, followed by a bloody slaughter of the Pistons, achieving 5 consecutive victories with great momentum. The Pacers, Magic, Bulls, and Thunder also enjoyed consecutive victories. The competition for the Eastern Conference Player of the Week was intense and fierce. Paul George averaged 35 points along with 8 rebounds and 8 assists, leading his team to an impressive record of 4 wins and 0 losses. LeBron James was not far behind, averaging 34 points, 11 rebounds, and 10.5 assists, leading his team to a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Shaq was particularly explosive, averaging 37 points, 25 rebounds, and 5 blocks, guiding his team to a perfect 40 record. Lou Dan also delivered an astonishing performance, averaging 41 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, achieving the same remarkable 40 record. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was terrifying, averaging 51.5 points, grabbing 12 rebounds, and delivering 10.5 assists, leading his team to 4 wins and 0 losses. Although Xie Yu ultimately secured the Eastern Conference Player of the Week title, the formidable rise of the rookies Shaq and Lou Dan could not be overlooked. In the West, the Player of the Week was taken by Westbrook, who averaged 33 points, 10.8 rebounds, and 11.3 assists, leading the Thunder to a 40 record, showcasing excellent performance. Shaq's explosive performance on the court quickly prompted the Magic's management to take action, swiftly finalizing a 3-team. The Magic traded Peyton and a first-round draft pick to acquire Rajon Rondo from the rebuilding Celtics, instantly forming a trio of Rondo, Vucevic, and Shaq. When Xie Yu learned of this news, he was genuinely taken aback. After all, the Magic still had promising newcomers like Oladipo and Aaron Gordon, along with championship puzzle pieces like Harrison Fournier. There was no doubt that the Magic now possessed the strength to compete for the championship. On the other side, the Bulls were also busy acquiring Jack at a low price to provide a reliable backup for Rose. In the blink of an eye, the landscape of the league had turned upside down and the competition intensified. Xie Yu's arrival was like a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, injecting a shot of adrenaline into the declining viewership of the NBA, causing a strong resurgence. Meanwhile, the rising stars Shaq and Lou Dan further elevated the NBA's popularity, with viewership climbing to new heights once again. At the same time, the emergence of superstars like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry stirred up the calm waters of the league, plunging its dynamics into unprecedented chaos. The officials were practically pulling their hair out while ranking the power list. Every release of the list ignited a powder keg, sparking intense debates among fans with endless disputes and stubborn stances. When the Cavaliers, who had won 9 straight games, faced off against the Magic, who had also achieved 8 consecutive victories, the matchup instantly became a bombshell, attracting the fervent attention of countless basketball fans worldwide. Everyone eagerly awaited to witness the sparks flying in this peak battle. The biggest highlight of this match was undoubtedly the clash between the sensational supercenter Shaq and the formidable Xie Yu, who led the small ball era with top-tier offense and defense. Pre-game interview for the Magic vs. Cavaliers. Rondo: "This Magic team is brimming with youthful vitality, and I am already the oldest player on the team. We are like the Cavaliers that first showed promise 3 years ago, full of infinite possibilities. I firmly believe that we can bring a three-peat glory to Orlando." Vucevic: "The reason I can achieve averages of 2010 is largely due to Shaq. His dominance in the paint draws too much firepower from the opponents. Moreover, my external shooting is not merely luck, it is the result of day-to-day hard work." Shaq: "I eagerly anticipate clashing with Xie Yu. He is undoubtedly the MVP while I am just a rookie making my debut. In terms of status, we may not be comparable, but the charm of basketball lies in this. I firmly believe that the Magic will defeat the Cavaliers, simple as that, no doubts. Wade: "I have fully adapted to the Cavaliers' tactical system. As the game progresses, I will only get better and contribute." Giannis: "Many players on our team have the ability to defend against Shaq, including myself. I love this fierce competition. It makes me stronger." Xie Yu: "The stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is for me. If I could easily win the championship every time, wouldn't that be too? This season I can hardly wait." Cavaliers starting lineup: center Jokic, power forward West, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. Magic's starting lineup: center Shaq, power forward Vucevic, small forward Harris, shooting guard Oladipo, point guard Rondo. The game has yet to start, but the Amway Center is already star-studded with Magic legends like O'Neal, McGrady, and Hardaway making appearances, eliciting cheers from the fans. O'Neal fixed his gaze on Xie Yu, confidently stating, Xie Yu, let me make this clear, when the Cavaliers face the Magic there is no chance of victory. There is simply no one on your team who can contain Shaq, while on the Magic side there are plenty who can defend against you. Xie Yu, hearing this, smirked and retorted, talk is cheap, how about a bet? Let's bet on who can sell shoes in China for a month, how about that? O'Neill's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly laughed. Hey, forget I said anything. McGrady couldn't help but laugh, while Hardaway playfully chided Xie Yu. Xie Yu, you should give my son more playing time. Xie Yu nodded seriously and said, your son is indeed working hard, he has become my practice partner. As long as he improves his defense a bit more, I will definitely let him play. Hardaway smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. The opportunity for his son to train with a superstar like Xie Yu is rare, and he nodded repeatedly with a smile. As the game began, Shaq leapt high to win the jump ball, then dashed towards the rim like a gust of wind. Rondo's pass was like a cannonball, smashing toward Shaq. Shaq received the ball, half-turned, and shoved Jokic aside, soaring high for a one-handed slam dunk. The display of power ignited the entire arena. Xie Yu helplessly shook his head. Isn't this just the big shark from the Magic era? After just one matchup, little Jokic seemed to struggle. Xie Yu understood that he had to step up to show those arrogant fans who the real boss of the league was. He called for the ball, signaled his teammates to clear out, and asked Jokic to set a pick, successfully switching to a unknown against Shaq. He then stepped back for a three-pointer, steady and accurate, right in the face of the leaping Shaq. After scoring, he put his finger to his lips, signaling the home fans to quiet down, looking very arrogant. Shaq, infuriated, rushed down the court, trying to back down Xie Yu to reclaim his pride. However, Rondo's long-distance pass was thwarted by Xie Yu's agile defense. Xie Yu slowly advanced with the ball, shouting at Shaq, come on, keep guarding me, let's see if I can make you cry. The young and spirited Shaq could not take this provocation. He directly blocked Xie Yu, lowering his center of gravity and adopting a stance of tight defense. Seeing this, Xie Yu began to show off his skills, dazzling Shaq with a series of dribbles. Suddenly, he accelerated, breaking free and soared for a dunk over Vucevic, drawing a 21 foul. The Amway Center was momentarily filled with gasps, followed by an immediate silence. You could hear a pin drop. The Magic legends on the sidelines looked grim as Xie Yu had become overly arrogant, performing Allen Iverson's signature ear-listening gesture. The Magic fans were even more excited, chanting in unison, F Xie Yu. The sound was like a tidal wave. Xie Yu shook his head and smiled, making the free throw with ease. On his way back on defense, he smiled at the camera, saying, are you angry? My arrogance comes from the way you jump up and down. Xie Yu's aggressive start invigorated the entire Cavaliers team. In the first quarter, the Cavaliers' defense was solid, causing the Magic to make numerous mistakes. The Xie connection alone completed 3 successful plays, thrilling Cavaliers fans watching from home. At the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers led the Magic by 15 points with a score of 37-22. Xie Yu played the entire first quarter, scoring 21 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, and providing 3 assists. Shaquille only played for 7 minutes, managing to score 5 points and collect 3 rebounds. Shaq bulldozed his way inside, entering dominance mode. First, he executed a violent dunk over Giannis, then despite being triple-teamed by 3 Cavaliers, he managed to score a hard-earned 21. The Magic seized this opportunity to unleash a 156 run. Mike Brown had no choice but to quickly substitute in Xie Yu to stabilize the situation. Xie Yu intended to help Jokic grow rapidly, as currently Jokic seemed the most likely to upgrade the team's tactical system. Continuously executing pick and rolls, Xie Yu encountered double teams as soon as he crossed the screen, but he was quick on his feet, always managing to find Jokic with a timely bounce pass. Jokic consistently hit floaters over Shaq, which infuriated Shaq. The general manager, Chris Grant, who came along with the team, excitedly pumped his fists, exclaiming, European players are so smart, their skills are so smooth. David Griffin beside him couldn't help but marvel. Xie Yu has such an eye for talent. Nikola Jokic might have a ceiling even high. Thanks to Xie Yu's orchestration, the team regained stability. At halftime, the Cavaliers led the Magic by 10 points, 6,252. After the halftime adjustments, the Magic immediately adopted a double-team strategy against Xie Yu at the start of the second half. When he had no ball, the young Oladipo and veteran Rondo took turns aggressively hounding him, trying to wear him down. On the Magic side, their offense flowed seamlessly. Vucevic was effective both inside and outside, capable of passing and shooting. He spread the floor, leaving no one on the Cavaliers able to defend Shaq unknown. Although Wade, Giannis, and others performed well in this quarter, the Cavaliers still lost by 7 points in the third quarter. The score changed to 92-89, with the Magic trailing by just 3 points. Shaq was in peak form, scoring the highest on the team with 33 points and attempting an astounding 20 free throws. During a break, Xie Yu approached the officiating referee, complaining, they are holding me when I don't have the ball. Ooh, I can't move. This has to be called illegal defense. Especially Rondo, damn it, his hands are welded to my waist. How is that not a foul? The referee merely smiled and nodded without saying anything, which infuriated Xie Yu. When Shaq attacked, the referee's whistle was quite timely. Rondo was pulling him down, nearly ripping his pants, and only then did he slowly call a foul. How could he not be angry? In the fourth quarter, Jokic orchestrated the play beautifully, with Giannis and Wade seizing opportunities for easy cuts, each scoring 2 points. However, in a single offensive play, Shaq directly knocked Jokic out of the game with his 5th foul. It was still early in the fourth quarter with 10 minutes left, and Mike Brown had no choice but to substitute Jokic for a rest. Mike Brown glanced at Batum and Fry, then at the rampaging Shaq, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, Wes stepped up, declaring loudly, "I'll take care of him." These 5 words were like a shot of adrenaline for Mike Brown, providing him with some relief. However, the referee's calls continued to disadvantage the Cavaliers as soon as West tried to apply some pressure to Shaq. The whistle blew. Just 3 minutes and the Cavaliers had already racked up the team's total fouls for the quarter, and with one more foul the Magic would head to the free throw line. In this critical moment, Mike Brown had no other option but to rely on all-out Xie. As soon as Xie Yu entered the game, he proactively requested a technical foul. He shouted angrily at the referee, "What do you mean by this? We have 5 players against your 8. Even Silver can't control this group of idiots, can he?" The whistle blew with a sharp beep. Xie Yu had indeed reached his limit. The free throw count was 35-9, and he had complained several times already. Who could be calm in this situation? As the team's leader, he had to step up and apply pressure. The Magic grew bolder as they played, each player driving in with the intent to draw fouls. On the perimeter, Harris was hot today, hitting every shot with precision. On the Cavaliers' side, Xie Yu attracted the defense, and they managed to score from beyond the arc, keeping the score close. As the game reached the final 29 seconds, both teams were tightly locked at 117-117. With the Magic in possession, the last attack was handed to Oladipo, who held the ball at the top of the arc running down the clock. Xie Yu spread his arms, lowered his center of gravity, and as Oladipo made his move, he lunged for a steal. Oladipo stumbled slightly, losing the ball. Xie Yu created a fast break opportunity with a 1-on-0 situation. However, unexpectedly, he stopped beyond the three-point line, opting not to secure 2 points, but instead launched a three-pointer. With a swish, the ball went through the net. 1-2-0-1-1-7. The Amway center fell silent, as if it had been muted. Xie Yu's eyes widened as he shouted at the crowd, "Chase. Keep chasing. If you have the guts, keep chasing." On the sidelines, McGrady couldn't help but mutter, "This guy is a real madman." Hardaway also sighed. His confidence is simply off the charts. Shaq gritted his teeth and said he's unbelievably arrogant, but there's nothing you can do about it. He just keeps scoring. After the timeout, Shaq quickly attacked the interior for 2 points. On the Cavaliers' side, they surrendered the 2 points, knowing that using fouls against Xie Yu would only give away easy points. Xie Yu lived up to expectations, calmly sinking both free throws. 1-2-2-1-1-9. With no choice left, the Magic had to go all out. Harris caught the ball and decisively launched a three-pointer, but unfortunately it bounced off the rim. As the final whistle blew, the game came to an end. The Cavaliers narrowly defeated the Magic, ending the latter's 8-game winning streak, while achieving their own 10-game winning streak. In this game, Xie Yu scored 55 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists, while Shaq contributed 45 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 assists, marking a personal showdown that would go down in history. In the post-game interview, Shaq maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "This was just my first matchup with Xie Yu. I'm quite satisfied with this game. There will be plenty of opportunities to win against him in the future." Oladipo, filled with self-reproach, said, "I take the blame for this loss. We had a chance to win, and truthfully the gap in strength between us and the Cavaliers isn't that wide." The Cavaliers didn't have time to celebrate, rushing off to Chicago without delay. Tomorrow night, they would face the formidable Bulls at the United Center in a back-to-back matchup. Upon arriving in Chicago, Mike Brown immediately convened a meeting to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's game. Xie Yu felt utterly drained, facing last season's best center Noah, the Lakers' championship hero Gasol, the three-point sharpshooter Dunleavy, with over a 40 hit rate, the rival modeled after S. Jordan, and the once youngest MVP, an injury-free Rose. He couldn't compete. There was simply no way to win. The system's problems should be handled by the system. Xie Yu began to implement the results of the chats he had over the past few months. "Shozi, shall we meet? Chin come to America. Are you interested in coming to the U.S. to help me shoot a magazine? It could elevate your popularity to a whole new level." In Chicago, the cold wind of November swept through the icy vapor of Lake Michigan, mercilessly slicing against people's faces like a blade. Lou Shirsi tightly wrapped herself in a camel-colored cashmere coat, yet even that could not fend off the chill. She gazed at the clapperboard where the English title was quietly covered by a layer of white frost, as if heralding the difficulties of filming. Cut. After the 8th NG, the director could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a torrent of American curses. Lou Shirsi furrowed her brow, intensely focused on the playback on the monitor, filled with anxiety and self-reproach. "Need a hand warmer." A cheerful male voice came from behind her. Lou Shirsi instinctively turned around and collided with Xie Yu's sturdy and warm chest. The steaming warmth mixed with the refreshing scent of mint body wash instantly enveloped her, a comforting aroma. Xie Yu possessed a face as well-defined as the finest work of an ancient Greek sculptor. His deep-set eyes sparkled like obsidian in the night sky, emanating sharpness and depth as if they could see into one's soul, yet when he looked at Lou Shirsi, they unconsciously overflowed with endless tenderness. His high nose added a sense of three-dimensionality to his features, while his sharply contoured lips curved slightly upward, carrying just the right hint of a smile, exuding both the charm of a mature man and a sun-like approachability. His hair was a deep black, still damp from a recent shower, with tiny shards of ice clinging to the tips, sparkling under the light like diamonds adorning his head. A few longer strands of hair casually fell across his forehead, adding a touch of unruliness and nonchalance. Xie Yu handed her a steaming paper cup, concern evident in his eyes. "Brown sugar ginger tea. I got delayed on the way, but it's just the right temperature to drink now." Lou Shirsi's heart raced, both surprised and delighted, her voice unconsciously taking on a playful tone. "Why did you suddenly—" The two of them were very close, and Xie Yu unhesitatingly pressed the brown sugar ginger tea into her hands, his gaze filled with urgency for her to drink. Xie Yu slightly lowered his head, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I saw on the news that you were filming here, and I happened to be in town, so I thought I would come to see you." Lu Shirsi took a gentle sip of the brown sugar ginger tea, the warm liquid sliding down her throat, a wave of warmth instantly surging in her heart. She lightly chided, "You could have at least given me a heads up." Just then the production assistant barged in, impatience etched on his face as he shouted, "Fuck that Chinese woman. What are you dilly-dallying for? The entire crew is waiting for you. Do you really think you're a big star?" Without a second thought, the assistant's gaze suddenly met Xie Yu's, and he abruptly fell silent, as if a duck had its throat. He knew well that the man before him was not someone to mess with, and not only was he a friend of director Spike Lee, but he was also an investor in this film and one of the hottest basketball superstars in the world. "You're fired, get out." Xie Yu's voice was as cold as an ice cellar in the middle of winter, devoid of any warmth. The assistant's face turned pale as he hurriedly began to plead, his sharp voice drawing a crowd. Spike Lee, hearing the commotion, quickly made his way over. He didn't even bother greeting Xie Yu, instead immediately inquiring about the situation with the assistant. After a moment, he turned to Xie Yu looking helpless as he said, "Bro, I admit I haven't managed my staff well. This kid has been with me for years and usually doesn't know when to shut up. He didn't mean it. Can we just let it go this time?" Xie Yu's expression was as deep as water, coldly questioning. "He's your guy, I understand you speaking up for him. But she is someone I hold dear and want to protect, and you should be well aware of that. I happen to be here today, what if I wasn't? How many times has this happened in the past? Think carefully about it, and don't provoke." From the assistant's earlier arrogant attitude, Xie Yu could tell, without much thought, that this was not the first time such an incident. Lu Shirsi was introduced to the crew by him, and Spike Lee not only failed to take care of her, but was now supporting the person bullying her, which only fueled his rage. Everyone present had heard of Xie Yu to some extent, and whether the truth or not, they felt a degree of trepidation towards him. Spike Lee let out a resigned sigh and nodded, directly firing the assistant to quell the situation. Lu Shirsi had been staring intently at Xie Yu the entire time. The man who stood up for her radiated a charm that was both domineering and handsome, causing her heart to race even more chaotically. One must ask which woman could remain unaffected by such a man. After the situation was resolved, Xie Yu turned to Spike Lee and said, "I need to take Shirsi with me today, and by the way, I brought tickets for tonight's game. If your schedule allows, give everyone a day off, let the crew relax at a nearby resort. I'll foot the bill. Is that all right?" Spike Lee immediately climbed down the ladder and excitedly announced the perk, and everyone who had just been in awe of Xie Yu's powerful presence now saw his warm and considerate side, eagerly surrounding him to take photos. While Lu Shirsi changed clothes, Xie Yu was surrounded by people, becoming a photo opportunity machine. The bodyguard drove slowly away, Xie Yu and Lu Shirsi sitting in the back seat. "I didn't fight for this role for you to be shivering on set, and you certainly shouldn't be bullied." Xie Yu's tone carried a hint of sternness, and his harsh words struck Lu Shirsi like a heavy hammer, making her feel especially as his questioning gaze bore down. The closer he leaned, the more his unique masculine aura enveloped her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She slightly tilted her head to look at Xie Yu, feeling a mix of panic and confusion, but was soon lost in his deep abyss-like gaze, wondering, how could he be so good to me, fighting for the role and caring whether I was bullied? Could it be that he has special feelings for me? At that moment, Xie Yu heard the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, but he wasn't anxious to pay it any mind. He slowly reached out, gently caressing Lu Shirsi's cheek. This tender gesture felt like a warm current flowing through Lu Shirsi's heart, enveloping her in immense warmth. Her heart felt as if it had been lightly brushed by a feather, tingling pleasantly, as all her fear and tension dissipated in that moment. She showed no intention of pulling away, instead gently closing her eyes to savor this moment of beauty, her heart filled with sweetness and reassurance, silently wishing at this moment, how I wish time would stand still, so he could always treat me with such tenderness. As Xie Yu's lips slowly approached, waves of ripples erupted in Lu Shirsi's heart, an unprecedented impulse. Her mind went blank, leaving only the instinctual desire. She instinctively stretched her neck, leaning in to eagerly reciprocate Xie Yu's kiss. In her heart, she understood that the feelings she had always harbored for Xie Yu could no longer be suppressed. At that moment, like a flood bursting through a dam, all the shades of love were fully released in that passionate kiss. She resolutely thought, no matter what the future holds, at least for this moment, I do not want to miss him, nor this rare affection. In that instant, it felt as if time stood still for them, and the suppressed feelings in both their hearts exploded completely. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have captured the heart of the top beauty, gaining one extraordinary multiple-choice question. Vacuum sniper or fusion core finish? Vacuum sniper teammates, shooting accuracy increases by 10 after receive. Fusion core finish teammates, success rate for finishing inside increases by 10. Even if the success rate of scoring from the inside is absurdly high, it doesn't necessarily mean it's truly useful. If no one is there to block, anyone can easily score, but once faced with a block from the opponent, even if the shot is perfect, the ball won't go in. For the Cavaliers, the shooting percentage from open shots is essentially the lifeline of the team. However, the reality is that the team often struggles to capitalize on the excellent opportunities to create open three-pointers. I choose Vacuum Sniper. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the extraordinary skill, Vacuum Sniper. Only Lu Dan deserves the title of the league's #1. Xie Yu. He's just a guy who relies on luck to hit three-pointers. Who would enjoy watching him play? Anyone who understands basketball knows that Lu Dan represents true high-level skills. He doesn't need to rely on three-pointers and can effortlessly score 40 points. Xie Yu. Is there really someone who thinks he's worth watching? Just keep jumping up and down, as Xie Yu will eventually make you eat. As fellow Chinese, not supporting Xie Yu but instead fawning over an American is utterly ridiculous. Chinese. You can't still be in the dark, can you? Xie Yu not only rejected the national team's call during the offseason, but he didn't even return to China. He probably considers himself an American by now. Indeed, how can he still be considered Chinese? I would rather support Lu Dan and would never support him. As it stands, Xie Yu's Cavaliers can't possibly defeat the Bulls led by Lu Dan. If it weren't for Xia the master of screenshots, Xie Yu wouldn't have realized how terrible his reputation had become. He just won 3 consecutive championships, and after missing one national team game, the domestic fans are already this. Indeed, the more famous one becomes the more rumors spread, just like Jay Cho, who often faces slander being accused of not donating or being overly westernized. At that moment, Lu Shirsi had finished her shower and changed her clothes, walking gracefully in front of Xie Yu. Before leaving the bathroom, she had repeatedly scrutinized herself in the mirror, feeling both excited and nervous. When she softly asked, "Do you think this outfit looks good on me?" her eyes were fixed on Xie Yu, filled with apprehension and hope. Before her stood. She wore a white modern shipao, its tailored cut perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. The well-placed slit revealed glimpses of her calves as she walked, exuding elegance and a hint of just the right amount of allure. The exquisite knot at the neck was imbued with vintage charm, paired with a simple, yet striking pair of pearl earrings, adding, with a cream-colored lightweight Chinese-style short jacket over it, the overall look was instantly elevated, emanating a high. Wearing a pair of white low-heeled shoes, she appeared fresh and gentle, like a beauty stepping out from a Jiangnan ink painting. Seeing Xie Yu look somewhat mesmerized, Lu Shirsi's heart skipped a beat, followed by a wave of secret joy. She thought to herself that her careful selection and combination of clothes were not in vain. Hearing Xie Yu genuinely praise, "You look beautiful tonight, you will definitely be the most dazzling sight in the United Center," made her heart feel as if it was soaked in honey, and the tension vanished without a trace. Your words aren't that sweet, yet why do they sound so moving? Deep down, she knew her feelings for Xie Yu had grown deeper. Every glance and every word from him could easily tug at her. She felt that the atmosphere at this moment was incredibly beautiful and couldn't help but want to express her inner joy and sweetness in a loving manner. This is what they call contrast, right? Bulls starters: center Noah, power forward Gasol, small forward Dunleavy, shooting guard Lu Dan, point guard Rose. Cavaliers starters: center Fry, power forward West, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. In the Cavaliers locker room, Xie Yu's expression was serious as he reminded today's game is quite challenging and the Bulls are not to be underestimated. Remember, once an open shot occurs, you must take it decisively. As long as the three-pointers are on target, the Bulls are not scary at all. Rose, bro, come to my place for dinner after the game. My mom has given me a strict order. She really wants to see you. Xie Yu, sure, I miss any too. Your brother has helped me a lot. I should have a couple of drinks with him. Xie Yu, by the way, you too. Rose, still got your woman in Chicago. Noah, I suggest the league doesn't let you play in Chicago anymore. The local beauties will all be taken by you. Xie Yu, leave that for you. Mine are from China, the pinnacle of beauty. Do you know what the pinnacle of beauty is? Noah, Derek, I'm going to my place for dinner tonight too. Hey, I want to see what kind of Eastern pinnacle of beauty you have. Rose, all right, welcome. Xie Yu, remember to bring a gift, otherwise you won't get to see her. Noah, have you run out of the ladies' watches, you whore? Alright, I'll prepare some stock for you tonight. Xie Yu, get lost. Ha ha, Lu Dan. Ha ha, Lu Dan. Ha ha, Lu Dan. Let's see you be arrogant. Rivals, huh? Without outside shooting, even peak Jordan wouldn't intimidate. As the first attack began, all the spectators in the United Center stood up in unison. Lu Dan received the ball at the elbow, facing off against Xie Yu. Xie Yu felt the blood surge through him, a thrill reminiscent of the first time he met Kobe. I must say, while this rivalry is troublesome, it excites him as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. Lu Dan made a couple of feints and then spun around for a fallaway jumper. Swish. Xie Yu finally understood what it felt like to be defended by others. It was indeed difficult to guard against. Jumping requires timing and precision. Oh, jump too early and you risk a foul or getting faked out. If he doesn't jump, he could only silently pray that Lu Dan wouldn't score. Lu Dan successfully scored against Xie Yu, causing the United Center to erupt. Many fans excitedly high-fived each other in celebration. Xie Yu slowly dribbled over, noticing Lu Dan had retreated too far and shot directly from the logo. Swish. 3-2. This three-pointer was like a mute button for the away crowd. The United Center fell silent. Lu Dan couldn't help but complain, "Stop shooting threes all the time. What skill is that?" Xie Yu retorted, "What's wrong with that? Are threes not points? I feel like I should get an extra point for shooting from this distance. It should count as 4 points." Lu Dan was left speechless for a moment, wanting to score back. However, this time Xie Yu cranked up his defensive intensity, continually compressing Lu Dan's space and pushing him out. Lu Dan rejected his teammate's screen and forced a long two-pointer. Clang. Lu Dan hit the iron in frustration. Xie Yu muttered, "It seems I'll need to use the opponent's symbols more often." At that moment, Holiday brought the ball up, coordinating with Xie Yu. After drawing a double team, Xie Yu quickly passed back to Holiday, who was at the three-point line. Holiday caught the pass and shot. Swish. Rose had switched back to defend Xie Yu, and Lu Dan was still chasing Xie Yu, completely unaware of the simple handoff that left Holiday wide open. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Playing with Xie Yu is just so easy." The moment he caught the ball, he felt a mysterious force urging him to shoot a three-pointer, convinced that it would go in. As Xie Yu clapped and shouted, "Just like Zhu, take the shot decisively. When wide open, you have to be resolute." The first half ended in silence at the United Center. The glaring red numbers on the scoreboard read 8-3-5-5. The Chicago Bulls, playing at home, trailed the Cleveland Cavaliers by 28 points. Xie Yu had 20 points, 10 rebounds, 17 assists, and 0 turnovers. Wade, Holiday, and Fry each hit 3 three-pointers, while Jokic, J.R. Smith, Giannis, Joe Harris, C.J. McCollum, and Tim Hardaway each made 1 three-pointer. and Xie Yu himself sank 5 three-pointers. The entire team shot 20 of 31 from three-point range in the first half, leaving the Bulls questioning their existence. Xie Yu felt exhilarated shooter link and vacuum sniper, a perfect combination. Creating open shots for teammates, even the Greek freak can become a top shooter. These two skills combined add up to a total of 20. Those online who praised Lu Dan and disparaged Xie Yu are now silent. The three-point rain is just too terrifying. In the Bulls' locker room, Thibodeau's face was as dark as a pot bottom. His iron-fisted defense was utterly useless against the Cavaliers' three-point barrage. He was exhausted. This year was the last chance given to him by the management, and if the results didn't improve, he would be dismissed. Lu Dan's arrival had once given him hope, but facing the Cavaliers led by Xie Yu, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. As the second half began, Lu Dan made a strong drive against Xie Yu, maneuvering in the air to score 2 points. It was now the Cavaliers' turn to attack, and Xie Yu was ready to respond. Lu Dan was wary of Xie Yu's three-point shot. The moment he raised his head and raised an eyebrow, Lu Dan was already prepared to pounce. Xie Yu executed a quick sidestep, creating just enough space, then abruptly halted and leaped, pulling back with extreme precision, sending Lu Dan flying 3 meters away. Xie Yu shrugged, taking his three-point shot. Swish. The arena fell silent once more, and even Lu Dan, who bore a striking resemblance to that man, was subdued by Xie Yu. At this moment, countless Bulls fans cursed former general manager Gar Forman in their hearts. At home, Gar Forman was watching the game broadcast when he suddenly sneezed repeatedly. He didn't even have to think to know that Bulls fans were once again lamenting his decision to trade Xie Yu. Gar Forman, now much older, couldn't help but cry out in anguish, "I regret it. If I could go back to the past, I would do everything in my power to help him resolve all those troubles. It's not just about having slept with another woman. Even if it were 100, I would find a way to set it right." The final whistle blew, and the Cavaliers unleashed their full firepower, scoring 145 points and crushing the Bulls with a massive 39-point advantage, achieving their 11th consecutive victory. In this game, Xie Yu's performance was explosive, racking up 25 points, 13 rebounds, and 25 assists, with his 25 assists in a single game setting a new career high. Additionally, Wade efficiently scored 23 points, Holiday added 20 points, Fry contributed 15 points, and West tallied 6 points and 10 rebounds. The bench players were equally impressive, with Giannis scoring 15 points, CJ McCollum and J.R. Smith each contributing 12 points, and Jokic adding 6 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. After the game, Lou Shirsi was completely unprepared for Xie Yu to take her hand and confidently bring her to the Ross family for dinner, introducing her to everyone as his girlfriend. At that moment, her mind went blank and her heart raced uncontrollably, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her. She was surprised by the sudden turn of events and delighted by Xie Yu's generous gesture, as if he was officially bringing her into his circle of life. Upon entering the Ross family home, the family praised Lou Shirsi endlessly. Listening to wave after wave of compliments made her heart feel as sweet as honey. After a delightful meal, both host and guests were satisfied. Under the warm lights, their silhouettes stretched long. As they stepped out of the Ross family house, Xie Yu tightly held Lou Shirsi's hand, playfully mimicking Mrs. Ross' tone, saying, "You are the most beautiful Eastern woman I have ever seen," as if you walked out of an ink painting. Lou Shirsi's cheeks instantly flushed, feeling both shy and sweet. She playfully punched Xie Yu, mockingly saying, "Don't think I can't tell, you're imitating Auntie's way of speaking." Yet deep down she knew that Mrs. Ross had complimented her at least a dozen times today, truly astonished by her Eastern. However, with Xie Yu's imitation, those praises seemed to take on a special meaning, causing ripples in her heart. She silently wished for this beautiful time to last a little longer, a little more. Shortly after, Lou Shirsi returned to filming. NI arrived in Cleveland. When she received the news that Xie Yu wanted her to shoot a magazine, her heart raced violently, various thoughts flashing through her mind. On one hand, her current work was important, but the opportunity to collaborate with Xie Yu was truly rare. On the other hand, she knew the rules of the entertainment industry well. Once she got close to Xie Yu, her future in stardom would surely be bright. Without much hesitation, she immediately canceled her current work and rushed over. As her agent said, "Whoever can get close to Xie Yu will certainly gain a wealth of resources." NI was clear in her heart. She knew she couldn't refuse Xie Yu's invitation. Thinking back to when Li Yitong shot the IN4 advertisement with Xie Yu, she became famous overnight in the entertainment industry, with resources pouring in like snowflakes. Regardless of how thoroughly she became popular, it was hard not to associate this with Xie Yu's immense influence. Furthermore, it was rumored that Li Yitong never filmed kissing scenes, which sparked much speculation, adding an air of mystery to. Suddenly, Xie Yu announced that he would be shooting a magazine, instantly attracting 3 major companies. He wasn't picky, dragging NI along to shoot all day on his day off. During the shoot, NI was initially a bit nervous, as this shoot had a larger scale and involved close interactions with Xie Yu. She could feel her face occasionally flushing. But as the shoot progressed, she gradually immersed herself in it, new feelings beginning to stir within her. She secretly observed Xie Yu's focused expression, thinking to herself that this man not only held a status and resources that made countless people look up to him, but his charisma was also irresistible. In this close contact, she seemed to find herself slightly moved. Perhaps this collaboration would not only bring a turning point in her career, but also mark the beginning of a romantic story. After returning to the 2-acre villa, NI wrapped herself in an exquisitely tailored coat, wearing a pair of stiletto heels complemented by tight jeans that showcased her graceful figure. Xie Yu couldn't help but admire in his heart. Jeans truly are a killer for homebodies. Upon arriving at the Twaker Villa, NI's eyes widened in surprise, silently marveling at the tremendous wealth it must take to create such a scene, momentarily feeling a bit dazed. Regaining her composure, Ni jokingly probed, "This castle is so beautiful. The female owner must be as stunning as a celestial being, right?" Yet as the words left her mouth, she felt a bit anxious, both looking forward to Xie Yu's response and fearing she might come off. Xie Yu understood her meaning, well, smiling as he invited Ni to sit in the passenger seat of an antique convertible, saying, "I'll drive you around." Ni was taken aback, exclaiming, "You treat this seemingly pricey antique convertible as a sightseeing car?" At that moment, she felt both surprised and delighted, surprised by Xie Yu's extravagance, and delighted to feel herself step by step entering his life. Xie Yu spoke in a calm tone, "Not expensive, just 200. I have another car worth 7 million, which I wouldn't." Hearing Xie Yu's nonchalant words, Ni felt increasingly as if she had entered a dreamy world. She pondered inwardly, could she really become so deeply involved with such a man living such a life? Yet the stirring in her heart told her she had already become ensnared. The car slowly drove around, and after a lap, Xie Yu suddenly leaned closer to Ni, a smile on his face, asking, "So are you interested in becoming the lady of this place?" Faced with such an advance, Ni felt her heart nearly leap out of her throat. She forced herself to suppress a smile, her mind going blank, and instinctively nodded gently. Just as she was about to express that her feelings for Xie Yu weren't based on money, before she could say a word, she was overwhelmed by Xie Yu's minty kiss. At that moment, Ni felt that perhaps this was fate's arrangement. No matter what lay ahead, she was willing to succumb to it. Congratulations to the host for capturing the heart of the top beauty, earning a multiple-choice question. 100 million Huaxia coins, or a protective technology USB drive. System, I need to criticize you. Why is CC getting the extraordinary multiple-choice question, while NI only gets the ordinary one? Is it because NI isn't as pretty as CC? Random. Forget it, I'm in a good mood, so I want to argue with you. Just don't throw two rivals at me again. I choose the protective technology USB drive. The bathroom was filled with mist, and the warm yellow light diffused an intimate glow in the fog. Xie Yu was the first to step out of the bathroom, loosely wrapped in a white towel, droplets of water sliding down his toned abdominal muscles disappearing beneath the towel. Ni followed suit, also wrapped in a towel, her damp, long hair sticking to her fair skin, adding to her allure. Xie Yu gazed at Ni, with burning eyes, slowly approaching her, gently tucking a wet strand of hair behind her ear, and then drew her into his embrace. Ni slightly tilted her head back, looking into Xie Yu's deep eyes, her heart racing. Their breaths intertwined, and the air was thick with an increasingly intense pheromone scent. Xie Yu's kisses fell like raindrops, starting from Ni's forehead and eyes, and gradually moving down to her lips, carrying an irresistible aggression. Ni let out a soft moan, her hands instinctively wrapping around Xie Yu's neck, passionately responding to him. The towel slipped away quietly during their affectionate actions, their skin touching and body temperatures rapidly rising. Xie Yu gently lifted Ni. After a passionate interlude, as they paused, Ni soft and delicate, nestled like a vine in Xie Yu's embrace. Her eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, "I have a close friend who happens to be filming in America. She heard I was coming to America and asked me to visit her." Xie Yu smirked with a hint of fondness, gently running his long fingers through her hair, his tone calm and gentle, saying, "Silly girl, why not have her come here directly? You can use my private jet however you like. Ooh, just let her come over comfortably." Ni blinked, her lively big eyes full of anticipation, asking, "Is Chicago okay?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's back tensed, and his expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly asked, "Who is this friend?" As Ni enthusiastically recounted her amusing past escapades with her best friend Lu Shirsi, Xie Yu's heart churned like a spilled five-flavor jar, torn, conflicted, and deeply unsettled. In truth, he was not entirely unprepared when it came to matters of women. Yet all the women involved thus far had curiously proven remarkably perceptive, never once thrusting him into a true romantic maelstrom. He wondered not for the first time whether the affection system might be silently at work behind the scenes. Now, with only Ni in the room, he steeled himself and resolved to test the viability of his long-contemplated master. "Actually, I met her recently in Chicago." Xie Yu broke the brief silence, his voice measured and calm. Ni blinked faintly, instinctively lifting her gaze to meet his. Her expression shifting instantly to one of quiet surprise as she registered the gravity in his eyes, prompting her to ask, "Ah, so you two are quite close. But that can't be right. I've never heard her mention you once. We tell each other everything." Xie Yu drew a slow, deliberate breath before launching into his plan. "I've known Shirsi for only a short while. Strictly speaking, we've met no more than 3 times. Still, I'll be honest with you, I personally facilitated her casting in that film. And yes, she is also my woman." Though Ni had long harbored vague suspicions, knowing full well that Xie Yu could hardly be without other women, the sheer bluntness of his admission left her momentarily stunned. She straightened upright in haste, snatching the light blanket to cover her snow-pale shoulders, her lips pouting as tears spilled forth like scattered pearls. Xie Yu remained unruffled, his tone serene as he asked, "Do you know what happened to me during the London Olympics?" Ni nodded softly, her throat tight with emotion, too choked to speak. Seeing her response, he continued slowly, "My heart stopped beating for several hours. In essence, I died, once and for a time." Though Ni had read reports of the incident, hearing the words spoken aloud by Xie Yu himself struck her with visceral disbelief. She gazed at him wide-eyed and skeptical, awaiting his next revelation. Meeting her gaze squarely, Xie Yu nodded solemnly and explained with unwavering sincerity, "Since then my genome has undergone an extraordinary transformation. The precise cause remains unexplained, classified beyond all clearance. Rest assured, however, the state is—" No sooner had the words left his lips than he rose, crossed to the corner safe, and retrieved a videotape prepared over a year earlier, as well as several meticulously forged certificates commissioned through trusted intermediaries. He booted up his laptop and played footage from the hospital confirming his cardiac arrest, then held up the certificates, his expression earnest, as he declared, "Not only did my heart resume beating, it evolved during the transformation, granting me the capacity to love multiple women simultaneously and rendering self-restraint impossible. Moreover, my genetic lineage is exceptionally potent. Any offspring would stand an exceptional chance of becoming pillars of the nation, or elite athletes, just like me. Thus, upon learning the facts, the state instructed me to father numerous children, and tacitly permitted me to maintain multiple intimate relationships." At this, Xie Yu bit down hard on his lower lip, fighting desperately to suppress the grin threatening to break across his face, silently chanting inwardly, "Steady, hold it together." I scrutinized the footage and certificates carefully, each seal, every detail flawless and irrefutable. She paid no mind to her own bare form, stepping directly before Xie Yu, placing a gentle palm over his chest to feel the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Only then, exhaling softly, her composure restored as she murmured, "I understand. Thank you for telling me." Xie Yu had braced himself for outrage, yet her calm acceptance left him speechless. Just that, a quiet truth settled between them. When trust runs deep, even triads hold firm. Both knew an immutable truth were he anyone else. Even with the most dazzling rationale, no woman would accept such an arrangement. Yet for Xie Yu, even the most implausible justification became palatable, not out of credulity, but because none wished to leave him. And the affection system, of course, lent its subtle hand. The success of the master's stratagem drew a long, silent sigh of relief from Xie Yu. Sensing his emotional shift, I suddenly asked, almost offhandedly, "So, how many women do you actually have? Is Li Yitong one of them?" Xie Yu answered candidly, "Yes, she is my woman. Why do you ask about her now?" I gave a soft, exasperated hum. "She stole one of my film roles, and 2 endorsement deals." Xie Yu instantly reasserted his commanding presence, voice brimming with confidence. "That's nothing. I'll finance a bespoke drama series for you, one guaranteed to catapult you to stardom, with endorsements flooding." He spoke not an idle boast. Having amassed immense wealth selling proprietary sneaker technology, he had since deployed those funds with prescient precision across diverse sectors. The entertainment industry alone could accommodate twice as many women, and still leave him effortlessly solvent. He held substantial stakes in companies including Tesla, Xiaomi, Tencent, and had entered ByteDance ecosystem years before its meteoric rise. After their candid exchange, passion ignited between them like kindling to flame, burning fiercely through the night until dawn's first light. Strangely, rather than straining their bond, the revelation deepened their ease, their intimacy, growing bolder and more uninhibited. I turned into an insatiable inquisitor, peppering Xie Yu with questions about the habits, preferences, and even mannerisms of his other lovers until his cheeks flushed crimson, while she undeterred pressed on with mounting delight. The following day, Xie Yu boarded a helicopter bound for the Speed Loan Center arena, preparing for that evening's home game against the Los Angeles Clippers. Meanwhile, moments after Xie Yu departed, I dialed Lu Shirsi. "Hey Shirsi, guess where Her Majesty is right now?" She delivered the line with playful mischief and quiet triumph. "You're in Cleveland, obviously. I saw it trending on Weibo. Honestly, I never imagined you'd fly all the way to America just to shoot a magazine spread with Xie Yu." Lu Shirsi's voice came through the line, tinged with genuine surprise. "So you already know? Did he tell you himself?" "Oh, what's going on? You already know. Was it him who told you?" Lu Shirsi's tone tightened instantly with alarm. You little enchantress. Spill it. When exactly did the 2 of you become an item? And what about that Mr. Wu?" I feigned indignation. "For heaven's sake, don't ever mention him in front of Xie Yu. There's truly nothing between us. He pursued me for months. I did share a few meals with him, but I kept questioning whether it was real love, so I never accepted him. Then at the last New York Fashion Week, I met Xie Yu, and in that instant I understood what true heart-stirring felt like. After returning home, I made it clear I love Xie Yu, and only Xie Yu." Lu Shirsi rushed to explain, desperate to dispel any misunderstanding. All right, you're wound tighter than a spring. Right now I'm staying in Xie Yu's castle. It's absolutely stunning. Would you like to join me?" Ni's tone softened, warm and inviting. "Absolutely. I'll wrap up filming these final shots soon. I'll be there the day after tomorrow at the latest." Lu Shirsi agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Ni's lips curved upward, already imagining the look of utter astonishment that would cross Lu Shirsi's face upon seeing the cardiac arrest footage and the stack of impeccably forged certificates. Elsewhere, Xie Yu remained blissfully unaware, engaged in lively, easy conversation with Kawhi Leonard. Starting lineup for the Clippers: center DeAndre Jordan, power forward Blake Griffin, small forward Kawhi Leonard, shooting guard JJ Redick, point guard Chris Paul. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center West, power forward Giannis, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the Cavaliers specially prepared a thank you video for Kawhi. On the big screen, flashes of Kawhi's glorious moments on the court played one after another, eliciting cheers and applause from the fans present. Kawhi stared at the screen, tears gradually welling in his eyes. As the video ended, Xie Yu led his Cavaliers teammates forward, embracing Kawhi tightly and patting each other's backs. The scene was so heartwarming that everyone present felt a warmth in their hearts. As the game began, Kawhi made the first move. He faced Wade's defense, adjusted slightly, and took a mid-range jump shot with a slight hitch, but still composed. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and swished through the net. In an instant, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted with thunderous applause as fans cheered passionately for their former champion. The camera flashed to the stands where fans wearing Kawhi's Cavaliers jersey were seen crying. Yu-Jia, this moment is true. Zhang Heli, it's hard to believe that the 82-win Cavaliers are now just a thing of the past. On this side, Xie Yu had just advanced with the ball. When Kawhi, like a ghost, stuck to him, the pressure of the defense felt like an impenetrable net tightly wrapping around Xie Yu. Kawhi, boss, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xie Yu looked at Kawhi as if he were a fool, then signaled to Holiday. Holiday understood immediately and quickly moved up to set a screen for Xie Yu, blocking Kawhi, allowing Paul to face Xie. While defending, Paul muttered, "Fuck you, do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" Before his words could fade, Xie Yu executed a clean step back, decisively shooting from beyond the arc under Paul's tight defense. Swish. Xie Yu retorted playfully, "CP, I don't even need to jump much to shoot over you, it's easy." In fact, Xie Yu's comment was not without reason. Having seen the tricks of his opponents, he was well aware of the risks involved and was cautious not to jump too high to avoid injury. Moreover, his step-back shot was exceptionally quick. Even without jumping too high, he could still execute it accurately, making his shooting even more stable. Paul was infuriated by Xie Yu's words, a surge of anger igniting within him. He dribbled the ball, storming towards Xie Yu, quickly initiating a 15 pick-and-roll with DeAndre Jordan. Paul used Jordan's screen to shoulder past Xie Yu and took a mid-range fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Paul responded to Xie Yu's provocation with his strength. Xie Yu smirked, saying, "Hey, you really have some skills." However, Paul's ears picked up this as a sharp taunt, further enraging him, prompting him to intensify his defense against Xie Yu. It must be said, Paul's fierce determination to win bore a striking resemblance to Kobe's. This ignited Xie Yu's inner desire for battle, the flames of competition flaring up. He dribbled the ball forcefully, entering the low post, backing down Paul. With a signature fadeaway jumper, the ball swished. Paul looked helplessly at the smug Xie Yu, a bitter expression on his face. Xie Yu, full of pride, teased, "CP, next time I'll slow down and see if you can jump high enough to reach my shots." Meanwhile, Kawhi, watching the back and forth between Xie Yu and Paul, felt confused, thinking to himself, "Shouldn't I be the main? Why are these two guys going at it?" The back and forth between Xie Yu and Paul instantly elevated the intensity of the game, establishing a high-quality competitive atmosphere. Both teams exchanged blows, the battle fierce, the score tightly contested, neither side giving in. As the game reached the final 20 seconds, the score stood at 115 to 113, with the Clippers trailing by 2 and possessing the ball. In this critical moment, the atmosphere in the arena was tense to the extreme, everyone holding their breath watching the court. Paul and Kawhi quickly executed a high pick-and-roll, with Xie Yu tightly marked by Kawhi, unable to break free. Paul seized the moment and shot a fadeaway jumper over his banana boat brother Wade. The basketball soared into the air and under everyone's watchful gaze landed perfectly in the net, tying the game. Mike Brown called for a timeout. Seeing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but shout to the nearby Kawhi, "Kawhi, in these crucial moments, if you don't dare to shoot, you'll never be." Paul retorted angrily, "Stop trying to sow discord here, hurry up and listen to your coach's instructions for the last play. I promise you will lock you down. Oh well, settle this in overtime." Xie Yu, looking carefree, replied nonchalantly, "I don't have time for overtime. I need to go home and be with my girlfriend." Paul scoffed dismissively, "Keep boasting then." As the timeout ended, the tense atmosphere of the game caused the entire audience to stand some, shouting that it was worth the price of admission. While others prayed with their hands clasped together. On the sideline, the moment deemed the century-old dilemma in basketball had arrived. Wade's eyes gleamed as he quickly surveyed the situation on the court, decisively passing the ball to Giannis, who was in a more open. At this moment, Xie Yu clearly understood that going to receive the ball was far too risky, as even a slight misstep could lead to a turnover. Given enough time, he believed it was more prudent to pass the ball to the high point. After all, Kawhi and Paul were like two beasts waiting to pounce, glaring hungrily at him. He did not want to replicate the scene where Westbrook forced Harden out of bounds. If Paul pulled something like that, he would be mocked for years. After receiving the ball, Giannis did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift handoff, he reliably passed the ball into Xie Yu's hands. Not passing the ball to the leader in the clutch moment would surely earn him a reprimand at home. Time was running out with only 6 seconds left. Xie Yu burst into action like a lightning bolt, the basketball seemingly merging with him as he executed a series of dazzling crossovers, evading several defenders with fluid grace. Immediately following, a realistic fake prayer gesture caused Jordan to leap into the air. Just when everyone thought he would finish the game with his signature fadeaway jumper, Xie Yu unexpectedly opted for a running floater. The basketball soared high, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before gently falling into the net with a crisp swish. At the same time, the final buzzer sounded. With the light on and the ball in, Xie Yu had completed the buzzer beater. Paul could only shake his head in resignation. His heart was filled with unwillingness. After all, the 5 of them had tightly guarded Xie Yu, yet he slipped through their defensive. Xie Yu's offensive techniques were incredibly diverse, making it nearly impossible to defend against him. Kawhi could only spread his hands in helplessness. He had been closely trailing Xie Yu, expecting him to finish the game with his usual fadeaway jumper, only to be caught off guard by a sudden drive to the basket for a floater. Ultimately, the score settled at 117 to 115, with the Cavaliers clinching the home victory thanks to Xie Yu's pivotal buzzer beater. In this match, Xie Yu was in phenomenal form, hitting 16 of 22 shots, making 5 of 8 from three-point range, and going 9 for 9 at the free throw line, racking up 46 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists. Notably, Jokic, who came off the bench, also delivered an impressive performance. In 29 minutes, he recorded 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, achieving his first career triple-double. In a post-game interview, Jokic appeared relaxed and smiled as he said, "Game days feel like a holiday to me. But once it's not a game day, it's a different story. Countless people urge me to train, and my family keeps an eye on my diet." Finally, he jokingly added, "When my contract ends, I won't renew, and will head back to Europe where I can enjoy drinking soda without a care in the world." Meanwhile, NBA TV reporter Rachel shot Xie Yu a meaningful glance. Understanding her cue, Xie Yu obediently walked over for an interview. After all, they hadn't spoken since that last incident. Rachel stood in front of the camera struggling to contain her laughter and seriously asked, "Everyone knows you are an undeniable clutch player. Do you have any unique practice methods for buzzer beaters?" Without thinking, Xie Yu blurted out, "Get to know more irresponsible women, or maybe that will strengthen my heart." After the interview, Rachel watched as Xie Yu took off his jersey and casually tossed it to the audience. The sight of his toned physique instantly brought to mind that passionate night. She couldn't help but wonder, does he see me as one of those irresponsible women? Though the speaker might be careless, the listener took it to heart, and those words struck Rachel deeply. She felt a sudden impulse, thinking perhaps she should just rent a room and follow Xie Yu's earlier approach by sending him the hotel room number. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was already entangled with the quirky little pixie, NI, with no time to ponder what Rachel was thinking. The Cavaliers visited the North Shore Garden Arena facing a Boston Celtics team that was in a rebuilding phase, resulting in a breezy and triumphant victory. In this match, Giannis was on fire, charging through the court like a Greek beast, scoring a staggering 30 points, 12 rebounds, and 11 assists, earning the title of the game's MVP. After receiving the game ball, Giannis generously promised to treat the entire team to a big meal upon their return to Cleveland. The atmosphere on the flight back was filled with joy and relaxation. Xie Yu smiling teased Giannis back, "When Giannis first joined our team, he was so broke that every time he finally got his paycheck, he had to walk to the bank to wire money back home. Look at you now, able to treat everyone to dinner." Upon hearing this, Giannis beamed with a warm smile and quickly replied, "Last year, when we won the championship, I played reasonably well, and thanks to that I got quite a few endorsements. But none of this would have been possible without your help, boss. If it weren't for your guidance both on and off the court, I wouldn't have achieved." Xie Yu raised his hand to interrupt him, pretending to be annoyed, saying, "Come on, buddy, don't be so formal. Let's skip the unnecessary." Although Xie Yu had helped them by boosting their careers, it was also to secure their assistance for his own championship run. He felt awkward accepting too much gratitude, especially from Giannis and his family, who had come to see him right after arriving in America. After disembarking with no game scheduled for the following day, the whole team headed en masse to the dining venue Giannis had chosen, ready to unwind. After the festivities, the bodyguards helped Xie Yu onto the plane, and as they arrived back at their villa, he instantly sobered up upon opening the door. He saw NI and Lu Shirsi waiting for him at home, dressed in sexy lace nightgowns, their smiles radiating warmth. In that moment, a familiar BGM seemed to play automatically in his mind. "I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's just..." Before Xie Yu could recover from this sudden turn of events, Lu Shirsi quickly approached him, giving him an enthusiastic hug, and then whispered, NI has told me everything. I know everything now." Xie Yu, puzzled, quickly shot a questioning look at NI. It is uncertain whether it was due to playing landlord too often, but Xie Yu, known as the best waist in the league, unexpectedly got injured during a reverse layup while trying to fish for the moon at the bottom of the sea. This kind of waist injury could usually heal within a week for an ordinary player, but for Xie Yu, who had experienced a physical upgrade, the situation was much more complicated. 2 weeks passed, and there was still no sign of improvement. During this period of recovery, Xie Yu chose to view the team's games as opportunities for the newcomers to level up, completely unconcerned about the team's performance, and he was in no hurry to return. As a result, the Cavaliers' performance fluctuated, giving a real sense of relying on luck. When the players were off their game, they suffered consecutive defeats against the Grizzlies, Hawks, and Mavericks, facing 3 straight losses. However, once their shooting was on point, even on a highly anticipated stage like the Christmas showdown against the Rockets' Big Three, led by Harden, Love, and Howard, the Cavaliers could unleash a barrage of three-pointers, overwhelming their opponents. On New Year's Eve, Toronto was immersed in a joyous and bustling atmosphere. Xie Yu was enjoying a romantic date with Emma Watson, but a sudden piece of news hit him like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Princess and was pregnant. That night, Xie Yu was completely out of sorts, feeling terrible and somewhat listless. Emma was filled with confusion and even began to doubt her appeal, ultimately leading to an unhappy parting. As time stepped into 2015, Xie Yu did not follow the team on their road games, but headed straight back to Cleveland. The moment Princess and saw Xie Yu, she keenly sensed his low spirits. A flicker of worry and fear passed through her eyes as she softly asked, "Don't you want this baby?" How could Xie Yu not want it? He understood deep down that he simply wasn't ready to welcome a new life. But looking at the anxious princess and before him, he still forced a smile and gently gave her a reassuring kiss. Afterwards, Xie Yu walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower head. Hot water gushed out, and steam quickly filled the air, gradually obscuring the mirror. Xie Yu stared at his muscular and powerful upper body in the mirror, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth as he pondered, can't this body of mine protect an unborn child? After showering, Xie Yu disregarded the time difference and eagerly picked up the phone to dial his dad's number. Last night, in an effort to give Xie Yu a younger brother or sister, his parents had stayed up late. Just as they had finally fallen asleep, a special ringtone suddenly rang out. This ringtone was specifically set by his dad for Xie Yu, ensuring he could be reached at any hour. Xie Yu's dad was jolted from his sleep by the ringtone, feeling as if he was weighed down by a heavy burden with every. He silently vowed never to have a second chance again. "Hello, son, what's up?" Xie Yu's dad replied, still thick with sleepiness. "Dad, did mom upset you again? Why is your attitude so off?" Xie Yu asked quizzically on the other end of the line. Not really, she wouldn't dare right now. Just tell me, why are you so eager to contact me?" Xie Yu's dad rubbed his bleary eyes. "Princess is pregnant, Dad, you're going to be a grandfather." Xie Yu's voice was tinged with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Great. Your mom and I will take the first flight over tomorrow." Xie Yu's dad instantly perked up his tone, filled with joy. Then came the busy tone as the call was disconnected. Xie Tianxin hurriedly shook the sleepy Li Wan awake, excitedly shouting, "Wan, you're going to be a grandmother." "What?" Li Wan was about to get angry as she was not in a good mood after being woken up, but suddenly realizing the implication of Xie Tianxin's words, she quickly asked which of Xiao Ye's girlfriends is pregnant. "It's Princessin." "Wan, can you be more careful with your words?" Xie Tianxin said helplessly, his face darkening. "Come on, Xie, you underestimate your son too much." Li Wan retorted, "Even if I didn't slip up, if he directly confesses or gets exposed by the media, the women flocking to him would only increase. Plus, he won't lack for women around him, do you believe that?" At the same time, Xie Yu recounted the entire conversation with his dad to Princessin. Learning how much Xie Yu's parents valued this matter, Princessin's eyes reddened and happy tears streamed down her face. She had always worried that Xie Yu's family would mind. After all, she had been to Huaxia and met many Huaxia culinary masters and knew their views were different. Xie Yu's subsequent actions further put her at ease. From a nanny female bodyguard to a driver, everything she could think of was arranged perfectly by Xie Yu. The treatment was even more considerate than that of a princess. When Xie Yu's parents arrived, they firmly refused to let Princessin worry about the Huaxia food city, insisting on taking her back to their villa to ensure she could focus on her pregnancy. The elderly couple even expressed their desire to set aside their work and focus on vacation, but everyone understood that they simply wanted to stay and wholeheartedly take care of Annie and the child in her womb. Feeling so cared for by Xie Yu's family, Princessin was deeply touched and gladly accepted their concern. In the 20 days of Xie Yu's recovery, the league's situation changed dramatically. The Bulls overtook the Cavaliers on the leaderboard. Without Xie Yu, the Cavaliers' performance was inconsistent, leaving fans on edge. But when Xie Yu returned from injury, he stormed back like a king, instantly creating a triple-double storm on the court. He unleashed his full potential, leading the Cavaliers to reclaim the top spot in the league. In the All-Star fan voting, Xie Yu was once again elected as the All-Star vote king due to his terrifying average triple-double performance and unparalleled influence. With the All-Star roster announced, the Cavaliers had Wade, Holiday, and Giannis on the Eastern Conference All-Star bench, while all the first- and second-year rookies were selected for the rookie game. Seeing this, Xie Yu smiled and boldly declared those participating in the All-Star game must write an 800-word reflection after the game and recite it in front of the whole team. The players who were not selected immediately cheered, while those who were selected had no objections, since Xie Yu would have to write one himself. Xie Yu had 3 reasons for this approach. First, to inspire reflection. There were many All-Star talents, and Xie Yu wanted his teammates to use their reflections to see the gap between themselves and top players. By observing others' unique offensive techniques, they could reflect on their shortcomings and improve through targeted training for the regular season and playoffs. Second, to foster team cohesion. Individual performance in the All-Star game is important, but Xie Yu valued the team more. Having players write and share their reflections could promote communication, enhancing team cohesion and improving game cooperation. Third, to establish authority. As the leader of the team, Xie Yu used this to reinforce his leadership status, indicating his control over team affairs, making it clear that even on the All-Star stage, discipline and adherence to arrangements were necessary. This season was of great significance to him, and he was well aware of the difficulty of defending the title, so he aimed to utilize everything to make this brand new Cavaliers team better. New York, this bustling international metropolis, is currently hosting a highly anticipated film premiere. Reba, the female lead of the film, feels the piercing chill on this unfamiliar land. In this New York devoid of roots and lacking fan support, it seems to her that even breathing has become a mistake. Although Reba has spent a great deal of time diligently learning English, the reporters' rapid-fire questions at the premiere, still, every time she asks them to repeat a question, all she receives in return are disdainful glances, filling her heart with grievance and a strong desire to flee this place. Just as Reba is overwhelmed with helplessness and torment, the lights at the premiere suddenly dim. In an instant, a gentle and soothing melody begins to resonate. I promised to take you wandering, yet I returned halfway, falling into the ocean of self-blame, discovering I cannot be without you. I have decided to go back, yet you are no longer where you once were. As this heartfelt melody plays, a figure strides onto the stage with the poise of a king. In Reba's eyes, this is her Prince Charming from a fairy tale. I can accept all your quirks, I can take you to eat many wonderful things, I can occasionally bring you little sweetness. Xie Yu's gaze is fixed on Reba, and she is equally entranced. Their mutual gaze fills the air with affection, as if the world consists solely of the two of them. Can we be together? There are too many memories between us. Falling in love with you makes no sense. It just so happens that I met you at the onset of my feelings. Reba's eyes are already glistening with tears, the moisture threatening to spill over at any moment. This man, oh, he always leaves her feeling perplexed. Usually absent from sight, but whenever he appears it is with a surprising delight that strikes at the softest corners of her heart, leaving her utterly moved. Even though most present are foreigners who do not understand Chinese, because it is Xie Yu singing, everyone cannot help but applaud fervently, creating an extraordinarily warm atmosphere. In fact, Xie Yu had not intended to attend this premiere, he only had a brief cameo of several seconds in the film. However, after he saw the baseless criticisms directed at Reba online, a strong sense of protective instinct surged within him. How could his woman endure such grievances? He immediately decided to rush to the premiere to support Reba. As the song concluded, Xie Yu slightly turned his head, his eyes meeting those of the female bodyguard accompanying him. The bodyguard understood immediately and swiftly approached Reba, whispering, "Miss Reba, Mr. Xie requests you to change into a different outfit in the backstage." Reba, filled with confusion, glanced questioningly at Xie Yu, who nodded slightly, with a reassuring and affirming gaze. Reba followed the bodyguard to the backstage, changing into a carefully prepared gown. When she reappeared before everyone, the audience was instantly captivated by her beauty and elegance. It was a black evening gown adorned with diamonds, exquisitely tailored and luxuriously opulent. Each diamond sparkled with radiant brilliance, as if encapsulating the entire starry sky. And the champion's chain she wore around her neck became the focal point of the event. This necklace, designed based on a basketball net, is intricately woven from platinum chains, with a central 10-carat color diamond resembling a sparkling victory ball that radiates dazzling light. Reportedly, the design inspiration for this necklace stemmed from Xie Yu leading the Cavaliers to achieve a three-peat, and it was ultimately acquired by Xie Yu himself for over 50 million Chinese yuan, a story that made headlines across major news outlets. Now this profoundly meaningful necklace rests around Reba's neck. The deep affection it embodies is naturally so. New York, the city that never sleeps, radiates a brilliant glow under the night sky. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of a top-floor hotel, Xie Yu stands tall, scrolling through his phone screen. His song, "Can We," dominates the trending topics on Weibo, with praises from fans and passers-by flooding in. Outside the window, the city's neon lights intertwine to form a sea of light, contrasting with the warm glow inside. As Reba finishes the premiere and rushes to the hotel, the clock has quietly passed midnight. Wearing the stunning black evening gown that captivated the audience with her exquisite makeup unchanged, she arrives before Xie Yu carrying a hint of exhaustion, yet unable to hide the joy in her eyes. With a smile that shines like the warm sun of spring, she says, "Have you been waiting long?" Her voice is gentle, tinged with it. Xie Yu turns and pours her a glass. The liquid inside the glass is as clear as a ruby, exuding an alluring fragrance. With a smile, Xie Yu hands her the glass, his gaze tender. "Taste it, it should be similar to what we had at the winery in France." Reba takes the exquisite goblet, lightly clinking it with Xie Yu's, her tone playful. "Happy Valentine's Day." She then takes a small sip, savoring the rich flavor of the wine. Xie Yu's lips curl slightly upwards. After sipping his drink, he points to the corner of his mouth with his finger, his eyes twinkling with mischief and affection. Reba's cheeks flush slightly as she leans in, gently planting a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth. Then her lips slowly move closer, intertwining in a tender embrace, leaving another kiss at the other corner. Her smile cannot help but rise, her eyes filled with deep affection. "Thank you for tonight. Without you, I truly would." Xie Yu raises an eyebrow slightly, instantly exuding a domineering aura. "You are my woman. Ooh, I would never allow you to be bullied." "No need for thanks. Let's just say you owe me a favor. With such a beautiful floor-to-ceiling window, it would be a shame not to do something fun." His voice is deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible force. Reba has already been moved to tears by Xie Yu tonight, and she silently resolves that whatever he says, she will not refuse. She slightly tilts her head, gazing into Xie Yu's eyes, her gaze filled with love and submission. Xie Yu gently wraps his arms around Reba's waist, slowly pulling her toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the night view of New York is dazzling, while inside the atmosphere begins to heat up. Xie Yu's gaze becomes fiery as his lips gradually approach Reba's earlobe, gently nibbling, whispering softly, "You are truly beautiful." Reba lets out a soft moan, her body trembling slightly, her hands instinctively wrapping around Xie Yu's neck. Xie Yu's kisses fall like raindrops on Reba's neck and collarbone, and Reba gasps softly, her hands gripping Xie Yu's clothes with slight force. As their breaths intertwine, their clothing slips away unnoticed, their figures merging before the floor-to-ceiling window, creating a picturesque scene alongside the vibrant night view, writing a romantic chapter that belongs to them on this Valentine's night. After the passion, the two embrace on the soft bed. Reba's cheeks still blush, her head resting gently on Xie Yu's chest, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Xie Yu gently strokes Reba's hair, and the room is filled with a tranquil and sweet atmosphere. Reba slightly lifts her head, her eyes meeting Xie Yu's filled with love and affection. "Do you know, today at the premiere, when I felt helpless and heard your song, I knew everything would be alright." Xie Yu gently kisses Reba on the forehead, smiling. "Silly girl, as long as I am here, I won't let you suffer any grievance. No matter what happens in the future, I will be there for you." Reba's smile broadens, radiating happiness as she rises, draping a silk robe over herself and walking to the window, gazing at the still brilliantly lit New York City. Xie Yu also rises, gently embracing her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "The night view of New York is truly beautiful, but no scenery can compare to you before me," Xie Yu whispers in Reba's ear. Reba turns around, wrapping her arms around Xie Yu's neck. "Can I hear that song again?" As she speaks, Reba tips on her toes and takes the initiative to plant a kiss. This kiss is filled with deep affection and reliance. As their lips part, Xie Yu affectionately brushes Reba's nose. Silly girl. I hope my future is only willing to be with you forever before I have an expiration date, while you are still willing. Reba sheds tears of happiness, gazing at Xie Yu with affection. I am willing to never be apart from you. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, there was no sign of Xie Yu at the rookie competition, even though many Knight teammates were present. Throughout the day, he was glued to Reba, savoring the sweetness of their world together. The next day, Xie Yu brought Reba to the All-Star Skills Challenge. However, for certain considerations, the two did not sit. The day's events were filled with excitement, with the Skills Challenge surprising everyone as Beverly unexpectedly clinched the champion. However, he also set the record for the longest time taken in the event's history. As soon as he stepped off the court, Beverly excitedly shouted at Xie Yu from the sidelines, Xie, hurry and congratulate me, I'm the champion. Back in the summer, Rose practiced three-point shots under Xie Yu's guidance. Beverly, being Rose's childhood friend, also trained with them for a while, so he was quite familiar with Xie Yu. Xie Yu raised the corner of his mouth and retorted without hesitation, this championship is so worthless that even a dog wouldn't want it, only a silly dog like you would treat it like a treasure. Beverly pretended to be angry, rushing over and playfully wrestling with Xie Yu. Soon after, the highly anticipated three-point contest began. On the court, Stephen Curry was in phenomenal form, effortlessly winning the championship with his stable and outstanding performance. After winning, Curry took the microphone handed to him by the staff and provocatively looked at Xie Yu, directly challenging, next year, do you dare to face me in a showdown? Xie Yu immediately responded him and shut up. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Who wouldn't want to witness a peak showdown between Xie Yu and Curry, two masters of the three-point shot? Following that, the highly anticipated dunk contest unfolded spectacularly. The lineup of contestants was formidable, including Levine from the Timberwolves, Oladipo from the Magic, Giannis from the Cavaliers, and Mason Plumlee from the Nets. Xie Yu's most important task at the event was to pass the ball to Giannis. In the first round of the dunk contest, Levine was the first to take the stage. He leaped high and completed a remarkably smooth 360-degree reverse dunk in midair, executing the entire move in one fluid motion, stunning everyone and earning a perfect score of 50. Levine excitedly looked at Xie Yu on the sidelines and shouted, bro, with this performance, can I join the IN4 dunk team? Xie Yu laughed heartily and replied, no problem, let's sign the contract right now. When it was Giannis' turn, Xie Yu made an accurate pass, allowing Giannis to leap high and complete an alley-oop dunk. However, the judges gave him a score of 45. Xie Yu patted Giannis on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, don't take it to heart, it's all about participation. Zach LaVine was indeed too strong, this was not your fault. Giannis, however, felt discontent inside, secretly pondering, if only this year's contest was decided by online votes, why wasn't the boss fame enough? In the end, LaVine won the dunk contest championship without any doubt, due to his flawless performance. Afterwards, Xie Yu and Reba revisited their romantic moments in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel. On the day of the All-Star Game, the Garden Arena was bustling with excitement, with stars gathering together. Eastern All-Star starters: forward Gasol, forward Anthony, forward James, guard Xie Yu, guard Rose. Western All-Star starters: forward Anthony Davis, forward Griffin, forward Durant, guard Kobe, guard Curry. Before the game, Xie Yu provocatively said, Kobe, you little rookie, if you can't play, just retire. How many years has your West team lost? Kobe remained nonchalant, saying, I don't listen, a turtle reciting scriptures. Even if he couldn't win, Xie Yu scored 10 three-pointers and 10 dunks, taking home the MVP of the All-Star Game, as the East once again defeated the West in a landslide. Griffin said, it seems we didn't lose in dunks, but in three-pointers. I don't deserve to compete with him. Kobe remarked, this All-Star weekend is so boring. Lou Dan added, they all passed the ball to Xie Yu, and not to me. Shaq said, I can hardly touch the ball. Xie Yu replied, basketball is not just about fighting, human relationships are. As the noise and excitement of the All-Star weekend receded like the tide, the landscape of the league gradually became clear. Teams aiming for a future high draft pick had already resigned themselves to tanking. Meanwhile, teams harboring championship dreams were diligently reinforcing their rosters, preparing to strike. At that time, David Griffin was contemplating bringing Brook Lopez under his wing, even if it meant paying a hefty luxury tax. However, this plan was vetoed by Xie Yu. He understood that they could not rashly take on Lopez's hefty contract just because of Shaq's presence in the paint. Moreover, when it came to defending against Shaq, Brook Lopez might not perform any better than West. Yet fate seemed to play a joke on Xie Yu. As the regular season entered its second half, bad luck clung to him like a parasite. First, he accidentally injured the index finger of his left hand, and before he could recover, he suffered another serious injury to his right hand, hurting both his index and middle fingers. This wave of injuries was severe, making this season the one with the most games missed in Xie Yu's career. Overall, he missed 17 games. Eastern Conference 1. Bulls 69 wins 13 losses 2. Magic 63 wins 19 losses 3. Cavaliers 61 wins 21 losses 4. Hawks 53 wins 29 losses 5. Knicks 49 wins 33 losses 6. Wizards 46 wins 36 losses 7. Pacers 38 wins 44 losses 8. Nets 37 wins 45 losses. Western Conference 1. Warriors 62 wins 20 losses 2. Rockets 56 wins 26 losses 3. Clippers 53 wins 29 losses 4. Trailblazers 51 wins 31 losses 5. Grizzlies 45 wins 37 losses 6. Spurs 45 wins 37 losses 7. Thunder 41 wins 41 losses 8. Pelicans 40 wins 42 losses. Player rankings 1. Xie Yu 45, 3 points 11, 2 rebounds 10, 6 assists. 2. Lu Dan 41, 3.6, 3 rebounds 5, 2 assists 3. Shaq 36, 8 points 18, 7 rebounds 3, 4 assists. 4. James 28, 8 points 9, 1 rebounds 8, 9 assists 5. Curry 27, 9 points 3, 2 rebounds 10, 2 assists. 6. Harden 27, 1 points 4, 7 rebounds 11, 9 assists 7. Rose 26, 5 points 5, 1 rebounds 8, 3 assists. 8. Davis 25, 9 points 12, 3 rebounds 4, 1 assists. TNT playoff preview guest, host Ernie Johnson scanned the crowd and asked which team do you think is most likely to win this year's championship. Kenny Smith shrugged and bluntly said, everyone knows I'm a Xie hater, so let me be the first to be the villain who speaks the truth. The Cavaliers absolutely cannot win this year's championship. They lost 21 games in the regular season, and when Xie Yu was absent the Cavaliers' win rate was exactly 50. After his return due to his finger injury, he had a shooting percentage below 50 in 10 games, and unsurprisingly the Cavaliers lost those games. This sufficiently proves that the Cavaliers have developed a dependency on Xie Yu, and such a team cannot go far. After Kyrie, Kawhi, and Jimmy left, the Cavaliers' championship hopes are gone. Whether you believe it or not, the glorious era of Xie Yu and the Cavaliers has come to an end. Lastly, I want to say that the championship belongs to the Chicago Bulls. Lu Dan paired with Rose is unbeatable. Ernie Johnson nodded. I agree with Kenny's view. I vote for the Chicago Bulls. Shaquille Charles, what about you? Barkley laughed. This year's playoffs are going to be exciting. I think 10 teams have championship potential. However, don't underestimate Xie Yu. He easily achieved an average triple-double this season, which is no small feat. If Xie Yu can stay healthy, I still think the Cavaliers are strong contenders for the championship, as the team's foundation is solid. Even if it's as Kenny says, I want to emphasize that Xie Yu is absolutely reliable. He'll hit you hard in the face. Shaquille said confidently, I vote for the Orlando Magic. No one can stop Shaq. Among the 16 playoff teams, the Magic has the strongest interior strength and the highest stability. The Chicago Bulls indeed performed best in the regular season, but the playoffs are different and involve more targeted defenses. Therefore, the team with a strong interior will take all. I favor the Magic. In Cleveland at his Twaker Villa, Alonzo G was pushed back by Xie Yu's back to the basket move, finishing it cleanly with a 100-point display. Boss, did you see TNT's predictions? Xie Yu shook his head. No, why? That damn it, out of 50 experts, only Charles Barkley predicted us to win the championship. Xie Yu smiled without saying a word, and Alonzo continued, especially that Kenny Smith, he spoke so confidently, if you didn't know better you'd think we were eliminated by his mouth. Xie Yu raised his hand for a three-pointer that swished through the net, a smile slowly forming on his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. Last season, everyone was certain we would win the championship, and there was no chance to shine in front of people. This season is different. A playoffs, here I come. Alonzo felt a sense of reassurance seeing the terrifying smile on Xie. In that moment, even if someone stabbed him hard in the chest, he would be fine, because he had put his heart in his stomach. Darling, don't you think Xie Yu's jersey is becoming my personal QQ lingerie? His girlfriend's remark left by Air utterly speechless. It was not entirely his fault. Once his girlfriend decided to play a ruse, she slipped on Xie Yu's jersey and proceeded to seduce him with every artifice she possessed. They tumbled into a night of abandon that lasted until dawn. Ever since, whenever she donned that jersey before their embraces, by Air seemed set aflame, able to summon more than twice his usual vigor, and the sensation left her delirious with pleasure. Thus now she made a habit of wearing Xie Yu's jersey before their trysts. He'll have to buy 10 more tomorrow. You've ripped them all. At the thought, by Air's knees nearly gave way, and he almost lost his footing. The atmosphere in the Wizards' meeting room was suffocating. The defense coach spoke vehemently as he outlined a defensive scheme. Xie Yu's finger is injured. This is a golden chance to exploit his penetration. We must alter our defensive approach, concede him half a step, let him pull up for shots, and concentrate every effort on denying. If, only as a last resort, we can find the right moment to commit a foul, target his hand first. Though dirty, no one in the room objected to such tactics. At the Twaker Villa, Xie Tianchen regarded Xie Yu with worry. Son, adapt the arm guard technique to protect the fingers. It's still imperfect. Are you sure you can play and shoot wearing it? Shall I have someone keep improving it? Xie Yu flexed his fingers, his expression composed and confident. Don't worry, father. He'll get used to it. He knew well opponents would target his injured finger. That was expected. So he decisively employed the system's arm guard technology and had it urgently modified into a finger protector. Fortunately, the system's technology far surpassed current standards. Once fitted, it barely affected his shot at all, almost as if it were not there. He even began to imagine ordering Wang Ming to film a 3-second commercial for it. On the eve of the Cavaliers' first match against the Wizards, Xie Yu personally went to Wei Des' home. They first drank and laughed together, the mood genial. When the meal had settled, Xie Yu grew earnest and sincere. DW, we've known each other a long time, so, he'll be frank. You understand the team's situation. Ni Gu La and Yang Nic are blessed with rare talent. They are the team's hope. I want them to start and to accelerate their growth through this series against the Wizards. From a tactical standpoint, I want you to marshal the second unit, so I'm asking you to accept a reserve role. But rest assured, at decisive moments the team will still rely on you to control the tempo and turn the tide. Wei Des listened to Xie Yu's clear, methodical plans and felt a warmth rise within him. He truly sensed Xie Yu's far-sighted vision for the team's future and the genuine respect and trust shown to him. This was not the coach's unilateral demotion of him from the starting lineup. It was the team's core leader and the second-in-command of management coming in person to speak frankly and openly. Wada accepted the bench role without hesitation. Afterwards, Xie Yu summoned Yang Nic and Yu Ji. He looked at them with steady, expectant eyes and said gravely, "This series is a proving ground made for you. Give 120%, start with defense, fight to remain on the floor, and showcase yourselves as much as possible. If you prove yourselves in this series, your starting spots will be as secure as a mountain, but if you slack off and perform poorly, don't blame the team for leaving you on the bench." Yu Ji and Yang Nic exchanged a glance, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. They were players hungry to prove themselves on the court. How could they not be exhilarated by such a precious opportunity? Together they vowed, "Trust us, boss. We will give everything." Xie Yu patted their shoulders and encouraged them, "I believe in you. The team's future will be written by you." He added, "Remember, teamwork always comes first. If anything arises, communicate at once." Under Xie Yu's guidance, the entire team rallied, bound together by a shared purpose. His leadership shone clearly in every word and deed. Pre-game interviews, Pierce said, "This Cavaliers team is in no way comparable to last season's. If we can clamp down on their three-point shooting, our chances are excellent." Wall declared, "I'm in peak form. It's time to prove myself in the playoffs." Bayer said, "Matching up with Xie Yu thrills me. I will defeat him." Mike Brown remarked, "Every man on my roster has starter-level ability. I am the luckiest and most troubled coach in the league." Wada, "I'll accept coming off the bench if it helps the team. I'll do anything." Yu Ji, "This is my first playoffs. I will work twice as hard." At the Sudlai Center Arena, the Wizards starters were center Gutate, power forward Nei, Shila Li Ao, small forward Baoluo Pai C, shooting guard by Air, point guard Wei. The Cavaliers started center Yu Ji, power forward Wei Site, small forward Yang Nic, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Hua Di. As the game tipped off, Yu Ji delivered a startling surprise. At the jump ball, he shocked everyone by outleaping Gutate and securing possession for the Cavaliers. On the first possession, Hua Di calmly brought the ball to Xie Yu. Xie Yu stationed himself at the right 45-degree wing. Bayer, recalling the coach's orders to prevent penetration and concede half a step, kept his stance accordingly. Xie Yu cradled the ball, slowly turned, adjusted his grip to feel the seams, and seeing Bayer resolve to give him that half step, he made no hesitation. He rose and launched a three. Swish. Bayer stared in astonishment and blurted, "Wait, didn't you hurt your finger? You just shot that with no..." Xie Yu smiled faintly without answering, then immediately rotated to defend Bayer, leaving Bayer matched up with Hua. Bayer felt mortified, his pride stung. He seethed inwardly. "We're both shooting guards. Why are you going to guard the point? Do you think I'm inferior to Bayer?" In truth, this so-called psychological ploy was unintentional. Xie Yu's move had a tactical origin by using his superior physique to check Bayer's drives, and by sagging off Bayer's three to enable flexible help defense, he intended to become a defensive free man and maximize his threat in steals and blocks. Yet what began as a tactical adjustment unexpectedly unbalanced Bayer's mindset. After receiving the ball and using Nei knee screen, Bayer forced a drive, while Xie Yu scrambled to recover. Bayer saw Bayer wide open, but out of peak refused to pass, and sought to play onion on. The result, Xie Yu rose high and slammed an emphatic block on Bayer's shot. Immediately the Cavaliers pushed in transition. Yang Nic grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball, swiftly surveying the floor before whipping a cross-court pass to Xie Yu, who was already perched beyond the arc. Xie Yu caught and did not hesitate. He rose, and the ball sank through the net, cleanly once more. On the Wizards bench, the defense coach frowned and wondered inwardly, "Is Xie Yu faking his injury? This doesn't look like someone with a hurt finger." Bayer brought the ball up, and Xie Yu suddenly began to taunt. "Bradley would rather take 3 defenders than believe you can hit that open 3. You two are the worst backcourt pairing I've ever seen." It was a dagger to the heart. Bayer could not tolerate it. He executed a killer crossover, pressed the accelerator, and resolved to score over Xie Yu. But Xie Yu, using elite defensive footwork, kept himself in front of him. No fouls, no reaching, measuring the defense to perfection. Bayer contorted his body and rose to finish. In that instant, Yang Nic, following the prearranged defensive plan, sprinted over to provide help and produced a thunderous block. Bayer's mechanics had been distorted by Xie Yu's defense. His elevation was compromised, and he could not evade Yang Nic's sudden help. The proverbial mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Yang Nic grabbed the ball, and in a fluid burst covered the court like a cheetah. Past the three-point line, he took 3 strides and finished with an effortless one-handed slam, claiming 2 points and forcing the Wizards to call a timeout. Yang Nic, ever the encourager, beamed, "Boss, did I do all right?" Xie Yu replied, annoyed, "I was right behind you the whole time, chasing you down so you could tip it back off the board. You just dunked it yourself. How dare you ask me that?" Yang Nic offered a professional smile. "Boss, I didn't see it. I was too eager to score. Next time for sure." In Xie Yu's eyes, it was merely a way to get a feel for the newly donned protective gear. During the first half, he primarily focused on shooting, rarely driving towards the basket, yet his efficiency remained impressively high. Moreover, entering the playoffs, the defensive intensity exhibited by the Cavaliers was worlds apart from that in the regular season. Such a high-pressure defensive stance threw the Wizards completely off balance, unable to withstand the onslaught, getting crushed on. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the big screen prominently displayed a score of 77-49, with the Cavaliers holding court, leading by a staggering 28 points. In the studio, Yu Jia asked Coach Zhang, "Do you find the current game situation surprising?" Zhang Heli gently shook his head, his eyes reflecting certainty. I predicted from the very beginning that the Cavaliers would win the This isn't because of my personal support for Xie Yu. Oh, I genuinely believe in the Cavaliers. You see, their roster is practically flawless with no vulnerabilities. Their defensive system is so mature and efficient, and they have their own unique techniques for rebounding. As for their offense, it's undeniably powerful, with everyone on the team capable of shooting from the perimeter and possessing top-tier ability to attack the rim. Moreover, when key moments require a star to step up and take charge, they have an MVP like Xie Yu leading the way. So really, I can't point out a single flaw in this Cavaliers team. Hearing this, Yu Jia's eyes brightened, as if recalling an amusing story, and he quickly interjected, speaking of which, I actually have something to share with the fans. Every time we go to Cleveland, Xie Yu is incredibly hospitable, always taking the initiative to host us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heli was slightly taken aback, his expression darkening, as if to say, why wasn't I aware of this? Ignoring Zhang Heli's expression, Yu Jia continued, once I curiously asked Xie Yu if with so many European players on the Cavaliers their scouts had ever come to Asia, especially to our Huaxia. Can you guess how he responded? Zhang Heli, feeling helpless, had to go along, and asked what did he say. Yu Jia smiled with satisfaction and continued, he said that when the Cavaliers select players they don't consider nationality or ethnicity, but focus on two aspects. First, they must possess innate talent like Giannis, as if heaven itself is feeding them. Second, they must be able to shoot. He also mentioned that other aspects can be worked on. Even if a player isn't performing well initially, they can gradually improve. Honing their defense or rebounding skills isn't a major issue. From this, one can see how high their standards are for a player's shooting ability. And let's be honest, aside from Giannis shooting being slightly lacking, who among the others dares to leave them open for a three? After hearing this, Zhang Heli suddenly asked, did he mention if anyone from our Huaxia men's basketball team meets the Cavaliers? This question left Yu Jia momentarily speechless. His smile froze, and after a long pause, he quickly changed the subject, looking at the screen and saying, ladies and gentlemen, the second half of the game will start in 3 minutes. After the big victory, the atmosphere in the Cavaliers' locker room was relaxed and joyful. At this moment, a bodyguard quickly approached Xie Yu, respectfully reporting, boss, Sun Yu's wife has brought her friend to the game. They want to come in and take a photo with you. Miss Chen specifically mentioned wanting to introduce you to a beautiful woman. At that moment, although Xie Yu felt quite good, he maintained a serious demeanor and refused. It's already the playoffs. Don't you understand the rules I've set? In order to fully dedicate myself to the playoffs, I've strictly restrained my desires. How could I possibly deal with someone else's wife and an unknown beauty? The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, struggling to find the right words. Seeing this, Xie Yu grew impatient and frowned, asking, is there anything else? Speak clearly. The bodyguard straightened up quickly and replied, boss, there's an Asian female star outside looking for you. She couldn't buy a ticket, but is eager to meet you. The venue staff found me because of her. Xie Yu frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Asian female star. Forget it, I can't even take the time to meet my girlfriend, let alone someone else. The bodyguard nodded, turning to leave, but Xie Yu instinctively asked, do you know her name? The bodyguard, as meticulous as ever, replied, her name is Nana, and she just won the title of basketball flower this year. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's expression shifted slightly, but he remained composed and coughed lightly, saying, that being said, meeting her isn't out of the question. Even the bodyguard, trained in expression management, had to bite his lip to suppress a smile. He'll bring her in right now. After the bodyguard left, Xie Yu looked in the mirror and adjusted his hair, thinking, maybe I should buy a basketball grass next. In the Cavaliers' locker room, the players were laughing and joking, the mingling sense of sweat and excitement filling the air. Some were animatedly discussing the thrilling moments of the match, while others teased each other, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. At that moment, the South Korean star Nana gracefully walked into the Cavaliers' locker room. She wore a loose-fitting gray neck sweater on top, the delicate knitted texture shimmering softly under the lights, perfectly outlining her enchanting figure. The neckline of the sweater was open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, adding an air of sensuality. She paired it with deep blue jeans that hugged her legs, showcasing her long, straight limbs beautifully. On her feet were white high heels, the sharp clicks echoing against the floor with each step, as if she were stepping on hearts. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with the ends slightly curled, emanating on her delicate oval face. Her large eyes resembled deep lakes, bright and clear, with the outer corners slightly upturned, exuding a hint of natural allure. Beneath her high nose bridge, her lips curved upwards slightly, the color reminiscent of blooming roses, radiating a unique charm in her half-smile. Xie Yu, who had been listening to his teammates' banter in the locker room, inadvertently caught sight of Nana. Even though he was accustomed to seeing a variety of beauties, he was momentarily mesmerized. He silently admired. No wonder she is called the first beauty. This look, this aura, absolutely stunning. As Nana entered the locker room, her gaze quickly locked onto the most striking figure in the crowd. Her eyes instantly lit up, and her lips unconsciously curled into a sweet smile. Her steps unconsciously quickened, the sound of her high heels striking the ground grew more urgent, as if narrating her. When she reached in front of Xie Yu, she focused her gaze on him, and softly said, Appa, I've finally met you. You are truly... As she spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration and adoration, as if she were afraid to miss any subtle expression on Xie Yu's face. Xie Yu was still immersed in the brief daze caused by her stunning entrance, when suddenly the emotionless mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing the heart of a top beauty. You have gained an extraordinary choice. Perpetual motion machine or sustained core. Perpetual motion machine increases physical capacity by 30. Sustained core slows down physical consumption by 30. No, sister, we just met for the first time. Without allowing him much time to think, he gestured for her to sit down, while he anxiously pulled out his phone, quickly opened the calculator, and began to compute. He pondered in his mind, assuming his original physical capability was 100. If he chose the perpetual motion machine, his physical capacity would become 130. He further assumed that during a match he would normally expend 1 point of physical capability per minute. If he chose the sustained core, he would only expend 0.7 points per minute. After a quick calculation, Xie Yu concluded, if he chose the perpetual motion machine, his total physical capacity would support him for 130 minutes of play, whereas with the sustained core 142. 86 minutes, allowing for a longer duration. Although he already had an answer in mind, Xie Yu was still apprehensive about making a mistake, as this choice was crucial. He swiftly snatched Mike Brown's tactical board, quickly transcribing the question before taking a clear photo to send to Harvard's top student secretary Gu. This series of actions captivated Nana, her eyes filled with curiosity. It was as if she had discovered a treasure. The basketball superstar who dominated the arena had such an adorable side, like a primary school student doing homework. Before long, Secretary Gu replied, confirming the answer matched his calculations. Xie Yu silently praised his mathematical skills, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. In his mind, he unreservedly scorned the system. One option gives 130 minutes, the other 143 minutes. Does it even need to be chosen? A fool would know to choose the 143 minutes. I choose the sustained core. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the extraordinary skill, sustained core. Xie Yu's arrogance had reached its peak, and the system could no longer tolerate it. The advantage of the perpetual motion machine is a direct increase in overall physical capacity suitable for players requiring frequent bursts and defenses. The downside is that the rate of physical consumption remains unchanged, which may lead to depletion in prolonged tactical scenarios. The advantage of the sustained core is the extension of effective physical time suitable for independent technical players, allowing for consistent performance and reduced fatigue errors. The downside is that the physical capacity does not increase, making explosive performance weaker in extreme conditions. In my opinion, pairing the perpetual motion machine with your previous Mamba mentality would be perfect. Not listening, turtle reading scriptures. As the consciousness exited his mind, Xie Yu was instantly infuriated, cursing internally, system, you really ought to. Though the choice he made earlier made him feel like he lost a fortune, once he calmed down, Xie Yu comforted himself contentment. He still had to thank Nana. After all, she compensated for his current greatest shortcoming, physical capability. Seeing that Xie Yu seemed to have finished his task, Nana's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she softly asked, Appa, were you just busy with schoolwork? Why were you using a calculator and taking pictures of the questions? Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's face turned red, awkwardly unsure how to respond. He quickly changed the subject and led her to sneak out through the back door of the locker room. I have once again contributed to the glory of the nation. In Game 2, the Wizards adjusted their tactics, shifting the focus of their offense to the perimeter with Pierce and the Twin Towers in the paint, allowing Wall and Beal to take on more organizing roles and capitalize on open opportunities to punish their opponents. Who would have thought that Giannis, a sophomore, could successfully limit Pierce? Giant his speed on the perimeter, his height in the paint, and his long arms enveloped Pierce like an iron gate, leaving him in. Pierce's usual feints, which had been effective time and again, were utterly useless against Giannis. Giannis chuckled to himself, I have faced the big boss in unknown battles countless times, and I have defended against techniques far more advanced than yours. Do you think you can take me down? No chance. As the path for personal attacks was blocked, the Wizards quickly changed their strategy, opting for pick-and-roll plays, letting the Twin Towers attack fiercely. However, the Cavaliers were well prepared with tight team cooperation among the players. They successfully interrupted passing lanes multiple times, causing the Wizards' offense to falter repeatedly. The ineffective offense also made the Wizards' players increasingly anxious on the defensive end. Beal was fouled twice by Xie Yu and had to leave the game. At this moment, Wizards head coach Randy Whitman, in a desperate attempt, brought in defensive specialist, French player Kevin Serafin, intending to target Xie Yu specifically. At 2.06 meters tall, Serafin had a clear physical advantage, yet Xie Yu showed no concern. As the Cavaliers launched their offense, Giannis passed the ball to Xie Yu at the right corner, quickly cutting to clear the defense and creating an unknown situation for Xie Yu. Xie Yu merely glanced at the hoop and raised an eyebrow, prompting Serafin to hastily step up his defense. Seeing this, Xie Yu took the opportunity to drive straight to the basket. Realizing the situation was dire and having no chance to steal the ball, Serafin reached out with his large hand and swatted hard at Xie Yu's left hand. Beep. The sharp whistle sounded as Xie Yu bent over in pain, clutching his left hand tightly. Witnessing this, the Cavaliers fans erupted in anger, shouting and jeering in waves. Serafin, however, wore a smug smile, showing no remorse. This scene completely enraged the Cavaliers players, and the conflict quickly escalated. Giannis took the lead, angrily seeking an explanation from Serafin, but was blocked by Wizards players. West also directed a stream of insults at Serafin, and even Jokic pointed at him, expressing his disdain. Serafin kept retreating. He was no fool and had achieved his goal, so he stayed clear of the center of the conflict. At that moment, Alonzo G from the Cavaliers bench stealthily approached like two dragons emerging from the sea, and suddenly pushed Serafin from behind, then rushed in to land a punch on the back of his head, before making a tactical retreat, hurriedly escaping back to the bench. The situation rapidly deteriorated and security rushed in to control the scene. After reviewing the replay, the referee decisively ejected Alonzo G from the game. Yu Jia remarked Alonzo G is likely not escaping the league's punishment this time. Zhang Heli added fines and suspensions, there's no way around it. Before heading back to the locker room, Alonzo G approached Xie Yu asking ingratiatingly, boss, you will help pay the fine, right? Xie Yu replied. The audience rose to their feet applauding as Alonzo G seemed to have accomplished a great feat, strutting back to the locker room like a triumphant general. Next, Xie Yu was determined to show everyone what consequences awaited those who provoked him. He received the ball low, instantly activated his body, and spun quickly like a ghost gliding to the basket. Then he leapt high, executing a ferocious dunk, smashing both palms down onto the backboard with all his fury. The tremendous sound and the intense visual impact instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Afterward, he shot a piercing glare at Seraphine, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he slowly made a very low-level provocative gesture. However, this was just the beginning. Xie Yu then unleashed his signature in-out move, rendering Seraphine's proud defense. Xie Yu smoothly dodged past with a powerful axe dunk, once again shocking the entire crowd. Upon landing, he faced Seraphine, waved his right hand in front of his eyes, and made a provocative gesture of who's defending me, his gaze radiating dominance and arrogance. Before Seraphine could recover from his frustration in the next round, Xie Yu stepped just outside the three-point line, unafraid of Seraphine's leaping block, decisively shooting a three-pointer. The moment he released the ball, Xie Yu confidently turned away, executing the classic confident look-back celebration. As expected, the basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and swished through the net. On the sidelines, Wizards head coach Randy Whitman, unable to bear it any longer, hurriedly called for a timeout. During the break, his face darkened as he angrily scolded Seraphine, "What were you thinking provoking him?" Seraphine felt wronged, thinking to himself that he felt like a clown. He thought, didn't you tell me to target his injured hand? Now it's fine, you're blaming me. Yet he could only keep these thoughts to himself, too afraid to express his anger. It was an unquestionable and exhilarating slaughter. The score settled at 139-98, with the Cavaliers winning decisively by a massive 41-point margin. In this match, Xie Yu was like a war god descending to the mortal realm, scoring 61 points in just 3 quarters. After the game, facing the TNT camera, Xie Yu spoke with determination, "No malicious fouls can intimidate me. Those who cannot bring me down will only make me stronger." As soon as these words were spoken, the internet erupted with Xie fans flooding online, directing a tidal wave of accusations at Seraphine, overwhelming insults, forcing Seraphine and his family to shut down their social media. Moreover, some extreme fans even issued death threats. Meanwhile, Alonzo G's punishment swiftly followed, resulting in a 2-game suspension and a fine of $2,000. At this moment, the recently prosperous Taylor Swift, having made a fortune from her concert, directly stepped in to help Alonzo G pay the fine. This delighted Alonzo, who shamelessly called her sister-in-law dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, the series moved to Washington. The Cavaliers, full of momentum and anger, left the Wizards with no chance. With another 2 exhilarating victories, the Cavaliers swept the Wizards 40 in the series, marching confidently. On the night following the Game 4 victory, Xie Yu and Nana dressed casually in loose hoodies and sweatpants with flip-flops, intended to find teammates for a little drink to celebrate at the hotel, but found no sign of any teammates. Xie Yu tried calling the lively Alonzo G, but there was no answer. Left with no choice, he had to inquire with the hotel staff. He was then informed that the teammates had all gone to the gym. The hotel kindly arranged transportation for Xie Yu and Nana to the gym. Upon entering, Xie Yu was astonished by the scene before him. The entire team was practicing 3-point shots. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you all doing? Practicing behind my back." West explained with a smile, in the playoffs, whenever you score 40 points or more in a game, the entire team has to practice 3-pointers, and each person must make 500 shots before we can stop. Xie Yu was taken aback, puzzled. "I've scored over 40 points in all 4 games. Does that mean you've been practicing after every game?" The others exchanged smiles, but didn't respond. The answer was already written on their faces. Seeing this group of teammates silently striving for a common goal, Xie Yu felt a surge of warmth rise within him. He waved his hand grandly and said, "Count me in." At that moment, Giannis, seemingly caught on fire, quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Boss, next time for sure. I've already made 490 shots, I'm almost done." Xie Yu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "So you're the one dragging us down." The others, hearing this, fell silent, stifling their laughter as if they had all agreed. Giannis, looking helpless, could only smile wryly and nod, resembling a defeated rooster. Seeing this, Xie Yu walked over with a smile, patting Giannis on the shoulder, saying, "Keep it up. Try not to be the second to last next time. Once you're done, we're hitting the club, and I'll pick up the tab for everyone." Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the gym grew increasingly relaxed and lively, filled with joy and strength from working towards a common dream. Eastern Conference, the Bulls swept the Nets 40 and are set to face the Knicks, who eliminated the Hawks. Led by Rose and Luol Deng, the Bulls will take on the big 3 of James Anthony and Irving, promising plenty of excitement. With Shaq averaging 44 points per game, the Magic also swept the Pacers 40 and will meet the Cavaliers in the semifinals. Shaq versus Xie Yu, a battle of the inside giants against a sharpshooting squad, is highly anticipated. Western Conference, the Warriors easily defeated the Pelicans 40 and will clash with the Trailblazers, who also swept them. Jimmy showcased his brilliance against the Grizzlies, averaging 28-89 in the series, emerging as the clear star. The Rockets triumphed 41 against the Thunder, who were without Durant, and will face the Clippers, who defeated the Spurs 40. Leonard averaged 36 points in the series, showcasing his incredible form. Thus, the brutal competition of the playoffs has just begun. The NBA's heavyweight rankings have been announced. The jersey sales show Lu Dan at the top, followed by Xie Yu and Xie Yu in second and third place. Candidates for most improved player include Jimmy Luanada and Yang Nis. Candidates for sixth man of the year Louis Wiley Amos Kalafiud and CJ Michaelimo. Best rookie Lu Dan Xie Yu. DPOY candidates Luanada Xie Yu and Xie Yu. MVP candidates Lu Dan Xie Yu and Xie Yu. Orlando Magic pre-game press conference. Long duo Xie Yu has held up the offense and defense. He deserves the MVP and DPOY awards. Oladipo one day Xie Yu and I will be compared to the OK duo. I am not afraid to face Xie Yu. Xie Yu, I hope the MVP and DPOY voting will consider playoff performance, in which case I will undoubtedly win. Cavaliers pre-game press conference. Why cite MVP? Do I even need to ask? Who else can average a triple-double this season and score over 45 points? First in steals, second in blocks, and top 3 in 5 statistical categories. Smart people know who to choose. Wait, I thought Xie Yu was strong enough in the last 2 seasons. I didn't expect him to get better. It's unbelievable. I think giving him all the awards would not be unfair. The sky is his limit. Xie Yu's remarks are interesting. I just hope he won't cry like a woman when he gets eliminated. As the playoff battles gradually intensified, the city of Orlando seemed to be infused with a madness for basketball, sinking into a fervent sea of basketball enthusiasm. The streets were filled with elements of the Magic team, with street lamps adorned with large posters of stars like Xie Yu and Oladipo. They were either roaring or dunking as if they were about to leap out of the posters to ignite the city's passion. Shops displayed Magic team jerseys, hats, dolls, and other merchandise, each attracting the attention of fans. Children wore mini Magic jerseys holding basketballs, chasing and playing on the streets, mimicking their idols' shooting actions. Their crisp laughter intertwined with the sound of basketballs hitting the ground, as if the city was playing a basketball symphony. As night fell, the area outside the Amway Center was already packed with people. Fans dressed in uniform Magic jerseys painted their faces with the team's logo and colors, holding glow sticks and banners that read Xie Yu is invincible, Magic will win, and side by side with OK creating legends. Their eyes sparkled with fervent light, conversing eagerly about their expectations for the game, their voices rising and falling like surging waves. When the arena lights illuminated, exhilarating music instantly filled the venue, igniting the fans' enthusiasm. Cheers and shouts erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking the arena's glass. The big screen showcased the Magic team's highlights of the season, with each spectacular dunk, three-pointer, and block eliciting frenzied screams and applause from the fans. As the players ran out from the tunnel, the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Fans stood up, waving their belongings and shouting the players' names with hoarse voices, as if they wanted to transfer all their strength to the heroes on the court. The entire city of Orlando was immersed in this passionate and exhilarating playoff atmosphere, as if a grand basketball carnival was taking place. And this party was solely for the Magic team, in their hearts for the supreme glory of the championship. Let those Cleveland bumpkins see what our true paint storm is like. In the tunnel, the sound surged like a heavy punch, causing eardrums to throb. 30,000 inflatable cheering sticks crashed together, creating a continuous thunder that echoed throughout the arena. At the center of the court, the Magic team emblem suddenly lit up with a cold blue glow resembling a deep ocean, concealing boundless power. At that moment, the DJ's elongated tone pierced through the noise like a sharp arrow. Now, please welcome your paint tyrant. Shining onto the stage, Xie Yu confidently made his entrance with a commanding stride, his dark red jersey emblazoned with bold white lettering. Crush them, like we crush Orlando's oranges. Every letter seemed to come alive, trembling slightly with the rhythm of the stomping fans, as if proclaiming undeniable dominance to the world. As he walked, he showcased his signature power walk, legs apart, knees slightly bent, arms swinging powerfully side to side, each step seeming to create a deep pit in the floor, his overwhelming aura igniting the surrounding air. Meanwhile, the iron door of the visiting team's tunnel crashed open, seemingly releasing the fury from Cleveland. Xie Yu leisurely chewed gum, being the last to walk out confidently, his white Cavaliers ankle braces glaring under the lights like two sharp blades. Instantly, the north bleachers erupted with a torrential downpour of boos. Among the crowd, a little boy wearing Mickey Mouse ears stood out, holding a sign that read Xie Yu expired, dirty bag, excitedly jumping on his seat, flailing his arms. Surrounding fans either joined in the heckling or responded with even fiercer boos towards the visiting team. On the sidelines, Oladipo sprang up from the bench like a spring, the sound of his zipper bursting open, crisp and loud, akin to the thrilling pop of champagne. Long with strong hands quickly grabbed his neck, whispering, "Save your strength. Let's nail their coffin shut." This scene appeared on the big screen, and the home fans cheered for Long Dwi's commanding gesture. In the commentary booth, Old Miles slightly loosened his tie and remarked, "Since Dwight Howard stepped out of this arena in 2009, I have never seen such a tense pre-game atmosphere. It's simply exhilarating." His partner fixed his gaze on Xie Yu, who was warming up, pointing and saying, "Look at that big guy. Oh, every muscle seems to be shouting, come dunk on me. This aura is incredibly powerful." Just as he finished speaking, the dome lights suddenly dimmed, and the entire arena was plunged into darkness. Then 30 spotlights simultaneously lit up, intertwining above the players' heads to form an invisible cage. Xie Yu's powerful chest thumping echoed through the floor, clearly transmitting to everyone's feet, like muffled thunder exploding in their hearts, causing their heartbeats to quicken. As tip-off approached, the air in the entire arena seemed to solidify, making it hard to breathe. The squeaking of Xie Yu's shoes against the floor sounded particularly sharp and piercing in the silence. Xie Yu's face was cold, his expression as unmoving as millennia-old ice. He resembled a mysterious assassin emerging from the dark night of the east, emanating a chilling aura with every gesture. The veins on the back of the referee's hand bulged, seemingly anxious for the impending fierce showdown. The red light on the timer swept over the audience's shock at MVP signs. In an instant, that red light seemed to coat everyone in a layer of blood glaze, filling the entire arena with an intense, almost tangible battle atmosphere. It felt as if one were in the brutal Colosseum of ancient Rome, where a great battle was about to erupt. When the referee tossed the ball high into the air, the whole arena seemed to ignite in an instant. Cheers, shouts, and chants intertwined, once more forming a storm of sound. Shaka, dunk on them. Cleveland Bumpkins, listen up, Ushaka will bury you in the paint. Starting lineup for the Magic: center Shaq, center Vucevic, small forward Harris, shooting guard Oladipo, point guard Rondo. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center Jokic, power forward West, small forward Giannis, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. The broadcast camera shifted focus to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver on the sidelines. Yu Jia, entering the 21st century, no team in the league has ever achieved 4 consecutive championships, and now the Cavaliers are boldly approaching this great accomplishment. Can they succeed? Zhang Heli, it's quite possible, but also very difficult. At the very least, the NBA team owners and Silver, during the jump ball, Shaq overpowered Jokic to win the possession. He charged like a bulldozer, forcefully making his way to the low post. Rondo was quick and decisive, passing the ball with precision as it shot like a cannon into Shaq's hands. Surprisingly, no one from the Cavaliers came to help defend, leaving Jokic alone to guard Shaq on and on. Seizing the opportunity, Shaq leaned in, using his immense strength to execute a quick hook shot. Jokic, caught off guard, had no time to react as the ball swished through the net. Jokic simply can't handle Shaq. Zhang Heli, the biggest difference between Shaq and O'Neal is that Shaq's finesse is exceptional. Beside them, Xie Yu watched this scene with a familiar feeling, realizing it was just like the exceptional close-range shots in his own. Xie Yu knew many in the league were studying his moves, but he didn't expect a center like Shaq would be learning from him. As the saying goes, you have your strategies, and I have my tricks. Meanwhile, Jokic dribbled past half-court, transforming into a playmaking center and drawing Shaq away from the basket. At the same time, Rondo stuck to Xie Yu like a persistent shadow, not giving him a moment to escape and receive the ball. Just then, on the weak side, Holiday seized the opportunity with a beautiful cut, driving straight to the basket. He received Jokic's perfectly timed pass, powered through Oladipo's defense, and scored confidently. The score quickly turned to 2-2. The Magic's offense continued, passing the ball to Shaq in the low post, attempting the same tactic again. Shaq executed another hook shot after contact. However, this time, Xie Yu leaped up like a divine being with astonishing speed, swatting Shaq's hook shot into the stands. The crowd erupted in gasps of disbelief at the scene before them. Yu Jia, I've seen many centers block shots, but a guard blocking a center with a volleyball-style rejection is quite rare. Zhang Heli, Xie Yu's legs seem to be equipped with springs, it's just unreasonable. On the court, after sending the hot pot, Xie Yu smirked slightly playfully, placing his fingers on his forehead and gazing into the distance. This provocative gesture infuriated Shaq, who clenched his teeth and couldn't help but roar, "Fuck, just wait for me." Immediately, the crowd booed loudly, expressing their displeasure at Xie Yu's excessively arrogant gesture of looking far away. The sideline throw-in was made, and Rondo passed the ball to Shaq again. This time, Xie Yu quickly double-teamed him, moving with the speed of a sword drawn from its sheath, successfully intercepting the basketball. But just then, the referee's whistle unexpectedly blew. Xie Yu looked incredulous, firmly believing he had committed no foul, and couldn't help but roar at the referee, "Are you kidding me?" To his surprise, the referee mercilessly called a technical foul on him. Xie Yu's eyes widened with anger and confusion. "What the hell are you doing?" Meanwhile, the referee secretly thought, the current league doesn't need a team with 4 championships. Oladipo stepped to the free throw line and calmly sank the technical. Meanwhile, the referee secretly thought, the current league doesn't need a team with 4 championships. Oladipo stepped to the free throw line and calmly sank the technical free throw, changing the score to 3-2. Immediately after, Rondo and Shaq executed a brilliant pick-and-roll, followed by an impressive alley-oop dunk, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the Amway Center. After landing, Shaq excitedly shouted, "A bunch of country bumpkins. None of you can stop me." Xie Yu's eyes sharpened at this sight as he accelerated towards Jokic. After a simple handoff, he shot into the paint like an arrow facing Shaq Heaton. He suddenly lowered his shoulder and powered through Shaq, leaping high to respond with a ferocious dunk. However, just as Xie Yu landed, the referee's whistle blew again, signaling an offensive foul against Xie Yu. Yu Jiao, no. Xie Yu has already picked up his second foul. Zhang Heli, including the previous technical foul, Xie Yu has been called for 3 fouls in just a minute into the game. The camera focused again on Silver in the stands. Yu Jia, American broadcasts really know how to stir things up. Zhang Heli sigh. This is getting a bit obvious. Suddenly, the internet exploded. Various comments surged like a tidal wave. I want to state first that I am not a fan of Xie Yu, but for the sake of fairness, if this isn't targeting Xie Yu, who would believe it? 3 fouls in just a minute. Referee, why don't you just go to heaven? Can it get any more ridiculous? Hey, I've only heard of the cat swapping the prince. When has the prince ever swapped places with a cat? Silver, you're really not playing fair. On the sidelines, Mike Brown forcibly substituted Xie Yu despite his protests, and Wade quickly suited up. Alonzo G hurriedly tried to calm him down. Boss, you need to stay calm. Xie Yu, furious, turned red and couldn't help but curse in Huaxiao language. Damn it, clearly targeting me right. Too much. To be honest, Xie Yu, whose career had been smooth sailing, was truly experiencing this kind of frustrating situation. Back on the court, Wade tried his best and could indeed integrate with the team tactically. However, with Xie Yu's departure, the Cavaliers' morale plummeted, and they were restless with continuous mistakes. On the other hand, the Magic's morale was like a raging fire, becoming increasingly fervent. The momentum shift in the game was evident. Shaq dominated the court, scoring with his immense strength and calmly passing the ball out after drawing defenses. Oladipo, Harris, and Rondo seized the opportunity, each hitting a three-pointer. Vucevic was particularly impressive, hitting 3 three-pointers in the first quarter without a miss. As the buzzer for the first quarter sounded, the score stood at Magic 41, Cavaliers 19, with the Magic leading by a full. During the break, a frustrated Xie Yu got into an argument with a fan on the sidelines. A long-haired man sarcastically kept pestering Xie Yu repeatedly, saying, "Xie, look at your team, they've been turned into a sieve, and here you are sleeping on the bench. Huaxiao, sick man. You're just a coward. Little ding ding, is it true that the ding ding of your Huaxiao people is very small? Xie Yu, where did your soul go? Wake up." Xie Yu, burning with anger, could no longer hold back and retorted, "Get lost, it's none of your business. Go wherever it's cooler." The long-haired man wouldn't let up, continuing to mock. "Oh, are you embarrassed now? Did you get lost last night among those Orlando ladies and end up being a gigolo?" Xie Yu sneered, refusing to back down. "Yes, that's your girlfriend. Her skills are quite impressive. Are you satisfied now?" The long-haired man exploded in rage, cursing, "Fuck you. You bastard." Xie Yu looked disdainful. "You idiot, hurry up and get lost, don't be an eyesore here." Alonzo G saw they were about to fight and rushed over, pulling Xie Yu away and anxiously advising, "Boss, calm down. You still have a technical foul against you." Xie Yu raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. "Do they really dare to kick me out? I want to see what tricks they can pull." At that moment, the referee who had just called the technical foul on Xie Yu slowly approached. As soon as the referee appeared, the long-haired man began frantically complaining, "Referee, you must intervene. This Xie Yu actually said he slept with my girlfriend 7 times and even shamelessly praised her skills. This is simply outrageous." Alonzo Key instantly fumed, retorting, without hesitation, "Shut your mouth. Foolish thing, spewing nonsense." Xie Yu, completely disregarding the referee, walked straight onto the court. His aura seemed to provoke the very air around him. "If you have the ability, just try to penalize me. Let's see if you dare." As the whistle for the second quarter sounded, Xie Yu was like a battle god, reignited, instantly revitalized. After receiving the ball steadily in a low position, his signature fadeaway jumper returned in style, the basketball arcing perfectly through the air before swishing through the net, the sound crisp and pleasant. Even though the team was still trailing by a full 20 points at that moment, it did nothing to diminish Xie Yu's unique, kingly. It was as if the moment he stepped onto the court, all the Cavaliers players felt a sense of assurance. With this backbone back in play, the other Cavaliers players were instantly invigorated, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Their defense was impenetrable, and their offense was precise. In just a minute and a half, the Cavaliers went on an 80 run, this rapid surge of points causing Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn's heart to skip a beat, feeling a sudden sense of unease. He dared not hesitate any longer and quickly called a timeout from the referee. On the sidelines, Jacques Vaughn was so anxious he was stomping his feet, once more loudly emphasizing to his players, "Listen carefully. Absolutely do not leave the Cavaliers any open shots from the perimeter. Anyone who fails to defend properly will sit on the bench. The playoffs are all about defense. I want you all to be fully focused." The Magic's defensive strategy was very clear. They intended to force Xie Yu to solve problems by himself, even if it meant allowing him easy layups. They would never let the Cavaliers have an open three-point chance. Then they rotated Rondo, Oladipo, Harris, and Aaron Gordon in and out, engaging Xie Yu in a relentless battle, attempting to exhaust his stamina. Their offense was never reckless. Each play revolved around their towering inside duo, creating a difficult situation for the Cavaliers. As the halftime whistle blew, the score was locked at 60-52, with the Cavaliers trailing by only 8 points. In this half, despite only having 2 free throws, Xie Yu played the entire second quarter, scoring a staggering 22 points. He was burning himself, illuminating the path for the entire team. As he walked into the Cavaliers' locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xie Yu frowned and was the first to point out the problem. "The Magic's ability to protect the basket is simply too strong. It's almost impossible for us to attack the rim. Their perimeter defense is tightly pressed, forcing every shot to be mid-range. We can't continue like this. It's hard for us to generate a scoring surge." Mike Brown took over, his expression serious as he said, "Exactly. We must make adjustments. We need more off-ball screens and coordination and find ways to create more open shot opportunities." Mike Brown spoke extensively, and at that moment Xie Yu couldn't help but miss Irving. He knew in his heart that the team was still lacking a core point to stabilize ball control. Holiday found it very difficult to effectively act as the offensive organizer under such high-intensity playoff conditions. Once the opponent was determined to defend him unknown, not allowing him to facilitate for his teammates, and tightly marking the others, the Cavaliers' offensive problems were thoroughly exposed. Moreover, they were facing their nemesis, the Magic, the team with the best inside offensive performance in the league. The single coverage against Shaq in the first half was ineffective, so the Cavaliers decisively employed a strategy of switching and preemptive double-teaming at the start of the second half. However, today the Magic's perimeter players seemed to be on fire, their shooting touch scorching. Coupled with Vucevic's incredible form, his exquisite two-man game with Rondo caught the Cavaliers completely off guard. As the point gap widened little by little and the team found itself in trouble, Xie Yu stepped forward. He first ghosted into position to successfully block Vucevic's seemingly certain basket, then initiated a fast break, sprinting down the court, pulling up for a three-pointer from beyond the arc, which went in without hesitation. Next, he successfully stole the ball from Rondo in the front court, forcefully ripping it away, and made a powerful dunk for 2 points. Seeing Xie Yu score 5 consecutive points, Jacques Vaughn sensed the momentum shifting and promptly called a timeout. He knew he could not let Xie Yu continue this madness, otherwise the Magic would be in serious trouble. It was precisely because of his timely timeouts that the Magic maintained their lead. Xie Yu charged at the Magic's defense time and time again. He pushed himself to break through trying to tear apart the defense and attract double teams to create shooting opportunities for his teammates. However, each time he failed to attract the help defense with no passing options available, he could only force his way to the basket, which ignited a fire of anger within him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly had the Magic figured out his secret of getting extra bonuses for assisting open three-pointers. In fact, if he relied solely on personal offense to close the gap, it was not impossible. Yet the officiating in this game was incredibly frustrating. Whenever he broke through, the referee seemed blind, not blowing the whistle. Yet on the other side, Shaq would get the whistle as soon as he attacked, and Oladipo would secure free throw opportunities with ease. The disparity in treatment was simply absurd. It was like playing 5 against 8. On defense, the Cavaliers felt like they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to effectively contain the Magic's fierce offensive onslaught, no matter how hard they struggled. Despite Xie Yu unleashing his full firepower and achieving astonishing offensive efficiency, it was still difficult to turn the tide. After all, the hole dug in the first quarter was too deep, so deep that even his utmost efforts couldn't fill it. As the game entered the last 3 minutes, Xie Yu hit a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 7 points. Cavaliers fans finally saw a glimmer of hope for a comeback. However, on the Magic side, Fournier received a precise pass after Shaq attracted the double team, standing firmly in the corner and sinking a three-pointer. Immediately after, Xie Yu attempted to draw a foul on Rondo's three-pointer, leaning into Rondo before shooting, but the referee actually did not blow the whistle. The Magic seized the fast break opportunity, and Fournier hit another three-pointer. The moment the basketball swished through the net seemed to declare the end of the game's suspense, utterly sealing the match. Xie Yu was still helplessly protesting. The final score was set at 118-109, with the Magic successfully taking Game 1. In this match, the Magic's trio performed spectacularly. Shaq scored 38 points, grabbed 24 rebounds, and tallied 11 assists with 4 blocks. Rondo contributed 11 points, 10 rebounds, and 21 assists. Oladipo scored 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. On the Cavaliers side, Xie Yu was undoubtedly the most dazzling lone hero. He played for 37 minutes, did not rest for a second in the last 3 quarters, shooting 24 out of 33, hitting 4 out of 9 from three-point range, and making all 9 of his free throws crazily, scoring 61 points, grabbing 10 rebounds, and adding 4 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks. Aside from him, Wade scored 14 points, Holiday had 11 points, and West scored 10 points, while the remaining players failed to reach double digits. This match was a classic worthy of being recorded in history, and the post-game interviews were equally thrilling. Shaq, looking proud, confidently declared to the camera, "I said it before, I will defeat Xie Yu and bury the Cavaliers' dream of a four-peat. Who is the MVP is obvious, right?" Meanwhile, Xie Yu, with a face full of indignation, helplessly shook his head and sighed. "In tonight's game, it felt like we were playing against 8 people with just 5 players. That guy Rondo left several finger marks on my waist, yet the referee pretended not to see. I even sacrificed my appearance and lifted my shirt for him to see. Just look at these free throw numbers, 51-19. This is simply outrageous, unbelievable. Just let it all be destroyed. I'm really disappointed, utterly disappointed." Inside the Cavaliers' post-game one strategy room, silence reigned, cold, absolute, and suffocating. The fluorescent lights cast a pallid frost-like glow over every face, draining all warmth from the air. Outside, rain pattered softly against the glass, a mournful rhythm as if heaven itself sighed in sorrow over their defeat. Mike Brown stood rigid before the whiteboard, his gaze locked on a tangle of lines and annotations, the meticulous record of Game 1's unraveling. Now those markings looked less like analysis and more like mocking scars. "Gentlemen, we must change, immediately, if we hope to win Game 2 against the Magic." Mike Brown broke the silence first. His voice cut sharply through the stillness, jarring yet heavy with unspoken weight. His eyes swept across the room, lingering on each player. Every head bowed, every gaze clouded with disappointment. "Orlando's interior defense is extraordinary, like an iron wall blocking our path to the rim. Penetrating their paint is nearly impossible. And their perimeter defense, suffocatingly tight. Even Xie Yu was forced into mid-range jumpers, a dangerous reliance that cannot continue." His brow furrowed, voice edged with urgency. Drew Holiday lifted his head slightly, guilt flickered in his eyes. He knew, deep in his gut, that as point guard he'd failed to orchestrate the offense. He'd created too few clean looks for his teammates, shrinking under Orlando's relentless pressure. "Coach, I'll be better next game. I'll carry more of the playmaking load. More ball handling, more movement, more trust." His voice was low, laced with quiet remorse. Mike Brown stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Holiday's shoulder. "Calm grounding. First, we need far more off-ball screens and seamless motion. Drew, as our floor general, you must initiate, not just react. Use your vision, your passes, your cuts, to set the tempo, to make the ball breathe, to awaken the entire offense." Mike Brown held Holiday's gaze, expectant, unwavering. Meanwhile, Xie Yu sat slumped in his chair, hollowed as though the loss had hollowed him out entirely. His sweat-soaked jersey clung tightly to his back, yet he felt none of it. He'd scored 61 points, yet the defeat struck deeper than any blade, cold, precise, and merciless. Xie Yu, lift your head. Look ahead. From now on you'll play off the ball. If you get a clean look and miss, we accept. Losing is not fatal. We bear it together. And if you don't get good shots, I resign, on my honor. His tone brooked no dissent, fierce, final, forged in resolve. He knew, clearly and bitterly, that Game 1's collapse bore his fingerprints. Xie Yu blinked, then met the gaze of this man who, though not a legend, had become his anchor. Mike Brown might not be hailed among the coaching elite, but their bond, rooted in countless drills, shared exhaustion, and unspoken loyalty, ran deep. Seeing his coach's jaw clenched in self-reproach, Xie Yu felt a sharp pang. When had they ever been brought so low? When had pride curdled into shame? He drew a slow breath and forced a smile. Brittle but defiant. Coach, one loss, and you're already packing your bags. Mike Brown threw his head back and laughed, a raw, roaring sound thick with stubborn pride. Run. Never. Then with a sudden sweeping gesture, like a general raising his sword, he commanded, back to work. Now. The Cavaliers gathered close. Some nodded slowly, eyes hardening with resolve. Others clenched their jaws, cheeks taut, with silent, burning vows of redemption. Xie Yu watched them and tightened his fists. In his eyes, embers flared anew, bright, hot, and unyielding. He knew they would not fall. This loss was merely the darkness before dawn. And in Game 2, they would rise. Not just stronger, but reborn. As the meeting deepened, layer upon layer of flaws emerged, each one stark, undeniable. West looked at the defensive breakdowns marked on the board, his own failures glaring back at him. His interior presence had lacked bite. Orlando had feasted inside, widening the gap with every easy bucket. Coach, I'll lock down the paint next game. No more easy twos. No more easy threes. I swear it. His voice rumbled thick and resolute. Defensively, our unknown coverage against Shaq in the first half was disastrous. We switched to fronting and double teams in the second, but it wasn't enough. Every single one of you must raise your defensive intensity. Track every pass, especially Orlando's entry passes to the post and their swing reads on the perimeter. Disrupt, deny, sever their rhythm. West, you must dominate the paint. Be aggressive. Be physical. If it means fouling hard and early, do it. We allowed 7 and-ins in Game 1. That is unacceptable. His finger jabbed at the board, voice sharpening with command. And Orlando will run Xie Yu ragged, rotating defenders, wearing him down. Others must step up. Share the burden. We are a team, not a one-man show. He slashed his arm through the air as if cutting through the gloom. Nods followed, firm, solemn. They understood grief had its place, but not here, not now. Only action mattered. Only Game 2. The room's atmosphere softened just slightly. Yet outside, the rain continued its steady, unrelenting tap against the glass, a quiet reminder that the road ahead remained steep and uncertain. Everyone clear on what changes we make for Game 2. We take back what we lost tonight. Mike Brown's voice rang out, fierce and unshaken. A chorus rose in reply, strong, unified, echoing off the walls, the vow of warriors preparing not just to compete, but to conquer. While the Cavaliers convened, the digital world erupted, transforming overnight into a mire of venom and vitriol. Keyboard warriors, phantoms in the dark, scented weakness and swarmed. From forums to feeds, they unleashed torrents of self-proclaimed wisdom cloaked in cruelty. Xie Yu, overrated. 61 points, and still got humiliated. All that hype, just smoke. Now the Cavaliers dreaming of a 4th straight title. Delusional. Go fish instead. Your season's already sunk. Such barbs multiplied like locusts, swarming relentless, reducing an entire franchise and its star to ash after a single loss. Even Kenny Smith, famed analyst, seized the moment, launching a video titled, "Why the Cavaliers Are Doomed," wielding expertise like a hammer to drive nails into their coffin. In the frame he stood, arms crossed, chin raised, arrogance radiating from every pore. Spittle flying, he declared Cleveland's Game 1 performance was abysmal, tactically incoherent, execution ally disjointed, as if the players had never shared a court before. Xie Yu, flashy numbers, but empty heroics. Selfish isolation, basketball devoid of team impact. A dazzling mirage, nothing more. Orlando, impeccable defense. Flawless execution. Cleveland has zero path to victory. Expect a sweep. This is the chasm between true contenders and pretenders. His smug certainty hung in the air like rot, proof he seemed to believe that he alone held the keys to destiny. Even Stan Van Gundy, Orlando's former head coach, fanned the flames on national television. On a primetime basketball show, he stated, Orlando's interior dominance is unmatched. What does Cleveland even bring to that battle? I have absolute faith in Orlando's march to the finals. Cleveland, they should retreat, reflect, rebuild. Xie Yu, the league's poster boy, Cleveland's cornerstone, bears full responsibility. His reckless first quarter foul, his emotional lapse, it handed Orlando the game before halftime. How can a superstar commit such amateurish errors? Shaq dwarfs Xie Yu in impact and legacy and sheer gravitational pull. Given the choice, I build around Shaq, always. The Cavaliers dynasty is finished. The crown belongs to Chicago or Orlando. Amplified by these so-called authorities, Cleveland's public support plummeted, free-falling as if the world had already signed their. Yet the Cavaliers did not crumble. They did not flinch. Emerging from their strategy session, they scrolled past the bile and ignited. Every eye burned, not with despair, but with the white-hot promise of vengeance. They knew the only rebuttal worth uttering was written not in words, but in dunks and assists and domination. Midnight. In his hotel room, Xie Yu lay awake on a vast frigid bed, restless. Moonlight slipped through fractured curtains, casting silver ribbons across his face, highlighting the storm within his expression. Missed rotations, questionable calls, opponents smirking triumphs. These images looped endlessly in his mind, unspooling like cursed film reels. Frustration coiled tight in his chest, so fierce sleep refused to come. Then, without warning, his phone screen blazed to life, a searing shard of light cleaving the darkness. Xie Yu snatched it up instinctively. Alonzo G's message glowed. Boss, need to blow off steam. A faint frown crossed his face, irritation flaring anew, banishing the last trace of drowsiness. His thumb tapped once, a single terse question mark. Alonzo replied instantly, someone's here. She didn't dare contact you directly, so she asked me first. She's down. Xie Yu's breath caught. His heart seized as if gripped by invisible fingers. Confusion surged tidal and sudden. His fingers flew. He stared at the screen, waiting, but silence stretched, endless, suspended, as if time itself had paused, holding. Who stood beneath the hotel at midnight, and why dared she not ascend? Xie Yu stared intently at his phone, yet the message was still delayed. Just then a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. He felt a jolt in his heart, quickly rose, and stepped over to the door, yanking it open. There stood Rachel, her face filled with anxiety, and her eyes redrimmed, looking utterly pitiful. Xie Yu always adhered to the principle of not moving unless the enemy moves. Unable to grasp the situation, he simply remained silent, adopting an aloof demeanor. Rachel bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly, as she slowly spoke. Xie, you please don't be angry with me, okay? Xie Yu's mind was suddenly filled with countless questions, wondering to himself, when did I get angry? How come I don't know anything at all? Tears rolled down Rachel's cheeks as she pleaded, can I come in to talk, please? I'll explain myself and apologize to you. I'll do whatever you want. Xie Yu grew more and more confused, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that I've been cheated on? I'll explain myself and apologize to you. I'll do whatever you want. Xie Yu grew more. Rachel was wearing a delicate white camisole, the soft cotton fabric hugging her skin, just right, perfectly outlining her graceful neckline and the subtle hints of her curves. Paired with loose wide-leg pants, her outfit was simple, yet stylish, flowing gently as she walked. The clean and fresh white sneakers added a touch of youthful vibrancy, making her look casual yet playful. Why aren't you saying anything? Rachel whimpered, but soon took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, coquettishly, saying, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Xie Yu remained expressionless, coldly asking, tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? Although he suspected Rachel might be seeing another man, he still needed to clarify. Rachel choked up, sobbing as she said, I shouldn't have ignored you and run off to interview Shaq. But you know, it's my job. The Magic won the game, and I had to interview him. Xie Yu pondered, is that all? Yet he kept a stern face, snorting, humph, when I win you rush to interview me. Now that I've lost. Sai saying too much only brings tears. His performance could easily be included in the curriculum of the Beijing Film Academy. He made Rachel feel deeply ashamed and embarrassed, as if she might kneel before him at any moment. I truly made a mistake, Wu. I know that my actions hurt you, and I shouldn't let my job affect you. Rachel cried, even harder. Xie Yu quickly interjected, it's okay, after all, your work is far more important to you than I am. That night when I woke up and didn't see you by my side, I realized you never really cared about me. Rachel's tears flowed down like a broken dam as she desperately shook her head. No, that's not true. I was in a rush to catch a flight. Xie Yu scoffed dismissively. So work is still the priority for you. To you it will always be more important than I am. Rachel was gasping for breath between sobs, shaking her head like a rattle drum. My love for you is genuine. I think about you every day to the point of losing sleep. How can I trust what you say? Xie Yu countered. Rachel, gathering all her courage, exclaimed loudly, I can quit my job and have your babies. I've actually been preparing for pregnancy for a while now. Xie Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. They say if you can't tell whether a girl likes you or not, she probably doesn't. However, at that moment, looking at the heart-wrenching Rachel, Xie Yu was 100% certain that she had genuinely fallen for him. It must be said that someone who truly likes you, even the most foolish of tactics, they will willingly fall for, while someone who doesn't like you, no matter how many tricks you have, it will all be useless. Indeed, a woman in love can be utterly devoid of rationality, and Xie Yu easily managed to charm Rachel. So, should we have a baby? Xie Yu pretended to probe. Upon hearing this, Rachel laughed and cried, simultaneously nodding her head fervently. If Xie Yu claimed that he was not moved, that would surely be a lie. A woman willing to abandon her hard-earned career, disregarding everything, and diving headfirst into your embrace. Who wouldn't be touched by such a thing? The love in Xie Yu's eyes deepened, as if he wanted to melt her whole being. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently gliding over Rachel's cheek, trailing down from her flushed ears to rest on her slightly trembling lips. After the battle, the bad mood from losing to the Magic and the inner turmoil disappeared without a trace amidst their harmonious connection. Xie Yu thought to himself, it seems that in the future, after losing a game, I must find a punching bag to vent my frustrations. His gaze was wandering, filled with a sense of resolution, as if he was plotting something. The atmosphere in the Only Center Stadium was as fervent as a volcano about to erupt. The starting lineups for both teams remained unchanged from the previous match, yet the ambience in the venue was starkly different. Before G2 even began, the boos from the crowd surged like tidal waves, each wave louder than the last. The home fans of the Magic were beaming with excitement, envisioning the splendid scene of their team trampling the Cavaliers. The reason was simple: the Magic's victory in G1 had given them a whiff of hope in defeating the Cavaliers to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. Sitting in the commentary booth was Van Gundy, who openly expressed his disdain for the Cavaliers, his eyes filled with contempt, as if the Cavaliers were a team destined to fail in their view. Also on commentary was TNT's Kenny Smith, who was similarly biased towards the Magic, much to the displeasure of Cavaliers fans. The biased commentary, coupled with the Cavaliers' significant deficit, caused their winning odds to plummet dramatically to a. Conversely, the Magic's predicted winning odds soared from an initial 55.9 to an impressive 81.3 after their victory in G1. Online, the attacks on the Cavaliers flooded in. The Cavaliers' outside shooting looks like a joke. They were pierced by the Magic's outside shots in G1, and G2 is bound to be the same. They might as well not play. What kind of teammates does Xie Yu have? Besides him, the others are practically invisible on the court. Winning against the Magic, the Cavaliers' interior defense was tossed around by Shaq with no means of resistance. With such a level of interior play, how can they hope to win a championship? Stop embarrassing yourselves and go home to fish. Coach Brown's tactics are a complete disaster. The Magic have entirely figured him out. If G2 continues like this, the Cavaliers will undoubtedly lose. This coach needs to be fired. Such harsh words filled various forums and social media, and everyone felt the Cavaliers had no chance of escape. As the game began, the stadium erupted. Shaq took charge of the offense right from the start. He feigned with a shoulder shimmy and executed a swift turn, making a smooth close-range jumper that swished through the net. This shot made the Cavaliers' defenders furrow their brows in distress. If Shaq could make mid-range shots, defending against him would become exceedingly challenging. On the other side, Xie Yu barely crossed half-court before encountering Rondo's aggressive defense reminiscent of Hwang Ronki's grappling style. Jokic intended to set a screen, but was surprised when Rondo easily slipped by. Rondo intercepted a pass from Holiday effortlessly. Once he gained possession, he charged down the court like a wild stallion, driving hard to the basket for a fast-break layup. But Xie Yu would not give up easily. With lightning speed, he shadowed Rondo, timing his jump perfectly to send a fierce block, denying Rondo's layup. 3 minutes into the game, an official timeout was called with the Magic leading the Cavaliers 82. On the sidelines, Mike Brown's face was ashen, clearly displeased with his team's performance. He decisively began to make substitutions, waving his hand to signal Alonzo G. Crowder and Carter onto the court, while Jokic, Giannis, and Holiday were pulled off. At this moment, the Cavaliers' lineup consisted of Xie Yu, Carter, Alonzo G. Crowder, and West. Mike Brown relied on the veterans who had once helped the team to a three-peat, hoping to see a tougher stance from his players on the court. As soon as Alonzo G. stepped onto the court, his gaze locked onto Rondo, who was entangled with Xie Yu. He executed a solid off-ball screen, knocking Rondo to the ground. This allowed Xie Yu to gain an instant advantage. West, who was in a high ball handling position, quickly understood and passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Xie Yu effortlessly launched a three-pointer that arced perfectly through the air and swished through the rim. Seeing this, Rondo attempted to argue with the referee, but the referee was powerless to intervene. After all, it was Rondo who had been engaging in small fouls all along. Alonzo G's solid positioning was entirely within the rules, proving that he and Xie Yu had a remarkable synergy. With just a glance, the two effectively blocked Rondo out. Although the Cavaliers were shorter overall their defensive intensity, Xie Yu fiercely defended Vucevic, making it difficult for the strong interior player to operate. Reluctantly, Vucevic had to pass the ball out. Harris, upon receiving the ball, attempted a three-pointer, but unfortunately missed. Remembering G1, Xie Yu had cast a spell on Harris, but the substitute Fournier had exploded. In this game, Xie Yu remained steadfast in his choice of Harris. The Cavaliers tried the same tactic again, with Alonzo G running towards Xie Yu to set a screen. However, the Magic were already prepared for this. Harris, defending Alonzo G, swiftly closed in, while Rondo quickly maneuvered around the screen to continue pursuing Xie Yu. Xie Yu had already adjusted his mindset. With a casual behind-the-back bounce pass, he found Alonzo G, who was wide open. Alonzo G wasted no time and shot a three-pointer. Swish. After hitting the three, Alonzo G erupted with excitement, shouting, "You let me go. I'm Xie Yu's practice partner, the #1 sword-bearer of Huaxia." To be honest, Alonzo G had clearly progressed the most under Xie Yu's influence. He employed the Feynman technique, achieving remarkable progress. On ordinary days, he would study various skills with Xie Yu, and after mastering them, turn around to teach his teammates. Whenever someone sought Xie Yu's advice on technical issues, Alonzo G would always step up first to patiently answer. Initially, Xie Yu thought it was due to the commitment made when Ian Force signed him to teach Huaxia kids how to play basketball, but later realized that it wasn't the case. Alonzo G candidly stated that this was his unique learning secret, the Feynman technique. This technique was proposed by the renowned physicist Richard Feynman as an efficient learning method. Its core principle is learning by teaching, simplifying complex knowledge while identifying gaps in one's own understanding during the teaching process, thereby reinforcing memory and mastery. The essence of this method is simple: only when one can teach others clearly and accurately can it be considered that they have truly learned. In this way, Alonzo G had practically mastered Xie Yu's skills, especially his three-point shooting stability, which had greatly improved, leading to a skyrocketing success rate for his open three-pointers. Indeed, Alonzo G had made 3 consecutive three-point attempts, hitting all of them. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn couldn't sit still any longer and urgently called for a timeout. He wore a frustrated expression and couldn't help but curse. What the hell has Alonzo eaten today? How can he shoot so accurately like he's cheating? Harris and Rondo also looked extremely troubled, feeling quite disheartened. After all the defensive coach had repeatedly emphasized, only Giannis and Alonzo from the Cavaliers could be given some leeway on outside shots. Meanwhile, Alonso G was brimming with pride, high-fiving his teammates one by one, looking like a triumphant general returning from victory, basking in the adoration of his teammates. He raised his eyebrows and flaunted to Xie Yu, saying, "Boss, did you see that? Am I fierce enough as playoff G? Have I become a superstar?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yu rolled his eyes intentionally and retorted, "So you were just acting during the regular season?" Alonso G chuckled slyly, replying, "In the regular season you were around, so I just coasted a bit. This playoffs is my stage to shine." Xie Yu, amused yet exasperated, jokingly scolded, All right, you really are a clever one hiding your talents. A master is always a master." The pause ends and the game continues. Shaq finally gets the ball in the paint, but is immediately met by a triple team. In a rush, he passes it out only for the seasoned Carter to intercept it. After receiving the ball, Carter charges like a tiger down the mountain, racing to the basket and flying low, performing a thrilling one-handed dunk that ignites the crowd. On the Cavaliers bench, Mike Brown is flushed with excitement, shouting loudly to the players, "Look at this. Everyone pay. This is the intensity we expect in the playoffs." After dunking, Carter yells to his teammates on the sidelines, "Don't wait, let's go for it." Every Cavaliers player is deeply inspired. The atmosphere is electric. Alonso's fearless style, Carter's admirable defensive attitude, Crowder's willingness to do the dirty work, along with West's all-out effort, and Xie Yu's all-around performance on the court. In a daze, people seem to see the Cleveland Cavaliers team that dominated the league and won 3 consecutive championships. As Xie Yu faced Aaron Gordon, he executed a beautiful isolation stop and pop, smoothly sinking a buzzer-beater mid-range shot as the first quarter's buzzer went off. The Cavaliers lead the Magic 35-18, ahead by 17 points as they stride confidently into the second quarter. After scoring, Xie Yu performs his signature celebration, the curtain call, as if the suspense of the game had already ended. The home crowd immediately erupts in boos and insults. "F you, Xie Yu. There are still 3 quarters left. Don't celebrate too early. Go back to China with your curtain call. We Americans don't enjoy theatrics. Daddy, can you let Shaq knock Xie Yu's teeth out? He's just too arrogant, like a bully in kindergarten." "Shaq will do it. He definitely will." Xie Yu played the entire first quarter, going 6 for 6, including 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, efficiently racking up 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. Basketball is a sport filled with motivation and inspiration. The stellar performance of the veterans in the first quarter seems to have injected a boost of confidence into the rest of the Cavaliers players, allowing them to finally play freely. One can see J.R. Smith decisively takes a shot, forcing a three-pointer over the defense, causing the ball to trace a beautiful arc in the air before swishing through the net. C.J. McCollum faces Oladipo, executing a lovely step-back jumper for 2 points. Giannis is unstoppable, spinning past Vucevic's defense, leaping high for a jaw-dropping, ferocious dunk. At this moment, the Cavaliers, firing on all cylinders, seem like a completely different team compared to Game 1. They surged ahead with a lead that stretched to 43 points. The expression on commentator Van Gundy's face grew increasingly grim. This massive turnaround felt like a loud slap to his face, leaving him feeling embarrassed, as if he wished he could dig a hole to hide in at the Amway Center. And TNT's commentator Kenny Smith had it even worse. Initially, he tried to continue supporting the Magic, but seeing the outcome of Game 2 sealed, he quickly changed his tune, claiming the Magic would defeat the Cavaliers with a 4-1 series score. This infuriated Xie Yu's fans. In the end, with no other options, Kenny Smith promised that for every game the Cavaliers won, he would give away 10 pairs of Xie Yu 3 basketball shoes, barely calming the angry crowd and allowing his already beleaguered comment section to breathe. Ultimately, as the final buzzer sounds, the Cavaliers defeat the Magic 137-112, successfully taking Game 2 and evening the series at 1-1. Xie Yu played only 29 minutes and 18 seconds, comfortably clocking out after 3 quarters, yet he still recorded an impressive stat line of 33 points, 10 rebounds, 16 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. Alonso undoubtedly became the biggest surprise of the game, a true unexpected hero. He went 6 for 9 from 3-point range, took no 2-point attempts, and made both free throws, scoring 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, completely dismantling the opponent's defense. West also performed well, contributing 12.6 rebounds and 7 assists, especially excelling on defense, where he effectively limited Shaq, undoubtedly a key factor in the team's victory. Holiday and Wade also showed signs of improvement, each scoring 16 points, extending the lead even further. In contrast, on the Magic side, Shaq scored 22 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists, seemingly decent stats, yet far from his performance in Game 1 and the regular season, with 7 turnovers, clearly struggling against the Cavaliers' tight defense. Fournier, who was previously unstoppable, seemed to be under a spell this game, making only 1 out of 9 3-point attempts, finishing with just 3 points. He faced Xie Yu's relentless defense from the moment he stepped on the court, essentially being demolished, completely losing the momentum from the previous game. The Cavaliers' thrilling victory delighted the fans, washing away the previous frustrations, and the internet exploded with praise. The Cavaliers won big in Game 2. Those who were hyping the Magic before the game have gone silent, now haven't they? The Cavaliers' strength has directly slapped. "I told you the Cavaliers wouldn't lose easily." Oh, what a beautiful comeback in Game 2. Some commentators and fans stop spewing nonsense, and just wait to see the Cavaliers lift the championship trophy. The Cavaliers' victory in Game 2 is so satisfying. Those mocking the Cavaliers should shut up. Kenny Smith, hurry up and prepare the shoes. The Cavaliers are on their way to victory. The championship is secure. I guess Van Gundy's commentary career ends here. Oh my, did Xie Yu just make a commentator lose his job? Back in Cleveland, the entire Cavaliers team hurriedly continues their tactical analysis meeting. Mike Brown leads everyone in identifying and addressing weaknesses, showing no signs of slackening, fully committed to preparing for the next game. After finishing all this, Xie Yu took a helicopter back to his Twaker villa. Inside the villa, his parents and Princess and were eagerly waiting. The family hadn't seen each other for days, and their longings surged like a tide. Princess An's belly was already prominently rounded, showing 6 months of pregnancy, radiating a unique gentleness and maternal glow. The family gathered around the table for dinner. Liwan looked at Princess and couldn't help but say, "After you lost the first game, Princess, and was so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep, well, it pained me to see it." Princess and spoke fluent Chinese. She understood Liwan's words, yet like a child caught doing wrong, she lowered her head and quietly ate, internally anxious, fearing that Xie Yu the adult would trouble her. At that moment, Xie Yu suddenly put down his chopsticks, gently held Annie's hand, and with a determined and serious gaze said, "Silly girl, don't worry, I won't lose. The championship is destined to belong to Cleveland, and I will give that championship ring to our Suntoba-born child." Hearing this, Princess and nodded happily, her eyes filled with love for Xie Yu, as if in that moment the entire world became incredibly beautiful. Magic's Game 3 pre-game interview. Shaq, I did play poorly in Game 2, but now I am ready. I will. Fournier's shooting is unpredictable, but I will keep shooting. I have the Mamba mentality. Jacques Vaughn, Alonzo is indeed an unexpected breakout point. This is on me, and I will fix it. He will not get another chance. Cavaliers Game 3 pre-game interview. Alonzo, I don't know who Jacques Vaughn is, and please call me Playoff Alonzo. West, when we lost Game 1, it felt like the sky was falling. I want to show my children that after the storm comes the rainbow. Victory will ultimately belong to Cleveland. Xie Yu, I don't want to talk about the game. I just want to give my fans a preview. This series will become boring with no suspense. Outside the Speed Loan Center, the biting wind carried the cold rain from Lake Erie, causing the massive poster of the Cavaliers' Witness the four-peat to flap loudly. A scalper in a burgundy jacket squatted by a fire hydrant, a cigarette clenched between his lips, the smoldering tip making a sputtering sound in the puddle. Last 2 tickets, first come first served. Inside the arena, the VIP seats were filled with the fragrance of cologne, mixed with the smell of cigars permeating the air. The assistant to Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert was stuffing a model of the championship ring into an ice bucket when a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from downstairs, startling her and causing champagne to spill everywhere. "Darling, I'm sorry, is this bad luck?" "No, it's fine with Xie Yu here, there won't be any surprises." Inside the arena, the enormous dome resembled an inverted sky, and the high-definition screen was rolling highlights of the Cavaliers' spectacular plays, with lights showering down like stars, illuminating the entire venue as if it were daytime. The stands were already packed with fans waving various banners and flags in hand. There was still some time before the game started, and the players were warming up. Xie Yu, wearing the Cavaliers' burgundy jersey with the number 22, stood tall, seemingly radiating his own light. He first bent down, quickly drumming 3 basketballs on the floor, the rhythm brisk and powerful. Alonzo G yelled, while warming up, "Boss, make sure to show those Magic guys who's boss today. Look at all these fans, they're all hoping for us to win." He lifted his head to gaze at the enthusiastic fans around, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Xie Yu grinned back, responding, "Then it's up to you, Playoff G." After saying that, Xie Yu took a quick step forward, leaped high into the air, gracefully extending his body as he made 3 consecutive fadeaway jump shots, each basketball landing perfectly in the hoop. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the arena erupted. In the front row, a woman in a yellow dress, the F-Cup goddess, jumped up excitedly, vigorously, waving a flag emblazoned with Xie Yu's face. The 2 large headlights in front of her swayed with her movements, echoing the image on the flag as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Xie Yu so handsome. Xie Yu so handsome." Her voice crescendoed. A blonde goddess nearby was not to be outdone, her inflatable stick creating a deafening sound as she struck at the bang-bang noise intertwining with the surrounding cheers, further elevating the vibrant atmosphere. A lovely little girl resembling a doll was perched securely on her father's broad shoulders, waving a small, colorful flag that made a whooshing sound. With an innocent voice full of dreams, she shouted, "Xie Yu, when I grow up, I want to be a princess and marry you." However, the atmosphere was so electrifying, with waves of noise crashing one after another, that Xie Yu, focused on warming up, couldn't hear these shouts at all. At this moment, Carter couldn't help but exclaim, "Xie Yu, look at your shooting form now, it's so stylish. I really can't connect it to that awkward shooting form you had when you first entered the league." While skillfully dribbling 3 balls, Xie Yu casually hummed, "The past is like the wind, all like the wind, all like the wind, my heart follows you." The cheerleaders on the sidelines were bursting with energy, tightly synchronized with the upbeat music, quickly switching between various complex dance moves. Their colorful flower balls were tossed high into the air time and again, only to be caught accurately every time, the vibrant colors of the flower balls contrasting beautifully with their radiant smiles, creating a breathtaking sight. Even as they were about to leave the stage, they couldn't help but frequently glance back at Xie Yu, their eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for a moment to share a gaze with him, dreaming of perhaps becoming the woman by his side. In the third row of the arena, Xie Tianqian and Liwan appeared. Although the local fans didn't recognize them, they treated them politely since both were of Huaxia descent. After all, their idol Xie Yu was also from Huaxia. Xie Tianqian couldn't hide his pride. "Our son is really successful." Liwan responded with a hint of arrogance. "Well, just look at him." Xie Tianqian rubbed his eyes in recollection back. Then when he was rejected by the school beauty, he was so gloomy, and I even scolded him for being unsuccessful. After scolding him, I regretted it. "Isn't this just like me, a hopeless romantic?" Liwan chuckled and asked really. Which, I have to call her and ask if she regrets it now. Cavaliers starters center Fry power forward West small forward Alonzo, G shooting guard, Xie Yu point guard Holiday. Magic starters center Shaq center Vucevic small forward Harris shooting guard, Oladipo point guard Rondo. As the game began, the first offensive opportunity arose with Shaq calling for the ball in the low post. West closely guarded him from behind, while Alonzo G circled in front shouting, "Boss, you take care of my man, and he'll handle this big guy." Shaq was nearly furious. Alonzo G was crossing the line, but he controlled his emotions knowing that Alonzo G was deliberately trying to get into his head. Xie Yu also had a deep grudge against Alonzo G. He was repeatedly zigzagging between Harris and Oladipo, a scene that reminded him of the serious defense put up by Sexton. In his heart, he cursed damn it that bastard Alonzo G about to become a meme. With his extraordinary opponent's curse affecting him, Harris, whose overall ratings dropped by 5, was completely disregarded by Xie Yu, who allowed him to shoot. Clank. Harris slammed a shot off the iron. The rebound became crucial, and the Cavaliers worked together fiercely. It's like life. When you feel you have an advantage and lose your drive, you often won't put in as much effort. But once you realize your shortcomings and strive to improve, you'll work harder than others. Although the Cavaliers were at a height disadvantage, their strong willpower allowed each player to box out and fight for rebounds, compensating for their lack of height. Ultimately, the rebound was snatched by Holiday, who quickly transitioned to offense. Once on defense, Rondo immediately started to pressure Xie Yu, preventing him from receiving the ball and running fast breaks. Xie Yu was quite displeased with Rondo's tight defense. Apart from Yangmi, no woman would get this close to him. He kept his hands in front of him to block the overly close contact with Rondo. Once in position, Alonzo G quietly moved to Xie Yu's side, slightly bending over, as if he was up to no good. Xie Yu changed directions back and forth, exchanged glances with Alonzo G and decisively charged towards him, using his screen to effectively block Rondo. At this moment, everyone expected West, who held the ball at the top, to pass it to Xie Yu, but the ball didn't come this way. On the other side, Holiday and Fry locked eyes, and Holiday suddenly made an off-ball cut, with Fry screening Oladipo. West, quick on his feet, passed the ball directly into the paint, allowing Holiday to easily score with a layup. The Magic's defense was thrown into disarray, completely drawn in by Xie Yu. Alonzo G excitedly shouted, "Playoff G, well done. Playoff G, you all did well in attracting the defense." Holiday replied. Xie Yu found it a bit ridiculous. It was only 20, and they were already playing off each other. In this fierce showdown of the series, the tactical battle between both coaches becomes paramount. When Shaq was obstructed in the low post, Jacques Vaughn immediately signaled to on-court coach Rondo to implement Plan B. Rondo understood the cue, rubbed his head, and waved his hand, causing his teammates to disperse instantly. Shaq quickly moved out of the paint to execute a pick-and-roll with Rondo, while the remaining players positioned themselves beyond the three-point line. The Cavaliers, equally well-trained, swiftly devised a counter-strategy, concede the perimeter, and double-team the inside. However, the switch by West defending Shaq to Rondo resulted in a significant drop in the defensive intensity against Shaq. Seizing the opportunity, Shaq leaped high among the crowd, securely catching Rondo's lob pass. He raised the ball high, and with a flick of his wrist, executed a graceful layup that rippled through the net. Xie Yu, Alonzo G, Holiday, and Fry widened their eyes in disbelief. How could 4 defenders fail to stop him? Shaq's eyes radiated determination and bloodlust, as if declaring that the paint was his domain, no trespassers allowed. Now it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, employing a similar pick-and-roll strategy. Xie Yu held the ball as he and Fry initiated a high pick-and-roll. Fry popped out, but Rondo, wary, quickly pursued him to prevent a shot. In the blink of an eye, Xie Yu disregarded Shaq's defense and rose for a jump shot, launching a three-pointer. An arrow piercing through the clouds, meeting 1,000 troops. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net resonated. The entire audience jumped to their feet, erupting in thunderous cheers and applause. This was the direct duel between Xie Yu and Shaq. Xie Yu cast a disdainful glance at Shaq, the corners of his mouth curling up as he shook his head with a smile. No words necessary. The air was thick with his provocation, as if to say, "Shaq, you are nothing to me." The Magic team approached, replicating their previous strategy. But this time West was determined to ignore Rondo, tightly clinging. He knew full well that someone would be there to help. Rondo caught a glimpse of Xie Yu coming in for support, but remained skeptical from that distance. How could he possibly block it? He kept his feet moving and went straight for a layup. In a flash, Xie Yu shot like lightning, his speed astonishing, soaring high and delivering a thunderous block. Immediately, he nimbly jumped again, securing the rebound and turning to push for a fast break. Against the Magic team with their twin towers playing at a fast pace was undoubtedly the most advantageous strategy for the Cavaliers. Xie Yu thought his speed was fast enough, but he was surprised to find Oladipo's retreat was even quicker and Alonzo G was even faster than both. Xie Yu secretly cursed G is indeed a clever one, stealing a highlight. Swiftly, Xie Yu passed the ball to the front-running Alonzo G. Alonzo G pretended to take his time with a 3-step dunk, seemingly luring someone to block him. Sure enough, he successfully drew Oladipo to leap up for the block. Everything unfolded as Alonzo G had anticipated. Oladipo soared high. Just then, Alonzo G flicked his wrist and tossed the ball high behind him. Oladipo's pupils constricted in shock, his heart racing. That bastard Alonzo actually passed the ball. Xie Yu leaped up like a rocket, hands firmly clutching the ball, swinging his arm to deliver a powerful windmill dunk. BM. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted in flames, the atmosphere reaching a boiling point. Rondo, sprinting back on defense, witnessed the scene up close and couldn't help but mutter, "Is this the legendary Spring Man?" More terrifying than LeBron. Rondo had been on the receiving end of many of Jameis' chase-down blocks, and no one would believe he wasn't haunted by them. Yet in that moment, he still felt that Xie Yu was even more terrifying. In the first quarter, the tension on the court was palpable. The Cavaliers were determined to push the pace, tearing apart their opponent's defense through fast breaks, while the Magic team remained steady, intent on playing a controlled game. The clash of tactical styles filled the game with a sense of urgency. Alonzo G's tactical foul infuriated Shaq, leading to a confrontation where both players received technical foul. The Cavaliers playing at home seemed to be favored by Lady Luck today, with their players in excellent form, especially Xie Yu, who shone brightly. Leading his team with outstanding performance, the Cavaliers entered the second quarter with a score of 29-21, holding an 8-point advantage. However, the tides turned. As Xie Yu took a break, the Magic team, led by Rondo, the court commander, launched a sharp offensive surge, quickly tying the score. Seeing this situation, Mike Brown grew anxious and urgently called for Xie Yu to return to the court. The pick-and-roll between Xie Yu and Fry was a formidable duo on the court, akin to 2 cups of lethal poison, leaving the Magic team in a dilemma, unsure how to respond. If they left Fry open, he could indeed sink a three-pointer. If they didn't guard Fry, Xie Yu would exploit the mismatches effectively. If they helped out, Xie Yu's passes would always find open teammates for three-point punishments. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, the score stood at 53-45, with the Cavaliers maintaining a steady 8-point lead as they entered the second half. During halftime, the Magic's coaching staff urgently gathered together, and after a heated discussion, they decided to change their defensive strategy, allow Xie Yu to attack unknown, but firmly cut off his connections with teammates, ensuring he couldn't dictate the offensive rhythm for the entire Cavaliers team. On the Cavaliers side, head coach Mike Brown wore a serious expression and shouted defense 3 times at the players, his voice booming throughout the locker room. Finally, he threatened with DNP did not play, while bellowing, if anyone doesn't give their all on defense, he'll make them sit on the bench until they wear it out, and they can forget about getting another chance to play. At that moment, the authority of the 3-time championship coach was fully displayed, while only Xie Yu West and the other veterans were stifling their laughter nearby. Alonzo G quietly whispered to Holiday in the past. Coach Brown only shouted encouragement. Holiday nearly burst out laughing, almost biting his lip in the process. The defensive intensity of the Cavaliers suddenly escalated, resembling an impenetrable net that tightly ensnared. The path to scoring became increasingly arduous for the Magic. Even the formidable Shaquille found it difficult to secure easy points in the flow of play. Whenever they faltered defensively, the Cavaliers would decisively commit tactical fouls, sending Shaquille to the free throw line. On the offensive end, Xie Yu keenly discerned the defensive strategies of the Magic and unhesitatingly engaged his personals. After each screen and roll, regardless of whether Shaquille or Vucevic stood before him, Xie Yu effortlessly maneuvered past them, as if he had 100 different ways to bypass defenders, smoothly completing his attacks and sending the basketball through the hoop. In this quarter, Xie Yu appeared divine, scoring a staggering 28 points in a single quarter, leaving the Magic's coaching staff questioning their very existence. Jacques Vaughn felt a deep sense of helplessness, silently lamenting, is this really a normal basketball game? Can someone truly control the game's flow single-handedly? It's simply unbelievable. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 94-65, and the game had long entered garbage time. Even though the Magic's main players remained on the court, Xie Yu did not return. After all, the young players of the Cavaliers desperately needed such games to accumulate experience and hone their skills. Ultimately, the game concluded with a final score of 115-101, as the Cavaliers successfully defended their home court, clinching G3. In this match, Xie Yu was in splendid form, hitting 17 out of 23 shots, making 7 out of 9 three-pointers, and converting all 7 free throws, amassing 48.6 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. Meanwhile, Shaquille also racked up impressive stats with 51 points, 20 rebounds, and 3 assists, though most of his scoring came during the garbage time of the fourth quarter. Notably, even in garbage time, Mike Brown and Jacques Vaughn continued their battle of wits. Jacques Vaughn aimed to help Shaquille find his rhythm on the court, while Mike Brown hoped that Jokic, Giannis, and others could gain more experience in defending against strong interior players by contending with Shaquille. Post-game interview, Jacques Vaughn said, "This loss is partly my fault. I never expected Xie Yu could truly defeat us. For G4, we will adjust our defensive strategy and make a desperate counterattack. We must return to Orlando with a tied score of 2-2. I gave my all on the defensive end, but unfortunately luck wasn't on my side. The goddess of fortune did not favor me, as Xie Yu made many difficult three-pointers. In G4, we will come back stronger." Mike Brown said, "You praise my tactics for success. Haha, don't flatter me too much. Who doesn't know my ace strategy is to put Xie Yu on the court?" Xie Yu remarked the Magic's defense. "They indeed did a lot to try to stop my scoring, but I guess they might have forgotten to inform me how to stop scoring. Tell Jacques Vaughn I need a manual on how to stop scoring." This remark drew laughter from those present. Sitting below, Rachel was utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling like little hearts, continuously throwing flirtatious glances at Xie Yu, seemingly on the verge of announcing their hotel room number like a menu item. Before the Knights faced off against the Magic in Game 4, the Chicago Bulls had already advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, sweeping the New York Knicks 40 with ease. On the Knicks side, the luxurious lineup of Irving, Anthony, James, TT, and Bargnani was unexpectedly swept away, showcasing the Bulls' dominance. Post-game interview with the Knicks. "Anthony, this is our first season playing together as a team, and we have plenty of room for improvement. During the summer, LeBron, Kyrie, and I have agreed to train together. Trust us, we will return stronger next season. Irving, this is my first time losing a series, and it's also my first time missing out on a championship. This feeling is quite novel, and I will become better. TT, dating Chloe won't affect my performance on the court. The media shouldn't blame my woman for our losses. James, I hope our roster will be more complete and healthier next season. I will stage my comeback. Post-game interview with the Bulls. Noah, I prefer the Cavaliers to advance, but I don't want them to because I don't want to face that lunatic Xie Yu. Lou Dan, whether it's the Cavaliers or the Magic, whether it's Xie Yu or Shaquille, victory ultimately belongs to Chicago. And Rose, as far as I know, Xie Yu has never lost a series. He will defeat the Magic, and we will meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. This matchup will be a historic battle, a boon for the fans. Thibodeau, I don't care whether the Cavaliers advance. I just want to know when Xie Yu will send me that hot long hair secret. My hair can't take it anymore. The lights blazed as the G4 showdown between the Cavaliers and the Magic officially began at the Quicken Loans Arena. Jacques Vaughn was determined to change the defensive strategy. He told his players to double-team Xie Yu at all costs. And then there was no turning back. The Cavaliers played as if they were divinely inspired, hitting 28 three-pointers, all while Xie Yu didn't even attempt a shot beyond the arc. The final score settled at 127-99, with the Cavaliers achieving a resounding victory at home, successfully taking Game 4 and changing the overall score to 31. In this game, Xie Yu was in stellar form, shooting 9 for 9 from the field and 11 for 11 from the free throw line, efficiently racking up 29 points, 11 rebounds, and 21 assists. Additionally, Fry contributed 22 points, Holiday scored 18 points, J.R. Smith added 15 points, Wade also chipped in with 14 points, and Alonzo G performed well with 12 points. Post-game press conference for the Magic. Jacques Vaughn stood frozen for 5 minutes, unable to utter a word, nearly causing Rachel to call an ambulance for him. After a long pause, he finally snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I hate teams that specialize in three-pointers. This is ruining the NBA." His outburst instantly sparked discussions online. Cavaliers fans praised him, casual fans ridiculed him, while Magic fans called for his resignation. The Cavaliers were elated after their win, and Xie Yu was immersed in a warm moment, sharing joy with his family, when his phone. On the other end of the line was Jimmy, who was in the midst of a fierce battle in the Western Conference semifinals against the Warriors. Previously, thanks to Jimmy's triple-double and Coach Lillard's 40 points, the Blazers won Game 1 on the road, but subsequently lost 2 straight games, currently trailing 12 in the series. Jimmy said, looking miserable, "Boss, that damn Draymond Green is too dirty. He bruised my fingers, severely affecting my performance. You need to give me some advice on what to do." Coincidentally, Xie Yu happened to have a finger protector which he had never revealed before, so Jimmy was completely unaware. Xie Yu chuckled. "You little rascal, you just want to ask me how to overcome your finger injury, huh? You came to the right person. I actually have a finger protector here. But you need to wear it beforehand and get used to it, otherwise it might affect your shooting feel later." Jimmy replied nonchalantly, "No problem, boss, I rarely shoot anyway." Xie Yu laughed and scolded, "Stop playing dumb with me. Oh, just ask what you want to ask directly." Jimmy finally confessed, "We always struggle against the opponent during crucial moments. That's how we've lost these 2 games. Xie Yu pondered for a moment and said seriously, "You need to control the game, especially in critical moments. You have to take the ball and attack first. If you can draw the opponent's defense, quickly pass the ball out for your teammates to shoot and leave it to fate. If they don't help defense, then you must take responsibility and put the ball in the basket steadily. If you can't even do this, there's nothing to complain about when you lose." After chatting a bit longer, they finally hung up the phone. Before Xie Yu could catch his breath, Kawhi's call came in again. The Clippers had defended their 2 home games in the series, but suffered a setback on the road, currently leading the Rockets 21. Kawhi immediately got to the point once the call connected. "Boss, I feel my offensive performance isn't very good." Xie Yu hadn't watched the Clippers games, but after listening to Kawhi's detailed description, he pointedly said, "Kawhi, I've been in the exact situation you're experiencing before. Later, I specifically sought advice from Michael Jordan, and he told me, a person should carry a bowl that matches their hand size. They can only handle matters that align with their abilities. You want to take charge on both offense and defense, while also coordinating the entire team. How can all the good things fall to you? In my opinion, don't worry too much about defense and organization. Focus entirely on offense. Letting you defend the paint, your head coach, must be quite peculiar." Kawhi seemed puzzled and retorted, "When I played for the Cavaliers, I often defended the paint too, right?" Xie Yu replied irritably, "That's not the same, is it? In any case, don't overthink it. Being able to put the ball in the basket during unknown situations is enough for you to win." Kawhi fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting Xie Yu's words, then quietly said, "I understand, boss, I will adjust." "Good play well," Xie Yu encouraged. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This league is really exciting now. In Orlando at the Amway Center, the atmosphere was tense before Game 5. Xie Yu was in particularly good spirits, perhaps due to Princess In's pregnancy. He had grown increasingly fond of the child. At this moment, he was chatting with a little girl sitting at the sidelines with great interest. The girl looked up and asked, "Xie Yu, are you shooting?" Xie Yu smiled and replied, "Not sure, maybe pretty well." The girl eagerly said, "Tomorrow is my birthday, and my birthday wish is for the Magic to win today. Can you make that happen for me?" Xie Yu teased her, "How about you celebrate your birthday next year instead?" The girl burst into tears, "You're bullying me." Before the game started, Xie Yu walked over to Jacques Vaughn with a grin and asked, "Hey man, where's my scoring prohibition manual?" Before the opening, Xie Yu walked over to Jacques Vaughn and cheerfully asked, "Hey man, where's my manual for prohibited scoring?" Seeing that Jacques Vaughn didn't respond, Xie Yu continued, "Tell me quietly, will you still double-team me tonight?" After your class, I'll hire you as an assistant coach for the Cavaliers. Jacques Vaughn's face turned green with anger, thinking to himself that the Eastern Conference semifinals weren't even over yet, and here he was trying to poach the opponent's head coach. Truly outrageous. However, he maintained his composure, merely offering a bitter smile, without saying anything. In Game 5, the Magic paid the price for their youth. The Cavaliers' defense was clear-cut, focusing on the inside, relying on rotations for outside coverage. Oladipo, Harris, Fournier, and Aaron Gordon kept missing shots, their confidence shattered, and towards the end, they dared not take. Seeing this, Shaq was anxious and could only rely on his own efforts, shooting 33 free throws and scoring 20 points from the line, yet the team still lost by a large margin. The Cavaliers showcased their immense strength with the entire team delivering 49 assists, brilliantly executing their offense. In the end, the Cavaliers won Game 5 with a score of 131-112, eliminating the Magic with a 41 victory and advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals, where their opponent would be the undefeated Chicago Bulls in the playoffs. Jacques Vaughn, not believing in superstition, continued to bet that the Cavaliers wouldn't hit their three-pointers, yet his strategy of double-teaming Xie Yu still failed. Xie Yu recorded 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 22 assists, leading his team to advance. Following the Magic's elimination, the management announced Jacques Vaughn's dismissal. Jacques Vaughn felt bitter, or was it that he didn't want to win? Absolutely not. If he didn't double-team Xie Yu, he would score high and win by his own strength. If he double-teamed Xie Yu, the others would all score. He lamented both options are poison. Either way leads to death. Ooh, I should have known better than to agree to be an assistant coach for the Cavaliers. In the Western Conference, at the last moment, Jimmy faced off against Draymond Green, scoring crucial points to help his team win Game 4, tying the series at 22 with the Warriors. Kawhi Leonard scored an impressive 47 points, while Paul had a triple-double with 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists, leading the team to defeat the Rockets and secure a game point. In Chicago, Xie Yu regarded the upcoming match against the Bulls as the greatest challenge of his professional career thus far. He recalled the training team he had collaborated with during the offseason, engaging in targeted extra training at a gym in Chicago, determined to reach peak condition. In the secluded training facility, Xie Yu was fully focused on his training when a figure suddenly entered his line of sight. She had dazzling golden wavy hair, striking blue eyes, a straight nose, cherry-like lips, exuding an air of pride. She wore a camel-colored cashmere coat, soft and luxurious, perfectly fitting her graceful figure. Unbuttoning her coat revealed a white evening gown, the square neckline elegantly framing her graceful neck and delicate collarbone, adorned with a dazzling blue gemstone brooch surrounded by intricate golden embroidery. The puff sleeves carried a vintage romantic flair, the lace at the cuffs mimicking light clouds, while the fitted waist accentuated her perfect proportions, and the wide fluffy skirt, with its sheer fabric, flowed like moonlight, swaying gently to the sound of her high heels. As their gazes met, the woman broke the silence, first saying, "Hello, Mr. Xie. My name is Elvira Iselin, a fictional character, and I hail from the Swedish royal family." Xie Yu continued his dribbling practice, his tone indifferent. "I don't know you. This place is reserved for me. Please leave if you're not involved." As the youngest heir of the Swedish royal family, Elvira approached, her stiletto heels clicking rhythmically on the floor. "I want to discuss the acquisition of IN4 technology. Was that you calling 33 times last night?" Xie Yu casually shot the basketball, moved to the basket, his back hitting the metal pole of the hoop, took a sip of his sports drink, and said, "It's playoff season, no business talks, and my dad has already rejected your offer." Elvira followed him, suddenly grabbing the corner of his jersey, her diamond rings sparkling under the lights. "Mr. Xie, the IN4 technology patent concerns the survival of dozens of century-old Swedish brands, as well as thousands of jobs. Can't you sell it to us for a lower price?" Saying this, she grabbed his jersey with her other hand. "Let go." Xie Yu held her wrist, momentarily stunned as he felt her. This movement brought them closer together, and he could clearly see the tiny freckles at the corners of her eyes. "Among the women I've seen, you are not the most beautiful, nor do you have the best figure. Your beauty trap won't work on me." Xie's voice echoed in the spacious gym. Elvira released her grip, her fingertips gently grazing his jersey. "Tomorrow night at 7, on the top floor of the Westin, I'll be waiting for you." Xie Yu muttered helplessly, "What a crazy woman." On her way back, Elvira repeatedly told herself not to get angry. The following night, after finishing his late practice, Xie Yu, bare-chested with a towel casually draped over his shoulder, nearly bumped into Elvira, who was leaning against the wall when he pushed open the locker room door. At that moment, she was dressed in a custom pearl gray suit, her golden hair meticulously styled in an updo, revealing her elegantly shaped neck reminiscent of a swan's neck from Norse mythology. However, at her feet lay 3 coffee cups that had been crushed, revealing how long she had been waiting. Do all princesses like to block people like this? Xie Yu sidestepped her, heading toward the elevator, sweat trickling down his throat. Elvira rushed to catch up. "Mr. Xie, I waited until closing at the top of the Westin. I don't care. I have morning practice tomorrow. Stop bothering me." Xie Yu forcefully pressed the elevator button, causing the metal panel to tremble. Elvira suddenly reached out to hold the elevator doors that were about to close, a wave of lemon and cedar fragrance wafting into the elevator, mingling with the smell of the pine resin ointment on Xie's body. "What if I could make the acquisition price go up by 15? The elevator doors repeatedly bumped against her forearm, and Xie Yu clicked his tongue, reaching out to pull her into the elevator. When their skin touched, her wrist felt as cool as the mist of the Baltic Sea. "I don't lack money and have no interest in business." Xie Yu was sharp-tongued, yet his thumb unconsciously rubbed the spot where he had just touched her. "But you're the first person brave enough to step on my skirt with your sneakers. You made me wait an entire night, and now you're wrinkling my haute couture jacket." Elvira moved closer, her shoe pressing down on his shoelaces. Xie Yu looked down and noticed that the fabric at her waist had been snagged by his elbow pads. The angle of his gaze allowed him to see her eyelashes fluttering slightly, like the wings of a lark before a snowstorm. He'll pay you for 10, is that okay? Can I go back now? No. I want you to owe me 20 minutes. What are you afraid of? Afraid to be alone with me? Elvira chuckled lightly. The heartbeat of basketball players is louder than the avalanches in Scandinavia. Xie Yu felt a bit flustered with Elvira pressed against his chest, his heart unconsciously racing. He slightly bent down, swept her off her feet despite her shocked expression, and said while walking, come back to the hotel with me. He'll give you 20 minutes, he'll take a bath, and you can talk beside me. How about that? Otherwise, good dogs don't block the path. He'll go back to the hotel with you. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito. Outside the stadium, the car driven by the bodyguard had been waiting quietly for a long time. When he saw Xie Yu walking out of the stadium with a beautiful woman in his arms, the bodyguard's lips twitched slightly as he inwardly cursed. They say form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Our boss is clearly all about the form when he has the chance. Xie Yu walked straight to the car and gently set Ai Erwei La down before getting into the car, without saying a word to her. Ai Erwei La pouted, looking aggrieved, but she still obediently got into the car. Back at the hotel room, Xie Yu walked straight to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet for the bathtub, pouring in specialized muscle-relaxing bath salts that his medical team had specially formulated to alleviate muscle fatigue from intense training, effectively relaxing tense muscle fibers and reducing soreness. He stripped off his clothes and slowly sank into the bathtub, the warm water enveloping his body, and the feeling of exhaustion faded a little. Moments later, Ai Erwei La walked hesitantly into the bathroom, her face flushed. Leaning against the edge of the bathtub, Xie Yu slightly closed his eyes and said softly, go ahead. Ai Erwei La took a deep breath, gathering her courage to say, Mr. Xie Yu may not know, but the Swedish royal family seems prosperous now, yet is actually in economic distress. Many industries are facing difficulties due to technological stagnation. If I can obtain the IN4 technology and apply it to the relevant industries, I can surely revitalize the royal family's economy and bring it back to life. However, after several days of high-intensity training 3 times a day, Xie Yu unknowingly fell asleep in the warm water with the bath salts soothing him, the sound of his even snoring echoing in the bathroom. Hearing the snoring, Ai Erwei La couldn't help but wave her small fists in frustration, mumbling softly, this guy, how could he be like this? Yet despite her anger, she couldn't help but glance at Xie Yu. Under the lights, Xie Yu had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Beneath his high nose, his lips were defined yet sensual. Water droplets slid down his chiseled cheeks, and his solid chest rose and fell slightly with each breath, exuding a masculine charm that made Ai Erwei La momentarily lost in thought. As time passed, Ai Erwei La waited for a full 2 hours without leaving. Finally, Xie Yu slowly awoke and in a daze saw Ai Erwei La's resentful gaze resembling a neglected little kitten. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xie Yu cleared his throat and said, sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Please continue. Ai Erwei La huffed softly and replied, Mr. Xie, with you sleeping like that, I almost thought you were deliberately avoiding me. Did you even listen to what I just said? The Swedish royal family situation is truly dire, and the IN4 technology is vital for me. Can't you reconsider? As she spoke, she moved the small stool 2 steps forward, leaning closer to the bathtub, tilting her head slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation and pleading. Xie Yu lowered his gaze. Ai Erwei La was within arm's reach, her deep blue eyes shimmering like a vast lake, reflecting a pitiful glimmer that stirred an unexpected tenderness in his heart. However, in his mind, he suddenly recalled the warning from his good friend in Hangzhou, being sincere is fine, but spending money is out of the question. Money is for women to see, not for them to spend. He also thought about how his father had rejected the Swedish royal family's offer without even mentioning it to him, implying that the price was likely far below market value. With this understanding, Xie Yu felt no burden, a smile appearing on his face as he said, Princess, you're just a little short. He gestured with his hand to indicate just a little bit short. Ai Erwei La looked puzzled and asked, short of what? Xie Yu feigned regret and said, if you could be just a bit more beautiful, a bit sexier, and a bit gentler, then I might just agree. Ai Erwei La trembled in anger, realizing that this man was deliberately teasing her simply too much. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Xie Yu's arm resting on the edge of the bathtub and said, Xie, you just help me this once. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Xie Yu's arm resting on the edge of the bathtub and said, Xie, you just help me this once. As long as you're willing, the Swedish royal family will definitely not treat you poorly. I can give you any reasonable reward you want. Xie Yu was taken aback by her sudden action, her warm palm on his arm causing an unusual feeling to rise in his. He attempted to pull his arm back, but found Ai Erwei La holding on tightly and helplessly said, let go first, this tugging is quite inappropriate. Yet Ai Erwei La stubbornly refused to let go, stating, if you don't agree, I won't let go. The atmosphere in the bathroom became somewhat subtle as both of their heartbeats seemed to resonate with clarity at that moment. Then I might have to get up, you know. Just to be clear, don't shout that I'm being a rogue. Xie Yu said this while pretending to rise from the bathtub. What a joke, this kind of feigned action was second nature to him. This move startled Ai Erwei La significantly. She jumped back like she was electrocuted and hurriedly let go, fleeing the hotel room in a panic. Once in the elevator, Ai Erwei La could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Having been pampered her whole life, she had never spent such a long time alone with a man, especially in such a private place as a bathroom, and Xie Yu was even naked. What was even more infuriating was that she worried about Xie Yu catching a cold from the water temperature dropping while he slept, and even added hot water for him now, and then staying by his side to test the water temperature. On the way back, AI La cursed Xie Yu several thousand times in her heart as Dogman. The fast boat successfully took G5, eliminating the Rockets with a score of 41 and advancing to the Western Conference Finals. As for the Warriors, although they won G5 at home, they lost G6 on the road and could only return home for a brutal game set. The match between the Bulls and Cavaliers was scheduled for 3 days later. In the days following the bathroom farce, AI La continued to visit the stadium to find Xie Yu. However, she only accompanied him silently, not saying a word, naively believing that her sincerity would touch Xie Yu. Yet Xie Yu showed no intention of speaking to her, at most just admiring her as a vase during breaks, nothing more. One day, Xie Yu gathered Alonzo G. Wade, Holiday, Giannis, and Crowder together preparing for a special Onion challenge. As soon as they arrived, without exception, all were captivated by AI La, who was quietly sitting nearby. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her aura extraordinary like a dazzling pearl. Xie Yu spoke up, "I've been practicing my step-back three-pointer diligently. You two will pair off and take turns challenging me. One will defend seriously while the other disrupts me when I shoot." This was a special tactic Xie Yu devised specifically to. He understood that Thibodeau would not easily employ a double-team strategy, as he didn't want to ruin the defensive system he had. Thus, it was highly likely that Lu Dan would be assigned to guard him Onion. Xie Yu treated Lu Dan as if he were Jordan in his prime, knowing that relying solely on the step-back three-pointer was the only way to gain an advantage in the game, otherwise this match would surely be exceptionally tough. 2 hours later, everyone on site was left dumbfounded. Even under the high-intensity defense of 1 against 2, Xie Yu's shooting percentage was still absurdly high. AI La was also entranced. She finally understood the significance of Xie Yu's relentless practice during the. She suddenly realized that Xie Yu was smarter than she had imagined. Every move he practiced was perfectly executed with no excess, all having high practicality in real combat. The next day, Xie Yu's phone rang. It was a call from his father. "Son, I'm about to head to Chicago, and your grandfather has arrived." Tianchen on the other end of the line stated. Xie Yu couldn't help but frown and asked, "What is he coming for?" Tianchen explained, "Your grandfather's younger son is coming to a basketball training camp in Chicago, and he came along. He also said he would come to watch your game." Xie Yu had hardly any interaction with his grandfather. They were almost like strangers. After all, the old man had many women and children. If Xie Yu hadn't made a name for himself, his father wouldn't have benefited from it, and the old man probably wouldn't even recognize them. Just after hanging up with his father, Xie Yu received another call from Zhang Xiong, the vice president of the Basketball Association. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiong had brought several basketball prodigies from Huaxia to Chicago for the training camp. However, Xie Yu realized that this guy was probably coming for him. Otherwise, why would he need the vice president to bring a few? As soon as the devilish training ended, Xie Yu returned to the team. However, what troubled him was that the shadow AI had somehow managed to move in next door. From then on, she spoke not a word, only gazing at Xie Yu with a mournful look like a shadow following him. Xie Yu has always remained emotionally impenetrable, completely uninterested in engaging with her, allowing her to follow. Even when back in the room, Xie Yu never asked her to leave, going about his business without a care. When it was time for bed, he would get in without a word, turn off the lights, and simply refuse to speak to her. Yet AI was quite persistent. While Xie Yu rested on the bed, she silently sat on the sofa, resembling a guardian over a corpse, only returning to her own room deep into the night. But the next day, she continued the same way. After the devilish training concluded, Xie Yu found his schedule suddenly more flexible. After training that day, he arranged to meet with Zhang Xiong. At that moment, the coach was energetically training a group of so-called Chinese geniuses, and Zhang Xiong called Xie Yu over to have him keep an eye on things. Among the crowd, leader Wang was strikingly noticeable, her face beaming with smiles, enthusiastically talking, as if her words could melt people, yet everything revolved around her treasured son, young Master Zhang. "Look, the tallest one is my little Lin. I had a specialist examine his bone structure, and they declared that my son could at least reach 2 meters and 6 centimeters. In basketball, he will undoubtedly be a great prospect. Ms. Wang said proudly, lifting her chin, her eyes filled with, "Among these kids, my son also has the most accurate shooting. This talent is unmatched by ordinary people. I've already planned for him to attend high school in America. He is bound to achieve great things." She continued her flow of words, her demeanor suggesting that young Master Zhang was already destined to be a future star in the basketball world. Xie Yu listened, feeling a rising irritation within him, his impatience nearly spilling over his face. Unable to endure any longer, he quickly changed the subject, turning to Zhang Xiong and saying, "Old Zhang, could you call them over?" Without needing an introduction, Xie Yu recognized his grandfather's younger son at a glance. The young man appeared to be around 15 or 16, significantly younger than Xie Yu, who would now have him as a little uncle. "Hello, brother Yu, I'm Xian Yan." Xian Yan greeted him sweetly. The coach, hearing this, was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Xie Tian Yan, when did you?" Xian Yan replied with a smile, "I changed it before coming to America." Xie Yu nodded inwardly. This kid seemed quite clever. If he still went by Xie Tian Yan, it would align him with his father, but changing it to Xian Yan hinted that he wished to be regarded as his younger brother. Looking at Xian Yan, he was undeniably handsome. After all, Xie Yu's grandfather was wealthy and had chosen only top beauties, making it hard not to inherit such genes. After guiding them through the basics for about 10 minutes, Xie Yu noticed AI heading to the restroom and decided to play a little trick on her, making his escape. He hurriedly bid farewell to Zhang Xiong and the others and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, leader Wang chased after him alone. Confused, Xie Yu frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" Leader Wang wore a smile. Well, Xie Yu, I have an unreasonable request. You see, my little Lin has such great talent. We will certainly cover the food expenses, and we will also provide you with some money regularly as a token of appreciation. I have it all planned out for him to attend school in Cleveland. If he can train with you, he is bound to become a great talent. Once he joins the national team, it would be a significant boost for you as well. Leader Wang spoke fluently, her expression suggesting that once her son succeeded, Xie Yu would also bask in the glory. Xie Yu listened, unable to suppress a laugh, thinking that her PUA tactics were ridiculous, truly treating him as a fool. He replied, we are not related. Well, I don't like strangers entering my home. And by the way, any food expenses. Do you think I would lack such trifles? He continued, not to put you down, but your son's talent beside me is a waste of my resources. He doesn't deserve it. Can you understand? Leader Wang's face flushed with anger, ready to curse, but Xie Yu raised his hand to directly interrupt her, a playful look on his face, saying, sorry, my mom's water broke. I have to rush to the hospital. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Ms. Wang was left dumbfounded, unable to regain her senses for several seconds. When she finally reacted, she was so furious, she nearly spat blood, internally cursing, this is too much. Who do you think you are? Can't you at least pretend a little? And water breaking. Why don't you just go to heaven? She scoffed. Just wait, one day my son will definitely be 100 times more excellent than you. By then you will regret today's actions. Xie Yu, with an indifferent expression, got into the car, crossing his legs, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, his gaze betraying a hint of nonchalance. The bodyguard was skilled, waiting for everyone to get in before setting off, as Ai Wei had yet to appear. However, Xie Yu suddenly spoke in a cold tone, instructing drive 100 meters ahead and find a concealed spot to hide. The bodyguard thought to himself that the boss was just being playful again, smiling helplessly, and then complied with the instructions. Before long, Ai Wei rushed out wearing a pair of exquisite red high heels. Her steps hurried. Her meticulously styled curls appeared slightly disheveled in the wind, and her originally pale cheeks were now flushed with it. She widened her sapphire-like blue eyes, desperately searching for the trace of Xie Yu's car, her gaze first filled with confusion, followed by deep terror and disbelief. Ai Wei had grown up under the adoration and protection of many, always treated like a star among the moon. Now, witnessing the car that should have been waiting for her vanish, a feeling of being abandoned by the entire world surged in her heart. She felt a mix of anger and anxiety, unable to help but mutter, what on earth does Xie Yu want? Doesn't he realize how helpless I am here alone? Am I so insignificant in his eyes? How can he trample on my dignity so wantonly? Thinking of this, her eyes brimmed with tears, large droplets falling uncontrollably. Her legs gave way and she squatted down, covering her face with her hands, crying uncontrollably, the grace and elegance she usually possessed completely vanishing. Meanwhile, Xie Yu in the car witnessed all of this, the corner of his mouth slightly curling into an almost imperceptible smirk, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. He secretly found it amusing, thinking this princess is too delicate, it's just a small joke, and she cries as if the sky is falling. Wasn't she always acting high and mighty? How could she not withstand such a trivial matter? He truly found it hard to understand the thoughts of these royal princesses. Despite finding it amusing, he maintained a stern facade, as if nothing had happened. After 10 minutes, Xie Yu's amusement waned, and he lazily told the bodyguard drive the car back. He then instructed the bodyguard to get out and call Ai Wei to the car. Ai Wei, with reddened eyes and a chill about her, got into the car. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress her inner anger and grievances. Once in the car, she resembled an angry lioness, her eyes fixed on Xie Yu. If looks could kill, Xie Yu would have died 1,000. She was 100% certain that Xie Yu was deliberately teasing her, making her uncomfortable. This annoying man was quite devious. Xie Yu felt uneasy under her intense gaze, his back straightening, slightly forcing himself to appear calm. He silently criticized, this princess is really hard to deal with. It was just a joke. Does she have to be so serious? Staring at me like I'm her arch-nemesis. Can't she think of a way to get back on her own? To avoid bursting into laughter in front of Ai Wei, Xie Yu bit his lip, pressing his tongue against his cheek, mentally recalling all the unhappy things from the past days, desperately suppressing the almost overwhelming urge to laugh. As night gradually descended, the neon lights of the city began to flicker to life. Father Xie had already arranged to meet everyone at an elegantly decorated restaurant. In a state of apathy, Elvira, though unwilling in her heart, still accompanied Xie Yu to the venue. Throughout the journey, Xie Yu kept his lips sealed, revealing nothing about their destination. As they entered the private room, Elvira was taken aback, her gaze sweeping across the room, filled with people, all of whom were Chinese. She inwardly groaned, what a mess. It turned out to be a family gathering. Inside the room, Xie Tianqian and Li Wan were conversing softly, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Xie Qingxian, who had countless past romances and many children, couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw Elvira enter, secretly marveling. As expected of my grandson, he has my charm. Li Wan warmly approached, gently taking Elvira's hand, and began to introduce each person in the room in fluent English. When she reached the youngest, Xie Nian, she hesitated slightly, her expression showing difficulty. After all, referring to Xie Nian as Xie Yu's uncle was awkward given their age difference, making it quite embarrassing. Xie Qingxian immediately understood Li Wan's awkwardness and smiled, waving his hand to diffuse the situation, saying, "This is my youngest son, Xie Yu's little uncle." Elvira presented herself with grace and poise, greeting everyone warmly before naturally taking a seat beside Xie Yu. She tilted her head slightly, raising an eyebrow, her eyes filled with teasing and pride, as if to say, "That little brat is your uncle, hurry and call me Annie." Xie Yu rolled his eyes internally, keeping his mouth shut, Not even in the presence of his grandfather did he utter a word. As the drinks flowed and the meal progressed, most of the conversation came from Xie Qingxian, Xie Tianqian, and Li Wan. Meanwhile, Xie Yu remained silent, throughout quietly eating, seemingly detached from the scene. Xie Qingxian raised his glass and looked slowly at Xie Yu, his expression complex as he asked, "Do you think him an unfit grandfather, and are you harboring resentment toward me in your heart?" Xie Yu feigned ignorance, still focused on his food, showing no intention of responding. Seeing this, Xie Qingxian couldn't help but scold. "You ungrateful little brat, don't think just because you're good at basketball you can act recklessly. You have no idea how many messes I've cleaned up for you two behind the scenes." Xie Yu's expression darkened, and just as he was about to retort, Li Wan quickly interjected, "Dad, let's discuss this properly. If you don't tell us what's going on, how can we know what has happened, right, little Nian?" Xie Nian obediently nodded. He had his loving father on one side and his idol, his uncle, on the other, and naturally didn't want their relationship to sour. Xie Qingxian sighed helplessly and explained these two fools insisted on selling some technology, completely unaware of how many people's livelihoods they impacted. Numerous companies have lost their revenue because of their actions, and some have even gone bankrupt. If I hadn't secretly sent people to intervene and protect them, let alone Xie Yu, even Xie Tianqian, who has no sense, would have been torn apart by others long ago. Hearing this, Xie Tianqian's face flushed red, but he had no words to say, only gulping down his drink. Just as Xie Yu was about to retort, Elvira, who had been observing the changing atmosphere, though she couldn't understand what they were saying, sharply sensed the tension in the air. On impulse, she reached out to hold Xie Yu back, stopping him from rising. When he still wanted to speak, she hurriedly covered his mouth. This sudden scene left everyone present wide-eyed in shock, exchanging glances, each puzzled. What on earth are these two doing? Xie Yu was equally bewildered by her inexplicable action, momentarily forgetting his intention to argue with his grandfather. After a moment of silence, Xie Qingxian broke the stalemate and slowly said, You are the most promising member of our Xie family and the one most suited to take charge. Although I, as your grandfather, have never been on the list, don't underestimate my strength. Now I ask you, will you accept this family?" Xie Yu still remained silent, quietly looking at his grandfather. Xie Qingxian smiled slightly and continued, "I plan to abandon all those shady businesses within the family. After selling them, I intend to buy the Brooklyn Nets and the Barclays Center as a welcome gift for you, treating it as your introduction to the Xie family." Xie Yu, upon hearing this, slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, inwardly cursing, "Is my old man out of his mind? He has such a wealthy father, but is willing to leave home to sell fruit. Truly a talent among talents." Xie Qingxian was quite pleased with Xie Yu's expression and continued, "I know you might not be interested in business affairs, but the decision is still in your hands. If you want your woman or mother to oversee things, that's fine. However, they can only supervise, as professional matters must be handled by professionals. You can rest assured about the people I choose. You just need to comfortably sit and count your money." Xie Yu finally spoke, coldly asking, "What are the conditions?" Xie Qingxian couldn't help but laugh heartily, nodding in approval. "Good boy, not bad. The conditions are actually simple. You need to keep Nianer by your side. He has loved basketball since he was little and admires you greatly. He is my most cherished son. His mother passed away during childbirth, and I promised her I would fulfill all of Nianer's wishes. He wholeheartedly wants to play basketball, so I hope you can help me realize this wish for him." Xie Yu was profoundly shocked upon hearing this. He had once doubted whether Xie Tianqian was actually Xie Qingqian's biological son, considering Xie Qingqian's notorious flirtations, while Xie Tianqian was a steadfast romantic for Li Wan. At this moment, he not only no longer doubted, but even felt that if the previous lives Xie Yu were in the same situation, he might have only been deeply in love with his moonlight Zhong Chushi. Xie Yu instantly switched to a flattering smile, saying, "Grandfather, I must clarify that my agreement to keep Nianer by my side is purely because I see his exceptional talent. Nurturing him will surely lead to great achievements in the future, not for your gifts. Of course, considering our grandfather-grandson relationship, if I don't accept some gifts, it seems unreasonable, right?" Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Xie Yu's change of heart to be faster than flipping a book, secretly marveling. After chatting for some time, Xie Yu ultimately couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, "Grandfather, has the acquisition of the Brooklyn Nets and Barclays Center begun?" Xie Qingxian shot him a sideways glance and replied, "I never take on fights I'm not confident in. If you want it done now, I can have it sorted by tomorrow." Xie Yu's eyes lit up, his face barely concealing his joy as he weakly inquired, "Is it in my name?" Xie Qingxian slowly shook his head, explaining calmly, "You are still with the Cavaliers. That wouldn't be appropriate to acquire it in your name right now. I will use my other identity to acquire them first, then sign an agreement with you to transfer the team to you. When you join the Nets in the future, we will announce it publicly." Xie Yu, upon hearing this, secretly admired Xie Qingxian, who had navigated the business world for years, executing plans. As a mere ordinary reincarnator, having never experienced such complex scenarios in either of his lives, he truly felt overshadowed when compared to his grandfather. Just for the promise to a deceased lover to send billions of dollars without hesitation, such audacity and vision are beyond the reach of ordinary capitalists. This grandfather, I have made my choice. In Chicago, outside the United Center, the scene was one of overwhelming crowds packed to the brim, with even the typically resourceful scalpers left without tickets. A large number of fans who failed to secure tickets were still unwilling to leave, gathering outside the venue just to be closer to the team they supported, feeling the fervor and passion. Inside the venue, although the game had yet to officially begin, the roar of the crowd was already deafening. At this moment, the players from both teams were warming up, each wearing a serious expression, as if the air was thick with the tension of an impending battle. This season the Bulls have truly emerged as a force to be reckoned with. The best rookie Lu Dan has burst onto the scene combined with a core lineup featuring Rose Gasol and Noah elevating the team's strength. They have surged through the regular season, strongly claiming the top spot in the league. In the playoffs, they have advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals without suffering a single defeat. Even the Knicks trio of LeBron James, Anthony, and Irving failed to secure a victory against the Bulls, whose formidable strength was truly impressive. The pregame commentary noted the Cavaliers should not be underestimated either. As three-time champions, they have deep roots. The team also boasts the newly crowned MVP Xie Yu, who averages a triple-double. Even after the departures of Irving, Leonard, and Jimmy, with Xie Yu's exceptional skill and influence, the Cavaliers remain strong contenders for the championship this season. Zhang Heli seamlessly took over the conversation. Such a strong matchup naturally attracts basketball fans from all over the world, eagerly awaiting this pinnacle battle. In the stands of the United Center, the Xie family sat side by side. Li Wan couldn't help but sigh. 4 years ago we accompanied Xie Yu to Chicago. Back then we could hardly imagine he would achieve. This child has never caused us any worry. Xie Tianxian replied, feeling emotional, nodding repeatedly. I must have really saved the galaxy in my past life to have such a thoughtful and accomplished son. At this moment, Xian Yan also chimed in. Brother Yu has worked so hard. I've watched many documentaries about his training, and his dedication is truly astonishing. Even Kobe said that Xie Yu trains harder than he does, so his success today is certainly no coincidence. Xie Chengqian had long been accustomed to Xian Yan's defense of Xie Yu. Whether at home or school, whenever someone spoke ill of Xie Yu, Xian Yan would unhesitatingly stand up for him. If someone praised Xie Yu, he would ensure his praise was greater than anyone else's. A true little fanboy. Li Wan and Xie Tianxian exchanged smiles. They had previously worried that Xian Yan and Xie Yu wouldn't get along, but now it seemed like a typical fan-idol relationship. Just then Elvira appeared in the front row, instantly attracting the attention of numerous photographers. She wore a simple white hoodie paired with light blue ripped jeans and white sneakers, looking casual yet stylish. A delicate silver necklace adorned her neck and a finely crafted watch graced her wrist. Her casually tied ponytail radiated youthful vigor. Despite being casual attire, it couldn't hide her inherent elegance. Seeing this, a reporter hurriedly approached for an interview. Princess Elvira, which team do you support more? Elvira smiled gracefully, replying, I admire both teams greatly, and I am especially looking forward to witnessing an extraordinary game live. On the surface, she appeared impartial, but deep down, she hoped the Cavaliers would win. She knew that if Xie Yu lost, he would She reminded herself that only if Xie Yu was happy would he be willing to agree to sell the IN4 technique to her. But the real reason, perhaps even she was well aware of, was that to spend more time with Xie Yu, she had changed her flight multiple times, and even let tickets go to waste, as she had never been this reckless. Bulls starting lineup: center Joakim Noah, power forward Pau Gasol, small forward Dunleavy, shooting guard Lu Dan, point guard Rose. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Fry, power forward West, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. The camera focused steadily on the court where players were adjusting their jerseys and exchanging embraces. The Yu family shouted excitedly, the Bulls versus Cavaliers showdown is about to begin. Zhang Heli also expressed his excitement, taking over the conversation. That's right. This is a pinnacle matchup. It's up to Xie Yu to see how he can withstand this dominant Chicago Bulls team. On the court, Rose sincerely placed a hand on Xie Yu's shoulder, saying, Bro, no matter the outcome of this series, our brotherhood will remain unchanged for a lifetime. Xie Yu nodded vigorously, absolutely. A brotherhood forged in iron. Noah chimed in, his gaze intense. Bro, this time, it's our turn to win. Xie Yu smirked jokingly, saying, once you introduce your sister to me, then we can talk about winning or losing. Noah widened his eyes in mock anger. I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a brother-in-law. Xie Yu shrugged. Joakim, losing is not in my dictionary. I want to join the Cavaliers with a champion's minimum salary. Noah and Rose said in unison, can't you stop bragging for once? Xie Yu unhesitatingly cast the extraordinary opponent talisman on Lu Dan. The battle was about to commence. Noah leaped high, successfully winning the jump ball, and Rose quickly snatched the ball, dribbling forward and sounding the horn for the first offensive wave of the game. Instantly, the audience erupted, all standing up in unison, applause, cheers, and screams, intertwining, nearly shaking the very dome of the arena. The situation on the court unfolded rapidly, with Wade tightly guarding Lu Dan, Holiday shadowing Rose, and Xie Yu closely trailing Dunleavy. Gasol at the high post held the ball with one hand, his gaze swiftly scanning the court, executing a clean handoff to Lu. Without hesitation, Lu Dan took a quick stop and launched a mid-range shot. Swish. 0-2. The crowd erupted with waves of thunderous cheers, each wave louder than the last. Now it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, with Holiday leisurely dribbling the ball up the court. The Bulls were in a complete man-to-man defense, with Lu Dan sticking to Xie Yu like a piece of gum, taunting, hey, look at your cowardly self. You don't even dare to defend me. With your level, you think you deserve the MVP. Xie Yu remained calm, simply replying, a child cannot be taught. On the basketball court, it was like a battlefield without gunpowder, where strategy was key. Xie Yu knew he must not overexert himself on defense, as it would impact his subsequent offense. Xie Yu and Fry quickly executed an off-ball cross-screen, successfully shedding Lu Dan defense. After receiving the pass, the two skillfully executed a pick-and-roll, swiftly switching Noah to their front. Xie Yu's feet moved like they were on springs, swiftly performing a crossover, leaving Noah's feet in disarray. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he stepped back for a three-point shot. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. At that moment, Xie Yu took a quick step forward, placing his right hand on Noah's shoulder while pointing at the hoop with his left hand mimicking the sound effect swish. Xie Yu's confident three-pointer made a significant visual impact on the world, leaving everyone in awe. Just when everyone thought that the celebration with confidence was already outrageous, he surprised them even more, directly putting his arm around Noah's shoulder, pointing at the hoop and mimicking the sound of the basketball swishing through the net swish. In the studio, Yes' excitement altered his tone. This shot should only exist in heaven. It's simply extraordinary. Zhang Helii echoed. Xie Yu just loves to pull off these flashy moves. But it truly was him. No one else would have the courage to do this. If that shot had missed, he would have undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Turning around, Lu Dan continued his aggressive attack, but Wade, who had been resting and conserving energy, was no pushover. He quickly closed and successfully disrupting Lu Dan's shot. With a clang, the ball hit the rim and bounced out. Westbrook securely grabbed the rebound, seemingly having a telepathic connection with Xie Yu, making a long pass directly to him as he sprinted down the court. Facing Rose's defense, Xie Yu showed no fear and took off for the basket. After a fierce confrontation midair with Rose, the whistle blew, and only then did Xie Yu slowly release the ball, banking it in with precision. Rose was stunned. He clearly jumped later than Xie Yu, yet Xie Yu somehow landed after him. Subsequently, Xie Yu calmly made the free throw, completing a 21, scoring a total of 6 points in the opening. With Xie Yu's outstanding performance, the first quarter concluded with the Cavaliers leading the Bulls by 6 points at 27-21. Xie Yu played the entire first quarter, shooting 6 of 9 from the field, hitting 2 of 2 from three-point range, and making all 5 free throws, accumulating 19 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist, showcasing a stunning performance. During the break between quarters, Xie Yu quickly figured out that Thibodeau's defensive strategy was to limit his unknown plays as much as possible, while ensuring Xie Yu had no chance to involve his teammates. With only 1 assist in the first quarter, it was evident that this strategy had some effectiveness. Xie Yu was secretly alarmed. If my shooting touch falters, our team might soon be overtaken. He planned in his heart manage his stamina well and explode at crucial moments. As long as he could maintain the situation, the chances of winning would increase significantly. Basketball games often unfold like this. For instance, after Morant was injured and left the game, the Thunder managed to take the lead because no one from the Grizzlies could step up. If someone had been able to rise to the occasion, the Thunder's momentum would have been slightly halted, and the outcome would have certainly been different. The duo of Jokic and Giannis, known for their synergistic play, continuously assisted their teammates in scoring rapidly, extending the lead to 15 points. Seeing this, Thibodeau's face turned pale, and he quickly called for a timeout. At that moment, Giannis was gasping for breath. Having played only 2.5 minutes, he was already exhausted, a testament to the intensity of the game. Faced with a coach like Thibodeau, who rarely made substitutions, Mike Brown had no choice but to quickly bring in Xie Yu, hoping to. The Bulls, trailing in the score, began to ramp up their defensive intensity, with numerous fierce grapple scenes occurring on the court. Especially when Xie Yu and Lu Dan faced off, every second was charged with tension. Their physical clashes were exceptionally fierce, as if transporting everyone back to the gritty defenses of the 90s. Xie Yu received the ball in the low post and made a beautiful turnaround jump shot, the basketball swishing through the net. He provocatively said to Lu Dan, "Rookie, you really need to practice your defense." Lu Dan, unwilling to back down, shot back, "I made it to the Eastern Conference Finals in my rookie season. Oh, what about you? Do you have that kind of ability?" Xie Yu smirked. "If I hadn't left the Bulls, I might have helped Chicago win the championship in my rookie season." Eventually, the experienced Cavaliers successfully held onto their lead, not allowing the Bulls to make a comeback, narrowly winning 109-101. In this match, Xie Yu played for 45 minutes, shooting 15 of 29 from the field, hitting 6 of 9 from three-point range, and making 16 of 18 free throws, amassing a staggering 52 points along with 13 rebounds and 10 assists, delivering a dominating performance. Wade also performed admirably, shooting 7 of 13 from the field, 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, and making 5 of 7 free throws, contributing 20 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, plus 2 blocks and 2 steals. Holiday shot 7 of 10 from the field, 2 of 4 from three-point range, scoring 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. On the Bulls side, Lu Dan shot 12 of 24, went 0 of 3 from three-point range, made 17 of 19 free throws, scoring 41 points along with 7 rebounds and 7 assists, but also committed 5 fouls. Rose shot 9 of 22, 1 of 4 from three-point range, and made all 4 of his free throws, securing 23 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists. Gasol contributed 17 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists. Post-game interview with the Cavaliers, Mike Brown stated, "I have to take my hat off to Xie Yu. He repeatedly ensured we maintained our advantage. He was phenomenal." Wade added, "That's why he is the MVP. He is capable of anything on the court." Xie Yu remarked, "It's been a long time since I played 45 minutes. The last time was probably with the Bulls. The revolution is not yet successful. We must continue to strive. The Chicago Bulls will not give up easily, and I will give it my all." Post-game interview with the Bulls, Thibodeau said, "People only know that Xie Yu has a precise three-point shot and explosive dunks, but his strongest asset is his basketball IQ. His ball handling ability is rare in this world. I'm afraid to double-team him because it could lead to a painful price." Rose admitted, "I didn't play well. The loss is my fault. But it's not the end of the world. Oh, I will bounce back in the next game." Lu Dan stated, "Failing to defend Xie Yu is my responsibility, but I must say, he plays too dirty. He continuously draws fouls on the offensive end, while committing fouls on the defensive end. Many of his defensive actions are illegal, yet the referees always turn a blind eye." He continued, "I believe the league should thoroughly investigate him. My knee swelled when I collided with him. I can barely jump now. Silver stated Lu Dan publicly questioned the referees and was fined 25000. Princess, and who was at home resting, had just finished watching the live broadcast and quickly called Li Wan, repeatedly reminding her, Xie, you must be exhausted after the game. You need to keep a close eye on him. As Princess and predicted in this game, Xie Yu's physical stamina was severely depleted, and coupled with the Mamba mentality, it further drained his energy, leaving him almost collapsed on the floor. As Xie Tianxian and Xian Yan prepared to support him on either side, Alonzo G rushed over, quickly explaining, Uncle, and in situations like this I usually carry the big guy back. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Xie Yu's medical team was already accustomed to such situations. Although it had been a while since this scene last occurred, they still the special recovery solution in the bathtub was already prepared. As soon as Xie Yu returned to his room, he lay right down into it. Not long after, Elvira forcibly pulled Xian Yan in each, bringing a small stool to sit by the bathtub. Elvira softly said, you should take a nap, or if the water gets cold, I'll have your uncle add more. Xian Yan, having received a quality education since childhood, communicated in English, without any barriers, naturally understanding Elvira's words. He shyly replied, Brother Yu, it was the pretty sister who insisted on pulling me in. Gu and the others have all gone back to their rooms. We are all staying at this hotel this time. Xie Yu smiled slightly and asked, after watching this game, how do you feel? Let me quiz you, I analyze it for me. Xian Yan instantly became excited, speaking incessantly, Brother Yu, you don't know, every time the Bulls gained momentum and closed the gap, you always stood up first, stabilizing the Cavaliers and resolving the crisis. At first I was worried that Lu Dan's physical attributes would cause you a lot of trouble, but I didn't expect you to handle him like it was a game. Initially, you forced a step-back three-pointer, making the opponent hesitant to leave you open on the perimeter. Once you created a threat from the outside, you changed your rhythm to break into the paint, either drawing fouls or disrupting the opponent's defensive rhythm, leaving Lu Dan utterly frustrated and affecting his performance on the offensive end. You were undoubtedly the key player in this victory. Elvira, listening to the two engage in Huaxia language, couldn't help but protest. All three of us understand English. Why are you two always speaking Huaxia? Is there something I shouldn't hear? Xian Yan, feeling guilty, quickly apologized to Elvira and then repeated what he just said in English, making Xie Yu both amused and exasperated. Xie Yu feigned seriousness, commanding Nian Go, I asked you to analyze the game, not just to praise me. Go find my personal training team. I'm punishing you to make 200 three-pointers, otherwise you can't sleep. Xian Yan felt wronged. He really was analyzing the game seriously, but in his eyes Xie Yu's performance was simply too brilliant. He could only see Xie Yu's remarkable plays. Nevertheless, he obediently complied and turned to leave. As soon as Xian Yan left, Xie Yu flashed a pleasing smile at Elvira, saying, Princess, since you're here, could you please do me a favor and massage my temples? Elvira haughtily replied, have you ever seen a princess help someone with a massage? Yet in the end, she gently began to massage. Xie Yu closed his eyes, enjoying the moment as his tense nerves slowly relaxed, and before long he fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. After Xian Yan finally finished making 200 three-pointers and dragged his exhausted body back to the hotel, he passed by Xie Yu's room and saw the door open. Peeking in, he found Elvira focused on massaging Xie Yu's temples, while Xie Yu was already asleep, snoring continuously. Xian Yan smiled helplessly and turned to leave. On his way back to his room, he silently vowed, from now on I must become as skilled as Brother Yu and find a princess to serve me. But then he corrected himself, no, first I need to improve my basketball skills to match his. As he pondered, his gaze gradually became determined and his steps grew more vigorous. The next morning, Xie Yu had just awakened from his dreams when a sharp pain shot through his knee and he couldn't help but curse softly. Damn that Lu Dan, this bone is as hard as iron. Coincidentally, at the same moment, Lu Dan was also cursing Xie Yu through gritted teeth. Compared to Xie Yu, Lu Dan's situation was far worse, as Xie Yu's enhanced bodily system allowed him to endure much more than the average person. The medical team was at their wits' end regarding the conditions of the two. During last night's examination, the situation hadn't been this serious. Who could have predicted it would worsen overnight? Xie Yu did not blame them, as his physical condition was unique and everything stemmed from the system, making it difficult to judge by common standards. By evening, Xie Yu was absent from training due to knee pain and chose to watch the Western Conference Finals between the Clippers and the Blazers with his family. This match was a focal point, Kawhi against Jimmy, Paul clashing with Lillard, and Griffin facing Aldridge. The three superstars had direct matchups and both sides were evenly matched, making the contest genuinely thrilling. In the end, the Clippers narrowly defeated the Blazers with a score of 112-108. Watching the match results, Xie Yu secretly grumbled. If it weren't for my IN4 technique contribution, given Paul's and Griffin's physical conditions, one of them would definitely have gone down by the playoffs. Another day passed, and Xie Yu's knee was still severely swollen. Though he could exert some force, his strength was undoubtedly diminished compared to normal. In the locker room, Westbrook assumed a leadership stance and loudly declared, our leader is currently injured, so we must work harder and step up to take on more responsibility. Carter immediately echoed, exactly. Everyone must be prepared to enter the game at any moment. If Xie Yu cannot continue, we must not lose our composure. We have to trust in our abilities. We have put in as much effort as anyone else. Starting lineup for the Bulls: center Noah, power forward Gasol, small forward Tony Snell, shooting guard Lu Dan, point guard Rose. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center Jokic, power forward Westbrook, small forward Wade, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. Yu Jia frowned deep in thought and said, the Bulls changed their starting lineup, replacing Dunleavy with the younger and more energetic Snell, which is understandable. It clearly signals Thibodeau's intent to strengthen the perimeter defense. But the Cavaliers changing their starting center is truly baffling. In the last game, Jokic performed exceptionally well in the rotation, but once he stepped into the starting lineup, the situation would be entirely different. Whether he could maintain that form was uncertain. There are plenty of changes made after losses, but it's rare to see changes made after wins. I hope Mike Brown isn't just complicating things for himself. Zhang Heli pondered for a moment and replied at a relaxed pace. I suspect Mike Brown wants Jokic to take on more responsibility and play longer on the court to change the rhythm of the game. In reality, none of the external speculations were correct. The Bulls and Cavaliers changed their starting lineups after Lu Dan was injured. His severe condition significantly hindered his mobility, and the decline was not minor at all. Thibodeau had no choice but to start Snell, hoping he could bear the defensive burden against Xie Yu. On the Cavaliers' side, Xie Yu's situation was even trickier. After his injury, he could no longer initiate pick-and-roll plays as he used to most of the time. He could only act as a spot-up shooter or run off ball plays. In this way, having Jokic on the court who could facilitate plays was clearly more advantageous than having Fry on the floor. It's no wonder that the basketball experts couldn't decipher the reasons behind these decisions. After all, no one expected that the violent collision between Lu Dan and Xie Yu would lead to such severe injuries, for both completely surpassing everyone's predictions. As soon as the whistle blew to start the game, both sides quickly fell into a fierce defensive battle, the intensity and excitement surpassing that of Game 1. Suddenly, Jokic made a stylish bounce pass that accurately found Xie Yu, who was cutting through the lane. Xie Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his knee as he executed a beautiful pull-up layup, and the basketball swished through the net. This scene moved everyone in the Cavaliers who were aware of his injury. On the other side, Lu Dan was equally tough, charging into the paint like he was carrying a bomb, fiercely colliding with Wade, and both fell to the ground. Although Lu Dan earned 2 free throw opportunities, the sharp pain in his knee made him inwardly groan. Having reached this point in a long season, every player carried some injuries, and those with chronic injuries had long since adapted to the pain. But for newcomers like Xie Yu and Lu Dan, especially with injuries to such critical joints like the knee, it would be nearly impossible to endure without immense willpower. Lu Dan gritted his teeth, his expression fierce as he sank both free throws before stepping off the court for a brief adjustment. At this moment, Tony Snell was assigned to defend Xie Yu, a situation Xie Yu was not pleased with. After all, Lu Dan had been in a similar position as him before, being a half-injured player, but now Tony Snell was in top form. Xie Yu attempted to post up and take on his opponent. He made a spin move and attempted a fadeaway jumper, but unfortunately the shot did not connect. Reluctantly, Mike Brown had to substitute J.R. Smith for Xie Yu. As soon as Xie Yu returned to the bench, the team doctor immediately approached him to carefully adjust the position of his knee brace. In the stands, Xian Yan excitedly shouted, "Brother Yu is truly a warrior." As soon as he said this, he couldn't hold back his tears, which streamed down his face. Xie Qingqian, Xie Tianxian, and Li Wan looked at this scene, momentarily unsure of how to react. On the other side, the group of Chinese basketball talents also came to watch the game today. Ms. Wang looked at Xie Yu on the court and secretly thought, "Humph, serves you right for refusing me back then." Before long, the game reached the last minute of the fourth quarter, with both sides tightly locked in at an 86 tie. The game has reached the final minute of the fourth quarter, with both sides tightly locked in a battle at 86 points each. The home fans in the United Center were so tense that they didn't dare to breathe. If the Bulls lost 2 consecutive games at home, the situation would be dire when they head to Cleveland next. No matter what, the Bulls must secure this game too, though otherwise the suspense of this playoff series would vanish. At this moment, Xie Yu faced a difficult decision. He had been in poor form today, making only one wide-open three-pointer with all other shots missing the mark. At this critical moment, should he pass the ball to a teammate to execute the offense, or should he disregard the pain in his knee and force a shot himself? With possession for the Cavaliers, Xie Yu received the ball at the arc, and after completing a high pick-and-roll with West, unexpectedly threw the ball towards the basket. Wade understood immediately, quietly sneaking along the baseline, leaping high to catch the ball securely, and slamming 8-8-8-6. Seeing this, Mike Brown secretly rejoiced, thinking the strategy one drew up has succeeded. Meanwhile, Thibodeau requested a timeout to organize the offense, being very cautious. As the timeout ended, Rose decisively received the ball and immediately initiated a full-throttle drive towards the back. Xie Yu, enduring the intense pain in his knee, leaped high, as if he were soaring to the third floor, preparing to deliver a big. However, in midair, Rose executed an astonishing folding pass, finding Dunleavy wide open in the corner. Dunleavy shot decisively, and the three-pointer arced perfectly through the air. Swish. A clean net. 8-8-8-9. The Bulls took a 1-point lead with only 19 seconds remaining in the game. The Cavaliers had no timeouts left, and West quickly passed the ball to Xie Yu. Xie Yu dribbled forward while reading the defense. Instead of wasting time, he forcefully drove and, using Harden's signature move, to reach under Ledin's arm, forcing a foul and earning 2 free throw opportunities. Ledin instantly exploded with rage, angrily protesting to the referee, "He clearly reached out to foul me. I didn't do anything. How can you call a foul on me?" The referee helplessly spread his hands, saying, "From my perspective, your arms were indeed entangled together, so calling a foul on you is justified." Ledin was furious, feeling that Xie Yu's move was too sneaky. The United Center erupted with deafening noise, trying to disrupt Xie Yu's free throws. Xie Yu took a deep breath and calmly made his first free throw, the basketball swishing through the net with a crisp sound. For the second free throw, the basketball bounced awkwardly off the rim several times before precariously dropping into the net, leaving Xie Yu drenched in a cold sweat. There was no choice. The knee injury significantly affected his shooting, making even the free throws feel so difficult. At this moment, only 10.8 seconds remained in the game. The Bulls also had no timeouts left. Gasol quickly passed the ball to Rose, who advanced rapidly like a gust of wind. The Cavaliers, united in purpose, surrounded him for a relentless chase. Noah hurried forward to set a screen for Rose, successfully blocking Holiday. As soon as Rose passed the screen, Giannis, West, and Wade all closed in tightly surrounding him. Meanwhile, Xie Yu guarded against three players, paying close attention to Dunleavy and Leden's movements. In a moment of desperation, Rose realized he had no space to shoot and suddenly jumped high to look for a teammate to pass to. Xie Yu kept a close watch from a distance. If Rose passed to Leden or Dunleavy, a turnover was likely. With no other choice, Rose could only hope for the best and pass the ball to Noah, who was left open at the free throw line. Noah received the pass from Rose with no time to think. He treated the ball as a free throw, executing a slightly hurried wrist flick mid-range shot. The basketball arced through the air with a slightly lower trajectory, finally hitting the backboard and fortuitously dropping into the net. 9-0-9-1. Only 0.3 seconds remained in the game. Both teams had no timeouts left. Wade made a long pass attempting to send the ball to Xie Yu at the frontcourt, but unfortunately Gasol was quick to intercept it. In the end, the Bulls secured a stunning victory with Noah's crucial mid-range shot winning Game 2. The Cavaliers, devastated by Noah's ugly game winner, felt miserable, as if they had eaten a fly. Statistical overview: Bulls: Noah 14 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 blocks. Rose 25 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists. Leden 6 of 23, a 0 of 3 from three-point range, 11 of 13 free throws, 23 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. Cavaliers: Xie Yu 7 of 20, 1 of 6 from three-point range, 13 of 14 free throws, 28 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. West 22 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists. Giannis 17 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks. Post-match, netizens commented the third prince of the East China Sea was unexpectedly taken down by a butcher's knife from a pork shop. Everyone underestimated me, yet I stood firm. Joakim Noah. The most unattractive game winner in history. Bulls post-match press conference. Reporters crowded around Rose, microphones everywhere. Rose beamed with the joy of victory and said without hesitation, "Joakim is my best brother. I have full trust in him and every single teammate on the court. So at that moment, passing the ball to him was not a difficult decision for me at all." Noah nearby joked, "Derek, don't comfort me. Oh, I know well that you had no choice but to pass the ball to me back then. But you know how the process goes. Doesn't matter. As long as the result is good, everything is fine." Especially after seeing Xie Yu's expression. Oh my, that feeling was just amazing. As Noah spoke, he couldn't help but gesture, seemingly reminiscing about the moment the game ended, his face filled with pride. Cavaliers post-match press conference. Mike Brown was interviewed, and when faced with some controversial situations during the game, he calmly and steadily said, "Luck is, after all, an indispensable part of basketball. On the court, various situations can arise, and we must learn to accept that." When it was Xie Yu's turn, before the reporters could ask questions, he coldly and firmly stated, "I don't want to hear any topics related to Joakim Noah right now." Although the Cavaliers returned to Cleveland with a tied series of 11, from a conventional perspective this was a completely acceptable. However, Xie Yu's injured condition weighed heavily on the hearts of all Cavaliers players. They knew how crucial Xie Yu was. He was like the stabilizing force of the team, an indispensable key element in their offensive and defensive systems. Everyone was worried, concerned that his injury would severely impact the upcoming games, a sense of foreboding hanging over. In response to Xie Yu's injury, the team's physician urgently convened a meeting. Subsequently, Chief Physician James Rosneck provided a detailed report to the team. Team General Manager Chris Grant understood the gravity of the situation and immediately called in David Griffin and Coach Mike. However, after careful consideration, he felt that this matter needed to be brought to the attention of higher management, and after much deliberation, the team's owner Dan Gilbert was also invited. James Rosneck, with a serious expression and grave tone, said, "After Game 2, Xie Yu's knee injury has worsened. If he continues to play in Game 3, it is highly likely to exacerbate the injury. On one hand, the high intensity of the game will lead to fatigue, and on the other hand, the risk of further injury cannot be underestimated. After a comprehensive assessment by the medical team, it is unanimously recommended that Xie Yu sit out Game 3. This way, by Game 4, he can at least recover to 70% of his condition. But if he forces himself to play in Game 3, who knows what will happen in Game 4? It could even have serious implications for the remaining games." Hearing this, David Griffin was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "How could it be that serious?" James Rosneck sighed helplessly and explained, "After Game 1, we miscalculated the severity of the injury. No one expected the situation to be this dire. A normal bruise should not be this severe, and we are still investigating the specific reasons. However, it is certain that his current condition is far worse than it was at the end of Game 1. Thus, from a professional standpoint, we strongly recommend that Xie Yu sit out." After a moment of thought, Dan Gilbert decisively stated, "I agree with the medical team's recommendation. Xie Yu's health is the top priority. To hell with the 4-peat." During the pre-game tactical analysis meeting, Mike Brown's expression was grave as he publicly announced this news. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted angrily, "What the F are you talking about? I didn't even know I was going to miss Game 3. Xie Yu's shooting posture has always been very fixed. After struggling with his accuracy from beyond the arc in the last game, he was diligently working on adjusting his shooting technique, trying to find a balance to accommodate the pain in his knee and improve his shooting percentage. Being suddenly told he would miss Game 3 only fueled his anger. Mike Brown did not lose his temper, but calmly revealed the details of the conversation they had with the medical staff. He believed that every player had the right to know about this. In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Xie Yu slowly spoke, his voice tinged with stubbornness. Yes, my injury has indeed slowed me down a bit, but it doesn't mean everyone here won and all. I can still easily dominate. There's no way I'm sitting out. I know my injury better than anyone. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Just because you can dominate us doesn't mean your injury is okay. What if you end up with a chronic issue? All the teammates were concerned about Xie Yu. At that moment, the most senior player Carter slowly stood up and said earnestly, the team doctor has made it very clear if you sit out one game you can recover to 70% by game 4, and no one will stop you from playing then. But if you insist on playing injured in game 3, to be frank, if the opponent intentionally targets your knee and worsens the injury, you may really not be able to play in the subsequent games. Therefore, I do not agree with you playing. Carter had been brought over from the Mavericks with great effort by Xie Yu. Though they appeared to have little interaction, those who understood them knew that they shared a deep brotherly bond. Thus, Carter was one of the few who dared to speak to Xie Yu like this in the team. West also stood up and sincerely said, Boss, I also don't agree with you playing. Even if we lose game 3, as long as you can return for game 4, we still have a chance to turn things around. Besides, who says we will definitely lose without you? Alonzo Key quickly joined in saying, in the team I've been here the longest, and I have full confidence in the medical expertise of James Rosnack. He is exceptionally skilled. So boss, listening to the doctor is definitely the right choice. Wade also advised, Xie Yu, don't be stubborn, your career is still long ahead. Moreover, it is not yet time for you to push yourself to the limit. We are all here for you. Giannis also chimed in, yeah boss. We are all here, just focus on recovering from your injury. We will give it our all, and if we do lose when you come back you can help us. The teammates offered their heartfelt support one after another. Listening to them, Xie Yu's eyes gradually reddened, and he felt a mix of emotions. In the end, he slowly nodded, agreeing to sit out game 3. However, he stayed behind to attentively participate in the tactical meeting with his teammates. 2 Acres Villa. When Xian Yan learned that Xie Yu would definitely miss game 3, his eyes turned red and tears could not help but flow. In his heart, Xie Yu had always been one to play through injury. If it weren't for the severity of the injury, he would never miss a game. Xie Yu touched his head, feeling very moved. Princess An looked at Xie Yu's injury with a pained expression and couldn't help but complain, look at this, it's swollen bigger than mine. If I had known you shouldn't have played in the second game, maybe your injury would have healed by now. You are really being too irrational. Xie Tianxin and Li Wan understood that Xie Yu was feeling bad at the moment, so they remained silent, only exchanging But Xie Chengxian thought differently. He snorted and said, what are you trying to prove? If you really have the ability, what's the harm in resting for 2 games? Even if we fall behind 13, can't you return when you're 100 recovered and have confidence to turn the game around? Don't look so glum, it's not the end of the world yet. We finally have the family together, but don't spoil everyone's mood. Hearing this, Xie Yu agreed and immediately changed to a flattering smile. Grandpa is right. Grandpa, I heard you have a lot of real estate in Yu City. Can you get me one like this too? Xie Chengxian was taken aback by Xie Yu's persistent calling of Grandpa and helplessly waved his hand in surrender, saying, fine, I'll have someone get you a 20-acre villa. It will definitely be more luxurious than this one. One day before game 3, the Cavaliers officially announced Xie Yu will miss game 3 due to injury. As soon as this news broke, it was like a huge stone was thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a stir among the fans. It's over, Emperor Yu is missing game 3. The Cavaliers are in trouble. I'm so worried about Emperor Yu's injury. Will he be able to play in game 4? If he forces a return and worsens the injury, this season will be over. With 3-point Yu absent, the tactics need to be adjusted significantly. Coach Brown has to activate others, or else it's undoubtedly a loss. Could it be a smokescreen? What if Xie Yu suddenly appears against the Bulls and catches them off guard? But that seems unlikely. With Emperor Yu absent from game 3, my mood has been off all day. I hope he returns in game 4 like a king. I am a female fan of Xie Yu. When I first learned that Xie Yu would miss the game, my heart tightened, and I sought comfort. I hope it's fake news. Emperor Yu is the soul of the team. Who will watch the NBA without him? Heaven assist Chicago. The Bulls are hopeful for revival. At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, Bulls starting lineup: center Noah, power forward Gasol, small forward Dunleavy, shooting guard Rondo, point guard Rose. Cavaliers starting lineup: center West, power forward Giannis, small forward J.R. Smith, shooting guard Wade, point guard Holiday. Before the game, Rachel thrust the microphone in front of J.R. Smith and curiously asked, hey J.R., with you starting in place of Xie Yu, are you feeling a lot of pressure? Do you think you can hold down this starting position? Upon hearing this, J.R. Smith grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, and joked, oh, don't get me started. When the coach first announced this, that guy Xie Yu suddenly came up to me, mysteriously asked, hey, J.R., are you bringing a knife? I was dumbfounded at the time, wondering what was going on. Why would I need a knife for a game? I looked at him in confusion and said, what knife? Are you kidding me? The result, you guess what? Xie Yu chuckled and with a serious face said to me, as long as you bring your crazy skills, you will be the modern-day Michael Jordan. All right then, just because of that today, I definitely brought my knife. Rachel struggled to contain her laughter, saying, good luck, modern-day Michael Jordan. At the Speed Loan Center Arena, as Xie Yu appeared in a sharp suit, the entire crowd of fans stood up in unison and thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. This scene deeply moved Xie Yu, stirring an indescribable emotion within him. He returned the applause, silently vowing G4 will surely return as the king. Just as Xie Yu took his seat on the bench, a familiar voice came from behind. How are you feeling? He turned to see it was Ayurwala. Xie Yu couldn't help but wonder, why haven't you gone back to be your princess? Ayurwala pouted, displaying a stubborn expression. I won't leave unless you agree to me. Xie Yu sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Do as you wish. The first quarter concluded with a score of 23-22, the Cavaliers leading by 1 point. In the final moments of the first quarter, CJ McCollum and Hardaway each sank a three-pointer successfully, helping their team take the lead. This spectacular performance ignited Xie Yu's passion as he shouted at them, be decisive when an open shot appears, you have the ability. In the second quarter, the Cavaliers' morale surged. J.R. Smith was in exceptional form, scoring 8 points in that quarter. The team finished the second quarter with a score of 24-19, leading into halftime with a score of 47-41, a 6-point advantage. However, the first half also concealed significant hidden dangers. Wade West and Giannis each had 3 personal fouls, while J.R. Smith clashed with Hinrich, resulting in both receiving a technical foul. During halftime in the Cavaliers' locker room, Xie Yu held J.R. Smith's face in both hands, his expression serious, as he cautioned, bro, you must stay calm. You are playing great, but those old veterans from the Bulls will definitely try to provoke you, leading to more technical fouls. Be very careful. Control your emotions. J.R. Smith, full of confidence, replied, don't worry bro, I'm as steady as a rock. As the third quarter began, J.R. Smith received a handoff from West, instantly accelerating towards the paint. While defending, Noah's movement caused J.R. Smith to crash heavily to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Seeing this, Noah loudly protested to the referee. Ref, he flopped. Don't be fooled by him. J.R. Smith, already furious from the fall, exploded. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you tripping me, I would have completed the dunk already. Noah pretended to be angry and stepped forward. Watch your mouth. The two were unyielding, starting a standoff, and even though teammates rushed to intervene, the referee blew the whistle, issuing each a technical foul. Xie Yu, anxious, yelled frantically from the sidelines. JR, calm the hell down. But the noise in the arena was too loud and his shouts couldn't reach J.R. Smith. After the referee's whistle blew, Xie Yu slumped helplessly on the bench, unable to hold back his curse. It's over, J.R. Smith, you're not steady like a rock, you're practically a dead dog. Only then did J.R. Smith come to his senses, realizing he had fallen for the trap. Watching J.R. Smith being ejected from the game, Xie Yu shook his head helplessly. He brought the knife, but forgot the brain. After J.R. Smith left the court, Mike Brown brought in C.J. McCollum, Carter, and even Hardaway, one after another, but none could fill the void. Facing the relentless attacks from Luol Deng and Rose, the team's defense had gaping holes, either yielding fouls or being breached or directly allowing scores. In the playoffs, any weakness would be magnified indefinitely. Out of desperation, Mike Brown called on Shumpert. In fact, Xie Yu had previously recommended Shumpert multiple times, believing he had considerable talent. Mike Brown also gave him a chance, but Shumpert was completely off his game, missing three-pointers and displaying numerous defensive lapses as if he were a different person. What Xie Yu didn't know was that Shumpert had been continuously outplayed in unknown drills during training, especially by Xie Yu, which left him very frustrated, leading to a lack of confidence and a decline in performance on the court. After being absent for a long time, Shumpert stepped onto the court for less than 2 minutes, contributing 2 fouls and 1 turnover, and honorably left the game. The Bulls took a 3-point lead entering the final quarter. In the final quarter, Lu Dan led the charge. After being restrained for 3 quarters, he now unleashed a relentless unknown assault, hitting 3 consecutive mid-range shots against Alonzo G's defense, forcing the Cavaliers to call a timeout. He stood at the corner near the Cavaliers bench, looking at Xie Yu and making a hook shot gesture full of provocation. Alonzo G looked remorseful. Boss, I failed to guard him, I embarrassed you. Xie Yu patted his shoulder, not entering the game himself, seemingly indicating that the extraordinary opponent's talisman was ineffective, although he still used it. However, Lu Dan appeared even stronger than in the previous 2 games, clearly not weakened. Mike Brown exhausted all his timeouts, yet could not halt the Bulls' fierce onslaught. Lu Dan's mid-range shots and Rose's drives were like 2 sharp blades tearing apart the Cavaliers' defense. The score quickly widened to 81-99, making the outcome of the game almost certain. However, in Thibodeau's dictionary, the term to call off the battle did not exist, as he continued to keep the starters fighting on. Lu Dan scored again against Alonzo G, executing a beautiful shoulder fake before smoothly hitting a fadeaway jump. After scoring, he spread his arms, the arrogant gesture instantly infuriating the Cavaliers players. Alonzo G couldn't help but curse, starting with an F, which unfortunately was overheard by the Bulls players, igniting a fuse that led to an immediate clash between the 2 sides. The atmosphere on the court became tense, with Alonzo G and Noah being the most agitated. As they pushed each other, their movements grew increasingly aggressive, prompting the referee to intervene. Ultimately, both were ejected from the game. Lu Dan, Gasol, Wade, and West also received technical fouls for their involvement in the altercation. The final buzzer sounded, marking the Cavaliers' collapse in the second half, leading to their defeat in Game 3. Statistics: Bulls, Lu Dan 13 for 23, 11 for 11 from the free throw line, 37 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. Rose 9 for 19, 7 for 7 from the free throw line, 27 points, 3 rebounds, 10 assists. Gasol 8 for 14, 4 for 6 from the free throw line, 21 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists. Cavaliers: Giannis 7 for 10 and 9 for 14 from the free throw line, 23 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists. Holiday 6 for 17, 8 for 8 from the free throw line, 22 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. J.R. Smith 6 for 8, 4 for 5 from beyond the arc, 16 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. Post-game interview: Lu Dan, I am very pleased with the victory. They were missing Xie Yu, which significantly weakened their strength. This is basketball, injuries are part of the game, and we won't go easy because of that. Rose, the Cavaliers played well in the first half, especially J.R. Smith, who caused us a lot of trouble, but we pulled through. Lu Dan played exceptionally well, and we deserve this victory. Mike Brown, I still don't know if Xie Yu will be able to play in Game 4. In the Cavaliers' locker room, it felt like an island shrouded in gloom, the oppressive atmosphere, almost suffocating. At this moment, all unrelated personnel were kept outside, and the air seemed to solidify due to the heavy atmosphere. J.R. Smith slowly stood up from his seat, took a deep breath, then faced the entire team, his tone full of self-reproach and regret. Guys, it's my fault. I was too impulsive and fell for that damn Joakim Noah's tricks. I promise I won't make the same mistake in future games. Listening to him, Xie Yu suddenly flashed a thought in his mind. If apologies were useful, then why do we need the police? He quickly clapped his hands, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere, raising his voice. All right, everyone, look forward, focus on preparing. A single loss in a game is not a big deal. The key is that each of us must learn lessons from this failure. As the old saying goes, failure is the mother of success. The ancients did not deceive me. He took the opportunity to start motivating the players with inspirational talks. The Cavaliers officially announced Xie Yu will battle in G4. Upon the news, fans instantly erupted, with various voices flooding the internet. The Emperor Yu returns, and the Cavaliers shall surely triumph. Cavaliers, I advise you to be kind. Please do not let Emperor Yu take the court. Injured, my heart aches for him. Those familiar with Xie Yu know he never backs down from battle, even with minor injuries. His return must be due to pressing circumstances. I bet he isn't fully recovered. As a Bulls fan, I am already trembling with anxiety, just hoping Emperor Yu shows mercy and doesn't inflict. If only these top stars could showcase their skills without any injury hindrances, the match would undoubtedly be spectacular. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. In the TNT debate show today welcomed a heavyweight guest, Stan Van Gundy. The show arranged for him to sit alongside another Xie, Kenny Smith, while Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal formed the hilarious duo across from them, with the seasoned host Ernie Johnson controlling the pace of the event. Hey dear viewers, Shaquille and Charles are undoubtedly Cavaliers fans, while Stan and Kenny firmly stand with the Bulls. A spectacular debate now officially begins. Ernie Smith's passionate voice instantly ignited the atmosphere. O'Neal was the first to strike. Who the hell can defend against Emperor Yu? Van Gundy looked puzzled. Who is Emperor Yu? Why do we call him that? O'Neal explained with a hint of pride. That's the powerful name given to Xie Yu by Chinese fans. I also know that Xie Yu's fan club is called Yu Pao Pao. Barkley didn't want the topic to stray and urged, damn it Stan, stop sidestepping, just answer us. Who can defend against Xie? Van Gundy was momentarily left speechless. Just then Kenny Smith quickly chimed in, injuries. You two fools can't really think we can see Xie Yu at 100% right now, can you? If his injuries were that minor, how could Xie Yu possibly miss game G3? Even I as a Xie understand this. How? Barkley scoffed, retorting. Even if Emperor Yu isn't at full strength, he remains an unstoppable force. Neither Lu Dan nor Rose can contain him. Since his second season in the league, every team that couldn't contain him has lost the series without exception. O'Neal joined in the fun. Let the show begin. Van Gundy confidently declared the Cavaliers are bound to lose this game. The Bulls' defense is far superior to that of the Cavaliers. This ironclad defensive system was meticulously crafted over years by the relentless Thibodeau. Everyone must admit this is indeed the league's top defense. As for offense, they have Derrick Rose, Lu Dan, and Pau Gasol. Even if my grandmother coached them, they would still produce a dazzling offense. I really can't find a reason for the Bulls to lose. Barkley wouldn't let this perfect opportunity for a jab slip by sneering. When the Cavaliers faced the Magic, you seemed just as... After saying that, Barkley gestured at Kenny Smith, indicating, it's your turn, get ready to face the slap in the face. Kenny Smith remained unruffled, calmly stating, give the Cavaliers a year or two. Once Giannis, Nikola, CJ, and Joe mature, they will undoubtedly be strong. But they are not Kyrie, Kawhi, or Jimmy. In their first 2 years, they lack the maturity to assist Xie Yu in winning the championship. In contrast, the Bulls have players in their prime rich in experience. Therefore, I firmly believe the Bulls will win. Moreover, I predict the victory will be by a score of 4-1. After hearing this, O'Neal and Barkley couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Van Gundy also chimed in. I guess it will be 4-2, Bulls win. Barkley's eyes lit up, and he slammed the table. There's no need for more words. Let's follow my old rule. The loser has to kiss a donkey's behind on the show. O'Neal looked surprised. Are we really going that far? Barkley smirked and whispered to O'Neal. If we win, we'll go viral. If we lose, the Chinese fans will surely feel sorry for us. O'Neal's expression changed instantly, and he waved his hand boldly. Amen. Kenny Smith and Stan Van Gundy exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Kenny Smith mischievously said, super double. Kiss, 3 times left, middle, right. Van Gundy looked baffled. O'Neal also wore a confused expression. Barkley was equally bewildered. Ernie Smith couldn't help but ask, hey Kenny, could you explain what you mean by left, middle, right? Kenny Smith raised his chin. In a Twaker villa, coach, these are all rare items my grandfather specifically had sent over. Even if you have money, you can't buy them on the market. Consider it a token of appreciation for you. Oh, you. Sending a plane to pick me up and presenting these expensive delicacies, just tell me what you need from me. Xie Yu slightly lowered his head, looking somewhat serious. Coach, to be frank, I've only recovered to 50% of my condition, not the 70% that Jameis doctor mentioned. If I continue to play as before, I fear I will disappoint you. Mike Brown's expression tightened, pressing on. So are you saying my A strategy will fail? You must have other methods, right? Xie Yu shook his head helplessly. No, that's why I specifically invited you to brainstorm ideas with. Right now I can still drive to the basket, but my finishing ability has significantly declined. Ew, I can't even jump. I'm considering a drive and kick strategy, letting our shooters take the lead. What do you think? Mike Brown fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He quickly pulled out a tactical board from his bag, sketching as he suddenly asked, "What do you think is the Bulls' biggest flaw?" Xie Yu almost immediately replied without thinking, "Their offensive firepower is insufficient. Although they have Lu Dan on the team, this is only their first season together. Their chemistry is far from enough. Moreover, their three-point shooting relies solely on the shooters. That's just not enough." Mike Brown nodded, slightly agreeing. Rose and Lu Dan are indeed superstars, but they happen to be the type who are least likely to shoot three-pointers. However, I believe this isn't their real weakness. As long as their defense is strong enough with the personal abilities of their superstars, winning the game isn't too difficult. Xie Yu looked at Mike Brown and countered, "Then what do you think their weakness truly is?" Mike Brown replied confidently, decisively stating, "The Twin Towers." With that, Mike Brown sighed lightly and continued, "Actually, I've wanted to try playing small ball for a long time, but I've hesitated. On one hand, there's the defensive issue. Rose and Jordan have extremely strong driving abilities, needing someone to protect the rim inside, and Pau Gasol also possesses strong mismatch punishing capabilities. On the other hand, if I play small ball, I'd have to remove David West from the starting lineup, which could spark locker room conflicts, drastically reducing the team's stability." Inside the Sudai Center arena, a burgundy t-shirt had been carefully placed on every seat, creating a blazing sea of Wynard as far as the eye could see, Xie Team's signature color. Though the game had yet to commence, the venue hummed with a fervent crowd. Giant screens looped Xie Team highlights, and triumphant music struck the fans like a drumbeat, stoking the atmosphere into a fever. Fans took their seats one after another, hurriedly pulling on burgundy shirts to blend into the mass. Many waved Xie Team flags and debated the match with eyes full of hopeful expectation. At the sidelines, reporters shouldered their equipment and wove through the throng, capturing thrilling moments and fans' ardor. Staff bustled about, checking the facilities. In a corner of the arena, the cheerleaders rehearsed their final routine. Their energetic choreography and brilliant smiles shone vividly under the lights. As kickoff approached, the excitement grew ever more intense. Over the PA, the on-site DJ introduced the lineups with electric passion. Each time a Xie player's name was announced, the roar swelled. When Xie Yu's name rang out, the ovation became deafening, as if determined to tear the roof off. The arena resembled a volcano about to erupt, waiting for the whistle to unleash its full force. Unknowingly, Ayurwala had been utterly conquered. She had become an ardent Xie supporter. After Xie lost Game 3, she was filled with simmering resentment, tossing and turning through the night until she couldn't. At first, she stewed in annoyance and swore she would not watch Game 4. Yet upon hearing that Xie Yu was set to return, the ember of devotion inside her flared into an immediate blaze. With hardly a second thought, she spent a small fortune on a ticket. On game day, she wore a hat to keep a low profile and appeared in the stands with quiet discretion. In the stands, a little boy's face shone with innocence. A worry clouded his eyes as he asked his father earnestly, "Dad, we're going to win this one, right? If we lose again, I'll really cry." The boy's father smiled with confidence and gently reassured him, "Son, we will win for even if you don't believe Daddy, don't you believe DU?" The boy shook his head hard, his gaze clear as glass, and cried out, "I don't believe Daddy, but I absolutely believe in DU. Grandma said he's the great hero of Caulifulin. As long as DU is here, we'll surely win." The boy's father felt a sharp tug in his chest. The boy's mother, who was the grandmother, had uttered those very words before she passed at the end of last year. "Xie Yu will forever be Caulifulins' hero." Starting lineups: Gongyo Team. Center Nuoa, power forward Balajayajwar, small forward Dinglawai, shooting guard Ludin, point guard Luasi. Xie Team. Center Yingmisi, power forward Keliod, small forward Izaji, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Huolady. The announcement of the starters hit like a bomb, detonating across the crowd and setting social media ablaze. Kenny Shamisi boasted, "I declare the Chicago Gongyo will advance to the finals." Shakir Khaleesi, "You two get ready to host that unlucky donkey." Sitin Fongondi added, "Make Bulang has always been the luckiest head coach, but his small ball death lineup will sooner or later squander that fortune." Owen posted on social media, "Never underestimate Caulifulins' small ball death lineup. The Xie Team will slap you across the face with their skill." When the game commenced, Zibidou surveyed Xie's defensive alignment, and his brow immediately knit into a deep furrow. There it was, Xie Yu shadowing Nuoa Keliod, matching Balajayajwar with force Huolady on Dinglawai Yangmisi, clinging to Luasi and Alyaji, keeping Ludin in his sights. Gongyo initiated the first offense, only to find the floor riddled with mismatches. For a moment, the ball sat in Luasi's hands with no obvious passing lane. Balajayajwar tried to muscle in, but discovered he could not budge the bovine strength of Keliod. Aluozoji, seasoned in guarding Xie Yu, applied the same discipline to Ludin, sticking tight to deny easy receptions and sap his energy. Luasi drove. Though Yangmisi lacked top speed, his exceptional height and wingspan were enough to obstruct Luasi's shot. Luasi's attack failed. Xie Yu quickly sealed position and left Nuoa stranded. After securing the rebound, he immediately pushed the break. Balajayajwar had just returned to defense, yet whoever he guarded would promptly come out to set a screen for Xie Yu. Using the screen and switch, Xie Yu exploded past Balajayajwar in a single decisive stride, then finished with a low layup. The ball kissed the net. Luasi surged for a quick counter, but looked up to see the Xie team already sprinted back on defense, even abandoning the chase for the offensive rebound. Gongyo's offense unraveled and missed possession after possession. In contrast, under Xie Yu's orchestration, Xie Yu's attacks persistently targeted Balojai. After 3 straight successful baskets, Gongyo finally woke and shrank their defense. At that instant, Xie Yu eyes sharp and hands swift swung the ball to the corner. Kellyode long waiting rose and drained an open 3. Swish. 90. Zibidoo immediately called timeout. Bakali seized the moment to tease before the whole nation watches. Are you two a little nervous? Sitten Fongan D and Kenny Shimisi answered almost in unison. Far too early. This is just the beginning. Don't. During the timeout, Zibidoo barked from the sideline. Listen up, no help defense. Even if Xie Yu scores in isolation, do not give Xie Yu any open looks from deep. Everyone knew that once Xie Yu's perimeter unlocked, a 130-point barrage would not be out of reach. Could Gongyo? Zibidoo refused to allow it. Timeout overplay resumed. Luden powered in low against Alizuji and finally got Gongyo on the board. On Xie Yu's possession, Xie Yu pretended to call a diamond set. In truth, Yang Nisi, under the pretext of screening for Xie Yu, faked and cut hard to the rim. Xie Yu produced a bewildering dribble pass. The ball spun with fierce precision into Yang Nisi's hands. Yang Nisi rose and dunked with ease. Aonera remarked, the Xie Yu team clearly came prepared. They mean to if the Chicago Gongyo can't match this intensity, they'll be torn apart. Sure enough, the first quarter ended with Xie Yu leading 42-25, a 17-point advantage. Xie Yu played the entire quarter and shot a perfect 7 for 7, including 2 for 2 from 3 and 5 for 5 from the line, compiling an immaculate line of 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists. Yet, such heavy usage exacted a severe toll on his stamina. Every offense funneled through him as isolation to exploit mismatches, and the physical drain was palpable. From the Gongyo bench, Luden spoke calmly. Xie Yu can't sustain this forever. If we steady the pace, we will claw back the On the Bulls side, aside from Tony Snell replacing Gaisal, the other 4 remained the starting lineup. In less than 3 minutes, the situation on the court took a sharp turn, prompting Mike Brown to call a timeout in frustration. At this moment, the deficit had been narrowed to 8 points by the Bulls. Mike Brown couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Tom Thibodeau is utterly lacking in sportsmanship. By doing this, he is forcing everyone to follow his lead. With no other choice, Mike Brown had to put on a brave face and said to Xie Yu, you'll be going in soon. He knew full well that Xie Yu had a knee injury, but given the situation, there was no other option. They needed him desperately. Xie Yu had just taken a sip of his energy drink, his expression resembling someone who had just tasted a vintage Sprite from 1982. Upon hearing the coach's words, he could only nod helplessly, looking utterly disheartened. They had barely rested for 2 minutes, and now the hard-earned territory and beauty of the first quarter were being taken away, while he had to stay behind to guard the territory. Who could he turn to for justice? After Xie Yu returned to the court, the Bulls' defensive strategy immediately changed. Lu Dan and Rose quickly moved forward, forming a double team against Xie Yu in an attempt to force him to pass the ball early. This tactic proved effective, disrupting the Cavaliers' offensive rhythm as they failed to score on several consecutive attempts. The Bulls seized the opportunity, successfully executing a fast break and causing damage, narrowing the point gap through free throws. Seeing this situation, Xie Yu decisively made adjustments, voluntarily relinquishing the ball and signaling for Holiday to continue the attack against Gasol. This change had a certain effect as Holiday, leveraging his exceptional personal skills, successfully tore through the Bulls' defense, ensuring the team's offensive stability. As the second quarter came to a close, the score remained fixed at 67-60, with the Cavaliers leading by 7 points as they entered the second half. As the second half commenced, the players' energy waned like sand slipping through an hourglass, and their shooting percentages plummeted, transforming the match into a brutal melee with the intensity of the confrontation skyrocketing. Xie Yu, utilizing the cover of his teammates, broke through Lu Dan defense. Just as he was about to leap for a jump shot, Tony Snell lunged in, directly knocking him out of the air. However, thanks to his remarkable body coordination, Xie Yu managed to toss the ball midair, and it curiously arced in a beautiful trajectory, swishing through the net for a 21 play. Yet upon landing, his injured knee struck the ground first. Even with the specially designed knee brace, the piercing pain made him grimace, tears welling in his eyes. He lay on the ground for nearly a minute before slowly rising with the help of the team doctor. The Bulls were facing their own challenge. Noah prepared to dunk under the basket, but Giannis flew in like a hungry tiger, executing the double dragons emerge from the sea move, sending Noah flying out of bounds. In an instant, tensions flared between the two teams, conflict on the verge of eruption. In the third quarter, the two sides fought fiercely with a quarter score of 17-19 as the Bulls clawed back 2 points. From the commentary booth, Ernie Johnson remarked, "If you didn't check the time and just observe the fierce competition of this game, you'd swear it was a match from the 1990s, and I would absolutely believe you." Barkley nodded in agreement, saying if you closely watch the replay of this play, Xie Yu needs at least 2 teammates to set screens for him as the defender clings to him like glue. Regardless, the Bulls' defense tonight is truly commendable. Kenny Smith interjected, the performances of Drew Holiday and D. Wade have genuinely been eye-opening, and this might be the best organizational display since they joined the Cavaliers. Several 3-point opportunities were created through their breakthroughs, which is no easy feat. As the game progressed, Xie Yu's knee pain intensified and his shooting touch significantly declined. In desperation, he had to hurry back to the locker room with the team doctor during the timeout. He knew he had to find a way to alleviate the pain in his knee, otherwise his shooting would undoubtedly suffer, jeopardizing his performance in the critical moments. Wade, under pressure, was entrusted with the pivotal task alongside Holiday to spearhead the organization's offense. The score fluctuated 8-8-8-5, 9-1-8-9, 9-2-9-2, 9497. Just at 5 minutes and 39 seconds into the fourth quarter, Xie Yu emerged from the locker room like a phoenix reborn, making his way back onto the court. Mike Brown immediately adjusted, reintroducing the starting Death 5 lineup. The crowd rose to their feet, applauding as the injured Xie Yu inspired deep respect and emotion. Lu Dan swiftly guarded Xie Yu and provocatively said, "Finally, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Defeating your Cavaliers is as easy as pie, but I want to win the game over you." Without a word, Xie Yu suddenly exerted force, pushing him aside, sending Lu Dan sprawling. The referee hesitated, biting his whistle for a moment, but ultimately chose not to call the foul. Holiday, quick on his feet, immediately passed the ball to Xie Yu. Without hesitation, Xie Yu took a three-point shot, and with a swish the basketball cleanly went through the net, as if declaring his powerful return to everyone. Lu Dan instantly erupted in fury, shouting at the referee, "Referee, are you blind? He didn't even get called for that push." The referee glared back at Lu Dan, sternly saying, "What did you say? Do you believe I can have you ejected right now?" Lu Dan immediately calmed down, helplessly waving his hand as he turned to leave, realizing he was the league's favored child. The score was tied at 97. The game had entered a heated stage where every possession was crucial, allowing no room for error. Next, Xie Yu single-handedly defended Lu Dan, successfully blocking his mid-range shot. Xie Yu then attempted to drive to the basket, but was also thwarted by Lu Dan. Both sides remained locked in stalemate with nearly 4 minutes left in the game, during which no field goals were made. 104-104. At this moment, the Bulls gained possession. On the sidelines, Mike Brown was anxious, shouting, "No fouls. Play normal defense." Rose and Lu Dan quickly executed a pick-and-roll while Giannis and Xie Yu seamlessly exchanged defensive assignments. Lu Dan isolated against Giannis, and as he jumped for a fadeaway shot, he spotted Xie Yu leaping to block him. Midair, he suddenly altered his move, passing the ball to Rose, who was left wide open by Xie Yu. Rose shot a three-pointer without hesitation. Clang. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out, but Noah quickly leaped. Before he could secure the ball, a familiar voice shouted, "Give it here." Xie Yu, like a wraith, swiftly snatched the basketball from Noah. As Noah retreated, he angrily yelled at the referee, "Fuck. That bastard Xie Yu just fouled me. Look at my hand, it's all red." With 16 seconds left, Xie Yu maintained control at the center circle, leisurely managing the clock, while his mind operated like a high-speed machine, rapidly strategizing how to launch a decisive attack and end the game. As 3 seconds passed, he decisively called for a timeout. Mike Brown was momentarily stunned, having never intended to call it. Xie Yu quickly took the tactical board and began to lay out his plan systematically. "Zhu, come out to set a pick for me, creating the illusion that I want Rose to isolate on him. Giannis, this offense relies on you. D. Wade and Alonzo, you two are tasked with helping him set screens, ensuring Giannis can glide smoothly to the basket. He'll set him up for an alley-oop. If this tactic fails, I'll take matters into my own hands and finish the game myself, leaving the opponents no time at all." Mike Brown then added, "Everyone be more agile in your movements, keep your expressions natural, don't be too stiff, and incorporate some fakes while moving. This battle hinges on this moment, let's go all out." As the timeout ended, the atmosphere in the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse reached a peak of tension. As if the oxygen had been drained, everyone held their breath, seemingly forgetting to inhale. The century-old dilemma did not fall upon the Cavaliers as Giannis received the sideline ball from Wade without a moment's delay, immediately passing it to Xie Yu. What a joke. This was no basketball, it was clearly a bomb ready to explode. Xie Yu elegantly held the ball, with one hand lifting his gaze to the timer. The Cavaliers fans in the arena instinctively clasped their hands together, fervently praying, "It must go in, it must go in. Please let this shot hit. I won't complain for a week. If this shot goes in, I'll have my husband stay home alone for a month. No, a year would be fine. Grandma, you must bless our hero from above. Please grant him good luck." Countless wishes floated upwards like stars in the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The 8-second countdown has begun. The situation was indeed exactly as predicted by Xie Yu. As soon as he dribbled, he was met with a double team, while Noah, tasked with defending Giannis, found himself in a 1-against-2 predicament. Xie Yu understood the tactical style of Thibodeau's Bulls all too well. Just at this critical moment, Alonzo G suddenly appeared like a ghost behind Noah, executing a crotch move to firmly brace against Noah's backside. Noah was taken aback. The back door had been compromised, and he could no longer afford to be concerned about Giannis. Xie Yu seized the moment, swiftly stepping back to dribble, creating a wider passing space to ensure nothing was amiss, and then suddenly hurled the ball high into the air. Everyone instinctively looked up. There, like a great rock taking flight, the Greek freak Giannis soared into the air, catching the basketball with both hands and forcefully slamming it into the basket. 106-104. At this moment, only 2.6 seconds remained in the game. The Bulls quickly called a timeout. Thibodeau urgently devised a final offensive strategy from the sidelines. On the Cavaliers bench, Xie Yu swiftly held up the tactical board, gesturing to his teammates and shouting, "Giannis, you focus all your effort on stopping Rose, stay tightly on him, and don't let him receive the ball easily. D. Wade, I'll cover Luol Deng, you take care of the blocks. Tom Thibodeau won't pass the ball to anyone else, it will only go to Derek or Luol." At the same time in the TNT studio, everyone was glued to the replay of the recent shot, unable to hide their admiration. Shaquille O'Neal was the first to speak, his tone filled with awe. "This strategy is simply ingenious. Just look at Alonzo G, it was clear he was there to block Joakim Noah. And then there's Giannis Antetokounmpo, who initially moved toward the top of the key. As soon as Alonzo G successfully attracted the defense, he immediately cut to the basket, truly remarkable. Now look at Xie Yu on the surface, he seems focused solely on his isolation play, but in reality his vision encompasses the entire court. Just this one step-back pass is something some players will never learn to execute in their entire lives. This perfectly illustrates why he can become the MVP, that all-around king who averages a triple-double. It's simply astounding. This is definitely not flattery. I believe he has surpassed Michael Jordan. If Michael Jordan could lead my grandma to a championship, then Xie Yu could lead my grandparents to one together. I stand by. Even in court, I will still say this. Stan Van Gundy muttered in his heart, good job, that deserves a reward. Kenny Smith similarly grumbled, you are the biggest Xie fan. Barkley, already accustomed to it, followed up with praise. This strategy was set up by Xie Yu. He is truly the coach, orchestrating everything on the court. Emperor Yu lives up to his name. Kenny Smith laughed and teased, the game isn't even over yet, and you guys are already singing his praises. Stan Van Gundy rationally analyzed, the Cavaliers handled this crucial possession exceptionally well, but from the Bulls' perspective, they still had a chance to push the game into overtime and might even have completed a game winner. Barkley spat disdainfully. Humph, I knew you were a stubborn duck. Let's wait and see. O'Neal concluded, Emperor Yu won't let a cooked duck fly away. As the timeout ended, Rose was unable to receive the ball due to Giannis' long arms. Seeing this, Gasol decisively passed the ball to Luol Deng. Xie Yu boldly stepped up to closely guard Luol Deng, firmly, believing the referee wouldn't easily blow the whistle at such a critical moment. Luol Deng took a dribble and found that Xie Yu had his hands glued to his waist, unable to drive in, so he had to step back and attempt a fadeaway jumper. Little did he know Wade had already been lying in wait like a tiger in the dark, and as he leaped high, he delivered a massive block, sending the ball flying away. As the final buzzer sounded, the game came to an end. The Cavaliers narrowly defeated the Bulls 106-104, managing to tie the series at 2-2. Xie Yu and Wade excitedly embraced each other. We did it. The two were as thrilled as children, continuously repeating this. The United Center erupted. Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, celebrating and cheering. Yu Jia exclaimed. Wade helped the Cavaliers secure a crucial victory with a block. Zhang Heli commented, an incredible defensive play it was, as if he had anticipated it ahead of time. In the TNT studio, where some rejoiced and others despaired, host Ernie Johnson appeared unaffected, smiling with a look. He said in a loud voice, ladies and gentlemen, let's first take a look at the technical statistics from both teams. Statistical summary: Cavaliers, Xie Yu 25 attempts 14, made 4 out of 9 from three-point range, 8 out of 9 from the free throw line, totaling 40 points, 10 rebounds, and 19 assists. Holiday, 8 out of 17, 3 out of 6 from three-point range, 6 for 6 from the free throw line, totaling 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 9 assists. Wade, 5 out of 11, 1 out of 1 from three-point range, 6 out of 7 from free throw line, totaling 17 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Giannis, 4 out of 5, totaling 8 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Bulls, Deng, 12 out of 26, 1 out of 3 from three-point range, 12 for 12 from the free throw line, totaling 37 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Rose, 8 out of 22, 0 out of 4 from three-point range, 7 out of 8 from the free throw line, totaling 23 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 6 turnovers. Dunleavy, 0 out of 7 from three-point range, 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks. After reviewing the stats, Ernie Johnson's gaze swept across Stan Van Gundy and Kenny Smith before landing on the proudly beaming O'Neal and Barkley. With a slight smile, he asked, which of you would like to share your thoughts first? Barkley smirked and leisurely replied, losers speak first. Stan Van Gundy and Kenny Smith held their breath and almost simultaneously shouted, don't get cocky, see you in Game 5. In the post-game interview for the Cavaliers, Xie Yu said, who says the game-winning shot has to be taken by me? If a teammate is open under the basket, even if I had to do it 1,000 times over, I would unhesitatingly choose to pass. I've outgrown the need to prove myself with individual heroics. Giannis, the feeling of delivering the fatal blow is exhilarating. This strategy was indeed devised by Emperor Yu. He is an absolute genius. There's nothing he can't do. I'm fortunate to be on the same team with him, and I want to fight alongside him for a lifetime. Mike Brown, Xie Yu has an exceptionally high basketball IQ. I often say that if he weren't playing, he could be a top-notch head coach. At crucial moments like this, I trust him unconditionally. We're not just mentor and disciple, we're more like brothers supporting each other. Post-game interview for the Bulls, Noah, I take responsibility for the last defense. I shouldn't have allowed Giannis to cut to the basket. Dang, a loss is a loss. I don't want to discuss the referee's calls anymore. In the next game back in Chicago, we will win the pivotal game. Thibodeau, in this game we lost an excellent opportunity. It's truly unfortunate, the kind of regret that makes you want to pound your chest. The main responsibility lies with me. During the final defense, we concentrated almost all our defensive strength on Xie Yu. That guy is just too cunning. Everyone thought he would take the shot. Who would have thought he chose to pass, catching us completely off guard? The series isn't over yet. We will fight hard in Game 6 and bring the game back to Chicago. In the sacred ground of basketball, the United Center in Chicago, the air is thick with the tension of an impending battle as the highly anticipated Eastern Conference Finals showdown is about to commence. The Bulls and the Cavaliers have fought fiercely in the first 4 games with a 22 tie, making this showdown a definitive turning point in the series, the importance of which is self-evident. As soon as one steps into the United Center, a sea of vibrant red engulfs the senses, akin to a roaring inferno. The Bulls have transformed the venue into a red kingdom, with the seats in the stands dressed in striking red flags hanging everywhere in bold red, and even the uniforms of the staff radiating a pure red. Along the corridors, enormous posters of Bulls players cover the walls, their eyes blazing, as if they are roaring to the world, "This battle is ours to win." In the center of the court, the wooden floor shines warmly under the spotlight, quietly lying in wait for the flames of battle. The conspicuous red paint lines beneath the hoop serve as a silent, yet firm warning to the visiting Cavaliers: this is the Bulls' home ground, a place to defend their honor. Fans have surged into the arena like a tidal wave, clad in an array of Bulls red jerseys, faces painted with the Bulls logo, waving red balloons and banners emblazoned with the team emblem, their fervent eyes seemingly capable of igniting flames. They shout the names of Bulls players with all their might, the cheers and chants intertwining into a deafening roar that seems ready to lift the arena's dome off. At the players' tunnel, Bulls players wear stern expressions, exchanging powerful high fives, their eyes filled with burning. Head coach Tom Thibodeau stands nearby, rapidly reiterating the tactical points, his voice, though not loud, strikes like a hammer, each word carrying a resolute conviction of victory. For the Bulls, this game is not just an ordinary playoff match, but a crucial battle to defend their home dignity and open the door. They are fully armed, ready to spill blood and sweat in this fervent sea of red to write a new chapter of glory. In this united center filled with the Bulls' red storm, the Cavaliers, arriving from afar, stand out conspicuously. Their expressions are grave, their steps steady, each person's gaze revealing an unusual seriousness, as if burdened, especially Xie Yu, whose condition draws significant attention. A few hours earlier, the moment he stepped into the court tunnel, the waiting cameraman immediately captured his slightly atypical stride. He walked with a limp, every step seemingly a struggle against some pain. This image quickly spread across the globe, rapidly trending on various social media platforms. Soon news of Xie Yu's serious injury spread like wildfire, with many fish bubbles voicing their concerns online. They are anxious, fervently urging the Cavaliers' coaching staff on various social platforms to let Xie Yu rest. Fish bubbles flood the comments with heartfelt messages. Emperor Yes, health is the most important, no matter how crucial this game is. It cannot compare to his well-being. Don't let Emperor Yu take risks on the court. If his injury worsens, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire team and the fans. The online chatter is overwhelming, with everyone worrying about Xie Yu's health, and whether he will participate in this critical showdown becomes the suspense in everyone's hearts. Bulls starters: center Noah, power forward Gasol, small forward Dunleavy, shooting guard Lu Dan, point guard Rose. Cavaliers starters: center Giannis, power forward Batum, small forward Crowder, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. TNT has once again invited veteran basketball analyst Stan Van Gundy to be the commentator for this game. The G4 matchup between the Bulls and the Cavaliers, under his witty commentary, saw the program's ratings soar, achieving remarkable success. Stan Van Gundy speaks into the microphone: "Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. The Cavaliers' starting lineup has changed again. Alonzo G has been taken out of the starting lineup, replaced by Batum. In my view, Coach Mike Brown's move clearly aims to have Batum, known as the French Pippin, directly match up against the Bulls' core, Lu Dan, while having Alonzo G in the rotation to specifically take on the challenging task of defending Lu Dan during the rotation phase." "Come on, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us who's going to win this game." Barkley, impatient as always, interrupts. "That's just nonsense. You've already faced the punishment for your foolishness. What do you say?" Kenny Smith retorts, unimpressed. At that moment, Xie Yu, doing warm-ups on the sidelines, is stopped by a TNT reporter. A concerned female reporter holds a microphone and asks Emperor Yu, "Everyone is quite concerned about your injury. Can you tell us how your recovery is going? Will this game limit your playing time? Also, what is the key to your team's victory in this game?" Xie Yu slightly furrows his brow, yet a hint of a carefree smile pulls at the corners of his mouth as he responds, "This unfortunate injury of mine hasn't improved at all, but it's just a minor issue that I can handle. There won't be any limits on my playing time. As for the key to victory, it's simple. The Bulls need to score fewer points, and we Cavaliers need to score more." The female reporter smiles knowingly and thanks him profusely. In the TNT studio, everyone bursts into laughter. Shaquille O'Neal, chuckling, shakes his head and comments, "Look at that. This is Xie Yu's interview style. So unique." Kenny Smith quips back, "All this nonsense, and you call it unique." As the game begins, Noah wins the tip-off. Xie Yu continues to guard Noah, and Lu Dan, seeing this, signals Noah to set a pick, intending to exploit the switch against the injured Xie Yu. This is also the tactic Thibodeau has repeatedly emphasized to take advantage of the opponent's weakness. Such is the brutal nature of competitive sports. Xie Yu and Batum swiftly complete the switch, showing no fear on their faces. Lu Dan's sudden jump shot misses due to Xie Yu's interference. Xie Yu almost blocked his shot. How could someone limping do? Lu Dan erupts with anger, cursing, "Fuck, are you faking it?" In reality, after 3 days of rest, Xie Yu's injury is no longer serious. As long as he avoids forceful contact, there is no pain. He deliberately pretends to be injured to confuse his opponents, as the old saying goes, "All's fair in war." Giannis, like a guardian angel in the paint, securely grabs the rebound and quickly advances, accurately throwing the ball to Xie Yu, who is lurking beyond the three-point line. Xie Yu feigns a shot, easily faking out Lu Dan, and then in an unguarded position raises his hand for a three-pointer. The Bulls fans erupt, the boos rising like a tidal wave, astonished that Xie Yu actually faked an injury. In the studio, Shaquille O'Neal can't help but laugh. "Haha, this is truly something he could pull off." Barkley nods in agreement. "I think there's nothing wrong with that. A deception is part of the game strategy." Thibodeau on the sidelines looks grim. His meticulously planned offensive strategy targeting Xie Yu becomes utterly futile, and he feels a rising frustration. That guy truly can't be trusted at all. Thibodeau grumbles, swallowing his frustration. The Bulls launched an attack, and Rose, in perfect coordination with Noah, completed a pick-and-roll after a 15 setup, passing the ball to the descending Noah. Noah jumped high, preparing for a powerful dunk. In a flash, Xie Yu leaped like a cheetah, swiftly rising and swatting Noah with a solid block. Such astonishing jumping height, how could it resemble that of an injured person? Noah, blocked and helpless, truly had grievances he could not express. The Cavaliers quickly transitioned, and the basketball was back in Xie Yu's hands. At this moment, he was not in a hurry. He began directing traffic, signaling Gasol to set a screen for Batum. Gasol felt frustrated, secretly grumbling, "Come on, man, can I save some face?" Xie Yu didn't care about that. After the pick-and-roll with Batum, he executed a sudden stop and pop with a clean and swift motion, instantly faking out Gasol, creating a distance of at least 3 meters. Immediately after, he hardly jumped, stepping back for a three-pointer. The basketball swished through the net smoothly. On the bench, Alonzo G and Wade watched this scene with knowing smiles. They were thoroughly familiar with Xie Yu's recent mastery of the non-jumping step-back three-pointer, a move aimed at perfect stability, proving to be immensely effective on the court. The Bulls were somewhat bewildered, and Coach Thibodeau was anxious, having called 3 timeouts in the first quarter. Yet even so, he could not stop the rampaging firepower of 3-point U. In a single quarter, Xie Yu made 7 out of 9 3-point attempts, scoring a staggering 31 points. At the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers led the Bulls by a substantial 20 points with a score of 44-24. After hitting a buzzer-beater three-pointer at the end of the first quarter, Xie Yu performed his signature celebration gesture. The crowd erupted in boos, and Xie Yu smiled slightly, saying, "I just love the way you can't stand me, yet can't beat me, especially you Chicagoans. I will step on your shoulders to reach the throne." In the TNT studio, Stan Van Gundy and Kenny Smith were already dumbfounded by Xie Yu's heroic performance, not daring to speak loudly. Especially with Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley nearby, their eyes filled with the desire to mock, made them wish they could find a crack in the ground to hide. With a 20-point lead, the Cavaliers' rotation players played with even greater freedom. J.R. Smith faced off against Luol Deng, fearlessly executing a beautiful isolation play and hitting a difficult three-pointer, instantly igniting the Cavaliers' bench. Particularly when Xie Yu returned to the court with the ball, his passing ability made the Cavaliers' outside shooting even more fierce. Coupled with their significant lead, the Bulls appeared somewhat lost their defensive intensity, nowhere near before giving the Cavaliers plenty of three-point opportunities. At halftime, the score was 73-45, with the Cavaliers expanding their lead to 28 points. Zhang Heli's side, this game truly has the flavor of a decisive battle. Such crucial games often lose their suspense early on. Yu Jia nodded in agreement. The Cavaliers players have all experienced big moments. Their hands are incredibly steady, and their three-point shooting is very decisive. Just think, even Giannis, who rarely shoots threes, went 2 for 2. It's hard to defeat such a Cavaliers team. The second half began, and just as the Bulls showed signs of rising, Xie Yu stepped up. He held the ball confidently, calling for Gasol to set a screen. Gasol committed, fully focusing on defending his three-pointer, even willing to allow him to drive. However, Xie Yu took on the challenge. Knowing Gasol was tightly guarding him from 3, he remained undeterred, lifting the ball for a step-back three-pointer. The basketball traveled through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, swishing through the net, while also drawing a foul from Gasol. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, completing a three-point play. This shot instantly sent the Cavaliers' bench into a frenzy, while the home fans fell into a deep silence. Thibodeau had no choice but to substitute Gasol for Tony Snell, attempting to limit Xie Yu with unlimited switches. But Xie Yu seemed to have entered an invincible mode, attacking indiscriminately regardless of who was defending him. Even against Luol Deng, he charged without hesitation. After 3 quarters, Xie Yu's stats were terrifying. He scored 56 points, shooting 18 of 22, made 12 of 16 three-pointers, and hit all 8 free throws alongside 7 rebounds and 13 assists. A performance so comprehensive and efficient, it was simply impeccable. Xie Yu was bursting with frustration. His knee injury had caused him great suffering, and after finally recovering, he needed to dominate the game. As the fourth quarter began, the game quickly entered garbage time. The Cavaliers sent out a pure bench lineup of C.J. McCollum, Tim Hardaway Jr., Joe Harris, Grant, and Jokic, yet they still dominated the Bulls' bench players, leaving them powerless. Ultimately, the Cavaliers crushed the Bulls with a staggering score of 142-97, a 45-point blowout. After the game, a TNT reporter quickly found Xie Yu for an interview. The beautiful reporter said with admiration, "Emperor Yu, you have once again delivered an epic performance, truly amazing. I believe all fans are in awe of you. To score 142 points against the Bulls, who ranked first in defense during the regular season, your team's performance is simply unbelievable. How did you manage to do it?" Xie Yu replied earnestly, "This round of the series has been the toughest for us. When we were down 12, hardly anyone believed in us. Everyone thought the Cavaliers were no longer glorious and would definitely lose. The pressure we faced was unimaginable. Especially for the newcomers on the team, they are different from other rookies. While other rookies start their off-season training plans after the season ends, they had to step onto the court in such a critical game in the Eastern Conference Finals, which is truly impressive. As for scoring 142 points, it was a kind of vent. We just wanted the Chicago Bulls to know that we could make them unable to." The reporter then asked, "In the next game back in Cleveland, will you end the series?" Xie Yu smiled confidently. "You asked the wrong person. You should ask Kenny Smith or Coach Stan Van Gundy. They would give you a much better. However, it doesn't matter. There is no team in this world that can eliminate me in a series. Winning one game against me isn't surprising. After all, the ball is round, and anything is possible, but no one can win 4 games against me in a row. That is absolutely impossible. After Xie Yu's interview ended, the camera cut back to the TNT studio. O'Neal and Barkley were laughing uncontrollably, while Stan Van Gundy regretted his life decisions, feeling sick at the thought of possibly having to kiss a donkey's behind. Kenny Smith looked up at the sky, desperately holding back tears, silently lamenting, "Why did I have to be the Xie hater?" Both retired stars, both TNT commentators, O'Wire Charles and Shaquille the IN, 4 elderly shoe endorsers, while I ended up being the enemy. Can't I just apologize? Would kissing a few more donkey behinds earn your forgiveness? He could only swallow the bitter fruit of his own making, thinking, if I had known, why would I have done this? In the Cavaliers' locker room, laughter filled the air, and everyone was in high spirits. Even David West, who had almost been DNP, was no exception. As soon as Xie Yu walked into the locker room, his expression turned serious as he said loudly, "I warn you, having champagne at halftime is absolutely not allowed to happen in the Cavaliers. Everyone tone it down. Let's celebrate properly after we win the championship." Xie Yu said this with a firm tone and a commanding presence that left no room for doubt. Even seasoned players like Carter and West fell silent. At this moment, Xie Yu was no longer the easygoing team leader who could be scolded by Caspi. He had grown into a true leader, guiding the Cavaliers toward their goal of 4 consecutive championships. After Xie Yu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the locker room shifted from joy to seriousness. The players understood that his words were not empty, their eyes reignited with focus and determination. They quickly engaged in preparations for the next game, analyzing potential adjustments the Bulls might make and the corresponding strategies the Cavaliers needed to implement. Meanwhile, in the Bulls' locker room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the silence before a storm. The players were all downcast, and this crushing defeat felt like a heavy blow that severely impacted their confidence. Rose sat in front of his locker, holding his head in his hands, feeling deeply remorseful. He understood that the team had exposed too many problems in this game, and as the team leader, he could not escape blame. Coach Thibodeau wore a grim expression, pacing back and forth in the locker room, contemplating how to adjust tactics to change the team's current predicament. He knew that in the next game back in Cleveland, facing a Cavaliers team that was riding high, the Bulls must go all out and make bold and effective changes to have any chance of survival. Meanwhile, various media outlets were reporting on this game, with headlines dominated by Xie Yu's astonishing performance. Fans exploded on social media, filled with anticipation for the next showdown between the Cavaliers and the Bulls. The overwhelming sentiment suggested that the Cavaliers were highly likely to end the series at home, but some fans firmly believed the Bulls would stage a comeback. Soon the day of the next game arrived, and outside the Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, there was already a sea of people. Fans donned Cavaliers jerseys, painted their faces with team logos, and held up cheering signs, arriving early to witness the historic moment of the Cavaliers advancing to the finals. Inside the arena, staff were nervously making final preparations, and the atmosphere was as heated as a volcano. The Bulls bus slowly drove into the arena, and the players got off with serious expressions, fully aware that a fierce. On the Cavaliers' side, the players were motivating each other in the locker room. Xie Yu looked steadfastly at his teammates and said, "Today we will end the battle here and let everyone know that we, the Cavaliers, are the eternal kings." With his command, the Cavaliers players shouted in unison, their morale reaching its peak, and then they strode confidently toward the court to face this crucial battle. Before the match began, the 3 referees were preparing in the break room. Suddenly, one of the referees glanced at his phone, his expression changing slightly as he whispered, "The office of the president has informed us that the fans want to see a Game 7 showdown." The other 2 referees were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. In this commercial league, a Game 7 meant high viewership and substantial profits. After a brief silence, the senior referee spoke up, "We need to be mindful of the calls we make." The other 2 nodded, acutely aware of the challenging task ahead. They needed to align with the president's intentions while maintaining the integrity of the match. They straightened their uniforms and walked onto the court with mixed feelings. Starting lineup for the Bulls: center Noah, power forward Gibson, small forward McDermott, shooting guard Lavine, point guard Rose. Starting lineup for the Cavaliers: center Giannis, power forward Batum, small forward Crowder, shooting guard Shumpert, point guard Holiday. Ernie Johnson excitedly commented, "Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated Game 6 of the Bulls vs. Cavaliers is officially underway. Currently, the Cavaliers lead the series 32 and hold the championship point. Can the Bulls stage a comeback, or will the Cavaliers push ahead to the finals? Let's wait and see." The Bulls initiated the first attack, with Rose charging forward like a beast unleashed. With a swift change of direction, he easily shook off Giannis' defense, leaping high into the air to perform a smooth layup, with a folded motion scoring cleanly. As Holiday crossed the half-court line, he faced a fierce double team from Rose and McDermott. In desperation, he passed the ball to Shumpert, but Levine anticipated this move, stealing the ball like a ghost. Immediately, Levine launched a fast break, and as Holiday attempted to return on defense, Levine soared, executing a powerful one-handed dunk, completing a 21-play. With Levine's successful free throw, the Bulls quickly took a 50 lead. Kenny Smith shouted excitedly, "That's the spirit. This is the intensity we expect in a door-die Eastern Conference showdown." Stan Van Gundy chimed in, "Great defense. Great defense." Holiday advanced with the ball again, only to find himself once more caught in a double team. However, this time, he and Shumpert were prepared, executing a seamless passing play. As soon as Shumpert received the ball, Levine and McDermott closed in on him like hungry wolves. It seemed that Thibodeau was determined to disrupt the Cavaliers' offensive rhythm with a strategy of double-teaming the ball handler. Shumpert remained calm, protecting the ball. At that moment, Levine seized the opportunity and decisively went for the steal. Normally, such a blatant foul would prompt the referee to blow the whistle immediately. But tonight the referees showed no reaction. Shumpert, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, resorted to LeBron's trademark dispute step, nearly dropping to one knee to plead with the referee. After gaining possession, LaVine executed a fast break, scoring effortlessly with a gliding dunk, extending the Bulls' lead. Professional players are always sensitive to the referee's calls, and the Bulls players quickly understood that they could intensify their defensive efforts tonight. If such a blatant foul by LaVine was overlooked, then surely less obvious actions would go unpunished. Thibodeau's strategy of double-teaming the ball handler was proving effective as the Cavaliers' first point came from Shumpert, who fearlessly sliced through the Bulls' defense like a blade, securing a difficult dunk. Before long, the official timeout was called with the score at 716, the Bulls leading by 9 points. On the sidelines, Thibodeau was vocally boosting team morale. Great defense. Keep up this intensity. Meanwhile, on the bench, Mike Brown was equally determined. Everyone hold on. They can't maintain this high-intensity defense for long. Both coaches were putting on brave faces. Mike Brown chose not to send Wade or CJ McCollum onto the court to increase ball control options, seemingly wanting to see how long the Bulls' double-team strategy could hold. Thibodeau aimed to seize the advantage, widen the gap, and win this crucial game. At the end of the first quarter, the score was fixed at 17-25, with the Bulls leading by 8 points as they entered the second quarter. In the second quarter, Mike Brown continued with his usual rotation, but now the ball handler was Jokic. Jokic was too tall, frequently thwarting the Bulls' double-team strategy. True to his reputation as a basketball genius, Jokic quickly lifted the ball high and passed it out whenever he saw the double. As a center, he faced guards in the Bulls' double team who could hardly disrupt his passing. This created numerous scoring opportunities for J.R. Smith and Alonzo G. Seeing this, Thibodeau reluctantly abandoned the double-team strategy. After all, as long as Shumpert was off the court, the Bulls' normal defense could adequately counter the Cavaliers' bench lineup. However, just then Shumpert approached the scorer's table preparing to enter the game. Just the prospect of him stepping onto the court could create immense pressure for the opponents, a rare ability only Shumpert possessed. Thibodeau was filled with frustration, thinking how much better it would be if Shumpert were still his prized pupil. Nevertheless, his disciples did not disappoint him. Rose and LaVine repeatedly drove towards the basket, scoring time and again. The game was thrilling, with both sides exchanging blows, refusing to give an inch. Shumpert and LaVine were especially fierce, their defensive intensity palpable, while their offensive plays relied on the moment of release. Neither could defend against the other in this fierce contest. At halftime, the score was 3,948, with the Bulls maintaining a 9-point lead. In the TNT studio, Stan Van Gundy analyzed confidently, "This game has completely fallen into the rhythm of the Chicago Bulls. Just look at the score. With the Cavaliers' current offensive state, defeating the Bulls seems utterly impossible." Kenny Smith nodded vigorously, quickly adding, "Absolutely right. I fully agree with Stan's assessment. The Bulls have consistently controlled the pace on the court. As long as they maintain this, even with Shumpert as a strong point for the Cavaliers, it won't create significant waves." Barkley, overhearing their comments, couldn't help but shoot them a glance, as if they were foolish, retorting, "Come on, you two, wake up. Right now the Bulls are only leading by 9 points. The Cavaliers can erase this deficit in just 3 offensive possessions. I really don't get what you're feeling so smug about. Can we be certain the Bulls will win?" Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, "Back in the day, we had a show dedicated to discussing how many points it takes to safely lead against the Cavaliers. The conclusion we reached was that even a 20-point lead isn't safe. Why is that? Because the Cavaliers are unlike other teams, they possess strong outside shooting capabilities across the board. Shooting three-pointers is as easy for them as eating and drinking. Moreover, they're only trailing by 9 points right now, just 3 three-pointers away." Kenny Smith was left feeling a bit embarrassed by the retort, snorting, "Humph, there's no point in debating this. Well, see the result in the second half." Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal looked at them with disdain, while Stan Van Gundy and Kenny Smith were equally unyielding, returning their disdainful gazes. Ernie Johnson, observing this tense atmosphere, felt quite pleased. The director in the back was even more delighted, thinking, "Hey, this is perfect. With this, the ratings are sure to be solid. The audience loves to see you two going head-to-head, arguing heatedly. It seems we'll need to invite a Shumpert hater to every game from now on. It's just too entertaining." In the locker room of the Knights, Mike Brown wore a serious expression as he hurriedly outlined the tactics for the second half to his player. As soon as he finished speaking, David West sprang to his feet, his face filled with anger, and shouted, "Your defense is as terrible as a pile of dung. Is this the soft defense I get for sitting on the bench?" His voice rose higher, echoing in the locker room. Next, David West continued to furiously chastise, "Look at how many times the Bulls have scored effortlessly. This is the Eastern Conference Finals, not a child's game. I don't want to see them scoring in our paint like they're strolling through their own backyard. Get tough." Iron Will is not just the exclusive label of the Chicago Bulls, but our Cleveland Knights possess an iron spirit that surpasses theirs. Think back to those glorious years of 3 consecutive championships. How many brothers shed blood on the court battling through injuries? You must carry that spirit forward, and not just play with lackluster defense while watching the opponent score effortlessly. David West's passionate words instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire team. Though he had not played in this game, he undoubtedly became the spiritual pillar of the team, injecting a shot of adrenaline into their... The whistle for the second half suddenly sounded, reigniting the flames of competition. Rose darted like a black lightning bolt, effortlessly bypassing Giannis with a single step, driving straight to the basket and defiantly executing a layup amidst 3 defenders. At that critical moment, Xie Yu soared like a flying man, leaping high with such force that it seemed he was about to fly up to the third. His eyes were locked on Rose, and at the moment Rose released the layup with a loud smack, he delivered a powerful volleyball-style block. The crisp sound instantly igniting the entire Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The cheers and shouts of the audience erupted like a surging tide, while the tension on the court also ignited immediately. The sideline ball was in play, and Lu Dan backed down on Batum. Batum defended fiercely, but out of a moment of carelessness he fouled, and the referee's whistle sounded sharply. However, Batum seemed unwilling to accept it. After the whistle blew, he reached out to swipe at the basketball in Lu Dan's hand. This action instantly infuriated Lu Dan, and the two quickly escalated from a few exchanged words to a face-to-face standoff. The atmosphere tense as a drawn bowstring ready to snap. The referee acted swiftly, rushing in to separate the two. At this moment, Noah hurried over to Lu Dan's side, whispering, "Don't pay them any mind, their defense can't stop you. They just want to see you ejected from the game." Hearing this, Xie Yu could not hold back and retorted fiercely, "Stop him. Just him. Jokic, look at you. You're not just ugly, you're also not too bright. With someone like you, if you weren't playing in the NBA, you wouldn't even find a wife in our village." Noah ignored Xie Yu's comment. He was well aware that if he provoked Xie Yu like Batum did, hoping to get Xie Yu ejected, it would be a fool's dream. Moreover, he understood that arguing with Xie Yu would not benefit him at all, so he pretended not to hear, which made him seem calm. The game continued, and the sideline ball was in play. Dunleavy used his teammate's clever screen to receive the ball smoothly, hesitating not a moment before releasing a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and swished through the net. This was his first three-pointer in 2 games. The Bulls bench erupted like a pot boiling over. All players sprang to their feet, the scene resembling a parched earth finally receiving rain, their excitement palpable. However, Xie Yu especially loved to respond with a counter. He quickly dribbled down the court, and facing the Bulls' double-team defense, he calmly leaped and precisely passed the ball to the open Holiday. After catching the ball, Holiday first faked a shot, successfully shaking off the defender, and then made a direct pass, sending the ball steadily into the hands of Batum in the corner. Batum received the ball without hesitation, aimed at the basket, and decisively shot a three-pointer, hitting another swish. This beautiful response three ignited the morale of the Knights once again. Clearly, Mike Brown's meticulously arranged tactics during halftime were beginning to take effect. As long as the Bulls continued to choose to double-team the ball handler, the Knights could ensure their open teammates would reliably score, making the Bulls pay a painful price for their defensive strategy. Thibodeau, as the head coach of the Bulls, naturally sensed this quickly. But he was inherently stubborn, and the dignity of a head coach made him decide to observe the situation further. He could not easily dismiss the tactics he had laid out earlier. The Knights' defense grew increasingly tough, and Rose's floater failed to find the mark. Xie Yu securely grabbed the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Holiday. At this point, the Bulls stubbornly continued to double-team Holiday. Holiday remained calm and did not immediately look for Xie Yu. Instead, adhering to Mike Brown's instructions, he delivered a high lob pass directly into the hands of Giannis, who was coming to receive it. Giannis turned with the ball, and suddenly the view opened up before him, revealing a wide space. He charged towards the basket like a wild horse, and with his strength, he could have easily gone up against the help defense for a strong layup, but instead he passed the ball again to the open Crowder in the corner. Crowder received the ball steadily, aimed at the basket, and decisively shot another three-pointer. Seeing this, Thibodeau could no longer sit still. He shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Stop the double-teaming." Ultimately, he had to relent. There was no other choice, as the Knights had already found a way to break the double-team. If they continued to double-team like this, the game would surely be lost. The entire third quarter turned into a fierce melee. Both teams fought tooth and nail for every possession, and the scene was exceptionally brutal. Xie Yu and Lu Dan were particularly heated, both with red eyes and bared teeth, continuously exchanging trash talk, refusing to give an inch. Even the usually nice guy Rose was so agitated that he shouted at the referee, resulting in a technical foul. The poor referee looked helpless, probably wanting to cry inside. "I'm being fair here. Clearly I'm helping you, yet you're spitting saliva all over me." If it weren't for my control of the game, Lu Dan and Snell might have been ejected for their illegal defense against Xie Yu. Xie Yu had completely lost faith in the referees for this game. The officiating was simply outrageous. However, he was quick-witted and soon guessed the reason behind it. This league wasn't about home court advantage, but rather aimed at creating a narrative, hoping to see the two teams go to a Game 7, which is why they deliberately favored the Bulls. The whistle signaling the end of the third quarter sounded abruptly, with the score locked at 68-71, the Bulls leading by just 3 points. This tense score guaranteed an epic showdown. The players from both teams were filled with fighting spirit, brimming with determination. The upcoming game promised to be as intense as a storm, thrilling to the extreme. During the intermission, the arena was lit up brilliantly with sounds of excitement rising and falling. Xie Yu wore a determined expression as he approached Mike Brown, stating resolutely, "Coach, I don't need a break. Substitute in Nikola Jokic and Channing Frye. I will use a pick-and-roll strategy to leave them defenseless." Mike Brown's eyes flickered with approval as he nodded without hesitation, promptly sending in the lineup of Xie Yu, J.R. Smith, Wade, Frye, and Jokic. The game resumed, and as soon as Xie Yu entered the court, he decisively called for a high double screen. He moved like a nimble leopard, faking left and right with the help of his teammates' screens, pretending to break through from both sides. But just as the defender was thrown off balance, he suddenly changed direction, darting through the middle like a flash of lightning. Then, from a position one step inside the free throw line, he pushed off forcefully, with both feet, launching himself like a cannonball. In midair, he extended his body and completed a breathtaking gliding dunk that shocked the entire arena. Instantly, the crowd erupted with cheers and roars, the noise deafening, as if it could lift the dome of the arena. Lu Dan was shaken by Xie Yu's sudden change in direction and stumbled a few steps, almost falling, feeling utterly humiliated. Transforming his frustration into strength, he immediately dribbled the ball to initiate a counterattack, charging toward the basket with acceleration. Xie Yu quickly returned to defense, providing strong opposition while keeping a close eye on Lu Dan every move. Just as Lu Dan prepared to make a layup, Xie Yu seized the moment, leaping high, his arms spreading wide like a great umbrella, and with a loud smack he swatted the ball away. However, at that moment the referee's whistle unexpectedly blew, signaling a blocking foul on Xie Yu. Hearing the whistle, Xie Yu was initially taken aback, then a meaningful, silly smile slowly emerged on his face. He stared fixedly at the referee, causing the referee to feel uneasy, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Lu Dan stood at the free throw line, took a deep breath, and made both shots. The score was now 7-0-7-3. As the fourth quarter began, the pace of the game slowed even further, as if time itself had been stretched. Every offense from both teams was executed methodically, with no tactical secrets left between them. With each possession, everyone handled the ball with utmost caution, afraid to make mistakes and determined not to give the opponent chances to create offensive momentum. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the game, Lu Dan again made both free throws, bringing the score to 85-90, with the Bulls leading by 5 points. Holiday calmly dribbled past half court, while Xie Yu moved like a lurking falcon, constantly repositioning under the basket. Finally, he quickly circled to the three-point line, using Crowder's solid off-ball screen. After receiving the pass, he faced Rose's defense without hesitation and decisively shot a three-pointer. Swish. Xie Yu glanced at Rose's frustrated face and teased, "Bro, it's not your fault. Even if the basketball god were here, he couldn't." Rose felt a chill in his heart. Could the legendary Emperor Yu moment be upon them again? After all, Xie Yu had made many heroic plays in the final moments. The Bulls began their offense, and the Cavaliers set up a zone defense. Xie Yu took it upon himself to guard the ball handler, closely marking both Rose and Lu Dan. Rose used Noah's screen to break free from Xie Yu's defense, darting into the paint like an arrow. Just as he was about to take a shot, he caught a glimpse of Xie Yu shadowing him. He understood that he had no space to shoot. Xie Yu, who was all too familiar with him, had anticipated every one of his moves. With no other choice, Rose had to pass the ball to Dunleavy on the perimeter. The Cavaliers' defense was impenetrable, as no one had gone to help Rose, thus Dunleavy could only force a three-pointer under pressure. Clang. Batum reacted quickly, leaping high to secure the rebound, then swiftly passing the ball to Holiday. At this point, Xie Yu had already sprinted down the court, appearing seemingly calm in front, yet closely observing Holiday's movements. Just as Holiday approached him, while dribbling, Xie Yu suddenly burst towards the basket like an arrow. Holiday understood perfectly, delivering a well-timed bounce pass. The basketball landed firmly in Xie Yu's hands, the timing impeccable, a clear display of their countless practiced coordination. After receiving the ball, Xie Yu leaped up, triggering absolute domain, forcefully brushing off Noah's defense and finishing with a two-handed slam. 90-90. Xie Yu's sudden surge erased the 5-point deficit. Subsequently, Lu Dan missed his mid-range shot, and Xie Yu's step-back three-pointer also went wide. At this point, only 25 seconds remained, and the Bulls gained possession. Thibodeau quickly called a timeout. Xie Yu stared at the basket, filled with regret over missing that crucial three-pointer. He pounded his thigh in frustration, thinking how close he had come to sealing the game and leading his team to victory. But the game wasn't over yet. There were still variables. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mindset, and looked at his teammates with determination, preparing for the Bulls' next offense, ready to face the final challenge. In the TNT studio, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was lively. Ernie Johnson could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "This game is simply spectacular. If it were possible, I would wish they could play 100 games like this." Kenny Smith frowned slightly, taking over the conversation. Xie Yu's missed key three-pointers spared the Bulls from disaster. As they say, surviving great calamities brings future blessings. Oh, I am confident they will finish this game perfectly. At this moment, Barkley and O'Neal appeared, tense, their eyes glued to the live broadcast, uninterested in arguing with Kenny Smith. As the timeout ended, the game reignited. Xie Yu's gaze was sharp as he closely monitored the Bulls' sideline setup, suddenly sensing that this could be a golden opportunity to turn the tide. Rose emerged like a ghost to receive the ball, while Giannis shadowed him like a specter. In that critical moment, Xie Yu decisively abandoned his defense on Lu Dan and quickly rushed towards Rose's back. As soon as Rose received the ball, he was unaware of Xie Yu's stealthy approach from behind. By the time he heard his teammates' urgent warning, it was too late. The ball was already out of his hands. Xie Yu's agile reflexes kicked in as he swiftly intercepted the basketball, launching a fast break, charging towards the basket with unstoppable momentum and effortlessly laying it in. The pursuing Rose had already given up. Xie Yu's speed had escalated, and even though he was the son of the Windy City, he could hardly keep up. 9-90. This dramatic scene left everyone present astonished, jaws nearly dropping. Who would have thought the Bulls would commit such a failure? On the sidelines, Thibodeau's face was ashen, muttering incessantly, but the team had no timeouts left, so he could only place all his hopes on the players on the court. Rose quickly received the inbounds pass, dribbling forward while calmly assessing the Cavaliers' defensive layout. Beyond the three-point line, faced with Xie Yu's tight defense, he didn't hesitate, lowering his head to accelerate straight into the paint. He executed a series of shifts in his approach, maintaining his speed and as he neared the mid-range, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaping high to release a clean, decisive jump shot. Xie Yu chased after him with all his might, but was just a moment too late. By the time he leaped to try and block the shot, Rose had already completed the motion. A swish echoed as the ball found nothing but net, tying the score at 9-2. After scoring, Rose yelled towards the sidelines, "F. The points I lost I will take back myself." At this moment, only 11.3 seconds remained. 11.3 seconds left. Xie Yu remained calm, raising his hand to signal Mike Brown not to call a timeout. Holiday understood the cue and rolled the ball. Xie Yu didn't rush to receive the ball, but calmly signaled his teammates to spread out and take their positions. It was only when Lu Dan lunged at him that Xie Yu steadied himself to catch the ball. He leisurely controlled the time near the center circle. At that moment, Holiday and Batum ran in sync to block Lu Dan, creating an opportunity for Xie Yu to go unknown against Rose or Tony Snell. Xie Yu chose the side of Tony Snell, suddenly accelerating. This unexpected move forced Lu Dan to switch defenses, as if Snell failed to position himself in time. Xie Yu could easily drive to the basket. Facing Snell's defense, Xie Yu knew he couldn't recklessly engage in excessive confrontation. He couldn't give the referee a chance to catch him. He simply made a light in-and-out fake, causing Snell to lose his balance and fall out of position. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xie Yu steadied himself for a mid-range shot. The basketball traced a breathtaking arc in the air, as if time itself stood still in that moment. In the entire Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, nearly 20,000 spectators held their breath, their eyes closely following the trajectory of the ball, filled with tension and anticipation. Every pair of eyes seemed like magnets drawn to the basketball, afraid to miss any moment. Meanwhile, commentators around the world also fell silent, fixated on the action on the court. Ernie Johnson leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table tightly. Kenny Smith had his mouth slightly open, seemingly wanting to say something, but choked by the tense atmosphere. Barkley and O'Neal's eyes widened, their expressions frozen like statues. As the basketball drew nearer to the hoop, the audience's hearts raced to their throats. Finally, as the signal light indicating the end of time lit up on cue, the basketball went through the net flawlessly, the crisp sound echoing like a celestial melody in the arena. 9-4-9-2. Xie Yu made a buzzer beater. With this crucial shot, the Cavaliers successfully eliminated the Bulls with a total score of 4-2, advancing to the finals. In an instant, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Fans were overwhelmed with emotion, some waving their flags, others tossing drinks into the air, while many excitedly hugged and jumped, expressing their unrestrained joy. The entire arena instantly transformed into a sea of happiness, colorful confetti falling from the sky, like dreamy snowflakes celebrating this monumental victory. The players on the sidelines were also ecstatic. On the Cavaliers bench, everyone shot up like ignited rockets, crazily rushing. They shouted and roared, expressing their admiration and worship for Xie Yu in the most fervent way. The coaching staff was equally excited, embracing each other in celebration, their faces beaming with indescribable pride. On the other side, the Bulls players stood frozen, disbelief and disappointment plastered on their faces. Rose lowered his head slightly, covering his eyes with his hand, seemingly unwilling to accept that the game had ended this way. Lu Dan stood on the court, reluctant to leave, shaking his head helplessly, his eyes revealing endless regret. Xie Yu was surrounded by his teammates like a star surrounded by moons, with excited teammates hugging him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear. Some jumped high to slap hands with him, their palms meeting with a crisp sound, a resonance of victory. Media reporters and cameramen surged like a tide, surrounding Xie Yu tightly, all pointing their cameras at this hero of the team, the flashes flickering endlessly, capturing this historic moment. In the TNT studio, O'Neal excitedly bounced up from his seat, embracing Barkley beside him, laughing and shouting, "Hey, someone might have to go kiss a donkey's behind." Barkley also laughed uncontrollably, nodding and responding, "This game was just too crazy, Emperor." Yes, buzzer beater was unbelievable. After celebrating wholeheartedly, Xie Yu went to the sidelines to accept interviews from reporters. The reporter handed him the microphone, smiling broadly, and asked, "Your performance today was stunning, especially that buzzer beater. It was simply magnificent. I'm curious, why didn't you call a timeout to set up a play like you did in Game 4, and instead chose to take the shot yourself decisively?" Xie Yu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, confidence and determination shining in his eyes, as he calmly replied, "I know some people are looking forward to us playing another game, eager to see an intense Game 7. But sorry, Xie Yu do not agree. In my view, the direction of the game should be controlled by me. Tearing apart those so-called scripts, hitting the buzzer beater is as easy for me as drinking water." As soon as he finished speaking, cheers and applause erupted around him again, with fans cheering for his domineering response. At this moment, Xie Yu became the focus of attention for the entire arena and basketball fans worldwide, writing his own legendary moment with his strength. After the Eastern Conference Championship trophy presentation, Cavaliers players playfully smeared champagne foam on each other, immersed in the joy of advancing. Everyone was sharing their thoughts, reminiscing about the exciting moments of the game, praising Xie Yu's buzzer beater endlessly. Holiday patted Xie Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Boss, that shot was simply too cool. If it weren't for you, we would have been in trouble this game." Xie Yu humbly replied, "Everyone contributed equally. Without your cooperation and defense, I couldn't have had such an opportunity." In the Bulls locker room, however, the atmosphere felt particularly gloomy and suppressed. Most players were silent, some slumped in their chairs, staring blankly at the floor, while others bowed their heads, covering their faces with towels, unwilling to let anyone see their disappointed expressions. Rose broke the silence, lifting his head, his voice slightly hoarse, as he said, "We all tried our best. This is basketball. There are wins and losses. This defeat will become our motivation to move forward. Next season, we will definitely come back strong. Teammates nodded in agreement. Although their faces still bore the marks of defeat, new fighting spirit gradually ignited in their eyes, especially Liu Dan, who silently vowed next year, I will definitely defeat Xie Yu in the series. As the game ended, social media was instantly flooded with Xie Yu's buzzer beater. Fans expressed their views on various platforms with waves of admiration and cheers. Emperor Yu is the god of today's basketball scene, proving to everyone that he can dominate the game at crucial moments. That buzzer beater was so shocking. Ew, I've watched it dozens of times, and each time my blood boils. Similar comments were countless, and Xie Yu became the undisputed protagonist of that night. Meanwhile, on the streets of Cleveland, fans gathered spontaneously to celebrate the team's advancement to the finals. They waved Cavaliers flags, singing team songs as the joyous atmosphere spread to every corner of the city. The sounds of honking cars and cheering people intertwined like a symphony of victory for the Cavaliers. This victory not only brought the team a step closer to a fourth consecutive championship, but also immersed the entire city in endless joy and pride. Meanwhile, in the West, the Clippers and Trailblazers are set to battle in Game 6 tomorrow, with the Clippers leading 32. As the Knights successfully eliminated the Bulls, a moment filled with fun and joy was about to unfold. Kenny Johnson and Stan Van Gundy stood there helplessly while Barkley proudly walked out leading a donkey. The donkey seemed to sense the peculiar atmosphere of the scene, shaking its head uneasily. Barkley deliberately positioned the donkey's rear towards the audience and playfully gestured at it with a mischievous grin, confirming to the two unfortunate souls, hey, keep your eyes on this, it's the left, middle, and right position. At that moment, O'Neal strolled leisurely up to the donkey's owner and maliciously added, I say, has this donkey been to the bathroom? I worry that when those two go for the middle path and the donkey gets comfortable, it might just let loose. Upon hearing this, Barkley and Ernie Johnson burst into uncontrollable laughter, collapsing to the ground, their limbs flailing in the air as if trying to elevate the joyous atmosphere of the entire studio. Stan Van Gundy and Kenny Johnson shot O'Neal a look of disdain, as if to say, thank you very much. But O'Neal didn't care, teasingly asking, so which one of you is going first? Or should we just go at it together? Kenny Smith snorted, but he was quick to step boldly towards the donkey's rear, looking as if he was prepared to face anything. Seeing this, Barkley quickly scrambled up from the ground and shouted, wait. I need to call my boss. Oh, I can't miss this spectacular moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly dialed a video call to Xie Yu, excitedly shouting, boss, the show is about to start. On the other end, Xie Yu's hearty laughter rang out, Charles, I can't smell anything from here. You don't have to stay too far away. I'll make sure to zoom in on that donkey's rear. I want to see if it's them being tough or the donkey's rear. Barkley laughed in response, indeed bouncing over to point the camera directly at the donkey's rear. Stan Van Gundy and Kenny Johnson were broad-minded, allowing him to film without a fuss, displaying a sense of losers must accept the bet. Then Kenny Johnson gritted his teeth and was the first to lean in. At that moment, Xie Yu's teasing voice clearly came through the phone. Kenny, from how you usually talk, I can tell you've got quite the skill. Barkley stifled a laugh, reminding boss this is live on TV. Then it was Stan Van Gundy's turn, and Xie Yu continued to tease Stan. As a perennial runner-up, coach, how did you end up in this situation? The term perennial runner-up infuriated Stan Van Gundy, and he choked on his words, breaking into a fit of coughs. This commotion startled the donkey in front. The donkey, taken aback, swung its rear sharply, and with a loud smack it knocked Stan Van Gundy to the ground. This scene was extremely comical, causing Xie Yu on the phone to laugh so hard he could barely breathe, quickly hanging up, fearing that if he continued watching he would really laugh himself to death. The unique farce in the TNT studio successfully captured the attention of countless viewers, making the show the ratings champion of the time slot. Kenny Smith and Stan Van Gundy's names dominated the trending topics list for an entire night, becoming a hot topic among fans. As night fell and lights illuminated, a tense atmosphere enveloped every individual in the Moda Center arena like an impenetrable net. The score between the Clippers and the Trailblazers was tightly contested at 1-0-1-0-2, with only 4.1 seconds remaining, and the ball was currently in the Clippers' possession. The home fans of the Trailblazers stood up in unison, their voices roaring like the surging tide, chanting defense. Defense. The sound seemed as if it could overturn the entire arena. The camera timely cut to old Lee, who had a furrowed brow, revealing a hint of tension with beads of sweat seemingly glistening on his forehead. Barnes quickly threw in the sideline ball, and the basketball soared across the night sky like a shooting star, accurately flying towards Kawhi at the other end of the court. Facing Jimmy's defense, Kawhi first paused steadily, a resolute glint in his eyes, then accelerated like an arrow to... Jimmy's defense was incredibly tight. He shadowed Kawhi, moving swiftly and never losing his position. Kawhi broke all the way to the baseline, then leaped high, leaning back for a jump shot as the basketball slipped from his hand, cutting through the air. Jimmy jumped with all his might to block the shot, but unfortunately Kawhi's impressive height and wingspan gave him the advantage, making Jimmy's block unsuccessful. With a clang, the basketball first collided with the rim, producing a crisp sound bouncing high, and with a swish the net trembled as the ball settled cleanly in. At that moment, the red lights in the arena lit up and the ball went in. In an instant, the Trailblazers fans felt as if all their strength had been drained, collapsing into their seats, their faces filled with disbelief and disappointment. Just moments ago, they had been chanting defense in unison. Now they fell into a deep silence. Only the occasional sound of sighs could be heard. Some fans had tears in their eyes, unable to accept the cruel reality of being defeated at the buzzer in the final moments, staring blankly at the court, lost in thought. The entire Clippers team charged towards Kawhi like wild horses, unbridled, excitedly cheering and celebrating this. Meanwhile, Jimmy slowly walked toward the basket looking dejected. He stood there silently, his eyes filled with reluctance, and at that moment Kawhi, surrounded by teammates, struggled to squeeze out of the crowd. He wore a smile and jogged over to Jimmy, giving him a warm and strong hug. He gently comforted Jimmy. "You played incredibly well in this series. In the playoffs, you were the player who caused us the most trouble." Jimmy looked up slightly, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head and said, "The real big trouble you guys will face next. Good luck, Kawhi. And stop comforting me. Ooh, I really don't want to play against him." Kawhi, hearing this, smiled helplessly and echoed, "Yeah, wish me good luck. In fact, I don't want to play against him either." Their conversation never mentioned Xie Yu, yet each sentence spoke of him. With the Clippers eliminating the Trailblazers 42, the matchup for the finals was set. Since its establishment in 1970, the Clippers, having experienced ups and downs, have now entered the finals for the first time, their eyes filled with a fervent desire for the championship. The Cavaliers, as three-time champions, are striving for the first four-peat of the 21st century. If successful, they will become the team with the longest consecutive championships record after the Celtics' legendary eight-peat from 1959 to 1966. At the Clippers' pre-game press conference, Griffin stated, "Although this is the first time in team history to reach the finals, we are not afraid at all. I believe we can completely defeat the Cavaliers. When I need to defend Xie Yu, I will step up to handle him. My defense in the playoffs is completely different from the regular season. The feeling of facing my former team in the finals is complicated, but I will give it my all to compete for the championship." Rivers added, "Our coaching staff is already preparing strategies to deal with Xie Yu." At the Cavaliers' pre-game press conference, Mike Brown remarked, "Doug is joking with you. I often tell my kids that I'm looking for ways to turn into Superman. Kawhi is strong, but I'm not weak either. I am confident I can win against him." Wade said, "I have a great relationship with Paul, but this is the finals, and I will keep a close watch on him. Paul actually says his defense will be completely different in the playoffs." Hey, do you know who the player with the largest margin of loss, 58 points, was in playoff history? The atmosphere in the CBA Center Arena is exceptionally lively as the Cavaliers hold the home court advantage in the finals due to their superior regular season record over the Clippers. Today's event is dazzling, with stars attracting many former Cavaliers players, including Irving, TT, and Jimmy. Seeing this, reporters hurriedly approached them for individual interviews. The reporter handed the microphone to Irving and asked, "Kyrie, who do you think will win the finals? Which team do you hope will prevail in your heart?" Irving replied without hesitation, "The Cavaliers. I will always have my heart with Cleveland." The reporter then turned to Jimmy, inquiring, "What about you?" Jimmy responded without a second thought, "Without a doubt, it's Cleveland. The boss told me last night that he would help me vent my frustrations. Although I feel I don't need it, I was still pretty happy to hear that." The reporter then moved in front of TT. "TT, you support Cleveland too, right?" TT nodded vigorously, "Absolute. However, I also hope my good brother Kawhi performs exceptionally well. I can't wait to see his peak showdown with the boss on the court." At this moment, the camera shifted to the starting players on the court ready for action. Meanwhile, the broadcast displayed the starting line. The Clippers starters are Paul, JJ Redick, Kawhi, Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan. The Cavaliers starters are Holiday, Xie Yu, Giannis, West, and Fry. The players from both teams approached each other, embracing and exchanging greetings. Xie Yu tightly hugged Kawhi, sincerely saying, "I'm proud of you, brother. You've always done great. I'm especially looking forward to competing against you in the finals." Kawhi humbly responded, "This is a fantastic opportunity for me to learn from you. I will give my all and strive to push the game to a seventh match." Upon hearing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but smile slightly, a moment that was perfectly captured by the broadcast, as the air seemed to be filled with a unique bond between the two. At the moment of the jump ball, DeAndre Jordan, leveraging his remarkable jumping ability and quick reflexes, easily outperformed Fry. The Clippers swiftly launched their first attack, with Paul and Griffin skillfully executing a pick and roll. Paul made a bounce past the ball, moving like a nimble sprite, precisely threading through the defenses of Holiday and West. After catching the ball steadily, Griffin immediately attracted Fry's help defense. He gently flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring high near the basket. In the blink of an eye, DeAndre Jordan shot up like a rocket, seemingly aiming for the third floor, catching the ball midair before delivering a powerful dunk. Fry quickly retrieved the ball and passed it to Holiday. Without hesitation, Holiday launched a long pass that accurately found Xie Yu, who was speeding down for a fast break. Facing the sole defender Redick, Xie Yu remained composed, as if strolling leisurely. Outside the three-point line, he did a little prayer, move successfully faking out Redick before driving into the lane. He took a step, spinning 360 degrees in midair to complete a stunning dunk that amazed the entire audience. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my god. The first point for the Cavaliers in the finals is such an astonishing 360-degree dunk. This isn't some exhibition match like the All-Star game. My Emperor Yu, you are simply magnificent." Zhang Heli also couldn't help but marvel. Superstars often have a performance-oriented personality. The bigger the stage, the more they can unleash their abilities and showcase their strength. Especially the Cavaliers coach Mike Brown made a bold decision to rotate 10 players in the first quarter. Zhang He analyzed, with 3 consecutive championships and a superstar like Xie Yu in the team, Mike Brown is indeed very confident now. Yu Jia picked up the conversation. "Everyone thinks the only tactic Mike Brown can use is to feature Xie Yu, but even so, he has led the team to the finals for 4 consecutive years." As the first quarter ended, the score was locked at 31-33, with the Clippers leading by 2 points into the second quarter. As the second quarter began, the lineup changed. The Clippers sent in Austin Rivers, Paul, Turkoglu, Griffin, and Hoyce. The Cavaliers on the other hand sent in CJ McCollum, J.R. Smith, Crowder, Batum, and Jokic. Jokic steadily dribbled past the half-court, while CJ McCollum and J.R. Smith quickly initiated a cross-screen, but failed to create an excellent opportunity. Therefore, CJ McCollum quickly approached Jokic and the two executed a smooth handoff play. At this moment, Jokic fully utilized his physical advantage, effectively blocking Austin Rivers. Seizing the opportunity, CJ McCollum raised his hand for a three-point shot, and the basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air, swishing through the net. The Clippers immediately organized an offense, employing their favored pick-and-roll tactics. The Cavaliers decisively chose to switch on defense, and Griffin's backdoor basket play against J.R. Smith quickly faced a double team from the Cavaliers. Griffin with no choice passed the ball, but was intercepted by the Cavaliers. CJ McCollum swiftly launched a counterattack, passing to Jokic, who was cutting in from the middle. Jokic attempted a slow three-step layup, but was bumped off balance by Turkoglu. Just then the referee's whistle blew. As Jokic threw the ball in a follow-throw motion, it miraculously swished through the net. The referee unhesitatingly signaled that the basket was good. The Cavaliers bench erupted in cheers, with everyone standing and applauding. After a rigorous playoff experience, these young players from the Cavaliers had grown rapidly and were now playing boldly on the court, performing exceptionally well. As the team's leader, Xie Yu naturally did not hold back his applause. He approached the sidelines cheering for his teammates, and during Jokic's free throw break, he called CJ McCollum over and earnestly advised, "Just run pick and rolls with Nikola. The Clippers center is just big and clumsy. As long as you can consistently deliver the ball to Nikola after the pick, our offense will be activated." Indeed, Jokic played almost the entire second quarter. Whether in the rotation lineup or playing alongside the starters, he performed exceptionally well, rendering the Clippers center's Hoyce and DeAndre Jordan utterly helpless. In just one quarter, Jokic scored 12 points, grabbed 7 rebounds, and delivered 4 assists. By halftime, he was intercepted by reporters for an interview. "Why me? This is my first time being interviewed at halftime." Jokic laughed. The reporter asked, "The Cavaliers are currently leading the Clippers 65-53 by 12 points, and you personally contributed 12 points. Do you believe that your outstanding performance on the court is why the team has achieved such a lead?" Jokic smiled and shook his head, sincerely stating, "That's not the case. Even if I hadn't stepped up today, the others on the team would have definitely risen to the occasion. We are a team full of limitless potential, and every player is exceptionally talented. Thus, if any player scores 30 or even 40 points on a given night, I wouldn't be surprised at all. As for me, I merely executed the tactics laid out by the coach and did what I was supposed to do. I was fortunate that the basketball seemed particularly obedient today, going straight into the hoop." The reporter responded, "Thank you for the interview, and I wish you continued success in the second half." Jokic returned a friendly smile and then hurried towards the locker room, secretly thinking, "Oh no, being the last to return means I have to share my thoughts on the game in front of the entire team." Sure enough, Jokic was the last to return to the locker room. Before Mike Brown began to speak, he looked at Jokic and said, "Nikola, you have 2 minutes, so make it brief." Unprepared, Jokic shouted loudly, "I really want to drink some sugary soda. Let's finish this game quickly. Let's beat them 4 times in a row. Once it's over, the whole team has to join me for a cup of cola." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the locker room became exceptionally relaxed and joyful. The dynamics of the game shifted dramatically in the second half, as Kawhi seemed to be possessed by the God of War, displaying an extraordinary performance. He hit mid-range shots against Giannis' defense 3 times in a row, and such a fierce offensive display forced coach Mike Brown to call a timeout quickly. Mike Brown, his face flushed with anger, shouted at Giannis, "Giannis, how did you promise me before the game? If you can't defend, then get off the court. Let me tell you, we have no shortage of forwards on this team." Giannis tightly pressed his lips together, remaining silent, but his eyes showed a fierce determination, secretly holding back his anger, waiting to step on the court and take care of Kawhi. Before the game, Xie Yu chose not to use the extraordinary opponent symbol on Kawhi, but gave it to Paul, clearly having more profound tactical considerations. Limiting the informed Kawhi was evidently not an easy task for Giannis. The timeout ended and the game continued. Xie Yu and Giannis initiated a high screen and roll. Xie Yu, like a bolt of lightning, charged into the paint using the screen, followed by a behind-the-back pass that accurately found Giannis. Giannis, like a beast ready to pounce, leaped high and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, venting all the emotions. Next, it was Kawhi's turn to play onion on. This time, Giannis defended exceptionally well, his long arms precisely touching the basketball as Kawhi attempted a shot. Xie Yu reacted quickly and snatched the missed rebound with great agility. He then swiftly advanced, pulling up for a three-pointer from beyond the arc, which swished through the net, successfully maintaining the score gap in double digits. Throughout the third quarter, both teams exchanged blows in an intensely fierce battle, with the court lively and bustling. However, the Cavaliers, relying on outstanding teamwork and tenacious defense, kept the score difference stable in double digits. When the buzzer sounded to end the third quarter, the score was fixed at 93-80, with the Cavaliers leading by 13 points, smoothly entering the fourth quarter. During the break, Xie Yu shouted to his teammates, "Youngsters, give it some effort, step it up, don't let us old bones go on the court. You all need to rally and completely crush the Clippers' hopes of a comeback." Xie Yu's words were evidently very motivating. As the fourth quarter began, J.R. Smith received a perfectly timed pass from Jokic, decisively shooting from an open spot and sinking a three-pointer. Immediately after, Griffin attempted a strong drive inside, but failed, and the Cavaliers quickly launched a fast break. Batum followed up with another three-pointer, instantly extending the score gap to 19 points. Afterward, the Clippers, led by Kawhi and Paul, continuously closed in on the score, bringing it within 9 points. However, faced with such a tense situation, even though Mike Brown called a timeout, he still did not put Xie Yu into the game. At this moment, the lineup on the court, consisting of Holiday, J.R. Smith, Giannis, Crowder, and Jokic, showed tremendous resilience, successfully stabilizing the situation. Ultimately, the final buzzer sounded, fixing the score at 115-107, with the Cavaliers defeating the Clippers and smoothly taking Game 1 of the finals. Statistical summary: Cavaliers: Jokic 11 of 15, 2 of 4 from 3, 12 of 12 from the free throw line, totaling 36 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. Giannis 9 of 12, 1 of 2 from 3, 7 of 9 from the free throw line, totaling 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. Xie Yu 8 of 16, 3 of 5 from 3, 5 of 5 from the free throw line, totaling 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists. Clippers: Leonard 12 of 22, 3 of 6 from 3, 9 of 9 from the free throw line, totaling 36 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. Griffin 8 of 20, 0 of 3 from 3, 9 of 12 from the free throw line, totaling 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. Paul 7 of 17, 0 of 4 from 3, 5 of 5 from the free throw line, totaling 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 14 assists. Clippers post-game press conference: Rivers: "We failed to play with the intensity we should have. This loss was expected. We need to push harder moving forward to have a chance to win the game." Paul: "Looking ahead, we will definitely return in Game 2. Kawhi: "Giannis has made noticeable progress, especially on defense. It's not easy to match up with him, and he caused me a lot." Cavaliers post-game press conference: Jokic: "I appreciate the trust from the coach and my teammates, and I will continue to work hard." Giannis: "I am not satisfied with my performance. Kawhi scored 36 points, and I will not let this happen again in the next game." Mike Brown: "Using rookies is a tradition for the Cavaliers and part of my coaching philosophy. Xie Yu did not play in the fourth quarter due to tightness in his hips, and it was safer to let him rest. If the score had been close, he would 2 days later, the finals Game 2 reignited at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The lineups remained the same, but this time Xie Yu's desire to attack was insatiable, like a hungry beast. In just 2 minutes into the game, Kawhi fouled Xie Yu twice for 21 and had no choice but to leave the court. When Barnes came in, he tried to play some tricks, but Xie Yu showed no mercy and directly used his strength to teach him a lesson. Scoring an astonishing 33 points in a single quarter, he stunned the Clippers, and the fervent Cavaliers fans made gestures of worship, creating a scene that felt as if a deity had descended. At the end of the first quarter, the score was fixed at 48-23, and the Cavaliers nearly declared the death sentence for Game 2 in the first quarter, with the suspense of the match dissipated early. Social media exploded instantly. Reggie Miller: "Xie Yu is simply a weapon of mass destruction. Once the Cavaliers deploy him, the Clippers have no chance of survival." Anthony: "33 points in a single quarter, brother. This is the finals. Is he really that invincible?" Xie Yu Curry: "Xie Yu probably wasn't in a good mood today, but he doesn't want everyone to enjoy the game, and now there's really." Many fans glued to the TV for the finals broadcast were actively chatting on social media with their phones, as the game was already a foregone conclusion. A netizen named Min Gui's Feelings initiated a discussion. "If you could pick any players from the league to form a team to challenge the Cavaliers, who do you think could win against this current Cavaliers team?" A netizen known as Sensitive Tortoise initiated a discussion. "If we could freely choose players from the league to form a team to challenge the Cavaliers, which 5 do you think could defeat the current Cavaliers?" "The little ones are also quite adorable," quickly responded Curry, Rudd, James, Duncan, Shaq. "This lineup would definitely be able to match." Tion Yitu Long was not willing to back down. Paul, Kobe, Durant, Anthony, Shaq. The combination of Paul and Kobe showcased their formidable power during the Olympics. To beat the Cavaliers, the forward position must be strong, so Durant and Anthony are the optimal choice. As for Shaq, there's no doubt he is the Cavaliers' greatest nemesis. More and more netizens joined the discussion as if this matter could truly come to fruition, each holding their own opinions, and the heated debate escalated to discussions about player choices: why Paul instead of Curry, why Kobe instead of Rudd. Amidst this intense argument, the G2 game quietly concluded. The Cavaliers unleashed their full offensive power, scoring an astounding 138 points and delivering a crushing blow to the Clippers with a 27-point margin, charging into Los Angeles with a commanding 20 lead. Soon the flames of G3 will ignite at the Staples Center. The Clippers starting lineup: forward Griffin, forward Leonard, forward Barnes, shooting guard JJ Redick, point guard Paul. The Cavaliers starting lineup: center Fry, power forward West, small forward Giannis, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. The Clippers, fighting for survival, entered the court with a palpable intensity, as if ready to ignite at any moment. Barnes stood out particularly closely, defending Xie Yu, and within just 3 minutes, he had knocked Xie Yu to the ground twice. Xie Yu, visibly displeased, shouted, "Are you playing basketball or fighting?" Barnes provocatively retorted, "Playing basketball, while taking care of you too." Xie Yu turned to the referee, protesting, "Referee, you heard that right. Aren't you going to do something about it?" The referee only issued a verbal warning to Barnes. Barnes immediately turned to Xie Yu and angrily spat, "Are you really complaining? Do you think you're in elementary school?" However, Xie Yu responded with a powerful dunk. He suddenly passed the ball to West at the high post, then made a quick cut, receiving the ball and swiftly changing direction to stop. When Barnes caught up to him, he charged at him like a bulldozer, directly colliding with Barnes under the basket, then leapt with all his might to perform a breathtaking dunk that shocked the entire arena. Looking at the disheveled Barnes on the floor, Xie Yu laughed mockingly. "Can an elementary school student ride you like this?" Just as Xie Yu was mocking him, Paul had already dribbled the ball up the court, delivering a brilliant alley-oop. Griffin leaped high and completed the dunk, showcasing the flair of alley-oop city once again. In this game, the Clippers displayed a zero-tolerance defense against the Cavaliers' outside shooting, hardly allowing them any open three-point opportunities. Thanks to this upgraded defensive intensity, they led the Cavaliers by 9 points at halftime, with a score of 58-49 as they entered the second half. However, both Kawhi and Paul were equally impressive, combining for 29 points in this quarter, helping the Clippers maintain their lead. The score for the quarter was 37-37, providing global basketball fans with an incredible offensive showdown. During the break, Mike Brown excitedly shouted to his players, "Their stamina is running out, we must hold on and push harder. Just a little more effort, and we can turn the score around." As the fourth quarter began, Xie Yu did not demand a rest, but chose to trust his teammates. Under Wade's leadership, the Cavaliers executed several beautiful offensive plays. But Paul was not to be outdone, continuously finding Redick and assisting him in hitting 2 3-pointers, keeping the score difference around. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, Xie Yu started to exert his strength, repeatedly stepping up to the free throw line and taking advantage of stoppages to chase the score. At this point, the Clippers were severely fatigued, their external shooting touch declining as Redick and Paul consecutively missed 2 wide-open 3-pointers. With Kawhi's jump shot missing, the game reached a critical moment. With just 8 seconds left, Mike Brown decisively called a timeout, with the Cavaliers trailing the Clippers by 2 points at 119-121. Mike Brown quickly laid out a strategy. "The Clippers are out of gas. We need to play it safe, score 2 points to push the game into overtime, where we hold the advantage." After saying this, he quickly sketched out tactics on the board. Once the timeout ended, the game continued and Giannis received the sideline ball, passing it to Xie Yu near the center circle. Kawhi guarded Xie Yu while Holiday was prepared, quickly stepping in to switch defense, placing Paul in front of Xie Yu. Just as Kawhi attempted to switch back, Xie Yu had already made his move, driving towards the other side. At the right 45-degree angle, Xie Yu feigned several times while Paul defended with exceptional steadiness, not falling. As time ticked away, everyone held their breath in tension, especially Mike Brown, who internally lamented, "Why isn't Xie Yu following the game plan?" Just then, Xie Yu suddenly shifted sideways, retreating to the right and decisively taking a 3-point jump shot. As the basketball soared through the air, the signal light indicating time had expired lit up, and everyone's gaze followed the trajectory of the ball. Swish! The basketball went through the net. 1-2-1-1. The Cavaliers won the game. Xie Yu's last-second 3-pointer was the game winner. The referees signaled to wait, needing to check the replay for confirmation. After reviewing it 3 times, it was confirmed that Xie Yu released the ball with 0.2 seconds left. Yu Jia excitedly shouted, "Time management master. Xie Yu's clutch performance is simply remarkable." Zhang Heli also commented, "Paul's defense was impeccable. Had he been 30 centimeters taller, he might have completed the block." With the outcome of Game 3 settled, the Clippers seemed to plunge into an abyss, hanging by a thread. This last-second buzzer beater felt like an unhealable wound, piercing the hearts of every player. The entire Clippers team wore expressions of despondency and unwillingness. Griffin hung his head, his gaze hollow, mumbling to himself, as if lamenting a missed opportunity. He bit his lip hard, the lower lip beginning to pale, reflecting extreme self-reproach. DeAndre Jordan's eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. His hands were on his hips, seemingly unable to accept this cruel reality, his eyes shimmering with a complex mix of anger and helplessness. Paul, the backbone of the team, appeared as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling slightly. He pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed deeply, as the image of Xie Yu hitting the game-ending 3-pointer loomed like a nightmare, playing repeatedly in his mind. Unable to bear the immense pain, he flatly rejected interview requests, leaving the court with heavy steps, and without looking. Statistical summary: Cavaliers: Xie Yu 18 of 27 shooting, 5 of 9 from 3-point range, 16 of 17 from the free throw line, 57 points, 10 rebounds, and 12 assists. West 5 of 8 shooting, 6 of 6 from the free throw line, 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 11 assists. Wade 6 of 13 shooting, 7 of 9 from the free throw line, 19 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Clippers: Paul 12 of 19 shooting, 3 of 6 from 3-point range, 12 of 12 from the free throw line, 39 points, 10 rebounds, and 16 assists. Leonard 11 of 20 shooting, 1 of 3 from 3-point range, 12 of 14 from the free throw line, 35 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists. Redick 7 of 11 from 3-point range, 3 of 3 from the free throw line, 24 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. In the post-game interview area, lights focused, and reporters were on high alert with their cameras ready. Leonard wore a bitter smile, scratching his head, his tone filled with emotion. "This scene, I could picture it even with my eyes closed. I've watched it so many times that I can't even count them on my fingers. But now it feels entirely different. I'm standing opposite Xie Yu, becoming the unfortunate victim of the decisive strike. This sensation is indescribably unpleasant." Saying this, he shrugged helplessly, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Xie Yu, however, appeared quite relaxed, a playful smirk on his face as he chuckled. "To be honest, I feel like this decisive strike was a favor from the heavens. In that moment, as I took the shot, my heart sank, thinking it's over, it's definitely too short. Who would have known it went in as if it had eyes of its own? I'm still a bit dazed by it all." The beautiful reporter from TNT's eyes lit up, a sly smile creeping onto her lips as she pressed Xie Yu, "You can't be fooling us. I remember you saying the same thing last time you made a decisive strike. Is there some exclusive secret you're hiding from us?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's eyes widened instantly, his hands raised in defense as he hurriedly clarified, "No, it was truly a coincidence, I swear by my conscience. I don't have any secret, as surely I can't rely on luck every time I make a decisive strike." but this time it was pure happenstance. This is too uncanny. In the long history of the NBA, no team has ever been overturned after leading 30. Looking back at the 1994 Western Conference semifinals, the Denver Nuggets found themselves trailing 0-3 against the Utah Jazz. Despite their valiant efforts to drag the series into a seventh game, they ultimately could not escape defeat. The wave of championship predictions has receded online. After all, the Cavaliers at this moment possess an overwhelming advantage over the Clippers, both in terms of momentum and player morale. Even the basketball experts supporting the Clippers no longer speak boldly, as if the outcome has already been decided. In the blink of an eye, the curtain for Game 4 slowly rises at the Staples Center, where preparations for an awards ceremony are already quietly underway. However, the Cavaliers are not as relaxed as everyone imagines. Even the usually playful Xie Yu displays a serious and focused demeanor, unwilling to let down his guard for a moment. The Clippers at the start of the game exert all their efforts in an attempt to turn the tide. Yet the overall strength of the Cavaliers does not falter, especially Xie Yu, whose unanswerable scoring performance utterly shatters the confidence of the Clippers. As the final buzzer sounds, the score settles at 109-101, with the Cavaliers firmly claiming Game 4 and sweeping the Clippers with a perfect record of 40, lifting the championship trophy that symbolizes the highest honor, achieving a remarkable 4 consecutive championships. Time flies, and on June 1, 2017, 2 years later, the gentle sunlight of Cleveland bathes the city. On this day, the entire family gathers at their Quaker villa to celebrate Children's Day with Julian. In the lively atmosphere, Xie Yu quietly pulls Xie Yu to a corner, his expression grave, repeatedly urging, "You don't keep thinking about the 8-peat. Once this season ends, jump out of your contract and join the Brooklyn Nets. Grandpa is getting old and his health is declining. Although Nien lacks some strength at the moment, Grandpa just hopes to see the two of you fight side by side, even if it's just for one game." Xie Yu, momentarily stunned, took a while to regain his composure and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, are you that anxious? Why not let Nien join the Cavaliers or spend another 2 years training with the Nets? Once my contract expires, I can join the Nets. Isn't that a good plan?" Xie Yu gently waved his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and fatigue, slowly saying, "Forget it, I won't hide it from you. To be honest, I may not have much time left." Upon hearing this, Xie Yu felt as if struck by lightning, instinctively gripping Xie Yu tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "Grandpa, let's not make such jokes, okay?" Xie Yu sighed, revealing his condition. Until evening, the exuberant Julian had already fallen into a deep sleep. At that moment, Princess, and noticed that Xie Yu was in poor spirits today, walked over to comfort him and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Xie Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "After this season, I will leave Cleveland." The next day, the first battle of the finals is about to ignite fiercely at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. With a glorious regular season record of 79 wins and 3 losses, the Cavaliers face a similarly formidable opponent, the Golden State Warriors, who have a record of 74 wins and 8 losses. Cavaliers pre-game press conference. Jokic: "We have been closely watching the rise of the Golden State Warriors and have given, however, we are determined to claim this 6th championship. Giannis pursuing an 8-peat. At this stage, I will not consider such distant matters. My focus is solely on the present, thinking only about how to defeat the Golden State Warriors. Xie Yu, I am in excellent form. This is largely due to the stable performance of the young players on the team. A team's roster stability is crucial. There is no doubt about the strength of the Golden State Warriors. The addition of Kevin Durant has significantly enhanced their power, making them even more formidable. Mike Brown: Over the past 2 years, the changes in the team's roster have not been significant. However, it is encouraging that the young players on the team have all grown up and now each can stand alone. Their previous performances have been outstanding. I sincerely hope that in the upcoming finals they can maintain this excellent form." Warriors pre-game press conference. Draymond Green: "Although this is our first time on the final stage, we will not easily concede. The Cavaliers are like a towering mountain, but someone has to try to climb over it, and I hope that person will be us." Durant joining the Golden State Warriors is for this moment. "I cannot just sit and watch Xie Yu and the Cavaliers continue to dominate the championship. Currently, we are in great form, and I firmly believe we will win the game. Curry, this is our perfect opportunity." During the offseason, each team is secretly planning and gearing up. Next season's competition will certainly be more intense and challenging. Xie Yu is indeed difficult to deal with, and the Cavaliers have almost no weaknesses. But as long as we fully unleash our strength, I believe we are entirely deserving of the championship trophy. The night before Game 1 of the finals, Cleveland is enveloped in a fervent atmosphere. Near the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, fans flock from all corners of the city, like rivers converging into the sea. Streets and alleys are filled with fans wearing the Cavaliers' iconic wine red and gold uniforms. They wave large flags emblazoned with the Cavaliers logo and the players' numbers. A burly man dons an oversized jersey with Xie Yu's name billowing like a cape in the wind as he raises his arms and shouts, "Cavaliers for the win. 6 consecutive championships, here we come." His loud voice draws cheers from the surrounding crowd, with jubilant responses echoing all around. In a bar named Basketball Soul House, highlights of the Cavaliers' season play repeatedly on a large screen. Whenever Xie Yu completes a dunk or Giannis delivers a brilliant pass, thunderous applause and cheers erupt in the bar. The bar owner, a seasoned fan, specially crafted a cocktail named Champions Brew, offering it for free to the first 100. In a corner of the bar, several young people are fiercely debating the starting lineup for tomorrow's game. One young man wearing glasses says, "I think we should start Joe Harris. His three-point shooting has been hot lately, and he might give the Warriors an early scare." Another short-haired youth immediately retorts, "What do you know? We should stick to the old lineup. Stability outweighs everything, and our chemistry has been honed for so long. Both sides hold their ground, refusing to budge until people around them intervene to mediate, leading them to raise their glasses together, shouting cheers to the Cavaliers. Meanwhile, a unique basketball skills challenge is taking place in the city square. Fans eagerly participate, showcasing their love and dedication to basketball through dribbling, shooting, and passing. The winner will receive an authentic jersey signed by all the players of the Cavaliers, intensifying the competition on site. In the midst of this lively scene, Xie Yu sits alone in the training facility. The light falls on his focused face as he repeatedly watches game footage of the Warriors drawing circles and making notes on it. He knows that tomorrow's game will be a fierce battle. The Warriors are no pushovers, and Durant's addition has significantly, yet his conviction remains unwavering. He intends to lead the Cavaliers in their pursuit of a sixth championship, marking a perfect conclusion to his Cavaliers career. In the TNT studio, with only 1 hour left before the finals, Ernie Johnson once again took on the role of host. Kenny Smith couldn't wait to speak up. I must emphasize once again, I am not a LeBron hater. Last year's finals, I was firmly supporting the Cavaliers against the Rockets. But this year's situation is completely different. The Golden State Warriors have welcomed the addition of Durant, and they defeated the Cavaliers, who have LeBron twice during the regular season. This is one of the key reasons I favor the Warriors. Stan Van Gundy nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Golden State Warriors possess all the necessary conditions to defeat the Cleveland Cavaliers. Their Splash Brothers duo is a force to be reckoned with. Their three-point shooting is on par with the Cavaliers, and they are equally proficient in the death lineup strategy. Let's not forget, this is their first great opportunity to challenge for the championship. In contrast, the Cavaliers have already claimed 5 consecutive championships. Can LeBron still be as passionate as before? You have to understand, he is now a father. Ernie Johnson timely directed his gaze toward Barkley and O'Neal, signaling it was their turn to share their views. O'Neal responded with a serious expression. Stan, never underestimate the allure of a championship for those passionate Warriors. We players sweat it out day in and day out on the court, enduring tedious training, ultimately for what? Isn't it for that supreme championship trophy? As far as I know, LeBron is an incredibly disciplined player, so I truly cannot agree with what you said. I still firmly stand with the Cavaliers. After all, experience and depth are crucial on the final stage. Barkley then shouted loudly, talking too much is pointless. I'm a straightforward person. If we can't agree, let's make a bet. Same old rule, kiss the donkey's rear. Are you in? Kenny Smith and Stan Van Gundy seemed to have been waiting for this moment, and they shouted in unison, I'm in. And let's. Ernie Johnson smiled as he took out the bet prepared by the production team, and both sides signed without hesitation, creating a scene that was truly amusing. An hour flew by like a fleeting shadow. The broadcast then switched to the Q Arena, where the audience's cheers surged like a roaring tide, deafening. The starting players from both teams were already in position, full of energy. The broadcast timely displayed the starting lineups. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Jokic, power forward Giannis, small forward Joe Harris, shooting guard LeBron, point guard Holiday. Warriors starting lineup: center Zaza Pachulia, power forward Draymond Green, small forward Durant, shooting guard Klay Thompson, point guard Curry. The game officially began as the referee tossed the ball up. Jokic successfully won the jump ball, and the Cavaliers launched the first attack. The Warriors' defensive matchups were quite interesting, with Curry guarding Joe Harris, Klay defending LeBron, Durant matched up against Giannis, Pachulia tasked with limiting Jokic, while Green was assigned to defend Holiday. This matchup was indeed unexpected for Cavaliers coach Mike Brown, but he remained calm and composed, for he knew he had a strategist capable of turning any unfavorable situation around. LeBron held the ball steadily at the high post. At this moment, although he had yet to devise a perfect offensive strategy, he had a winning master key. He called out loudly to Jokic, asking him to come out for a high pick. You see, their pick-and-roll combination was the highest in NBA history in terms of PPP, points per possession. The ball handler's PPP reached 145, with the pick-and-roll leading to a score of 135, far surpassing all other combinations. As LeBron passed through the screen, a convincing fake gesture caused Pachulia to leap out like a startled bird. LeBron swiftly attacked the basket, but at that moment Pachulia unexpectedly showed a rather excessive toughness, reaching out to forcibly stop LeBron. With a tremendous impact, Pachulia's arm dislocated, while LeBron remained unscathed. Seeing Pachulia sitting on the ground in pain, LeBron appeared bewildered, presenting his iconic bewildered expression as if to say, I didn't do anything, what's going on? On the Cavaliers bench, Alonzo was instantly furious, shouting, at this moment, how could anyone dare to lay a hand on my boss? Do they think I can't wield the knife in my hand? Nearby sophomore Miles Turner and rookie Sabonis strongly resonated with him, having trained with Alonzo. They quickly nodded in agreement. The master is right. Due to injury, Pachulia had to exit, and Iguodala rushed in to replace him. On the court, Curry and Durant gazed up at the replay screen, their expressions revealing surprise and gravity as they remained silent for a long time. Green turned to LeBron half jokingly and half seriously, saying, everyone compares LeBron to a heavy truck, but in my opinion you resemble that rampaging giant even more. LeBron disdainfully glanced at Green and coldly replied, what I resemble has nothing to do with you. When you talk to me, remember to show some respect, and don't forget to call me bro. Hearing this, Green's face flashed a hint of embarrassment, filled with helplessness. His thoughts were instantly pulled back to the off-season of 2015, when he had shamelessly trained with LeBron. During that time, they even had a unique, unknown duel. The match was set up quite uniquely limited to 1 hour. The rules were simple. If LeBron led Green by 100 points within the hour, Green would lose, and from then on, whenever they met, he would have to respectfully call LeBron bro, otherwise Green would win. Who would have thought that once the game started, the full-throttle LeBron seemed to transform into a court assassin charging forward with unstoppable momentum, ultimately defeating Green by an astounding score of 1-0-0-0. Later, Green was mentioned about this incident in a television program by the host. He first smiled helplessly, jokingly saying, "LeBron cheated. Ooh, I've never faced anyone like him who kept shooting nonstop. I couldn't even get a single offensive opportunity." As soon as I said that, Green regretted it. The host's eyes lit up, teasingly asking, "So did LeBron score 100 points?" And Green, unwilling to admit this embarrassing record, stubbornly retorted, "Whenever he missed, he shouted for a foul. What could I? That was Cleveland, his home court, the local king." The host, a seasoned LeBron fan, immediately rebutted, "As far as I know, LeBron never asked for fouls during unknown matches. Is there some misunderstanding here?" Under such questioning, Green finally couldn't hold on anymore, helplessly sighing, admitting, "All right, I'll tell the truth. Those fouls were actually called by me. Ooh, I had no choice. I used quite a few tactical fouls against him. Otherwise, I couldn't defend him at all." In this highly anticipated finals match, the first quarter was filled with excitement. The new trio of the Cavaliers, Xie Yu, Giannis, and Jokic, struck like 3 sharp blades, launching powerful assaults on the Warriors' interior defense in turn. In just the first quarter, Green and the Splash Brothers, Curry, Thompson, and Durant, all found themselves in foul trouble, each carrying. During this quarter, the Cavaliers showcased absolute dominance in the paint, leading the Warriors in interior scoring by a staggering 18-2. At the free throw line, the Cavaliers also performed excellently, hitting 14 out of 16 attempts, while the Warriors managed 9 out of 10, giving the Cavaliers another advantage. As the first quarter came to an end, the scoreboard prominently displayed the Cavaliers leading the Warriors by 21 points, 43. Entering the second quarter, Cavaliers coach Mike Brown adjusted his lineup, sending out a combination of Holiday, CJ, McCollum, Batum, Giannis, and Jokic. This lineup continued to firmly control the game, especially with the twin towers of Jokic and Giannis wreaking havoc in the Warriors' interior, attacking at will, and leaving the Warriors' defense in disarray. As the second quarter approached its latter half, Mike Brown made substitutions, bringing in Xie Yu, J.R. Smith, Joe Harris West. The intensity of the Cavaliers' game showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, they grew stronger as the game progressed. Especially Xie Yu, who seemed to treat this game as the last battle of his career, unleashing his full firepower. His outstanding performance left Klay Thompson on the opposing side visibly helpless. As the horn sounded to signal the end of the first half, the score was set at 79-50, with the Cavaliers leading by a massive 29 points. Inside the TNT broadcast studio, the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. Ernie Johnson was the first to speak, his tone filled with admiration. "I must admit the Cavaliers showcased their most powerful firepower in Game 1 of the Finals, a ferocity that even surpassed their performance against the Orlando Magic and Chicago Bulls." Shaquille O'Neal quickly nodded in agreement. "Exactly. In terms of defense, the Cavaliers have the upper hand. When it comes to offense, the Warriors are simply no match. Comparing star power, the combination of Xie Yu, Giannis, and Jokic is truly invincible. To be honest, I can't find a reason for the Warriors to win this game." Hearing this, Kenny Smith was not pleased and immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? Tonight the Warriors are just having an off night. Once their outside shooting warms up, the Cavaliers will definitely not stand a chance." Barkley couldn't help but laugh, teasing Kenny, "Are you confused? Trying to defeat the Cavaliers, the pioneers of small ball, with 3-pointers? Is that even possible? Haven't you heard the saying among the Cavaliers? If you can't shoot threes, you can't make it onto the Cavaliers. Take Giannis, for example. His open 3-point shooting has a hitting rate of 41.2. In terms of 3-pointers, the Cavaliers cannot lose." At this moment, Stan Van Gundy took the conversation. "First, we must pay tribute to the Cavaliers for their brilliant performance tonight. They played so well that they nearly shattered the suspense of the game by halftime. However, let's not forget that this is a series. We can't jump to conclusions based on just one game." As the game moved into the second half, the outcome had lost all suspense, and the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse seemed to become a personal showcase for the Cavaliers' contract year players. Among them, CJ McCollum was in phenomenal form, exploding with a game-high 34 points, helping the Cavaliers easily secure Game 1 of the Finals. Time quietly flowed, and Game 2 commenced once again at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, which became the focal point of basketball. In this game, Xie Yu seemed like a deity descending to earth, showcasing a dominating performance on the court. He scored 64 points, grabbed 11 rebounds, and delivered 12 assists, achieving a remarkable triple-double, leading his team to a solid victory over the Warriors with a score of 123-108. Notably, Jokic also had an outstanding performance in this game, scoring 22 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, and provided. Giannis was equally impressive, contributing 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Together, the three accomplished the remarkable feat of becoming the first trio in NBA history to achieve 3 triple-doubles within the same team, sending the entire arena into a frenzy. In contrast, on the Warriors' side, Durant leveraged his exceptional individual skills to score 43 points along with 11 rebounds and 5 assists. Klay Thompson also scored 22 points. However, Curry faced significant challenges, not only hampered by Xie Yu's extraordinary opponent's charm, but also subjected to the Cavaliers' exceptionally tight defense, finishing with only 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, while shooting just 2 for 13 from beyond the arc. Meanwhile, Green, under Xie Yu's stringent defense, was completely restricted on the offensive end, failing to score a single point, while securing 9 rebounds and providing 3 assists. After the game, various voices emerged on social media. Cavaliers 3 triple-doubles. Folks, the Cavaliers are making big waves in the finals with 3 players achieving triple-doubles. The pressure on the Warriors is immense. The upcoming match promises to be even more exciting, eagerly anticipating Game 3. The Cavaliers trio dominated the court tonight. Xie Yu, Giannis, and Jokic excelled in scoring, rebounding, and assisting, showcasing both synergy and ability, achieving an unprecedented milestone. I would call them the strongest trio in history. The Cavaliers' 3 triple-doubles have left me in awe. A scene I never dared to imagine has come true. Curry is being targeted, and if the Warriors can't resolve this, the series will end in 4 games. The Cavaliers' 3 triple-doubles are not just about stats. The key is to undermine the Warriors' morale. It's up to Kerr to adjust and limit these 3, otherwise the suspense of the finals will be gone. At the Game 3 Cavaliers press conference, Giannis stated the importance of Game 3 is self-evident. The difference between 30 and 21 is like heaven and earth. As for the finals MVP, I haven't even thought about it. To be honest, given the current dominance of our leader, I have no chance. After yesterday's game, I could see the despair on Clay's face. It was so obvious. Xie Yu is simply the best player in the world. Jokic Finals MVP. Don't be silly, the MVP always belongs to Xie Yu. Is it a bit inappropriate to discuss Finals MVP at this time? Xie Yu in Game 3, I will give my all. There is an old saying in our country, the longer the night, the more dreams. If conditions allow, I would unhesitatingly choose to sweep 40. This is not out of hatred, nor to humiliate the opponent. It is simply because I believe the sooner we end the battle, the better. Pre-game press conference for Game 3. Durant, in Game 3, I must step up and perform even better, especially on the defensive end. In previous games, my rim protection was abysmal. Giannis and Nikola wreaked havoc under the basket, scoring at will. In such circumstances, we had no chance of winning. However, come Game 3, we will definitely address these issues. Klay Thompson. To be honest, Xie Yu is indeed the toughest player I have ever had to defend in my career. His speed is astonishing, his control of rhythm is impeccable, and he is particularly adept at drawing fouls. His shooting accuracy is ridiculously precise. I must admit he is almost unstoppable. But I will not back down, and I will give my all to limit him. I firmly believe that as long as I can successfully complete my defensive duties, the Warriors can turn this around. Curry injuries are no excuse at this stage of the season. Every player is fighting through some pain. The Cavaliers' relentless switching defense has indeed caused me a lot of trouble. However, I will definitely find a way to counter. Game 3, we must fight like our backs are against the wall. Draymond Green said, his face grim, gritting his teeth. 0 points. 0 for 10 from the field. I know I played terribly this game, but I will not sink into despair. What does Xie Yu's strong defense have to do with me? I will definitely find my form again. In the next game, I will smash that damn basketball into the hoop. As night fell, the Chase Center was brightly lit, resembling a shining basketball temple. This is the home court of the Warriors, the sacred ground of Warriors fans. At this moment, the arena was packed, and the Warriors fans were fervent, as if they were about to ignite the entire arena. In the stands, a vibrant yellow sea was boiling. Fans wore matching Warriors yellow jerseys, waving flags emblazoned with the Warriors logo, rhythmically chanting slogans. Warriors! Warriors! The synchronized cheers echoed like rolling thunder throughout the arena, trying to convey this overwhelming energy to the home team, urging them to defeat the formidable Cavaliers in this crucial game. It is worth noting that the Warriors are currently trailing 0-2 in the series, and the situation is indeed precarious. If they cannot secure Game 3, the entire series will undoubtedly lose its suspense, and what awaits them may be. Yet despite this, the Warriors fans remain undaunted, firmly believing that their team can turn the tide. The eyes of every individual were filled with hope and determination, reflecting their deep trust and support for the Warriors. In this sea of yellow, there were elderly individuals with gray hair who had witnessed the rise and fall of the Warriors over the years, still harboring their love for basketball, cheering passionately for the team. There were also children still innocent, being led by their parents, feeling the passion and excitement that basketball brings, mimicking the adults as they vigorously wave their flags. Together, they formed a powerful spiritual force, permeating every corner of the Chase Center, waiting for the Warriors to fight hard on this court and create miracles. Warriors starting lineup: center Draymond Green, power forward Durant, small forward Iguodala, shooting guard Klay Thompson, point guard Curry. Cavaliers starting lineup: center Jokic, power forward Giannis, small forward Joe Harris, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Holiday. After the game began, the Cavaliers' tactical approach was very clear, as if it were a meticulously planned battle blueprint. They adhered to a strategy of allowing Iguodala and Draymond Green open three-point shots, while resolutely denying any three-point opportunities to the Splash Brothers. This tactic was highly targeted, evidently arising from thorough research and analysis of the Warriors. In contrast, the Warriors' tactical deployment seemed less clear-cut. They wanted to protect the paint, but their players lacked height advantage. If they aimed to defend the perimeter, the Cavaliers were not a team that merely lingered outside passing up open shots, but rather charged relentlessly towards the paint, causing the Warriors to struggle to cope. In the first quarter, the atmosphere on the court was lively, with players running actively, their cooperation appearing seamless, and their offense booming like thunder, yet they allowed many points as well. Ultimately, at the end of the first quarter, the Warriors trailed the Cavaliers by 2 points with a score of 30-32. As the second quarter began, the situation shifted slightly. Kerr decisively adjusted the strategy, keeping the Splash Brothers on the court to face the Cavaliers' second unit, led by Young. This decision indeed yielded miraculous results as the Warriors seemed to find their offensive rhythm, suddenly launching a powerful offensive surge and widening their lead by a significant margin. This excited the Warriors' fans, and the cheers became deafening. However, the tide suddenly turned. When Xie Yu returned to the court, the situation flipped instantly. His pick-and-roll collaboration with Fry was like a sharp blade, nearly shattering the Warriors' confidence entirely. They played a clever two-man game for 7 consecutive possessions at the top. Relying on his outstanding personal ability, Xie Yu first hit 2 three-pointers, then broke through the defense, driving straight into the heart of the opponent. Fry was also in great form, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers and delivering a brilliant assist. When faced with help defense, Fry calmly passed to the open Joe Harris, who swiftly nailed the three-pointer. Thus, the Cavaliers unleashed a 19-0 offensive run. During this period, Kerr was anxious, calling 2 timeouts in a row, attempting to adjust tactics and stabilize his team's morale, but to no avail. Fry was already a formidable player with a three-point shooting percentage of 45% this season. Additionally, the synergy he had with Xie Yu and the boost he received from him allowed him to thrive on the court. The offensive rhythm was incredibly smooth, and he shot three-pointers with great confidence, significantly improving his accuracy. As the halftime whistle blew, the Warriors' disadvantage had become glaringly obvious, trailing the Cavaliers by double digits. Back in the locker room, the usually composed Coach Kerr could no longer contain his inner fury, shouting loudly, "We were clearly leading by 10 points. How did we suddenly fall behind by 10? What on earth is happening? I really don't understand, truly don't understand." His voice echoed in the locker room, every word dripping with helplessness and anger. Every Warriors player had the same answer in their hearts because of Xie Yu. The entire world knew that Xie Yu would initiate offensive plays with Nikola Jokic via pick-and-roll at the top of the arc. Golden State Warriors were equally aware and utterly powerless to stop this pair's masterful, seamless two-man dance. Yet whenever the Warriors committed double teams, Giannis Antetokounmpo's thunderous high-flying alley-oop dunks would instantly materialize before their eyes, and Jrue Holiday, elusive, unpredictable, perpetually shifting between inside and outside, hung like a sharpened blade poised at Golden State's throat, ready to strike lethally at any moment. And then there was Joe Harris, ever patient, lurking beyond the three-point line, waiting for his opening. Even if the Warriors somehow managed to stifle Cleveland's conventional offensive sets, their unease only deepened. For in such moments, Xie Yu would unhesitatingly take over the offense himself, a sight no one wished to witness, precisely because his scoring efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. At the start of the third quarter, the Cavaliers executed their offense with calm precision and methodical discipline, leaving the Warriors utterly defenseless. Steve Kerr found himself trapped in a known dilemma. Deploying interior defenders proved disastrous, yet withholding them was equally perilous. Should Golden State's perimeter shooting falter even slightly, the deficit would balloon rapidly. Thus, within minutes, the Warriors' 10-point lead evaporated, replaced by a 20-point deficit. Their morale plummeted into an abyss, collapsing entirely. Entering the fourth quarter, Golden State fought desperately, backed against the wall, but once again they were suffocated by Xie Yu's. Especially telling was Kerr's tactical decision to concede open looks to Channing Frye, who on this night played with divine grace, sinking 5 three-pointers in the final quarter to seal the game decisively. A fan comment went viral: Channing Frye is usually just a role player, but paired with Xie Yu in pick-and-rolls, he transforms into an elite assassin. In the end, the Cavaliers triumphed 129-113, claiming Game 3 and extending their series lead. Under such circumstances, the Cavaliers' imminent 6th consecutive championship seemed all but inevitable. Game 4 unfolded without suspense. Even with Kevin Durant's formidable addition, the Golden State Warriors remained utterly incapable of halting Cleveland's historic championship march. That very night, analysts Kenny Smith and Stan Van Gundy were visibly shaken, so much so that they openly expressed disbelief on live television. While Cleveland erupted in jubilant celebration over the looming 6-beat, Xie Yu quietly made his way to Dan. A seasoned businessman, Dan Gilbert's instincts flared instantly. He sensed something deeply unusual. At this moment, Xie Yu should have been immersed in collective triumph, not arriving unannounced at his home. Smiling warmly, Dan Gilbert broke the silence. "First, brother, I'm older now. My mind doesn't pivot as quickly as it used to. If you've something on your mind, don't beat around the bush. Just say it outright. I'd rather know than dwell in uncertainty." Xie Yu wasted no time. He laid it bare. His grandfather, the owner of the Brooklyn Nets, was gravely ill and had summoned him to assume leadership of the franchise. Dan Gilbert, ever perceptive, grasped the full implications in an instant. He sighed, half-optimist, "Well, I'll be damned. You're the true hidden tycoon." He knew deep down that trying to persuade Xie Yu to stay would be futile. Better to part ways with grace, especially given all Xie Yu had delivered to the Cavaliers. Consider the franchise's valuation alone. Under Xie Yu's stewardship, it had surged more than tenfold. With solemn sincerity, Dan Gilbert declared, "I agree. And remember, you'll always be my younger brother. Whatever lies ahead, whatever you need, just ask. Even something as monumental as launching a new team, Cleveland will clear every path for you." Gratitude swelled in Xie Yu's heart. They exchanged warm personal banter for a while. Then, pressed by obligation, Xie Yu took his leave. The next day, at the 2-acre villa, the Cavaliers hosted a grand championship celebration. Laughter rang out, champagne bubbles burst joyously in the air, and victory hung palpably in every breath. Just as revelry reached its peak, Xie Yu raised a hand, silencing the room. His gaze swept slowly across each teammate, solemn, resolute, as he announced, "Brothers, I won't be here to chase our 7th, 8th, or 9th straight title. I'm leaving Cleveland for Brooklyn to inherit my family's legacy. All knew Xie Yu came from wealth. But even Alonzo G, who'd shared countless daily moments with him, had no inkling his lineage ran this deep. The Brooklyn Nets owner was none other than Xie Yu's grandfather. Those who'd begun to voice pleas for him to stay froze mid-thought, speechless. After all, leading one's own family's franchise felt undeniably natural, unquestionably right. In an instant, the festive atmosphere dissolved, replaced by a profound, aching sorrow. The announcement struck like a hammer blow to every heart present. Alonzo G was the first to break, tears streaming uncontrollably, his sobs raw and unrestrained, pouring out years of devotion and grief. His cries were so piercing they drew others from inside the house, including little Julian, who, overcome by the emotion, through choked sobs, Alonzo stammered, "Boss, I followed you for 7 whole years. Every single day, I trained beside you. Without you, I'd be nobody. I don't care about money. I'll sign for the league minimum. Just take me to Brooklyn." Before the words fully settled, David West stepped forward, voice steady and resolute. "Xie Yu, you're the one who convinced. If we begin something, it deserves a proper end. Lately, my minutes have dwindled. I'm fading into the margins. Count me in for..." Giannis held back his tears, but glistened droplets traced silent paths down his cheeks. His eyes locked on his Xie Yu, unwavering. "Boss, I resigned early solely because of you. Now you're leaving, and I refuse to accept it. Find a way to bring me with you. I swore it long ago, wherever you go I follow." Nikola Jokic nodded in firm agreement. "Same here. I'll decline my extension. Boss, just draft the contract. Money means nothing. I only want to fight beside you season after season." Xie Yu gently raised his hand, silencing the chorus of voices. His own eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he looked upon each familiar, earnest face, overwhelmed by love and gratitude. He drew a slow, steadying breath and continued, "Yes, I'm heading to Brooklyn, but Cleveland will forever be my home. I cannot, and will not, take everything with me." Pausing, his gaze filled with quiet hope. "Stay. Chase that 7th, 8th title. Rivals are sharpening their claws. Champions wait in the wings. My path now leads to uncharted ground. A brand new team, uncertain futures, perhaps even missing the playoffs altogether. Let me be blunt, I do not want to see Shaq and Ronnie blaring triumphs at Quicken Loans Arena, or KD and Steph seizing their long-awaited revenge. Cavaliers' glory rests in your hands now. Please, let me be selfish, just this once, and walk away." In the outskirts of U City, there lies a legendary super villa known as Champion Valley. This residence was a gift from Xie Yu's grandfather. Although the name seemed a bit cliché to him, the ultimate luxury displayed by the villa truly captivated his heart. Champion Valley spans vast grounds resembling a small, independent kingdom. Upon entering, the first sight is a luxurious marble driveway stretching over 100 meters, flanked by intricately carved Roman columns. The delicate patterns on the column bodies tell tales of the artisan's exquisite skills. At the end of the driveway stands a magnificent fountain with a sculpture made of pure gold shimmering under the flowing water, creating a dynamic dance that complements the surrounding scenery. The main structure of the villa merges classic European and Chinese elements, exuding grandeur. The exterior walls are made of top-grade marble imported from Italy, each piece carefully selected with natural textures resembling works of art. Gigantic floor-to-ceiling windows are embedded within, allowing for excellent lighting inside and providing breathtaking views of the outdoors. These windows are made of specially designed bulletproof glass, combining safety and aesthetics. Stepping into the villa's interior, the hall boasts a ceiling height of over 10 meters, adorned with several giant chandeliers made of Swarovski crystals, their brilliant glow reminiscent of stars in the night sky. The floor is covered with priceless Persian carpets, with every stitch infused with the dedication of traditional craftsmanship. The walls are adorned with renowned artworks from around the world, spanning masterpieces from the Renaissance to contemporary avant-garde pieces resembling a flowing history of art. The villa is equipped with various top-notch hardware facilities. An exclusive indoor heated swimming pool with a bottom embedded with countless blue gemstones resembles a deep blue ocean when sunlight spills over it. The hot tub beside the pool is crafted from natural jade, exuding a warm luster, allowing one to enjoy ultimate relaxation after fatigue. The gym is furnished with top-tier equipment imported from Germany, each piece equipped with the most advanced functions. Additionally, there is a private cinema equipped with 8K ultra-high-definition projection equipment and a top-tier sound system, providing viewers with an immersive and shocking experience. The cinema seats are made of genuine leather, not only soft and comfortable, but also adjustable at multiple angles, making one feel as if they are in a dreamlike movie world. The villa's garden is truly a paradise on earth. Spanning tens of thousands of square meters, it is planted with rare flowers and trees from all around the globe, blooming in every season, filling the air with fragrance. In the center of the garden lies an artificial lake, crystal clear, where various precious ornamental fish swim. A delicate white jade bridge spans the lake, intricately carved patterns reflecting the surrounding beauty. Champion Valley, built at a cost of billions, is undoubtedly a symbol of luxury and nobility, with every detail showcasing unparalleled quality and style. Xie Yu had just returned from Cleveland, weary from his travels, and headed straight to Champion Valley. The moment Xie Yu stepped through the door, he felt as if a freezing spell had been cast upon him, instantly dazed, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. The scene before him resembled a sudden nightmare, far exceeding his imagination. Inside the house, Lu Tianxian pouted her slightly pouting lips, seemingly expressing full grievances and discontent. Yang Mi's eyes were sharp as knives directed straight at Xie Yu, as if she could see through him, each gaze like a poisoned dart. Jing Tiantian maintained her usual proud demeanor, her slightly raised chin seemingly asserting her untouchable status. Ni wore a mischievous smile, as if hiding countless schemes within. Lu Shursis' expression was emotionless, her eyes vacant, yet inexplicably unsettling, as if suppressing some unspeakable emotion. Jia Gu feigned indifference, her cold gaze sweeping over Xie Yu, yet it seemed to carry a hint of barely perceptible anger. Reba looked utterly lost, her big watery eyes filled with confusion, unable to grasp the reason behind this farce. Li Yitong wore a similarly mischievous smile, as if waiting to see Xie Yu's embarrassment. Li Qinxin appeared somewhat shy, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xie Yu, mingled with shyness. Xie Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, inwardly lamenting, "Oh no, what is this all about? What play is my grandfather putting on gathering them all together? This has truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Oh, judging by the atmosphere today, may not end well." His palms unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat, while his heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it would leap out of his throat at any moment. Faced with this scene reminiscent of a battlefield, he felt dizzy, completely unsure of how to deal with the group of women, each harboring their own thoughts. Although he had previously shown them all those certificates and explained various situations in detail, it was indeed the first time they had gathered like this. Facing those unfriendly gazes, Xie Yu quickly cast a pleading look at his grandfather, as if to say, "Grandfather, what is going on?" Xie Qingqian, however, was straightforward, waving his hand and saying directly, "Ladies, I've invited everyone here today, so I won't beat around the bush. There's something I need to tell you all." Meanwhile, Julian's little face flushed, slightly feeling shy in the presence of so many beautiful sisters. He thought to himself, why have so many beautiful sisters suddenly appeared? This little guy Julian is quite clever, a prodigy indeed. He memorized everyone's names thoroughly in just one day. That day, Julian blinked his big eyes and curiously asked Aunt Qin, "Are you and Aunt Yidong sisters? I always feel like you two look really alike, it's hard to tell you apart." As soon as he said this, Li Qinxin and Li Yitong were slightly taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, each reaching out to gently rub Julian's adorable little face, inwardly musing, "This child is too endearing. How wonderful it would be to have a little darling like him." At the same time, several all-star level players arrived in Brooklyn to begin training. In the villa, gently enveloped by moonlight and Champion Valley, warm yellow light filtered through the delicate window curtains, casting ambiguous shadows on the floor. Yang Mi, with her graceful figure, wore a fiery red lace nightgown, perfectly accentuating her enchanting curves. The delicate lace trim shimmered on her skin like summer fireflies, exuding a subtle glow. The sheer stockings she had deliberately chosen added a touch of temptation to her allure, embodying the very image that Xie Yu cherished the most. At this moment, Yang Mi stood in the center of the bedroom, her slender brows slightly furrowed, her gaze filled with a blend of pouting and stubbornness. Xie Yu, who had just arranged a meeting time with Rose over the phone for Brooklyn, dragged his weary body into the room. As he lifted his gaze, he found himself caught in Yang Mi's complex eyes, his footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. Xie Yu's expression turned troubled as the day to return to the United States to form the new Nets approached. These goddesses, each showcasing their unique charms, were nearly treating him like a breeding stallion. In the room, only the intertwined breaths of the two remained, whispering endless affection and entanglement in the stillness. As the bells of August rang out, Xie Yu, who had spent a month of equitable sharing in Champion Valley, had no time to consider whether this period had borne any fruit and hurriedly fled. Since he publicly announced his departure from the contract, decisively leaving the Cavaliers to join the Nets, the entire basketball world had exploded like a bombshell. Even though Xie Yu had been silent for a whole month, the fervent discussions about him from the outside world showed no signs of waning, remaining at a high temperature. Upon returning to the United States, the first person Xie Yu met was Derrick Rose. After some conversation, Xie Yu learned that the Chicago Bulls were not in a hurry to resign Rose as they pursued Shaq in the free market. Of course, there was also an important reason: the previous combination of Rose and Lu Dan had suffered 3 consecutive defeats to the Cavaliers on the court, prompting the Bulls management to decisively make changes. Thus, resigning Rose was merely a backup plan. As for Rose, he had been waiting for Xie Yu's response during this time. He already had an idea in mind, yearning to join forces with Xie. Rose, slightly apprehensive, humbly asked, "Bro, do I qualify as your ideal choice for the #1 position?" Xie Yu, being straightforward, replied with a grin, "Derrick, if you're willing to take a pay cut, you'll be my ideal choice for the #1 position. If not, I really can't afford to sign you. It's like not being in charge makes you unaware of the value of essentials, and not raising children means you can't fathom the hardships of parenthood." Rose laughed heartily, saying, "As for salary, you can decide. What I value most now is the championship. The contract is no longer the most critical thing." The two exchanged smiles, finding common ground. Thus, after Xie Yu joined the Nets, the first camaraderie in arms was confirmed. After chatting with Rose about the Nets' landscape and future, Xie Yu returned to the house his grandfather Xie Qingqian had prepared. As soon as he reached the door, he spotted the long-missed Elvira. She wore a form-fitting low-cut dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The daring and sexy neckline revealed a hint of her cleavage, exuding an irresistible charm. The fitted hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, each step seeming to carry a rhythm, showcasing her myriad of charms in every gesture. Xie Yu smirked teasingly, "Princess, this is my first time here. How come you arrived before me?" Elvira pouted, huffing in annoyance. "Humph. You big bad guy. You previously vowed to challenge the Boston Celtics' record of 8 consecutive championships with the Cavaliers. How could you just leave without considering our feelings as fans?" As a diehard fan of the Cavaliers, Elvira, like many other fans, found it hard to accept the cruel reality of Xie Yu leaving. Xie Yu shook his head, helplessly smiling bitterly, as he said, "You little girl, what do you want me to explain? Don't forget I'm your boss, and you still owe me a mountain of debt. Moreover, speak to me politely. Do you believe I could easily throw you the princess out the door with just one word?" Seeing that a hard approach wouldn't work, Elvira quickly shifted tactics, wrapping around Xie Yu like a soft vine, following. In the past, Xie Yu had often been entangled like this, but for some reason this time felt particularly different. Xie Yu pondered, could it be that she had gained weight recently, making her figure even better? Or perhaps the month in Champion Valley had cultivated some physiological habit, making it impossible to do without a woman nearby. Why was he developing improper thoughts about her? He wore a helpless expression, saying princess men and women should maintain a distance. Please get off me, ooh, I don't want to be an unwilling consort. Elvira, upon hearing this, proudly puffed out her chest and rubbed against his back provocatively, saying, didn't you always claim to have no feelings for women like me? How come you're acting now? Just then Xie Yu's video call suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was none other than Kobe calling. Xie Yu quickly answered the call, and before he could say anything, Elvira, with her keen eyes and quick tongue, greeted Gigi on the video call warmly. After they finished chatting, Kobe finally turned his gaze to Xie Yu, laughingly teasing, bro, I hope I'm not interrupting your good time. Xie Yu joined in the jest, saying, bro, you're not thinking of coming to Brooklyn to fight alongside us, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Elvira, still on Xie Yu's back, acted like an impatient firecracker, hastily interjecting, Kobe, don't come. If you do, you can replace Xie Yu on the Cavaliers. Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Yu swiftly smacked her on the backside. The smack startled Elvira, causing her to shout, ouch, that hurt. I'm sorry. Her voice carried a hint of a whimper, sounding pitiful. Kobe, on the other end of the video call, looked utterly speechless. The carefully crafted words he had in mind were thrown into chaos by their sudden commotion, leaving him blank and unsure. He was truly longing to join the Nets, eagerly anticipating the chance to stand alongside Xie Yu in the battle against the formidable Chicago Bulls, who boasted both Shaq and Lou Dan. Hearing Xie Yu mention meeting Kobe in Brooklyn to discuss joining, Elvira was astonished, her mouth forming an O. She couldn't help but tease. If I were to leak that you and Kobe are teaming up with the Nets, wouldn't the NBA explode like an earthquake? Xie Yu retorted without much patience. I think if you say that the Swedish princess is pestering me at midnight, that news would definitely cause an even bigger stir. Elvira feigned grievance, saying, oh, I'm just a little princess. How can I compare to you? You a billionaire and the most formidable superstar in basketball. Someone like me, even if I were to cling to you, you probably wouldn't even glance my way. Elvira joked, but beneath the surface lay her deep affection accumulated over the years. She had always been infatuated with Xie Yu, initially approaching him under the guise of being a diehard Cavaliers fan. Now that Xie Yu had left the Cavaliers, she wasn't sure if she could still call herself a devoted Nets fan. After saying this, she couldn't help but feel her eyes moisten, yet she forced a smile. Just then Xie Yu suddenly leaned in and lightly kissed her lips like a dragonfly touching the water. Their gazes met, and Elvira was left dazed, saying, you kissed me. Didn't you say you weren't interested in me? Do I have feelings now? Is that not okay? Xie Yu playfully acted rogue. Elvira felt both shy and annoyed, yet Xie Yu's sudden onslaught of affection left her unable to resist, and she quickly fell into it. As clothes fell one by one scattered across the floor, she panicked and nervously said, if you take me, you have to marry me, otherwise the royal family. Before she could finish, Xie Yu domineeringly covered her mouth, saying, let your royal family come to me to discuss it directly. The room was as quiet as a deep lake, with only their breaths intertwining to create a soothing and lingering melody. Elvira's cheeks were as red as the finest peach blossom in spring, blooming with vivid beauty. Her fingers trembled slightly like a startled butterfly's wings, gently tracing circles on Xie Yu's solid chest. She felt like she had 1,000 words to say, yet didn't know where to start, her love and anxiety intertwining in her heart. She slightly tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, her voice soft and trembling. From now on, you must not let me down. This statement was light as willow fluff in the breeze, yet it contained her deep-seated worries and desires about this relationship. Xie Yu sensed her unease in her words, and a surge of endless compassion welled up in his heart. He looked down at her in his arms, as if wanting to carve her image into his heart. He knew well that this love could not be taken. He instinctively tightened his arms, pulling her tightly into his embrace, as if to create a stable world for her. He spoke with determination. I will give you a stable future that no one can disrupt. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to protect her completely, ensuring she had no worries. At that moment, the wind outside grew more lively, causing the branches to gently sway. The leaves rustled against each other, as if softly singing for their vows. Occasionally, a few playful leaves broke free from the branches, floating down to the windowsill, with the wind seemingly wanting to join in and peek at the deep affection between the couple. Inside, the two remained tightly intertwined, immersed in their intimate time together. At this moment, the princess had long lost her previous high and mighty demeanor. Holding her white lace strap, she waved it half jokingly, half pleading, saying, do you, this princess truly cannot withstand it any longer? I surrender, please don't continue. Xie Yu secretly muttered, those who say Chinese women are not as good as foreign girls are simply talking nonsense. Take that Ja, for instance. They were up all night, and the next day, she was still energetic enough to take Julian out to play. Elvira, fearing that Xie Yu might initiate another attack, quickly changed the subject. Dear Du, can you give me a hint about the championship puzzle for the new Nets team you formed? Xie Yu didn't find anything wrong with sharing, smiling as he replied. Derrick Rose is basically confirmed to join the team, and the chances of Kobe coming over are quite high, probably around 80 to 90%. As for the other players, I honestly don't have a clear idea yet. Elvira, being a seasoned fan, couldn't help but show a worried expression upon hearing this. Rudin and Shaq have already confirmed their partnership in Chicago. The Thunder has also formed a powerful lineup with Russell Westbrook, Paul George, and Carmelo Anthony. And the New York Knicks, although they lost Carmelo Anthony, the addition of Kevin Love, DeAndre Jordan, and other strong players has made, besides that, teams like the Blazers, Clippers, and Warriors are also very strong. I can't help but feel that your Nets might not be able to match up against them. Hearing this, Xie Yu pretended to be angry, saying, "You really take me for a prince. I'm your emperor. Have you ever seen anyone dare to say such things to an emperor, to say, I can't match up with others?" Elvira pouted in grievance, covering her rear with her hand, mumbling softly, "I'm just hoping for you to win. How about we try to recruit Anthony Davis? His strength is extremely impressive." Xie Yu replied impatiently, "I would love to recruit him, but look at the current state of the Nets. It's just a mess. There are no quality draft picks, and we can't come up with any decent bargaining chips. It's not that easy." The next day, as dawn broke, the crisp morning light cleaved through the darkness of the night, like a sharp blade, quietly unveiling the start of a new day. Xie Yu stood by the window, gazing at the gradually awakening streets of Brooklyn, silently contemplating that today might be a pivotal day for the Nets. On the streets of Brooklyn, pedestrians were few yet hurried. The city was slowly rousing from its slumber under the gentle caress of the morning light. In the distance, the towering skyscrapers reflected the cold light from their glass facades, subtly hinting that unusual stories would unfold on this day. Xie Yu understood that the team was at a crossroads. The discussions with the general manager and head coach today could influence the team's trajectory for years to come. At this moment, Xie Yu was already waiting at home for the arrival of Brooklyn Nets general manager Sean Marks and head coach Kenny Atkinson to discuss the future development of the team. He felt a mix of melancholy and anticipation repeatedly sorting through his thoughts in his mind, afraid of missing any detail. Soon the doorbell rang. When the two arrived at Xie Yu's home, it was none other than the Swedish princess Elvira who came to answer the door. After a cozy evening with Xie Yu, she seemed to possess a touch more elegance befitting a hostess. With a warm smile, she enthusiastically welcomed the two inside and ushered them to take a seat. Xie Yu looked at Elvira, feeling a warmth in his heart, secretly hoping that this relaxed atmosphere would facilitate a smoother. Seeing this, Xie Yu naturally reached out to take the list that Sean Marks handed over. Sean Marks then explained, "DU, as you instructed earlier, we have properly cleared out those players who have lost their fighting spirit and are only looking to retire. Currently, the players remaining with trading value are all detailed on this list." Xie Yu focused and saw the names on the list: Brooke Lopez, Jeremy Lin, Bojan Bogdanovic, Sean Kilpatrick, Trevor Booker, Rondé, Hollis Jefferson, Karis LeVert, Archie Goodwin, Isaiah Whitehead, Spencer Dinwiddie, Anthony Bennett. When his eyes landed on the name of the draft bust Anthony Bennett, Xie Yu could no longer contain his frustration and complained, "Look at this mess, it's simply awful and stinks." Elvira, who was busy serving tea, couldn't help but chuckle at this remark, causing Sean Marks and Kenny Atkinson to feel. Before them stood the legendary DU, surrounded by beautiful women. Even a princess as noble as Elvira had to personally serve tea at his home, highlighting DU's extraordinary stature. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yu spoke, "Let's put all these players on the trading block. Do you think we can exchange them for Anthony?" At this, the two fell into silence. Sean Marks pondered for a long while before slowly saying, "If Anthony Davis himself is willing to join our team and proactively requests a trade from the Pelicans, I am confident we can make this trade happen." Xie Yu's eyes lit up, asking, "Tell me, how do you plan to facilitate this trade?" Sean Marks replied methodically, "We can use Brooke Lopez and other players as assets to acquire some young players that the Pelicans do. This may involve three-party or even four-party trades, considering that the players on our team possess certain immediate combat power and many strong teams are quite interested in them." After hearing this, Xie Yu decisively said, "All right, you two go back and prepare some feasible trade proposals. As for Anthony Davis, wait for my news." After Sean Marks and Kenny Atkinson left, Xie Yu immediately set off to pick up Rose, and then they headed to the airport. After the three met up, they boarded Xie Yu's private jet, heading straight to Anthony Davis' home. At this moment, Anthony Davis was leisurely at home, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the sofa in the living room as he comfortably flipped through a magazine. Suddenly, the sound of the phone ringing broke the tranquility. Seeing that it was a call from Xie Yu, he was somewhat surprised, but didn't. However, when he opened the door and saw not only Xie Yu but also Kobe and Rose standing at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback, wondering what on earth is going on here. What wind brought these three gods together? Rose, typically reserved and not good with words, merely nodded in acknowledgement. As for Kobe, he was still hesitating about joining the Nets and was at a loss as to how to explain his sudden appearance here. With no other choice, Xie Yu had to muster the courage to speak. In truth, Xie Yu felt quite helpless. He was not adept at persuading superstars. However, with the trend of forming super teams in the league, if he did not find a way to seek help, it would be nearly impossible for the Nets to achieve success on the court with their current roster. Xie Yu took a deep breath and briefly explained his intentions to Davis. Upon hearing this, Davis' heart stirred, filled with both excitement and hesitation. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of teaming up with the six-time Finals MVP, Xie Yu, which undoubtedly meant he was a significant step closer to the championship trophy, a glory and opportunity every basketball player dreams of. However, the hesitation came from knowing that his contract with the team was no trivial matter. He couldn't just leave it, well, not to mention that he had to proactively request a trade from the team, a complexity and difficulty he was all too aware of. As he prepared to leave, Xie Yu, disregarding Kobe's current thoughts, directly said to Davis, "Those two have confirmed they're joining the Nets. We are eagerly waiting for you in Brooklyn." Only after boarding the plane did Kobe finally voice his complaints, saying, "Hey, we haven't even started discussing properly. How could you make decisions for me?" Xie Yu rubbed his temples, looking pained, and replied, "Boss, you are undoubtedly the boss in our eyes. After all, you have the most experience and prestige. Everything else is negotiable, right?" Kobe was momentarily speechless, then retorted, "What about the contract? I can't just join without any contract, right?" Xie Yu replied impatiently, "You're the boss now. What are you worrying about a contract for? Just take a minimum salary and contribute to the team." Kobe was left speechless, helplessly looking at Xie Yu, thinking to himself, this guy is too calculating. A single boss. He knew very well that he was indeed susceptible to this tactic. In the Brooklyn Nets training facility, several prominent figures arrived today. Xie Yu, Kobe, and Rose stepped into this arena, filled with sweat and dreams. At this moment, the training facility was exceptionally quiet, with only 4 rookies focusing intently on their training. The choices of various teams during this year's draft undoubtedly stirred the hearts of countless fans. Among them, Lauri Markkanen, selected 7th overall by the Timberwolves, garnered much attention due to his remarkable basketball talent. The Nets, possessing keen insight, successfully acquired him by sending out a first-round pick from 2018 potential player Rebirth and some cash, injecting new vitality into the team. With the 22nd pick, the Nets selected OG Anunoby. He possesses outstanding physical attributes, and except for the 27th pick, Xie Yu, against popular opinion, chose Derek White instead of Kyle Kuzma. This decision stirred considerable waves within the Nets management, and everyone awaited to see Xie Yu's judgment. With the 30th pick, the Jazz selected Josh Hart, who subsequently joined the Nets after a series of trades. Additionally, the Nets welcomed their new defensive coach Tom Thibodeau, known for his rigorous defensive strategies and strict coaching style, undoubtedly bringing a new transformation to the team's defensive system. Of course, the most important aspect is that he has the instruction manual for Derrick Rose. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kobe's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Bro, is this really our current roster?" Xie Yu, seeing this, shook his head helplessly with a hint of a wry smile. "Anthony Davis has already agreed to submit a trade request, and according to the salary cap, our team has reached its limit. The subsequent room for reinforcement is quite limited. We can only consider minimum salary players." Hearing this, Rose frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Does this mean we won't be able to sign Joakim Noah?" Xie Yu waved his hand, lightly joking, "Not a chance. Besides, what do we need him for? He might lower our team's overall." Everyone chuckled at this. Although the roster was relatively small, the training quickly proceeded in an orderly manner. With Kobe, Rose, and Xie Yu, 3 giants of the basketball world, present, these 4 rookies were undoubtedly the luckiest, especially Xie Yu, who had extensive experience in mentoring rookies and was all too familiar with such scenarios. Xie Yu looked firmly at the 4 rookies and stated plainly, "You 4 shouldn't think you have plenty of time to gradually explore and learn like other rookies. Now that you are in the Nets, the team has high hopes for you and is preparing to entrust you with significant responsibilities. Look at the 3 of us, we're all getting old. After a season, we'll probably need to rest for about 20 games. If you don't grow up quickly and take on the burden, making the playoffs will be as difficult as climbing to the sky." This statement undoubtedly implied a promise of ample playing time for them. Upon hearing this, the 4 rookies' eyes sparkled with excitement as they silently vowed to train hard and live up to the team's expectations. Time quietly passed. The half-month wait felt like a long marathon. Finally, Anthony Davis' trade was official. For this blockbuster trade, the Nets almost emptied their coffers, with every effort containing endless hopes for the future. Thus, the Nets finally welcomed their critically important 8th member, as if adding an indispensable piece to this giant ship sailing through the ocean of basketball. The day after the trade was completed, the meticulously prepared press conference of the Nets was grandly held. On the stage where the spotlight flickered, besides the highly anticipated core of the team, Xie Yu, and the new signing Anthony Davis, the previously low-key Kobe and Rose also made stunning appearances. At this moment, the entire basketball world felt as if it had been shaken, instantly swept away by this shocking news. The combination of Xie Yu, Kobe, Rose, and Davis, like a heavy bomb, stirred up waves among the fanbase, with countless fans cheering and filled with eager anticipation for the new season. However, behind the fans' cheers, many experts held differing views, expressing concerns about the prospects of this quartet. The outspoken A. Smith was the first to speak up. "I have always admired DU. His basketball talent is undeniable. However, I must honestly say that I am not optimistic about this newly formed quartet. Kobe, this basketball legend, is indeed great, but time waits for no one. His age has become a factor that cannot be ignored. Rose, although his playing style remains sharp, injuries have plagued his attendance record. And can AD's shooting ability truly mesh? These are all questions worth pondering. Moreover, when we examine the overall roster of the Nets, we find that their bench depth is still considerably lacking compared to strong teams such as the Chicago Bulls and New York Knicks. Based on these factors, I boldly predict that they will definitely struggle in the competitive Eastern Conference this season, likely finishing around the 6th to 8th place in the regular season." Ernie Johnson also expressed his views. "Regardless of how this Nets team performs in the end, I would gladly spend money to buy tickets to watch their games live, because this quartet is simply too exciting. But from a rational perspective, I still maintain that the difficulty of winning the championship is too great. I find it hard to believe they can stand at the pinnacle in the end." Hearing this, Shaquille O'Neal humorously shared his thoughts. Hey, if this were 5 years ago, I would definitely announce my comeback without hesitation, even if it meant taking a veteran minimum salary to join Brooklyn and fight alongside them. Everyone knows that the F4 combination often faces enormous challenges, and achieving success is far from easy. However, I still wish to maintain an optimistic attitude towards this Nets team. After all, the charm of basketball lies in its infinite possibilities. Kenny Smith even passionately declared, "Let me put it this way, next season's FMVP cannot possibly be Xie Yu. I firmly believe that given the current situation, he does not have that opportunity." Upon hearing this, Stan Van Gundy immediately responded, "I firmly stand with Kenny O. Charles. Shaquille, are you two daring to take on the challenge? Why don't we place a bet and see how next season unfolds?" Barkley responded helplessly, "In the coming year, I have decided to ignore any words from Kenny and Stan." With all these differing opinions colliding fiercely, the Nets' journey of reinforcements slowly began amid this heated discussion. Time flies, 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this offseason filled with changes and surprises, the Nets have welcomed the addition of 2 seasoned veterans, Alonzo G and David West. Joining the Nets on veteran minimum contracts, they serve as 2 steady helmsmen providing support to a team that is setting sail, becoming the 9th and 10th members of the roster. First, Jamal Crawford announced his joining. Subsequently, Gary Payton II also stepped into the Nets' ranks. First, Jamal Crawford announced his joining. Subsequently, Gary Payton II also stepped into the Nets' ranks. Free agent Jeff Green chose to join the Nets as well. Joel Anthony also successfully joined the team. Notably, Zhou Qi from China received an olive branch from the Nets and successfully signed on. With that, the Nets were officially formed, resembling a giant ship ready to set sail. To greet the new season in the best condition, the team decided to commence a month-long closed training session. The players devoted themselves wholeheartedly to training, sweating as they honed their skills, coordinating tactics, and striving to shine brightest on the court in the upcoming season. A month of team practices quietly passed in a tight and fulfilling rhythm. From the first light of dawn to the deepening night, the training hall was constantly filled with the sounds of basketballs bouncing off the floor, players shouting, and coaches issuing commands. The tactical system meticulously crafted by head coach Atkinson became the core focus during this practice period. He emphasized quick ball movement and smooth team coordination, requiring players to maintain spatial awareness and tactical consciousness on the offensive end. Whenever launching an attack, the players aimed to find cracks in the opponent's defense through precise passing and off-ball movement. High post setups, baseline cuts, and rotations beyond the three-point line were all repeatedly refined in pursuit. The defensive philosophy advocated by Coach Thibodeau also put the players to the test during training. He emphasized the integrity and aggressiveness of defense, demanding that players defend like a pack of hungry wolves, tightly gripping their opponents and giving them no chance for easy scoring. During unknown defensive drills, players were required to stay close to their opponents, moving their feet nimbly and actively disrupting the opponent's dribbling and passing lanes. In team defense, the coordination between help defense and recovery was crucial. When one player lost their defensive position, nearby teammates had to quickly fill the gap, forming a new defensive line. Thibodeau often demonstrated how to disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm through timely rotations and strong confrontation. After a month of training under the dual refinement of Atkinson's tactical system and Thibodeau's defensive philosophy, the players not only honed their individual skills, but also reached a new height in team synergy and cooperation. In the blink of an eye, the month of team practice came to an end, and the team welcomed the final half-month of break. Once the break was over, they would fully commit to the preseason games. On the flight back to Guangdong, the cabin was relatively quiet. Alonzo G glanced around, noticing no one nearby, and leaned closer to Xie Yu, asking earnestly, "Boss, it's just us right now, so tell me honestly, what do you think our chances are of winning the championship next season?" Xie Yu's expression turned serious, and without much thought, he blurted out, 10%. He then added, "If the whole team stays healthy, it could rise to 20%. After a brief pause, he continued, "If Derrick Rose can stabilize his three-point shooting at over 40, then it becomes Just as he finished, he added, "If Kobe can also achieve over 40 in three-point shooting, then 40%. After a moment, with a determined look, he declared, "If Anthony Davis can average over 30 points per game, then 50%. Finally, he emphasized, "If the 4 rookies in the team can quickly grow, stand out, and make significant contributions, then it's 100%. At that point, no team in the world can beat us." Of course, this is all based on the assumption that everything I've mentioned comes true. Alonzo G was momentarily taken aback, as if wearing a mask of pain, saying, "Have I been too cocky in the past? If we get eliminated, I can't imagine how they would retaliate against me." After a moment, Alonzo G seemed to suddenly gain motivation, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "How about this? If we don't win the championship next season, I'll retire and become the general manager. I'll gather all the brothers from the Cavaliers to Brooklyn. I reckon this plan is much more feasible than your hypothetical scenario." Xie Yu's eyes lit up instantly. This could work. As the plane trembled slightly, it landed steadily at Guangdong International Airport, gliding smoothly, with its wing lights flashing, as if whispering to the city. Liwan had been waiting at the airport early. When she saw Xie Yu get in the car, she couldn't help but complain, "You have too many women around you. With the limited resources I have, I really don't know how to distribute them. No matter who I give them to, it feels inappropriate, and am left in a tough spot." Xie Yu smirked nonchalantly and replied, "It's simple, don't give any. Let's see who dares to confront you then." Liwan was momentarily stunned. After a moment of thought, she realized there was some truth to that. She paused, and then brought up the main issue. Running Man is about to start recording, but Yang Tianbao is pregnant. Should we wait for her, or find someone to replace her? As she spoke, Li Wan's gaze was fixed intently on Xie Yu, her intentions unmistakable. Xie Yu understood her implications, and sighed helplessly, explaining, Mom, that kid has nothing to do with me. I am completely— Upon hearing this, Li Wan finally relaxed. It's fine if you just play around, but you mustn't make Xiao Ming wear a green hat. I'm quite familiar with him, and I wouldn't want everyone to be in an awkward position later on. Xie Yu retorted, so if you aren't familiar with him, I can do whatever I want. Li Wan was momentarily speechless by his comeback. After a while she continued, so who should we find to replace her? Xie Yu pondered for a moment and replied, let's go with Bai Lu, whom I had you sign last year. Just write him back this time to shoot an advertisement for the 6th generation sneakers. We can have her star in it. Li Wan blurted out instinctively, oh, adding another person to your harem, huh? Xie Yu scratched his head, looking quite innocent. He thought to himself, why else would I go through all this effort to support her? Am I going to nurture another Yang Tianbao? A few days later, the advertising shoot was set at a vibrant internet celebrity basketball court. Bai Lu made her appearance dressed in an exceptionally youthful and beautiful outfit, a simple white tank top, paired with a playful denim mini-skirt complemented by a pair of pristine white sneakers, perfectly embodying the role of the school beauty girlfriend in the advertisement, radiating an aura of youth as soon as she arrived. Xie Yu arrived fashionably late, greeting Bai Lu with a hint of apology. I'm really sorry, I had a bit too much to drink with some Meanwhile, Liang Kuan and the others were at home, sneezing uncontrollably for no reason, mumbling, ah, who's cursing at me? Bai Lu slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, revealing a perfectly timed smile, careful not to laugh too openly to maintain her beauty, and softly replied, it's fine, President Xie. President Xie. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't we say not to call me that last time? It makes things feel so distant. Bai Lu gently nodded, her movements soft yet a bit shy. Deep down she felt that Xie Yu was likely interested in her, otherwise why would he be so supportive of her? However, he had never stated it explicitly, leaving Bai Lu in a state of inner turmoil and pain, unsure if she should continue to maintain her modesty. Xie Yu quickly changed his clothes. He was already familiar with the advertising shoot, experienced and skilled, and he ended up teaching Bai Lu quite a few filming techniques and tricks. During the advertising shoot, in the brief moments stolen from busyness, the crew was diligently preparing for the next set of shots. Bai Lu stood next to the props, casually fiddling with a small bouquet of prop flowers, her gaze somewhat distant, lost in thought. Xie Yu spotted her from afar like a child who had discovered treasure, walking over with a lively pace, deliberately lowering his voice, and saying mysteriously, hey, what secret are you whispering to that bouquet? Is it promising to teach you some filming secrets? Bai Lu snapped back to reality, looked up at Xie Yu, and couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not, I was just casually looking you. I think this flower looks pretty nice. Xie Yu gently pinched a petal, and with a serious expression said, this flower can't compare to your beauty. If it entered a beauty pageant, it would probably feel ashamed and wilt when it saw you. Bai Lu's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red, feigning anger, as she said sweetly, President Xie, please stop. Just then the photographer raised his voice, shouting, get ready for the next shot. You two get a little closer. We want to capture an intimate atmosphere, as if you are in love. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu moved swiftly, almost like a professional dance lead, instinctively reaching out to securely wrap his arm around Bai Lu's waist, gently pulling her closer to him. Bai Lu was completely unprepared and instinctively placed her hand on Xie Yu's solid chest. Immediately after, Xie Yu slightly leaned down, getting close to her ear, his voice low and teasing, this is your punishment for calling me President Xie again. She could clearly feel Xie Yu's strong heartbeat, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe tomato. Xie Yu looked down at Bai Lu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his gaze filled with affection, intentionally lowering his voice to tease her. Hey, don't get so nervous that you start beating my chest like a drum, otherwise the rhythm will be off and the photographer will have to call for a stop. Bai Lu felt both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks flushed like rosy clouds, and she lightly hit Xie Yu's chest, pouting, President Xie, you only know how to tease me. Even so, the tension that had lingered in her heart dissipated considerably. Still calling me President Xie? Xie Yu pretended to be angry, though his eyes were filled with amusement. Then he gestured to the photographer, saying in a serious tone, hand down, give her a gentle pat on her backside. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's face turned even redder like a ripe apple. However, she felt a subtle sweetness and joy rising within her. After all, this person before her was the influential Xie Yu in the entertainment industry. If she could get closer to him, she would surely thrive in her career ahead. During a scene where Xie Yu needed to adjust Bai Lu's collar, his fingers gently brushed over her neck. The action seemed focused on adjusting her collar, yet the warmth of his fingertips sent a tingling sensation through Bai Lu. She trembled slightly, her gaze flitting elsewhere in a panic. Xie Yu softly said, don't be afraid, I'm here. My technique is professional, I guarantee to make you look as radiant as a star on the red carpet. Bai Lu muttered softly, your technique feels like you're grooming a little kitten. Xie Yu stifled a laugh in response. Then you must be the cutest little kitten. I'm worried I'll be too rough. After a set of shots, Bai Lu felt a bit embarrassed and tried to step away from Xie Yu, only to find that his hand was still gently resting on her waist, showing no sign of letting go. She slightly raised her head, looking at Xie Yu with a questioning gaze. Xie Yu winked at her, feigning innocence, saying, oh dear, it seems my hand has stuck to you. Why don't you help me cast a release spell? Bai Lu felt both amused and exasperated as she lightly swatted his hand away, saying, President Xie, you just love. Xie Yu gently shook his head, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, half jokingly and half seriously, saying, If you keep calling me President Xie, you can forget about leaving tonight. You'll have to stay and serve me. During another break in shooting, Xie Yu took a bottle of water from his assistant, smoothly twisting off the cap before handing it to Bai Lu with a concerned look in his eyes. You must be thirsty, have some water. Bai Lu reached out to take it, her fingers accidentally brushing against Xie Yu's hand. In that instant, a jolt of electricity-like tingling sensation spread throughout her body, making her heart skip a beat. She took a small sip of water to soothe her slightly dry throat, her voice soft as a whisper. Thank you, President Xie. Xie Yu's smile deepened teasingly, saying, looks like you've made up your mind to stay and serve me. Bai Lu hurriedly shook her head, a hint of panic in her eyes, explaining, I didn't mean that, I just called out of habit. Xie Yu, upon hearing this, slightly leaned and suddenly closing the distance between them. His gaze was intense and playful, testing her as he asked, so does that mean you don't want it? Bai Lu didn't respond verbally. She simply raised her head slightly, meeting Xie Yu's gaze, her eyes holding a hint of inquiry, as if searching for the true meaning behind his words. Xie Yu did not shy away, looking directly into Bai Lu's eyes. As they drew closer, their breaths were distinctly audible. In that increasingly ambiguous atmosphere, Bai Lu seemed to muster a great deal of courage, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as she gently tiptoed, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, quickly pecking Xie Yu's lips. At that moment, a warm ray of sunlight streamed through the window, softly enveloping their figures, as if draping them in a layer of golden gauze. The scene was beautiful and filled with a joyful atmosphere. The feelings that had been subtly flowing between them intensified at that moment, as if they were about to overflow. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out in Xie Yu's mind, abruptly shattering the peace within him. Congratulations to the host for capturing the heart of the stunning beauty and gaining an extraordinary choice. Outer line Iron Gate Aura increases teammates' outer line defensive efficiency by 20. Inner line Barrier Domain increases teammates' inner line defensive efficiency by 20. Xie Yu dared not say much, fearing that the system would bring out two rivals. I choose the outer line Iron Gate Aura. As long as the opposing team doesn't shoot us to death, we can be sure to shoot them to death. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the extraordinary skill, the outer line Iron Gate Aura. After finishing the shooting, Xie Yu led Bai Lu leisurely to the Liangkuan bar. At this moment, the bar was bustling with activity, the sounds of chatter and music intertwining. From Liangkuan, it was learned that the son of the richest billionaire young Master Wang had graced them with his presence. Sang Biao's expression was gloomy, muttering complaints. That bastard Gui Jiaoqi, we've clearly stated that the bar is not open to the public tonight, yet he insists on barging in with his people, boasting that when you arrive, we must toast them one by one. Xie Yu's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes as he held Bai Lu's hand, and said, oh, is that really the case? Speaking of which, life has indeed been a bit bland lately, though I haven't felt the thrill of being a young master for a long time. As the two entered the bar, they saw a group of beautiful women surrounding them, along with several small celebrities and internet influencers that Xie Yu recognized but couldn't name. Gui Jiaoqi, drunk and swaying, suddenly became spirited upon seeing Xie Yu. He stumbled to his feet and shouted, hey, isn't this the legendary Du? Finally, I get to see the real person. Saying that, he opened his arms, attempting to give Xie Yu a warm hug. Gui Jiaoqi wasn't tall, probably around 5 feet 8, and he limped as he walked. Seeing this, Xie Yu merely extended his hand, gently pressing against his head, and with a slight push sent him sprawling onto a nearby pair of beautiful legs. The woman sitting next to young Master Wang was someone Xie Yu recognized, Zhang Yuxi. In his past life, she had parted ways with young Master Wang early and turned to the entertainment industry. However, it was unclear if in this life, due to the lessons learned from Song Siyu's situation, she had chosen to stay by young Master Wang's side. Zhang Yuxi was the friend that Sun Yu had wanted to introduce to Xie Yu. Yet at that time, Xie Yu did not attend the meeting, so they were merely WeChat friends without truly knowing each other. Young Master Wang was always astute, fully aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. He understood that his live streaming company had been overshadowed by Xie Yu's investments in Douyin live streaming and had heard of Xie Yu's family background. Thus, he wisely drank a couple of glasses and hurriedly left with his entourage. This scene delighted Sang Biao and the others, who excitedly shouted, they say that little green onion is the national husband, but in front of our Du, he's not even a stalk of green onion. After young Master Wang and his group left, Zhang Yuxi appeared dejected. She understood that Li Yidong and the others who followed Xie Yu were thriving in the entertainment industry, while she was still just an 18-line actress. Young Master Wang noticed Zhang Yuxi's unusual demeanor. Instantly furious, he roared, if you like him, then hurry up and I bought a watch last year. Saying that, he violently tossed Zhang Yuxi aside and sped away in his car. This scene happened to be witnessed by Bai Lu, who had come out to take a phone call. She felt a mix of emotions, suddenly feeling pity for Zhang Yuxi, while secretly grateful for her own good fortune. Thus, this slightly decadent holiday came to an end. Xie Yu gazed tenderly, his movements gentle. Tomorrow, I shall set off back to America. The position of a regular guest on Running Man has already been confirmed for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes filled with tears that streamed down her fair cheeks. She trembled slightly, her lips quivering, her tone filled with sincerity and determination. I don't want such an arrangement. I like you purely for who you are and not because I want to exchange my body for resources. This feeling is so pure without any impurities mixed in. Xie Yu's heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed. He instinctively tightened his arms, holding her closer, as if this could give her enough security. He lowered his head, his lips close to Bai Lu's ear, softly comforting her, his voice like a gentle spring breeze, tender and affectionate. It's all right, darling, this matter was decided days ago. Even if these events hadn't occurred tonight, this opportunity undoubtedly belongs to you. From the very beginning, I had already set my— Bai Lu slightly raised her head, her watery eyes like a clear spring filled with confusion and deep emotion. She trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, as she softly asked, her voice barely above a whisper, Why are you so good to me? Xie Yu looked at her adorable appearance, pretending to be angry, slightly furrowing his brows, and said with a hint of irritation, Then why did you climb into my bed? Is there no special thought behind that? Bai Lu broke into laughter, her clear laughter echoing in the quiet space. While laughing, she unabashedly said, I wanted you. It's that feeling of joy that fills my heart when I see you, an irresistible urge to get closer to you. Xie Yu gazed at her unreserved, genuine, and adorable demeanor, his eyes filled with indulgence. He couldn't help but reach out, gently pinching her cheeks with just the right amount of pressure, making her cheeks puff out slightly. He pretended to be serious, but his tone betrayed his affection. You're not allowed to laugh. If you laugh again, I might. Bai Lu's voice became a little muffled as her cheeks were pinched, a shy blush appearing on her face. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes as she shyly asked, When I laugh loudly, is it very ugly? Will it make you think I'm being inappropriate? But I just love to laugh. Brooklyn. At the end of a leisurely vacation, the entire team gathered again. Xie Yu made an important decision to participate in the preseason games. This was his first time stepping onto the preseason court since his rookie season. He understood that the journey of the new season was filled with uncertainties and challenges, and participating in the preseason was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to refine the lineup and explore the best team collaboration model. Every soldier of the Nets was fully aware of the severe challenges they would face in the new season. However, contrary to expectations, the preseason schedule felt like a long and arduous battle for the Nets. In the end, the team concluded the preseason journey with a record of 7 consecutive losses. Although it was merely a preseason, the Nets, being a highly scrutinized team, were under constant observation. The result of 7 consecutive losses instantly made them the target of ridicule for countless keyboard warriors. An overwhelming tide of negative comments surged toward the team. Dear DU, I hope this letter finds you well. I have been a devoted follower of yours for 7 whole years, and in this time I have watched every one of your games as if under a spell, replaying each magnificent moment that is deeply etched in my mind. Do you still remember the grand ambitions you expressed back in Cleveland? You declared with utmost sincerity that you would break the unattainable legend of 8 consecutive championships, making the city of Cleveland shine through your efforts, allowing us, your fish bubbles, to proudly boast to other fans. We believed unwaveringly, standing firmly by your side, cheering and shouting for you. But what has become of that now? You have left Cleveland resolutely for the so-called family interests, for the tainted scent of money. Do you know what this means for us? You have torn apart our dreams with your own hands, betraying the vows you once made. You claim to not want to lose games to spare us fish bubbles from the mockery of other fans, yet look at what you have done now. You came to the Nets surrounded by a group of old, weak, and injured teammates, and what happened next? You suffered a disgraceful 7-game losing streak. Is this what you call striving for victory? Is this the purpose of your joining the Nets? How are we, the fans who have always supported you, supposed to feel? Our enthusiasm has been ruthlessly trampled by you, our trust casually discarded. From this day forth, I officially bid farewell to the blindly adoring version of myself. I will no longer be a fish bubble, nor will I watch any game that features you. You have chosen this path, so be it. From now on, you walk your own path, and do not expect us, the fans you have hurt, to continue supporting you as before. A once deeply devoted admirer, now utterly disappointed. Who could have imagined that this letter of disillusionment would thrust Xie Yu into the storm of public opinion? Weibo's trending topics were instantly dominated by discussions related to Xie Yu, and the heat showed no signs of waning. The next day, the grand opening of the 2017-18 NBA regular season was marked by a highly anticipated showdown: the New York Knicks versus the Brooklyn Nets in the New York Derby. Despite the overwhelming controversy surrounding Xie Yu, online tickets for the Barclays Center sold out quickly, and the venue was bustling with crowds. This match was irresistibly attractive, drawing numerous celebrities and wealthy individuals to witness the event. Notable director Spike Lee arrived early, notably wearing Kyrie's Knicks jersey. During the pre-game warm-up, Spike Lee smiled and addressed Xie Yu, saying, "Du, I'm preparing for a new movie. How about continuing?" Hearing this, Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. Back when he was with the Cavaliers, he had often inquired if Spike wanted to continue their bets, but Spike always ignored him. Now, as he finds himself in the Nets grappling with a 7-game losing streak, Spike suddenly comes knocking. Xie Yu pretended to be angry and replied nonchalantly, "If you come to those who don't are like pups." Spike Lee, on the other hand, appeared particularly bold, stating, "If you lose, you have to play the villain in my movie. If you win, you get to choose." Thus, the two formalized their bet. Before the game started, a TNT reporter seized the opportunity to interview Xie Yu. The topic naturally shifted to that controversial letter of disillusionment, and Xie Yu candidly expressed his thoughts. "I truly find it hard to understand the behavior of such fans. They haven't even played a single regular season game, yet they are certain we will fail. This is undoubtedly a one-sided and erroneous. I even feel that the person who wrote that letter can't be considered my fan at all. You must understand that our fans in Huaxiao are among the best fan groups in the world. Take the national football team as an example. Even though their performance has been less than ideal, the fans remain loyal, enduring losses together and celebrating wins together. Why is it that when it comes to me, my fans cannot do the same?" The reporter then shifted the topic to Xie Yu's highly scrutinized decision to leave the Cavaliers for the Nets. Xie Yu responded calmly, "This is essentially just business. During my time in Cleveland, I brought back 6 championships for the city, of fact that is evident to all. But one cannot be bound by past glory to insist that I achieve the goal of 9 championships. Since I can't challenge the Celtics' 8 consecutive titles as a Cavaliers player, I will do so under my own name. I firmly believe that I can still lift the championship trophy and continue to write my own legend of consecutive victories. The starting lineup for the New York Knicks: center Tristan Thompson, power forward Kevin Love, small forward LeBron James, shooting guard J.R. Smith, point guard Kyrie Irving. The starting lineup for the Brooklyn Nets: center Lauri Markkanen, power forward Anthony Davis, small forward Xie Yu, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, point guard Derrick Rose. The players from both teams were quite familiar with each other, and before the game they exchanged friendly hugs and warm greetings, showcasing their camaraderie. However, as the game began, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and both sides quickly entered a tense standoff. Rose broke through like a gale, his movements in the air as agile as twisting a twisty knot, smoothly scoring the first basket and breaking the deadlock for the Nets. Kyrie, naturally unwilling to fall behind, quickly answered with a crisp stop-and-pop jumper, the ball swishing cleanly through the net, leveling the score at 22. Rose dribbled swiftly past half-court, passing the ball to Xie Yu, who stood beyond the three-point line. At this moment, James was closely guarding Xie Yu. Yet Xie Yu showed no hesitation and made no feints to confuse his opponent. Relying solely on his astonishing explosiveness, he launched into his first step. In an instant, he broke through like an arrow, leaving the bow squeezing out half a body's worth of space, and then leaped high. He soared above the defenses of both James and TT, delivering a thunderous dunk that shocked the entire arena. With a resounding crash, the rim shook violently, as if the entire venue was quaking. Xie Yu's powerful dunk ignited the electric atmosphere in the Barclays Center, sending the entire crowd into a frenzy of cheers and roars. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly, "Xie Yu's dunk is simply a declaration to all fans that the preseason is merely a war." Zhang Heli beside him couldn't help but admire. That was truly breathtaking. From Xie Yu's dunk, I could clearly see the immense anger within him. It seems that letter of disillusionment indeed provoked him. On the court, James helplessly threw up his hands and quickly communicated with J.R. Smith, saying, "JR, you have to guard him. The thrilling opening act is merely an appetizer." Immediately following, Xie Yu, seemingly aided by divine forces, made 2 consecutive step-back three-pointers, overcoming J.R. Smith's tight defense, thus igniting the atmosphere of the entire arena. Seeing the situation deteriorate, New York Knicks head coach Tyronn Lue quickly called for a timeout. He clearly understood that with J.R. Smith's defensive capabilities there was no way to contain Xie Yu, yet he was at a loss for solutions. Apart from LeBron, who with his remarkable physique and speed might barely keep up with Xie Yu's pace, the rest of the team. Moreover, the opposing Brooklyn Nets boasted a luxurious roster with Kobe and Rose anchoring the backcourt, complemented by the formidable duo of Davis and Markkanen in the paint, making them a force to be reckoned with. During this timeout, Tyronn Lue hardly made any substantive tactical arrangements. He called the timeout primarily to disrupt the Nets' fierce offensive rhythm. Soon the match resumed. LeBron held the ball and initiated a brilliant pick-and-roll, with Irving decisively isolating Rose for a unknown. This tactic was likely the focal point Tyronn Lue had repeatedly emphasized during the timeout, seizing the opportunity presented by mismatches. Rose's defense was exceptionally solid, neither allowing LeBron an open shot nor backing off, maintaining constant pressure. Behind him stood 4 powerful teammates. The Twin Towers in the paint were intimidating, and both Xie Yu and Kobe were specialists on defense. Such a formidable support gave Rose immense confidence. Observing this, LeBron lowered his shoulder and powered forward. In midair, he twisted and turned, keenly observing the Nets' help defense. However, the situation on the court was grim. Aside from Davis, who stared at him like a hungry tiger, the other 3 players seamlessly blocked his passing lanes, momentarily trapping LeBron. Seeing no chance to pass, LeBron gritted his teeth and charged toward the basket, shouldering Rose. Yet Davis' long arms, like those of a gibbon, provided timely interference. The basketball struck the rim, bouncing high without going in. Markkanen, quick on his feet, solidly grabbed the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Kobe, initiating a fast break. Xie Yu and Kobe exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Without hesitation, Kobe made a long pass that precisely lobbed toward the basket. Irving and J.R. Smith rushed to intercept, attempting to block Xie Yu from receiving the ball. But Xie Yu, leveraging his impressive vertical leap, soared high and securely caught the pass. He executed a classic center's move, lifting high for a soft jump, hooked the basketball, kissed the backboard before falling through the hoop, the fluidity of the motion showcasing his dazzling style. Kobe feigned dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Hey, you little rascal, I was wide open on the perimeter. Couldn't you pass?" Xie Yu, seeing Kobe following him diligently, understood the complaint and smiled back, saying, "Next time for sure." Kobe's lips curled slightly upward. "All right, but don't forget next time for sure." At this moment, LeBron was filled with confusion and shock, secretly muttering, "Aren't you guys a team that just suffered a 7-game losing streak? How have you suddenly become so strong?" On the other side, Irving and Love initiated a pick-and-roll. As soon as Irving received the ball, he was met by the strong double team from Davis and Rose. Irving reacted swiftly, immediately searching for Love beyond the three-point line, ready to pass. However, Xie Yu, who was guarding LeBron, had already pinpointed the moment, decisively abandoning LeBron to focus intently on Irving's every move. As soon as Irving passed the ball, Xie Yu shot forward like an arrow, successfully stealing the basketball. He turned back to see that Kobe had yet to catch up, inwardly chuckling, "Once I dunk this ball, I'll have a good laugh at you." Xie Yu dribbled swiftly to just one step inside the free throw line, leaping high, his body gliding through the air like a soaring rock nearly level with the rim, then delivering a powerful slam dunk. The basketball was forcefully slammed into the hoop, causing it to shake violently, as if it too were cheering for this spectacular dunk. Yu Jia excitedly shouted, "Emperor Yu marches forth, leaving no blade of grass behind." Zhang Heli couldn't help but praise, "You can't deny that this dunk is indeed impressive, exuding a sense of dominance." Returning to his half of the court, Xie Yu dissatisfied remarked to Kobe, "You promised next time for sure, where are you?" The first quarter ended with the score fixed at 38-15. Thanks to their outstanding performance, the Nets had early on extinguished the suspense of this highly anticipated New York derby. During this quarter, Xie Yu was in phenomenal form, hitting all 8 of his shots, including 4 3-pointers from 4 attempts and 2 free throws from 2 attempts, efficiently scoring 22 points along with 4 rebounds and 3 assists. As the game progressed, it gradually turned into a training session for the Nets, blending experience with youth. OG Anunoby, Derek White, Josh Hart, and Zhou Qi, 4 newcomers, all received playing time, each participating for 20 minutes and showcasing impressive performances. OG Anunoby displayed excellent defensive skills, successfully making several steals and blocks, disrupting the Knicks. Derek White was active on the offensive end, breaking through sharply and hitting several mid-range shots. Josh Hart, through his relentless hustle, secured multiple offensive rebounds, creating more opportunities for his team. Zhou Qi was equally impressive in the paint, using his height advantage to exert pressure on both defense and offense. Ultimately, as the game concluded, the score was locked at 121-105, with the Nets comfortably defeating the Knicks, securing a strong start to their season. This game not only showcased the deep roster strength of the Nets, but also highlighted the remarkable teamwork between new and veteran players, undoubtedly laying a solid foundation for their upcoming season, leaving fans excited about the team's future. Just as everyone was marveling at the Nets' formidable prowess, nobody expected that just 2 days later they would suffer a 20-point loss to the Hawks, who were gunning for the top draft pick. This result was like a bombshell, instantly leaving many experts dumbfounded, followed by a wave of scathing criticism. Smith bluntly commented, "These Nets players, the veterans play solo, and the young ones do the same. Davis simply cannot carry this team's banner, and Xie Yu seems to be disengaged. Regardless of how they perform next, I will never consider them championship contenders again." Spike Lee expressed even stronger sentiments. "Damn it, Emperor Yu. Your significant loss to the Hawks disgusts Xie Yu." The Brooklyn Nets continued to move forward amidst ups and downs. They narrowly defeated the Miami Heat by a mere 2 points, followed by a 3-point victory over the Detroit Pistons. Against the Philadelphia 76ers, led by the process, both teams battled fiercely into overtime, where the Nets finally triumphed by just 1 point. In this game, the process recorded a triple-double with 15 points, 12 rebounds, and 11 assists. Subsequently, the Nets staged a thrilling comeback against the Bucks. In the fourth quarter, they unleashed an impressive surge, dominating with a 39-11 scoring run, ultimately defeating the Bucks by 8 points and securing their 4th consecutive victory. Just when everyone thought the Nets were finally on the right track to glory, the team faced a 3-game losing streak, suffering significant defeats against the Hornets, Raptors, and Pacers. In the midst of such a fluctuating situation, the Nets were set to head to Chicago to challenge the formidable Chicago Bulls, who boasted an impressive record of 10 wins and 0 losses this season. This match was highlighted as one of the must-watch events of the season, with tensions already brewing even before the game. At the pre-game press conference for the Bulls, a rare sight occurred as Shaquille O'Neal and Allen Iverson both attended together. Iverson was the first to speak. "I really don't understand why Xie Yu left Cleveland. I still regret not being able to personally end his reign of consecutive championships with the Cavaliers. This Nets team shines with star power, but in terms of strength, they simply cannot be compared to the Cavaliers of yesteryear. This is clearly a team that focuses more on commercial operations rather than genuinely pursuing a championship. Defeating them should not be a challenge for us. In the past, I was indeed eager to defeat the Cavaliers and Xie Yu, but I no longer have that desire. After all, beating the Nets means nothing but just another ordinary regular season game." Nearby head coach George Karl also stated, "The Nets may seem difficult to handle, but we will definitely be well prepared to continue." Looking at the Nets pre-game press conference, Rose emotionally remarked, "Returning to Chicago this moment will surely be remembered. Leaving back then was tough, but I never expected that coming back would feel even tougher." Kobe, however, was full of fighting spirit. "This game is going to be very interesting. I don't care how the outside world views us." Xie Yu responded with authority, "My decision is not for those 2 defeated challengers to critique. Shaq, the so-called #1 center who I sent packing to another city. Iverson, that #1 point guard who can only cry on stage begging to fight again next season. Tell them to keep quiet. Don't forget the pain after the scars heal." The pre-game remarks from both sides were filled with tension, successfully drawing attention to this matchup. The next day, every television station and online platform with broadcasting rights chose to air this highly anticipated game. United Center. As the game was about to begin, the large screen at the United Center slowly played a carefully crafted tribute video. In the video, each frame unfolded like a vivid painting recounting Rose's glorious years on this court. There was the young Rose breaking through defenses with lightning speed, his sharp changes of direction seemingly tearing apart every defensive line with the basketball in his hands, as if it were alive, sinking through the net time and again. His passionate dunks ignited cheers from the crowd, and the entire United Center erupted with excitement due to his fervent performances. As the video played, the fans seemed to be transported back to those exhilarating moments. Their faces radiated a mix of emotions: nostalgia for Rose's past brilliance and joy at seeing him return to his old stomping grounds. At that moment, someone was the first to stand up, and soon, as if propelled by an invisible force, the entire crowd rose to their feet. Their eyes filled with respect, hands clapping loudly, the applause surged like a tide within the United Center. This applause was a recognition of Rose's contributions to the team and admiration for his indomitable spirit in basketball, and the warmest welcome for this former hero. Alonzo G shrugged and said helplessly, the son of the Windy City is also a pawn. Such is the business world. The Bulls had to sign Shaq, so Rose had to significantly reduce his salary to resign. If he wasn't willing, he would just have to leave. Hart chuckled in response, isn't that because your Cavaliers were too dominant back then, shaking up the entire league? Alonzo G smirked teasingly, saying, Josh Hart, you really know how to talk. No wonder the boss always calls you Jackie Chung. You must have been flattering him a lot, or else how would he think your words sound better than your singing? At this moment, Zhou Qi couldn't help but interject, you're all wrong. The boss calls him Jackie Chung because he thinks he looks like. Alonzo G glared, and Zhou Qi quickly changed his tone. What G said is right. What G said is right. Alonzo G huffed, do you think I don't know? I went to a Jackie Chung concert with the boss, okay? Starting lineup for the Chicago Bulls: center Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Zach Randolph, small forward Bojan Bogdanovic, shooting guard Allen Iverson, point guard Jeff Teague. Starting lineup for the Brooklyn Nets: center Lauri Markkanen, power forward Anthony Davis, small forward Kobe Bryant, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Derrick Rose. Both teams were ready, and the game was about to enter the jump ball phase. On the court, Davis and Shaq faced off against each other, the atmosphere tense. With outstanding jumping ability and wingspan, Davis won the jump ball. The basketball flew towards Xie Yu, who quickly seized the ball and without hesitation pushed forward, going straight at Iverson. Markkanen quickly came out to set a screen for Xie Yu, then popped out. Xie Yu keenly sensed the double team from Iverson and Shaq. With a clean behind-the-back pass, he accurately found Mark. After receiving the ball, Markkanen wasted no time and launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, successfully swishing through the net. Markkanen felt increasingly puzzled. Strange, why do I feel so confident every time I receive a pass from the boss, as if this shot is guaranteed to go in? If Zhu Fengyu and Wang Shipeng were on the court at this moment, they might jokingly ask Markkanen, do you believe in light? It was the Bulls' turn to attack. Shaquille O'Neal called for the ball in the paint while Markkanen defended with all his might, yet he could not withstand Shaq's strength, being gradually pushed down to the basket. At this critical moment, Anthony Davis quickly came to help, tightly covering Shaq. Seeing this, Shaq relied on his solid footwork and strong physique to forcefully attack the basket, maneuvering beneath the hoop, attempting to shake off the defense. However, Kobe Bryant was like a bolt of black lightning, leaping swiftly and executing a precise block, sending the basketball crashing out of bounds. Seeing this, Xie Yu immediately began to taunt loudly, is that all you've got? And you still call yourself the #1 center? Shaq, I doubt you can score more than our young guy tonight, the one who is way more handsome than you. Markkanen. He's going to destroy you tonight. Get lost, you old bastard. Shaq shouted angrily, his face flushed. Xie Yu, however, grinned slyly and turned to Kobe, saying, Kobe, he just called you old. Kobe looked speechless. Bogdanovic received the inbounds pass and, seeing time was tight, took a forced three-point shot. Xie Yu was quick to react, leaping high to lightly touch the basketball with his fingertips, resulting in a shot clock violation for the Bulls. The Nets seized the opportunity and swiftly launched a fast break. Derrick Rose was like a whirlwind, quickly breaking through the defense, then leaping high to deliver a brilliant pass, setting up, and Davis took off in motion, completing a powerful dunk. With a resounding thud, the ball crashed into the hoop, and the score instantly changed to 5-0. Luka Doncic, noticing the situation, initiated a pick and roll with Shaq. Using Shaq's screen, he darted toward the basket like an arrow, facing Markkanen's defense, and soared up to execute a jaw-dropping alley-oop. Boom! The sound reverberated as if the entire arena was shaking. Although Markkanen had been dunked on, he remembered the strategy, and regardless of how badly he was dunked on, he quickly inbounded the ball. He swiftly picked up the ball and made a long throw, perfectly finding Rose. After receiving the ball, Rose charged forward like a car with the pedal to the metal, breezing past Teague's defense and easily scoring with a layup. Bulls coach George Karl was anxiously signaling for his players to retreat faster from the sidelines. He keenly sensed that the Nets were desperately trying to control the tempo, while his players were sluggish, almost playing in slow motion. If this continued, the situation would be very unfavorable for the Bulls. Luka Doncic launched another offensive. This time, Xie Yu's defense was very aggressive, quickly circling the screen and nearly stealing the ball from Doncic. However, Doncic was indeed formidable. With a clean and swift mid-range fadeaway jumper, the ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, swishing through the net. Kobe was not to be outdone either. He received the ball from Rose and went unknown against Bogdanovic. Kobe skillfully faked and easily shook off Bogdanovic's defense, then smoothly jumped up to hit a mid-range shot, returning the favor. At this moment, the intensity of the game was comparable to a real all-star match, with both sides trading blows, the score rising alternately, and every offense and defense tugging at the audience's hearts. However, Shaq was feeling extremely frustrated. This time, he finally got an excellent position under the basket, fiercely pushing Markkanen aside, ready to dunk powerfully, but Rose mercilessly executed a tactical foul against him. Shaq stepped to the free throw line, preparing to shoot, but perhaps affected by his earlier emotions, he missed both shots. On the net side, Xie Yu received the ball beyond the three-point line, setting up a pick and roll with Markkanen. Xie Yu feigned a behind-the-back pass, the move so convincing it tricked Shaq's defense. Then he leaped high to deliver a stunning one-arm dunk. At that moment, the entire audience was awed by his spectacular performance, rising in unison to erupt in thunderous applause and cheers. Shaq stood to the side, his face darkened. He knew he had once again become the backdrop for Xie Yu's top plays. However, that guy's fake move was just too convincing, leaving him defenseless. As the game entered the final 3 minutes, the Nets maintained a solid lead over the Bulls with a score of 31-19, ahead by 12 points. Nets head coach Atkinson consistently adhered to the established principle of using the regular season to develop the team. Seeing the situation, he decisively substituted out key players like Xie Yu, leaving only Rose and Davis to continue leading the fight. However, the Bulls did not dare to underestimate this regular season game, as Shaq and Lu Dan remained steadfast on the court. As the first quarter concluded with the sound of the buzzer, the score was locked at 36-35. With the Nets' lead reduced to a mere point, the situation suddenly became tense. Entering the second quarter, Atkinson boldly employed an all-bench lineup, with White, Crawford, Jeff Green, West, and Zhou Qi all taking the court. On the Bulls' side, Lu Dan stayed on the court, while Shaq took a brief rest. Although the Nets had a decent offensive performance in several sequences, after the start the Bulls were clearly more dominant. Whenever the Nets faltered in their offense, the Bulls swiftly seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack like hungry wolves. Realizing the situation was dire, Atkinson hastily substituted in Xie Yu, Kobe, and Markkanen. Joining them on the court were OG Anunoby and Hart, maintaining a structure of veterans guiding newcomers. At this moment, Lu Dan took a break and Shaq re-entered the game, leading the Bulls into battle once more. With a commanding 10-point lead, Shaq exuded confidence, striding as if carried by the wind, his presence suggesting that Xie Yu and the entire Nets team were beneath his feet. However, this triumphant expression did not linger on his face for long. Markkanen firmly held his ground under the basket while Hart clung to Shaq like a persistent adhesive, executing a wraparound defense. In the next 5 plays, Shaq not only committed an offensive foul, but his teammates also seemed to fall into a scoring drought, missing 4 consecutive shots without any points. The Nets seized the opportunity, igniting a 15-0 scoring run. During this stretch, Xie Yu and Kobe each sank 2 3-pointers, while Markkanen added another 3 to the mix. Bulls head coach George Karl, seeing the situation unfold, had no choice but to call a timeout. As Xie Yu walked back to the bench, he passed by Shaq and couldn't resist taunting this so-called first center's leadership ability. Hart chimed in, "If you were really capable, why would you leave Orlando?" At that moment, Shaq was so furious, he felt like tearing Hart's mouth apart on the spot. He could tolerate the mockery from Xie Yu, as the latter was a formidable opponent, but how dare the rookie Josh Hart be so audacious? Moreover, that annoying wraparound defense clearly stemmed from Xie Yu's teachings, executed with the dirtiest moves, yet skirting just on the edge of foul. But what Shaq did not know was that this tactic wasn't taught to Hart by Xie Yu, it had actually been passed down from Alonzo G. The game continues. On the Bulls' side, Lu Dan did not take much time to rest, and quickly returned to the court. With all the main players back, the situation heated up instantly, making the match exceptionally intense. On the court, Xie Yu and Lu Dan frequently clashed with their muscles, each confrontation filled with a sense of power, exciting the audience, who could not help but applaud. As the whistle for the end of the first half sounded, the score was finally fixed at 68-65, with the Nets leading by 3 points as they entered the second half of the competition. Yujia, let's take a look at the statistical data of both teams' players in the first half. Xie Yu performed excellently, taking 13 shots and making 8, including 4 out of 6 3-pointers, and hitting all 4 free throws, scoring a total of 24 points, while also contributing 4 rebounds and 5 assists. Kobe was equally on fire, hitting 6 of 10 shots, making 3 out of 4 3-pointers, and scoring 17 points along with 3 rebounds and 2 assists. Markkanen was highly efficient, making 4 out of 5 shots, hitting 3 out of 4 3-pointers, scoring 11 points, and also performing well on rebounds with 7 boards. On the Bulls' side, Lu Dan maintained stable performance, making 9 out of 17 shots, hitting 1 out of 3 3-pointers, and hitting all 8 free throws, scoring an efficient 27 points along with 5 rebounds and 3 assists. Though Shaq made several mistakes, he performed impressively on the offensive end, hitting 8 out of 11 shots and scoring 22 points with 12 rebounds, but had 6 turnovers. Randolph did not play long, but his efficiency was astonishing, hitting all 3 shots and making 4 out of 4 free throws, scoring 10 points, while also contributing 6 rebounds and 5 assists. In the Nets locker room, Xie Yu merely exchanged a glance, and the team's only injured player, Alonzo G, instantly understood. He quickly walked to the center of the locker room and shouted loudly, "Brothers, listen to me. Look at the so-called number 1 in the league. Our strength cannot be underestimated. Don't scare yourselves, just go all out and see if they can withstand our onslaught. In the second half, let's go all out." As the locker room leader, Alonzo G's words undoubtedly greatly boosted morale. After he finished speaking, Atkinson began to methodically outline the tactics for the second half. The second half officially began with Kobe catching a pass from Rose after a breakthrough beyond the 3-point line, and without hesitation, he took the shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air before smoothly landing in the basket. Yujia couldn't help but exclaim, with Kobe on the Nets, "This form truly feels like playing for the dream team in America." Zhang Heli also nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Kobe plays extremely rationally, like the anchor of the team. Whenever an opportunity arises, he will not miss it." On the defensive end, Kobe also bore a heavy responsibility, voluntarily taking on the tough task of defending against Shaq. Whenever the Bulls tried to pass the ball to the open Boyan or Teague, Kobe and Rose would swiftly close in like a gust of wind. Such high-intensity defense inevitably consumed a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Xie Yu focused on single defending Lu Dan. Seeing it was difficult to pass the ball to Shaq Teague had no choice but to give the ball to Lu Dan for a forced unknown. However, at this moment, Xie Yu's defensive intensity suddenly upgraded with airtight defense, forcing the Bulls to commit a 24-second violation. Xie Yu shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Dan and said, "You want to take me unknown? Do you think you have that ability?" Lu Dan responded, "I am the highest scorer in the game." When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Xie Yu actively called for the ball, and then he executed Allen Iverson's signature crossover. He made a swift move, easily getting past Lu Dan, and then smoothly sank a mid-range shot. The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, causing Lu Dan to feel furious and utterly humiliated. Yet even so, he had no way to counter it. Xie Yu was simply too well-rounded. Lu Dan had always believed he was unmatched in unknown situations, but facing Xie Yu, he felt uncertain. Because every time he faced off against Xie Yu, it felt like looking in a mirror. His offensive tactics were always seen through by Xie Yu, and even if he was not occasionally read Xie, you could quickly make an interference that would diminish his offense. Xie Yu smiled and said, "The highest scorer. You still have to be my background." In the following match, the Nets seemed to enter a mode of full throttle. Rose, with his razor-sharp breakthroughs, tore through the opponent's defense like a blade, successfully activating the entire team's offense, giving his teammates more scoring opportunities. Kobe, like a cold-blooded assassin, always keenly captured the opportunity on the court, delivering lethal strikes, and each shot instilled fear in the opponents. Meanwhile, Xie Yu maintained his consistently stable performance. With him on the court, the Nets' situation was as solid as a rock, not the least bit chaotic. The performance of the Brow on the court was also gradually improving. Whether on offense or defense, he exhibited immense dominance, deeply influencing the course of the game. Especially in rebounding, he stood firm, making it difficult for the Bulls to easily grab offensive boards. As the game progressed, Markkanen's state became increasingly relaxed. His threatening three-pointers constantly put great pressure on Shaq and the Bulls' defense. Only 8 minutes into the third quarter, the Nets launched a fierce offensive surge, leading the quarter with a score of 33-8. Seeing this, Coach Atkinson made another personnel adjustment, substituting Xie Yu, Kobe, and Markkanen for Crawford, OG Anunoby, and Jeff Green. However, unlike before this time, under the excellent leadership of Rose and the Brow, the Nets successfully maintained their lead. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets unleashed their firepower, scoring an astonishing 107 points, leading the Bulls by 13 points as they confidently entered the final quarter. During the break, the atmosphere on the Bulls bench was tense. Lu Dan, with a resolute expression, spoke first. "I want rest in this game. I must fight back." "Me too," Shaq agreed, clenching his fists. "I want to play the entire fourth quarter. I absolutely do not want to lose to that guy." Faced with the determined resolve of the two superstars, Coach George Karl could only reluctantly agree. After all, ending their winning streak was not the most crucial part. What mattered was that these two stars had been eliminated by Xie Yu in the playoffs for 3 consecutive years, always living in his shadow. Anyone in their position would surely feel unwilling and distressed. New book launch: Rejecting the National Team and Becoming the Enemy. Booker cries all over America. This is a proud work I created after summarizing countless experiences and pouring my heart and soul into it. I believe it will definitely be thrilling for you. The final buzzer sounded like a war horn, and Lu Dan and Shaq, fueled by a do-or-die spirit, launched the first offensive. With a nimble change of direction, Lu Dan evaded the defense of Nets substitute OG Anunoby, leaping high for a powerful dunk. The basketball collided forcefully with the rim, producing a crisp sound, as if declaring the Bulls' determination to counterattack. "Without Xie Yu, what can you use to fight us?" Shaq shouted loudly towards the Nets bench. Lu Dan and Shaq exchanged a glance, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. In the next possession, the Nets missed their shot. The Bulls executed a fast break, with Shaq securing position inside, receiving a pass from Lu Dan, turning and using his massive frame to push aside Zhou easily scoring with a hook shot. The Bulls' morale surged as they gradually closed the scoring gap. Meanwhile, despite the Nets substitutes putting in their best defensive efforts, they appeared somewhat overwhelmed against Lu Dan and Shaq's full-on assault. Crawford attempted to break through Lu Dan defense with his signature move during one attack, but Lu Dan anticipated it, perfectly executing a steal. Lu Dan swiftly initiated a fast break, storming towards the basket and delivering another dunk. "With such skills, you still want to win against us?" Lu Dan taunted the Nets bench. At that moment on the sidelines, Atkinson watched as the Bulls gradually eroded the lead, feeling anxious. He glanced at Xie Yu and the others on the bench, but they seemed unfazed, and he decided not to care. When the score was reversed, he decisively decided to reintroduce Rose, Xie Yu, Kobe Davis, and Markkanen. "Brothers, we can't lose. Let them know our power." Kobe encouraged his teammates loudly as he headed onto the court. Once Xie Yu entered the game, he immediately showcased his formidable dominance. He received a pass from Rose, firmly positioned beyond the three-point line, looking at Lu Dan, defending him with a slight smirk. "What do you want to continue being blown up by me?" Xie Yu provoked. Lu Dan snorted coldly. "Don't get too complacent. This is just the beginning." Without saying more, Xie Yu raised his hand for a shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc in the air and swishing through the net. The audience erupted in cheers. "This is strength. You're still far from it," Xie Yu said to Lu Dan. As the Bulls attacked, Shaq called for the ball inside. After receiving the pass, he prepared to overpower the defense, but was double-teamed by Davis and Markkanen. Shaq attempted to pass to a teammate in a better position, but was intercepted by Kobe, who quickly stole the ball and passed. Xie Yu dashed towards the Bulls' basket like a gust of wind, and facing the approaching Lu Dan, he executed an air pivot layup, scoring once again. "Did you see that? This is the gap," Xie Yu shouted at Lu Dan and Shaq. Both Lu Dan and Shaq felt a surge of anger, yet they knew it wasn't the time to act impulsively. The Bulls regrouped for another offensive push. Lu Dan dribbled past half-court, deciding to take on Xie Yu on his own. He made several fakes in an attempt to shake off Xie Yu's defense, but Xie Yu's footwork was solid, revealing no openings. Lu Dan forced his way through, colliding with Xie Yu and hit a mid-range jumper. Xie Yu lay on the ground, visibly displeased, with the referee muttering, "Damn joke. I was raised by a stepmother." Rose and Kobe each grabbed one of Xie Yu's arms, patting him, "Stay calm, stay calm." Xie Yu launched another fast break, but this time the Bulls defenders heightened their alertness surrounding him. However, Xie Yu chose not to attack himself, but passed the ball to Kobe, who was unmarked outside. Kobe took the shot without hesitation, hitting a three-pointer. "Let's go. Let's go." The crowd's cheers were deafening. At this moment, the Nets regained the lead. The Bulls found themselves in a predicament, but Lu Dan and Shaq did not give up. During one offensive play, Lu Dan broke through to the basket. Facing the double defense of Xie Yu and Davis, he leaped high, engaging in a fierce physical clash, with both forcing the ball through the hoop, while also drawing a foul from Davis. "Do you think this can stop me, eh?" Lu Dan roared. After making the additional free throw, the Bulls' morale surged once more. As the game intensified, both teams exchanged blows, with the score rising alternately. Time ticked away, and with just 2 minutes left, the Nets led the Bulls 118 to 116. The Bulls attacked with Lu Dan dribbling to the front court. He glanced at the clock and decided to take on Xie Yu to break the deadlock. Lu Dan lowered his center of gravity, eyes fixed on Xie Yu, continuously dribbling the ball under his legs, probing for weaknesses in Xie Yu's defense. "This time I will definitely blow you up and let you know who the real king is." Lu Dan gritted his teeth. Xie Yu smirked disdainfully. "Anyone can talk big, bring it on if you have the guts." Just as his words fell, Lu Dan suddenly burst forward, accelerating to break left. Xie Yu quickly followed, matching his. Seeing the situation, Lu Dan immediately pulled the ball back and changed direction to the right, but Xie Yu was like his shadow, always sticking close. With no other choice, Lu Dan opted for a fadeaway jumper. Xie Yu jumped high, arms outstretched, nearly blocking Lu Dan's shot. The basketball brushed past Xie Yu's fingertips, soaring into the air, tracing a high arc, before finally swishing through the net. "Did you see that? This is my strength," Lu Dan exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms and roaring at Xie Yu. The score tied at 118, the Nets called a timeout. Coach Atkinson quickly laid out a strategy, telling Xie Yu and the others, "In the final moments, everyone stay calm, execute the plan, and try to let Xie Yu handle the ball, while others focus on positioning and screens. On defense, we must contain Lu Dan and Shaq." After the timeout, the Nets inbound the ball. Rose dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Xie Yu. As soon as Xie Yu received the ball, Lu Dan and Bogdanovich quickly double-teamed him. Xie Yu remained calm, signaling his teammates to move while protecting the ball with his body. Markkanen seized the opportunity to break free from his defender and move to the corner three-point line. Xie Yu, spotting the chance, faked to distract Lu Dan and passed the ball to Markkanen. Upon receiving the ball, Markkanen wasted no time and shot. The basketball soared through the air, and everyone held their breath. Unfortunately, the basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. Shaq grabbed the rebound and quickly passed it to Lu Dan, who initiated a fast break, charging towards the Nets basket like lightning. Rose and Kobe desperately hustled back on defense, but Lu Dan was too fast, already at the basket. Just as Lu Dan prepared to lay up, a figure leaped in from the side. Xie Yu. Xie Yu leaped high and forcefully swatted Lu Dan's shot away. The basketball flew out of bounds, and the audience, "Scoring in front of me isn't so easy," Xie Yu shouted. The Bulls inbound the ball, and their offense became even more cautious this time. Shaq called for the ball inside, backing into Davis, trying to force his way through. However, Davis' defense was solid, and with Markkanen's help, Shaq couldn't shake them off after several spin moves. Helpless, Shaq had to pass to Bogdanovich on the perimeter. As the shot clock was about to expire, Bogdanovich took a contested three-pointer against Kobe. The basketball arced through the air towards the basket. After hitting the rim and bouncing a few times, it ultimately did not go in. Rose grabbed the rebound and quickly passed it to Xie Yu. Xie Yu dribbled to the front court as only 13.4 seconds remained in the game. Lu Dan and Bogdanovich tightly marked Xie Yu, preventing him from getting an easy shot. Xie Yu glanced at the clock, suddenly accelerating to break through Lu Dan defense. Shaq immediately closed in, and Xie Yu reacted quickly between the two, throwing the ball high into the air. Underneath, Davis understood the signal, leaping high and smashing the ball into the basket. 1-2-0-1-1-8. Only 2.9 seconds left. The Bulls called a timeout. After the break, Lu Dan successfully received the sideline ball from Bogdanovich. The Nets opted for a gamble on defense, with Kobe tightly guarding Lu Dan, while Xie Yu lurked behind them, ready to pounce. Lu Dan drove right one step inside the three-point line, stopped suddenly, and took a fadeaway jumper. Kobe remained in front of Lu Dan, making it difficult for him, while Xie Yu was responsible for the block. His fingertips grazed the bottom of the ball, altering its trajectory. Air ball. Time expired. The Nets narrowly defeated the Bulls 120 to 118. The entire audience went wild, and the Nets players excitedly embraced each other. Xie Yu approached Lu Dan and Shaq with a smile and said, "So I won again." Lu Dan and Shaq's faces turned dark as they looked at Xie Yu, their eyes filled with unwillingness. However, they had to admit that in this match, Xie Yu and the Nets indeed displayed superior skills. This game was undoubtedly a basketball feast, with players from both sides exhibiting remarkable competitive levels. Xie Yu once again proved his dominance on the basketball court with his outstanding performance. Lu Dan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage, and stared at Xie Yu, saying, "Don't think this is over. The outcome of one game doesn't mean anything. We will meet in the playoffs. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow, slightly confidence and disdain in his eyes. I'm always ready, but I advise you not to get your hopes up. No matter how many times the outcome won't change, you will always be beneath me. Shaq couldn't help but step forward, his muscular arms bulging. Don't be so arrogant. We will definitely win in the playoffs. Xie Yu chuckled coldly. Didn't you say the same last year and the year before? At this moment, Kobe walked over, patting Xie Yu's shoulder. All right, stop wasting breath with them. This victory was impressive and deserves a celebration. After saying that, he pulled Xie Yu towards the locker room. Lu Dan and Shaq stood there watching the Nets players celebrate, filled with other Bulls players gathered around. Although they lost the game, their fierce fight in the final quarter showed them the team's resilience. In the Bulls locker room, Coach George Karl walked over and patted Lu Dan and Shaq on the shoulder. Though we lost this game, we have our honor. Your performance in the final quarter was outstanding. Failure isn't terrifying. What matters is that we learn from this game, go back and analyze the footage carefully. Next time we will definitely overcome them. Lu Dan and Shaq nodded, knowing their coach was right. Although they lost to Xie Yu today, their fighting spirit was ignited and the flames of revenge burned fiercely in their hearts. In the Nets locker room, Coach Atkinson smiled broadly. Everyone played exceptionally well today. Especially in the final quarter, we managed to stay calm and execute a comeback despite losing the lead. This is the strength of our team. But we must not get complacent. Tougher challenges lie ahead. Xie Yu stood up, addressing his teammates. That's right, this victory is just a small step on our path forward. We must maintain this momentum and keep winning, aiming for the championship. The teammates responded enthusiastically, cheers erupting once more. At the post-game press conference, a reporter asked Xie Yu, Emperor Yu, the Bulls led by Lu Dan and Shaq briefly took the lead in the final quarter. How did you quickly stabilize the situation and achieve a comeback once you entered the game? Xie Yu confidently replied. It's actually quite simple. We trust each other's abilities and strictly execute the code. When I entered the game, I aimed to quickly regain the rhythm, create opportunities for my teammates, and limit their core players on defense. Of course, the most important thing is that our entire team has a strong desire to win, and this belief supports us to go all. At the Bulls post-game press conference, a reporter asked Lu Dan and Shaq, you displayed tremendous fighting spirit in the final quarter. Unfortunately, you still lost the game. What adjustments does the Bulls team have planned going forward? Lu Dan replied seriously, this game indeed exposed some issues. Well, carefully analyze the game footage and intensify. We won't be defeated by this failure. The next time we face the Nets, we will definitely win back. Shaq added, exactly, well, learn from this loss and become stronger. The Nets are indeed strong, but we won't easily concede. The rise of the Bulls is only a matter of time. After this match, the basketball community was abuzz with discussions about this thrilling showdown. Fans expressed their views on social media, some praising Xie Yu and the Nets' formidable strength, while others commended Lu Dan and Shaq for their tenacity in the final quarter. After defeating the formidable Chicago Bulls, a jubilant Xie Yu waved his hand, splurging to invite the entire team for a celebratory dinner. The atmosphere was lively, with many players' families joining the dinner. Everyone was filled with laughter, and many shared photos of the gathering on social media, spreading the joy. Excited Xie Yu even started a live stream on Douyin. Unexpectedly, this broadcast created a sensation, with a massive influx of fans flooding into the live room, surpassing expectations and causing Douyin's servers to crash. Xie Yu, speechless, turned to Kobe. This is all your fault. Why did you have to brush the carnival? Look what you've done. You blew up the... Kobe looked innocent, shrugging with a pained expression. I'm a competent Douyin spokesperson. However, Kobe did not stop there. After humbly seeking advice from Alonzo G, he also started his own live stream. That night, everyone had a blast and laughter almost lifted the roof. However, as expected, the day after, when they visited Salt Lake City to face the last-place Jazz, the Nets lost the game again. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the bells of Christmas are about to ring, enveloping the entire Cleveland in a joyful and harmonious festive atmosphere. Xie Qingxian, along with a large group of Xie family members, arrived in Cleveland, preparing to celebrate the holiday together. The villa, spanning 2 acres, had already been specially purchased from Dan Gilbert by Xie Yu. Under the festive lights, it exudes a warm and unique charm. This year's Christmas showdown revolves around the focus match between the Nets visiting Cleveland to face the Cavaliers, primarily because Xie Yu will return to the familiar QSL Center, a venue filled with memories. To fulfill his grandfather's last wish, Xian Yin was urgently recalled from the development league to the Nets and was given the opportunity. Coincidentally, in this match, Rose was absent due to injury, which allowed Xian Yin, often referred to as a relationship prince by the outside world, to rightfully appear in the starting position. At this moment in the 2-acre villa, warm lights illuminated the space as Xie Yu gently held little Julian, a loving smile spread across his face. He leaned down and softly asked, son, would you like to run freely on the NBA court like brother Nian in the future? Julian blinked his bright eyes, quickly shook his little head, and replied in a childish voice, Daddy, I don't want to. When I grow up, I want to be an actor. The innocent voice echoed in the room, adding a unique charm to this warm Christmas Eve. On the eve of the Christmas showdown, the QSL Center was brightly lit, as if gathering the city's enthusiasm into one. Amidst the stirring music, the pre-game warm-up was in full swing, with players darting across the court and the sound of basketballs thumping against the floor interweaving into a vibrant prelude. Dressed in training gear, Xie Yu walked steadily yet briskly toward the Cavaliers players, a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with warmth and nostalgia, as if his smile could melt away all barriers. As he approached each player, he would open his arms, offering a heartfelt embrace. When embracing Holiday patted Xie Yu's back firmly, and they exchanged smiles, their gazes reflecting scenes of passionate battles fought side by side in the past. During his embrace with Giannis held Xie Yu tightly, whispering softly in his ear, seemingly sharing unspoken. In the eyes of the players looking at Xie Yu beyond the joy of reunion, there was a profound respect for this former leader. They knew that this person had once led them to write an indelible, glorious history. At that moment, the large screen at the venue suddenly lit up, and a meticulously crafted tribute video began to play. The video opened with scenes from Xie Yu's early days with the Cavaliers, portraying a gloomy atmosphere and low morale among the players, perfectly illustrating the team's struggle during a losing streak. In the footage, Xie Yu was seen practicing alone on the court, appearing particularly lonely with sweat soaking his clothes, yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination. As time passed, the images gradually brightened, showing the team moving forward step by step under Xie Yu's leadership. Finally, on that thrilling championship night, fans erupted in cheers, confetti filled the air, players embraced in tears as Xie Yu lifted the trophy, tears and sweat mingling on his tired yet joyful face. Since then, the Cavaliers embarked on a path of invincibility, with consecutive championship moments plunging the entire Cleveland into endless celebration. With each championship victory, the arena was submerged in a sea of gold and maroon. Fans cheered excitedly, as if time stood still for this glory. Until Xie Yu left after winning his 6th championship, that departing figure brought tears to countless fans, becoming an everlasting image in the basketball memories of this city. As the video continued to switch scenes, the audience seemed to relive those glorious years filled with ups and downs. They all stood up spontaneously, applause thundered throughout the arena, the sound seemingly breaking through the roof, and soared. Many fans' eyes were already red, tears welling up, and eventually unable to hold back, they streamed down. Some gently wiped away their tears with their hands, while others let the tears flow down their cheeks, filled with deep nostalgia for the glorious past, and an unexpressed reluctance and respect for Xie Yu, the city's hero. Xie Yu stood quietly in the center of the court, deeply moved by the enthusiastic and sincere atmosphere. His eyes glistened with emotion. The staff timely handed him the microphone. Xie Yu took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions, his voice slightly trembling, yet filled with affection as he addressed the audience. Cleveland, this city full of passion and strength, this arena that carries countless dreams and glories, and all of you, every fan who has always supported the team, mean more to me than anything in the world. No matter how time flows, no matter where I am, I will always be a part of Cleveland. This is the birthplace of my basketball dreams, the most important basketball hometown in my life, and my love for you will never fade, just like the lights of this city. His words were firm and powerful, reverberating in the arena, striking each person's heart like a heavy hammer, sparking waves of cheers that pushed the atmosphere to new heights. Then Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert walked briskly to the center of the court with steady steps. He was dressed in a sharp suit with wisdom and composure reflected in his gaze. After taking the microphone from the staff, he first sincerely scanned the entire audience, his gaze seemingly conveying his inner excitement and emotions to every fan. Then he focused his gaze on Xie Yu, his tone filled with emotion and respect. Xie Yu, you are the greatest player in Cavaliers history. When you arrived here, the team was at its lowest point, a period of unimaginable darkness with the shadow of losing hanging. It was you, with your iron-willed determination, unparalleled skills, and innate leadership charm, who led us step by step out of the mire toward the light, toward the pinnacle. The 6 championships you brought are not just 6 trophies, not merely symbols of glory. They are the spiritual pillars of this city, the eternal pride and faith in the hearts of all Cavaliers fans. Behind each trophy lies countless nights of hard work and sweat, encapsulating the dedication of the entire team. Your contributions to the Cavaliers have transcended basketball itself. You have become the calling card of this city, inspiring generations of young people to bravely pursue their dreams. On behalf of the entire Cavaliers team, I extend the highest and most sincere gratitude to you. No matter how time changes, you will always be the most important and irreplaceable member of the Cavaliers family. Then player representative Giannis stepped forward with admiration. He took the microphone from Dan Gilbert. He slightly tilted his head, looking at Xie Yu, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Boss, since I stepped into this league, you have been the unreachable, yet highly yearned idol of my basketball career and a role model on my path. I remember when I first joined the team, I was filled with confusion and anxiety, facing the intense competitions. It was you who patiently shared your experiences and guided me through every technical move after training. Your focus on the game, your seriousness in every training session, and your fighting spirit of never giving up on the court have deeply imprinted in my heart, constantly motivating me. Moreover, your sincerity towards teammates made me feel the warmth of home in this unfamiliar city. Thank you for everything you've done for the Cavaliers. You made me truly understand what basketball spirit is, what it means to go all out for dreams and never give up. I hope that in the days to come, everything goes smoothly for you. No matter where you are, the door of the Cavaliers will always be open for you. This will always be your home. Cavaliers starters: center Jokic, power forward Giannis, small forward Joe Harris, shooting guard CJ McCollum, point guard Holiday. Nets starters: center Markkanen, power forward Anthony Davis, small forward Kobe, shooting guard Xie Yu, point guard Xian Yan. As the referee tossed the ball high, the QSL center was instantly ignited. The cheers and shouts of the fans intertwined as if to lift the dome of the arena. This spotlight battle between the Nets and the Cavaliers had attracted much attention even before the game, with media from all sides gathering as everyone anticipated an intense clash. As the game began, both sides fought for every ball. Jokic received a pass in the paint, backing down against Markkanen. He used his strong body to constantly press against Markkanen's defensive space, turning to make a hook shot with the basketball, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before smoothly landing in the hoop. "Good shot," cheered the Cavaliers fans. The Nets quickly launched a counterattack, and Xie Yu dribbled past half-court passing the ball to Xie Yu. Xie Yu observed the situation on the court. With a fake move, he shook off the defender, broke into the paint, attracting the Cavaliers. At that moment, he swiftly passed the ball unexpectedly to Xie Yu, who was beyond the three-point line. Xie Yu caught the ball steadily, took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, flicked his wrist, and the basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, swishing through the net. The audience cheered in unison. This was Xie Yu's first point in his professional career, and his brotherly relationship with Xie Yu made the fans even more enthusiastic as applause surged like a tide. Giannis, naturally unwilling to be outdone, received a quick baseline pass from Jokic and dashed toward the front court like lightning. Anthony Davis quickly returned to defense, leaping high in an attempt to block. Giannis forced a layup in midair, evading Davis' block and scoring the basket while also drawing a foul on Davis. He made the free throw, bringing the score to 3-5. Kobe stepped up, receiving a pass from Xie Yu. Facing CJ McCollum, he executed a fadeaway jumper, and the basketball accurately found the net. Kobe's signature move instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the Nets fans. The scores between the two teams fluctuated, with the first quarter proving to be fiercely contested. As time passed, the intensity of the match escalated. Jokic attacked strongly inside, with body collisions against Markkanen echoing with deep thuds. Giannis broke through from outside his speed, leaving spectators breathless. Meanwhile, Xie Yu organized the offense while also keeping an eye on sharpshooter Joe Harris, with the two often exchanging three-point shots. At the end of the first quarter, both sides were tied at 33, closely matching each other with no gap in score. As players took a break, coaches nervously devised tactics on the sidelines, while the audience remained eager, looking forward to an even more thrilling game ahead. As the second quarter began, both sides introduced some bench players. The Nets bench struggled on the offensive end, with their shooting percentage dropping, while the Cavaliers seized the opportunity to launch an 82 run, widening the score to 4,135. Seeing this, the Nets coach quickly called for a timeout to readjust the strategy. After the timeout, Xie Yu returned to the game and began to strengthen his personal attack. With a change of direction, he shook off the defender and penetrated the paint, facing a defender with a brilliant alley-oop pass, finding Xie Yu in the open under the basket, who easily dunked for points. "Yu Jia," shouted, "Here comes the flight attendant from Huaxia." Zhang Heli echoed, "So beautiful." Shortly after, Xie Yu hit a three-pointer from outside, helping the team close the gap. On the Cavaliers' side, Jokic and Giannis returned to the game, showcasing their immense dominance once again. Jokic scored repeatedly in the paint, while Giannis slammed home a dunk on a fast break. As the game reached the halfway point, Xie Yu displayed his excellent playmaking ability once more. He continuously created opportunities for his teammates, with Kobe and Davis scoring consecutively. The Nets gradually caught up in score. With Xie Yu's precise passing, Kobe caught the ball at the baseline, faked out the defender, and hit a mid-range jumper to put the Nets ahead. The Cavaliers remained calm. CJ McCollum stepped up, using Jokic's screen to penetrate the paint, drawing a foul and making both free throws. The score fluctuated back and forth, with the competition reaching a fever pitch. At this moment, a minor incident occurred. Giannis collided heavily with Xie Yu during a breakthrough, and both fell to the ground. The referee hurried over to check the situation, and after a brief discussion, called an offensive foul on Giannis. Giannis stood up, somewhat dissatisfied, muttering, but accepted the call. Especially since Xie Yu stood in front of Xie Yu, he dared not express his anger. Xie Yu patted Xie Yu's shoulder, encouraging him in Huaxia language. "Well done, no matter if it's Giannis or his brother, just keep going with me here. He won't dare to show his teeth at you." Xie Yu nodded and shrugged, thinking to himself, "I have a powerful backing now, how wonderful." The game continued as Xie Yu dribbled past half court. Faced with the Cavaliers' tight defense, he did not rush to attack, but continuously passed the ball, searching for gaps in the opponent's defense. Finally, he spotted Anthony Davis with an opportunity in the paint and swiftly passed the ball to him. After receiving the ball, Davis made a quick spin and aggressively attacked Jokic. Despite Jokic's full defensive effort, Davis, leveraging his exceptional physicality, scored the basket and drew a foul from Jokic. With the free throw made, the Nets led by 3 points. Mike Brown called for a timeout to draw up a new strategy. After the timeout, the Cavaliers launched their attack. Jokic orchestrated the play from the high post, passing the ball to CJ McCollum at the baseline. Without any hesitation, McCollum took a three-point shot. The basketball spun rapidly through the air, and the entire crowd held their breath as they watched it swish through the net, tying the. With less than a minute remaining in the half, Xie Yu regained control of the ball. He dribbled to the front court, glanced at the clock, and decided to go for a solo play. Facing Giannis' defense, he first faked a left side drive, and then suddenly accelerated to the right. Giannis stumbled, trying to reach out and interfere. Xie Yu did not force his way through, but instead stopped abruptly for a jump shot. The basketball soared high, bounced off the rim a few times, and ultimately fell into the net. The Nets temporarily led 7,067 as they entered the second half, with the atmosphere in the arena reaching a peak of tension as the audience could almost hear their own heartbeats. Players headed to their locker rooms. In the Nets locker room, Atkinson wore a serious expression as he gestured on the tactical board, saying, "In the second half, we need to strengthen our defense, especially against Jokic and Giannis. On offense, we must remain patient, pass the ball more, and look for better opportunities before shooting. Xie Yu will continue to control the tempo in the second half, create opportunities for your teammates, while also paying attention to your own offense." In the Cavaliers locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Mike Brown exclaimed, "We played too loosely in the first half. Our defense was inadequate, and our offense lacked cohesion. In the second half, we must enhance our defensive intensity and secure rebounds. Nikola, you need to be more aggressive inside. Giannis, utilize your speed to break through and create chances for your teammates. Everyone needs to get energized. Oh, we must win this game." As the second half began, the Cavaliers awakened from their slumber, launched a fierce counterattack. Their strategy became clearer as Jokic attacked aggressively in the paint, constantly pressuring the Nets' interior defense with his height and weight advantage. Giannis, meanwhile, broke through from the perimeter, making it difficult for the Nets defenders to keep up. The combination of inside and outside tactics left the Nets' defense on the verge of collapse. On the Nets' side, the defense became chaotic as the Cavaliers capitalized on several opportunities to score. The Cavaliers quickly took the lead and began to widen the gap. Xie Yu recognized the severity of the situation. He shouted to his teammates, reminding them to be aware of their defensive positions and to communicate better. On offense, Xie Yu intensified his personal drives. With his agile footwork and excellent ball handling skills, he repeatedly tore through the Cavaliers' defense. Once in the paint, he either scored himself or passed to a teammate, helping the Nets stabilize the situation. However, the Cavaliers' offensive onslaught continued unabated. CJ McCollum was on fire from beyond the arc, sinking consecutive three-point shots. Giannis even showcased a powerful dunk during a fast break, raising the intensity of the atmosphere to its peak. With a score of 98, the team led by 5 points as they entered the fourth quarter. At this moment, the fans of the Nets felt a pang of worry, while the Cavaliers supporters cheered with joy, as if victory was already within reach. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams fielded their main lineups, marking the beginning of a decisive battle. The Nets understood the gravity of the situation and launched a fierce attack right from the start. Xie Yu was like a commander on the court, distributing the ball with meticulous precision, creating excellent scoring opportunities. Kobe received a pass from Xie Yu at the perimeter, decisively took a shot, and hit a three-pointer, instantly igniting the passion of the Nets fans and narrowing the score to 101-103. The Cavaliers were not about to sit idly by as Jokic engaged in an intense confrontation with Davis in the paint. He utilized his exceptional footwork and passing ability, drawing defenders before passing to an open teammate. After receiving the ball, Giannis quickly broke through, challenging the defender's block to make a layup that hit the backboard and went in, allowing the Cavaliers to maintain their lead. As the game reached a fever pitch, both teams fought with all their might. Every offensive and defensive play was charged with. In a strong drive to the basket, Xie Yu was fouled hard by Giannis, earning himself free throw opportunities. He took a deep breath and calmly made both shots. Then the Cavaliers attacked again, with CJ McCollum attempting a three-pointer from the perimeter, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Davis leapt high to grab the crucial rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Xie Yu. Xie Yu accelerated like an arrow towards the front court, facing the Cavaliers' defense. With a quick feint, he shook off the defender and jumped to shoot. The ball swished through the net, tying the score. The entire crowd erupted, cheers echoing loudly. With only 2 minutes left in the game, the Cavaliers called a timeout to devise a crucial strategy. After the timeout, Jokic received the ball at the top of the key, feinting a pass to Giannis in the paint, but suddenly broke through himself. Davis quickly recovered to defend, but Jokic, with his superb skill, executed a soft floater, the ball arcing perfectly through the air. 121-123. The Cavaliers regained a 2-point lead. In this highly anticipated match, the decisive moments were always filled with endless suspense and excitement, often referred to as heroic moments. At this moment, White focused intently, dribbling steadily towards Xie Yu before confidently passing the ball into Xie Yu's hand. Seeing the situation, the Nets quickly adjusted their defense. Unexpectedly, they did not send Giannis to guard Xie Yu, but chose Holiday to closely mark him. Xie Yu slightly crouched, lowering his center of gravity, striking his iconic triple threat position. He took a probing step, then, without hesitation, pulled up for a three-pointer. Holiday's defense was impeccable, but Xie Yu's shot was too decisive and quick. Even with Holiday's full effort, it was hard to effectively disrupt his release. With a crisp swish, the ball swished through the net, instantly changing the score to 124-123. Xie Yu looked at Holiday, his tone filled with confidence and provocation. "You indeed have the strength to be selected for the all-defensive first team, but you must understand you will never truly be able to defend me." At this moment, there were only 1 minute and 26 seconds left in the game, and every second felt incredibly precious. Meanwhile, CJ McCollum organized the offense, collaborating with Jokic on a pick and roll. After the pick and roll, McCollum passed the ball to Jokic. Seeing this, Giannis quickly cut to the basket, but Xie Yu seemed to have foreseen everything, successfully intercepting the passing lane by predicting Giannis' movement. With no other choice, Jokic could only opt for an individual attack. Markkanen held his ground against Jokic in the paint, while the other 4 Nets players swiftly collapsed towards the basket, forming a solid defensive line. In this critical moment, Jokic chose to trust his teammate, delivering an unexpected pass to the open Giannis in the court. Giannis seized this golden opportunity, calmly raising his hand to shoot a three-pointer after receiving the ball. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and went in. The score changed to 124-126. Witnessing this, White immediately took a quick baseline throw-in, unhesitatingly passing the ball to Xie Yu. Xie Yu surged forward like an arrow as the Nets launched a counterattack, resembling a storm suddenly sweeping through the desert, catching everyone off guard. Xie Yu broke through from the right to the left, suddenly making an underthelic pass during his advance. With a seamless understanding, Davis received the ball and leapt high for a powerful dunk. The score was once again tied, and the atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited. Yu Jia could not help but exclaim, Xie Yu's passing this time was truly brilliant. Zhang Heli also chimed in that was spectacular. He drew everyone's attention with his lateral breakthrough, and that unexpected behind-the-back pass left the Cavaliers in a daze. Had it not been for that pass landing directly in Davis' hands, I would have doubted whether he could have caught it. With only 45 seconds left in the game, the tension on the court intensified. The Cavaliers continued to focus their offense. As Jokic prepared to receive the ball, Xie Yu suddenly initiated a double team. Jokic reacted quickly, lifting the ball high and successfully drawing a foul from Xie Yu. Fortunately, they had not yet reached the foul limit, and Xie Yu's attempted steal almost succeeded, leaving many feeling regretful. The Cavaliers resumed play with a sideline inbounds, continuing to pass the ball to Jokic, who after failing to score opted for a mid-range shot. The shot was highly challenging, but Jokic, with his excellent individual ability, made it with ease. 126-128. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted, gasps and cheers filling the air as the atmosphere reached a boiling point. With just 20 seconds left, the Nets chose not to call a timeout, and Xie Yu received the ball firmly at midcourt. He hesitated not at all, and unexpectedly opted to run down the clock. The Cavaliers dared not rush into a double team, fully aware that they needed to prevent Xie Yu from breaking through for 2 points and also guard against his long-range three-point threat. Mike Brown shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Normal defense." The Cavaliers players instantly grasped the coach's intention. The normal defense meant double-teaming Xie Yu at the last moment, a strategy carefully prepared in advance. With 7 seconds remaining, Holiday closely guarded Xie Yu while Giannis stood behind him on the three-point line, ready to provide help. Xie Yu appeared to initiate a move, but remained 2 steps behind the three-point line, calmly reading the Cavaliers' defense. Seeing the situation, Holiday increased his defensive intensity. With 3 seconds left, Giannis decisively moved in for a... In this critical moment, Xie Yu suddenly launched forward, but then quickly pulled back, leaving Holiday completely caught off guard. At this moment, Xie Yu stood 2.5 steps behind the three-point line, decisively executing a step-back three-pointer. As he released the ball, it traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. At this crucial juncture, the red light indicating the end of time lit up, and all eyes in the arena were fixed on the basketball that would decide the game's outcome. The entire venue was so quiet that one could almost hear everyone's heartbeat. With a swish, the basketball swished through the net, the crisp sound breaking the brief silence. 129-128. Xie Yu successfully delivered a buzzer beater. Although the fans present supported the home team, the spectacular buzzer beater left them unable to care about their team's loss, and they rose in unison, generously offering thunderous applause and cheers. In their hearts, Xie Yu would forever be the hero of Cleveland, even though this time their hero had just defeated the very team they supported. This match, due to Xie Yu's buzzer-beating three-pointer, would inevitably become a classic, unforgettable battle in basketball. As the final buzzer sounded, although the Cavaliers were reluctant, they still wore bittersweet smiles, lining up to approach, Xie Yu embracing him in tribute. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was complex, filled with both the melancholy of defeat and the recognition and respect for their opponent's brilliant performance. Holiday was the first to step forward, a hint of a resigned smile playing on his lips as he lightly tapped Xie Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Bro, in every inter-team scrimmage facing off against you, I've always found you so irritating, always pulling off those headache-inducing plays in crucial moments." Xie Yu responded in a teasing tone, "Likewise, you put a lot of pressure on me defensively. I guess this reflects a mutual respect between old rivals." Then Giannis approached, his expression sincere, yet slightly regretful, as he said, "Boss, I have to admit, I truly hate being... Every time on the court it feels like you're an insurmountable mountain, making me feel immense pressure." Xie Yu smiled and patted Giannis on the back, replying, "I didn't have it easy either. Your exceptional defensive skills made it quite tough for me. Winning this game was truly not easy." Jokic then came up to Xie Yu, his eyes reflecting determination and calmness as he said, "Boss, losing to you, I accept it wholeheartedly. I've given it my all." Xie Yu looked at this formidable opponent, speaking earnestly, "You are one of the best big men in the league. With your talent, MVP is definitely just the beginning of your career. You will achieve even more greatness in the future." CJ McCollum also stepped forward, his face filled with admiration, briefly, yet powerfully, saying, "Boss, greatness needs no words. You were phenomenal in this game." Xie Yu encouragingly gazed at him, saying, "Keep it up. You hold a crucial position in the Cavaliers. The team often relies on you, so continue to excel." At this moment, Joe Harris walked up to Xie Yu, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he softly said, "Boss, I truly miss the days we played together in Cleveland." Xie Yu smiled warmly, replying, "The Nets will always welcome you back. I've cherished those days of fighting side by side." These hugs and exchanges of words, though simple, were filled with the unique competitive spirit and deep friendship of the Cavaliers dynasty, bringing a different warm conclusion to this spectacular match. After the game, the Brooklyn Nets held a press conference. The reporters were already on high alert, with camera flashes going off continuously. Head coach Atkinson and the hero of the game, Xie Yu, entered the venue together. The reporters eagerly tossed the first question to Xie Yu. "Do you, under immense pressure, you hit that buzzer-beater three-pointer at the last moment. What were you thinking at that time?" Xie Yu smiled slightly and answered calmly, "At that moment, I was just focused on making the shot, trusting in my training and the support from my teammates. I knew what this game meant for the team, and I couldn't let everyone down, so I shot without any distractions." Next, a reporter asked Atkinson, "Coach, the team faced many challenges in this game. What do you think was the key to winning?" Atkinson replied earnestly, "The resilience and execution of our entire team were key. Everyone remained focused throughout the game and did not give up regardless of the score fluctuations. Especially on the defensive end, we successfully limited the performance of some key players on the opposing team, while also creating numerous opportunities on offense. Of course, Xie Yu's buzzer beater at the last moment truly sealed this victory with a perfect finish. Another reporter asked Xie Yu, "You had some exciting matchups against several stars from the Cavaliers. How do you evaluate their performance?" Xie Yu pondered for a moment and said, "The Cavaliers players are all outstanding. Take Jokic for example, his passing vision and offensive skills are incredibly diverse, causing us a lot of trouble. Giannis' physical attributes and defensive intensity also made our offense very challenging. And then there's Holiday, whose defensive pressure was immense. Competing against them taught me a lot and made this game even more exciting." Finally, a reporter inquired about Atkinson's outlook on the team's upcoming schedule. Atkinson confidently stated, "This victory has greatly boosted our morale, but we cannot be satisfied with just this. The upcoming schedule is still full of challenges. We will fight one game at a time, constantly adjusting and improving, striving for better results." After the game, the Cavaliers held their press conference. Coach Mike Brown, accompanied by a slightly weary Jokic and Giannis, arrived. A reporter was the first to ask, "Coach Brown, the team lost the game at the last moment. Where do you think the problem lies?" Mike Brown's expression was serious as he said, "We didn't do a good enough job limiting Xie Yu on the defensive end, allowing him to have great shooting opportunities. In terms of tactical execution, we may have also made some deviations. But I must say the Nets played exceptionally well, especially Xie Yu. His performance deserved this victory." Next, a reporter asked Jokic, "Jokic, you gave it your all in this game. Do you have any regrets at the last moment?" Jokic shrugged and said calmly, "Of course there are regrets. After all, everyone wants to win the game. But that's basketball. There are wins and losses. Xie Yu hit the key shot at the last moment, and we can only accept the result. After returning, we will summarize and strive to do better next time." The reporter then directed a question to Giannis. "Giannis, you matched up with Xie Yu multiple times during the game. What do you think is his greatest strength?" Giannis replied seriously, "Xie Yu has an exceptionally high basketball IQ. His control of the game's rhythm is outstanding. Regardless of whether it's offense or passing, he always makes the right choices. Moreover, his poise in crucial moments is truly admirable." Finally, Mike Brown was asked about the team's upcoming adjustment. He firmly said, "We will address the issues exposed in this game, strengthening our defensive intensity and the stability of tactical execution. At the same time, we will encourage the players to maintain their confidence. This loss will not affect our focus and determination for the..." After the Christmas showdown, the Brooklyn Nets, buoyed by their victory over the Cavaliers, continued their journey through the regular season with high spirits. Xie Yu's buzzer beater seemed to inject a miraculous power into the team, making every player firmly believe that as long as they united as one, they could defeat any opponent. In the subsequent games, Xie Yu maintained a steady and outstanding performance. He not only frequently contributed to the team's scoring, but also activated the entire team's offense with his exceptional organizational skills. His teammates, including Kobe and Davis, also shone under his influence. Markkanen's three-point shooting became increasingly precise, turning into a significant weapon for the team's outside shooting. Although Rose occasionally faced injury troubles, whenever he took the court, his sharp drives could still tear through the opponent's defense. However, the regular season was long and arduous, and the Nets did not have a smooth sail. In some matches, the team exposed issues with their defensive stability, often finding themselves in tough battles against teams with strong offensive firepower. Fortunately, the coaching staff adjusted tactics in a timely manner, and the players quickly responded by enhancing communication and collaboration, gradually compensating for these vulnerabilities. As the regular season progressed, the competition among teams became increasingly fierce. The Chicago Bulls, with their powerful roster and cohesive teamwork, surged ahead, firmly securing the top spot in the East. Their core players Lou Dan and Shaq were in outstanding form, leading the team to victory in every game. The New York Knicks were also formidable, with the combination of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and other stars keeping them consistently near the top of the Eastern Conference standings. The Cleveland Cavaliers, bolstered by the efforts of Giannis and Jokic, also exhibited excellent performances. Despite losing to the Nets in the Christmas showdown, they did not lose heart. Instead, they continually adjusted their form in subsequent games, showcasing remarkable resilience. After experiencing a series of ups and downs, the Nets ultimately ranked third in the East, with an impressive record, successfully advancing to the playoffs. The Philadelphia 76ers, Pacers, Raptors, and Pistons each secured their spots in the playoffs, occupying the 5th to 8th positions in the East based on their respective strengths. After the regular season ended, the playoffs ignited swiftly. In the first round, the top 4 teams in the East demonstrated their strength by eliminating their respective opponents and advancing to the next round. The much-anticipated matchups of the Eastern Conference playoffs second round commenced. The Chicago Bulls met the Cleveland Cavaliers in a fierce encounter. Both teams had impressive performances in the regular season, and this clash promised to be explosive. In the first game of the series, the Bulls played at home, with Lou Dan and Shaq quickly finding their rhythm. Lou Dan, with his unstoppable isolation skills, scored frequently against the Cavaliers' defense. Shaq dominated the paint like a mountain, firmly controlling rebounds and defense. On the Cavaliers' side, Giannis and Jokic were equally unyielding, putting up a fierce resistance. Giannis' drives were incredibly sharp, and Jokic's passing and playmaking left the Bulls' defense scrambling. However, the Bulls' overall strength proved superior, excelling in teamwork and tactical execution. Despite the Cavaliers' all-out efforts, they ultimately lost the first game with a score of 105 to 112. In the second game, the Cavaliers adjusted their tactics, intensifying their defense against Lou Dan and Shaq. They employed a double-team strategy in an attempt to limit the impact of the Bulls' 2 core players. This strategy yielded some results as the scoring efficiency of Lou Dan and Shaq decreased. But other Bulls players stepped up, Bogdanovich, and Randolph heated up from beyond the arc, frequently sinking three-pointers. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed again with a score of 108-103, leading the series 2-0. The third game shifted to the Cavaliers' home court, where the Cavaliers faced a do-or-die situation. Throughout the game, the score remained tightly contested. In the final moments, Giannis' drive successfully tied the game. Then Lu Dan showcased his superstar qualities at a critical moment, hitting a fadeaway jumper over two defenders to clinch the victory for the Bulls at 98-96, putting them at match point with a total score of 3-0. In the fourth game, the Cavaliers did not give up. Jokic dominated the paint, achieving a massive double-double with 30 points and 15 rebounds. However, the Bulls exhibited a balanced attack and ultimately won the game 115-108, eliminating the Cleveland Cavaliers with a total score of 4-0 and advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. Meanwhile, the series between the Brooklyn Nets and the New York Knicks was exceptionally thrilling. The first game took place at the Knicks' home court, where they launched a fierce offense from the start, and the connection between James and Irving threw the Nets' defense into disarray. However, the Nets quickly adjusted, with Xie Yu and Kobe combining their efforts to lead the team to a comeback in the third quarter. Ultimately, the Nets won the first game with a score of 120-112. In the second game, the Knicks intensified their defense against Xie Yu, attempting to sever his connection with his teammates. This strategy put the Nets' offense in distress, as Xie Yu was unable to assist his teammates throughout the game. Davis and Rose also stepped up. Davis scored effectively inside, while Rose's drives frequently caused damage. Ultimately, the Knicks clawed back with a score of 105-100, tying the series 1-1. The third game moved to the Nets' home court, a true defensive battle. The score fluctuated back and forth, with the game proving exceptionally tense. In the final moments, Xie Yu hit a crucial three-pointer, helping the Nets narrowly defeat the Knicks 97-92, taking a 2-1 lead in the series. In the fourth game, the Knicks faced a do-or-die situation. They unleashed their full offensive firepower, with J.R. Smith and Love both delivering outstanding performances. The Nets, on the other hand, relied on teamwork and balanced scoring. The game went into overtime, where Xie Yu once again showcased his clutch qualities, scoring 7 consecutive points, leading the Nets to a victory of 118-113 and putting them at match point with a total score of 3-1. In the fifth game, the Knicks did not give up. Buoyed by the cheers of their home fans, they launched a desperate counterattack. James delivered a near triple-double with 37 points, 10 rebounds, and 13 assists, but the Nets, thanks to their superior team performance, won the game 125-120, eliminating the New York Knicks with a total score of 4-1 and meeting the Chicago Bulls in the Eastern Conference Finals. On the stage of the Eastern Conference Finals, the Brooklyn Nets and Chicago Bulls, two powerhouses, were about to engage in a pinnacle showdown. This matchup represented not only a test of strength, but also a battle for honor. The entire basketball community focused on this matchup, anticipating an epic series. Before the game, the atmosphere in the Nets locker room was tense yet fervent. Standing among his teammates, Xie Yu said with determination, "Brothers, we have come this far, overcoming countless difficulties, and now we stand on the stage of the Eastern Conference Finals, facing the formidable Bulls. But I believe that as long as we unite and showcase our strength, nothing can stop our forward march." Kobe also stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Exactly, we need to let them know that the Nets are not to be trifled with. In this series, we fight with everything we've got." His teammates responded enthusiastically, their spirits soaring. On the Bulls' side, the morale was equally high. Lu Dan stated in a pre-game interview, "The Nets are a powerful opponent, but we Bulls have our advantages. In this series, we must showcase the strength of the Eastern Conference's top team and successfully advance to the finals." Shaq echoed, "This showdown will undoubtedly be thrilling, but victory will belong to us, the Bulls." In this intense series, the first 6 games were incredibly close, with the Bulls displaying a strong home advantage, successfully defending 3 home games. However, the Nets were no pushovers either. They fought back fiercely and similarly secured 3 victories at home. Thus, the series was tied at 3-3, leading to a critical Game 7. In the 7th game, the Bulls, backed by their home crowd, were full of momentum. From the start, they ramped up their defensive intensity, focusing on Xie Yu and Kobe. At the same time, they emphasized teamwork on offense, spreading the scoring. The Nets, on the other hand, struggled on offense with a declining shooting percentage. At the end of the first quarter, the Bulls led the Nets 33-24. In the second quarter, the Nets adjusted their tactics, enhancing the connection between their inside and outside players. Davis and Markkanen frequently capitalized on opportunities inside, scoring numerous points for the team. However, the Bulls' offense remained sharp, with the combination of Lu Dan and Shaq proving too much for the Nets' defense. At halftime, the Bulls led the Nets 68-56. In the second half, the Nets launched a fierce counterattack. Xie Yu began to exert his influence, driving, passing, and shooting, gradually closing the score gap. The Bulls, however, relied on their tenacious defense to maintain their lead. Entering the fourth quarter, the Bulls led the Nets 95-88. In the final moments of the game, the Nets ramped up their defensive intensity, successfully limiting the Bulls' offense. At the same time, Xie Yu and Kobe hit consecutive crucial shots, tying the game. Lu Dan double-teamed and, unable to receive the ball, ultimately saw Shaq miss a strong attempt inside, leading the game into overtime. In overtime, both sides gave their all. Lu Dan and Xie Yu remained the core players for their respective teams. Lu Dan hit a crucial mid-range shot, helping the Bulls take the lead. But Xie Yu was equally unyielding. He first sank a three-pointer and then assisted Davis with a dunk, allowing the Nets to regain the lead. Lu Dan's final isolation play was dramatically blocked by Xie Yu. Although there were calls for a foul, the referee did not blow the whistle. Ultimately, the Nets won the overtime contest 110-108, eliminating the Chicago Bulls with a total score of 4-3 and successfully advancing to the finals. News of the Nets' advancement to the finals spread rapidly throughout the basketball community, sending fans into a frenzy. Every member of the team became a hero, and their efforts and struggles were rewarded. Xie Yu, without a doubt, was the soul of this team. His outstanding performances in the playoffs allowed people to witness his growth. After defeating the Chicago Bulls 4-3 in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Brooklyn Nets were in high spirits as they successfully advanced to the championship. Their opponents in the finals were none other than the Warriors. On the eve of the finals, the locker room atmosphere was both lively. Standing among his teammates, Xie Yu said, with unwavering determination, "Brothers, we have fought hard to reach the stage of the Warriors are strong, but we are no pushovers either. This is the opportunity we have longed for the championship." His teammates enthusiastically responded with passionate cheers echoing through the locker room. The Nets won the finals against the Warriors with a total score of 4-2, successfully claiming the championship. Xie Yu burned bright, achieving an all-around average of 47 points, 13 rebounds, and 11 assists in the finals. When the final buzzer sounded, the Nets players cheered and rushed to the center of the court, embracing each other tightly. Xie Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he raised his arms, basking in the cheers and applause of the entire crowd. His teammates, including Kobe and Davis, also shed tears of joy, their years of hard work finally paying off. The Nets fans went wild in the stands, waving flags and shouting the team's name. The entire arena was immersed in a sea. At this moment, the Brooklyn Nets became the focus of the world, writing their glorious chapter with tenacity and unity, standing atop the pinnacle of the basketball world. After defeating the Warriors to claim the championship, the entire Brooklyn erupted in celebration. Outside the arena, fans cheered and waved Nets flags, and the city was engulfed in a joyous atmosphere. A grand championship celebration took place with confetti flying and champagne spraying. In the locker room, the players celebrated wholeheartedly, and the trophy shone under the lights. Standing in the center, Xie Yu excitedly proclaimed, "This is our shared glory. All the hardships we endured were worth it." Kobe smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, the power of the team has brought us to the top." Davis also remarked, "We have sacrificed so much for this moment. Let's continue to fight for the future." In the playoffs, they overcame all obstacles, bringing James to tears and causing a rift between Shaq and O'Neal, ultimately charging into the finals. On the stage of the finals, facing the Warriors, who resigned Durant, the Nets continued to surge forward. The players' cooperation became increasingly harmonious, with Xie Yu always stepping up at critical moments, leading the team to another championship and successfully defending their title. Years later, under the leadership of core players like Xie Yu, the Nets won multiple championships, establishing a dynasty. Their story became a basketball legend, inspiring generations of young people to strive for their dreams. The grand finale.